When the cold master who raised you for 18 years suddenly confesses to you, will you accept it? You were originally the villainous senior brother of the Xian sect, either slacking off or being lazy every day. Although you have awakened the destiny villain system, you never suppress the destiny child and just want to lie low. However, unexpectedly, the female leads are all actively pursuing you. Not only that, but also helping you suppress other destiny children. You thought you could continue to lie low and be lazy like this, but unexpectedly, the master found out. At this moment, you were listening to music by the fence, when suddenly everything went dark, and you were taken back home by your charming master. You saw your master in a green Taoist robe pressing you down. You looked at your master like this, silently swallowing your saliva. Master, have you been drugged? Your disciple is willing to offer themselves as medicine to help the master. Xiao Mu, your master is not poisoned, but if you desire my body, just say it directly. No need to hide it. Your master also likes you. As Nan Gongshue's hands began to move around on your body, you said, Master, calm down, don't move recklessly. Faced with Nan Gongshue's relentless advances, you were at a loss. Still pretending? Before Su Fan arrives, we only have one man at Mu Xian Peak. Are you willing to let your paradise be touched by others? Watching him every day just to avoid contact with him? Today, you went to drink to relieve stress. My jealous vinegar king, rest assured, in the master's heart, there is only you and not him. However, since Xiaomu does not like it, the teacher immediately drove him away. As soon as the words fell, a system broadcast came to your mind. The son of destiny, Su Fan, and Master Nangong Shui left their hearts, reducing the destiny value by 1,000, increasing the host system points by 1,000, rewarding the novice gift package Chaos Bell, with extremely powerful defense and a counterattack mechanism that can bounce back all opponent attacks. In an instant, the Chaos Bell melted into your body and turned into an invisible protective shield. You couldn't help but show a heartfelt smile, and this scene happened to be seen by the master. In her eyes, you found it difficult to contain your smile because Su Fan was about to leave Mu Xian Peak. Men are so easy to understand. Hearing this, you snapped out of your joy and your mouth twitched. Master, why don't you go and drive him away now? Good disciple, let's finish our business first. Nangong Shui leaned on you and began to act affectionate, but before she could take off your pants, a sharp cry came from afar at Mu Xian Peak. Senior brother, someone is peeping at me. In 3 seconds, you and Nangong Shui flew to the girl's side. Junior sister, what happened? Seeing you arrive, the little junior sister plunged into your arms. Senior brother, Su Fan was peeping at me while I was bathing. Hearing this, you stroked the girl in your arms with a serious expression. If Su Fan really peeped at junior sister, just let the master chop him up. However, after your rational analysis, you found out that the little junior sister was deliberately framing him, so you transmitted a message. Xiao Yu, what are you up to? Intentionally tarnishing Bai Chuan's reputation. Big brother, you figured it out. Of course, your acting skills are nowhere to hide in front of me. Tell me, why are you bullying Bai Chuan's junior brother? Because he has no conscience. He spoke ill of you, saying your talent is extremely poor, your strength is low, your conduct is improper, and you have ulterior motives towards me. Who does he think he is? Does he really know you? On what basis does he say such things about you? The son of destiny, Su Fan, incurred the resentment of the daughter of destiny, Li Qinghan, and his destiny value decreased by 1,000 points, while the host system points increased by 1,000 points. Thanks to junior sister for sending the luxury sports car, Su Fan directly lost 2,000 points of life in 2 minutes. Indeed, after more than 10 years of being together day and night, the master and apprentice did not harm their family for a man they had just met. But now, driving Su Fan away, he will definitely hold a grudge against Li Qinghan and find a way to retaliate. The old monster in the ring at the Mahayana period may know some strange invisible means of killing. The master's cultivation is enough, and he has the Chaos Bell, but Li Qinghan is in trouble. Thinking of this, you immediately provoke Su Fan to divert the attention from the apprentice. Bai Chuan junior brother, I never expected you to have such improper conduct. Do you deserve to stay in our Mu Xian Peak? If I were you, I would bury myself in tofu. Su Fan exploded in anger, glaring at you with gritted teeth. Then he coldly said, Master, I really didn't peep at second sister. I can swear to the heavens, there are 2 males in our Mu Xian Peak. It's not fair to suspect only me. Some people need to prove themselves as well. You're talking nonsense. Senior brother is not a despicable person like you with lustful thoughts. Since I was a baby, senior brother has fed me, helped me change clothes and wash up. He has seen everything on my body. He doesn't need to peep. If he wants to see me, I'll show him. Hearing such a blatant differential treatment, Su Fan clenched his fists unwillingly. At this moment, Nangong Shui, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. saying coldly, Sufan, you will return to the main peak tomorrow. Sufan was stunned in an instant. Leave our Wu Xie peak. You are not welcome here. Do I have to be so blunt? Nangong Shue's voice was as cold as snow, devoid of any emotion. Sufan was completely shattered. Why can Merge, also a man, stay here, but not me? Besides, I really didn't peep. It was Merge who did. Master, shut up. Nangong Shui coldly interrupted Sufan. We have not yet performed the ceremony of master and disciple, so do not address me as such. The previous sect leader strongly requested me to assess you. If satisfied, I will take you as my disciple. If not, she will. I had no intention of taking on a disciple, and both of my disciples do not get along with you. In that case, it's better to part ways amicably. The peeping incident will be treated as if it never happened. After you go to the main peak, the sect leader will personally take you as a disciple, which is 100 or 1,000 times better than our humble Wu Xie peak. Fine, I'll leave, but please remember, what goes around comes around. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Sufan gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He made a blood oath that he would make Morong Shui and Liu regret it. Let them prostrate themselves at their feet and beg for mercy. Sufan, the son of destiny, has broken with Wu Xianfeng. The destiny value has lost 1,000 points, and the master's system points have increased by 1,000 points. Ouch, here we go again. It also has to be the heroines who give it a go, bullying the destiny's son out of his 3,000 destiny value at the drop of a hat. Eyeing Sufan's forlorn back, the broadcasting voice came from his mind. Owner, Xiao Tian. Realm, Foundation Establishment Great Perfection. Fabulous Feats, Chaos Bell. System Points, 3,000. Illustration of the Son of Heavenly Fate, Sufan 7,000 Heavenly Fate Value. Favorability, -100%. Sufan, my favorability to me unexpectedly slipped all the way to the bottom. This guy would even put the pot all on the head. But this is good. Successfully attracted fire for the senior sister. Previously, the good sense had been maintained at -20%, and Xiao Tian had always felt that it was caused by the villain's destiny clashing with that of the heaven's destined son. In hindsight, perhaps it was because Sufan simply looked at himself in a bad light. But what's the point of bothering with the bereaved dog? One more gripe and we'll do away with him. Adversary, have you hugged me enough? Get the hell off me. I got business to do with you. And your big brother has glue on his body. Are you so reluctant to part? Morong Shui's disgruntled voice came. Seeing Xiao Tian keep hugging Liu with a colorful smile, she was very upset. This evening's stunt was spoiling her main event. She was furious. Aya, senior, elder sister. She's still young. It must be difficult for her to encounter this. I need to comfort her more. I'll accompany her first tonight. Do you think it's okay? Of course Xiao Tian couldn't agree to go and do his business. Master Ji is in a very bad state. Got to calm both sides down. Moreover, there was a possibility that Su Fan might retaliate. Accompanying his senior sister, the Chaos Pagoda could protect him altogether. Yes, Master. I want to cry so badly, and the only places I can cry are my comforter and my elder brother's embrace. Liu made a sad face. Seeing this, what more could Morong Shui say? It can't be a showdown. Master wants to double cultivate with the good senior brother who stole you. Humph. You guys rest early. With those words, Morong Shui disappeared into the moonlight. At the same time, she also left a voice transmission for Xiao Tian. Tianer, you can't escape from a monk. Tomorrow, wash up and wait for your teacher. Asterisk. Damned. Xiao Tian, you deserve to die. Sufan at the foot of Wu Xie Peak kept swinging his fist, venting his inner dissatisfaction. I must kill him. Elder Yen, quickly teach me the burning heart soul melting technique you mentioned last time. I'm going to kill Xiao Tian now. The ring on the ring finger of Sufan's left hand released a faint firelight. Little fan. This matter should have nothing to do with Xiao Tian. Yen Xin, the remnant soul hidden in Sufan's ring. The authorities are in the dark. The onlookers are in the dark. Yen Xin had long since seen that Sufan had been framed by Liu. There are only two men at Wu Xie Peak. If Liu thought that it was Xiao Tian peeping, she definitely wouldn't have screamed loudly enough to provoke Morong Shui, and she wouldn't have even gotten angry. Immediately screaming posited that the object was thought to be Sufan, combined with the conversation between the two during the day. Anyone in their right mind could figure out who made the setup. This kind of shallow simplicity. Sufan actually couldn't figure it out? Basic thinking skills are gone in anger. It could also be because Sufan simply didn't want to suspect women. Yen Xin realized early on that Sufan couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful woman. A man messes with him, he will die. Women mess with him, they live 100% of the time, repeatedly letting female haters off the hook. This guy is quite the freshly minted lower body war god. The burning heart soul melting technique requires one's own blood, and although it kills invisibly, it has quite a profound effect on one's own body. If a move is inadvertently reversed, you will suffer the pain of burning your heart and melting your soul. Sufan, if you cultivate hard, sooner or later you can avenge your shame. There's really no need to use secret techniques. Moreover, the person you want to kill is the one who kills Li Yu. Xiao Tian is innocent. Hearing Xian wash the ground for Xiao Tian, Su Fan was very upset. Even the old senior in the ring spoke for Xiao Tian. On what grounds? I can't stand it. Can't stand it. You have to kill Xiao Tian to relieve your hatred. No one can take away my protagonist's aura. I don't care. Facts aside, even if Li Yu set me up, then Xiao Tian isn't half responsible? I have to kill him. Elder Yan, you don't need much persuasion. Ugh. Xian sighed and imparted the burning heart soul melting skill to Su Fan. Watching Su Fan gleefully and epileptically start casting, his heart felt very bad. It was clear that Xiao Tian was an innocent person, but he had to suffer this undeserved disaster. A kind young man who was about to perish. True to Li Yu's words, Su Fan's character was no better than Xiao Tian's one. Chapter 4, A Hair of Gold. A Soul in Custody. Elder brother. Li Yu's figure could not be described as front and back, but at least it could be described as flat and boundless. To the sister he raised, Xiao Tian naturally did not have any improper thoughts. It's just that the shouting is easy to make people think wrongly. And if the master heard it, it would be a big problem. It's getting late, so go to bed. I want elder brother to carry me to sleep. How old are you? Aren't you ashamed? No, I want it. I want elder brother to hold it for the rest of my life. If elder brother doesn't hold it, I won't sleep. Fine. Elder brother is holding you. Xiao Tian lay on his side beside Li Yu, one hand resting on the young girl's slender waist. Although this girl was an evil little devil at heart, her childish face was as lovely and flawless as an angel's. At the age of love, the young girl didn't rebel, and clung to herself as before. What a relief, not having to worry about being abducted by a scalawag. Smells good. The scent of the young girl's body made Xiao Tian a bit apathetic. Diversion. The relationship between Su Fan, the son of destiny, and Xian has created a rift. The destiny value has decreased by 500 points, and the master's system points have increased by 500. Vomit roar. Here we go again. Who is this Xian? The old-timer in Su Fan's ring? How she had a falling out with Sufan as well. Forget it, whatever. Shop Taba first. Splitting palm. Mortal combat technique. 1 ordinary palm. 1 system point. Peacock plume. Spiritual artifact. Powerful concealed weapon. Powerful enough to kill Jindan practitioners. 52 system points. Snowy skin elixir. Heavenly elixir. Repair aging. Beauty. 250 system points. Immortal soul nourishing jade. Nourishes the soul. Excellent shelter for the soul body. 500 system points. Little dragon lady egg. True dragon blood. Can be formed into a human. Delicate, obedient and well-behaved. 1,000 system points. Dao bone. Emperor's grade. Contains the power of the Dao. Enhances spells, doubling their power. 10,000 system points. Taoist mind. Emperor's grade. Taoist mind is clear. All the laws of the world can be practiced in a single thought. 10,000 system points. Soul refining, a holy product, one of the 12 holy arts. It can capture the souls of the world for its own use, and can also refine their souls to permanently enhance their power. 99,999 system points. The system shopping mall was full of items, and the categorization of items was divided by mortal, spiritual, Xian, heavenly, immortal, exalted, imperial, and sacred items. Points have a lot of buying power. Xiao Tian's current 500 system points could purchase many immortal great items. If these immortal treasures were placed in the Tianxian realm, even the magnificent and incomparable Holy Land Immortal sect would bleed for them. Zun Pin and above were even unheard of treasures in the Tianxian realm. The Chaos Bell then belonged to the Emperor's product. Moreover, it was a heaven and earth spiritual treasure, a creation of heaven and earth, more than 100 times more precious than man-made Empyrean magic treasures. Further back, the system's brightest holy grail, one of the 12 holy arts, the hanging wall of the hanging wall. Have any one of them become immortal as if it were a bag of tricks? Unfortunately, there is a lot of system stuff though. Can't see the cheap ones, can't afford the expensive ones? Stuck here. Just as Xiao Tian was fully focused on touring the system, he fluttered and was wooed by the young girl beside him. Ni. What a terrible sleeper. Xiao Tian didn't care, pushed the young girl away, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and prepared to close the panel to sleep. Suddenly, Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows. Speaking of which, why doesn't Xiao Yu have a heavenly fate value on her head? Neither did the head of the master. A 0 destiny value is also displayed. Unico, what's going on? Tested. Bugs in the system. Fixed immediately. Master Morong Shui's favorability is 100%. All 3000 destiny values are converted into system points. Sister Li Yu's favorability is 100%. All 5000 destiny values are converted into system points. Accepting a destiny son or destiny daughter will not affect the opponent's own destiny value. Xiao Tian looked again and 5000 heavenly fate values had appeared above Li Yu's head. And the number of system points that Xiao Tian possessed had come to 11,500. Not bad, not bad. Except, is this really a system bug? A bug that was fixed in a second? Could the dog system be doing this on purpose? As Xiao Tian pondered, the system's voice came again. This system bug has brought the owner a bad experience. The system feels very sorry, and specially sends a super gift package to show its apology. Open it. Open something good, and brother will forgive you. With a command, the golden treasure chest appeared in front of Xiao Tian's eyes. Golden light surged forth. A divine rainbow. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the soul refiner. Soon Xiao Tian snapped and jumped up, his eyes glaring. I'll go. A holy product. One of the 12 holy arts of soul detention and refining. Xiao Tian was stunned that this gift pack could open a holy item. I'm the equivalent of a single draw out of the gold bar. The emperor is possessed. The introduction and contents of the soul detaining and refining spirit directly surged into Xiao Tian's mind. The 12 sacred arts. Worthy of the 12 sacred arts. The soul detention and refining effect is simple and brutal. Controls the soul body and strengthens itself. As long as the opponent was a soul body, it didn't matter how high the cultivation level was, Mahayana or Immortal. It is powerless before the user. Although it was difficult to cultivate, and top geniuses wanted to get started for at least 10 years. Many people can't even comprehend a thing or two in their entire lives. But the payoff is just too lucrative. Practice. Must practice. It just takes so much time to practice. Where is the time to swing for the fences? Right. Doxology. Possessing this, the feats would be understood at a glance. And there was no longer any need to bother with cultivation. It's simply a lie-down godsend. Not to mention 10,000. Even if it was 100,000, Xiao Tian was willing to purchase it. The time and effort saved in getting someone to lay down and swing for the fences is definitely worth every penny. Xiao Tian decisively spent 10,000 system points to purchase the Dao Heart. With the deduction of 10,000 points, a brilliant light bloomed at Xiao Tian's heart and golden blood flowed. The divine soul is clear and spiritual, and all the laws of the world move with the heart. Is this the power of the Dao Heart? It feels as if the previous cultivation techniques have gained new insights, and in the face of soul straining and refining, the soul detaining and refining that was capable of torturing a genius cultivator for the rest of his life, Xiao Tian was able to communicate with heaven and earth and fully function with only the blink of an eye. It's just a great feeling to be open. Just when Xiao Tian was complacent and immersed in joy, a sudden evil fire rose in the room, burning like a ghostly flower of blood. With a swoosh, it rushed towards Xiao Tian. The power of this fire was enough to kill Yuaning stage cultivators. However, Xiao Tian did not panic. The chaos bell protects his body, and it is hard to hurt him even with the means of destroying the sky and the earth. The flames were close to Xiao Tian's body without any effect, and they were directly flicked out and disappeared into the sky. One could guess with their toes that it was Sufan's doing. This guy is really careful, but taking a shot at me is just asking for trouble. Using this secret technique is bound to have side effects, plus the chaos bell anti-armor effect. Wait and suffer. Xiao Tian got out of bed and transformed into a divine rainbow, searching for Sufan's traces. If the enemy is unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Just needed the soul body to experiment with my soul detention and refinement, and Sufan's ring just happened to have it on it. Chapter 5, Sufan's operation against the sky. Two people turn against each other. It's done. I've done it. Genius as I am, I can do it with only 10 drills. Sufan's face was as pale as paper, lifeless, with specks of blood remaining at the corners of his mouth. Using the burning heart soul melting technique consumed a large amount of essence blood. If it wasn't for the true dragon bloodline, a life would have to be taken. However, Sufan was agitated and his excitement was undisguised. Xiao Tian, go to hell. Ha 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 ha. To Sufan, as long as he could kill Xiao Tian, everything was worth it. The burning heart and melting soul technique kills without form. Xiao Tian, a weakling at the foundation establishment stage, must have already died. Alas, Fan, you really shouldn't have. Xian looked at the epileptic-colored Sufan and once again lamented. Previously, she advised Sufan many times. In Inferno's mind, targeting the most innocent and the best for Su Fan on Wu Xie peak. This was something a normal person could do? Take Xiao Tian just because he's a man? It's not pure and simple in S. Also, the timing of the kill was off. Killing people in a fit of anger is cool. People's masters come looking for them. You take the head to deal with it. Waiting for me to die to protect you? Su Fan's performance was too disappointing to Yen Xian. However, Su Fan obviously didn't realize the mistake, and still looked like the old man was the best in the world. And the old man was justified in everything he did. Hearing Yen Xian's advice, the smile at the corner of his mouth instantly disappeared and he grumbled. Elder Yen, your words are a bit dense. Who brought you out of the dark cave in the first place? And who gave you a collection of heavenly treasures to restore your soul power? Now you keep accusing me over an outsider. A man at that. What? Some little white boy you've got your eye on? You? Yen Xian's heart ached at Su Fan's dislike. She didn't say all this to teach Su Fan. Shouldn't a teacher discipline a person who has done something wrong? It was unbelievable that Su Fan would turn around and blame himself. That's just it. You're on your own. Oof. Su Fan sneered. Women. 3 days without scolding. The upper room. How can I be wrong in my decision making? Even if he wasn't the main culprit in my eviction, he was the original sin just by being liked. His aura is an original sin as long as it's brighter than mine. Besides, what is the use of keeping men? Morong Shui and Li, you are born beautiful. How can they die? With my talents sooner or later, I will stand at the apex of the Tianxian realm, and at that time, they will have to submit even if they don't. Sufan fell into a trance of wonderful visions, but in the next second, a mouthful of old blood spurted out from the stifling pain in his chest. Ah! It hurts. My heart hurts. My head is starting to hurt too. The sudden change directly crumbled Su Fan whole. It tears at the heart and hurts like hell. The screams were loud and clear. Yen Xian was also filled with doubt. Fan, what's wrong with you? Heartache, headache. I'm going to die. Elder Yen, what's wrong with me? It seems like it's a symptom of the onset of the burning heart melting soul technique. Yen Xian's brows furrowed as he examined Su Fan's body. His heart was quite puzzled. Could it be the backlash from the burning heart soul melting technique? It shouldn't. Su Fan had clearly succeeded in condensing the flame, so how could he still suffer a backlash? Elder Yen, save me, quickly save me. Sufan's agonizing cries for help left Yen Xian with no way to think calmly. Fan, there are 2 options at hand. First option, you endure the pain while I make the elixir. The second option, I will exert all my soul power to save you, but I will fall into a deep sleep or even die forever. You? Before Yen Xian finished his words, Su Fan decisively roared. Second option, save me. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Su Fan didn't care what Yen Xian would do. If he died, he died. And if he fell into a deep sleep, he fell into a deep sleep. He didn't want to endure the pain of this drill again. Yen Xian's life was saved by herself, so she should give her life for herself. It's just a shame about the good skin. When he had agreed to help Yen Xian restore her body, it was also because her soul body looked as beautiful as a fairy. Su Fan could be sure that after recovering his body, he would definitely be on a higher level and be on par with Morong Shui. But right now, it's going to be so hard on myself. Who cares about that? It's important to save your life first. Hearing Su Fan being so decisive, Yen Xian was silent for a while. Surprisingly, there wasn't a hint of hesitation. The two have also been together for more than a year. Su Fan was able to come to this point step by step, and Yen Xian took a lot of credit for it. But now, it was surprising that his own life was not worth a moment's more pain. Inflamed hearts ached. I wish I could just drop this asshole and run. But, payback for payback. This himself is owed to him. Little Fan, without me, there's no one to guide you in your cultivation, so you have to persist in your endeavors. In the future, you also need to restrain your emotions. Use your head when things go wrong. Don't be stupid, and don't think the world revolves around you. And, this is like explaining the last words of the command, and Su Fan listened to extra harsh. He does not want to hear at all. Cut the crap. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and save me. Su Fan was tortured to the point where his liver was broken, and he didn't want to endure it for another second. It was only assumed that Yen Xian was too greedy to save him. Senior Yen, how many times have I saved you? Don't you have any gratitude? You're actually an ungrateful senior. These words completely enraged Yen Xian. Su Fan, you have the nerve to call me ungrateful. Xiao Tian has treated you well. You turn your hand to kill him. You deserve to be revolted. Did I not return your so-called favor? Your feats, your chances, your success. Can you make it without my help? How many times have I risked my life to save you? Have you ever read me half as well? Since you and I don't see eye to eye, from now on you go your way and I'll cross my log bridge. Save you this time, and you and I will have nothing more to do with each other afterward. The words are gone. Xian's soul body bloomed with a blazing red light. Warm as warmth. The soft power entered Su Fan's body, and Su Fan's pain was instantly relieved. Cool. A body without pain is awesome. Su Fan was overflowing with a happy smile after a long drought, completely ignoring the gradual dimming of Xian's soul body. Anyway, it's best to tear your face off and Xian die. It was an honor to dedicate herself before she died. But in an instant, he couldn't stop laughing. The channeling of soul power from his side was suddenly interrupted, and the suppressed pain swept through his body once again. Xian, what have you done? I don't know. Xian was originally grief-stricken, thinking of dying once and for all. But there was a strange force that suddenly took control of her body. Gentlemen, it's a big night, so don't argue. A handsome teenager, slowly walking, white Taoist robes, standing with his hands folded. The moonlight sprinkled on his body, making him even more graceful and handsome. Chapter 6. One move kills in a second. Suspicion leads to rupture. Xiao Tian, why are you here? Su Fan and Xian exclaimed in shock at the same time. Xiao Tian had unexpectedly appeared here silently. This cave was very hidden and had an isolation spell formation set up. How on earth did Xiao Tian find this place? The intense pain tortured Su Fan, making him unable to think calmly. It was necessary to settle Xiao Tian immediately and then heal his wounds. Su Fan forced himself to endure the pain and got up to clench his fist, wanting to personally settle the hated and incomparable Xiao Tian. Although he was tortured by the burning heart melting soul technique, as a Jindan cultivator, he was confident that he could kill Xiao Tian, a wasteful foundation establishment rookie, in one move. Xiao Tian, are you here to die? Xiao Tian, on the other hand, disdained Su Fan's mockery. Ha, the bereaved dog, I can subdue it with my bare hands. Xiao Tian did not talk much as a sword she cut through the sky, without any room for resistance. Su Fan was cut to the ground by this sword. The sword that intercepted the waist nearly split Su Fan in two. Put. Su Fan collapsed to the ground, spraying 3 mouthfuls of old blood in a row, unable to get up again. In just one move, the unrivaled Su Fan was killed in seconds. If it wasn't for the instant effect of the body protection treasure, Su Fan would already be a dead soul under the sword. Su Fan had always had a misunderstanding of Xiao Tian, thinking that Xiao Tian was just a waste of space who liked to lie down and sleep, who liked to eat and drink without learning anything. So when Xiao Tian instructed him on cultivation, he basically didn't listen and went in the left ear and out the right ear. Wouldn't a genius listen to crap and learn more and more crap? But in reality, just because Xiao Tian swings for the fences doesn't mean he's not strong. Xiao Tian had once defeated a Jindan cultivator by crossing levels. He was even more familiar with the Green Cloud sect's original sword technique, and in the younger generation, he had long been the one who had a glimpse of the existence of the mountains. Cultivation was taken to another level after possessing the Tao heart. On Su Fan's side, he was half dead from being tortured by the burning heart melting soul technique. So how could he be Xiao Tian's opponent at this moment? What? How is this possible? I am a genius. How could you kill me in one move? Su Fan was paralyzed on the ground, his face full of incredulity. The power of this sword was terrifyingly incomparable, and the speed and sword intent was so strong that Su Fan had to bow to it. How could Xiao Tian, a swinging foundation establishment great perfection, have such a Tao? How could one be defeated by a foundation establishment? That's not possible. Xiao Tian must have used some unknown means, or he hid his cultivation. Right. Xiao Tian was definitely more than just the foundation establishment stage. I'm definitely more talented than him. Give me more time and I'll definitely surpass him. And I'm hurt. If I hadn't been backfired by the burning heart soul refining technique, it would have been me killing Xiao Tian in seconds. Although he was unconvinced in his heart, the brutal facts such as the spewing blood and weak body all indicated that Su Fan had lost. The defeat was a mess. Xiao Tian, I'm not in good shape today. Dare you give me the chance to recover my body and have a fair duel? Xiao Tian sneered. A dish is a dish. A no-no is a no-no. What's with the bad form? Are you used to being in bad shape in bed? You, how dare you insult me like that? Su Fan was furious. You are unaware of how handsome I was when I was so spirited and beheaded the demon dragon. Ah yes. You're not still under my thumb. You asshole. I was able to fight 3 Jindan cultivators with ease in my heyday. A rookie like you can't even enter my eyes. Yes. You're right about everything. But the past is the past and the present is the present. You keep taking the past for the present. Why don't you take out the birth time and compare it to the present? You, put. Su Fan was in a hurry, and was directly sprayed out 2 mouthfuls of blood by Xiao Weather. Xiao Tian looked at Su Fan with eyes full of contempt. People like him can't afford to lose pure and simple. It's amazing how you make all kinds of excuses to excuse yourself when you get spiked. Not at full strength? You're the one who had to use a secret method to assassinate me, and then I killed you back. Serves you right, and trying to play fair with me. There's no mistaking it. We're in a fight to the death. Who's talking about fairness with you? If I had an east wind, I would have just blasted you remotely. Letting a tiger go, that's something only a brainiac would do. The best way to deal with an enemy is to cut it down to size. System points can only be gained through suppression and subjugation. After killing a destiny son, the remaining destiny values are not converted into system points, but it wasn't like Xiao Tian cared. Being spontaneous and beholden to the system is no different than working overtime. It's good to be happy when you're doing something. Xiao Tian once again condensed his sword chi and prepared to end Su Fan's life. Xiao Tian, don't think you've won. Sufan let out a hysterical cry. Elder Yen, lend me your power. Xian was once a Mahayana stage cultivator, and with the power of his remnant soul, Su Fan was able to cross two great realms and overcome the enemy. It was with this move that he killed the Yuaning stage demonic dragons and escaped from death several times. With the power of the Xian, Xiao Tian would inevitably become a dead soul under the sword. However, there was no reaction from the inferno heart that had been suspended in the air. Elder Yen, what are you doing? Su Fan was really going to collapse. Without Xian, how could he fight against the murderous Xiao Tian? Xian, give me the power quickly, or else I'm going to die. Xian's soul body was motionless and silent in the corner, although she said that she wanted to sever her ties with Su Fan. But if something really happened to Su Fan, she still wanted to come to his aid. But the body was completely uncontrollable, as if the whole body was entangled in chains, becoming a cow or sheep to be slaughtered. Can't even make a sound now. But Xian's gesture seemed like an unwillingness to help himself in Su Fan's eyes. Xian, you ungrateful villain, you lowlife, he cursed at Xian. And the threat of death caused Su Fan to go completely insane, and the obscenities continued. Stinky, you've changed since you went up to Muxian Peak. How many times have you gone against me? How many times to speak for this asshole Xiao Tian, and that he's a good man who means me no harm. And he means me no harm now that he's trying to kill me. It's all your fault. If I had killed Xiao Tian earlier, I wouldn't be here today. You also said that the cave you found was very hidden. Plus the isolation spell formation Morong Shui couldn't even detect it. It's a shame I trusted you so much to choose to do it here. But what about the results? Xiao Tian a foundation stage can find it. You punk! When he said this, Su Fan's eyes suddenly glared as if he had come to a sudden realization, pointing at Xian with a horrified expression on his face. I get it. I get it all. You and Xiao Tian are in cahoots. You were the one who set me up in the first place. You used a secret method to destroy my body and lured Xiao Tian over. Let him kill me. Well. You sure are a stinking. At those words, a trace of helplessness, a trace of regret flashed through Yan's eyes. Why did you choose such an asshole in the first place? You're so stupid. But more than that, it was despair. She didn't think that she was such a bad person in Su Fan's heart. A line of clear tears crossed. Xian closed his eyes. His heart seems to have gray wood. There are no words. No need for words. Destroy it all. Su Fan, the son of heaven's destiny, completely breaks with Xian. The value of heaven's destiny decreases by 500 points, and the master's system points increase by 500 points. Xiao Tian was quite amused as he watched the fire from the other side of the river. And then when he heard the system's broadcast, he was even more delighted. Gathering the wool of the divine child again, it had to be said that Su Fan was a fat to the bone lamb. He hadn't provoked his relationship with Xian himself, so he had all sorts of suspicions of his own, breaking Xian's heart. It's stupid. Together with the 500 points from before, Xian provided a total of 3,000 system points, which is more than the master teacher and sister combined. It seems that Xian has a great influence on Su Fan's destiny. Unfortunately, Sufan is a cutie. I don't know how to value it, and I don't think about it in a calm way. If Xian really wanted to harm him, where would he need to unite with outsiders and casually exterminate him? And would he have anything to do with himself? And he was able to find the duo's location because of the detection of the soul detention and refining spirit. A powerful soul body like Xian would be firmly locked. Oops. Stupidity aversion kicked in. Hurry up and end this. Xiao Tian stopped stopping and swung out a super handsome sword. Phew. The lingering sword chi shattered the void. Rocks shattered and dust rose. However, Su Fan's figure disappeared. In the next second, a black-robed man holding a long spear attacked from behind Xiao Tian. The manic spiritual energy seemed to be destroying the sky and the earth. Chapter 7, Elder Xian, I want you to help me cultivate. Boom! The monstrous air wave directly blew up the cave. Xiao Tian's figure was submerged by the debris. Brat! You dare to kill my son. I want you to die without a corpse. Ha ha ha. The black-robed man was holding Su Fan in one hand and carrying a long spear in the other. Standing in the void, he was like a god, looking down on all beings. However, in a split second, his compulsion shattered. On Xian Peak, Murray struck out. A sword chopped out. The moon-starry sky shone with a shocking sword, only to see that sword light, like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, with endless might, ruthlessly chopping at the black-robed man. The black-robed man's face changed greatly. The same transition realm Wu Xie was so powerful, he hastily raised his spear, trying to block the blow, but the praying mantis blocked the car. The sword light easily broke through his defense. One arm directly annihilated into nothingness, and blood dyed the sky red. Escape! The black-robed man had only this one thought in his head: make all the best of it and fall away. As wanton laughter floats through the air. Wu Xie, one arm for your disciple's life. It's worth it, asshole. I'll kill you at the end of the world. Wu Xie's icy face revealed an anger that was hard to hide. She couldn't wait to go after him and thwart him. But no. Xiao Tian's life and death was what she cared about the most. As long as the soul is still alive, there is a ray of hope. Tian, you must live. Otherwise, what do you want me to do? Wu Xie searched painstakingly through the rubble, anxious and panicked, her eyes tearing up. It was his own fault that Tian was killed. Why don't you keep a close eye on him so nothing happens to him? Tian, ahem, master, I'm fine. Xiao Tian's voice sounded unhurriedly behind Wu Xie. Suddenly looking back, the snowy white figure is still immaculate. Tian, Wu Xie hurriedly pressed down on Xiao Tian's body and tore his clothes. No, master, what are you doing? Don't do it outside. Let me check. How can you be fine with a strike from a transitional cultivator? You must have internal injuries. With the chaos spell protecting his body, the black-robed man's sneak attack was useless and did not even hurt Xiao Tian's skin. Xiao Tian had long climbed out of the rubble in the time Wu Xie and the black-robed man were fighting. Master, I'm really fine. It was the secret treasure my mother gave me that saved me. Xiao Tian's top had already been stripped clean, and further down, it was childish. Great. I'm glad you're okay, Tian. Wu Xie was overjoyed to see her beloved disciple unharmed. Stay well in the mountain. For the master to go and thwart that bastard. Without waiting for Xiao Tian to speak, Wu Xie transformed into a divine rainbow and rushed in the direction where the black-robed man had left. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, redressed his clothes and gazed leisurely into the distance. The son of heaven's destiny is really hard to kill. How did Su Fan come up with a father in the transition realm? If he didn't have the chaos bell to protect his body, he would really be dead. The villain's destiny is really plagued with problems. However, it was good that the 4,000 system points Su Fan still had left could be plotted again. Right now, first care about this Xian senior of Su Fan's. Xiao Tian's mind moved, and the Xian soul that was detained within his body detached itself from his body, and the beauty slowly stepped into his eyes. The woman is as gorgeous as a late spring sunset and is a delight to the soul, and like a rose in the morning, it is delicate, but not without nobility and elegance. Elder Xian, I am Xiao Tian. Greetings. Xian didn't dare to reply, panic written all over his face. It was really the absurdity of what had happened before that made it difficult for her to digest for a while. She was detained into Xiao Tian's body without any resistance. It was certain that as long as Xiao Tian wanted to, she will be refined in an instant. This also made her react to the fact that her previous inability to speak and act was all Xiao Tian's means. It was horrible. Although it was only a remnant soul, even a transitional cultivator might not be able to defeat her in terms of divine soul power alone. Not to mention playing with her as if she were an ant in her hands. It's simply unthinkable. If he hadn't experienced it himself, beating Xian to death wouldn't have believed such a thing. Xian gulped in fear, his voice trembling. You, who the hell are you? Elder Yanxi need not be nervous. I have no ill will towards you. Xiao Tian let out a light laugh. As for me, my mother is an immortal from the upper realm, and I have learned some unique means from her, so I can naturally control you as I please. Xian was silent. Whether she believed it or not, she could not change her situation. That senior's name I really can't take. Elder, there is no need to be mindful of this. I'm just a lying second generation. Inflamed heart, laying flat the second. Your strength is first-rate strong amongst the heavens' pride. Not to mention this means of manipulating the soul that you possess. Knowing this, who dares to treat you like a second coming? That, Xiao Gongzi, the previous things I have much offense. To kill or die, at your disposal. Xian helped Su Fan deal with him, and Xiao Tian definitely knew about it. This is a life and death feud, and it will not be easily forgiven. If he perished in this way, Xian would also recognize it. Xiao Tian smiled faintly. Well, for one thing, I'm not trying to kill you. Make the best use of what you have. It must be a great opportunity to be worth 3,000 system points. Other than that, if he could help Yen Xian restore his physical body, he would be a true Mahayana stage powerhouse. Well worth cultivating. Elder Yen Xian, I want you to help me cultivate. Yen Xian was shocked and curled up like a young girl who had encountered a lecher. You want to refine me? Ha ha, of course not. Let's make a deal. I'll help you recover your flesh and get back to the top. As for you, be my protector. Shelter my growth and teach me to practice. How about a 10-year term? Yen Xian froze. She thought she had misheard. 10 years, to a cultivator, is just a snap of the fingers. Only 10 years for the resurrection. Didn't hear that right. This can no longer be said to be taking advantage of oneself. It is simply blood money. Big money. Are you serious? Of course it's true. I'll get the resurrection materials together as soon as I can. I have help from my division commander. It won't take long. Until then, I also ask my seniors to stay with me as a mentor and friend, and I will provide them with a good living environment. Will the senior be willing? Yen Xian's eyes glowed, flashing with anticipation and excitement. With Yen Xian's character, if she hadn't made a complete break with Su Fan, she would never get involved with others. But now, of course, she was willing. She was already grateful when Xiao Tian did not kill her, and now she was even willing to help resurrect herself. There is no way to repay this favor. Victimized by a traitor, he failed to cross the threshold and was reduced to a remnant soul. For monks, this is life. But cultivation is about going against the grain. She nurtured Su Fan to grow up, also to seek a chance of resurrection. But Su Fan did not compete. She was helpless. I thought I'd reached a dead end, but I never thought I'd find another village in the dark. Only, Yen Xian could not figure out why Xiao Tian helped himself. He's an immortal heir, even if it's fake. She was also a true disciple of Morong Shui. Without the need for himself, he was still on track to become immortal. Did he look at my body? It's the only possibility. Men are horny. However, if Xiao Tian could really help himself recover his body, offering his body would not be out of the question. After all, this little man was gifted with a first-rate character. It's no loss to be his dog. Okay, I promise. Chapter 8, Wanting to Practice Divine Kung Fu. Drawing the sword to self-immolation. Since Senior agreed, let's cooperate and win-win in the future. Xiao Tian decisively purchased the Immortal Soul-Nourishing Jade with 500 points. There's no heartache when the wool comes off the sheep's back. If Senior doesn't mind, heal your wounds in this object. Immortal Soul-Nurturing Jade. Yen Xian recognized what the sheep's white jade in Xiao Tian's hand was at a glance. It exuded pure soul power, which was a divine treasure to Yen Xian. Soul-Nourishing Jade, or an immortal-grade soul-nourishing jade. This was a priceless treasure in the Tianqian realm. Countless cultivators would fight over it. And even if Yen Xian had been a Mahayana stage powerhouse before, he had never possessed an immortal soul-nurturing jade. Xiao Tian actually had this kind of thing in his hands, and he actually offered it directly to himself. Yen Xian stared at the soul-nurturing jade in a daze. She had been following Su Fan for over a year and had been parasitizing the narrow ring. Su Fan had never thought of purchasing an ordinary soul-nourishing jade for her cultivation, and as soon as Xiao Tian appeared, he provided her with immortal soul-nourishing jade. The contrast is both heartbreaking and tearful. What? Think the soul-nurturing jade grade isn't good enough? Then I'll replace it with a better one for you after a while. You can mention whatever you need and I'll try to fulfill it. Xiao Tian saw that Yen Xian did not say anything and thought that it was because she did not look at the immortal soul-nourishing jade. No need to change. Yen Xian hastily shook his head, his eyes dripping with sincerity. If not for her soul body, Yen Xian would have definitely jumped directly into Xiao Tian's arms. What virtue or ability do I, Yen Xian, have to allow your son to show such love? Your great kindness will never be forgotten by Yenshin. In the future, no matter how poor or rich, no matter how old or sick I am, I will follow your excellency and never betray. Xiao Tian naturally did not know that Yen Xian was already mentally prepared to offer herself if she recovered her flesh. It just felt like her words were so meaty. Living, breathing, greasy old auntie. It's good that Elder Yen Xian has this heart. Come on in. Aha. Yen Xian flew into the immortal soul-nurturing jade, and the pure soul power around her drowned her. The feeling is like going from a 5-square-meter low-rent apartment and suddenly transferring to a luxury estate. An unparalleled relief. So much so that Yenshin couldn't help but let out a soul-crushing scream. Ah, so good, really good, more. Xiao Tian could not only hear the panting, but he could also clearly feel the soul-nurturing jade lightly trembling, as if it was on high speed. Auntie, ahem. Don't get excited, Senior. Good times are ahead. Take in the inflamed heart and be happy. What made Xiao Tian even more excited was, the master is on a roll. A system announcement had sounded in his head. Destruction of the physical body of the backer father of Su Fan, the son of heavenly fate. Su Fan's heavenly fate value decreases by 500 points, and the master's system points increase by 500 points. Wu Xie, you lunatic. Su Fan's own father, Wu Xie, was going crazy. He had been silently hiding by his son's side all these years, and this time, seeing his son in trouble, he showed up to help. I hadn't expected to hit the hardwood directly. The woman Wu Xie was as mad as a madman and chased him all the way without mercy. Several times he almost killed him with a sword. It's the same transition stage. Why is the difference so big? Wu Xie thought that he belonged to the best amongst the transitioning powers, but in front of Wu Xie, he couldn't hold up a single sword. It's too damaging to the ego. Wu Xie, behind me is the wind and moon sacred land. If you dare to hurt me, you're bound to have no good ending. As the distance continued to close, Wu Xie was close at hand. That's a lot of crap. The sword pointed to the sky, and a domineering aura of silence in the heavens and earth surrounded his body. With a clear sword chant, the sword's body flashed with cold light, and the air trembled as the most pure chi from heaven and earth poured out. A sword was swung out like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, and like lightning and thunder, even space was split in two, and the lonesome black night left a clearly visible sword mark for a long time. Wu Xie, you really deserve to die. I can't kill you in this life. My old son will surely trample you under his feet. Wu Xie knew he couldn't resist and put down harsh words. Then blow up your own flesh for a chance at life. The frenzied body expands dramatically at an unimaginable speed, releasing a dazzling, mesmerizing light. Wherever the light went, the darkness was swallowed mercilessly. Wu Xie luckily resisted, and although she was not injured, she also lost Wu Xie's spiritual mark due to the explosion. Do you break your tail to survive? Wu Xie sensed Wu Xie's aura appearing in all 6 directions at the same time and disappeared with all her might at an extremely fast speed. Pursuing again would take a lot of time and energy, and Mu Xianfeng couldn't be left unoccupied for a long time, so Wu Xie could only call it quits. Next time, I will take your life. On the other hand, Wu Xie was running around like a dog. After 3 more hours of fleeing for his life, the morning sun came out of the east. Wu Xie confirmed that Wu Xie was not chasing after him before he let go of his heart and began to heal his foolish son, Su Fan. The elixir was sufficient and Su Fan's life was saved. Dad, you're my dad? Su Fan came to his senses in a daze. The man in his soul body in front of him was his own father? Yes, Fan, I'm your father. Fostered you in the Yi family for a variety of reasons, but I keep an eye on you at all times. You have to believe in Dad, even though you've been through a lot. Father will definitely bring you to keep getting stronger and take revenge on Mu Xianfeng. Sufan looked at the agitated Wu Xie without a ripple in his heart. He hadn't seen this cheap father since he was 6 years old. There was no memory of him, and naturally no feelings of any kind. Although he saved his life, it was too stupid to offend Wu Xie because of it. Why did you have to forcefully kill Xiao Tian when you could have just saved me? The point is, it hasn't been killed. Although Su Fan was delirious at the time, he clearly saw the golden light surrounding Xiao Tian. I think it must be protected by a magic treasure. How could this kind of heavenly pride not have a magic treasure to protect it? It's annoying. Deadbeat dad actually thought he was going to get it. It's so stupid. Now that he was only left with a soul body and didn't know how to make medicine, what could he do to help? Not nearly as useful as an inflamed heart. Father, we have plenty of time to catch up. Now that we've offended Wu Xie, do you have a way for me to become stronger quickly? I want revenge. Revenge. To dismantle Xiao Tian. Ha ha ha. Wu Xie laughed arrogantly. Fan, you're asking the right person. Your father. I'm the Grand Elder of the Wind and Moon Sacred Land. I'll make sure you soar in the future. Not only that, our Wind and Moon Holy Land's ancestral divine skill, Wind and Moon Treasure Guide, is even more of a fast-acting divine skill. After you cultivate it, you will definitely be able to enter Yuaning within a month. Really? Su Fan froze. His old man was so capable? Then why didn't you raise me yourself in the first place? And this Wind and Moon Holy Land, is it possible that it's a sect that mainly practiced dual cultivation techniques? That's pretty exciting. Man, just love a clan like that. Father, take me there quickly. I want to cultivate the Wind and Moon Treasure Guide. In the face of his son being so interested, Wu Xie naturally didn't slow down and began to introduce the Wind and Moon Treasure. The wind and the moon are at their peak. If you want to practice the divine power, draw the sword to yourself. Wait. What? Sufan was confused. What are you talking about? Dad, drawing the sword to myself. Wouldn't that make me a eunuch? Yeah. Sufan's face instantly grimaced. Being a eunuch? What a joke. Su Fan. Even if I were to be hacked to death by Xiao Tian, disassembled into 8 pieces, and watched him attain immortality. I would never become a eunuch. Without that thing, even if you really take revenge, you still can't enjoy the girl. So even if you take revenge, what's the point? No, 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 absolutely no practice. Wu Xie, however, did not think so. Little fan, this is only temporary. You can still reattach it after you've practiced the wind and moon treasure. You can only get more resources and have women if you have great power. That's how your father and I gave birth to you in the first place. The wind and moon treasure cultivation is very fast. At most 10 years, you can definitely become a great success, and your cultivation level will be at least returned to void, and it is not impossible to step into the harmonization stage. Moreover, my father also knows that the true dragon bloodline in your body causes you to be lustful by nature. That thing has seriously affected your cultivation, and cutting it off for eternity is the best solution. Return to the void. Ensemble. Sufan gulped. He was a little heartbroken. This temptation was no less than a naked beauty appearing in front of Sufan's eyes. I'll think about it. Chapter 9, Sisters Armor Removal. Owner, Xiao Tian. Realm, Early Jindan. Fabulous feats, detaining souls and refining spirits. Chaos Bell. System points, 3,500. Destiny's Child illustration. Moronshue 3,000 heavenly fate value. Favorability, 100%. Liu 5,000 heavenly fate value. Favorability, 100%. Sufan 3,500 destiny value. Favorability, 100%. Jindan now. Early in the morning, Xiao Tian woke up from his cultivation and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After half a night's cultivation, he condensed his Jindan and broke through to the Jindan stage without any bottlenecks. This was thanks to the elixir that Xian had refined. Xian was originally the pavilion master of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and his pill refining skills were unique to Tian Xian. Xiao Tian's favor is not yet finished, so she wanted to do what she could to repay the favor. The hospitality was hard to resist, so Xiao Tian let her refine pills to try. Needless to say, the refining speed was fast and the quality of the elixir was perfect. A heavenly grade pill refiner. Truly extraordinary. Since then the supply of elixir has steadily improved. This life, it's so cozy. Another piece of good news came to my ears. Su Fan, the son of heaven's destiny, had a change of heart and practiced evil arts, and was revolted by the heavenly Tao. The value of heaven's destiny was reduced by 500 points, and the value of the master's destiny was increased by 500 points. Put. Xiao Tian sprayed out a mouthful of tea. The treasure of the wind and moon? The divine skill of the wind and moon sanctuary? This thing Xiao Tian had heard about it long ago. The legendary kung fu technique of wanting to practice the divine kung fu and drawing the sword to oneself. Its reputation in the Tianxian realm was no less than that of the sunflower treasure tree and the sword technique of warding off evil. It can be a quick fix, but it's a big price to pay. And what man can take the pain of losing a sculpture, taking the effort to cultivate to the grand completion? If he wanted to return to being a normal man, he must also never use the Feng Yu Bao Jian's technique again. It's not a living tosser. There are also rumors that this gong affects vitality and that fertility is severely reduced after practice. Even if you pick it up in the future, fertility still won't return. TSK, it seems that Su Fan is really desperate and chooses to jump over the wall. Xiao Tian had gotten a lot of information about Su Fan from Xian. The father is missing and the mother is a real dragon. Growing up, she was fostered in the Yi family in the central continent and was despised by the Yi family. The one who stepped in to save Su Fan yesterday was his father, who has been missing for many years. And today comes the news of Su Fan cultivating the Wind and Moon Treasure Guide. It seems that his father should be a high-ranking member of the Wind and Moon Sacred Land. Humph. Su Fan's cheap old man took a shot at me. The master was really furious. As soon as he returned to the clan, he summoned the clan to deliberate. It looked like he was planning to raise his sword and slash at the Wind and Moon Holy Land. It's a great feeling of security to have such a mentor. You can swing for the fences yourself in peace. Ha! After a night of practicing, go to sleep. Sleep is the biggest thing in the world. This is the heart of an early 8 male university. Sifu bro, a delicate teenage girl cried out from the door. The first time I heard it, it was the annoying little ventriloquist sister. Come in. Even if Xiao Tian pretended not to hear it, Liu would still take it upon herself to get under the covers to perform the accompanying sleeping service. No! Xiao Tian had not finished speaking when the door to the room opened wide. Liu's body leapt up lightly and flung herself into Xiao Tian's arms. Badass senior brother. Why did you slip out of bed last night? I didn't sleep well all night without my senior brother's pillow. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Clearly you sleep like a sow. Elder brother is the sow. I'm naturally beautiful and delicate. Everyone says I'm a fairy, not a sow. Yes, yes, yes. It's just a little heavy. Senior brother. You're bad. Li Yu gently shook her body and snuggled into Xiao Tian's embrace to be pampered. Xiao Yu, don't shake it. Elder brother didn't rest well last night. If you keep shaking it, I'm going to faint. The order is forbidden. As soon as Xiao Tian said that, Li Yu immediately stopped moving and said with a smile, I know what elder brother did. Ha? Master told you? There's no need for senior to talk to me. The entire Green Cloud sect knows. Senior brother, you're on fire. Ha? Xiao Tian was confused. It turned out that Wu Xie's shocking sword yesterday had startled countless cultivators of the Xian sect. Even after the night had passed, the sword intent that was like a heavenly rift still floated in the air. Determined, stern, and unrelenting, pure sword power, extreme killing intent. This kind of sword intent had already reached the 9th layer. One must know that successive generations of Green Cloud sect patriarchs might not be able to cultivate their sword intent to the 9th layer. Among the top echelons of the contemporary Xian sect, only the patriarch's sword intent had reached the 8th layer, and the rest of the elders were generally only at the 7th layer. Wu Xie's reputation spread throughout the entire Xian sect almost instantly. Many disciples made breakthroughs in their sword intent when they were observing the sword intent with 1 or 2 references. Such opportunities have been passed down from disciple to disciple by word of mouth. And now, countless people have gathered to observe them. Not only that, but the top echelons of the Xian sect also blew up. Because of the scarcity of people in Wu Xie Peak, the sect's major matters Wu Xie Peak seldom participated. Other than the patriarch, the other peak masters didn't even know Wu Xie's cultivation level. This time out, it directly shook them. It turns out that Wu Xie Peak hides a great god. It's no wonder they're ignorant. The Wu Xie Peak lineage had always kept a low profile. This could be traced back to the founding of the Green Cloud sect. The founding ancestor of the Green Cloud sect established the Green Cloud sect, in which all 8 peak masters were disciples of the ancestor, except for Wu Xie Peak, which was preached by the ancestor's sister. That's why Wu Xie Peak is especially special. The relationship between Mu Xianfeng and Xiangyun sect was roughly similar to the relationship between the Divine Eagles Quanjin sect and the Ancient Tomb sect. After so many years of inheritance, the number of people who knew about the Wu Xie Peak became rarer and rarer. It was only the Green Cloud sect patriarch who still knew about the situation of Wu Xie Peak. Xiao Tian was able to make an exception to enter the Wu Xie Peak, all because of his biological mother, became the first male disciple of Wu Xie Peak in 10,000 years. So, Xiao Tian was also happy for his master's saintly manifestation in front of people. In the future, he would be able to use his master's name to be more capricious. Xiao Tian was flooded with doubts again. This is the master's fire. What does it have to do with me? Of course there is. Senior brother, do you know how the outside world spreads the word about what happened to our Wu Xie Peak? It was a starry night when the villainous Su Fan was so horny that he misbehaved with the super pure and kind, super invincible and cute little sister Li Yu of Wu Xianfeng. Senior brother Xiao Tian happened to be enjoying the moon in the courtyard with Li Yu. Seeing Su Fan's misdeeds, he was outraged and killed him. I never thought that he was an undercover agent of the devil cult, intending to subvert my Green Cloud sect. That night, 5 demon cult demons of the transitional realm came for a night attack. Master Wu Xie raised his sword to cut it, running 3,000 miles on a starry night, without words to protect the Green Cloud sect. No, it's not even bullheaded. Xiao Tian listened in awe. That's too much of a difference from the actual episode that took place. The cause was wrong, the storyline was wrong, and the number of participants was wrong. How is it that there are 4 more transitional powers alive? Are the outside rumors so outrageous? Wait, who spread this? Wu Xie Peak is now just 3 people. Without official certification, it will never win the hearts and minds of the people. Li Yu, wasn't it you dead girl who started the rumor outside? Xiao Tian did not have the good sense to grab the young girl's tender face in his arms. Why are you making up rumors? Elder brother, you've wronged me. I'm not making up rumors. I'll just tell them. Elder brother, you stood up for me, and were hated by Su Fan. Then he wanted to retaliate against us, and the master stepped in to calm things down. Everything else is in their heads. Xiao Tianyi didn't believe this dead girl's bull *******. The version that was circulating out there was definitely spread by her. I can't stand it. You must be punished properly, you girl. Otherwise how much more nonsense will you say in the future? Xiao Tian made a gesture to hit Li Yu's ass. Aha! Elder brother hit someone. Li Yu's mouth cried out for mercy, but his body did not resist. Senior, Xiao Tian had 10,000 alpacas running around inside. How there is a hint of obscenity in this situation. Ugh, very obscene. Li Yu was like this. How could Xiao Tian still have the heart to hit her and hurriedly waved his hand? Just stand still and I won't hit you. No way. Senior brother has to keep his word. Li Yu regretted without hiding it. Does senior brother find it inconvenient to have clothes covering him? Then I'll take off my clothes. You stop. Xiao Tian hurriedly raised his voice to stop it, but it was too late. Li Yu, who was wearing a cool dress, had managed to remove her armor. The white and pink skin was reflected in Xiao Tian's eyes. As always, it's alabaster. Xiao Tian had seen this many times before, so he wasn't so shy to lose his head. It's just, what a coincidence. Master Morong Shui appeared in the doorway. Chapter 10, You've been thinking about Master since you were a child. The air seemed to freeze, and the silence was terrifying. Master, Master. Xiao Tian and Li Yu spoke in unison. Li Yu panicked and rolled up her dress to wrap her thighs, and made a sound in a hurry. Senior. I'm joking with Senior. Don't think too much. Yes, yes, yes. Master. Listen to our sophistry. Ah no. Explanation. Senior sister asked me to help her with the examination. I really didn't do anything to senior sister. Master, you have to believe us. Xiao Tian was sweating coldly and really wanted to faint. 10 short seconds. First, the senior sister unloaded her armor to show off her jade, and then the senior father made an appearance to catch the adulterer. The apprentices shared a room, half naked and in odd poses. It's going to get to the point in the next second. Anyone who saw it would think so. If it were before, Xiao Tian would definitely not be so nervous. Act upright and sit upright. Himself and Li Yu clean and innocent. No shame. It's normal for senior siblings to have a good relationship and become Dao couples, but yesterday Morong Shui pushed herself into bed. This situation is like cheating on your wife and being caught in adultery by the first wife. Xiao Tian was of course well aware that Morong Shui could not afford to beat himself to death, but I'm really afraid that Morong Shui will build herself into a stone statue with a slap. Get dressed and go out first. Tianer and I have something to talk about. Morong Shui's voice was flat and cold, unable to tell if she was happy or angry. Senior, it really isn't senior brother's fault. If you want to blame me, it's me who is shameless and unashamed. It's me. Get out. As soon as the words fell, Li Yu was thrown out with his clothes by Morong Shui. The door to the room closed, leaving only Xiao Tian and Morong Shui. Xiao Tian looked at the silent and quiet master teacher who walked over to him. His legs and feet softened, and he was about to prostrate himself on the ground in the next second. Flutter. Before Xiao Tian could kneel down, the green-clothed silhouette in front of him even directly knelt down. Master, what are you doing? Xiao Tian also kneeled down sharply. What kind of master kneels to his disciple? It mustn't break his life. Tianer, it's all master's fault. It's master who didn't protect you. Morong Shui lowered her head, her voice slightly trembling. Because of living in Muxian Peak all year round and having confidence in his own strength, Morong Shui didn't even think that her disciples would be in danger. There was no life-preserving magic treasure equipped for Xiao Tian and the others. She didn't even care when she sensed the appearance of a transitional succession stage powerhouse, but the result was that it almost left his beloved disciple in ashes. Morong Shui fell into deep self-blame for this. All that talk about protecting his apprentice, and in the end, he let his apprentice almost die at base camp. What a trashy master to be in such dereliction of duty. Obviously this kind of thing happened at the Mindjammer. Tianer died young and regretted his death, as a result of coming back to reality. I'm surprised I haven't looked after it more closely. Thinking about this, Morong Shui couldn't help but sob. I am the most failed and trashy master in the world. Master. Xiao Tian tightly hugged Morong Shui's delicate body. Master teacher actually cried. For the first time in 18 years, Xiao Tian saw Morong Shui shed tears. Blame yourself to the point of heartbreak because you didn't protect yourself. How can one not love such a master teacher? Master is not trash. Master is the best master in the world. Teachers, so preach and teach and solve problems. It was never said that the master had to protect his apprentice's safety with his life. I blame my recklessness for what happened before, so it has nothing to do with master. Besides, I'm not alive and kicking right now, and that evil thief was killed by the master. Is this not a joyous occasion? Master, this matter is in the past. You are not allowed to mention it again. But, Morong Shui wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Xiao Tian. No buts. Xiao Tian looked at Morong Shui with a firm gaze. Master, if you really blame yourself for your apprentice, you have to be happy and alive so that my apprentice can have a backer to lie down and swing for the fences. Morong Shui froze. A rare smile ensued, amused by Xiao Tian's poser speech. Good. Master will definitely bless you for the rest of your life. Well, we're all going to live healthy from now on. With the atmosphere here, Xiao Tian had forgotten what had just happened with Li Yu, helping Morong Shui to the bed, attentively massaging and serving, doing his filial piety as a disciple. Soft and fragrant. Filial piety often has a tendency to deteriorate. Tianer, do you still consider Sure as your master? You say that. Of course master is master. Pro-master nah. Oh, that's good. Morong Shui's aura changed instantly. The woman who was soft and weak just now, lying on Xiao Tian's body and sobbing, disappeared and turned into the cold, haughty and joyful snow sword Immortal. On your knees. Wu Xie gave an order. Puff. That was fast. Xiao Tian did not hesitate for a second and directly kneeled down. The tip of his nose just happened to be pressed against his master's slender jade feet. Explain to me properly what happened between you and Rain. Obviously. His voice was as flat as snow, but it made people feel like they were going to raise their swords and cut people in the next second. Xiao Tian took a deep breath and told the whole story of what had just happened. Covering up only makes holes. Besides, with the master, there was no need to pull any wisecracks. What's done is done. What's not done is not done. Xiao Tian only modified one detail. Changed Li Yu's initiative to remove her armor to her accidentally lifting her clothes. Li Yu. This girl, if her master knew that she took the initiative to do this, she would definitely not be spared a reprimand. But it also led to himself being stomped on by Wu Xie without any good reason. Seriously, this surely can't be considered a punishment for some. It should be said, a great reward. You're really horny. How old is your? You won't let go of such a young maiden. Sex fiend. I so took you in as a horny rebel. It's not even enough to think of a mature woman like master, but to go so far as to lay hands on my disciple. Do you want to go to heaven? Xiao Tian was dumbfounded. Why did master's words sound strange? Nope. More than weird. It's a slur. Slander my innocence. Master. You're bloodthirsty. When did I miss you? You're my own master. I'm treating you like a mother. I'm the same way with my senior sister. I did overdo it today, but I'm treating her with the love of a brother. Never with the slightest bit of ill will. Elder sister is the child I raised from a young age. It's not too much to say that she's my own sister, so how could I lay my hands on her? Even if we were to go the orthopedic route, we'd have to wait until she was a little older. She's so small, I can't touch her. I really don't have a lower third in mind for you guys. Faced with Xiao Tian's frantic defense, Wu Xie revealed a playful smile. Tian, you've been thinking of master since you were a child, and you still want to argue? Master's observation of you over the years can't be wrong. You were born a hostess, and when I held you as a child, you used to color your way into my chest. I took you for a bath. Where did your eyes keep staring? Don't you know in your heart? Later, giving me massages and washing my face and feet were not all for the purpose of touching my teacher's body, but also caressing my teacher's blasphemy in the name of washing clothes. More intimate matters you dare not mention or do, but only keep your desires bottled up in your heart. By now the bloodthirsty teenager has long had trouble holding on to it, hooking up to listen to music, but also playing up to the attention of his own sister. It pains me to say this. Chapter 11 Wu Xie who rushes his disciple against his master. No, master. What is all this? How can you defile a man's innocence out of thin air? You're having a delusional episode. I looked at you a bit too much when I was a kid, and you were labeled as a pervert? And I remembered it for so long. It is said that when a man is not a man, he is a man. And I will correct that later. A single-minded devotion to you as a mother, with no semblance of dissimulation. Master, you even rehashed old scores and said that I washed your face and feet to take advantage of you. Where is this going to be justified? You have no conscience. Xiao Tian's mind collapsed. Giving up his leisure time, he diligently worked as a good disciple, cleaning and serving tea and massage to his master. In the end the master has been treating himself like a pervert. Is there any mistake? It's hard to feel like crying. I should have known I should have posed a little more and skipped the laundry and massage. Let your stupid master slander me as a pervert. Hiss. Suddenly Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows. That's not true. The master is 100% favorable to himself. This good feeling should last a long time. How can a normal master have 100% favorability knowing that his apprentice is plotting against him? And it's not scientific to think that I'm plotting against her. Yet I'm indulged in all sorts of things. Combine that with the fact that I almost did the right thing yesterday. Master is fond of me. Or men and women like it. No way. Xiao Tian couldn't believe this speculation and gulped, reaching out to hold Wu Xie's soft and delicate jade feet. Master, you didn't really want to sleep with me yesterday, did you? Yeah. From the day Wu Xie met Xiao Tian, she thought that he was a lecherous wolf, the kind of super big lecherous wolf who was horny by nature. But the subsequent performance of Xiao Tian far exceeded Wu Xie's expectations. After Xiao Tian paid his respects, respect for teachers, moral integrity, know how to behave, and know what is appropriate. Aside from not being a practitioner, he was a very competent and good disciple, but Xiao Tian lusted after her underwear and flesh. Therefore, Wu Xie did not know how to get along with Xiao Tian and could only keep a stern face and maintain her high cool persona. Day after day, Xiao Tian did not slack off because of this. In the morning, fresh water will be prepared for washing. In the evening, hot water will be boiled for bathing, and gourmet food will be thoughtfully cooked for all 3 meals. This made Wu Xie feel at home for the first time. Unconsciously, Xiao Tian's weight in Morong Shue's heart was getting heavier and Morong Shue gradually could not leave Xiao Tian, always thinking that it would be good to keep living like this. But, the vicissitudes of the world. Looking back, Xiao Tian had already grown from a toddler in swaddling clothes to a handsome man of 8 feet tall. Morong Shue already needed to raise her head to look up at Xiao Tian. After reaching adulthood, the peach blossoms around Xiao Tian gradually bloomed. Unconsciously, he had gathered warbling women around him. One day in the future, Xiao Tian would bring his wife to bow before Morong Shue and affectionately call her master. All she could do was watch as her apprentice entered the cave with other women in pairs. The scene. Marat doesn't want to see it. Don't want to see it at all. What gives one's good disciple the right to be so close to outsiders? This is not allowed. Especially since the good apprentice's first time turned out not to be her own. This is the most unacceptable matter. But, where is the master who stops his disciple from falling in love? Morong Shue couldn't figure out the cause of her irritation, and with a restless mind, she chose to close the door and cultivate. Heart demons breed, and Morong Shue fell into them, but it was also blessed by the disaster. She had a long dream. This dream was very real, uncomplicated and related to Xiao Tian. Dream on. Xiao Tian is dead. It was that moment, looking at Xiao Tian, lying in his arms. It was only then that Morong Shue realized her feelings for Xiao Tian. Not only master and disciple, but also purely male and female. So, Morong Shue showed her cards. Even if the two were master and disciple, even if they were reviled by millions, Morong Shue didn't even care. She just liked Xiao Tian. She just wanted to take Xiao Tian for herself. The corner of Xiao Tian's mouth twitched in the face of Morong Shue's frank and calm attitude. Good. That's an admission. I treat you as my own master. How dare you try to sleep with me? She even YY herself to have a crush on her and covet her body. It's all in her imagination. Master, I'm your own disciple that you raised. I'm still so young, and you're even about to slight me. Can you stand up to your conscience? Love is love. There's nothing to hide. Morong Shue was smug. Does Tianer like these? Farts. Xiao Tian was now furious. Only some people are good at these things. If the person in front of him was replaced with Li Yu, Xiao Tian would definitely beat her up. But she was a master teacher and couldn't fight. Tragic. The master turned out to be a bad guy who rushed his apprentice against his teacher. With the gender swap, Master Chief should have just gotten the death penalty. Master wouldn't want to do it again. Right. I'm still a pure virgin body. How can I stand this kind of temptation? Being slept with by his master was a bit of a resistance, but when he thought of his master's sexy body, no. How can she fantasize when she's the Master Chief? Xiao Tian curled up his body, not daring to look at Morong Shue again. Ha, Tianer. You look as if you're a bride who wants to refuse. Morong Shue revealed a charming smile and wrapped her arms lovingly around her plump bosom, drowning Xiao Tian. This time it wasn't as tough to do things as it was yesterday. Tianer is not willing to double cultivate with Master? Rather less resistant. Physically agreed. Mentally still needs a reprieve. That's good. Master is in no hurry. I can wait until the day Tianer can't hold it in and takes the initiative to climb into my bed. Morong Shue acted as if she had a good grasp of the situation. Yesterday was when he saw Xiao Tian go to the 100 Flowers house. He was angry and wanted to fulfill his wish immediately. She reflected deeply afterward. Being hasty could not eat hot tofu, and a forceful attitude would in turn cause Xiao Tian to be offended. When it's time to take it slow. You have a first-class body image yourself. Tianer also grew up liking her own body, so as long as she hooked her finger a little, Tianer would still be at hand. The only problem is that the other women at Muxian peak. But Tianer, you must also remember that if you dare to go to the hookah to listen to music in the future, Master will have to lock you up for 3 days and 3 nights. Also, stay away from the other women, especially Yu. This girl has no good intentions for you. As a senior sister who wants to sleep with her own senior brother, you really don't know how to be ashamed. Xiao Tian. Ah yes. It's true, what kind of master brings out what kind of disciple. You too, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Don't talk about anyone. Done. Both of the women from Muxian Peak want to occupy me. Sister's barren figure was fine, but if Master's broad chest was fully seduced, a man wouldn't be able to hold on to it. The monk came and got it. It's kinda exciting. Ahem. Calm down. Master, let's cultivate love slowly. What are you going to do about Su Fan? Humph. Of course I want them to die without a burial place. Anyone who harms Xiao Tian must die. Chapter 12. A sword serves the Wind and Moon Holy Land. Su Fan appears. Wind and Moon Sanctuary. Set on the top of 10,000-foot mountains, the clouds and mist are mysterious. As a renowned demonic sect in the central continent with a legacy of 10,000 years, it naturally had a rich heritage. If an ordinary cultivator messes with them, he is bound to have his soul scattered and his bones left behind. However, it was such a large sect that had mobilized all of its disciples at the moment, standing in strict anticipation. In the hall of deliberation, the golden pages of the book hung in the air, radiating a burst of pressure. Hand over Su Waomei and his son Su Fan, or suffer the consequences. Murong Shui. What do the elders think? The sacred lord of the Wind Moon had summoned all the elders here to discuss this matter. Murong Shui? The snow sword immortal of the Green Cloud sect? The tone is not small. Does she think that our Wind and Moon sacred land is a mouse to be pinched? Yes, this Murong Shui had some fame when she was young, but then she died out. She has no reputation in the central continent. What qualifications does she have to order us around? Yes, let her come. Our Wind Moon Holy Land is based in Tianxian and relies on daring to fight. The Qingyan sect knew very little about Murong Shui even from within, let alone other sects. For a time, the Wind and Moon sacred land was furious, vowing to take Murong Shui and behead her. Looking at his fellow colleagues who did not take this matter to heart in the slightest, the Wind Moon sacred lord silently sighed. He and Murong Shui are from the same era. What was not known was that he had a fight with Murong Shui back then. Fiasco. Murong Shui only used one sword. At that time, he who had cultivated the Wind and Moon treasure guide could not yet be defeated. In the past so many years, although Murong Shui had no reputation, her strength was bound to be extraordinary. All of you, or to be attentive, Murong Shui's strength cannot be underestimated. I was, halfway through their words, the elders frowned. A terrifying pressure suddenly filled the entire Holy Land. Where are the curmudgeons? The elders all transformed into divine rainbows and flew high into the sky. Only a green-colored robe was seen, its sleeves swaying gently with the wind. The woman's hair bun pulled high, a few strands of broken hair gently falling on the shoulders. Beautiful face hung a touch of untainted dust, cold and arrogant. The elders of the Wind and Moon sacred land instantly widened their eyes. Many of them hadn't recovered their bodies yet, but they couldn't help but be moved by the sight of such a heavenly woman. The number one beauty of the central continent is nothing in front of this woman. Your Excellency is Fairy Murong? The sacred lord of the Wind and Moon quickly returned to his senses. The woman in front of her was even more beautiful than the young girl who had started out that year. Especially the temperament around the body, compared to that year, is even more cold and noble. Hand over Su Wufei and Su Fan, or else, die. There was a moment of silence, followed by laughter. Murong Shui, are you looking for death by breaking into the mountain alone? You really think you're so powerful? We don't have a shortage of powerful ferrymen in the Wind and Moon sacred land. Among them, a big fat elder wore a lecherous smile as he recklessly scanned Murong Shui. Ha ha ha, I just picked up the big baby, so I'm just in time to sharpen my sword on you. The words just fell. The air instantly became cold and snowflakes fell from the sky. The sword was clearing its whistle. With a ghostly cold light, the long sword cut through the void, biting and unstoppable. When the tip of the sword pointed, the air seemed to turn into nothingness, and was silenced in an instant. You, the big fat elder who was still laughing sarcastically in the last second, was cut straight in two and could no longer laugh. Vitality collapsed and fell from the sky in shock and panic. This, 9 layers of sword intent. The other elders were stunned. 9 layers of sword intent. Live long and prosper. There was actually someone in this world who had reached the 9th level of sword intent. There were many sword-making experts in the Wind Moon Holy Land, so of course they knew how difficult it was to cultivate sword intent. For 10,000 years, only the founding ancestor had reached the 9th layer of sword intent. The unknown Murong Shui in front of him had actually reached that legendary realm as well. I'm afraid that even a Mahayana cultivator would not be a match for him if he grasped the 9th layer of sword intent. It's a chicken fight. The disciples on the ground of the Wind Moon Holy Land directly knelt. The reason for shedding carvings to cultivate immortality is to become stronger. Dignity is an ass. Murong Shui stood in place, her posture erect, her green clothes fluttering, as if she were an immortal. Since you don't listen, then line up and die one by one. As Murong Shui was about to raise her sword, the Wind Moon sacred lord suddenly shouted, "Sword down! Fairy Murong, do you know what our Wind and Moon sacred land has stood for 10,000 years in Tianxian? By kneeling fast, we are willing to serve Fairy Murong as our master, and will go to the mountains of swords and the seas of fire for her." As the Wind Moon sacred lord kneeled down sharply, the entire Wind Moon sacred ground resounded with earth-shattering cries. Up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire, Immortal Murong chopped the fairy with a sword. The sacred land of the Wind and Moon raised its clan to catch the rebels. The news was like a bolt from the blue, instantly exploding the central continent. This caused countless cultivators to stare in astonishment, finding it hard to believe such a thing. With the gossip released by the major sects and the Wind and Moon sacred ground spreading out to arrest people, people were then convinced that the rumors were true. Countless cultivators were shocked. This Green Cloud sect's unnamed fairy had actually managed to kill the fairy robbers with a single sword. Too terrifying. Immortal Morong is too terrifying. You guys don't know about that lingering sword mark that still hasn't dissipated after the past 3 days. I was so weak at the sight of it that I couldn't wait to kneel down. Yes, what a surprise. The Green Cloud sect still has this kind of high-level person, hiding so deeply, worthy of being the #1 sect in the central continent. Similar compliments could be heard everywhere in the various restaurants of the middle continent. In the Tiannan domain of the central continent, a bustling ancient city was bustling with people. After tea and dinner, countless cultivators were drinking in the restaurant and naturally talked about this hot headline. There's naturally no doubt about Fairy Morong's strength, but just why did she hack her way onto the Wind and Moon Holy Land? The sacred land of the Wind and Moon is considered to be the devil's way in the eyes of the righteous path because they cut chickens to cultivate and don't follow the righteous path, and in the view of the devil's way, they are the right way because they only hurt chickens, not others, and only harm themselves. So talk about becoming a devil. Plus the fine tradition of the Wind and Moon Holy Land for 10,000 years, kneeling fast. Almost no one is a life and death enemy of them. Ha ha ha, you're asking the right person. I've got an exclusive extra here. A disciple in the crowd wearing the Taoist robes of the Xian sect drank a large mouthful of fine wine. At the pressing questions, the man narrated. This matter started because of Su Fan. This Su Fan is originally a pride of the heavens, to be blessed with our Green Cloud sect to Xian. Accept him as a disciple. The master is even more grace. Will be sent to the name of Elder Morong Test. I never thought that he was a shameless lecher, plotting against his cardamom-aged senior sister. He also wanted to deceive his master and commit incest. Xiao Tian, the eldest senior brother of Wu Xie, couldn't stand it on the spot and directly beat him half to death. Spare his life for the sake of fellow disciples. And this bastard was so ungrateful that he brought his old man, Wu Xie, an elder of the Wind and Moon Sacred Land, to take advantage of the night to attack the mountain, almost injuring senior brother Xiao Tian's life. Luckily, Elder Morong was deeply hidden and killed the two of them. That's what brought about the Wind and Moon Holy Land back there. At those words, a wave of indignation went through the restaurant. Birth. What a thing. That's right. It's fortunate that we have senior brother Xiao Tian to protect us. I also want to be so at ease with my senior brother. Su Fan was even worse in the world's mind, and everyone had to kill him. This Su Fan is really harmful. The Wind Moon Sacred Land has had the bad luck to meet this father and son. Not bad. If I were them, I wouldn't want to hack this lecherous devil to death. Evil people have their own evil. Su Fan definitely didn't have a good ending. By the way, should we bet on whether Su Fan has cut chicken cultivation? Ha ha ha. This statement led to the laughter of the people in the restaurant, filling the restaurant and outside with fastidious air. Only a black-robed teenager's face reddened, and veins blossomed on his forehead. Chapter 13, Su Fan's Bitter Days. Xiao Tian's misplaced marriage contract. Pissed off. Pissed off. Su Fan is now a walking volcano. A little bit goes a long way. Xiao Tian, it's all your fault that I've been reduced to this. I clearly haven't done the hazing thing, though I'd like to, but I haven't done it yet. You're the one who slandered me. I'm going to kill you and dispose of you like I did, then throw you in the tur and kill you 1,000 times over. And the two stinky women Morong Xue and Li Yu, they will definitely prostrate themselves at my feet. 3 days ago, Su Fan was a heavenly pride that was admired by millions of people, a righteous leader with a bright future. Now he was being hunted down by the Green Cloud sect and the Wind and Moon Sacred Land in a joint effort. There were countless other forces and bored cultivators mixed in. The difference in treatment prospects between the before and after is nothing short of a mirage. Little Fan, look on the bright side. You still have your father. Wu Xie, who was hosted in Su Fan's ring, spoke out to advise him. It was fine if Wu Xie didn't say anything, but once he did, Su Fan became even more angry. Blame it on this cheap old man. Nothing good has happened since I met him. It's a death knell. On that day, he had struck out at Xiao Tian at Wu Xie, confidently saying that he had killed him. As a result, Xiao Tian is alive and well, and I was chased by Morong Xue. He even tricked me into practicing Wind and Moon. This stuff is more than just a cut and done. It's a drain on vitality, kryptonite, and extremely harmful to the body. I've seen a father in a pit. I've never seen a son in a pit, swearing to himself that going to the Holy Land of the Wind and Moon could make himself a holy son. As a result, after arriving at the sect after 1,000 years of hard work, he saw the most ostentatious wanted notice at a glance. Then he was chased by that group of disciples for a day and a night. If it wasn't for my fast legs, I'd be directly out of it. The elder who was hunted by his own disciples was the only one in the world. It's really bad luck to have this waste of a father who can't do enough to get things done. Moreover, he himself couldn't refine pills, and his insight was inferior to Yen Xin, and he also liked to discipline himself when something happened. Would love to dispose of him. Ugh. Forget it. There's nothing else to do but rely on him when it comes to hiring. Sufan, there is no need to worry much. This time we are going to find my old brother Yuan, the current head of the ancient Yi family. The Yi family was a large family, so it wasn't as if they were afraid of the Qinyan sect. Yuan is a close friend of my late friend and the righteous father who raised you. He definitely won't betray us. Wu Xie stroked his beard and said smilingly. Speaking of which, back then, brother Yuan and I also agreed on a marriage contract between you and his daughter. You and she are on good terms, aren't you? So let's talk about the marriage contract here. At those words, Sufan's tightly furrowed brows slightly eased. That girl Zue? Ah, it has indeed been a long time since I've seen her. Yi Zue, Sufan's childhood friend, had a good relationship with Sufan as a child. Later on, he was sent to study at Dengxian Academy, and the two saw each other less often. The last time Sufan saw Yi Zue was 3 years ago. Although young, her body was already well developed and far from being described as a young girl. Now I'm afraid it's even more front and center and intriguing. A double date with a woman like that is simply wonderful. Unfortunately, without the lower half of your body, you'll have to wait until later to enjoy the benefits. Go. Sufan put on his hood and hid himself from the crowd. Right after he left, people chatted and talked about the ancient Yi family. The ancient Yi family seems to have guests today. I saw huge immortal boats situated near the Yi family in the distance. I don't know what kind of big shot is visiting. Well, there's a rumor that Sufan grew up in the Yi family. I don't know if it's true or not. It can't be. Then the guests that arrived today. It wouldn't be the Qinyan sect coming to settle scores with the Yi family. Oh, won't it be a good show? I want to eat melon. In the Yi family land, in a beautifully crafted hall, many strong spiritual power. Outside the hall, there were also young boys and girls stopping to stare. They were quite interested in today's visitors. The center of attention in the central continent today. Xiao Tian. Is this Lord Xiao Tian? Sure has an extraordinary temperament. I've heard that kid Sufan entered the Qinyan sect all but killing his opponents in seconds. And for Mr. Xiao in front of me to defeat him, he must be very strong. Hey, I don't know if it's strong, but handsome is really handsome. He has this face that makes me want to drool when I see it. Some young girls stared at Xiao Tian like a nymphomaniac, itching to eat Xiao Tian right now. Nymphomaniac girl. Some teenagers were jealous in their hearts and couldn't help but spit. But the love of beauty is universal, and they are not exempt from it. The gazes of the men unconsciously glanced at the lowly girl who stood quietly at Xiao Tian's side. The body is slender and the immortal face is as beautiful as a picture. The quirky temperament is what makes young men feel pampered. This is Xiao Tian's senior sister, isn't it? It's really grown to the tip of my heart. In our Yi family, I'm afraid that only Miss Ziyue can be compared to her 1 or 2 times. I heard that their master, Snow Sword Fairy, is even more astonishing. Even the cultivators of the Wind and Moon Sanctuary who cut chickens to cultivate for the tiger's body to exist. With such a master teacher and sister, I can't hold it either. I'm too envious of Mr. Xiao Tian. I also want to spend time with such a master and sister. Even if I just look at them, I can prolong my life. Hush, be careful what you say. Xiao Tian in the main seat did not care about the sidewalk chit-chat of others. Plain as water, drinking tea with downcast eyes. This trip to the Yi family was precisely because of a marriage certificate. 3 days ago, the Qingyun patriarch suddenly said that the ancient Yi clan wanted to marry the Qingyun clan. The object of the marriage is Yi Ziyue, the pearl of the Yi family, who is known as the first beauty of the Yi family. Instead, the designated object of the union was the senior disciple of Mu Xianfeng, the man who was the only one on the top and bottom of Mu Xian Peak. The object of the union could only be Xiao Tian. The inexplicable union surprised Xiao Tian. He himself was not familiar with the upper ancient Yi family, and he didn't know this Yi Ziyue at all. A moment's reflection brought a reasonable guess to mind. Perhaps, they were trying to join hands with Sufan, and when they sent out the marriage contract, they didn't know that Sufan had already become a Qingyun outcast. By mistake, the marriage partner can only be Xiao Tian, with the idea of contributing to the clan. It was never to see if this Yi family's number 1 beauty was pretty or not. Xiao Tian was ready to head to the Yi family to review the situation. Sufan did grow up in the Yi family, which Xian had explained. Xiao Tian didn't have the idea of sitting in a row, but right now, the Yi family jumped out and naturally came to check it out. If they really had the idea of helping Sufan, they should be exterminated before it was too late, so as not to be an eyesore. Your Excellency Xiao has come to visit. Our humble abode is really fluffy and has the honor of 3 lifetimes. On the side, Yi Wen, the current head of the Yi family, piled on a smile and complimented Xiao Tian. I've long heard that Mr. Xiao is a man of great dignity and extraordinary talent, but when I see him today, I only feel that the rumors are wrong, because Mr. Xiao is even more handsome and dashing than rumored. Xiao Tian, A middle-aged greasy uncle with a fawning face pleasing himself caused Xiao Tian to have a vicious chill. This guy. 1T be looking at me. That's right, just as Xiao Tian thought. Yi Wen. Looking at Xiao Tian. Chapter 14, Xiao Tian. Do you want a wife or not? Strength is honored in the Tianxian realm. The reason why the Yi family could stand in the Tianxian realm was because of the patronage of the Mahayana ancestors. That old man passed away not long ago. This news was still unknown to the rest of the forces except for the Yi family's top management. But sooner or later, everyone knows about it. The Yi family would not be exterminated, but their status would be suppressed and their territory would shrink. Early preparation is needed. A marriage is the best way to do this. When he learns that Su Fan has become a personal disciple of the Xian sect, Yi Wen decisively prepares a marriage certificate for the union. Although because of the lack of naming, the object of the marriage contract became Xiao Tian by mistake. But this one turned out better. Xiao Tian was simply the perfect dragon son-in-law. Top background, high talent, character and looks are first-class strong, especially the 9th layer sword intent master, Wu Xie. Her cultivation level had at least been perfected at the transition stage. Not surprisingly, one is bound to become immortal in the future. They were also the disciples of the number 1 sect in the central continent, the Green Cloud sect. This is just perfect. Climbing this tree, the Yi family can prosper for another 10,000 years. What Su Fan? Off. This is my Yi family's good son-in-law. Su Fan was a lost dog. How could he compare to a young talent like Xiao Tian? It's not good to withdraw a marriage letter that's been sent out anyway. Xiao Tian must have come to ask about the marriage certificate. We can't explain that we are sending it to Su Fan, the Qingyun outcast, being recognized as a partisan waiting to be chopped to death by Wu Xie with a sword. Mr. Xiao, do you want a wife? The 15th of next month is the auspicious day for our wedding? Yi Wen's words caused the surrounding disciples to instantly boil. Next month, master of the house, how anxious you are to marry your daughter. Some mating are you not so fast? The object is still Yi Ziyue, the first beauty of our Yi family. Heavenly fragrance and splendor. It was not on par with the young girl beside Xiao Tian, which Yi family disciple hadn't dreamed of fantasizing about marrying Yi Ziyue. The goddess that they could only distort in their minds was actually driven to give it to Xiao Tian. Yi Ziyue wasn't just as simple as looking like a heavenly fairy. She was also Yi Wen's sole heir. Marrying her is equivalent to having the qualification to control the Yi family. What man could refuse such a rich beauty? Now the dream is going to wake up. The young disciples had their teeth itching with jealousy. What kind of happy life is this for Xiao Tian? For his part, Shani said, "No, uncle, you're out of your mind." Xiao Tian's expression was cloudy, but inwardly, he was already confused. Originally, he had only come to pretend. Observe the Yi family's attitude towards Su Fan, and in the meantime, fish for some resources to use. As for the marriage contract, who would marry a woman they've never met? Besides, our Green Cloud sect hasn't agreed to the marriage contract yet. Your Yi family is ready for a wedding? Strongly married daughters. Right. It's shameless. If my master knows you're finding me a wife, he'll just chop you to death. And it wasn't just the master. Junior sister Liu's eyes were already starting to burn. If she had enough cultivation, she would have lifted your Yi family. Ahem. Uncle Yi, the matter of the marriage contract is not urgent. How come it has to go through my master's consent? I didn't come on this trip to talk about this matter. Ha ha. Yes. No rush, Yevon said with a smile. Mr. Xiao, of course I know where you're coming from. Your senior brother, Chengyan outcast Su Fan. Although he grew up in our Yi family, he is not close to our Yi family. Because of his foreign name, the younger children of the Yi family were quite prejudiced against him. A few years ago, he was expelled from the Yi family by me for injuring the children and grandchildren of a few elders. Haven't seen each other since. He's nowhere near our Yi family. Yi Wen treated Su Fan as half a son, but between his personal feelings and the honor and disgrace of his family, he would choose his family without hesitation. This is the duty of being the head of the family. Oh, like this. Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows. Then I've also heard that you are close friends with Su Fan's father. Su Wu enemy. Is this true? It's slander. Ah, naked slander. Yi Wen hastened to defend himself. I sort of had some old feelings with Su Wufei when he was young, but they weren't deep, and I was mainly on good terms with his wife. However, his wife has passed away for reasons that still concern him. My relationship with him naturally faded. Mr. Xiao, don't worry. I will never bend the law in the face of right and wrong. Now that I have heard that Mr. Xiao is desperately pursuing Su Fan, and that my Yi family has produced such a traitor, I am naturally willing to help out a bit. What does Mr. Xiao think? TSK. This Yi family skimmed the relationship is really clean. Then I'll wait for good news from the Yi family. Xiao Tian got up to leave, but was stopped by Yi Wen. Mr. Xiao, don't be in a hurry to leave. After traveling a long distance to come here, my Yi family also has to do their duty as a landlord. Why don't you stay for 2 days? Xiao Tian was about to refuse when he suddenly looked stunned. 2 new chosen ones came to mind. New Destiny's daughter detected. Yi Ziyue, 3000 destiny values. New Destiny child detected. Han Mu, 5000 destiny values. Oh, Xiao Tian was instantly interested. Xiao Tian was not surprised that Yi Ziyue was the daughter of Heaven's mandate. Who's this Hanoki? Tap on the system about him. The young master of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Yi Ziyue's fellow disciple of the Dangxian Academy. The Dan Immortal body. A Xianpin alchemist who was armed with the burning skill. The burning skill, controlling all the fires of the world. In less than 10 years, he will enter the heavenly grade. Nice guy. 5000 destiny value. Fat enough to warrant a suppression. Slaughter if you can. But if you can't, take a break for 2 days. Xiao Tian's principle. Never work overtime. Moreover, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was precisely Yan Xian's previous clan. No matter what, this Han Mu was already on Xiao Tian's death notebook. Uncle Yi, then I will respectfully stay for 2 days. Xiao Tian arched his hand and left. Good. I will definitely take care of Mr. Xiao in these few days. Yi Wen hurriedly ordered his subordinates to do a good job of hospitality. Looking at Xiao Tian's back, Yi Wen stroked his beard and smiled long. As long as Xiao Tian saw Purple Moon, how could he not be moved? Hey, once the marriage is consummated, the Yi family will be unafraid of prying eyes of other curmudgeons. Master of the house. At that moment, one of the guards flew in hot and bothered to report things. A black-robed man outside asked me to give this to you. A piece of jade, permeated with a monstrous blood aura. True dragon blood jade. Yi Wen was very familiar with it. Back then, he had broken through the realm by relying on these true dragon blood jades provided by Su Xie's wife. Because of this, Yi Wen was quite grateful to Su Xie's wife. Under the love of the house. For a time, Su Xie was regarded as a blood brother. It was not until Su Wuhu's wife sacrificed herself to help Su Wuhu make a breakthrough. When Yi Wen learned of this, he couldn't wait to chop Su Xie up. Oh, bull sacrifice. It wasn't that she needed a large amount of true dragon essence blood to replenish the deficit, thus draining her alive. People like Su Xie should die for being heartless assholes. How could he have trusted him to take care of dragon in the first place? Facing Su Fan, the orphan son of his benefactor, Yi Wen was of course willing to raise him. But facing Su Xie, Yi Wen hated to slaughter them together. It's not easy to get what you're looking for. Excitement flooded Yi Wen's eyes. By catching Su Fan and Su Xie, my Yi family is completely cleared of any suspicion. It was bound to gain Xiao Tian's favor. As for Su Fan dying or living, Yi Wen had already looked away, since he chose to recognize Su Xie as his father. That's the enemy of the benefactor. Introduce this honored guest into the backyard. I want to treat him well. That's right. Go and invite the elders to join me in entertaining the guests. Chapter 15, Brother, you're not allowed to take a wife. I can help you. Senior brother. Are you really going to marry that what's-her-name Yi Ziyue? No, I don't agree. The Yi family arranged a luxurious room for Xiao Tian. The Yu pouted and splashed around on Xiao Tian. Senior, are you horny? Yes, oh, you're of age too. But you don't need those bad women out there. You have Sifu me. I'm not fully developed, but I'm pretty. It's well recognized. And you must think so too. Elder brother, ripe watermelon quenches your thirst, and green grapes have a different flavor. Don't be in a hurry. Elder brother, for now, you use it. When I've been developing for a while, I'm sure I'll grow into a thin-waisted, hip-hugging, sexy, full figure. It will be a whole new feeling then. Besides, don't you think that's marvelous? Watch the Taoist grow under his own nourishment. In the face of Li Yu's naked display of love, Xiao Tian hardened. Harder fists. He wanted to beat the young girl up now, but Li Yu did not care about Xiao Tian's fist at all. Anyway, the senior brother could not afford to do anything to himself, and took advantage of the situation to continue. Elder brother, I've been with you day in and day out. Haven't you ever been moved? A fondness. I'm so pretty and cute and my skin is so white, and such a well-behaved, understanding personality. Elder brother, you must like it a lot. When Su Fan was still on the mountain, I could see that my senior brother had long regarded me as a forbidden domain and would not allow others to get their hands on it. Hey, elder brother, although I am still young, I am in the prime of my youth and beauty, which is the most youthful and energetic age for a woman. Whether in body or in mind it's an innocent girl. Don't you really have any ideas? If you miss this village, you won't find this store. In the future, we can only rely on acting to bring back memories to our senior brother. So yeah, brother, you can pick grapes now, as long as you want to. Senior sister is willing to do anything. Anyway, The senior sister will be your person for the rest of her life, so it's no problem if you want to do it whenever you want. Besides, I'm the child you raised. I know you best. We share the same mind. We have a perfect understanding when practicing kung fu, and dual cultivation will surely be even more erotic, 100 times more wonderful than you are with the others. Snap. Xiao Tian couldn't hold back any longer. You're a dead girl who deserves to be beaten. Xiao Tian began to educate this girl Liu. When have I ever coveted your body? I treat you as my own sister, yet you plot against me. Deserve a beating. Elder brother hurts. Liu was full of soft and weak teenage girl posture, causing people to pity her. It doesn't help that it hurts. I wouldn't be a brother if I didn't discipline you. Yeah, senior brother is right to discipline. Xiao Tian, it's over. This senior sister can no longer be wanted. I never taught you any of this stuff. Where did you learn it? The collection of books in the master's room. Well, not bad for a pro teacher. That's just enough. One for the old and one for the guilty. LOL. Heart tired. Xiao Tian threw Liu aside and stared at the ceiling in a godless obsession. It's good to be liked, but when the target was his own raised senior sister, he felt like crying and laughing. Obviously, when he was a child, he was so happy when he heard his senior sister milking the idea of marrying him. Growing up but being bored in mind. I don't know what to do. Senior brother, what are you thinking about? Liu wrote on, springing to life. I thought you said I was in your mind. Guess what? Liu said with a confident smile. Hey, I guess. Elder brother must be thinking. Elder sister has only been in contact with one man, elder brother, since she was a child. In case she meets someone more satisfactory in the future. Will he move on? Will he regret his decision now? Will he feel that his senior brother is shameless, taking advantage of his youthful ignorance to deceive her? If it were an ordinary woman, she would just be sad, throw it away and replace it. No need to be sad, but not the senior sister. That is held in the hands for fear of falling, in the mouth for fear of melting. Do not want her to be hurt at all. Hey, did I guess right? Senior. Liu's beautiful eyes stared straight at Xiao Tian, like a lake dotted with dewdrops in the morning, clear and bright. 8 or 9. You're really the worm inside my stomach. So what? What do you think? Xiao Tian reached out his hand and gently stroked the young girl's hair. It's pointless for my brother to worry, because I only love elder brother, and will always only love elder brother. That thought has never dissipated for as long as I can remember. Past, present, and future. I have only one established matter in my life. Elder brother. Tough, direct manifestation of love. The earnest young girl speaks of the path she will practice for the rest of her life. You're still a stupid girl. You've grown up and you're not as cute as when you were a kid. Xiao Tian supported the young girl's waist and lifted her up high. Girl, I'll give you an answer when you're a little older. If you still have the idea. Good. Liu is in no hurry. She had already had her heart set on it for more than a decade. That is, she would be happy to wait another 1,000 years for another 1,000 years. Because the options are only one. Accompany your senior brother, whether or not he wishes to be a Taoist couple. I didn't hold back from hitting you earlier. Did it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Elder brother is knife-like and tofu-hearted. Where do you want to use force? The palm of my hand reaches my buttocks. It's no different from caressing it, but if you want to help me check my wounds and anoint them for treatment, I don't mind. Saying that, Liu was about to perform the armor removal action again. Stop. No unloading. This time, Xiao Tian was right beside Liu and sternly stopped this bad behavior. Theater girl, if it doesn't hurt, why are you screaming so miserably? I think elder brother likes me like this, don't you? No, absolutely not. Xiao Tian's head was spinning. How could he have such a fetish? No, absolutely nothing. LOL. One or two of the ones around you are not a relief. It's still good to have a nerdy older sister. Big sister, come back soon. This family can't live without you. So happy. No matter what. Senior brother really does love me super much. Liu climbed onto Xiao Tian and pampered him every chance she got. When she suddenly thought of something important. It's been done. Elder brother. I suddenly thought of a serious problem. Liu said in his serious manner. How are you going to give vent to your desires since you don't use me? You're so bloody hot right now that you definitely can't hold it in. Then you still want to marry Yi Ziyue? No way. Senior brother is not allowed to take a wife. I can help my senior brother in other ways. And I've seen a lot of strange ways in my senior's collection of books and paintings. E.g., my cherry mouth. Liu's cherry mouth had been pressed by Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian knew all kinds of knowledge when he was young because of the internet. But how much it stung his heart to hear it coming from his senior sister's mouth. My sweet sister has changed. It's all because of those broken books and paintings procured by Master Liu. No more looking at those things in the future. And no dirty talk in front of me. I won't marry Yi Ziyue. I came to the Yi family for other purposes. You take 1200 heart. I'm not so far gone that I can't live without that thing in my pants. Liu squeaked out as her teeth slurred. Elder brother. You're really innocent. Pure love? Pure love. Liu's female brat speech was going to blow up Xiao Weather. I've been a virgin for 2 lifetimes. Haven't I? What's wrong with pursuing true love? If it wasn't for my innocence, would this show even be on the air? Early in the dark room. I really feel sorry for your stupid senior sister for nothing. I should have put you on the spot. Just when Xiao Tian was about to exert his elder brother's majesty and let Liu experience what it meant to be a pure-hearted senior brother, the shocking sounds of fighting came from outside the house. Yi Wen. You asshole. Chapter 16, Soul Detaining and Refining. Specializing in dealing with soul-bodied old grandfathers. To Su Fan, the Yi family was his home, and Yi Wen was like a father. Although he was kicked out of his home, his feelings for Yevon were still there. Back then, he made a vow. 3 years east of the river, 3 years west of the river. Do not deceive the youth. Let those elders who look down on him know. I, Su Fan, am the best of men. They're just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Let them humble themselves and bow down and pray for my forgiveness. Unfortunately, the above is pure fantasy. Returning home with honor does do 3 years of revering and 3 years of revering. Only, it's the reverse kind. In the past, at most, he had received the grudges of certain clansmen of the Yi family. Now, the Qingyun sect, the Wind and Moon Sacred Land, and the righteous Heavenly Pride, countless people wanted to kill them. Therefore, there was no plea for mercy from the elders, but rather their killing intent. Sufan cheerfully followed his men to the backyard for the appointment. It was not Yevon's cordial greeting that awaited him. Instead, the 5 elders entertained wholeheartedly. Su Fan, bind your hands and we will request Lord Xiao Tian to keep your whole body. Oh, I forgot. You're already half crippled. Ha ha ha. There's also Su Wuhue, all already a remnant soul. So don't be a demon and hurry up and return dust to dust. The Yi family had a rich heritage and had sent out a transitional succession stage and 4 harmonization stage powerhouses to surround and capture the 2 of them. Su Fan. In addition there is the Yevon Marauder. There will hardly be any surprises. Damn you dogs. Su Fan hated it when people said he was half crippled. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Uncle Yi, you're just going to watch this group of people kill me. Su Fan shouted as hard as he could, but received no response. With Wu Xie utilizing Su Fan's half-broken body to play the Wind and Moon treasure guide, and with the true dragon bloodline supplying blood, he could barely have the battle power of returning to the void perfection. But it was no match at all for this group of merged bigots. In 3 minutes at most, Sufan will surely lose. Su Fan, the son of destiny, has turned against his family. His destiny value has decreased by 2,000 points, and his master's destiny value has increased by 2,000 points. A total of 2,000 divine destiny values were accumulated during this time. Not bad, not bad. Sufan's heavenly fate value still had the last 1,500 points left. The higher the divine fate, the harder it is to kill the divine fate son. The current Su Fan was already in Xiao Tian's pocket, worrying about Wu Xie's dying counterattack, so he chose a protracted battle, a prudent means. Xiao Tian stood in the distance, quietly observing the battle as he looked back at Yen Xian beside him. Elder Yen Xian, if Su Fan hadn't betrayed you, I'm afraid that the one fighting alongside him today would be you. Yen Xian's complex complexity, sourness, loss, pain, all kinds of emotions appeared one after another. Mr. Xiao, I'm your man now, and the past is unbearable. Elder Yen Xian, don't think too much. I'm just flirting. It's rare to find someone like you who is sincere for sincere. If Yen Xian looked as if she disregarded Su Fan's death, Xiao Tian would instead refine her directly. After all, no one wants to be in the company of someone like Lubu. Rarely. Am I stupid like this? Right? Inferno was worried as she thought about the past. I've been betrayed twice, and it's not easy to exchange your heart for your mind. Yeah, it's not easy. Before, Senior always met people without conscience, but the time has come. Seniors have met me, and things don't happen 3 times, so I won't let this happen. Xiao Tian smiled faintly and gazed into Yen Xian's eyes. The secretary will not fail me, and I will not fail the secretary. These 8 words were powerful and constantly echoed in Yen Xian's mind. Yen Xian met Xiao Tian's eyes with tenderness and sincerity. A warmth surged through the heart as if it were going to overflow. Xiao Tian was really different from the others. Well, not at all. He's a good man and he'll be with me truly. There is nothing left of himself. All that was left was the gentle, jade-like male in front of him. You will not fail me. I will not fail you. New Destiny Girl detected. Yen Xian, Destiny value 1000. Congratulations to the master for concluding a strong relationship with the daughter of heaven's destiny, Xian, with 80% favorability, which has been converted into 800 system points. Ooh, Inferno Heart suddenly increases its heavenly fate by 1,000 and reaches 80% favorability. Another unexpected pleasure. Such things as providence are esoteric and cannot be judged by common sense. On the contrary, this is a good feeling that reaches 80 so easily. I'm afraid that Inferno Heart is one of those top-notch relationship brains. In her world, to like something incompletely is to dislike it completely. When you meet someone you like, you will be willing to give everything, even if your life is on the line. It's no wonder it was betrayed. Love that is easy to get can feel cheap. Across his soul body, Xiao Tian attached his hand to Xian's face. Elder, don't worry, I'll do what I say, and I'll help you clean up those who betrayed you in the past. Well, Sufan doesn't need to say much. He must die. There's also the new Destiny's child, Han Wood, the young master of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Xian used to be the owner of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and was betrayed by his disciple before he was reduced to a remnant soul. Han Mu was that traitor's disciple. Xian's disciple's grandson. Settle Hanmo and clean up Tian Shanga. Give honey to Inferno Heart in an effort to pull up the favor, and use it to gain points from Han Wood again. 2 birds with 1 stone. Just let me end this boring hunt. Boom! In the air, the battle grew more and more anxious. Wu Xie's soul was very weak, and Su Fan's flesh was also difficult to support the massive power, and it went limp a few times. Why did even Yuan turn his back on me? Su Fan had completely despaired. With such a big commotion, it was impossible for Yuan not to know. He's not willing to step in, and even this setup was set up by him. Why? Little Fan, don't panic, you still have a chance to escape. Wu Xie had injured his foundation because of his cultivation of the wind and moon treasure. I thought that I would never have any descendants in my life, but I never thought that I would have Su Fan as a child. No matter what, he wanted Su Fan to live. Little Fan, in a moment, I'll explode my soul body and blow up these people to help you get away. That's a good idea. But Yuan hasn't made a move yet. He must be waiting for me in the dark. Completely unaware that his son didn't care about his life or death in the slightest, Wu Xie continued to analyze. No, Xiofan, Yuan hates me now because your mother sacrificed herself for me, and he thinks I killed her. But you're different. You're her child. Yuan has feelings for you. He'll never kill you until he has to. Su Fan was overjoyed in his heart. Good. I am indeed the son of heaven's destiny. Even when it comes to the most dangerous moments, it always turns out to be the best. It was definitely worth it to die this pit father in exchange for Yuan's help behind the scenes. As long as you can live, there is hope. I'm a genius. Sooner or later, Xiao Tian will be stepped on by me. Father, I am ready for you to blow yourself up at any time. Yes. 3, 2, 1. The clouds were light, the wind was calm, and there was not a ripple in the sky. Su Fan, who had originally prepared an escape stance, directly froze. No, what is this loser old man doing? Blow yourself up, father? As Su Fan was puzzled, Wu Xie let out a miserable scream. Aha! Fan! Someone is controlling me. Before the words were finished, Wu Xie's soul body was forcibly stripped away and disappeared into the sky, and Su Fan, in his days, had already been captured by the combined efforts of the 5 elders. Just now, caution, the 5 elders felt just an instant's effort as Wu Xie's soul was grabbed by an inexplicable force. In that split second, the divine souls of all the elders trembled, as if they were about to be stripped away. The power, it was palpitating. I'm afraid that only Mahayana cultivators, or even immortals, can do this, and the direction that Wu Xie flew to was the place where Xiao Tian lived. I'm afraid that it's the protector of the Tao behind Xiao Tian who has made a move. Well, do not ask more questions. Talking about the higher power behind his back, looking for death, far away. Xiao Tian played with the transitional soul in his hand and smiled gently, detaining the soul and refining the spirit, and then displaying the power of the gods, specializing in dealing with soulful old grandpas. In Xiao Tian's hands, even the strongest soul body was as weak as an ant, detaining the soul and refining the spirit. Let me try refining the spirit. Chapter 17. If it's Xiao Tian, I'm willing to marry him. Wu Xie looked at the white-clothed teenager in front of him. His face turned white like a mortal seeing a ghost, and his mouth opened wide in horror. How could he not expect that the power that made him completely unable to resist came from this teenager in front of him? It can't be. I must be dreaming. A person who held him in his hands and played with him like a basketball must be an immortal cultivator anyways. How could it be a Xiao Tian whose cultivation level was only Jindan cultivation? At that time, if it wasn't for Xiao Tian's magic treasure protecting him, Xiao Tian would have become a dead soul under the gun. It's only been a few days and he's flying high? No, absolutely impossible. How old are you? How could you have this kind of power? In the face of Su Wu enemy's agonizingly incomprehensible roar, Xiao Tian only smiled indifferently. Such a heaven-defying tactic as detaining the soul and refining the spirit was too unimaginable for the mundane world. Even in the upper realm, it was an unheard of existence. Wu Xie, when you stabbed me in the beginning, you should have thought of today. Inside the room, essence chi rose and divine splendor emerged. Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and directly began to refine Wu Xie. There are two ways to use the soul: detention and refinement. Detaining the soul and possessing the body. Augmenting the power with the help of the soul body. Refining the soul body and using it for permanent enhancement. In the former case, there will be no effect on the soul body. In the latter case, the soul body will completely go up in smoke. Wu Xie was a soul body of the transition stage, which was a great tonic for Jindan stage cultivators. Aha! It's so hard. What kind of power is this? Wu Xie held his head and screamed in agony. It's like having 10,000 ants crawling on your body, constantly tearing at it. Power was constantly being broken down and eaten away with each bite. Xiao Tian, please, let my son go. He will never go against you again. Xiao Tian's tactics caused Su Wuhu to completely despair. This kind of power was in no way something that Su Fan could fight against. Su Fan would only die if he didn't think of himself as a confrontation. Ha! Is this your last words? Dying to the end, but still worrying about Su Fan. He didn't have half a bit of hesitation heartache when you were about to blow yourself up at that time. Wu Xie was stunned. Yeah, at that time, Su Fan surprisingly didn't half hesitate. Is this your own good old son? Wu Xie, who was not even afraid of death, had tears in the corners of his eyes at this moment. What a failure in your own life. Death of the heart is often more painful than death of the body. Su Wufei, don't worry. I will send you father and son to be reunited. This is the best gift for a father. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Soft-hearted and absolutely stupid. Xiao Tian grabbed Wu Xie and refined him in an instant. The divine soul power turned into a steady stream of spiritual power that surged into the Dantian. Only Xiao Tian closed his eyes and opened his arms, enjoying the knots of power. It was as if a familiar music was playing in his ears. Finally, his aura was no longer hidden and began to climb upward. Middle Jindan, late Jindan, Jindan great perfection, early stage of Yuaning. At this moment, Xiao Tian broke the shackles of heaven and earth and condensed his Yuaning, officially becoming a Yuaning powerhouse. Phew, another sound opening. One day into Yuaning. With this speed of cultivation, the heavenly fate's sun was all being subjugated. Not only was there an increase in cultivation, but the divine soul was also nourished, and the soul power crossed a large step. Even the soul power of a spirit transformation cultivator who was one large realm higher was far inferior to Xiao Tian. For that alone, the business trip, it was worth it. And there's also the system point increase. The father of Su Fan, the son of heavenly fate, Su Waomei, is dead. Su Fan's heavenly fate value is reduced by 500, and the master's system points are increased by 500. Destiny's child, Sufan, destiny value, 1000. Favorability, -100%, 1000 points. Not worth it. Just who does this last 1000 points have to do with? Yi Ziyue? Who knows? It's dispensable anyway. Send him on his way. In the meantime, in the Yi family's main hall, the Yi family's senior management gathered. Because Xiao Tian was cultivating, no unwise person would bother. Su Fan was stripped of his cultivation and taken to the dungeon to await his release. Inside the hall, a young girl in purple walked in. Her eyebrows are like the distant mountains, and her skin is like a peach blossom with a smile. It's a face too beautiful for any man to resist. Little Moon is back. The elders stroked their whiskers and scanned the maiden up and down. Her temperament is as beautiful as an orchid, and her talent is better than that of an immortal. Worthy of being the jewel of my Yi family. With this kind of posture, catching Xiao Tian in the hand is not a piece of cake. Looking at the gazes of the surrounding elders, Yi Ziyue frowned slightly. She didn't really feel that the elders had any desire for the young disciples of the academy. But there was an undertone of surveying fine merchandise. Yi Ziyue ignored these elders. There were more important matters at hand. Father, why are you arresting brother Su Fan? Yi Ziyue had just returned home when she saw several elders surrounding Su Fan. This confused the young girl. Didn't you send a letter saying that you should betroth yourself to him? How do you turn your face and want to beat someone to death? Yi Ziyue came out of seclusion and hoofed it home without stopping on the road. Naturally she did not know about the Qingyun outcast who was sensationalizing Tianxian today. Your father will tell you in detail. Yi went on the main seat side and began to explain the reason for this. From the death of the old ancestor needing to marry, to the marriage object Qingyan sect Mu Xian Feng Hai disciple, the result is Su Fan became a discarded disciple. The target is only Xiao Tian by mistake. My father is well aware of your temperament, and you don't like a husband who is not of your own choosing, no matter how good he is. But, with the death of our oldest ancestor, we really need to plan ahead. Originally, Su Fan was a very good choice, and since you were close friends with him, I thought it should be the candidate you would least resist. It is a pity that he himself does not contend, but even intends to deceive his teacher and humiliate his sister. Such a treacherous person. In vain. Fortunately, my father had spoken ambiguously with the Qingyan patriarch at that time, and the object of the marriage contract turned out to be Xiao Tian. This young man, handsome and extremely talented. His master was even the now famous snow sword Immortal. He's a pretty perfect match for the engagement. Just, obviously, he had thought of many words to try to persuade his daughter to accept the marriage contract and accept the union with Xiao Tian, but when the words came to my lips, I couldn't say them. Being a father requires sacrificing your daughter's happiness for your family's prosperity. That's quite a failure as a householder. That's just it. You err. If you really don't want to, my father won't make it difficult for you. Our Yi family isn't so bad that we can't live without our old ancestor. Mr. Xiao hadn't agreed to the idea of a marriage either, and since both of you parties don't agree to it, we old things won't mess around with the idea of a marriage. Master of the house. The elders at the bottom couldn't sit still at the words. How can you change what you've agreed to? We're popping champagne early. Elders need not say much. This time I have been righteous and helped Mr. Xiao catch Su Fan, counting it as a favor. I have already sacrificed half of my son. Do you all want me to post another daughter? When these words came out, the elders fell silent. Su Fan was definitely considered half of Yi Wen's son. He had already made a huge sacrifice by being willing to cut off his robe and choosing to befriend the Green Cloud sect, so it would be a bit much to ask for more. It's just that a four-legged toad is easy to find, but a perfect coupling like Xiao Tian can't be found. Why don't we get a few more women to set us up in the next couple of days? Father, I am willing to marry if the object of the marriage contract is Xiao Tian. Yevon, huh? Elders, huh? In the face of the crowd's doubts, Yi Ziyue repeated again word for word. I'm willing to marry if the object of the marriage contract is Xiao Tian. Yi Wen was confused. No, daughter. Dad's been hurting you for half a day, and you say you're willing? Are you playing with your father? Chapter 18, Beheading Su Fan. Accidents happen. The Girl of Destiny Yi Ziyue's favorability has reached 60%. 1800 destiny values have been converted into system points. A favor rating of 60 or more translates into a proportional number of system points. Ha! What the hell? Xiao Tian had just walked to the dungeon when a system broadcast suddenly came from his mind. System, you've got a bug again? Why did my favorability go up if I didn't do anything? It makes sense that both master and sister's goodwill is full once they come up. It was normal for Yenshin to be moved to tears by some of his own extreme maneuvers and sweet words, but what the hell is this Yi Ziyue? Totally unrecognizable. Is it hard to be charmed by your own good looks? Well, too lazy to think. The first order of business was to solve the lamb to the slaughter that was Sufan. Under the leadership of the Yi clan's disciples, Xiao Tian quickly reached the depths of the dungeon. Here, it reeks. The faint firelight wavered in the damp, dimly lit corner, casting mottled silhouettes on the cold walls. The figure was ragged and bloodied. Su Fan, whose cultivation had been abolished, had his limbs bound by heavy chains at the moment. The eyes were deep-set and bloodshot, revealing despair. His body was bruised and tingling from the previous battle. More than the physical pain, the mental torture was more difficult for Su Fan to accept. A glorious heavenly pride, reduced to a prisoner spurned by millions. Paradise to hell. This kind of discrepancy tormented Su Fan to the point of several epileptic episodes. Especially during the previous battle with the Yi family elders. Su Fan had learned the news that Yi Wen wanted to marry Yi Ziyue to Xiao Tian. It broke him even more. On the basis of what? Morong Shui and Liu couldn't get their hands on it. And Su Fan recognized it. Why should Yi Ziyue also become Xiao Tian's woman? She's her childhood friend. The sister who called out to her brother after her ass when she was a child. What gives Xiao Tian the right to be with her? Obviously he had a chance to marry her. If he hadn't been kicked out of Muxian Peak, everything that followed wouldn't have happened. As a senior disciple of the Qingyan sect himself, he proposed marriage to the Yi family. So how could the Yi family refuse? Blame it on Xiao Tian. It was all Xiao Tian's fault. Su Fan didn't think that he had made a single mistake at all, and put a wave upon Xiao Tian's head. He fantasized about stepping Xiao Tian under his feet in the future and letting him experience the humiliation of this prison cell. Xiao Tian, wait. If I get a chance to get out, I can definitely turn it around. You win a moment. You don't win a lifetime. Sooner or later, trash like you will be trampled under my feet. Bam! The sound of footsteps interrupted Sufan's delusions. In the faint light, Su Fan saw the person he hated the most. Yo, senior brother Su. Haven't seen you for a few days, so pulled. Xiao Tian. The Xiao Tian in front of him was so ethereal and graceful. This was simply Su Fan's dream self. Why could Xiao Tian be so handsome and so ethereal? And he himself is like a stinking rat in the sewer who can only look up to him in humility. I'm envious and jealous. Sufan was angry and panicked. You, why are you here? This is the Yi family. Caught by the Yi family, Su Fan still had a glimmer of hope inside. After all, Yi Wen is his uncle. Maybe not paying attention let him escape. As long as it didn't fall into Xiao Tian's hands, everything had a chance to turn around. But now it's over. It's all over. This person that Su Fan wanted to see the least, actually appeared here in a big way. Xiao Tian ignored Su Fan's panic and anger and spoke carelessly. What's wrong with the Yi family? I'm about to become the son-in-law of the Yi family. You don't know how enthusiastic Master Yi is about me. He's dying to shove his flowery daughter down my throat. She even said that I should marry her next month. What do you think is going on? But I don't have much reason to refuse. Yi Zui is the Yi family's #1 beauty, and I heard that she is as good-looking as a heavenly fairy, with a curvy front and a curvy back. I can't even imagine how comfortable this would be in bed. Xiao Tian, XXX. You special meow XXX. Sufan completely lost his temper and roared hysterically. If you dare to touch Ziyu for a second, I'm going to split you into pieces and lynch you. I will chop you into pieces. The corner of Xiao Tian's mouth spread into a teasing smile as he slowly crouched down and stared straight at Sufan. Why wouldn't I dare? You are already a prisoner. What qualifications do you have to threaten me? If I didn't have a fetish for disgusting people, I would have brought Yi Ziyue to you so that you could watch the two of us have a baby. Oh, right. Xiao Yue even pleaded for you, but I don't care. Anyway, if I kill you, she'll still have to marry me even if she's not happy about it. It's a shame you won't get to see the day she gets married in her red robe. You devil. Xiao Tian, you shall not die. Su Fan's eyes almost spewed fire as he struggled with all his strength, the chains clanking. But they are useless. Becoming an invalid, he couldn't break out of his cage for the rest of his life. This scene was laughable in Xiao Tian's eyes. Su Fan, this is all self-inflicted. No one else to blame. Your bull ting me. All of this is your fault. Without you, how could I have ended up like this? Oh, you're so skinless. At first, Xiao Tian really did treat Su Fan as a senior brother and wanted to bring him forward. Too bad he didn't take advantage of it. One word and you use a secret spell on yourself. Who will you kill if not you? Who spared a man who tried to kill himself? Except the virgin. Judging from Su Fan's performance later on, killing Su Fan was definitely a wise move. This guy's a living, breathing white knight. Xian and Su Wuxie, all of them were very kind to him and didn't hesitate at all when they needed to sell. Heartless and deserving of a mass betrayal. Xiao Tian stood up and clapped his hands, dusting off the dust on his body. Su Fan, it's time for your sinful life to end. Muddy spiritual energy surged forth, and the prison cell was overwhelmed with pressure. What are you doing? Sufan cowered in the corner, scared to the point of incontinence. You can't kill me. If you kill me, Ziyu will hate you for the rest of your life. Your pillow will avenge me. Oh, Xiao Tian originally did not intend to marry Yi Ziyue either, and the words he said were just to kill and kill. Have a good walk, Master Su. The sword chi slid down, and Su Fan's human head was separated, adhering to a solid attitude. Xiao Tian slashed a few more swords and also used fire to incinerate Su Fan's torso to ensure the possibility of returning the borrowed body to his soul. A minute passed and Xiao Tian frowned. Su Fan's corpse can't even be burned. And why hasn't the system come up with a kill achievement yet? Wouldn't it stand to reason that there would be a first kill achievement? Hiss. Su Fan wouldn't be dead yet. Xiao Tian condensed his chi and prepared to make a few more passes. Wow! Suddenly accidents happen. The body of Su Fan in the flames emitted white light. He actually began to feather his nest. On the system panel, Su Fan's information changed. Destiny's Child, Sufan, Destiny Value, 5000, Favorability, -100%. Chapter 19 compared to background. Who am I afraid of? Xiao Tian? Xian Realm. Deep in the East Sea. Deep and silent. The giant dragon in slumber snapped its eyes open. My son, you will be born again. A low and dull roar, like the roar of an ancient beast, instantly resounded throughout the underwater world. In front of the altar, white light continued to converge and gradually coalesced into the shape of a dragon. My son, the man who killed you, mother killed for you. The giant dragon condensed a monstrous secret technique and attacked towards Xiao Tian across millions of miles. Good guy, even ran away again. The chosen one is really hard to kill. This does not live up to the workload. Bother nah. However, looking at the 5,000 heavenly destiny value that Su Fan had heatedly updated, his mood improved again. Think of it as meeting a new chosen one. Shoo shoo shoo. In the dungeon, a sudden gale rose, and heaven and earth trembled again. A giant dragon shadow descended above Xiao Tian's head. His body was as large as a majestic mountain range, emitting a black light that shocked everything. The dungeon building became broken under her form. It was you. Who killed my son? The giant dragon silhouette let out a roar as Xiao Tian's lapel fluttered and danced. The terrifying aura caused Xiao Tian to suck in a breath of cool air. Looking back, the intimidating power of the gargoyle is clearly perceived. Cultivation is definitely above that of an immortal. The Tianxian realm even had this kind of creature. She's Sufan's mother? Didn't Yevon say his mother was dead? You're Sufan's mother? Not bad. Brat, if you dare to kill my son, I'll kill you. Sister, let's be reasonable. Your son tried to kill me first. So what? The strong is to ruthlessly humiliate the weak. The strong are justice. The truth. With a roar, the earth trembled and the walls of the dungeon began to crumble. The giant dragon spat violently, and a bright and dazzling light shot out from its huge mouth. It seemed like magma was boiling and there was thunder roaring. Wherever the light went, heaven and earth changed color, and the hard rock and iron pillars instantly turned into pieces under the powerful impact. With this kind of attack, not to mention a Yuaning cultivator, even if a ferrying stage was here, he would have to die. However, Xiao Tian did not have the slightest fear. The chaos spell manifested and roared. Obviously this attack was stronger than any encountered before. However, an emperor-grade magic weapon was an emperor-grade magic weapon, and it was far from being something that a curmudgeon could fight against. How? The land in a 100-meter radius had been turned into nothingness, so why was Xiao Tian unharmed? The giant dragon's wide eyes stared straight at Xiao Tian, who was unperturbed by the change. In his body, there was a magnificent aura that had been adding protection around him. This is an exalted grade or above magic weapon. The reasoning and calmness of the giant dragon was gone at this moment. His eyes locked onto Xiao Tian and he licked his tongue, generating the hottest desire from the depths of his soul. Ha ha ha, what a godsend! You have this kind of defense magic weapon on a weakling from the lower realms. Great, just great, kid, hand over the magic weapon. I'll spare you from death. Xiao Tian was speechless. A family of 3, all of whom are unreasonable and brain dead. With the chaos bell, can you hurt me? It's only sick to give you the magic weapon in exchange for a false assurance. And, more than background, I, Xiao Tian, have never brought fear. Sufan's mother is awesome, but is there a possibility? My Xiao Tian's mother is even better yet. Big sister, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I suggest you hurry up or you won't have a chance to cry later. The dragon laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, boy, who doesn't talk big? I can't hurt you, but what about your family? Where's your mother? Your master's sister, all your friends and family. They will all die agonizingly horrible deaths in front of you whenever I want them to. Yes? The clear and cold voice came from the void, as if it had crossed time and space. The owner of the voice appeared without a sound in the moonlight. The woman was draped in a gossamer white dress, resembling a fairy from the 9 heavenly palaces, giving people a high and untouchable feeling. Immortal muscles and jade body. The face is even more exquisite to breathtaking. Just one look. For life. Didn't you want to kill Tianer's mother? I'm right here. You. The dragon trembled. Its voice permeated with wariness from its soul. She had no idea who the woman in front of her was. But one thing is certain. Her cultivation was ridiculously high. The mere sound of the ancient well made the giant dragon's soul furious. Escape! Without any hesitation, the giant dragon immediately cut off the secret technique with the intention of concealing all of its aura. But it was too late. The starry sky. The stars are bright. A silver glow spanned across 10,000 miles, directly piercing through the deep sea and penetrating the heart and lungs of the giant dragon. Ah! The giant dragon's body erupted in a blood mist, staining the sea for thousands of meters. Defense spell formation. Defense spell. Chiron panicked and started everything up at once. It's too scary. This power was at least a Zuni. This tiny Tianxian realm actually had an exalted one. Could it be? Could it be that she was also plotting the relics of the pure Yang immortal emperor? Calm down. Don't shake your body. The giant dragon no longer had the domineering presence it had before, cowering like a small snake. And before Xiao Tian's eyes, the fairy slowly fell to the ground and caressed her beloved son's face, gained a little weight. Well, I've been eating more lately. The woman's single name, Star, was Xiao Tian's nominal mother. The ferocious and renowned Star Fate immortal sovereign of the upper realm had no idea that the dead souls in his hands could form a small galaxy. He once fought with 5 immortal dignitaries in the 9 heavens. 3 of her opponents are dead and 2 are crippled. while her immortal form remains the same. There was even a heaven-defying battle record of defying immortal emperors. Not to mention that ordinary people needed to bow down and worship when they saw her. Even if a great emperor came, he would have to be courteous. Only in front of Xiao Tian would she be this gentle. The cultivation level has unexpectedly reached Yuaning. The foundation is very stable. You know to use your energy to cultivate? Well, have had some opportunities lately. Xiao Tian scratched his head. This body cultivation, all thanks to the opening, could only look at the fairy in front of him awkwardly. No matter how many times you watch it, it's always like, how in the world can someone be so beautiful? And this heavenly beauty is her own mother. Although it was not her real mother, she had watched her grow up as a child, and it was no different from her own. Xiao Tian's real mother in this life had hung up before Xiao Tian was even fully born. The Starshade Immortal Sovereign was a close friend of Xiao Tian's birth mother. She rightfully took over raising Xiao Tian. The 9 heavens and 10 places in the upper world were in chaos, and wars rolled on everywhere. In order to fulfill Xiao Tian's birth mother's dying wish, he also didn't want Xiao Tian to grow up in the war in the upper realm. The Starshade Immortal Sovereign brought Xiao Tian to live in the Tianxian realm. From infancy to age 14, Star was basically by Xiao Tian's side. It wasn't until the past few years that she had traveled to the upper realm often to deal with people or things. Xiao Tian also knew that the Starshade Immortal Sovereign was very strong. Strong to a level he couldn't comprehend. Therefore, Xiao Tian had always been very confident in the safety of his life. Her mother must have left a means to protect herself. She wouldn't want her baby boy to die. Mother, is it sensing that I'm in danger and coming back in a hurry? Won't it interfere with what you have to do? Well, sensing that a golden immortal cultivator has appeared beside you, the detachment came over to take a look. But I didn't expect. It's Immortal Stargazer guffawed. My precious son has gotten the chaos bell without realizing it. It's an emperor's innate spiritual treasure. Your mother's heart is moved. I'll give it to mother if she likes it. I don't have much use for keeping it. Silly child. An emperor-grade magic weapon given away just like that. How extravagant. For mother, I do. Just to please mother. But yeah, you and mother thought of this together. Mother wants it just to protect my heart and soul. Immortal Stargazer smoothed Xiao Tian's messy tresses. You keep it. It protects you and mother is more at ease. As for your chance, if you don't tell me, mother won't ask too much. There's a whole lot of going on in the upper world. I'm going back soon. So take care of yourself. In a little while, everything will be settled in the upper realm. And I plan to bring you all to the upper realm. What do you think? All at mother's command. Good. The starry immortal was filled with Xiao Tian. She didn't want to be separated for a moment. But because of this, she needed to create a piece of paradise. That's right, Tian. That true dragon just now she's still alive. Mother didn't kill her because she found out that she had found a relic. If he hadn't sensed it correctly, this was an immortal exalted level relic. She's been scheming for years, so she must be familiar with this. I'll send someone to keep an eye on her, and when we do, we'll sit back and reap the benefits. Chapter 20, New Destiny's Child. Opening Hate Value Pulling. The sudden dragon silhouette attracted the Yi family who had opened the champagne in advance. The top brass gathered. The dungeon was 1,000 meters in circumference and turned into ruins in an instant. They haven't had a chance to check it out yet. The dungeon was then enveloped by a spell formation casually laid down by Immortal Emperor Starshade. All you can do is stare at the ground. Mr. Xiao, won't something happen? Nonsense. Mr. Zhao's good fortune will rest on you. The Yi family's elders had chills down their backs. Nothing will happen to Xiao Tian, and nothing can happen to him. When the gods fight, the fish in the ponds suffer. If Xiao Tian were to have a shortcoming, the Qingyan sect would definitely lift the Yi family off the ground. Yi Zus seemed to be confident and blandly said, Elders don't need to worry. Nothing will happen to Duke Xiao. As soon as the words fell, the spell formation enveloping the dungeon dissipated into the sky like a dream butterfly. Xiao Tian's white-clothed and snowy figure stood in the center of the dungeon. Handsome and immaculate. Mr. Xiao. The Yi family instantly rejoiced. The stone hanging in their hearts finally falling to the ground. Xiao Tian is fine. And the Yi family is safe. At the same time, they decisively realized that behind Xiao Tian, it was unfathomable. Previously, the aura emanating from the giant dragon's shadow was terrifying. Even they were palpitating over it. The ensuing appearance of the spell formation was even more of a handicap for their group of transitional cultivators. Anyone who could cast this kind of spell formation was at least a true immortal cultivator. And Xiao Tian was able to remain unharmed in this situation. Behind him, I'm afraid that there is not only the Green Cloud sect, but also powerful immortals protecting him. The corners of the Yi family elders' mouths couldn't help but rise as they looked towards the heavenly fairy like Yi Ziyue. Purple Moon. The Yi family's 7 veins and 36 domains are on your shoulders. The light of the spell dissipated. Xiao Tian came back to his senses from the fresh fragrance on the tip of his nose. Mother really does come and go without a trace. Looking around, it was a mess. Xiao Tian flew over to the respectful Yi family members and was a little embarrassed. It was too much to tear down the dungeon at the drop of a hat. Gentlemen, there's been a little accident. I'll pay for the rebuilding. Make no mistake. Make no mistake, the elders hastened to say. What are you talking about, Mr. Xiao? Our family doesn't talk about two families. The fact that you are fine is our greatest blessing. Our Yi family's dungeon is not sturdy and we almost hurt Mr. Xiao. How can we let Mr. Xiao break the bank? We should also compensate you. Mr. Xiao. Right. It's getting late. All you juniors should rest. Why don't we let Ziyue girl send you back to rest? Just in time to discuss the compensation matters. What are the needs? You just mention it. Before, the elder's attitude towards Xiao Tian could be said to be respectful. After all, he needed the support of the Qingyan sect behind Xiao Tian, and treating him with courtesy was something that had to be done, but only with respect. They were all big names who had been famous for a long time, and it would be too degrading to put down their faces and bend their knees to please the young people. But now, knowing that there were immortals behind Xiao Tian, this group of elders still cared about face and couldn't wait to work for Xiao Tian. What monk doesn't want to progress? As long as Xiao Tian grew all the way up, the Yi family was bound to peak again in the future, and it was very likely that they would be given the opportunity to go even further. Faced with the elders' attitude of rushing their ducks, Xiao Tian froze and quickly understood their brain circuits. Probably guessed I had someone above me and was thinking of pleasing me. The heart smiled helplessly. Negotiate compensation. I see you're asking me to groom the next heir of the Yi family. However, Xiao Tian was indeed quite interested in this Yi Ziyue. Xiao Tian's gaze focused on the Wenjing girl who had been quiet and speechless. Soft as a spring flower, delicate as the white moon. Cultivation immortal world beautiful women like clouds. Randomly pick a fairy to put on the earth. The label must be the successive generations level. World class, 10,000 years rare to meet level. Not to mention a person like Yi Ziyue, who was recognized as the Yi family's #1 beauty. Pretty borderline. Xiao Tian was not a bumpkin. Having lived in a pile of beauties since childhood, he had long been immune to beautiful women. He was interested in Yi Ziyue's inexplicable 60 favorability. At this moment, when I saw the gentle young girl, I always felt quite familiar. Had I seen her before? If Miss Purple Moon doesn't mind, have a chat with me? Yeah. Yi Ziyue smiled coquettishly and was more than happy to do so. The elders looked at the handsome men and women side by side, smiles hanging on their faces. Look at each other and smile. Steady. It's all steady. Only Yi Wen, the head of the family who hadn't said anything since just now, leisurely sighed and didn't say anything more. Under the moonlight, the two wearing white robes were quite the divine couple. Purple Moon, are you okay? A discordant voice suddenly rang out. Hanmu wrote his sword and flew to Yi Ziyue's side. Seeing Xiao Tian and Yi Ziyue leaning close to each other, his anger rose miserably. Brat, what are you? This brought a momentary silence to the scene. Not buddy. Do you have any eyesight? Dare to jeopardize my Yi family's 1,000-year career. People's gazes shifted to Hanmu, who was wearing a greenish-white alchemist costume. At this moment, his eyes were wide open as he stared angrily at Xiao Tian. The Xian character mark on his chest indicated that he was a Xian grade pill refiner. Mortal, spiritual, metaphysical, celestial, immortal, venerable, imperial, and sacred. In the Tianxian realm, pill refiners above the immortal grade barely existed. The top pillar of the major powers was the heavenly grade pill refiner. Hanmu, the young master of the heavenly fragrance pavilion. A genius who had reached the Xianpin alchemist at a young age and was bound to enter the heavenly grade in the future. Naturally had a high and proud capital. He was Yi Ziyue's senior brother from the Dengxian Academy, and was commissioned by Yi Ziyue to pretend to be a sweetheart as a way to reject the marriage contract, though only called in to act. But Hanaki had his own ideas. Yi Ziyue, one of the top beauties in the entire Dengxian Academy. The suitors from can go around the Shanhai Xian dynasty 2.5 times. Why did Yi Ziyue choose to find herself to play the sweetheart? Yes, that's definitely a sign of interest. Women are shy. It wouldn't be long before they were begging to be together. Hanaki is narcissistic because he is very confident in his condition. A heavenly pride with exceptional talent and a deep background. What a piece of garbage Sufan. Where is it comparable to one of his own? But when he arrived at the Yi family, he realized that things had changed. The competitor turns out to be the teenager called Xiao Tian. Who is this guy? Worthy of being on the same track as yourself? Sufan at least has the label of childhood friend. What do you, Xiao Tian, have? What you have? I have. Xiao Tian swept a glance at him and said calmly. Xiao Tian, Purple Moon's marriage partner? Han Mu had a boundless loathing for Xiao Tian and wanted to tear him apart. People, as always, are jealous of those who are better. The moment Han Mu saw Xiao Tian's divinely handsome features, he was instinctively offended. This anticlimactic face value gave Han Mu a direct punch in the face. Background talent. For starters, Xiao Tian's appearance was 100 times far superior to his. How many fairies would have to be willing to pay money backwards? Humph, Xiao Tian. What's the point of having a good face? When you come out, you have to be powerful and have a background. My father is the head of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. What do you have? What gives you the right to stand beside Sister Yi? Xiao Tian did not make a sound, and the atmosphere around him was terrifyingly silent. The Yi family crowd looked at the little cutie, looking at Han Mu like, stupid, right? You're more powerful than Xiao Tian? Chapter 21, Doing Nothing, Points Going Up. Xiao Tian, no matter what kind of extra skin deal you have with the Yi family elders, listen to me. I'm the one who is Purple Moon's sister's sweetheart. The only person who can marry her is me. So be smart and get out. Han Mu even raised an eyebrow at Yi Ziyue after saying this. It probably means, what's up sis, brother's doing well. Xiao Tian, Yi Ziyue, Yi family crowd. Even if Han Mu didn't know Xiao Tian's identity, even if he hadn't seen the giant dragon's shadow and the spell formation that separated heaven and earth, but no one in their right mind should be saying such things on such occasions. It's as childish and ridiculous as kids fighting over candy. Yi Ziyue frowned, her face showing difficulty. Careless, light thought about Han Wood's good looks, background, and talent as a good shield, totally forgetting that this guy is pure dude with a bad brain. No way, can't let this guy talk. Mr. Xiao has a good temper. That's because of his good family culture. If you really give him a hard time, the Yi family and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion will wait to be buried with him. Senior brother Han, it's getting late, so rest early today and talk about the marriage alliance tomorrow. At the same time, she sent a message to Han Mu. Senior brother Han, the situation has changed. Previously I thought the marriage contract was with Su Fan, so I asked you to act. Now that it's changed, it's not a bother. Don't worry, I'll send you the promised 1,000-year snow lotus as usual. At those words, Hanaki froze in his tracks. What? What do you mean you don't have to act if you change? Doesn't the implication of this statement mean that you would be willing to marry Xiao Tian instead? What a joke. What's this 1,000-year-old snow lotus for that I'm acting with you? What are you doing? I want your body. Han Mu glared at Xiao Tian. Goddamn white boy. Goddamn. He's not convinced. Senior sister Violet Moon. Aside from being handsome, which point is this little white boy better than me? In the immortal cultivation realm, the strongest is the most respected. So don't let the male sex get you into trouble. Bold. The Yi family elder couldn't listen anymore. How could he dare to speak like this in front of Duke Xiao? Han Mu, as you are the young master of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, our Yi family is willing to treat you as an honored guest. But Duke Xiao is even more of a guest of my Yi family. So if you dare to speak nonsense, I will not blame us for being impolite. One of the elders exuded an aura that shook Han Mu to the point that he was unsteady on his feet, and his body took 2 steps backward, nearly falling to the ground. You guys, I'm the young master of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Han Mu was furious. He was highly respected everywhere he went before, but today he was disliked. I can't believe you tried to hit me. Calm down. There's no one around right now. Being so shocked, Han Mu, who was on fire with anger, sobered up 3 times. Xiao Tian should be more than just a gigolo. Otherwise, these elders wouldn't be so scornful. Perhaps a young lord of some power. No wonder the name is so familiar. Han Mu had heard that Moron Shui had subdued the Wind and Moon Holy Land with a single sword cut. However, he only had an impression of Moron Shui and didn't care about Xiao Tian, so he didn't have much of an impression. I get it. Sister Ziyue must have been coerced. Parental coercion. Family pressure. She didn't want me involved before she spoke up. Purple Moon sister really does love me. Sister, don't worry. I'll prove that I'm the best man for you. Can't be impulsive. My Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion lacks everything but friends. You wait for me to call someone. Han Mu calmly analyzed it, his heart clearing up. Had a roughly reasonable deduction, but because of the narcissistic personality, the details were all wrong. Xiao Tian, I'll give the Yi family face and not deal with you today, but if you dare to touch a single cold hair on Ziyu, the sky will be the limit and I'll definitely kill you. With those words, Han Wood rolled up his sleeves and sped away. Only the look was more or less wretched. The faces of the people present in the Yi family were all unsightly as they looked at Xiao Tian in unison. Xiao Tian kept silent, which instead made the Yi family panic even more. An elder's heart crossed and he asked out loud, Mr. Xiao, if you're upset, we'll go and slaughter Han Mu here. Yes, Mr. Xiao, we listen to you. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. his expression flat and unchanged. Inside, he was happy. This destiny value is too good to be true. Su Fan, the son of destiny, has suffered a great loss of his foundation. Su Fan's destiny value has been reduced by 1,000 points, and his master's system points have been increased by 1,000 points. Destiny's daughter Yi Ziyue's destiny value increased by 2,000 points, and master's system points increased proportionally by 1,200 points. Han Mu, the son of destiny, is hated by the ancient Yi family. Destiny value decreases by 500. Master's system points increase by 500. The relationship between Han Mu, the son of destiny, and Yi Ziyue creates a gap. The destiny value decreases by 500, and the master's system points increase by 500. Owner, Xiao Tian. Realm, early Yuaning. Fabulous feats, detaining souls and refining spirits. Chaos Bell. System points, 8,500. Destiny's Child illustration. Murong Shui. Li Yu. Yan Xin 1000 heavenly fate value. Favorability, 80%. Yi Ziyue 5,000 heavenly fate value. Favorability, 60%. Hanmo 4,000 heavenly fate. Favorability, -60%. Sufan 4000 heavenly fate value. Favorability, -100%. Should I say no? The system works really well. Do nothing and the points go up. What do these chosen ones have to mess with my little villain for? It's not like they're obviously giving me points. And how each one of these destined daughters has a crush on me. Is it really because I'm so handsome? Well, gotta get over it. Xiao Tian still believed that there was a deeper reason behind it. Looking at Yi Ziyue's shiny 5000 heavenly fate value, Xiao Tian was very moved. Heavenly destiny values are not assigned based on strength, but on the portion of being blessed by the heavenly Tao. This portion is also known as chirography. Something as arcane as chi can't be thought of in terms of common sense. It will increase and decrease. Su Fan's adversity increased 4,000 heavenly life value, and Yi Ziyue did nothing to increase her heavenly life value by 2,000. When you do the math like that, taking in is the most rewarding because of the growth. Sufan couldn't see anyone for a short time. According to my mother, he used a kind of dragon transformation immortal technique to bring the dead back to life. That mother of his was a true dragon of the golden immortal realm. It would be easy to solve. Mother would do it, and in a second's time, she'd be left with no crumbs left. But now it's time to plot for the immortal dignity ruins, so she can live for a while longer and fatten up before slaughtering. That leaves two ways to get points between wants. Yi Ziyue. The girl was at least quite fond of herself, and it was inappropriate to suppress her. As for taking in, go with the flow. It's the little fat lamb. Han would. That's the key. Xiao Tian placed his eyes on Han Mu's name. Being so disgusted with me in the opening rounds, it would be a shame to not kill you for my murderous nature. Points can be left out, but too much negative favoritism towards yourself is a sure kill. Upon hearing the elder inquire about himself, Xiao Tian put away the system and smiled faintly. I'm a stingy person? It's normal for Miss Yi to have suitors when she's loved by everyone and flowers bloom. Xiao Tian not blaming Han Mu made the elders relieved. Going against the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, they were weak in their hearts. Although the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion didn't have any Mahayana cultivators, its medicine refining technique was famous in Tianxian, and it was friendly with countless forces, especially the Glacier Valley, which was in the northeastern region of the Tiannan domain. If you can be friends, don't be enemies, but if it really comes down to tearing it apart, definitely still had to stand on Xiao Tian's side. Immortal background. Harder. Mr. Xiao, it's getting late. Let Ziyu take you back to rest? You are both young heavenly prides. You must have a lot to talk about. Cooking wine and chatting freely, when it's a beautiful conversation. Chapter 22. Sir, do you need a slave to serve you? Inside Xiao Tian's room, Yi Ziyue knelt on the ground, her eyes full to overflowing with loyalty and respect. This is definitely a scene that outsiders wouldn't dare to think about. They would never have dreamed that the holy and cold, unearthly fairy Yi Ziyue, who was holy and cold in front of them, would be like a well-behaved little maid, even offered to serve the bed. My lord, do you need your slave to serve you in bed? If she answered that she needed to, the young girl would immediately remove her armor and then start serving Xiao Tian in 100 ways. Xiao Tian looked down at Yi Ziyue, and obedience was written all over her face. No, sis, do I know you well? It's outrageous enough that your elders let us chat all night. How dare you offer to serve? Favorability 60. Not quite enough to be able to initiate betting, I guess. Well, who the hell are you? Did you know me a long time ago? Xiao Tian did feel that Yi Ziyue looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Yi Ziyue smiled like a flower. Yes, when Gongzi was 6 years old, Nuer had a one-sided encounter with Gongzi, and later on, She would occasionally follow her sisters to watch Gongzi from the shadows. The clear and pure eyes reminded Xiao Tian of someone that fit her description. That was more than a decade ago. Mother said that she had found a good seedling from the Tianxian realm to lead her to Xiao Tian. The little girl, still shy, milkily shouted Gongzi. You can't be the Bayou girl I met when I was a child, right? I can't believe the prince still remembers. Yi Ziyue was surprised that Xiao Tian had only met her once when she was very young and could still remember such an inconspicuous little maid. This surprised and touched the young girl at the same time. No wonder my sisters say that the prince is a different person. White Tiger 7 Constellations. Bayou. Meet your excellency. Xiao Tian's mother, Xingjiu Xianzuan, being an immortal dignitary, had countless subordinates since. Among them, the 4 elephants and 28 stars are the most central henchmen under her, consisting of beautiful fairies, raised from childhood. Each one is loyal. Those with high cultivation levels already possessed the power to destroy a side of the world. Those with a low cultivation level would be like Yi Ziyue, whose great Tao had just begun. Xiao Tian had seen them one after another over the years, and each one of them was a graceful beauty. Even as a young girl at a young age, she is a standard beauty. Xiao Tian couldn't even help but admire his mother's vision. It was simply brilliant. Ahem, Yi Ziyue, you'd better stand up and talk to me. Though mother had said that they were all underlings and servants to be used as they wished, but Xiao Tian is, after all, a person who grew up in the modern society, and the equality of all people in his bones is always unconsciously flowing. Yes, my lord. Yi Ziyue slowly got up. At the age of 18, she had already come out beautifully, especially with her proud figure, something that her senior sister Liu had dreamed of. With a tall stature, she was only half a head shorter than Xiao Tian, intersecting with Xiao Tian's line of sight. Her autumn watery eyes were full of tenderness. Xiao Tian was a little hairy from Yi Ziyue's stare. That, Ziyue, you don't have to be so respectful to me, just treat me as an elder brother, and don't call yourself any Nuer. How can that be? Your excellency is Nuer's heaven and Nuer's land. It is indeed a blessing in 3 lifetimes to have the opportunity to take care of your excellency. I would never dare to call myself a brother with your excellency. There is no such thing as 2 days in heaven and 2 masters in a kingdom. There was only one sky above Yi Ziyue's head, and that was Xiao Tian. Because of your mother, Lord Starshade Immortal, Nuer was able to see things unheard of in her life and learn those supreme immortal techniques. As far as Nuer is concerned, this heavenly favor can't be repaid in a lifetime. And how can you overstep your bounds and be rude to the prince? Xiao Tian expressed helplessness at this. The brainwashing that penetrated deep into the marrow of the bones could not be changed with a few words. Why do you do the same to me when you can just be respectful to mother? Yi Ziyue confessed. Nuer has heard her sisters say that in the past. They were taught to listen only to the orders of Lord Xianzuan. Since the birth of the Duke, the education we received was to honor the Duke. Even if one day the Gongzi orders us to go against Lord Immortal, we can't half disobey. Xiao Tian hurriedly interrupted. Stop. Don't talk nonsense. My mother and I have a good relationship. It won't be that day. Yes. It was the slave's delusional words, and I hope your honor will forgive me. Saying that, Yi Ziyue knelt down again. Kneeling at the drop of a hat caused Xiao Tian to feel uncomfortable. Growing up in Muxian Peak, we were all sisters and teachers. Where would the whole thing come out? Xiao Tian squatted down and helped the young girl up. The skin was soft and tender, and comfortable to touch. The virginal scent on the tip of his nose was even more lingering. Gotta admit, people love contrasts. In front of people, a woman with a lot of flavor, but behind the scenes, she is an untouched child. The younger sister who always speaks as a female child, but inside she is a deep brotherly control who wants to push her brother against his will. So did Yi Ziyue. In front of the others, she was the unattainable purple moon fairy. However, she was a submissive little maid in front of Xiao Tian. This contrast made Xiao Tian suffer. An evil thought rose in his heart, always wanting to bully this well-behaved and obedient little maid. Ugh, I'm really convinced. You look like this. Is it hard to believe that you are really willing to serve the bed? Sure, do you need it? Yi Ziyue naturally began to undress as if it was the most normal thing to do. When Xiao Tian lowered his head, he could already see the delicate lining and the snow-white big white rabbit. Stop. I'm just joking. Really nothing else. They're all just laborers. There's no need to sell your body. What if you meet your true love in the future? Xiao Tian put his hand on Yi Ziyue's undressing catkin to stop this bad behavior. Yi Ziyue's favorability is only 60, and it's still all because of love for the house. He respected Xiao Tian's mother and incidentally had a good feeling about Xiao Tian. In this situation, Xiao Genius was not interested in letting her serve. What are you talking about? Sir, You are the true love of the slave. The 4 elephants and 28 astrologers are now trained as attendants for the prince. We're all the duke's men for life. Our bodies, everything we have is the prince's. The male may not want it, but we can't live without it. The thoughts instilled since childhood made Yi Ziyue completely not think that there was anything wrong with serving Xiao Tian. It's a matter of course. Just like eating and drinking. Hearing Yi Ziyue's words, Xiao Tian sweated for a while. Mother is truly awesome. God knows I have 32 maids of honor. And brainwashing them into this. 6. But Xiao Tianjin is not interested. Let's talk about it after we get acquainted. Looking at Yi Ziyue's serious attitude, Xiao Tian gently stroked Yi Ziyue's hair. Very soft and smooth. Yi Ziyue also catered to him like a kitten. Ziyue, let's talk about the betting later. Stay with me and talk. I need to know something. Duke. Fate's daughter Yi Ziyue's favorability increased by 10%. 500 fate values have been converted into system points. Xiao Tian froze. Unexpected joy. Chapter 23, Such a Duke. Love love love. Yi Ziyue, immortal spirit holy body. From a young age, he was gifted and was groomed as an heir to the Yi family from birth. But she has a secret. Since she was a little girl her dreams have always been about a powerful, mysterious and unpredictable figure. This figure was Xiao Tian's mother. Ever since she could remember, Yi Ziyue began to be taught by other seniors. This benefited Yi Ziyue greatly, and she enjoyed treatment that was unimaginable in the Tianqian realm. Power also implies obligations. Yi Ziyue and the girl's duty was to serve Xiao Tian well, from the spiritual to the physical. The education she had received since she was a child told her that she had been Xiao Tian's person all her life, and she was willing to be Xiao Tian's person, so she is willing to serve the bed. Only, not expecting it to come so suddenly, Yi Ziyue was completely unprepared. More importantly, she had spent all these years learning about cultivation, don't know anything about betting. She didn't even know what to do next, other than get naked. When Xiao Tian said that he did not need to serve the bed for the time being, Yi Ziyue let out a huge sigh of relief. The male is really good. The other sisters commented on Xiao Tian. Clear as day that our family's son is handsome and nice. Close contact with Xiao Tian. Yi Ziyue realized that this statement was not false. What's not to like about serving such a male? Yi Ziyue stood behind Xiao Tian even more happily and began to pinch and massage his shoulders. My lord, if you want to know anything, Noor will know everything. Well, tell me about Hanwood. Is he your sweetheart? No, he's not the slave's sweetheart. Yi Ziyue denied this matter as fast as she could. Noor doesn't have a sweetheart, nor will she have one in the future. And even if she did, that person would only be Gongzi. So what happened today? Here's the thing. Noor thought that her father had arranged for Noor and Su Fan to be joined in marriage, which is why she sought Hanmu as a shield, pretending that her beloved had already refused the marriage contract. Hanmu might be interested in Noor, which is why he's upset with the male as a marriage partner. But don't worry, sir, slave really has no interest in him. Slave only has sir in her heart. Yi Ziyue's voice was very clear and pleasant. Listening to her mouthful of Noor, Xiao Tian was a bit distracted. Who in the world came up with that epithet? It's more lethal than slave. I know. I trust you. Yi Ziyue was the person cultivated by her mother. Xiao Tian certainly believed it. However, Hanmu isn't as simple as being upset with me. He probably has the heart to kill me, but I can spare him once for the sake of him being your senior brother. My lord, what are you talking about? If he dares to harm you, slave will go and chop him up right now. The relationship between Hanmu, the son of destiny, and Yi Ziyue is broken. The value of destiny is reduced by 500 points, and the master's system points are increased by 500 points. Holy, that's tough. Xiao Tian was shocked by Yi Ziyue's determination. He just said something about the possibility of Hanwood trying to harm himself. Yi Ziyue directly exploded, and immediately enjoined. Is this the loyalty of mother's men? It's simply so reassuring. Of course, this was also because Yi Ziyue and Hanmu were not close to each other in the first place. She and Hanmu were just ordinary senior siblings of the Dengxian Academy, which could be compared to the master that Yi Ziyue recognized in her heart. There's no hurry first. How is this Hanmu's gifted character? Hanmu and Gongzi certainly can't be compared. Cultivation talent is not good. Now more than 50 years old. Only late Jindan cultivation. But the pill refining technique was powerful. He was already a Xianpin pill refiner at the age of 20. As for character, I've heard that he's generous and has a close relationship with the young masters of many great powers. But he's foppish, lustful, and violent. And his flaws are really quite a lot. Xiao Tian then went on to ask, then how much do you know about the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion behind him? The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion is a clan that has been passed down for 10,000 years, and has been ruled by Hanmu's parents since their Mahayana ancestor fell 1,000 years ago. Although there were no Mahayana powerhouses sitting in the lineup, by virtue of their medicine refining techniques and their friendship with the major powers, they were considered to be a first-class power in the Tianxian realm. However, I had heard that the current pavilion master of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion had plotted against the previous pavilion master to gain his position. Oh, expand on that. It said that it's because of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's ancestral technique, burning decision. Legend has it that this technique is an emperor's technique, which can control all the fires in the world. An Emperor Xian of the upper realm was certified to the Great Tao by virtue of this technique. However, the previous generation of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's pavilion master, that is, Han Mu's parents' master, had never taught them this technique. The two, in order to obtain this gongfu, chose to go after their master. A jeweled piece of jade on the desk beside the bed shifted twice. Calm was quickly restored again. So it is. Xian had said that although the burning technique could indeed be advanced to an emperor-grade technique, there were many limitations. First of all, it needed spirit fire for its advancement. Without spirit flame, it was the most ordinary mortal merit technique. Spirit fires were not common in the Tianxian realm. Even with the spirit flame, it needed to be devoured. And the process, very torturous. It is possible to upgrade it to a higher quality only after going through numerous ordeals. The highest recorded case in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was taking the burning technique realm to immortal grade. It's too far from the Emperor's product. Xian had suffered herself, and she did not wish her descendants to suffer as well. It was only a pity that she never expected the two disciples to lay hands on her for the sake of the gongfu and plot against her. The world is in turmoil, and it's all for profit. Xiao Tian was quite emotional. Xian was quite a good person, so this time, he would clean up the door for her. Purple Moon. I'll take care of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and Han Mu. Yes, my lord. Do you need us to make a move? Yi Ziyue sharply knelt at Xiao Tian's side and accepted the order. You don't need to worry about Han Mu's matter. My mother will arrange for you to pay attention to Su Fan's matter. Su Fan. He's still alive? No. Slipped away. With the dungeon destroyed and the starshade Immortal exalt himself, Yi Ziyue had always thought that Su Fan was dead. She certainly wouldn't have any problem with Xiao Tian killing Su Fan. Originally, Su Fan deserved to die, even if it was an innocent person. If Xiao Tian ordered her to kill Su Fan, Yi Ziyue would still obey. Just, if she could, she hoped that Su Fan would live. Sufan is not like Hanmu. Yi Ziyue grew up with him. Growing up though, people get bad, but the brotherly love is still there. And the father, Yevon, couldn't let go of the half-son. Given the opportunity to fight for it, Yi Ziyue still wanted to fight for it. My lord, my slave has taken the liberty. Can I ask you for something? Yi Ziyue buried her head, not daring to look at Xiao Tian. It is disrespectful for an underling to make demands of his master. As soon as Xiao Tian saw Yi Ziyue's appearance, he guessed what Yi Ziyue was thinking. Want me to spare Sufan? Well, Gongzi knew her to him only brother and sister love. No other ideas? Gongzi you is my heaven. Just me. Alright, you don't have to be so humble. Xiao Tian reached out to help Yi Ziyue up and stroked her hair. From your point of view, what is wrong with pleading for your brother? As your son-in-law, it makes sense to fulfill your request. As long as Sufan doesn't take the initiative to mess with me, there's no harm in letting him off the hook. Go and talk to him when you get a chance, and tell him never to be stupid again. Is it possible for Sufan not to be stupid? No way. So Xiao Tian's words of not killing him were no different from farting. But just such a casual remark made Yi Ziyue grateful. She excitedly jumped into Xiao Tian's arms. Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. Really thank you so much. There was a time when she thought she was just Xiao Tian's sex slave, without any self-respect and freedom to speak of. But with her sister's clear and favorable comments about Xiao Tian, Yi Ziyue began to look forward to the days she would spend with Xiao Tian. Today, in just half a day, she felt the gentleness and kindness that her sisters spoke of. The Duke never saw himself as an underling in his eyes, but a friend and a family member. He would put himself in my shoes and would empathize and respond to my requests. What more could a woman want from such a male? Duke, don't worry. If Sufan still dares to make you angry, Noor will definitely take care of him personally. Fate's daughter Yi Ziyue's favorability increased by 10%. 500 fate values have been converted into system points. The system's announcing voice came from his head. Xiao Tian smiled faintly. The Lord is that happy. Doing nothing but saying a couple of thoughtful words can make an underling grateful. Chapter 24, Han Mu shakes people. Yi family in danger. Elder brother. What is she doing? What is she doing? Early in the morning, Li Yu sneakily came to Xiao Tian's room to perform bed calling services. Unexpectedly, there was a woman in Xiao Tian's room. This woman still has big boobs. She was still dressing her senior brother. Li Yu's face instantly inflated into a puffer fish. She hadn't even changed her senior brother's clothes. So why should this woman? Just because she has big boobs. Senior brother. Who exactly was that woman just now? What you guys are doing? Whoa. Shifu is a big liar. Didn't you say you don't need a woman to give vent to your desires? Why do you stay with big-breasted girls early in the morning? The room still smells like her. What did you guys do last night? Woohoo! Sifu is a big liar. Elder brother just dislikes my bad figure. Elder brother doesn't love me. I won't live. Liu is seeking to be pampered in Xiao Tian's arms. This little girl is a sticky vinegar jar. Not coaxing good to hang on Xiao Tian like Shi's bear. Last night, I had a good chat with Yi Ziyue. It was as if the two were close friends who hadn't seen each other in years. Xiao Tian knew a lot of news gossip from her about the secret guards around him. Could clearly feel that there were signs of red warmth in the air. In the back, Xiao Tian told Yi Ziyue to go back and rest. As a result, the girl stood guard outside the house all night. According to her words, it was her duty to protect the male. You and I are both at the early stage of yuaning, and I need your protection? However, the thoughts, Xiao Tian received and his heart warmed, quite pleased with the devoted little maid. Afterward, Yi Ziyue naturally began to change Xiao Tian's clothes again. What was harmless, Xiao Tian let her do, in addition to his mother, master, elder sister, etc., who had worn clothes for him when he was a child. As an adult, it was the first time Xiao Tian experienced this kind of service. It was enjoyable, especially Yi Ziyue was not skillful, and from time to time, her eyes inquired, deeply afraid of which point she did not do well. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous and their relationship heated up even more. Then, the senior sister, Liu, then appeared. Xiao Tian was wide-eyed. What kind of caught-raping body is this? Every time you get close to a girl, there's another girl catching adultery? Sister Pufferfish was angry that the consequences weren't anything serious. Xiao Tian waved his hand for Yi Ziyue to retreat first and started coaxing Liu as usual. Okay, it's not what it looks like. The one just now is Yi Ziyue, the young princess of the Yi family, and my mother's subordinate. It wasn't my intention for her to serve me in dressing. It just wasn't easy to refuse. Really? Liu blinked her big eyes and stared at Xiao Tian. Really? So you didn't do something with her to nurture your offspring? Her ass is almost as perky as Master's. It must be comfortable. Master must like it. Ah. Xiao Tian cracked Liu on the head. Your senior brother walked the walk, and what he didn't do is what he didn't do. He. I can see that senior brother didn't lay a hand on it, or else Yi Ziyue, who lost her virginity, would definitely have to walk with a limp. Xiao Tian delivered another hand slash. You know again? You've seen it? It's in the book. If senior brother doesn't believe me, he can take me to inspect the goods. Xiao Tian covered his face in silence. Nice guy. His own good sister was a man who had evolved into a dirty jockey, and his words came out as dirty. Xiao Tian was just about to educate Liu when he suddenly sensed the aura of many powerful people. Glancing up into the distance, he raised an eyebrow. There is a way to heaven and you don't go, but there is no door to hell and you throw yourself in. Just got a family package for you. Over the Yi family, numerous young figures stood tall. Their breath surged around them, enveloping them in a precious radiance, and light loomed in their eyes. The surrounding cultivators, looking at this scene from afar, were all in awe. This group of young people are not of ordinary status. The disciples of the great clans and clans, the heirs of the imperial Holy Land. There are people above them. There was no telling how powerful the protector of the way was still sheltering them in the shadows. It was simply unimaginable that such a group of forces that could topple a Holy Land were now gathered in the Yi family. Everyone has been gossiping about what happened to the Yi family. Of this group of young monks, a teenager with deep eyes and hair as fair as snow looked down on the Yi family. The ancient Yi clan. It's a big clan. Glacier Godchild. Don't grow others' ambition and destroy your own. That's right. We don't have any grudges with the Yi family in the past. We don't have any grudges in the recent past. We're just doing it for Brother Han to seek justice. But you're not the same in Glacier Valley. The Yi family and the Glacier Valley were the two top forces in the northeast of the Tiannan domain in the central continent, and the two had been at odds with each other for many years. If one side loses power, the other is bound to dominate the northeast. Ha ha ha, young Lord Tianlei said it well. So what if it's a great clan? If you mess with our brother Han, you'll have to pay the price. Yes, extremely. My heavenly thunder sect will seek justice for Brother Han. The Golden Sun Holy Land seconded the motion. If an ordinary person said these words, the Yi family would have laughed it off. What class? Dare to call the Yi family's bluff? But the group in front of us did have the nerve to say those things. The young patriarch of the Heavenly Thunder sect, the divine son of the Glacier Valley, and the holy son of the Golden Sun Holy Land. Every one of them is the successor of a major power in the Middle Continent. With a casual remark, They decide the life and death of countless people. Such an identity background allowed them to face the Yi family without fear. Brothers, although the Yi family has been rude to me, they are after all the family of senior sister Xiu. As long as the Yi family makes the right choice in the face of right and wrong, I will not make things difficult for them. But, if you dare to join Xiao Tian, shoot on sight. Han Mu called out to his friends last night after he was defeated in the Yi family last night. Tian Xiangda has no other skills, but a lot of friends. At first he was trying to contact his parents to send more elders over. However, the parents were too far away for them to come over at once. That's why Han Mu used the elixir to pull in the nearby forces and lend them a hand. The shame of last night's humiliation will be returned 100-fold today. Brother Han, we admire you for making a clear distinction between grudges. The Golden Sun Saint's sons narrowed his eyes in compliment. Yes, it's worthy of being the future spokesperson of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Although the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion is not strong in battle, but by virtue of the alchemy of the 8 sides of the art, in the Tianxian realm no power dares to easily offend. Gentlemen, although we have a name for our division, but with such fanfare, if we really anger the Yi family, especially that old ancestor of theirs, I'm afraid that our lives will be hard to protect. Some people can't help but fear for their lives a little. It's not a good deal to lose your life for Han Mu. These words caused a moment of dumbfoundedness among the teenagers who had been in a group. It was difficult to survive in front of a Mahayana cultivator even with a protector shelter. Why don't we break up? There is no need for you all to worry. Just as the crowd hesitated, Han Mu waved his hand with a bright smile on his face. Don't worry, the Yi clan's old ancestor has already passed away in immortality. At these words, the whole room was silent. The death of a Mahayana ancestor was not a small matter. It meant that this party's power would fall into the ranks of first-class powers from now on. It could no longer call itself a top power, nor could it enjoy the greater prestige, territory, and resources of a top power. The Glacier Godchild asked excitedly, Brother Han, is this true? 100 years ago, the Yi family's old ancestor invited my father to see the injury. My father asserted that he could not live for 100 years. Now the Yi family is desperately trying to marry their daughter. Why the reason why still need to think? Han Mu's father, a heavenly grade pill refiner. His words are bound to be no mistake. Han Mu's words undoubtedly gave the group a shot in the arm. If the Yi clan's old ancestor truly died in immortality, they would certainly be able to rake in a large fortune from this conflict, especially the Glacier Divine Son. His eyes were glowing. The unification of Tiannan and Northeast China is now. Brother Han, then what are we waiting for? Let's charge. Chapter 25, Yi Ziu's public display of love. Han Mu exploded with anger. Are you telling the truth? Fanner isn't dead, and Mr. Xiao is still willing to spare him. Yuan trembled his hands in excitement, unable to believe what Yi Ziu said. Father, in the future, when Brother Su Fan returns, you must not let him die again. Good. I shall do so for my father. Yuan's mood was instantly soothed, sweeping away the previous gloom. That's wonderful. And to think that last night my daughter didn't come home all night. Murphy, you and Xiao Tian wouldn't have already. Dad, what are you talking about? Yi Ziyu brushed her face red with shame and glared angrily at her deadbeat old man. The male is not a lower body animal. He's a good man and I like it. Well, father's fault. Father talks too much. Good daughter, don't be angry. Last night, Yi Ziyu was only superficially calm. The heart has actually been racing. But this feeling, Yi Ziyu didn't hate it. The body had long been booked by Xiao Tian, so let's see when he comes to take it. The heart, too, was half hanging on Xiao Tian. In this situation, it was only a matter of time before Yi Ziyu fell. Now just thinking about Xiao Tian would inevitably cause his heart to surge and his face to blush, especially in the morning and seeing his fit body. It's even harder to be shy. Father, don't mind my business with the male. Everything is fine between us. Well. The girl is a big girl. Ha. Yuan was satisfied with Xiao Tian as his son-in-law, so naturally he didn't need to say much. The two of them could just develop on their own. Dad, Yi Ziyu was ashamed and angry. Yuan is actually not wrong. Not only is the woman too old to stay, the woman can't stay when she's small. In a little while, Yi Ziyu would be heading to the upper realm. At that time, in the Tianxian realm, Yuan would be the only one left, and it would be very lonely, right? Thinking of this, Yi Ziyu said quietly, Father, just don't miss Auntie Ruyan and find some more beautiful women to grow the family. No daughter, Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? It's your mother I really love. Really? Without waiting for Wu Xie to spit out her father who was talking nonsense with a clear conscience, the air suddenly shook and many strong auras appeared in the Yi family airspace. Yuan instantly detected these auras and his face grimaced. What kind of person? How dare you break into the Yi family? Yuan family master. Goodbye. Echoes drifted through the Yi family hall. Han Mu, along with a group of great powers heavenly pride had already arrived in the great hall. Han would? Yuan frowned. He listened to Wu Xie explain why she had invited Han Mu to the Yi family, but now that it's been talked about, what is the point of this guy going and coming back? Little friend Han, what are you doing here in my Yi family with all the excitement? Did you forget something? Uncle Yi, did forget two things? Han Mu looked straight at Wu Xie. Forget about my fiancé, senior sister Ziyu, and forget about teaching this brat Xiao Tian a lesson. At these words, Wu Xie's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. Pure, intense. Han Mu was rude to herself. Wu Xie could not take it to heart, but he dared to be rude to Xiao Tian. Then he has a way to take his death. Han Mu, I'm warning you, don't speak out of turn against His Excellency. Hanaki's eyes widened as he thought he had heard wrong. What did Wu Xie just say? She's defending Xiao Tian? Why? Xiao Tian forced you to get married. I've come to rescue you. You're defending that asshole instead. It was hard to believe that Wu Xie had fallen in love with him. No way. Wu Xie must be worried about the safety of the family. That must be it. Han Mu gasped as his resentment towards Xiao Tian intensified. Senior sister Ziyu, don't be afraid. With me here, Xiao Tian won't be able to bully you. I will protect the Yi family. Wu Xie had a question mark on her face. You, protecting the Yi family? You brought a whole bunch of people to the Yi family. This looks like protecting the Yi family? Aren't you the biggest saboteur to the Yi family? I'm just asking you brothers to help me fight for the field. Han Mu desperately defended himself. They're all my friends. We're just here to deal with Xiao Tian. I know that your Yi family is afraid of his master's retaliation. But don't worry, with my heavenly fragrance pavilion around, the Xian sect wouldn't dare do anything to your Yi family. The other celestial pride behind Han Mu also began to raise a ruckus. Yes, Fairy Yi, Brother Han is in love with you, and we all envy that. Fairy Yi, trust us, Xiao Tian is some kind of trash, a fool who relies on his master for power. Which of our families doesn't have the blessing of a Mahayana cultivator? With him, Xiao Tian, he's not qualified to compete with us. These people said one thing to each other, degrading Xiao Tian to nothing. Without noticing in the slightest, Wu Xie's eyes grew colder and colder, and the ferocious killing intent was evident, permeating every corner of the hall. The next second he was going to make his move and cut the group down. Yo, so lively. The white-clothed young man who suddenly appeared outside the main hall interrupted Han Mu and the others barking in Wu Xie's next move. Xiao Tian instantly became the center of attention of the crowd. All eyes were focused on him. Xiao Tian. This group of celestial pride had more or less heard of Xiao Tian's name. The disciple of the recently famous snow sword Immortal. Strength unknown. Shouldn't be much stronger. Why else would you have been silent before? But the moment he saw Xiao Tian's true face, the group of heavenly pride who were called fluttering youngsters, could not help but feel inferior in their hearts. How can you be so handsome? It's a fighter in the men's world to be envied. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tian had already reached Wu Xie's side. My lord, Nu. Wu Xie was even more excited and almost forgot that Xiao Tian had explained not to call herself Nuer in front of outsiders. This address directly exposed the master-servant relationship between the two. When you get to the upper realm, there's no harm in calling it that. However, in the Xian realm, Wu Xie's family was still alive. The name of Xiao Tian's fiancé was always more honorable and intimidating than the name of a servant. This action again brushed Wu Xie a large vote of goodwill. Your Excellency, they are all rabble. Our Yi family can handle it. No need to bother Your Excellency. Wu Xie gazed at Xiao Tian with full respect. From the moment Xiao Tian showed up, her eyes had not moved away from Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian responded with a smile. I'm also considered half of the Yi family. Your business is my business. Xiao Tian and Wu Xie were in love with each other. This could have confused the group of watching celestials wholeheartedly. Han Mu was being cuckolded? It wasn't that the person Wu Xie liked was himself and was now being coerced by the family to marry Xiao Tian. Wu Xie's eyes were all drawn. Love full to overflow, which was like being forced. Han Mu couldn't be unrequitedly in love with Wu Xie to the devil, and then nonsense to deceive the brothers to come to stand up for him. Han Mu, who felt his head was turning green, had an ugly face, especially when he heard the word slave child. The man was dumbfounded and his mind was broken. He could be sure he hadn't misheard. Wu Xie called herself Nuer. Such ambiguous and cheap words can be shouted out. Yi Ziyue. You are the jewel of the Yi family, the top-ranked fairy of the Dengxian Academy. Surprisingly, he played the master and servant game with Xiao Tian. What is it about Xiao Tian that attracts you and makes you treat yourself like this? What Han Mu didn't know was that Yi Ziyue and Xiao Tian weren't some master and servant game, but actual masters and servants. In Yi Ziyue's eyes, she had never felt that being Xiao Tian's maid was cheapening herself. On the contrary, she was happy. Not only did she enjoy the treatment of an immortal from a young age, but she grew up with a handsome and gentle male son from heaven. There is an opportunity to go even further in the future, which is not half as aggravating and disgruntled, simply overjoyed and happy. Of course, these were not things that Hanaki could know. He had only one thought now: kill Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian. Real men fight one-on-one. Dare you? Chapter 26, This Sword. It'll be awesome. If you win, we will leave the Yi family and stop making trouble. If you lose, cancel your engagement with Yi Ziyue and I'll marry her. Xiao Tian let out a cold smile. You think so beautifully. Win or lose you don't suffer. This is called a bet? Fine. Then I'll add another clause. If I lose, I'll give you the heavenly marrow cleansing and bone breaking pill. Ron. Marrow and bone cleansing pill. The crowd did a double take. This is a heavenly high-grade elixir. The effect is extremely simple and crude, removing impurities from the body and shedding the bones, causing their cultivation talent to increase. No cultivator can refuse an elixir of quality that improves the body. If it was someone else, they would have kicked the woman for the elixir. Women can only be used for sleeping, but elixirs can help you improve your cultivation and get countless things. Worthy of the heavenly fragrance pavilion, Brother Han is so generous. A blessing that can't be envied. If only we had such parents to provide us with precious elixirs from time to time. If Brother Han were to trade the marrow cleansing and bone breaking pill with me for a wife, I would definitely do it. Yi Ziyue's lips pursed. She was annoyed. For the competition, Xiao Tian would definitely win. But Yi Ziyue was still upset. One is traded like goods. Oh, one is Xiao Tian's cargo. But that's the goods of being a male. Why should anyone else dare to try to get their hands on it? So upset. So much that I wanted to cut Hanoki down. Well, suddenly, Yi Ziyue felt a warm and familiar aura coming from behind her. She snapped, her body instantly freezing. A pair of strong arms gently encircled her waist, holding her tenderly in their embrace. Yi Ziyue could clearly feel the heartbeat and breathing from behind, so warm and reliable. It's the body of a male. No wonder it's so reassuring. Yi Ziyue had never been this close to a man before, or in public. It's very shy and wants to find a hole in the ground. However, the body couldn't resist Xiao Tian. There was no thought of resistance within. If Gongzi had further moves, Yi Ziyue would have accepted them openly. Only, at this moment, her face was already red, and with a little more excitement, Yi Ziyue would have to be so ashamed that she would fall to the ground. This scene made Han Mu mad with anger, and the veins on his forehead bulged out to explode. This who can endure? The woman you love is being held by another man in the open. Yi Ziyue's expression was half resistant. It was that if Xiao Tian wanted to go further down, Yi Ziyue would also comply. Aha! On the basis of what? Xiao Tian, what are you doing? Hurry up! Let's start betting against each other. Who said I was going to make a bet with? What? You don't think one marrow cleansing and bone breaking pill is enough? Then I'll add more. You shut up. Xiao Tian kissed Yi Ziyue's forehead deeply, then scorned Han Mu with disdain. Purple Moon has never been a piece of cargo, a commodity. She's a person with an independent personality, and no one can trade her around. A single elixir was not worthy of being equal to her. It was 1,000 or 10,000 or 10 million, but it was not as good as a single hair of the Purple Moon. She is moreover my fiancée, and I will only protect her by virtue of my full strength, and will never use her as a commodity to engage in some frivolous wager with you. Fate's daughter Yi Ziyue's favorability increased by 10%. 500 system points converted. Yi Ziyue's eyes flowed and were filled with Xiao Tian. So handsome. Gongzi is really handsome. How can the eunuch say such things? What woman wouldn't fall for hearing that? My good lord. No wonder your sisters think of you as a treasure. They can't wait for you to get horny, evolve into a sex maniac, and take us in. Duke. Yi Ziyue's sandalwood mouth opened and closed slightly, and her body had an indescribable sense of alienation. For the first time in her life, she felt this feeling, unspeakably marvelous. Wouldn't it be even better if the male was closer? Yi Wen, who had been behind him as a gourmand, dropped his jaw in shock. It's over. Yuera looks like she's going to be trapped. Seeing her daughter, who always maintained at least a 1-foot distance from men on weekdays, being suddenly embraced by Xiao Tian without the slightest bit of resistance, Yi Wen knew that his daughter had already half stepped into Xiao Tian's trap. The latter remark is even more touching. Got to coax this stupid daughter of mine into a frenzy. This dog boy Xiao Tian is really something. The celestial pride behind Han Mu was also not going to be whole by Xiao Tian's manipulation. This Yi Ziyue was like a little daughter-in-law, letting Xiao Tian hold her. Her face was redder than a peach and she didn't let Xiao Tian let go. Why? This is Yi Ziyue. White jade is flawless. Autumn water is full. A rare gem in the world. The first beauty of the Dengxian Academy. So far not even a man has shown up to eat alone with her. As a result, people Xiao Tian bent over and directly hugged on. With that stance, there's a good chance that the cave-in will happen tonight. These people hated it. He really wanted to cut Xiao Tian to take his place. There were also some people who lamented in their hearts that Xiao Tian was really good at coaxing women. Who could be like Xiao Tian, who both pulled his personality full circle and elevated his compulsion, and also coaxed Yi Ziyue into a state of ecstasy. Masterful. Absolutely masterful. The granddaddy of all coaxing women. What do you guys say? Should we go find Xiao Tian later to learn this technique? When the time comes it will be easier for us to get girls. Makes sense. And there was no one more uncomfortable in the room than Han Mu. Eat the yellow lotus. Have a bitter experience. An operation made Xiao Tian and Yi Ziyue's relationship better. This infuriated Han Mu, who stomped his feet and spewed fire in his eyes. Good. Yi Ziyue, you stinking. You like Xiao Tian, don't you? I'll make a fool out of you. Han Mu said through gritted teeth. Xiao Tian, the competition has to be fought even if you fight. And even if you don't. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't leave the Yi family. Yo, Hanaki, you seem to be confident in yourself. Humph. Of course I'm confident. Strength comes from fighting. Han Mu was definitely a heavenly pride amongst heavenly prides. Growing up, I practiced the burning technique. At first, it was the most ordinary mortal grade technique, and the cultivation speed was extremely slow. It was more than 100 times slower than the other celestial pride. The latter was gradually upgraded, barely reaching the Xian pin. It still can't catch up to the average level of heaven's pride, but even so, Han Mu was already a Jindan cultivator. His fighting prowess is there for all to see. Ordinary Yuaning cultivators couldn't do anything with him. What's more, he has a kill move. Burning skill, Buddha's wrathful fire lotus. Mixing different spirit fires can produce a powerful explosion. Even returning void cultivators had been killed by Han Mu in a single strike. Xiao Tian, a Yuaning stage, would surely die. Han Mu wants to kill Xiao Tian. As long as Xiao Tian died, Yi Ziyue would definitely be logically in her pocket. Right, that's it. Xiao Tian, if you're not a coward, come and fight. Yi Ziyue in her arms had long endured Han Mu for many hours and volunteered. My lord, Nu, I'll take over for you. No need. Xiao Tian could not afford to let Yi Ziyue get hurt, nor could he afford to take the tender and soft waist away from his hands. Glancing at the confident Han Mu, he sneered. Han Mu, I'm only going to make one sword. What? Upon hearing this, the people present were incomparably shocked as they looked at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, there is a limit to pretending. If you can kill Han Mu in 1 second with your sword, we'll chop off your head and give it to you as a night pot. Brother Han, don't let him look down on us. Yeah, be spirited. Don't lose your head. They're between the level of Hanoki. If Xiao Tian could second Han Mu, he couldn't second them. They didn't believe that Xiao Tian had this means. Han Mu also had a teasing smile on his face. Xiao Tian, you're pretending you XX. You're just a big XX. LXXX. The people around them started to get up in arms as well. Bravo! Xiao Tian ignored the sneers of the crowd, wrapping his arm around Yi Ziyue with one hand and pointing his sword at the sky with the other. This sword, it's going to be awesome. Chapter 27, Han Mu, your family is here. The long sword flowed with golden divine light, and the sword released a domineering aura that shook heaven and earth. Everything retreats. This is sword intent. Everyone sensed that Xiao Tian had condensed his sword intent in an instant. It was acceptable for a Jedi Heaven's pride to cultivate sword intent at the age of 18, but then they savored it and snapped their eyes wide open. 5 layers of sword intent. How is this possible? Even Yi Wen, who was in the transition realm, was filled with disbelief. He had seen a lot and knew better than anyone else how difficult it was to cultivate sword intent back then. Many sword cultivators had spent their entire lives before they were able to comprehend sword intent. Xiao Tian possessed sword intent at a young age, and his own cultivation had not yet fallen behind. He was definitely a sword Dao wizard, but you have to say he has 5 layers of sword intent. No one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. The cultivation of sword intent required sword wielding, sparring, and even more so, enlightenment. Many sword Dao geniuses reach middle age before they can enter the 5th level. Xiao Tian was faster than all of them. Where does he get the time to practice? How many years since you were born? Just 5 floors? This is going to strike the world's sword cultivators to death. Gongzi, so handsome, so strong. Yi Ziyue, who was hugged by Xiao Tian, looked at Xiao Tian's side face and her heart blossomed. This scene is just like back in the day. She knew Xiao Tian better than anyone else, knowing that although Xiao Tian adhered to the 8-hour Immortal Cultivation System, the talent is outrageous to the point of being able to learn everything at once. Since the moment the Duke gripped the sword in his infancy, the heavens and earth trembled, and 10,000 swords roared in unison. Yi Ziyue then knew that the Duke would be that unrivaled leader of the sword Dao in the ages. Xiao Tian. Hanmu stared at the sword in Xiao Tian's hand in shock. The real sword intent. 5 layers of sword intent. Take a headshot yourself. If it wasn't for the sake of face, Hanwood would have definitely voted directly. The Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus is powerful, but it needs time. Xiao Tian cut himself with a sword. Where is the chance to cast? Hanwood's eyes rolled back and the chatterbox tactics kicked in. As long as he chatted with Xiao Tian, he would have the opportunity to coalesce the Buddha's Fury Flame Lotus in secret. Xiao Tian. But Xiao Genius isn't a dumb villain who talks too much. If you can talk with a sword, you'll never move your mouth. A sword swing, like thunder and lightning breaking through the dawn. Unstoppable. In an instant, heaven and earth lost their colors. The great hall roared deafeningly, and evil thoughts were cut down wherever the sword light reached. The melon eaters were shaken back by the huge air wave, and those with slightly lower cultivation were directly unsteady on their legs and feet, crashing into the walls of the hall. The sword light dissipated. Hanmu half-kneeled on the ground, covering his broken right arm, and howled his heart out. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the earth red. It took all of Haneke's strength to move out of the way, broke his arm to survive and barely survived. If Xiao Tian made another sword strike, he would definitely die. This sword was so powerful that it directly slashed and confused those present. Xiao Tian, a teenager with a low reputation, was unexpectedly so strong. They, the young people who were hailed as the pride of heaven, were nothing in front of them. Xiao Tian. No, Mr. Xiao is too strong. Yes, when I got to see Mr. Xiao today, I realized that there is a heaven beyond the heavens, and a man beyond men. Whether it is touted by others or sneered at, it is all just smoke and mirrors. Xiao Tian raised his sword again and gathered his sword intent. Haneke exclaimed and yelled in shock. Xiao Tian, the match is on point. What are you doing? So far? Today, we're going to split the difference between life and death. Asterisk. You asshole. Zhou Lao, you're going to die if you don't come out. As the words fell, an old man leisurely blocked in front of Han Mu. Mr. Xiao, I apologize to you on behalf of our family's son. Can today's matter end here? Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows as he looked at the old man in front of him. If you can't beat them, you call them out. A regular phenomenon. Fine, I can spare Han Mu. He'll kneel down and kowtow to me first. Xiao Tian, you dare to insult me. What? Why wouldn't I dare? You're like a dingo on the side of the road now. Anyone can step on it. What kind of genius is this? It's just a piece of trash that I cut up with my sword. What qualifications do you have to bark? You still want to marry my Ziyue? Don't you want to see if a stupid pig like you is worthy? Hurry up and kneel and kowtow to me, or I'll cut you down with my sword. The truth is often more of a defense breaker. How could Han Mu stand this kind of humiliation and directly exploded? But his face held red for half a day, and he froze, unable to say a word of retort, because Xiao Tian said the truth. No, Xiao Tian, I'm not a loser. I can't beat you, but so what? I still have my old mom and dad. I still have the celestial scent court. Aren't you Xiao Tian just a bit stronger? Can you still lift up our heavenly fragrance pavilion? Ha ha ha, can you kill me now? I'm protected by Elder Zhou. How strong can you be? Can you kill a ferrying powerhouse? Be powerless. Xiao Tian. Powerless? Xiao Tian sneered. You don't think you're safe and sound with someone protecting you. The long sword in Xiao Tian's hand lightly trembled, emitting a burst of sword sounds. If you want to die, I'll fulfill you. Xiao Tian's voice was as calm as water, but the killing intent contained within it caused the surrounding crowd to shudder. Han Mu was so frightened that he backed up and hid behind Elder Zhou. Zhou Lao's face changed slightly. As an elder of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, he couldn't just stand by and watch Han Mu get killed. Mr. Xiao, let's be forgiving. Yes, Mr. Xiao, we're all friends. There's no need to kill everyone. The other forces around them began to pull back. This wasn't the attitude when he was trying to kill Xiao Tian. They were all promised pills by Han Mu. Hanwood can't die. Who do you get to cash in the dead potion? Xiao Tian ignored the wallflower and looked at Elder Zhou with an icy gaze. Old thing, you don't think you can protect him? Boom. Before Zhou Lao could react, he was sent flying by a powerful spiritual force. In the great hall, a stunning beauty who was as graceful as an immortal appeared. she's beautiful, but no one paid attention to her appearance, because this was the famous Tianxian big brother, Patriarch Qing Yun. Feng Qinger, why did she appear here? She's defending Xiao Tian? What a joke! What kind of patriarch gives a disciple protection? Bastards don't even get that. Moreover, this patriarch Feng Qinger was no ordinary person. There were rumors that she was a true immortal who had returned from the upper realms. Who would dare to mess with such a person so easily? Han Mu and these great powers' heavenly pride all thought that Xiao Tian only had Morong Shui behind him before they dared to come and oppose him. If he knew that he also had Feng Qinger personally escorting him, which one of them would be too impatient to live and cause trouble? Patriarch Qing Yun, this matter has nothing to do with my Glacier Valley. We're just here to watch the show. Right. The same goes for my Golden Sun Holy Land. The Patriarch of the Green Cloud Sect could decide all the affairs of the Green Cloud Sect. The weight, by no means, is comparable to these lesser lords. Her standing up for Xiao Tian meant that everything Xiao Tian did represented the will of the Qingyan sect. These cultivators immediately knelt. Can't afford to mess with it. Getting involved with Han would make it difficult to keep his own life safe. How? Hanaki couldn't believe it. What exactly is Xiao Tian's identity? As the only son of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion Lord himself, he didn't even have the treatment of the Pavilion Lord personally escorting the path. What makes Xiao Tian okay? No, this is not the time to think about that. A great man can yield and live, so that he can have a chance to take revenge. Xiao Tian, I kneel. You can't kill me. Han Mu slid to his knees, his heart infinitely humiliated. Keep hypnotizing yourself. It's called lying down. As long as he cultivated hard, he would definitely be able to become stronger and defeat Xiao Tian. It must be okay. Xiao Tian, I have offended you more today. As long as you let me go, my Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion will be grateful. Heavy thanks? Han Mu, do you hardly think that you still have a chance to take charge of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? Today, go into the ground with your parents. The words are gone. The space tunnel opened wide and a black-robed man stepped out, carrying a man in his left hand and a woman in his right. Throw them on the ground like dogs. The room was silent, shocked beyond words, though the faces of the two men thrown down were twisted and bruised, but everyone recognized it. They were the current Pavilion Master and Vice Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Han Wood's parents. Hanaki, your family of three is here. Chapter 28, a family of three goes on the road. Yan Xian completely submits. Father, mother. Hanaki crawled over to his parents, inspecting them with a trembling arm with only one arm left. He couldn't believe that the disfigured people in front of him were her parents. They were the Pavilion Master and Vice Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, the most prestigious pill refining master in the Tianxian realm. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion also had Mahayana stage offerings. How could they be so miserable? Mol, you, who the hell did you mess with? Hanmu's parents are dying with only one breath left. Mom and Dad. What? What the hell happened to you guys? Previously, the black-robed man drove to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Not a word more. The giant palm covering the sky descended from the sky. All the cultivators of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, the Mahayana, the ferrying to the unimpressive chi refining handymen pouring out all their means. The protecting sect formations and defensive magic treasures were revealed one after another. There was still no effect. The huge palm covering the sky was like a vast heavenly might. Thousands of miles of territory. All the pavilions and mountains collapsed and disintegrated into nothingness in an instant. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, since then, has been removed from its name. Han's father and mother, who had been given special care, survived, and the black-robed man grabbed them to Xiao Tian's side. Han Mu, who learned everything from his parents, was like being hit by a thunderbolt. His body froze, his eyes went black, and his eyes were dull and full of despair and pain. The Heavenly Fragrance Court is gone. Nope, a clan that big is straight up gone. Exterminated. Because of who? Could it be Xiao Tian? That's it. It's Xiao Tian. Last night's sudden appearance of the giant dragon silhouette definitely exceeded the Mahayana level. The giant dragon shadow had already disappeared by the time he arrived, but the Yi clan's attitude towards Xiao Tian was incredibly respectful. It must have been the person behind him who resolved the giant dragon's shadow. Oh ho ho! Why? Why can't you calm down and think for yourself? For the sake of a woman, offending Xiao Tian caused the destruction of the entire clan. I'm scum, an asshole, and a sinner for the ages. Han Mu couldn't take it anymore and fell to his knees, breaking down and crying. Xiao Tian, no, Lord Xiao begs you, don't kill me, spare me, please. Han's father and mother, also hanging on to their last breath, made a bowing gesture. Xiao, Lord Xiao, please, please. Everyone present, silenced, looking at Xiao Tian in fear. His body actually unconsciously began to tremble, not daring to make any sound. They did not know Xiao Tian's true strength. But sure, they can't afford to mess with it. The son of destiny, Han Mu, has his father scrapped. Han Mu's destiny value is reduced by 1,000, and the master's system points are increased by 1,000 points. Destiny's son Han Mu's mother is scrapped. Han Mu's destiny value is reduced by 1,000, and the master's system points are increased by 1,000. Destruction of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. The backbone of Han Mu, the son of Heavenly Fate. Han Mu's Heavenly Fate value decreases by 1,000, and the master's system points increase by 1,000 points. Destiny's son Han Mu's heart is broken. Han Mu's destiny value is reduced by 1,000, and master's system points are increased by 1,000. The system points that kept coming from Xiao Tian's mind made him satisfied. When your sky falls, mine lights up. Guilty as charged and not deserving of sympathy. Han Mu wanted to kill Xiao Tian, whose parents were Xian Xian's life and death enemies. Their family will surely die. There is no room for negotiation. However, Han Mu was much worse than Su Fan. That guy was trying to kill himself before he died. Xiao Tian loosened his delicate waist and, step by step, walked over to them with a scornful face. Han Mu, weren't you confident just now? Were you not very arrogant just now? Why are you acting like this now? Hanaki kept pleading. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Lord Xiao, please forgive us and we will serve you as slaves and dogs from now on. Right. We know the art of alchemy. We can help you make medicine. I don't dare to eat the pills that you guys have refined. The immortal soul-nourishing Jade appeared in Xiao Tian's hand. Besides, I have your master teacher in my hands. Why do I need you juniors? Elder Xian Xin, won't you come out to meet your deceased? The soul-nurturing Jade divine soul vibrated, and a soul body slowly floated out. This is the last heavenly fragrance pavilion master Xian Xin. Yuan was so knowledgeable that he could tell the identity of the soul body at a glance and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It's amazing that there's a remnant of this long-documented dead man's soul still alive. And it appeared in Xiao Tian's hands. Master Shifu. Han's father and mother looked like they had seen a ghost. A breath hanging in their throats, unable to catch their breath. How are you still alive? To kill a teacher was definitely a fault second to none in the Tianxian realm. What's more, this master was nice and hadn't mistreated them. He just hadn't taught them the burning technique. When they forced Xian Xin to kill him and obtained the burning technique, they were able to have an epiphany as to why Xian Xin did not teach the burning technique. Every nightmare I've had over the years, I've dreamed of Yenshin claiming his life. What? Upset to see me alive? Xian Xin was painfully aware that it was these two disciples who had been single-handedly trained who had single-handedly plotted against him. How I used to love it. And now, how I hate it. At first, he was full of joy, expecting the two of them to grow up and finally take charge of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and become a giant. And they did. It only requires the sacrifice of one's life. Master, we were wrong. Don't you kill us. We were really wrong. You're very close to this Lord Xiao, aren't you? Please say something nice. We don't want to die. We'll welcome you back to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and we'll give you a retirement. Do they really know it's wrong? No, they just know they're going to die. Xian Xin gave them a cold look, poisoning and joining forces with outsiders to murder themselves. Then launch a great purge and pit all the personnel of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion who were close to him against each other. Such unfaithful, unfilial, unkind and wicked thieves are not to be punished for their crimes. Inferno had been expecting to be so angry the moment he saw them, so out of control of his emotions, but they were surprisingly calm themselves when they actually showed up. Yes, surrounded by good people and hope in your heart. Xian Xin was already satisfied. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion has been destroyed, and the past has been cut off. I am no longer the owner of any Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, nor am I the master of the two of you. I'm just an ordinary maid beside His Excellency. Your lives are at the mercy of the male. They deserve to die. Not because they had hurt themselves, but because they had upset the male. In the future, Xiao Tian was everything to Xian Xin. All of one's love and hate, all of one's desires, had to be ranked after Xiao Tian's thoughts. Xian Xin knelt down to Xiao Tian in a soul-body posture. Your Excellency, you are my everything. My heart's desire has been fulfilled. I would like to accompany Your Excellency for the rest of my life, to be a slave and a servant girl, and to never turn my back on you. The favorability of Xian Xin, the daughter of destiny, has reached 100%, and 200 destiny values have been converted into system points. You, Xiao Tian smiled helplessly. Yenshin is good at everything, but he's just too kind. If someone betrayed Xiao Tian, he must die. You come back first. Yes. Xiao Tian took Xian Xin back into the soul-nurturing Jade and looked around at the three people. How can you send them on their way so simply? It must be a sad, painful death. How about this? The three of you have a game of chicken. Whoever survives to the end, I might be able to net him a favor. Oh, the words just fell. Broken hands seriously injured Han would instantly shot. When the end of the biological parents of life. Ha ha ha, it's me. I'm the only one alive. What kind of parents are they? Are they as important as your own life? It's an honor for them two towers to contribute to their son. Hanmo laughed up at the sky. He didn't want to stay here for a second. Xiao Tian, can I go now? Can you leave? When did I say to let you go? What? Didn't you say the net was open? Yeah, I said maybe it will. Not it will. The sword she pierced straight through Hanmu's life soul. Han Wood, dead. Chapter 29, A Great Harvest, then a night attack. The news of the destruction of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion spread like a meteor. The entire Middle Continent was abuzz. And even the other realms of the Tianxian realm were in uproar. A great sect that had been passed down for 10,000 years was destroyed with a single slap. Countless cultivators were shocked and struck fear in their hearts. One must know that the two offerings of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion were strong at the Mahayana stage. This indicated that the person who had struck was feared to be an immortal of the upper realm. People were speculating about the murderer and how this Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion had messed with the immortals. Subsequently, a small piece of news circulated from the Yi family in the northeastern part of Tiannan. The destruction of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was related to Qin Yun's sect Xiao Tian. He was a direct descendant of the Xiao family, a great clan in the upper realm. Han Mu of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion competed with him for the beauty of the Yi family. Yi Ziyue. Hanmu was mean and ungrateful in his tactics. Xiao Tian therefore sent people to destroy the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. The Wind and Moon Sacred Land submitted, and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was destroyed. In just a few days, the news about this Master Xiao was too explosive. Many people didn't believe it at first, thinking that it was Xiao Tian rubbing it in. But, next, the top sect Glacier Valley was overthrown by the Golden Sun Sacred Land, Heavenly Thunder Sect, and other great powers, and the Yi family took over the Glacier Valley Foundation in its entirety. They all claimed that they were acting on behalf of Lord Xiao Tian and gave everyone a heavy punch. For Xiao Tian, a person from the great clan of the upper realm, he was even more fearful to the extreme. The Mahayana cultivators of the Tianxian realm could only barely gain a foothold in the upper realm after ascending to the immortals of the upper realm. The strongest cultivators of the Tianxian realm were worthless as usual, like ants that could be crushed with their hands. Regardless of what reason Xiao Tian had for temporarily staying in Tianxian, this master was an existence that they absolutely could not afford to mess with. Countless forces had prepared thick gifts, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and stunning fairies, wanting to pay tribute to Xiao Tian. Just to, well, get a laugh. And the rightful owner who made the monstrous waves doesn't know about the trivialities out there, is lounging in his room sleeping. The time was already a day after killing Hanwood. Xiao Tian returned to Mu Xianfeng's big bed. Ha! Stretch out and roll over in bed. The 3-meter king bed is just awesome. System. With a command, the panel floated in front of Xiao Tian's eyes. Owner, Xiao Tian. Realm, early Yuaning. Fabulous feats, soul detention and refining. Chaos bell. Taoist heart. System points, 16. 200. Destiny's child illustration. Murong Shui. Li Yu. Yan Xin 1000 heavenly fate value. Favorability, 100%. Yi Zue 5. 000 destiny values. Favorability, 90%. Sufan 4000 heavenly fate value. Favorability, 100%. Congratulations to the master for killing the son of heaven for the first time. Rewarded with a super gift pack. Great giveaway. This time an unexpected treat. The rewards for this achievement type are exceptionally generous. Open up the prize package. The golden light was brilliant, and a newborn world appeared in Xiao Tian's heart. Congratulations to the owner for acquiring the world tree. The world tree forms a world within the body and can be cultivated indefinitely. The master is the master of this world and can control it as he pleases. Xiao Tian's tiger's body shook. Out of the gold again. I'm still really Euro. A new world that can be cultivated indefinitely. This value was in no way weaker than the soul detention and refining spirit in the chaos bell. Unlimited supply of spiritual energy. Cultivation of all kinds of heavenly treasures. It even evolved a new innate spiritual treasure like the chaos bell. Good stuff. Greatly good stuff. The harvest was truly rich. Leaving aside the system's rewards, the harvests from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and the Glacier Valley alone were enough to drink a pot of their own. 3 residual souls of Mahayana cultivators, 10 residual souls of transitional cultivators, and even more numerous numbers of harmonization, return to void, and transformation of God. Xiao Tian did not even look at the trash quality souls at the next level down. Yan Xian's close friends back then have long been cleansed, and the remaining people are not enough to die. Glacier Valley, on the other hand, is an accomplice to the Heavenly Fragrance Court. Back then, when Xian was killed. The old ancestor of Glacier Valley was also involved. All deserve to die. Refining these souls. I'm afraid I'll have to directly break through the transformation of God and reach the return to void stage. It's not good to break through too quickly. Might as well suppress it and just get to the transformation stage. Say it and do it. Thousands of souls gathered with Xiao Tian's hands. Refined in a moment. Pure spiritual energy flowed through Xiao Tian's body. The realm kept climbing. Middle Yuaning. Late Yuaning. Yuaning great perfection. Without any resistance bottleneck. The majestic spiritual energy directly broke through the barrier. Transfiguration of the gods into being. The redundant spiritual energy was too exuberant. Xiao Tian had the intention to suppress it, but he still couldn't stop this splash of riches. Middle stage of transformation. Late stage of transformation. The great perfection of the transformation spirit. Ran has shown signs of continually jumping up. In just 1 short hour, Xiao Tian had walked through the lives of countless people, and the most laborious thing during this period was not the gathering of power to break through, but the suppression of spiritual power. How can an ordinary person have this experience? Xiao Tian exhausted his mind and finally suppressed the majestic spiritual energy. With the great perfection of transformation spirit, one could become a return to void with a single movement of the mind, and redundancy of these spiritual forces constantly quenched the fleshly body and soul. Xiao Tian's flesh body and soul were both tens of times more powerful than an ordinary goddess of transformation great perfection. Excellent. Xiao Tian clearly sensed the condition within his body. The foundation of the path is unbelievably solid, without a single flaw. The power is even stronger. Facing return to void. No. Harmonization cultivators could be handled with ease. Can it be stronger? Right. Xiao Tian thought of the Dao bone that was in the same price range as the Dao heart. To be on par with Dao Xian. It must be extraordinary. Dao bone. Emperor's grade. Contains the power of the Dao. Enhances spells, doubling their power. 10,000 system points. Xiao Tian decisively scratched his points to purchase this item. A bone grew around the heart. Densely dotted golden runes shone among them. Complex and mysterious. The energy contained in it is enormous. The spiritual energy crossed, and it actually increased the chi power by a factor of 2. Once again, he casually struck the splitting palm, twice as powerful as before. It's really a double increase. As long as you mobilize your spiritual energy, it's twice the level of before. This is too sick. No wonder it's on par with Dawson. This is the joy of being open. Xiao Tian was immersed in the joy of becoming stronger when he suddenly felt a stabbing pain. The root bone above the heart ached vaguely. A little pain. What's going on? Is it possible that the body's immune function rejects the Dao bone? No. There's nothing wrong with any other part of the body, but this is the only place that hurts. It shouldn't be an immune function rejection. This root bone was also more unique than the others, glowing blue and containing the power of the stars. I'm afraid this star power is related to my mother. Xiao Tian couldn't take what was going on. But the good news is that the pain went away quickly and had no other effects. Ask your mother about it when she comes back. So much progress in one go. The amount of cultivation today is considered to be up to standard. Right. Give yourself a day off and have a good sleep. Xiao Tian fell headfirst onto the large bed. Hitmen love vacations the most. It's called a combination of work and play. Cultivation is the most boring, or lying down is comfortable. In this life, you don't have to study from 6 to 10 or commute from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening. It's just not cool. Leisurely, Xiao Tian slowly entered dreamland. After a long time, the door to the room opened. The woman, who was incredibly beautiful, walked into the room, likely climbed onto Xiao Tian's body and began to change Xiao Tian's clothes. Women's goals are clear. Take off the bottom half first. Chapter 30 Running in both directions. Master and disciple finally become a family. Xiao Tian slept very sweetly, surrounded by secret guards and protected by the chaos bell. Ordinary people could not get close. But close people like master and sister are naturally unhindered. Half asleep, Xiao Tian felt someone on top of him. Well, senior sister, don't make a fuss. Let senior brother have a good rest. Xiao Tian was in a daze and always felt bad. Snapped out of it. Fixed attention to look. Not the sister, but the sinking fish and wild goose of the face. The closed moon and shy flowers of the master Wu Xie. She was wearing a cool green thin shirt at the moment. It's cool. Anyway. It's all clear and unambiguous as to what you should and shouldn't be looking at. But that's not even the point. Focus on yourself. Wu Xie had a curious look on her face. Master. Xiao Tian drew himself up in a panic and rolled up the covers. Shield your body like a young girl who has been slighted. Master. What are you doing? Wu Xie had a calm face. Tian. Master is checking your body. A body check? You call that a body check? What's wrong? You bathed as a child and master scrubbed for you less often? Now you won't even touch it? Where can it be the same? You're really comparing me to when I was a newborn. Though at that time Xiao Tian was ashamed. Male-female swapping, where a male master does this behavior to a female apprentice, is punishable by immersion in a pigsty. How did my high and mighty master turn into an obsessed woman? Master, get out or I'll get angry. Wu Xie revealed an expression of a hungry tiger eating a sheep and walloped Xiao Tian against the wall. Will Tianer get angry? Master has never seen you angry before. You, what the hell do you want? Master, I just want to see Tianer angry. Angry face. Angry. Master teacher. You. Master teacher knows no shame. That's not even Tianer's fault. Wu Xie pressed herself against Xiao Tian's face and hugged his body tightly. I punished you with 10 years of confinement. And it's only been 2 days before you sneak her down the mountain. Just one day you don't want to part with that girl? No. How can you still be jealous of your senior sister? That's your own disciple. Because Wu Xie is jealous. Last time Liu unloading armor incident. Wu Xie confined Liu for 10 years. Not a jealous woman cannot do this kind of thing. Senior, aren't you going out? It's not safe for senior sister to stay alone on the mountain. I'm here to protect her. Humph. Nonsense. You just want to be gracious with that little goblin. It's really not. How young is senior sister? I'm not a pervert. Ha, Sky's not a pervert? It's the little thief who likes my underwear. I'm so justified. Xiao Tian was speechless and turned his head away, ignoring Wu Xie. Is Tianer angry? It's so cute. Wu Xie wrapped her arms around Xiao Tian. Without a moment's effort, Xiao Tian's body was covered in Wu Xie's lipstick marks. Wu Xie was originally very beautiful. The average man just see, our inevitably heart and soul infatuation. Now dressed in pretty thin clothes and served in 100 different ways, an AK-47 can't keep it down, let alone an uncontrolled one of these. Tianer, it's been a while since I've seen this thing. Why is it so big? Growing naturally. Is that so? It's also true that when I came back to my senses, Tianer went from being a swaddled teenager to a Taoist couple who will soon be united with my master. Wu Xie looked at Xiao Tian with a light smile. Comfy, Tiana? Master, why are you so skillful? Is that so? I was worried that if I didn't do a good job, Tianer would be unhappy. No, it's very comfortable. It's just that I'm surprised that you know so much. Master, it's like an old driver. It's like the teacher in the little movie you used to taste. What old drivers? You mean those girls in the hookah? Tianer, don't get any ideas. It's not that I'm an old driver. I've seen all this knowledge from books and paintings. The master has seen your muscles as a man, let alone touch them. You, the first, will be the only. Hey, the facts speak louder than words, and master will remove your doubts with a flawless body. Xiao Tian seemed to be in heaven. If you can't escape, you might as well let go and enjoy it. It's Master Chief, and it's not bad. Master, let me greet you. Once Xiao Tian took the initiative, Wu Xie gradually fell into a disadvantage. Not long after, Xiao Tian took the initiative. Wu Xie had indeed read a lot of books, but it was simply not comparable to a young man of the new century like Xiao Tian. The offense reversed. Master, come on. Xiao Tian laid Wu Xie flat underneath him. Tianer, wait. You need to calm down. The master is actually quite scared. Unskilled will always make mistakes. If you don't get it right, you won't be blamed. Master will practice more and learn more. And one day, he will make you happy as a god. Oh, and, Tianer, why don't you lie down and let your master? Wu Xie suddenly degraded from being a nymphomaniac girl. Xiao Tian in turn became more interested. Is this the joy of rejection? No wonder the master has been a bully before. Master, it turns out that you're also pretending, so it's really not possible. Let's forget about it today? That won't do. It's all here. You do it, just do it the way you like. Okay, I'm coming then. Tianer, how about next time? Master is not in a very good state right now. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. Okay. It's done. No. Xiao Tian couldn't help but lament. Fortunately, a few days ago, he had broken through his cultivation to the great perfection of transformation and had a strong physique, or else he wouldn't even be able to pass the first hurdle. Wu Xie's physique was very good, and the two of them quickly comprehended the true meaning of dual cultivation with skillful cooperation. Cultivators and mortals are indeed different. When cultivators are in dual cultivation, the chi of each other's yin and yang will run into each other's body. Even if one does not practice dual practice, there will be increased pleasure as a result. It's 100 times more beautiful than a regular double dip. Tianer, you really do miss your master, pretending to be a little sheep, but in reality you're a big bad wolf. I have deceived the master. The master has wronged me. He. Tianer, It's nothing. Whatever you like. Master is willing to cooperate with you. Master only wants Tian to be happy forever and ever. You're talking about. The two of them had a strong love for each other. And Xiao Tian was able to feel this kind of good intention of his master. Even when she is in a moment of great joy, she is attentive and observant in taking care of herself. It's like coddling yourself for dinner in the old days. How can one not be moved? Master, I will love you for the rest of my life. Well, the master knows that. And I love you. And I will take good care of you. Morong Shui giggled and couldn't help but gasp. Hey. One day let Rainy come too. We'll take care of you together. Chapter 31. No. You're just in time. Tian really happy. Master really wants to be with you for the rest of his life. Will do. Xiao Tian carefully tasted Morong Shui's cherry-like lips. It's delicious. Ha! Who? Interlocked fingers, lying on the bed. How long the battle had lasted, Xiao Tian could no longer remember. Exhausted anyway, 8 hours of work turned into 8 hours of playing cards. With a twist. I have to say the real world is the best experience. When the master arrived at the back, he integrated what he had learned from the book and could gradually take control of the whole situation. Every time he pities, it makes Xiao Tian reminisce. It's a little early to settle on a wife for life when you've just hit 18, but Xiao Tian was happy. The master loves herself very much, and she loves her very much. That's enough. On Earth, it's a good woman to meet a woman who doesn't screw you with the dowry. A wife as borderline beautiful and exceptionally compassionate as Master's is truly too happy. The world is polygamous. To say that you have absolutely no idea about 3 wives and 4 concubines is definitely not a man. But since you have true love, you have to be a pure love warrior, or else your master will be sad and jealous. Xiao Tian suddenly recalled what his master said earlier. Let it rain. I really don't know if the master is just babbling on the rise, or if he really has this idea. Sky, what's on your mind? Morong Shui recovered faster than Xiao Tian and started licking Xiao Tian's body again. Ahem. Master, that's enough for today. Xiao Tian was able to continue doing it, but the senior sister has just returned to the Wu Xie peak and plum blossomed, and was confined by the master, and is probably collapsing and angry. Xiao Tian is ready to do something delicious to coax her. Oops, that's not scum, but a senior sister is a senior sister, so you can't just ignore it. Xiao Tian was lost in thought for a while, and Master Teacher began to operate again. Master, why are you starting again? What's wrong? I see that Tianer can fight for another 300 rounds. The books are all about getting to exhaustion and not being able to get up again. Xiao Tian, Master, that's for mortals. We cultivators can't generalize. If you say so when your cultivation is higher, won't it be day to day? Makes sense. Tianer is so smart. So let's do it one last time. Well, Xiao Tian was happy to be in the middle of it. Tianer. Morong Shui teased Xiao Tian ba. Do you miss Rainy? Master, what are you talking about? I have you. I won't think of another woman. Master sister will only be master sister from now on. Tianer, what are you babbling about? If you don't want Yuer will have to suffer to the point of suicide. Xiao Tian. No, master, what do you want me to do then? Eclectic. Of course, just like me. Ha? Xiao Tian was confused. What was master teacher talking about? Morong Shui was even more puzzled and asked in return. What are you Don't you like Yuer? Didn't you have a tiger's body when I mentioned Yuer just now? And your body was quite happy? Xiao Tian's face blushed as Morong Shui pointed out his physiological reaction. I can't step on 2 boats even if I like it. I can't apologize to my master. 2 feet in 2 boats? Sorry for me? Tianer, you speak so strangely. Oh, you like Yuer? Of course you have to be together. Master is still waiting to take care of you with her. Ha? No. What the hell are you talking about? Master. Xiao Tian wondered if he had managed to faint and was still in a dream. Senior, aren't you jealous of Yuer every day? Why are you saying such things again? Jealousy, it's human nature. I can't control it. But I have 100 hands in favor of Tianer being in love with other women. In this world, there are more than 1,000 harem beauties in the harem of male and female excellence. If Tianer doesn't open his mouth widely because he cares for me, wouldn't it be that I'm a small-minded teacher? Jealousy is also a kind of fun in the boudoir, and the more jealous I and other women are of each other, the happier Tianer will be inside. Xiao Tian, etc., etc., etc. Rationalize your brain. Master Teacher is now taking the initiative to propose that she open herself up to a wide range of people. Is she serious? Why? Xiao Tian had a flash of spiritual light. Oh, so that's it. Xiao Tian had been thinking about the world with the ideas of modern society, which was wrong. People here are not taught that human rights are equal at all. Different experiences and worldviews shape different people. In the Tianxian realm, the strongest is king. The strong want as much as they want. they certainly don't see a problem with it. Someone like Wu Xie is even more unique. Being raised as a mated birth, there was no difference between you asking her to rebel against Xiao Tian and asking her to die. Thinking about all this, Xiao Tian asked tentatively, Master, do you really think the more the merrier? Of course, your senior sister must have it. And your mother doesn't even have a harem group for you, so it must be all of them. Master, don't you think I'm scummy like this? No, Tianer is so outstanding. Of course you have to have more Dao couples. If you're short of them, Master is also willing to help you look for them. Wu Xie smiled faintly, controlling the whole situation while envisioning a better world. Tianer, think about it, in the future we will all be happy together. Sipping vinegar and joking. How wonderful. It's because of you that we can be together for the rest of our lives. You don't want any of us to fall off the wagon. Rotate or work together. All at Tianer's discretion. Kind of dreamy. A life not to be thought of. What man wouldn't be impressed? But Xiao Tian didn't know how to reply back, so he just stood in a stalemate with Wu Xie, concentrating on the matter at hand. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. My lord, I am Ziyu, here to report the situation in Glacier Valley and Sufan's whereabouts. What bad timing. The current situation could not allow Wu Xie to come in. Xiao Tian wanted to make a sound to ask Wu Xie to come back later. Come in. Before he could say anything, Wu Xie unexpectedly greeted Wu Xie directly and came in. Xiao Tian was already too late to stop Wu Xie. Wu Xie felt a strange panic. She gulped and hurriedly adjusted her eyes. What's so shocking? This is a male son. There's bound to be more of this kind of thing in the future. Maybe next time it will be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wu Xie walked to Xiao Tian and respectfully bowed down. Duke, Glacier Valley. Little girl, have some eyesight. How can your son have the heart to listen to your report on your work right now? Ah, it's me who took the liberty. It seems that I came at a bad time, disturbing your honor's pleasure. I'll leave right away. No, you've come at the right time. Tianer needs you now. Wu Xie greeted Wu Xie to the bed. Do you like Tian? Wu Xie's tender face burned red as she nodded. Well, that's good. Come on, help take care of Tianer. Chapter 32 System Jerk. Sons of Heavenly Fate appear together. Mother, is it true that my body can't recover? The depths of the Eastern Sea were deep and silent. Su Fan, who had risen from the dead, was a bit depressed. Although restored to flesh, it was a castrated dragon. It's so fake that they can all come back from the dead, but they can't grow that. Sufan, the technique you cultivate, Wind and Moon Baojin, is very strange. It can't grow out of being able to catch it, but based on past cases of people recovering, perhaps it is the broken limbs that need your original costume to be able to catch it. Sufan's face sank as he listened. That thing was in the storage bag, and it had fallen into the hands of the Yi family after being captured by them, and now it might have been transferred to Xiao Tian. This asshole might give it a burnout. Is it possible that he can only be a castrated dragon for the rest of his life? It's all that asshole Xiao Tian's fault. Without that guy, I wouldn't have been punked by my punk dad into practicing this misogynistic evil kung fu. Xiao Tian, you have to die. As long as you're alive. I can't think straight. Su Fan's eyes spewed fire, itching to break Xiao Tian into pieces. Little Fan, you must never go back to Xiao Tian. That guy's back is unfathomable. I know. Having died once, Su Fan had long since realized the essence of the Godao. I can't beat you. I'll hide from you. Wait for the immortal dignity inheritance to arrive, and practice hard for several years. Not to mention Xiao Tian, even the immortal exalt behind him was trampled under his feet as usual. Mother, the immortal exalted ruins you mentioned before. When do we move? Xiaoruyan smiled faintly. Little Fan, there's no rush. The location of the relics is right on the border of the mountain and sea immortal dynasty. Mother has been planning for this relic for 1,000 years, and you are the most important part of this relic. The dragon race was unable to give birth to a pure yang sacred body, and with the help of the dragon transformation reversal method, I managed to give you a sacred body. The most important step had been completed, and now only the last piece of ancient jade was missing. I already know where it is. I'm sure I'll get it. When the relics of the immortal Duke come out, they are bound to attract countless curiosities, but it doesn't matter. Only you, my child, the pure yang sacred body, are qualified to receive the pure yang immortal sovereign's core inheritance. Xiaoruyan's voice resounded through the underwater palace. Su Fan also revealed a smile. In the future, he would definitely be able to take revenge and kill Xiao Tian by 1,000 cuts. Only, in the shadow of their total disinterest, there was a shadow. Qingyun sect, Mu Xian Peak, Xiao Tian's cave. My lord, the Golden Sun Holy Land. the Heavenly Thunder sect, and other forces. The patriarchs and young masters are all kneeling outside the mountain, praying for your forgiveness, the gifts they prepared to make amends for their sins, as well as my Yi family's thank you gifts and Su Fan's stolen goods are all here. In addition, this time, Your Excellency helped my Yi family to unify the northeast region of the Tiannan domain. Such kindness is unforgettable. We would like to erect a statue of the Duke and offer incense. Yi Ziyue cleaned up the room and gave Xiao Tian a massage while reporting on her work. Nowadays, it could be said that the Yi family was loyal and absolutely undivided towards Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian had directly helped them to resolve this 1,000-year-old rival of Glacier Valley, allowing them to further their status. This is Duke Xiao. When he strikes, it's the limit of others. Easily accomplished great feats that countless other family heads could not do. The Yi family, up and down, was pleased with Xiao Tian. He couldn't wait to follow Xiao Tian's last name. Well, you're on your own. Yes. What about the whereabouts of Sufan? Sister Ginseng Water has been following him, and they're preparing to head to the mountain and see Immortal Dynasty to prepare for the Immortal Exalted Relic. Okay, you grab and move. Xiao Tian nodded. As before, I'll spare him as long as he doesn't make any stupid mistakes. Aha. Tossed all day Xiao Tian exhausted, waist sore back pain foot cramps, only lazy to care about these miscellaneous fish things. Although these miscellaneous fish affairs in Xiao Tian's eyes had already sensationalized the entire Tianxian realm, Yi Ziyue's massage service relieved a lot of fatigue. Watching Yi Ziyue just take care of her lower body and then take care of her upper body was really too much. Purple Moon, just now I was in the heat of the moment and took much offense to you, and now I'm sorry for making you busy. If there's anything you need, just mention it. No hard work. No hard work, it's only hard work for you up and down. Your Excellency, Nuer is fortunate to be able to accompany and take care of Gongzi, and would never dare to make any more requests. Xiao Tian wrapped his arm around Yi Ziyue and rubbed against her light and tender skin. Previously there was no hurry to collect Yi Ziyue, only enjoying her treasured first kiss of 18 years. On the one hand, the two have spent so little time together that they still need to cultivate their relationship. On the other hand, Yi Ziyue was clearly unprepared and trembled at the mere touch. In this case, surely the sister should be pitied. Though her body was intact, the flavor was truly unusual with her helping to serve. And there are surprises. Yi Ziyue didn't know if there was something wrong with her brain. Almost lost my virginity, and instead of going down, my favorability went up. Fate's daughter Yi Ziyue's favorability increased by 5%. 250 fate values have been converted into system points. I really don't know what Yi Ziyue was thinking in her heart. ZU. The Snowy Skin Moisturizing Pill counts as a token of my goodwill. Snowy Skin Moisturizing Elixir. Heavenly High-Grade Elixir. Repairing aging, beautifying and nourishing the skin. The effect is simple and the role is practical. An ordinary woman takes it and becomes a great beauty in seconds. It's the equivalent of a straight beauty plus a batch of pictures. Yi Ziyue was already naturally beautiful, and the effect after taking it wasn't much exaggerated, but it could still make her 3 times more beautiful. My lord, this is too expensive. The Snowy Skin Moisturizing Pill. It was not difficult to refine, but the materials in it were very precious. 10,000-year-old snow lotus, ice mountain flower dew, heavenly pool holy water. Each one of them were exotic treasures. I'll be happy to give it to you, even if it's more expensive. No excuses. Yes. Yi Ziyue had tears in her eyes as she both received the pills and took them. Not long after, the skin was even whiter and more lubricated, like it was trying to squeeze out water. It's also super comfortable and soft to the touch, so I can't wait to play with it all the time. Xiao Tian looked dumbfounded that this elixir was so effective. Value for money. You have to get one for your master and sister. Purple Moon, you're even more beautiful. He. Gongzi, news so beautiful now. If you have the heart, wait, ahem. Xiao Tian pampered and pinched the young girl's delicate little face. It's not like I'm horny. Why are you more anxious than I am? Being said so by Xiao Tian, Yi Ziyue directly blushed in shame. Who asked you to be so charming? Gongzi, a woman is as pleasing to herself as she is to herself, and Nuer has long since entrusted her heart to His Excellency, so of course she covets His Excellency. Gongzi even laughed at Nuer. Gongzi is so bad. This look of anger was really cute and made Xiao Tian love it. It's not impossible to do things now. Senior brother. Across the distance, Xiao Tian heard Li Yu's voice. This girl appeared. It seems that today is not blessed with a cute little maid. Purple Moon, you go down first. In the middle of the sentence, the system transmitted the broadcast like a jerk. New Destiny Sun Li Chuan detected. 5,000 Destiny values. New Destiny's Sun Zhao Yuan detected. 3,000 Destiny values. New Destiny's Child Demeanor detected. 3,000 Destiny's values. No, Tatsuko, There's a lazy use for you to put out so many destinies, child. The old man's on vacation and doesn't want to bother with these people. Only social animals work overtime. Your brother Xiao is set to rest. Chapter 33. Accompany your sister to withdraw from the marriage. No one is allowed to touch my cabbage. The gilded immortal boat was radiant with light and enveloped in runes. Between the clouds and mist, emitting haze, carved beams and painted buildings, pavilions scattered, just like a magnificent palace. This was a luxurious immortal boat that the Golden Sun Holy Land, Wind and Thunder sect, and other forces had combined their efforts to build. None of the holy lords and patriarchs of the Tianxian realm traveled with this kind of grandeur. At the moment it was traveling through the clouds and flying to the mountain and sea immortal dynasty. Inside the immortal boat, Li Yu was lying in Xiao Tian's arms. Elder brother, what have you done? Why did the master release me? He even let you accompany me home to save my family. Fed her. Master is even eating alone. I want to eat too. I'll give it to you when you're older. What does that have to do with being big or not? Li Yu couldn't make sense out of it. Forget it, don't bother to ask. Continue to enjoy senior's tenderness. Ugh. Xiao Tian sighed quietly, annoyed in his heart. Since the dog system, the days of lying down and sleeping heavily on your own every day are gone. 3 faithful sons appearing at once. Isn't it obvious that they're making themselves work overtime? With Xiao Tian's character of swinging for the fences, he didn't want to take care of these 3 destined sons at all. They can do what they like. They can act like a pussy if they want to, and they can't be bullied if they want to. Just don't mess with the old man and all is well. As a result, Murphy's Law happens unsurprisingly. Li Yu receives a letter from her family asking her to come home. The reason, of course, is the marriage contract. Li Yu, Princess of the Mountain and Sea Immortal Dynasty, sister of the current emperor. At birth it was just her father and mother who were alive and well. Then it wasn't long before dad was struck by lightning and mom followed. Li Yu, who had lost both of his parents, became Morong Shui's disciple under the strong suggestion of the then empress and now empress dowager. Her engagement, on the other hand, was set during the lifetime of her old man, who was killed by lightning, to Zhao Yuan of the Zhao family, the Grand Marshal of soldiers and horses. Originally, neither side of this marriage contract cared. The parties involved are hanging. Naturally no one mentioned. However, during this period of time, Xiao Tian's fame had shaken Tianxian, and everyone was trying to do everything they could to please and flatter Xiao Tian. Li Yu, as Xiao Tian's senior sister, has been open-boxed by countless people about her life. Her engagement was quickly dug up by people with an axe to grind. Zhao Yuan, Heavenly Fate value 3000, favorability, minus 30%, Marshal of the Mountain and Sea Immortal Dynasty, grandson of Zhao Kuan, a playboy who does not love cultivation and takes pleasure in bullying men and women every day. 7 days ago, became seriously ill and died, reborn by a remnant soul of the golden immortal realm. After that, hide your strength and start pretending to be a pig. Stronger takes plus withdrawal stream. Xiao Tian was already accustomed to the fact that the sons of the divine fate generally carried negative favorability. Xiao Tian was more afraid of positive counting favorability. Will the withdrawal incident lead to an increase in his destiny value? Many protagonists have withdrawn from their marriage to rise to power and then pummel the villain. But that certainly won't happen to me as a villain. Do you recognize this Zhao Yuan? Li Yu's hair was almost bald from Xiao Tian's jerking, but she enjoyed it. Elder brother, you know me. I grew up in your bed, and I can't even recognize all the people in the mountain and sea royal family, not to mention this 8-pole Zhao family, a marriage contract I've never even heard of before. Zhao Yuan doesn't know where the wild vegetables are, and I have nothing to do with him. Li Yu thought that Xiao Tian was thinking that she and Zhao Yuanjin were having an affair and immediately became anxious. Rainy, take it easy, I'll just ask. Li Yu beamed, her starry eyes dripping with love and expectation, which was a great killer for any older brother. Oing oing oing, elder brother, make sure this crappy marriage contract is backed out. I don't want to marry someone else. I was born as my senior brother's man, and I'll die as his ghost. This Zhao Yuan I heard is an invalid, unable to cultivate. Why should he marry me? Nope, he's just as talented in background. I'm not marrying. I don't need anyone else until I have a senior brother. Elder brother is everything to me. Yes. Xiao Tian had heard these words for more than 10 years, but he really couldn't get tired of hearing them. What man didn't like a cute sister? Xiao Tian dotingly rubbed Li Yu's small head. Don't worry, the marriage, definitely back. Xiao Tian didn't want his senior sister to marry an irrelevant person. This is a cabbage that you have carefully cultivated. How can it be nibbled by the wild boars outside? Little shrimps like Zhao Yuan must be driven away, or stomped to death. The Mountain and Sea Immortal Dynasty, standing in the center of the central continent for tens of thousands of years, relied on the orderly inheritance and the number of immortals. Immortals come out of almost every generation within the royal family. Who in the Tianxian realm would not envy this kind of inheritance? The Dengxian Academy, on the other hand, was an important means for the Mountain and Sea Immortal dynasty to cultivate outstanding pillars and to draw on celestial pride from all sides. Heirs of the top powers of the Tianxian realm like Wu Xie and Han Mu would also choose to come here to cultivate, get to know each other, and exchange ideas. Its status in the Tianxian realm could be imagined. The Purple Moon Fairy has returned. Those who heard her say that the Purple Moon Fairy is 3 times more beautiful, worthy of being the #1 beauty of my Dengxian Academy. A beauty is a beauty. But now she's a talisman. She is now the fiancée of Mr. Xiao. So let's not be delusional. Yes, Han Mu, the young master of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, a high enough position, snatching a woman with someone else. Mr. Xiao, his family was broken and his corpse was left without bones. The grave is 2 meters high. The vast schoolhouse was filled with chatter from the schoolchildren. Our teenagers, in school, in addition to the boring variety of courses, love gossip bragging this mouth. Hello, hello, discordant grunts rang out in the schoolroom. The students gazed in unison at Zhao Yuan, who was sleeping in the corner. Look, that Zhao Yuan guy is sleeping again and snoring. So unqualified. Just like that he deserves to be Marshal Zhao Kuan's grandson. Ha ha ha, he's the only personal grandson of the Zhao house. Otherwise, with his qi refining stage cultivation he wouldn't even be able to reach the door of our Dengxian Academy. Shame to be in his company. A man suddenly snickered. You can't say that. People have done things you wouldn't even think of. How? More than half a year ago, he was confessing his love to the Purple Moon Fairy. Ha? Fidelity? A toad who wants to eat swan meat has to look in the mirror too. Ha ha ha. Seeing that scene with my own eyes, I can't tell you how shocking it was. Zhao Yuan unexpectedly walked confidently to the Purple Moon Fairy and said in a loud voice, "You're beautiful, brilliant, and worthy of being my woman. I am mercifully giving you a chance to follow the king." At that time, the Purple Moon Fairy person was dumbfounded. Having seen a narcissist, I haven't seen such a narcissist. Ha 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 ha. The man's colorful depiction of that scene caused a chuckle around the room. The snoring stops in the midst of hilarious laughter. Zhao Yuan heard his classmates chatting after he sobered up and had a sneer on his face. You can only sit in the well and watch the moon. The unattainable Wu Xie in your eyes is just a prettier mole in mine. At this moment, Zhao Yuan was the golden immortal powerhouse who had fought for tens of thousands of years in the immortal realm and had achieved the golden immortal path from a minor. It was a pity that he died during the golden immortal tribulation, and a wisp of his residual soul strayed into the original Zhao Yuan. When it was first fused, the body was still affected by the residual consciousness of the original owner. Cerebral palsy-like to confess to the goddess of his heart. It's really stupid. Women are like clothes. Not enough. Although Yi Ziyue is very beautiful, but with great strength, any kind of woman can be in the bag. At that time Yi Ziyue would definitely regret the decision she had made. For the sake of the upper world she must have humbled herself and prayed. Ha ha ha. However, what Zhao Yuan did not expect was that Yi Ziyue's marriage partner was someone with an upper realm background. This made Zhao Yuan very upset. In my opinion, Xiao Tian is probably the fleeing young master of a certain power in the upper realm, and it definitely won't be any large sect. Zhao Yuan did know a very famous Xiao family, but Xiao Tian couldn't be from that family. Forget it, what's the point of thinking about this? The old man said that there is an honored guest coming to the house today, so I'm skipping school and going home. Chapter 34, Zhao family's attitude. Different retreat scene. No, old man, you're real Alzheimer's. You're really going to back out of the marriage? You've got to be kidding me. You even called out all the people from our Zhao residence and feasted on other guests to witness this humiliating scene. Dare I say it wasn't you who backed out of the marriage? There are also generous gifts to be given to those who withdraw from the marriage. I can't afford to lose this. Zhou Wen's head was spinning, and as soon as he got home, he found a spectacular, bustling scene inside his home. He really thought that he had an honored guest at his door. When asked, it was the fiancé who came to the door to withdraw from the marriage. Come on, how does the scene in front of him look like a retreat? It wouldn't even surprise Zhou Wen to say it's a big wedding. You're really getting out of hand. Zhao Kuan hit Zhao Yuan on the head. Do you know who you're engaged to? Just bark there. Withdrawing from the marriage is good for us. Why? Who am I engaged to? Your father's verbal engagement with the late emperor back then was to the late emperor's then newborn daughter, named Li Yu. Someone from the Mountain and Sea royal family? So what? Didn't you still say you'd let me be the emperor's son-in-law? This isn't just right. Zhao Kuan frowned with a headache. Good fart. Li Yu is not as simple as a princess of the Mountain and Sea royal family now. She was Xiao Tian's senior sister. Xiao Tian, do you know who it is? The most terrifying person in the Tianxian realm right now. There are immortals behind it. Zhao Yuan instantly clenched his fists when he heard Xiao Tian's name. It's Xiao Tian again. It's this ghoulish Xiao Tian again. Everyone's mentioning him. It's not just immortal protection. Who is not yet an immortal? Lao Zi used to be a golden immortal great perfection. A half-step Tai E existence. Xiao Tian's family is only worthy of lifting my shoes in the upper realm. So what's wrong with me marrying her senior sister? Isn't it a great good thing for us to climb up to Xiao Tian? Zhao Kuan helplessly glanced at his foolish grandson. How could he be so innocent? Your mother didn't eat walnuts for her brain when she gave birth to you, so I don't blame you. You have to understand that a marriage contract is a piece of paper, and this one of ours isn't even a piece of paper. Why would a beautiful girl marry you? Figure you're a loser? Figure you don't bathe? I can ask around. People Xiao Tian and Liu, this pair of siblings, grew up together. Deep feelings, destined to become a couple in the future. You came out to break up the family. Aren't you looking for death? This marriage contract is roasting our Zhao house on the fire, making it clear that someone is targeting us. If we withdraw from the marriage openly, we'll have nothing to do with Xiao Tian, and we'll even be able to gain his favor. Wouldn't you say that's a good thing? Zhao Kuan stroked his beard, very happy, his gaze looking into the distance. Once the marriage is retired, if Mr. Xiao is happy, he might even be able to ask him to look after his grandson's health. It's really pie in the sky. In contrast to Zhao Kuan was Zhao Yuan's face full of indignation, writing his displeasure on his face. Zhao Kuan's words made sense. Considering the macro perspective, he has the right program. It's beneficial to the general public of Zhaofu. But, the only thing that was humiliating to Zhou Wan. Great humiliation. The fiancé withdraws, and the family laughs and takes pride in it. Where is he? The fiancé. Going to lose face. I'm not the dude I was back then. I am a golden immortal cultivator who has fought for tens of thousands of years in the immortal world. Into the fire and out of the water. Out of a mountain of corpses and blood. Iron bones and hard men from the 9 heavens and 10 places of the upper world. I've long since traveled the road that Xiao Tian traveled. I've traveled the road that Xiao Tian hasn't traveled. Why should I give it back if he says he wants it back? This time, I'm going to make him understand who is in charge of this heavenly Xian realm. Zhao Yuan made up his mind. And just at this moment, over the Xiao mansion, the gilded immortal boat had arrived, and the powerful wind and waves shook back the surrounding cultivators. Countless people looked up, shocked. The phalanx was surrounded by streams of light. The entire Zhao mansion was flooded by the immortal boat. Just like the sky was collapsing, it would be the first time in their lives for them to see, let alone ride, such an immortal boat. This is Mr. Zhao's traveling immortal boat. It's so extravagant. I'm really envious of Mr. Xiao. I'd also like to have a background like his. A gorgeous woman in the crowd called out. Mr. Xiao, let me take a ride in the immortal boat and I will stay up all night with you. Even though Zhao Kuan was well read, he had never seen such an opulent immortal boat. Even the palace of the mountain and sea royal family couldn't compare to it. Had to be emotional. That's grand. Only Zhao Yuan gritted his teeth, unusually annoyed. Even he had never traveled in such a luxurious immortal boat. In the upper realm they were all spending their time cultivating hard, so how could they have money to splurge? Abominable. Xiao Tian, this loser, knows how to pretend. Old me once even saw this 100 times richer fairy boat of yours. Am I proud? Unconvinced. Zhao Yuan could only console himself with spiritual victory. 10,000 people from the Zhao mansion are here to wait for Mr. Xiao. Zhao Kuan gave an order, and everyone agreed in unison. We are waiting for Mr. Xiao. Amidst the shouts of the crowd, Xiao Tian's white-clothed and snowy figure slowly appeared and strolled across the sky. Misty grass. The rumors are true. Duke Xiao is handsome against all odds. Ah, it's really human to human. Even this face can't compare to Mr. Xiao. The sultry woman who had just said she wanted to spend the night together had also changed her words. Mr. Xiao, I'm not going to take the immortal boat, so just talk to me alone. I'll pay for it. Followed by small, delicate young girls, cardamom age, childish, but the potential of the red-faced woe called out. Any man will see the deer in the headlights. The two wore white clothes in parallel, and their looks were both handsome. It looks like a brother and sister, but it also looks like a divine couple. This Ma Xian peak accepts disciples according to their face value, right? This girl will definitely wreak havoc if she grows 2 more years. A talented man and a talented woman are matched by heavenly fairies, and they go to the red dust together to paint a brocade. Mr. Xiao and Fairy Rain are the only ones who are matched. And what kind of a dog is Zhao Yuan? Who is worthy of interfering in their 2-person world? That's right, people's senior siblings have strong feelings. The shameless minotaur still dares to take out the old calendar to make a demon. Be careful of Mr. Xiao lifting up the Zhao mansion. Zhao Yuan stomped his feet in anger at these words. His grandfather Zhao Kuan is a bland face. There is nothing to be angry. People say is not the truth? This imaginary marriage contract comes out disgusting. Purely nothing to find trouble. Zhao Kuan greeted Xiao Tian's footsteps and took the initiative to salute. Greetings to Mr. Xiao. Greetings to Her Highness the Princess. Xiao Tian politely returned the salute. Elder Zhao Kuan, right? Young Sheng Xiao Tian is polite. Time is short and the task is heavy. So let's keep it short. Regarding the engagement between you and Mr. Zhao Yuan, I would like to put an end to it. Out of compensation. Your Zhao family can turn to me if they have any difficulties. Mr. Xiao, you're joking. This marriage contract is originally a good thing that people make up out of thin air. Talk about compensation. It's good that our misunderstanding is lifted. Zhao Kuan hurriedly waved his hands and piled on the smiles. Noon has arrived. My Xiao mansion is well aware that Mr. Xiao is tired from traveling and has prepared a full banquet to soothe your mind and relieve your fatigue. So very good. Originally, he was going to stay in the imperial city for a few days, and the Zhao family was so sensible that they should reward him with a meal. Before Xiao Tian came, he thought that the plot would go according to the traditional novel. The Zhao family felt insulted and refused to comply. Then Zhao Yuan came with a blood letter of repudiation and made a 3-year contract. This is not idle. 3 years later, has long gone to the upper world. Who still cares about you? After landing, Xiao Tian's face was filled with questions, welcomed by the entire Zhao family. Just like receiving a bride, Xiao Tian wondered if he had come to the wrong venue. Right now, it's a good idea to get things done sharply and turn around to get some sleep and recuperate. Wait! An abrupt voice rang out. Xiao Tian's expression instantly changed from sunny to cloudy. Secretly annoyed. Faithful son Zhao Yuan's favorability reduced by 30%. Chapter 35, Slapping the Rebellious Grandson. Zhao Kuan offers his daughter again. Since ancient times, marriage has been a matter of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. The marriage contract between Li Yu and I was an agreement made by the elders of both parties. So how can I just withdraw it? This is unbelief and even more unfilial. Zhao Yuan's voice was so loud that the people in a 2-mile radius could really hear it. Not buddy. You're really stupid. A look of disdain was on each face. The people of the Zhao mansion, even more so, had their faces blackened into a sheet. They had long endured this foppish young master for a long time, and now he had actually come out to die. If you want to die, go throw yourself into the East Sea. Don't drag the Zhao family with you. What a man Xiao Tian is. That's the ruthless man who exterminated 2 great holy lands in 2 days. Our Zhao house are not worth people look at. Now you dare to take the initiative to provoke. Back then why did not let the lady gave birth to you when you eat more walnuts to give you a brain tonic? Bah! You're not worthy to marry me. You're a toad who wants to eat swan meat. You're delusional. Li Yu blared at Zhao Yuan. What parents' orders and matchmakers' words? Who one wants to marry should be decided by oneself. Others have no right to interfere. Besides, Li Yu didn't even know what his biological father looked like, so he had to pay for his whim in the first place? She never thought of her late biological father as a father either. If she had to recognize a father, the father in Li Yu's heart would only be Xiao Tian. Ugly looking, wasted cultivation, compared to senior brother. You're just a rat in a gloomy sewer. You. Li Yu's words had given Zhao Yuan a whole broken defense. He had been a minor for a major power in the upper realm and was often called a gutter rat. Step by step, he got rid of this identity and became a much admired golden immortal powerhouse. However, whenever there is a conflict with someone, the gutter rat is brought up. Just as the Monkey King became the Buddha and still has people mentioning that he was once the pilgrim, especially when it was said by a little girl who was a mole. Zhao Yuan couldn't bear it. Kill her. Kill Xiao Tian. Zhao Yuan clenched his fists, itching to rush up now. Faithful son Zhao Yuan's favorability has decreased by 40% and has reached 100%. Xiao Tian glanced at Zhao Yuan and pure killing intent flashed past, not intending to talk nonsense. With the marriage partner gone, the marriage contract must always be annulled. Now that's an efficient means of withdrawing from a marriage. Pop. A resounding slap in the face. The applause was crisp and loud and overwhelming. Before Xiao Tian could make a move, Zhao Kuan, Zhao Yuan's own grandfather, even directly jerked Zhao Yuan a kilometer away and smashed heavily on the wall. Zhao Yuan sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face red and swollen into a pineapple bun. Eyes were glowing as if he had seen his 2 milk. Although he had the means of a golden immortal, in the end, he was only a foundation establishment cultivator now. Being slapped really hard by Zhao Kuan, he almost hung up. Zhao Yuan was confused. The person who hit him was not Xiao Tian, but Zhao Kuan, his own grandfather now. Asterisk 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 so ruthless, worthy of being a resolute and decisive grand marshal, able to lay such a heavy hand on his own grandson. You don't say. I doubt that Zhao Yuan could be the product of their Zhao family being cuckolded. It hit Zhao Yuan's body and hurt in Zhao Kuan's heart, but there was no way. For the safety of Zhao Yuan's life and for the survival of the Zhao house, it had to be fought. Xiao Tian's killing intent was just a flash. But the Grand Marshal who had fought on the battlefield clearly perceived the sheer intensity of the killing intent. 1 second later, it would be Xiao Tian who would strike. Mr. Xiao, just now someone barked at a dog. I've already taken a hand in disciplining it for Mr. Xiao. I hope you don't mind. With this slap from you, I doubt that your grandson is not your grandson. Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows and had to admire this old thing's decisiveness. Alright, I'm not interested in your grandson dead or alive. What about the marriage contract? Your grandson doesn't seem to agree. Ha, Mr. Xiao. Yuaner has said that parents orders matchmaker's words. His and His Highness Li Yu's parents have both passed away. But aren't you and I the elders of the two of them? And it's the turn of outsiders to criticize the withdrawal that we both agreed to? Xiao Tian smiled faintly. I'm afraid that some people will say that I'm bullying people and not keeping my word. The corners of Zhao Kuan's mouth twitched. If someone dares to criticize you, his whole family will have to go to the west together that night. However, Zhao Kuan also understood that this was to make the Zhao family's attitude clear. Bah! They deserve it. Zhao Kuan immediately blasted out a fist, hitting one of the Zhao mansion's pavilions. In an instant, the building went up in smoke. Zhao Kuan pointed at the ruined building and snapped. Today, witness before the heroes of the world. Unworthy grandson Zhao Yuan, uneducated and misbehaved, is really not a good person. The Zhao family realized that they were not worthy of His Highness Li Yu, and did not want to delay His Highness Li Yu's future, so they broke off the marriage contract. After this, if anyone uses this as a reason to discriminate against His Highness Li Yu, my Zhao family will never be lenient. This is what happens to the building. Well said, Marshal Zhao Kuan. For a while, the crowd was furious, as if the Zhao family had won a great victory and returned to the court in a general pomp and circumstance. No one in the room showed dissatisfaction or dared to. Only Zhao Yuan, who was lying on the ground like a dog, was impotent and furious. Why can the Zhao family accept the withdrawal without any burden? Isn't that humiliating? It's certainly not humiliating for others. It's not like they're the ones who are being withdrawn from the marriage, and it's not a matter of concern. Even the mood was soothing. Why should Zhao Yuan, a loser, be able to marry a beautiful and high-status beauty? The only person who would be angry and resentful would be the real person involved. Zhao Yuan. It's me who's too weak. Zhao Yuan reflected deeply on himself. It's me who dreamed of being a golden immortal powerhouse and saw this group of people as worthless. But their cultivation levels are all higher than mine. I'll always be just a dog if I don't turn my cards into strength. I want to be strong. I'm going to step on Xiao Tian and make him pay. I'm going to make that little Li Yu regret her words. The son of destiny, Zhao Yuan, was withdrawn from the marriage. His Taoist heart has become more resolute, and his destiny value has increased by 2,000 points. Zhao Yuan, the son of the mandate of heaven, has been spurned by millions of people. The mandate of heaven value has been reduced by 500 points, and the master's system points have been increased by 500 points. The son of destiny, Zhao Yuan, has a gap with Zhao Linger. The destiny value decreases by 500 points, and the master's system points increase by 500 points. Ha! Xiao Tian squeezed his eyes wide. Withdrawal really does increase the value of divine order. This is surprisingly a positive buff. Wait a minute. What the hell was the gap with Zhao Linger in the back? Why is there a gap? Beside him, Zhao Kuan's voice brought Xiao Tian back to his senses. Mr. Xiao, the old man actually has something else he wants to say. I wonder if I'm allowed to say it. You say. Zhao Kuan piled up a smile and said respectfully, my Zhao family is well aware of the impact that this withdrawal incident has had on the reputation of His Highness Li Yu. A large number of generous gifts have been prepared as compensation for the loss of His Highness Li Yu's reputation. In addition, the old man is even more guilty of bothering Mr. Xiao to run around and being affected by the mood of his ungrateful son or grandson. The old man still has a daughter, Yuning, who is not married, and her appearance and behavior are all of the highest quality. If Mr. Xiao doesn't give up, keep her around as a little servant girl serving tea and water, and also count the whole Zhao house chatting as an apology. Chapter 36 And Zhao Yuan offers herself. But I want General Zhao who can kill the enemy. Inside and outside the Zhao mansion, the lights were on. Above the banquet, there was a lot of drinking, singing and dancing. An outsider looking in would definitely think it was a wedding banquet, but in reality, it's the retirement banquet. Alas, damn it, this time it was supposed to be a borrowed knife to kill people to bring about the Zhao family's demise. But this old fox, Zhao Kuan, managed to reverse the big picture. Yes, and marketing your daughter to Mr. Xiao, isn't that making the Zhao family even more rampant? Although it was only a slave girl in name only, but that position, countless big powers smashed their heads and wanted to squeeze in. Mr. Xiao is also blessed. Miss Xiao is a legendary general who is valiant and kills on the battlefield, but tonight she has to be a bed-warming kitten. This contrast has made countless people's hearts pound. People looked up at the gilded Immortal boat high in the sky with envy. Inside, the guns are probably already firing. Unlike the bustle of the ground, the ferry boat was sparsely populated and therefore cold. There are only 3 living people in sight. Li Yu's face swelled into a pufferfish as she hugged Xiao Tian and rolled around. Whoa woo, elder brother. You're here to accompany me on my retreat. How can you take a maid? Don't. I want to sleep with senior brother. You tell this woman to get out of here. Xiao Tian looked at the jealous and splashy senior sister on his body for a moment of amusement. He hadn't planned to do anything to Zhao Linger either. You, go to the bed and wait for me, alright? I'll talk about something outside with Miss Zhao Linger. Really? Senior brother wouldn't be planning an open-air party, right? Li Yu was skeptical. Do I look like that kind of pornographer to you? The book says that when they see a pretty girl, all men will turn into hungry wolves. But who asked you to be my senior brother? Even if my senior brother is out there with colorful flags flying, I'm not still only able to keep a room alone and wait for my senior brother's pity. Saying that, Li Yu put on a saddened look. Drama. Xiao Tian threw Li Yu away with a hand and looked back at this famous female general. Among the second-generation disciples of the Zhao family, this female general was the only one with outstanding war achievements. I heard that he once wore silver armor and fought a bloody battle with the East Sea Demon clan for 3 days and 3 nights. Blood and water stained the East Sea, killing the demon race to throw away their armor, killing the demon race to wear mourning in every family. A ruthless person who was the polar opposite of the soft name of Zhao Linger. The figure was erect and wore a jacket in the style of a small family. But the chest was so plump and huge that the pressure on the underwear was so great that it almost exploded. The appearance is also first-rate, especially the brow of the heroic. Quite a woman's handsome. On Earth, such women are more popular with other women. Miss Linger, if you don't mind, accompany me for a drink. Yes, the request to be Xiao Tian's maid was initiated by Zhao Linger. Since she was ready to offer her body, she was willing to cooperate with whatever Xiao Tian wanted to do. Drinking? It's not just a matter of getting drunk in the name of drunkenness and then going up and down to make things happen. What's the need for all this trouble? You're so handsome and have such a strong background. You still need to play these tricks? Might as well get caught up on business. But as time passed by, Zhao Linger realized that she had misunderstood Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian really just drinks. Drinking, grilling, chatting. He talked about the news of the mountain and sea royal family, and the details of the deployment and command during the battle. It just doesn't catch on. During this time, Zhao Linger pretended to be drunk and seduced Xiao Tian several times. Xiao Tian unexpectedly did not move and took out the liquor relieving pill with his backhand, and then continued to ask about fighting the war. Is this an interview for a maid or a general? Zhao Linger's mind is broken. She also wants to save face. In the past, even if she wore armor and conquered the sands like a man, countless people would think of her. But Xiao Tian didn't. Is it hard to think you're too manly and unfeminine? No, I don't think so. There's no man who wouldn't be impressed by the way he's dressed today. Miss Linger, can you tell the story again about how you repelled the enemy's 100,000 strong army with 800 men? It's so cool. Zhao Linger, don't want to talk about it. Not at all. Zhao Linger talked about the military for the first time until she got a headache. Mr. Xiao, let's not speak in the dark. You don't have to be a willow. I don't mind being outside. Let's get down to business now. With that, the general began to remove his armor. Hey, what are you doing? Miss Linger? Asterisk me. Am I not beautiful? Don't you want me? I want to, but not this kind of want. Xiao Tian held Zhao Linger's armor removing hand and narrated. Linger, you have such a good talent. You can't waste it. Zhao Linger is definitely an outstanding military man. It is not difficult to see from her invincible war record that she is excellent in strategic vision, on-the-field command, troop formation, and army training. However, the Tianxian realm generally did not value military talent, for no other reason than that the use is not obvious. A single Mahayana powerhouse was enough to exterminate a legion of ordinary cultivators. Cultivating top-notch powerhouses is the top priority. Is that correct? Of course it's correct, but there was only one Mahayana powerhouse, and it was impossible for him to do everything himself. It is difficult to ask a Mahayana powerhouse to personally take action for a trivial matter, or maybe the other side also has a Mahayana powerhouse. At this point, having an army with combat power that far exceeded that of cultivators of the same level would give them a head start in every aspect. Xiao Tian had heard his mother say that the wars in the upper realm were placing more and more emphasis on the cultivation of military generals. Now it's possible to whore out a good loyal general for nothing. It is not a blood money. Much more useful than a little maid in bed. As for the 2000 heavenly fate value above Zhao Linger's head, Xiao Tian did not care much. Gongzi, you mean to say that in the future, you will take me to the upper realm, And also let me command the training of that group of immortal soldiers. Well, give it a try. I think you're very talented. Zhao Linger was so excited that her body went limp and her tears filled her eyes. And if it wasn't for the fact that she was being held by Xiao Tian, she would definitely have directly collapsed to the ground. Ever since the Zhao family was targeted by the emperor, she hadn't been on the battlefield again, and the emperor simply looked down on them as generals, thinking that it would be the same for anyone else, and they want her to enter the palace and be a canary for the rest of her life. But Mr. Xiao is different. Not only does he not covet his body, but he is willing to give himself the opportunity to conquer the battlefield, and command a group of immortals. This was something that Zhao Linger wouldn't even dream of. Mr. Xiao, I am willing. I won't let you down. I will definitely train our Xiao family's soldiers to be the strongest in the upper realm. I'll never forget the kindness I've received from you. The favorability of the daughter of heavenly fate, Zhao Linger, has increased by 40% to 80%, and 1600 heavenly fate values have been converted into system points. Xiao Tian also did not expect the favorability to rise so quickly. That, and you're not afraid I'm going to lie to you and paint you a picture? He. Barefoot is not afraid of wearing shoes. I originally ran to be your maid, but I ended up fishing for a general as a general. How bad can it be any worse? Makes sense. Unexpected joy. Xian will soon recover his body, and the master alchemist is in place. Military experts are also available. The dog system has a really good eye, and the women's goodwill and loyalty is visible, so there's no worry at all about backstabbing. It's just that Zhao Linger is Zhao Yuan's aunt. They seem to be okay with each other. Zhao Yuan now hated himself to the bone. Would that lead to a disconnect between himself and Zhao Linger? A long pain is better than a short pain, so it would be better to hurry up and deal with Zhao Yuan, so as not to bury a thunderbolt for himself. My lord, Linger has one more thing to ask of you. Xiao Tian was pondering in his mind how to secretly dispose of Zhao Yuan when Zhao Linger in front of him suddenly knelt down with a serious expression. Linger, you don't have to kneel. Just say what you have to say and I'll say yes if I can. Let yourself not kill Zhao Yuan. Then I won't kill it myself. It's okay to let someone else do the killing. Keeping someone with negative favorability all the way to the bottom, waiting for him to kill himself? However, Zhao Linger's words were unexpected by Xiao Tian. My lord, I feel that the current Zhao Yuan is not the nephew I once had. Chapter 37 Rating the Sacrifice Exposed? Zhao Yuan's secret killing technique. A few days ago, after Zhao Yuan recovered from a serious illness, I felt as if he was a different person. Knowing that he worked hard to cultivate, he also knew many high-level arts. The whole thing became mysterious. I also want to believe that he is having a change of temperament after a life and death experience. But the knowledge that I had never even heard of was so hard for me to believe that he was my uneducated nephew. Today, after hearing Gengzi talk about Zhao Yuan not being Zhao Yuan, it dawned on me. I doubt it. He's been taken over. Being able to take over Zhao Yuan in silence. His cultivation is far beyond what my father and I can handle. This is also the thing that I wanted to offer my body in exchange for your excellency's help in the investigation in the first place. Begging your excellency to take the initiative to find out everything that is going on with Zhao Yuan. Zhao Linger knelt on the ground, incomparably genuine and sincere. Right now, her trust in Xiao Tian was high enough to tell her everything at once without any reservations. Xiao Tian's gaze was ghostly as he watched her. So it is. The soul wearer is discovered by the original owner's family. Then the spirit wearer is not their family. To say it's a murderer is an understatement. This was Zhao Linger's most normal reaction when faced with a soul wearer. Obviously, the protagonist's temperament has changed drastically. All kinds of pretending to be a pig and a saint in front of people. And it's only inconceivable that the original owner's family would accept it in a dignified manner. Not to mention the drastic change in temperament. Even if the senior sister had a little bit of a small emotion, Xiao Tian would be able to notice it immediately. Professional actors can't act out the little details of each other's lives. But that would be nice, yeah. Zhao Yuan. The good thing is that you really aren't Zhao Linger's real nephew. I don't even need to pull any tricks to get you to come out as you are. Spirit, come, sit next to me. Xiao Tian helped Zhao Linger up and with a wipe of his hand, an extraordinarily delicate copper mirror appeared before his eyes. Starlight mirror. Wherever the starlight reaches, it is in the observation of the Dharma mirror. The most direct way is to conduct a soul search. But if you get it wrong this way, it will cause great harm to the original owner's divine soul. That being the case, it's prudent to use the farscope. When someone is watching, the foxtail will be well hidden, and in private, the tail will always show. One day later, Zhao Yuan's room. Get out of here, all of you. Zhou Wen, whose half of his face was still wrapped in bandages, blew away all of his attendants and guards. He was the only one left in the room. Damn, Xiao Tian, you deserve to die. And this dead old man, Zhao Koan, Is he my own grandfather? Watch it. A slap almost killed the old man. Surprisingly, he also sent Zhao Ling'er to Xiao Tian's hand. Damn it. Why Zhao Ling'er? Ah, grass. The thing Zhao Yuan could not accept the most was Zhao Ling'er being taken away by Xiao Tian. Li Yu is a nominal fiancé that Zhao Yuan has never even met, and he only feels humiliated to have been withdrawn from the marriage. Yi Ziyue was the original owner's dream girl, who had only a weak influence on Zhao Yuan, and was taken away by Xiao Tian with only a little regret. But Zhao Ling'er was different. After taking over the original owner, it was Zhao Ling'er who was around to personally feed the medicine. Zhao Yuan was truly feeling Zhao Ling'er's gentleness. He had long ago made up his mind to be good and filial to his aunt for the rest of his life. But now, one day, sleeping for a day, all good illusions are shattered. Last night, Zhao Ling'er followed Xiao Tian to the Immortal boat. No one had seen them leave the Immortal boat until now. What it says, Zhao Yuan could not imagine how long Xiao Tian and Zhao Ling'er's cannon fire lasted. She must have been devastated. Ah, damn it. Xiao Tian, you deserve to die. Zhao Yuan roared hysterically. A goddess being ravaged is so deadly to a man. Zhao Yuan's hatred for Xiao Tian was at its peak. He didn't want Xiao Tian to live for a second. Xiao Tian, don't you just have an immortal background? Old me is also an immortal. Or a golden immortal. Zhao Yuan brainstormed on how to kill Xiao Tian. Assassination? It won't work. Xiao Tian is protected by an immortal. With his current cultivation level, there was no difference between sending him to his death. Poisoning? It's easy to expose. And it's likely to be saved. After thinking about it, Zhao Yuan decided to use the secret technique that had been in his possession since killing the invisible trapped immortal technique. Sacrifice one's own divine soul power and attack the opponent's divine soul from across the air. As long as enough divine soul power was sacrificed, immortals could be killed. Once, Zhao Yuan had managed to kill an opponent of the same realm with this technique. The opposing family plowed the ground and didn't know it was Zhao Yuan who did it. It's costly though. The current Zhao Yuan used it, and his divine soul would be heavily traumatized, taking half a year before it could be completely healed. But Zhao Yuan didn't care. As long as he could kill Xiao Tian, he didn't care about anything. Using this technique, even if Xiao Tian has the protection of an immortal, so what? He will still die straight away. And there's no way anyone can find out that I did it. Once he's dead, my aunt can come back to me. Don't worry, Auntie. I wouldn't mind you even if you were full of holes. I'll always love you. Besides, you've only been in Xiao Tian for a day and a night, so I don't mind. Zhao Yuan took out the materials he had prepared long ago from his storage bag. He had long ago secretly collected materials for a rainy day. Soul stones, human flesh and blood essence, spell formations that communicate with heaven and earth, puppets that designate objects. The eerie spell formation was quickly set up by Zhao Yuan. Cutting through his brow, blood flowed from between his eyebrows. The divine bridge communicated with heaven and earth and began to sacrifice the power of the divine soul. By the time half of the divine soul power sacrifice had passed, Zhao Yuan's face was already pale and bloodless. With my current divine soul power, I can't yet utilize 1% of the power of this technique at its peak, but it's definitely enough to kill Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, you brought this on yourself and have no one else to blame. The formation on the ground erupted with a dense black gas, devouring the life between heaven and earth. The sight would surely scare an outsider out of his wits. Terrifying, somber, and permeated with infinite chill. Sung. Zhao Yuan shriveled up, his body shaking, but his eyes were excited and his mouth began to chant, "Offer my soul for your life." His mind kept recalling Xiao Tian's face. Rumble. Suddenly, the black aura closed in and disappeared into the sky, and the room returned to tranquility. Put. Zhao Yuan, who had sacrificed a large portion of his divine soul power, spat out a mouthful of blood and began to meditate to heal his injuries. Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian, with your current cultivation level, you will definitely die. Even if he survived, his soul would be severely damaged and he would become a demented child who could only babble and cry. If that day ever comes, I'll have to perform a program with my aunt in front of you. Chapter 38, An Accessory Before the Man. General Zhao's Delusion. Duke, watch out. Zhao Ling'er's heart was in turmoil as she hugged Xiao Tian. If something happened to Gongzi, she would definitely torture Zhao Yuan to death before she went to accompany Gongzi. As soon as Zhao Ling'er saw that Zhao Yuan wanted to cast a secret technique on Xiao Tian, she immediately tried to deploy her troops to stop Zhao Yuan. However, Xiao Tian stopped Zhao Ling'er and said that it wouldn't hurt and he wanted to see the power of the immortal trapping technique. Zhao Ling'er could only protect her with her body, and if there was really an accident, she hoped to be a scapegoat for Xiao Tian. In the starlight mirror, the moment the immortal trapping technique was successfully executed, almost at the same moment, Xiao Tian felt a strong divine soul impact. It was weird and evil, like a deep, bottomless lair that was about to devour itself. the divine soul was caught up in it, and the more it struggled, the deeper it was trapped. Is this the immortal trap technique? The power of the immortal trapping technique was quite a bit more powerful than the soul-melting and heart-burning technique that Su Fan had performed earlier, and it was a direct effect on the divine soul, which made killing even more profitable. I just don't know if it's possible to use someone else's by sacrificing divine soul power. If it is possible, detaining the soul and refining the spirit in conjunction with the immortal trapping technique is not a way to kill whoever you want to kill. The chaos bell in the center of his brow was always maintained by the clearness of his divine soul. With a thought, he expanded the protection of the chaos bell, and the eerie quagmire fell apart in an instant. The divine soul was once again restored to its normal state without any after effects. With the chaos bell, ordinary means could not hurt Xiao Tian at all. Son of Heaven's Destiny, Zhao Yuan, suffered a serious injury to his divine soul. The value of Heaven's Destiny decreased by 1,000 points, and the Master's System points increased by 1,000 points. Xiao Tian slowly opened his eyes. The way of his people is the way of his people. Zhao Yuan in the Starlight Mirror had already lost his eyes and was stuck in a divine soul quagmire. The Chaos Bell's anti-armor effect had him asking for trouble. Gongzi, are you alright? Zhao Linger kept her eyes on Xiao Tian, fearing that Xiao Tian would have any problems. Don't worry, I have my own magic treasure to protect my body. No major harm. Xiao Tian spoke gently and unthinkingly, but in Zhao Linger's opinion, Xiao Tian had simply made a heavenly sacrifice. Use your body as bait to verify the truth. If the secret art used by Zhao Yuan was really powerful, his life would be lost. On the battlefield, it is most taboo for the main general to be involved in danger. My lord, you must never do such a thing again. Let us vassals do the dangerous things. Zhao Linger hugged Xiao Tian, and there was actually a hint of sobbing. Don't cry. I'm fine. I am a man of assurance, and I will not do anything I am not sure of. You see, this doesn't make taking over your nephew's self-inflicted suffering. He is now trapped deep in a divine soul quagmire that is difficult to get out of. Zhao Linger didn't care about how Zhao Yuan was now. She just didn't want Xiao Tian to be in any danger. Duke, you know what? My older brother, Zhao Yuan's father, he also had a chest to enter the game with his body back then, and then his corpse was left without bones. Fear not. Fear not. I really don't want you to have the slightest accident. Sincere and full of feeling. Perhaps thinking of her elder brother's tragedy and getting PTSD. Zhao Linger's reaction was extraordinarily large. It was rare to meet a bull like Xiao Tian, who also trusted himself greatly and was willing to provide unimaginable opportunities. Bringing up the Jade Dragon to die for the king, Zhao Linger would rather die herself than want anything to happen to Xiao Tian. Well, my General Zhao, let go of me first. Your big thunder is weighing me down. Only then did Zhao Linger bounce up, shyly lowering her head and looking at the ground without her toes. It was fine to flick the bow and arrow when it was set up, but now it almost strangled the male to death. I wish I could cut this thing up. The relationship between the son of destiny, Zhao Yuan, and the daughter of destiny, Zhao Linger, is broken. The value of destiny is reduced by 500 points, and the master's system points are increased by 1,000 points. The favorability of the daughter of heavenly fate, Zhao Linger, has increased by 10%. 200 heavenly fate values have been converted into system points. The favorability rating went up again, and it couldn't have been easier. Zhao Yuan still had 3,000 heavenly fate values, so he should have a lot to do with the Zhao mansion. Xiao Tian smiled faintly. Linger, quickly go and tell your father about Zhao Yuan being taken away from his body. Surely you all want to kill this thief with your own hands as well. Yes. Zhao Linger clenched her right fist. She must kill Zhao Yuan with her own hands. Zhao Yuan's room. At the moment he is still behind bars. Sacrificing a large amount of divine soul force to put Xiao Tian to death resulted in stealing a chicken without being able to do anything about it. This Xiao Tian fellow should have some sort of secret treasure so he can give himself the rebound of the immortal trapping technique. How could he have another secret treasure of this grade? No, absolutely not. Zhao Yuan didn't dare to think further. He had always thought that the forces behind Xiao Tian were just small shrimps in the upper realm. But was there a possibility that Xiao Tian's back was unfathomable, and his golden immortal strength was not worth mentioning in their eyes? No, must be overthinking it. Xiao Tian was just lucky to have obtained the secret treasure against the immortal trapping technique by chance. That must be it. Xiao Tian definitely doesn't know who did this to him right now, and I'm lying in my physical body on the bed right now, and I can still pretend that I'm sleeping, but it won't be long before he or she is sure to be discovered, and if I keep spending time with the immortal trap technique, I'm bound to die. It is imperative that we must detach ourselves from the immortal trap technique. However, the divine soul power was too consumed. and Zhao Yuan was simply unable to break free from the quagmire without a way to do so. As he agonized, he sensed the door to the room within the outside room open. The footsteps gradually made their way to the bed and began a small exchange of what seemed to be a man and a woman. "My lord, is it true that Zhao Yuan can only hear voices and won't see? I don't want to show my body to anyone other than you at all." "Don't worry, he can't see and will soon be completely dead. Face me squarely, only I can appreciate you. My lord, I'm actually very willing to serve you, but why are we doing this? It feels so shameful. It's called revenge. Who told some guy to put on a show in front of me? And I'm going to put on a show. You, as Miss Liu said, are really the king of vinegar." Xiao Tian didn't have the quirk of exercising around his victims. Zhao Linger's clothes were intact and hadn't been undone. It was just an act. For killing to kill. Zhou Wen must have had a broken heart when he heard that his beloved aunt's husband was a former accessory to the crime. And the more he crumbled, the less he could break free from the quagmire of the immortal trap technique. "Spirit, come bunk. Ah, my lord. This is my first kiss that I have treasured for 36 years. I want to save it for my beloved." "I'm not your beloved? Still missing the last kiss?" "Yes, I'm already your son's person, and all that I am, I offer to you." Without waiting for Xiao Tian to pick up the scene, Zhao Linger pressed on Xiao Tian and began to improvise. "Would you like me to dance on you in my general's uniform, my lord? Want me to command the battlefield in the roar of war while relieving you of your worries? I am willing to do whatever you like. Hey, if you want, I can also train a group of female guards for you. You can go up to the battlefield to kill the enemy. And you can serve as a servant. They are your private property and they will give everything to you. Duke, available to call?" Chapter 39. Linger's acting is realistic. Zhao Yuan's split soul fakes death. If Zhao Linger had been born on Earth, she might not have been a general, but she would have been able to become a big star that took the world by storm. This barking, this demeanor, it wasn't like an act at all. It was as if Xiao Tian was really making love to her. But in reality, both of them hadn't taken off their clothes. And Zhao Linger was performing completely without physical objects. Simply instructed her on some phrases and wrote a little theater. I didn't expect Zhao Linger to be able to improvise without a teacher, and the whole thing made Xiao Tian interested. Sons of the Mandate of Heaven Zhao Yuan and Zhao Kuan are completely centrifuged. The Mandate of Heaven value decreases by 1,000 points, and the Master's System points increase by 1,000 points. The Son of Destiny, Zhao Yuan, has been reneged by the Zhao family. The destiny value has been reduced by 1,000 points, and the Master's System points have been increased by 1,000 points. Previously, Zhao Linger had reported Zhao Yuan's situation to Zhao Kuan, ironclad evidence on a shadow stone. This long-experienced old-timer fell into a long silence, recalling Zhao Yuan's abnormality during this period of time. He also quickly came to his senses. His own grandson, dead. The current Zhao Yuan is nothing more than a turtle dove. The entire Zhao family, all of them, were now on the opposite side of Zhao Yuan. The takers were easily crowded out. Xiao Tian was happy to see it happen. Wouldn't it be fun to see the decrease in Zhao Yuan's heavenly fate value and the increase in his own system points, and Zhao Yuan's last remaining 1,000 points would gradually dissipate with Zhao Linger's sold-out performance. Destiny's son Zhao Yuan's heart is damaged. Destiny value reduced by 500 points. Master's System points increased by 500 points. Divine Soul Illusion. Zhao Yuan's face was unusually pale, but his expression contained endless anger. His body was on the verge of being completely engulfed by the mire of ripples, leaving only an eye of unbelievable indignation, burning with rage. "Xiao Tian, auntie!" Zhao Yuan roared angrily, struggling helplessly in the mud. He could not accept that his beloved aunt was reduced to Xiao Tian's crotch plaything, but the voice was undoubtedly Aunt Zhao Linger. They are literally performing live in front of themselves. Why let yourself hear these voices? Why would an aunt want to do that with him? The original owner remembered Zhao Linger as such a handsome woman. The Zhao Linger she had seen with her own eyes was the woman of compassion and gentleness. Either way, it's so beautiful and innocent and lovely. Now, she even winks like a greenhouse whore to please Xiao Tian. What exactly did Xiao Tian use to turn his aunt into this? Drugs? Some kind of evil power? No matter what the means was, Zhao Yuan simply couldn't hold back when he saw his aunt waving and screaming anyway. He wanted so badly to awaken and then slaughter Xiao Tian, and then become an ant. But Zhao Yuan was now not to mention awakening. At most a quarter of an hour, he would completely die under the immortal trapping technique that he had performed. Actually, Zhao Yuan didn't originally have such poor emotional control. However, this time, with his divine soul greatly damaged and being in the immortal trap technique, the negative emotions were constantly affecting him, causing him to be immersed in anger and pain that he couldn't extricate himself from. "No, Zhao Yuan, calm down. If you continue like this, you will fall into endless darkness and never have a chance to take revenge on Xiao Tian again. Zhao Yuan took a deep breath and covered his ears, no longer listening to the dirty talk. My lord, you've gone this way so many times, and you're still going the wrong way. Will this road also work? It's the first time I've traveled this road. You walk slowly. Calm down. Don't think about Zhao Linger's light humming. She was now Xiao Tian's accomplice. Zhao Yuan constantly advised himself in his mind. The more the enemy provokes you, the calmer you must be. Xiao Tian was purposely being affectionate with his aunt in front of you, just to make your Taoist heart collapse and die completely. Zhao Yuan, you've been through so many trials and tribulations. Will you be crushed by this little thing? Countless heavenly tribulations and man-made disasters didn't kill you, and now Xiao Tian can't either. What's he got? Just a good family. As long as you can get away with it, you can certainly accomplish your revenge. Don't you love your aunt when she's ravaged? No, I love her even if she's abused 100 times over. So why get angry? Just kill Xiao Tian and auntie will come back to me. At that time, she certainly wouldn't mind any aunt and nephew name anymore. Zhao Yuan, who had shielded his five senses, finally snapped out of his extreme anger. He needed to find a way to get out now. First of all, the immortal trapping technique was a big problem, and if it was not solved, there was no need for Xiao Tian to make a move at all, and his life would be directly lost. Secondly, how to escape from Xiao Tian's hands. As long as he confirmed that he was not dead, he would definitely arrange for someone to execute him. Zhao Yuan could now be certain that Xiao Tian's methods were very powerful, and the forces behind him were definitely not ordinary. Not only can he bounce back the trapped immortal technique, but he can also quickly lock himself as the culprit, and he can also enslave his aunt. None of these things can be mastered by an ordinary immortal. It was not easy to escape from Xiao Tian's hands, but Zhao Yuan didn't want to give up. Only by surviving would there be a chance to take revenge on Xiao Tian. The only way to save your aunt is to live. She's such a good, kind woman. She must be saved from her misery. At that moment, as if the heavens had descended, a lightning bolt crossed Zhao Yuan's mind. There, I've got a solution. How could I forget this means? Zhao Yuan gathered his remaining divine soul power in one point. Split soul technique. The immortal trap technique will devour the soul, but by separating a portion of the divine soul, it could be fooled. Then as long as he faked his death and let Xiao Tian confirm that he was dead, he would have a chance to escape. Say it and do it. Time passes quickly. Zhao Yuan had completely separated his god and soul. The original divine soul was yanked into the abyss and completely disappeared. It's done. I'm done. Although the newborn divine soul was so weak that it couldn't even explode with the power of a transitional cultivator. But it doesn't matter. Well, at least it survived. As long as you can stay alive, you have a chance of survival. As for the art of faking death, Zhao Yuan was even more skilled. By directly giving up his physical body, letting it die physically, and then concealing his divine soul's aura. Even if an immortal came to check, he would confirm that Zhao Yuan was dead. Xiao Tian, wait for me to claim my life from you. Click. Zhou Wan's bed. His flesh split into several fragments, dripping with blood, and his vitality was completely disorganized, as if there was no possibility of survival. My lord, you have been able to walk through all three paths. This scene surprised Zhao Linger, who was originally still wondering what the different paths within the lines actually were. I always found the lines inexplicable and didn't understand what they meant, but I read them in the tone of colorful breath. At this moment, when he saw Zhao Yuan's sudden corporeal transformation, he immediately blocked in front of Xiao Tian with his body. My lord, Zhao Yuan, he's dead? Xiao Tian did not come closer to check it out and looked from afar, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Yuan's name on the system panel didn't disappear, which meant that he wasn't dead yet. If you don't die well, then don't die at all. Make the best use of what you have. The world tree is just in need of fertilizer for its construction. Chapter 40. Where did this me? Is this still the Tianqian realm? When Zhao Yuan awoke, he scanned the surrounding area. Bewildered, barren, spiritually thin. This place is nothing like the Tianqian realm. What the hell is this place? Why am I here? Zhao Yuan remembers faking his own death and then appearing here. Abandoned here as a corpse? But there are no bodies around. Is it hard to cross over again? Never mind. It's as good as done. Zhao Yuan, who only had a remnant soul left, decided to take a step forward. However, it didn't take long for Zhao Yuan to cry out in alarm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is my divine soul weakening? Zhao Yuan clearly perceived that every second the divine soul was being devoured by heaven and earth. It's a small amount, but you can't swallow it every now and then. Zhao Yuan's divine soul was already greatly damaged, and it was still a split soul, so his state was not as good as 1/10,000th of what it was in its heyday. At this rate of devouring, he wouldn't last long at all. Moreover, this devouring power was something he was completely unable to fight against, and he failed to protect half of his divine soul power using various means. Instead, he tired himself out and panted. I'm afraid this is the rule of heaven and earth in this place. Even I can't stop it. The world is a really weird place, with eccentricities flowing everywhere. No, we have to do something. We can't die here ourselves. And I'm going to kill that bastard Xiao Tian. Calm down. Know that risk always comes with opportunity. And God must be helping me by letting me cross this realm. Maybe can find some treasures to restore soul power. Zhao Yuan unfolded his divine soul power to search. The village was soon spotted 25 kilometers to the west. Royalty is my hope. Ha ha ha, Xiao Tian. God is helping me. What are you going to fight me with? One day I'll kill Xiao Tian and save my beloved aunt. Auntie, wait for me to save you. Only, what Zhao Yuan didn't know was that he had been being counted by Xiao Tian. The divine sense void shadow of Xiao Tian was located in the void and coldly looked at Zhao Yuan. Finally awake. Zhao Yuan, play out your hatred for me. This place is a site of the new world formed by the world tree rewarded by the system. Xiao Tian named this world the heavenly realm. The range is about the size of the earth, and the size can continue to expand. Xiao Tian's divine sense resided at the center of this world, watching this realm like a god. As long as he wanted to, he could clearly perceive and control every flowering tree in this world, even control lava eruptions, tsunami landslides, and violent storms. Here, Xiao Tian was a true god. Just like the blank archive of my world, the celestial world needs to be built. Previously, Xiao Tian had already transplanted a small world to the heavenly realm. The strongest person in this small world was only at the Jindan stage. Not strong, but because they all arrived, the heavenly realm was energized. A state of vibrant life for all things. But that's not enough. It takes some people to guide them in their development, arranging for people to develop a side of the force to serve as their own master. As opposed to that, there needs to be a side of villainous forces. Conflicts and contradictions are the only way to quickly promote the development of the heavenly realm. Zhao Yuan is the villainous player chosen by Xiao Tian. He hates himself with a passion and has enough experience to be a trailblazer. Such a person fits the position of villain leader. Zhao Yuan's continuous blood deduction debuff was also Xiao Tian's tactic, and the divine soul power would constantly be reduced to the world tree's nutrients. If you wanted to live, you had to keep getting pills and magic treasures that restored your divine soul power. If you don't become a leader, wait to die. I hope that Zhao Yuan, you old boy, won't let me down and strive to set up a resistance force to fight against me, the heavenly god, earlier. But whatever you do, you are adding to my heavenly realm. Don't worry, I won't let you be alone. You'll soon have a new little companion to keep you company. Xiao Tian did not fix his gaze on Zhao Yuan too much. In the twinkling of an eye, his figure directly appeared in the eastern part of the heavenly realm, in a valley. Here Zhao Linger and 3,000 Zhao family soldiers were training. Their movements were neatly organized, and the sound of their gun tips whistling resounded through the clouds. Everyone was covered in beads of sweat, but no one dropped out. The excitement in his expression was hard to hide. Zhao Linger, the main general in charge of the patrol, was clad in silver armor and stood proudly, as if she was a god of war that had descended from beyond the 9 heavens, surrounded by a cold and majestic light, especially the eyes. Heroic. Xiao Tian, no matter how many times he saw Zhao Linger in this appearance, it's all going to be like, that's so cool. It was completely impossible to connect her with the previous Dare chambermaid or the Thai look she had when acting. Zhao Linger frowned, sensing that someone was approaching, and based herself in a combat stance. After realizing that it was Xiao Tian, he respectfully knelt on the ground. Salute! Behind her were 3,000 Zhao family soldiers, ordering them to kneel down. Greetings, Your Excellency. This group of Zhao family soldiers were ordinary soldiers selected by Zhao Kuan and Zhao Linger. When they faced Xiao Tian, their hearts were so fearful to the point of being hairy that they couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground. A day ago, they were summoned by Zhao Linger to gather at the training base in the mere blink of an eye. I only felt my soul swirl and my eyes go black. Opening his eyes again, he appeared in this strange land. Such tactics are simply unthinkable. Only a terrifying figure like Lord Xiao Tian could possess such a means. And the next task was so exciting that they jumped up and down. It is the dream of every general to open up the frontier, even if you die on the battlefield. And this time, their goal is to unify this world. How can it not be exciting when the whole world is waiting for them to conquer it? The strongest battle force in this world was Jindan. For their group, their cultivation level was only Qi refining. But they're not afraid. More to the point, they have confidence. Even if the opponent was a Yuaning cultivator, they still had the confidence to unify. In the Tianxian realm, they didn't have many chances to fight. and opening up new territories was even more impossible matters. But now, Xiao Tian directly gave him a chance to let himself go and realize his dreams. It is difficult to express the gratitude of this group of generals. You guys keep training. Spirit, come here and talk to me. Aha! Zhao Linger had said. 800 Tsukiji against 100. 000 Tsukiji. She won narrowly. 100 Jindan against 1000 Jindan. She wins big. Xiao Tian would like to know if Zhao Linger was blowing awesome, so she was given the test of unifying the heavenly realm. Linger, are you sure that with 3 months of training and 3 months of actual combat, you'll be able to train these 3000 Qi refining cultivators to defeat Jindan cultivators? Yes, my lord. Well, if you really aren't bragging, then I'll make a fortune. Xiao Tian was overjoyed, and thought that after having Zhao Linger work for a month straight, it was time to give her a vacation. Spirit, will your absence affect their training? Ha ha, Gongzi, don't worry. This month, what's due has pretty much been paid, and what's left is constant honing. Their subjective initiative is extremely strong now. Even if I'm not around, they won't slack off for a second. Fine, then you can accompany me back to the heavenly Xian realm for a stroll. Chapter 41, I hope your excellency refines and teaches me to be a practical combat master. In the Tianxian realm, Xiao Tian's immortal boat. Your excellency, I have been away from home for a month, and my father is afraid that he has missed me a great deal. So may I be allowed to go home and report a little? Linger, the leg is on you. You can go if you want to, but you don't need to worry. Only 3 days have passed here. Everything is fine in the Zhao mansion. The flow of time in the heavenly realm Xiao Tian could control. At present, the fastest flow rate that can be achieved is 110 between Xiao Tian's time and the heavenly realm, which means that Xiao Tian's time in the outside world is 1 day, and the heavenly realm has already passed 10 days. It can be further accelerated as the cultivation level increases. Xiao Tian's flat voice was like lightning striking Zhao Linger's heart. 3 days? What the eunuch is talking about. From the death of Zhao Chuan, their own selection of 3,000 disciple soldiers, to the valley training has been more than a month. How can it be 3 days? The law of time. It is important to know that the law of time is the most eccentric and strange law in the world. Countless immortals were unable to control one or two. There were quite a few legends of people controlling the laws of time circulating in the Tianxian realm, but no one had ever seen them with their own eyes. And now, the living laws of time appeared before Zhao Linger's eyes. How does that not thrill her? Gongzi is just too good. This male of my own family is simply immortal. No, more immortal than immortal. He was simply lucky to be by his side himself. Zhao Linger didn't know about the special connection between the heavenly realm and Xiao Tian, and could only think that it was Xiao Tian's mastery of the law of time. If she knew that Xiao Tian could control everything in that world, she would have to be shocked into mute. Xiao Tian just waved his hand. Linger doesn't have to be so shocked. There will be more interesting things presented to you in the future. Your Excellency. Zhao Linger looked excited, her eyes filled with light. Only, as she gazed at Xiao Tian, she saw that he would be in a state of breathlessness from time to time. Is the prince physically ill? No, it's just, well, spirit, it's time for you to take a bath. Previously in the valley, the sweaty stench was all over the place, and Xiao Tian did not notice it. Right now the two of them were alone, and the smell of sweat on Zhao Linger, who was sweating profusely as she trained under the sun, was particularly noticeable. It didn't smell bad, but rather a bit tangy, a light milky flavor. Bathing? Zhao Linger was first stunned, and then came to a realization. Zhao Linger's face was red and ripe with tomatoes, hot to the point of smoking. My lord, I'm going to bathe, but I have some explaining to do. I use my psychic body on weekdays, and today I'm just sweating too much to do that. You have to trust me. Trust me. I'm very clean. The hibiscus tent is warm for the spring night, and the general and I are untying our battle robes. Zhao Linger removed her armor and bathed to change. After getting out of the bath, he immediately came to greet Xiao Tian. Not being able to bathe for half a month on the battlefield was the norm, but being told by Xiao Tian that it smelled, Zhao Linger was so ashamed and angry that she couldn't do it. Wash 10 times, bound to remove the smell of sweat. My lord, does it smell good? Zhao Linger stood in front of Xiao Tian and displayed her flawless body, thin where it should be thin and fat where it should be fat. Her legs were long and straight, with a slim waist and plump buttocks and breasts that formed perfect curves, 100 or 1,000 times sexier than the big stars and models on screen. With such body proportions, she is mature and charming no matter what kind of dress she wears, so people can't help but want to look at her more. Right now, the dress Zhao Linger was wearing seemed to be one size too small, revealing her perfect figure to the fullest. Xiao Tian had read countless women, and had known quite a few that were prettier than Zhao Linger, but there didn't really seem to be any older than her. Smells good. That's good. Hey, perfumed, with a hint of body odor. It's not as noticeable as before, but it still has a creamy flavor. This may be a perk for Big Ray. Xiao Tian couldn't help but take a couple more looks at Zhao Linger's capital. That said, you're pretty deep. Actually, when she hugged Xiao Tian before, Xiao Tian felt it was obvious, but he didn't expect it to be so obvious. Changing into tighter clothes, highlighting the sexy figure made Xiao Tian also couldn't help but look at it more. I'm glad you like it, my lord. Zhao Linger confidently turned her body upside down. A woman is pleasing to herself, and Zhao Linger certainly dressed like this on purpose. In the beginning, she had only hoped to use the Thin Willow's capital in exchange for Xiao Tian's mercy to investigate the truth about her nephew. It hadn't occurred to him that Xiao Tian didn't covet her looks, and willing to lay down their lives to help. Now, the guilty rebel is in the bag. In a short while, Zhao Linger would be able to slaughter him with her own hands to avenge her innocent nephew. What made Zhao Linger even more excited was that Xiao Tian actually intended to complete the promised general matters. As long as she excels in this test, she will be able to go up to the realm and become a general commanding the immortals in battle. Happiness came too suddenly, making Zhao Linger float a little. The heart became more and more in love with Xiao Tian. During this period of time, every time she thought of the words of the tiger and wolf during the play at Zhao Yuan's bedside, Zhao Linger was disturbed. Does your son really have no idea about himself at all? If the prince is really interested, will he or she be subordinate? It's going to come to that anyway. Might as well make it a good thing sooner rather than later. Also make yourself understand which 3 paths are really 3 paths. Sir, I just got out of the bath. My body is clean. If you don't mind, let me serve you? Zhao Linger walked to Xiao Tian's side, her own face reddening into a blush as she didn't dare to look at Xiao Tian. Doesn't Linger hate this kind of thing? When Li Chuan recruited you to the palace before, didn't you just tear up the imperial decree and kick away the eunuch? He is what he is, and the male is what he is, so how can you generalize? Character, appearance, status and all these can be left aside for now. Emperor Li Chuan of Shanghai just wanted a canary, but Xiao Tian wanted a real General Zhao. On this point alone, Zhao Linger would also choose Xiao Tian without hesitation, not to mention Xiao Tian's gentle trust and great kindness. Even if she spent her life as a slave and a servant girl, Zhao Linger was willing. Your Excellency, my previous playful words in front of my bed were all sincere words as well. For the past 36 years, all my time has been busy with cultivation and warfare, and I know very little about men and women, and thankfully, I was able to wait for her true owner with my body intact. Your Excellency, I would like to offer everything to you. If Your Excellency wants the general's clothes for bed, I will change into the general's clothes, battlefield artillery or training female soldiers. I am willing to serve Your Excellency. When the words of tiger and wolf were spoken, Zhao Linger was so ashamed that she directly hugged into Xiao Tian's arms and panted delicately. Zhao Linger is just the atmosphere up to here. Over the top. In fact, not even the normal rights of husband and wife are ready yet. She was just a little bit better than Yi Ziyue, knowing that she needed to combine yin and yang after taking off her clothes. Anything beyond that, how to fight, how to kill, how to clean up the battlefield, she had no concept of. If Xiao Tian really came on, Zhao Linger really didn't know what to do. Xiao Tian wasn't very interested in Zhao Linger's body. It was just a 2.5-pound ball of flesh, and Xiao Tian was a bit curious. It was still the identity of General Zhao that attracted Xiao Tian more. But if you include Zhao Linger, in the future, there will be something for General Zhao and nothing for Miss Ling. It's quite a ride. However, all of this was based on the big pie that Zhao Linger had drawn for Xiao Tian, and if she didn't have any talent, Xiao Tian would be much less interested in her. Coincidentally, at the moment when Xiao Tian did not know whether or not to make a move, his ears rang with his senior sister's voice transmission. Elder brother, the Emperor's harem, let's go. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian said with a look of regret, Linger, I have an appointment at the moment, so I'm afraid I don't have time to spend it. Oh, well, that's quite alright, there's no hurry. Zhao Linger let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately she didn't have to rush to answer the battle. This kind of unprepared battle, Zhao Linger had no idea in her heart. Gotta learn some tactical theory from the book before responding. Linger, you seem happy? Xiao Tian teasingly picked Zhao Linger's chin. Nope, Your Excellency, I didn't mean that. I really am willing to offer everything to Your Excellency. It's just that I want to make some preparations or I'm afraid Your Excellency won't be satisfied. Ha ha ha, just wait for Linger to become a theoretical master and I'll come back to guide you in actual combat. I hope that Your Honor will refine and teach me to be a practical master. Chapter 42, He robbed me of my dignity as an emperor and a brother. Linger, Prince Xiao really didn't frame us. These days, you've been practicing for him? In the Zhao mansion, Zhao Kuan was happy to see that it was a daughter he hadn't seen for 2.5 days. These days, Too many things happened in the Zhao house. A beloved grandson died and was taken over by a traitor. Fortunately, Xiao Tian appeared to get rid of this evil thief. His own daughter was also seen by Xiao Tian and hired her to be a general. Zhao Kuan had always felt that this was Duke Xiao giving face and changing the slave girl to a better expression. However, seeing Zhao linger today, though thin, but between the eyebrows of the heroic spirit is not reduced. The body of the lingering will to fight is more than the year had no better. This one looks like he just came back from the barracks. Zhao Kuan realized in his heart, it's hard not to really go to be a general? Father, of course His Excellency wouldn't lie. It was always General Zhao that people wanted, not just a canary with a figure. Zhao Linger had already changed into a long loose dress and returned to the Zhao mansion. That tight clothing was exclusive to Xiao Tian and could not be shown to anyone else. Well, that's good. Zhao Kuan showed a rare smile. It can't be helped if the grandchildren die. The big deal is that the old man will carry the gun again and pass it on to the next generation. So it won't hurt much. But if my own daughter could follow Mr. Xiao to the realm, or in the capacity of a general, instead of a slave girl, this would be a great blessing. Linger, even if you die of the fragrance of chivalrous bones, you will not be ashamed of the kindness of knowing you. Mr. Zhao's kindness to you is like the sea, so don't let it down. Father, why do I need you to teach me this? Zhao Linger looked into the distance, and her eyes were filled with that white-clothed young man. A heart has long been promised to Xiao Tian. Whether she was a general or a slave girl, she was willing. Fight with your life and serve with your mind and body. As long as it was what Xiao Tian wanted, everything was fine. Besides, the male is supposed to be quite a caller to me. Zhao Kuan stroked his beard and laughed long and hard. Ha ha ha, that's great. This is truly a great joy for the Zhao family. The mountain and sea royal family's targeting of the Zhao family was becoming more and more obvious. And this time, Zhao Yuan and Li Yu's marriage contract was leaked by someone from the royal family, though it ends well, avenging his grandson's death and his daughter's becoming a henchman of Lord Xiao. But the royal family is hostile to the Zhao family. Thinking of this, Zhao Kuan's body shook. Right, we have Duke Xiao as our backer, so we're still afraid of the King Shanhai royal family. Their emperor was Li Yu's brother though, but the duo doesn't seem to be close. As long as Zhao Linger, if she could advance a word or two beside Xiao Tian, the Zhao family would definitely be able to retreat in one piece. Linger, have you told Mr. Xiao about your elder brother being victimized by Li Chuan and all the ways he has targeted our Zhao family? Zhao Linger shook her head. Father, I don't want to make things difficult for the Duke. Although Li Chuan wasn't a thing, he was Li Yu's brother after all. If I say so, it will only add to the prince's troubles. Why would Zhao Linger not want to avenge her brother's death? But she could never rely on Lord Xiao. Eunuch Xiao loved his senior sister Li Yu so much and was so kind to himself. How could one be shameless and make things difficult for Mr. Xiao? That's right, you're now Xiao Gongzi's subordinate. You should consider for Xiao Gongzi. Just thinking about this brat Li Chuan annoys me. What did he do again? During the East Sea Rebellion, the demon race suddenly raised an army to occupy East Sun City. I asked for a battle to take it back and was cursed by him. Then he even directly signed a contract with the demon race to cede this city. How stupid. Meanwhile, the palace was brightly lit, and a grand banquet was held here. The gilded palace was enveloped in a light of honor and luxury. Delicacies were served on delicate porcelain plates with a mouth-watering aroma. In the center of the banquet, gorgeous dancers danced with enchanting and stunning beauty. Come, Brother Tian, my brother toasts you, the 35th Emperor of the Mountain and Sea Immortal Dynasty. Li Chuan, on the main seat, toasted Xiao Tian and Li Yu with a pleasing gesture. The appearance was so humble that those who didn't know would think that Xiao Tian was the emperor and he was a vassal. Emperors in the world of immortal cultivation are not like mortals, where words are spoken by fists. Calling you your majesty is a favor. Changing the dynasty if you're not happy is a favor. Even if Xiao Tian didn't have a background in the upper realm, he could still stand up and talk to Li Chuan with his identity as a senior disciple of the Xian sect alone. Mr. Xiao Li Chuan. This concept was not only thought like this by people in the outside world, but also by the imperial relatives, civil officials and military generals, eunuchs and palace maids of the Mountain and Sea Immortal Dynasty. There were also many royal ministers who went to the banquet together, and they were boasting about Xiao Tian for a while. It's said that Mr. Windy is the first beautiful man in my Mountain and Sea Immortal Dynasty, but when I get to see Mr. Xiao today, I realize that there is a world outside of man and a sky outside of heaven. Ha ha ha, Mr. Xiao is more than just handsome, the strength is also strong as hell. Yes, extremely. I heard that Mr. Xiao killed the traitor Han Mu with a single sword. I'm afraid no one in the younger generation can match Mr. Xiao. Han Mu is also one of the greatest prides in the Dengxian Academy. My canine son was crushed by one of his palms, while Mr. Xiao chopped him with one sword. Mr. Xiao is truly a god. The compliments were endless. and even the dancing girls repeatedly made secret glances at Xiao Tian. The entire dinner party was spent pleasing Xiao Tian. There's only one person, and it's upsetting. Without the crowd noticing the field of vision, Emperor Li Chuan indignantly glanced at Xiao Tian. He was an emperor, but he didn't get the respect that comes with being an emperor. These ministers have not been so pleasing to themselves. He could understand the group, but it was still irritating. What irked him even more was the attitude of his own half-sister. Elder brother. This king crab is so delicious. Come, elder sister has peeled it for you. Senior brother. This dragon meat has a different flavor when grilled. Senior sister feeds you a taste. Elder brother. The wine. I've had it. It tastes good. You have a sip too. This incredibly cute sister had never been this close to him before. In previous years, she had never looked indifferent during family feasts. Li Chuan thought that she wasn't doing well in Xian sect. I didn't expect that. Unhappy because someone isn't there. Fine. Is Xiao Tian your brother or am I your brother? Xiao Tian had not only robbed him of his position as emperor, but also his dignity as an elder brother. Fate Son Li Chuan's favorability has decreased by 20%, currently 60%. Li Chuan, son of heavenly fate. 5,000 heavenly fate values. Cultivation, great perfection of transformation spirit realm. The Dark Emperor, with supreme pupil, was born with the voice of the Tao sung for 3,000 miles, and if he does not fall, he will prove the great Tao. The food and wine at the palace smelled great and the dancing girls were beautiful, but Xiao Tian didn't have much of an appetite. He doesn't understand. Why would this great uncle of his have such a low favorability rating for himself? Surprisingly, it dropped another 20% just now. When did he offend him? Not familiar with him at all. Okay. Yuer hadn't even gone home to save his family a few times, and he himself had even met him no more than twice. But it's amazing how good feelings can go straight to -60. Xiao Tian couldn't figure it out. If it wasn't for the fact that he was Yuer's half-brother, Xiao Tian would definitely find a way to chop him up. Brother Tian, how was the dinner party? Li Chuan suddenly smiled and struck up a conversation with Xiao Tian. Facing the smiling Li Chuan, Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows. Very good. Human wine is even more beautiful. Ha. Since Brother Tian is eating happily, I have an unkind request, and I hope Brother Tian will consider it. You say. I heard that Brother Tian took Zhao Linger of the Zhao family as a maidservant. As for me, I'm very interested in her. I wonder if Brother Tian can cut me some slack and gift her to me. Chapter 43, No one is allowed to miss my brother's woman. In the midst of the dinner, a pin dropped instantly. The atmosphere was dead silent. How dare he, the emperor? It was not uncommon for them to ask for gifts of handmaidens from each other, and even wives and children did not care, but only if both sides are on equal footing. The emperor can ask for it from Deshang, and the minister can ask for it from the minister. But what kind of minister asks the emperor for it? Likewise, what is your status? Li Chuan? An ordinary emperor of the largest immortal dynasty in the Tianxian realm. Are you worthy of comparing with Mr. Xiao? If it wasn't for your sister's good fortune, growing up with Mr. Xiao sees you like a dog. How dare you ask for Mr. Zhao's maid? Snap! The glass shattered on the floor. Li Chuan, what do you mean? You dare to rob my senior brother's woman? Before Xiao Tian could say anything, Li Yu directly got up and started disliking him. Li Yu was jealous when she saw that Xiao Tian had recently been entangled with Zhao Linger, a big-breasted girl. If she couldn't wait for her to be the only woman around her senior brother. But, jealousy is jealousy. No one is allowed to think of elder brother's woman. Whether they were given in truth or based on carnal desires, they were all senior brother's women. Physically and spiritually, there can only be one brother. Even if elder brother was only using the big-breasted girl as a sex slave, then she could only be elder brother's sex slave, and no one else was allowed to touch or think about it. Li Chuan, let me tell you, I'll call you elder brother for my late father's sake, but if you dare to use my relationship to ask this or that of your senior brother and make things difficult for him, I will make you look good. Remember, all things in heaven and earth are yours only if brother is willing to give them to you. Don't even think about it if elder brother doesn't want to. The whole room was in an uproar. Li Yu's grumpy speech left everyone speechless with fear. If a different person had said those words, they, as subjects, would have had to step in and teach them a lesson anyhow. But it was Li Yu who said this. Xiao Tian's senior sister. This status allowed her to treat everyone in the mountain and see Immortal Dynasty as slaves with impunity. No one dared to object, because to oppose is to die. These human-like royal relatives and courtiers exchanged glances with each other. So it turns out that Li Yu and this dog boy Li Chuan don't have a good relationship. If I had known that I wouldn't have bothered to please him. That's right, it's a waste of the 1,000 years of true dragon essence blood sent by my old man. Do you guys think it's possible that Marshal Zhao's family is closer to Prince Xiao instead? These royal relatives became even more angry, and their displeasure with Li Chuan was written on their faces. Damn, I'm really convinced. Li Chuan, how can he, this dog, have such a poor relationship with his sibling? Even if there is no Duke Xiao, Li Yu is still a high disciple of the Qingyan sect. How about cultivating a good relationship? If I had known this, I shouldn't have chosen him to be the emperor in the first place. If the second prince becomes the emperor, he will certainly be able to have a close relationship with Princess Li Yu, which would be embarrassing for Mr. Xiao. Bah! I don't think anyone else would have said anything about asking for maids. I wish I could give all my daughters to Mr. Xiao. Li Chuan's face on the main seat darkened into a black color. It was his intention to ask for Zhao Linger. When he was young, he had fought side by side with Zhao Linger on the East Sea. Who doesn't love a handsome female general? He had long had the intention of taking him under his wing, but the Zhao family was not on the same path as him. The Zhao family is bent on supporting his second brother, Li Qian. Li Qian is the son of Zhao Kuan's daughter and the previous emperor. As in-laws, they are naturally Li Qian's hardcore forces. Over the years, he had targeted the Zhao family in every way possible, both to consolidate his power and to subjugate the beauty. As for the revenge of killing a brother in the district, it's not worth mentioning. Who hasn't killed a brother like that? This time, the marriage contract between Li Yu and Zhao Yuan was naturally leaked by Li Chuan. He had wanted to use Xiao Tian's hand to get rid of the Zhao family, but it was not what he had hoped for, and he had instead made Zhao Linger Xiao Tian's maidservant. Whether Zhao Linger had been toyed with by Xiao Tian or not, he wasn't sure and didn't care, as long as it ended up in his hands. Li Chuan, this person, good talent, good life, is good color to the bone. I don't know how many ministers have asked for their concubines over the years, not to mention their maidservants. In his eyes, asking for a concubine is a normal thing to do. If Xiao Tian was unwilling, he could only resign himself resentfully. Who told him to be good? It's not like he could bully his way out of it. But Li Chuan really didn't expect his good sister to react so strongly. It was close to lifting his throne. It was so awkward for a while that I didn't know what to do. The heart also scolded the useless minister. Bunch of pigs. Not a single one stepped up to the plate at the critical moment. Li Chuan, the son of Heaven's destiny, has a gap in his relationship with the royal ministers. The value of Heaven's destiny is reduced by 1,000 points, and the master's system points are increased by 1,000 points. The relationship between the son of destiny, Li Chuan, and the daughter of destiny, Li Yu, is broken. The value of destiny is reduced by 1,000 points, and the master's system points are increased by 1,000 points. Destiny's child Li Chuan's favoritism towards his master has decreased by 20%. Current, 80%. Sister did a great job. Worthy of being the good senior sister I've trained. She just understands my mind. Xiao Tian was going to die of speechlessness just now. How dare anyone ask for a handmaiden? What a joke. Not to mention the fact that Zhao Linger was the one he wanted to raise up to be a general. Even if it was a more ordinary maidservant, then she was his own and would definitely not let anyone else touch her. You're an emperor who likes women. Had to stare at my side, did you? I think you're a cow up a tree. Awesome in the sky. Xiao Tian didn't care if Li Chuan's favorability dropped. Anyway, looking at her senior sister like this, she didn't have much affection for him as an elder brother. Li Yu's half-brothers are pretty much the same. Let's make another one the emperor. Xiao Tian was silent as he pondered which one would be better to change as emperor. The dinner was awkward for a while. After a long time, someone finally spoke up to relieve the situation. Senior sister Li Yu. His Majesty doesn't know senior brother Zhao's temperament and spoke rashly after drinking, thus offending senior brother. I hope that you and senior brother will bear with me. The person who spoke out was a handsome-looking teenager. His face was stunningly clear, with delicate, picturesque features and a showy brow. It was slightly inferior to Xiao Tian, but it could be called a fluttering beautiful man. Feng Du, a disciple of the Qingyun sect, also holds a position in the Mountain and Sea Immortal dynasty. Senior windy brother is not saying anything. Yuer has been drinking and is a bit grumpy in her speech. Xiao Tian got up and smiled warmly. Only the smile contained murderous intent, but Rain expressed it correctly. Don't think of anyone close to me, or else, die. Everyone gulped at the same time and felt a chill run down their spine. Emperor Li Chuan on the main seat had an ugly look on his face, and in his heart, he was even more incapable of holding a grudge against Xiao Tian, but on his lips, he could only apologize, not even daring to call himself me. Fomaiching is right. It was my drunkenness that caused me to speak out of turn, and I am much offended. He had a feeling that as long as he didn't give in, Xiao Tian was really going to kill him. Ha ha ha, misunderstanding cleared. Let's move on to the music and the dance. Once again, Poise was the peacemaker. However, Xiao Tian and Li Yu were clearly uninterested. All of you drink slowly. My senior sister and I have other things to do. After saying that, the two of them left the banquet without looking back. The scene was once again cold. As the royal ministers watched Xiao Tian leave, they immediately lost interest and left, suing for illness. Li Chuan was going to blow a gasket watching this scene. All sick, all sick. As soon as Xiao Tian leaves, you're all sick. He is the emperor or I am the emperor. Xiao Tian, just because you have the blessing of an immortal. Li Chuan felt a great humiliation and swore secretly as he gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Tian's departing direction. Just you wait. I'll make sure to humiliate you 100 times over. Li Chuan touched the jade pendant in his arms. Wait. Master is about to come out. Chapter 44, Brother, don't you want to mess up the harem? Mountain and Sea Immortal Dynasty. Imperial Palace. Xianing Palace. This is the Queen Mother's residence. Two women, chatting here. Both of their faces were incredibly beautiful and did not look like mortals. Between the words, the immortal voice curled up, as if it were heavenly music, making people relaxed and happy. Share, your genjutsu? The speaker, dressed as a magnificent beauty, had an elegant and flamboyant temperament. It's for Tian'er. Gongzi is really lucky to have a good master like you. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui spread a smile. The thought of a loved one warms the heart and is super happy and fulfilling. It is I who am blessed to have such a good disciple. That's right, Gongzi is the best male in the world. By the way, Shui'er, stay the night at the Xianing Palace, and talk to me about Gongzi all night long. He, Sister Qing'er, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Don't think that I'm going to stand up for you. You're just waiting to be lectured by my two good disciples. Shui'er, I'm your senior sister. The mature beauty had a pleading face. Tables, yours late mother is the one who is my own senior sister. They've already arrived. Morong Snowfox crafty smile, and then the silhouette disappeared as in the cloud smoke and mist, leaving only a light fragrance. Feng Qing'er, you raised a good son. Li Yu kicked open the door of Xianing Palace and rushed to Feng Qing'er's body in a rage. Xiao Tian then followed her and walked into the palace. Upon seeing Xiao Tian and the two of them, Feng Qing'er immediately saluted and knelt in front of Xiao Tian on her end. Slave girl Feng Qing'er, meet your excellency, meet Miss Li Yu. If an outsider were to see the scene, they would be too surprised to speak. The patriarch of the Qingyun sect, the empress dowager of the Mountain and Sea Immortal Dynasty, and the mistresses of the two top powers in the Tianqian realm. I can't believe I'm kneeling in front of someone and calling myself a slave girl. This is simply mind-boggling and unimaginable. Without being high, they couldn't even imagine the scene. And Wendy got up to talk. No need to be polite. Xiao Tian immediately landed another punch to Li Yu's head. You're really no big deal. Auntie Feng is our elder from our master. And from your parents. She's your aunt. How can you talk to her like that? No. Your excellency is serious. Counting from the side of your mother, the Starry Night Palace Master. I am the subordinate of you and Miss. So Miss Yor is right in reprimanding me. I was the one who failed to teach my son properly, and allowed this bastard Li Chuan to stir up your moods. Feng Qing'er, an immortal who ascended to the upper realm in the first millennium of the Tianqian realm. By chance, she became a member of the Starry Night Palace and worked under Xiao Tian's mother. 18 years ago, because he was a person from the Tianqian realm, he was brought back to the Tianqian realm together by the Xingshu Immortal Emperor. Feng Qing'er had been a high disciple of the Green Cloud sect and also had the bloodline of the royal family of the Mountain and Sea Immortal Dynasty. Generation and strength go hand in hand, and she easily gets the word of both powers. In fact, she didn't care about these words, but in case Xiao Tian used them, wouldn't it be embarrassing not to have them at that time? If you don't even make an effort to express yourself in the Tianqian realm, you're home ground. How can you still want to progress? Dream on. Feng Qing'er's cultivation wasn't considered high in the Starry Night Palace, and she wasn't a direct lineage cultivated by the Starry Night Immortal Exalt. If she didn't originate from the heavenly Xian realm, she wouldn't have even had the chance to be glanced at by the Starry Night Immortal Exalt. Now that she was able to work at Xiao Tian's side from a young age, her future was unlimited. So how could Feng Qing'er care about Li Yu's little whining? Moreover, Li Yu was the child she had watched grow up. This girl was just unforgiving with her mouth, but would not actually do anything out of the ordinary. Oh, senior brother bullies and only speaks for pretty sisters. Xiao Tian had a helpless look on his drama queen senior sister's face. Am I that kind of person? You have to speak reasonably. Auntie Feng is only the nominal mother of Li Chuan and you, and she is still an innocent young woman, and accompanied us to grow up, and occasionally returned here to be the Empress Dowager. Li Chuan's upbringing has nothing to do with her, so don't you spread your fire on her. Of course Li Yu knew that Feng Qing'er was innocent, but whoever called Feng Qing'er's identity worked well. I know, but Li Chuan messed with me and I want revenge. He dared to ask his senior brother for a big-breasted girl today, And he'll dare to ask for me tomorrow. He must be made to look good. Xiao Tian was puzzled. So you came to find Aunt Feng and asked him to scold Li Chuan? Or force him to abdicate? Of course we can't let him off that easy. Li Yu jumped to Feng Qinger's side with a bad smile on his face. Senior brother. You don't know that Li Chuan has quite a lot of respect for Aunt Feng, the Empress Dowager. Back then, Auntie Wen supported him to the throne, and her grace was greater than heaven. Not to mention that Auntie Feng is so pretty and has such a good figure. Look at this enchanting and fragrant buttocks. A ripe flavor. That lecher Li Chuan didn't miss much. If it wasn't for the name and fear of strength, Li Chuan would have done it a long time ago. So, senior brother, Aunt Wind is the best way to piss off Li Chuan. Xiao Tian listened in a daze. What exactly did his own senior sister want to say? While Xiao Tian was confused, he only saw Li Yu lifting up Feng Qinger's dress. The pure and white body was displayed in front of Xiao Tian's eyes. Senior brother, don't you want to wreak havoc on the harem? Xiao Tian, Li Chuan's chambers. He had already changed 10 concubines to serve him in bed, and still couldn't kill the depression in his heart. Ever since he became the emperor of the mountain and sea Immortal dynasty, everyone respected him and no one dared to disobey him. But today, Li Yu almost lifted the card table today. It's still the little matter of asking for a maid. The subsequent group of ministers did not yet give him face, and started pretending to be sick when they saw Xiao Tian leave. Li Chuan was really going to have to blow a gasket. It was all because of Xiao Tian. It was all because of him that he himself had lost the dignity and authority of the emperor. In the hearts of these people, whether Xiao Tian was the emperor or Li Chuan was the emperor, it is estimated that countless people want Xiao Tian to be. Xiao Tian, will the fire of a glowworm compete with the white moon? It won't be long before you're waiting to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Ha ha ha. Li Chuan sweated soundly. Only this could make him forget his worries for a while. Your Majesty, it's a big deal. Suddenly, the little eunuch outside the house came to report in a panic. What's the alarm? Xiao, Duke Xiao is wreaking harem havoc. Oh, wrecking the harem? Li Chuan froze and laughed instead of being angry. This guy Xiao Tian turned out to be a dirty bastard too. The stature and temperament of the women in his harem was not bad, but compared to the streams of Yi Ziyue and Zhao Linger, it was a far cry. On the basis of appearance alone, it is even more different from the demonic Li Yu cloud mud. Are the dregs of her seconds? Xiao Tian, who had a cloud of beautiful women behind him, even looked at his own crooked jujube, and really wasn't picky. Is it hard to think that wreaking havoc on my harem will make me angry? Oh, women are meant to be used. What's the point of caring so much about chastity? I don't know how many women inside the harem have given birth to others long ago. If I cared about chastity, I wouldn't even touch them. Li Chuan sneered. Xiao Tian wreaked harem havoc and lost his face. Ha 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 ha. Which consort did he go to? No, not a consort. Oh, is it several people? Write down the names together. I will give them all to Xiao Tian, so that he can see what generosity is. No, Your Majesty. The eunuch was lying on the ground not daring to raise his head to look at Li Chuan, and said with a trembling voice, It's Xianing Palace, Empress Dowager. Chapter 45 Madness and a Night of Tossing. The air was heavy. The consort and the eunuch, trembling, did not dare to speak. Tell me clearly what is going on. Li Chuan blared tightly at the little eunuch who came to report. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. As usual, I went to give the Empress Dowager the evening meal and asked for peace, and just as I arrived at the entrance of the Xianing Palace, I heard all kinds of lewd and seductive sounds. The sound is almost. Sir, I would like to apologize for this instead of the ungrateful son to apologize to you, but you gently. The slave is still the first time. I hope you pity. Don't be angry. Take it all out on Noor. Noor is your woman. You can use her as you like. Ah, Gonzi is awesome. Do you like the position of your slave like this? I listened for a while to be sure of the matter and hastened to report to you. The little eunuch shivered unceasingly, meticulously depicting the scene just now, recounting the original text word for word. Xiao Tian, IX mud horse. The roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Li Chuan lifted the entire bed and maniacally smashed things around the room, and it didn't take long for the house to be a mess. His forehead was bruised and his chest rose and fell violently. When he thought that he could only scold Xiao Tian while Xiao Tian could actually fight, Li Chuan became even angrier. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Tian, you're really a clothed beast. A beast is worse than a beast. How could you lay your hands on mother? Li Chuan's birth mother was a mortal who died within a few years of giving birth to him. Although his talent was unrivaled, he grew up without a mother's love. It led to a constant longing in his heart for a mother's love. 18 years ago, Li Chuan's old man, the late emperor of the mountain and sea Immortal dynasty, suddenly married Feng Qinger and made her his queen, and in the same year, Feng Qing'er took up the position of sect leader of the Xian sect. In the following years, Li Chuan did not see Feng Qing'er many times, but because of his excellent talent, he was instructed in cultivation every time they met. At a very young age, he felt the warmth of his mother's love for the first time. Feng Qing'er was very beautiful and seductive, especially that ripe flavor, which was simply overwhelming. It also causes Li Chuan's sexual fetish to grow into a plump ass, fat tits, and preferably a human wife. 4 years later, the late emperor failed to die. According to the theory of how the throne cannot take his turn this row after the column of the prince, but Feng Qing'er argued to help Li Chuan to the throne. With her support, Li Chuan ascended to the throne. Grace, affection, mentorship, and even love. Li Chuan held Feng Qing'er in extraordinarily high esteem, and even though he knew that Feng Qing'er had been absent from the palace for years, his daily greetings and salutations would not fall short. Of course, filial piety can go bad. Li's long-buried mischief has long been difficult to control. This thought enveloped Li Chuan's mind like a spell for a while, but now surprisingly, Xiao Tian had gotten the jump on him. Who can accept this? Li Chuan was really pissed off. Obviously, when the master's father left the gate, he would propose marriage to Feng Qing'er for himself. But now what? It was preempted by Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, I'm going to kill you. I will kill you. Li Chuan didn't care about those used-up consorts. In his eyes those women were all tools for procreation and lust. But Feng Qing'er is different. The feeling of having your heartfelt treasures taken away from you is really heartbreaking. The stabbing pain went right to the depths of the soul, like a cold wind penetrating a thin garment. It was irresistible. Li Chuan really wanted to rush to Xiao Tian right now and slaughter him. But not. Going to mess with Xiao Tian now would only lead to death. With his life gone, he couldn't cut Xiao Tian into 1,000 pieces and chop him into mincemeat. I heard from my master that Feng Qing'er was a cultivator at the 10th level of true immortal and still could not resist Xiao Tian. This indicated that the cultivator behind Xiao Tian was definitely more than a true immortal. Golden immortal? Even Tai. Good. Tai is great, isn't it? My master is a great Luo cultivator. True immortal, golden immortal, Tai, Dala, immortal monarch, immortal king, immortal emperor, great Luo cultivators. In the upper realm, were also the masters of a party, ruling over hundreds of millions of living beings. With the lift of a hand, you can master the destruction of a world. He himself would soon be able to take revenge on Xiao Tian. And Li Chuan, who had been mad for half a day, finally came to his senses from the bright red world. The entire palace was beaten to pieces. The house collapsed and the eaves were broken. Just like a ruin, Xiao Tian relied on his background to do wrong. But so what? He himself has the backing of a high-ranking person from the upper realm. Not long ago, Li Chuan met an old man. This old man called himself the heaven-slaying God King, and was renowned in the upper realm, his strength even reaching the terrifying De Luo realm. He was once a Tianxian realm cultivator who ascended to the upper realm tens of thousands of years ago, and this time he revisited his hometown and found that his family had not been destroyed, and the current king was even carrying a heavy pupil. This made the heaven-slaying God King so happy that he immediately accepted Li Chuan as his disciple. However, also because of revisiting his homeland, the heaven-slaying God King's thoughts were instantly enlightened, and there were actually signs of a breakthrough. He decided to bring Li Chuan up to the realm after his breakthrough. In case he didn't break through and die, he wouldn't cause his descendants to suffer in the upper realms. As long as I don't tear my face off with Xiao Tian now, I can completely liquidate Xiao Tian when Master's tribulation is over. If you mess with her now, you'll also implicate the Queen Mother to suffer. This time it was because I asked for Zhao Linger that Xiao Tian took revenge on me. But it's okay, as long as Mother is by my side from now on, everything is acceptable. Though the heart is like an invisible blade plucking hard through, the pain is suffocating. But as long as they could kill Xiao Tian in the end, all the forbearance would be worth it. Xiao Tian, you won't be complacent for long. Destiny's son Li Chuan's destiny with Feng Qing'er has ended. Destiny value decreases by 1,000 points. Master's system points increase by 1,000 points. Destiny's son Li Chuan's heart is broken. Destiny value reduced by 500 points. Master's system points increased by 500 points. At the dawn of the morning, the sunlight sprinkled on the Xianing Palace, and several silhouettes on the walls kept swaying. After a long time, it was finally quiet. The air was filled with flirtation, and Xiao Tian lazily lay in the soft embrace, tired from working overtime and plowing through the night, and happy and fulfilled. The master's father later joined in, with all the tenderness of candied fruit. Tianer was so majestic just now. How come he's suddenly so listless? Why do you think I'm so listless, rushing my disciples against their teachers? The amount of exercise an immortal cultivator gets is not comparable to that of a mortal. Xiao Tian's body had been cultivated to the level of a transformation spirit. and he would have no problem fighting for 7 days and 7 nights. But the good habit of sticking to 12 hours of sleep every day made Xiao Tian, who stayed up all night working, sleepy. Yes, it's Master's fault, but Master is jealous. Isn't Tianer also happy? Oof. Alright, I am rushing my disciple against my master. Tianer is not also rushing his master against his disciple. Morong Shui tenderly stroked her beloved disciple's face with affection in her eyes. I'm different. I'm full of filial piety towards my master and was forced to do so. TSK, not to mention how proactive someone was previously. Just for the behavior of someone who took master's clothes and breathed deeply on the tip of his nose when he was a child. If not for the fact that master loved him to the bone, he would have already chopped him off with a sword. How can you defile someone's innocence out of thin air? Alright Tianer, it's okay, if you still want to smell it now, master can give it to you hot. But there are physical objects, why use those? Xiao Tian was ashamed and had a headache in the face of his master's unreasonable molestation. Exasperated, he closed his eyes and went to sleep, no longer looking at his gorgeous and beautiful master. Elder brother. A meter to his side, the sleeping Liu suddenly licked his fingers with a silly grin on his face. Chapter 46, I shall be a great emperor. Only a great emperor is worthy of me. Elder brother love you. Xiao Tian gently kissed Liu's forehead and smoothed her hair. Yuer is deeply in love with you, and every time she dreams, she will call out your name. Tianer, you are not allowed to fail Yuer. Master, you still have the nerve to say, why did you let Yuer pass out here? Can't you give her another room to rest? It's not seeking to be a side dish for you. I thought you wouldn't be able to resist going down on her. No way. Liu was too young for Xiao Tian to give up. The atmosphere was not good this time either. So many people. With Rainy, it's going to be the best and perfect moment in the right time, right place, right person. And this girl is surface flare. The last time I kissed her forehead, she was so shy that she didn't dare to see herself for 2 days. I want to wait until Yuer is a little older, marry her, and tie the knot with her on the night of the wedding. I really envy Yuer. The treatment of a child who has been spoiled by Tianer since childhood is just different. Morong Shui wrapped her arms around Xiao Tian, and the smell of vinegar was about to overflow. Vinegar pots are like that. Just after saying something in the name of the master, they turn around and become little daughters-in-law. Xiao Tian's hand held on Morong Shui's catkin. Master, since I went to Witch Mountain with you, I am naturally willing to marry you. And when my mother returns, I will. Tianer. Morong Shui blocked Xiao Tian's words with her cherry mouth. Master doesn't need those ceremonies. At least your first big wedding should be reserved for Yuer. And, without getting married. How nice to be able to bully you in the name of master. The two got mushy for a while longer. Only then did Xiao Tian ask in doubt, why are you here? Master, aren't you going into closed-door cultivation? Master has broken through that fast? Well, I already have enough power to protect Tianer. Morong Shui's aura was slightly revealed, instantly scaring Feng Qinger, who was not far from the true immortal realm by the bedside. Golden Immortal? No, Tai Dialo? The realm was too high, and Feng Qinger, who was only a true immortal, was completely unable to determine it. How is this possible? Didn't Morong Shui cross the threshold before? How come it's suddenly so strong? Master, how could you be so strong? Xiao Tian was also confused. When was Master so strong? That aura was only a little weaker than Mother's, and it was already not weaker in the least than the sisters of the Starry Night Palace that she had seen this year. It was only at this time that Xiao Tian noticed that Master Teacher's 3,000 heavenly destiny value had already cleared to 0. The heavenly fate value could measure the cultivator's developmental future to a certain extent, as the heavenly fate value implied various chances. Many high realm cultivators would not exist in terms of heavenly destiny values. For example, Xiao Tian's mother, the star fairy goddess, Morong Shui's heavenly fate value went to 0, indicating that her chance had been fully utilized. Seeing the shocked and dismayed expressions of her senior sister and her beloved disciple at the same time, Morong Shui was smug. I'm afraid that even the Starshade Immortal Sovereign would marvel in awe if he were here. The transition realm crossed 7 great realms in a short period of time to reach Immortal King. I'm afraid that such a terrifying leap has never been made before or since. Tianer, senior sister Qinger, you all know that I'm not an ordinary cultivator. So naturally, I can't speak in common sense. Mullen is a sword. To be exact, it was the sword spirit of Mu Xian Peak's ancestor, Mu Rong Xian saber, the Mu Xian sword. Before Morong Xian ascended, he separated the sword spirit and left it at Morong Xian Peak. After countless years of cultivation, it wasn't until 1,000 years ago that Morong Shui truly had a physical body and became a human being. Her connection with the Mu Xian sword had never been broken. The Mu Xian sword had long been condensed by Morong Xian into an imperial soldier. and Morong Shui, who was the sword spirit, obtained its full power after successfully fusing the Imperial soldier. Senior, you're really too strong. Xiao Tian excitedly lifted his master up. It was simply fantastic. Not only was he able to act as an authority in the Tianxian realm, but when he arrived in the upper realm, he would still be able to continue to act recklessly, although he could already do whatever he wanted with his mother's backing. But greed is not too much, and the more powerful people around him, the better, of course. Ha ha, one really is an invincible supervillain destiny. Feng Qinger looked at Morong Shui with 1,000 envy. My former sister is way ahead of me. Who doesn't want to become a god in one leap? Who doesn't want to be invincible in the world? In the Tianxian realm, she was a supreme heavenly pride who looked down on everyone under the sun. Only after arriving at the upper world did Feng Qinger realize how much higher the sky was, compared to those heavenly prides of the Supreme Dao system and the undying Immortal dynasty. He himself was a waste. By chance, Feng Qinger had been lucky enough to join the Starry Night Palace, which was rampant across the world. Even more so, because he was from the Tianxian realm, he was looked upon by the palace master, Xingshu Immortal Sovereign. Today's prospects are bright and more fortunate than countless others, but it's still sour. Sour on Morong Shui for getting stronger. Sour on her and Xiao Tian for getting honeyed. Xiao Tian had a meticulous mind and could see Feng Qinger's little emotion at a glance. Aunt Windy, may you follow me out for some fresh air? Stroll through the Shanghai Palace with birdsong and fresh air. Aunt Wind, I have offended you much before. Li Yu, this dead girl, drugged Xiao Tian's wine, causing Xiao Tian's lust to skyrocket. Your Excellency, what are you talking about? The slave girl was originally your person. The Feng Qinger who was once not married to a great emperor had long since been smoothed out by the upper realms. A teenager like Xiao Tian, who had an unrivaled background, high talent, and was super handsome, was originally not even qualified to be his concubine. There is nothing wrong with being his today. Even said it was an honor. Without Xiao Tian, the probability of her ending was to stop at Golden Immortal or Tai, at best, Dairo, to the end, then die in a robbery or on a battlefield. It was unlikely that the conditions would be better than Xiao Tian's if he was a Dao couple. Moreover, Xiao Tian was the child she had watched grow up, and his character was beyond reproach. In the future, even if it's just for the sake of a shallow master-disciple relationship, the days will be good. It's not a pure daydream that you don't even trust the children you've raised to believe you can find dogs who are also invincible and infinitely good to you. But Feng Qinger didn't understand it either, and always had a little regret in her heart. Kind of, sorry for my younger self. The young girl who was spirited, with pride on her face, who said that she would not marry a great emperor in this life. Feng Qinger unknowingly clenched her fists, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Well, her hand was held back in a large, warm hand, slowly interlocking her fingers. Aunt Windy, is it because you don't see me? Nope, Duke me. Aunt Windy, listen to me first, Xiao Tian said seriously. I once heard my master talk about the scene when you rejected a suitor back then. I shall be the great one. The only one worthy of the great one. You have a high bone in your body, and I can feel it after all these years with you. I am still far from being a great emperor, and it is too conceited to say that I shall become one. But, in order for my Qinger to have no regrets, I shall be the great emperor. Looking back again, it's a good match for a teenage emperor to marry you. I shall be the great emperor. The soft voice, however, was like the sound of heaven penetrating the ears, causing Feng Qinger's soul to be shaken. Raising her head and gazing into Xiao Tian's gentle yet serious eyes, Feng Qinger's heart pounded. The male is just too good. Yes, a teenage great is also a great. Wouldn't it be even more exciting to watch yourself grow step by step as a great emperor? Feng Qinger, where's your pride? Bring it out. With the support of the Duke, you're still not practicing hard. To surpass Morong Shui, make way for the Duke. Protect the road for the Duke. Detecting the daughter of destiny. Feng Qinger, 10. 000 destiny values. Feng Qinger's favorability increased by 10% to 100%. 10,000 heavenly fate values have all been converted into system points. How much? Xiao Tian was shocked. 10,000. How can how can it be so high? Another unexpected pleasure. Xiao Tian was shocked at his luck. Simply outrageous. His mom opened the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the home. Qinger, you're fantastic. Xiao Tian excitedly pounced into Feng Qinger's arms. His high level of elegance difficult to suppress. Gongzi, not here. Well, in the distance of Xiao Tian and his duo's lovemaking, Li Chuan watched clearly and plainly from the high platform as the two interlocked their fingers, and the bitterness was hard to suppress. And just then, the jade in his arms lit up slightly. Chapter 47, Xiao Tian, the highest point in the world. Master. Li Chuan was thrilled that his master was here. and he had a good day ahead of him. Ahem, Kawuru. The tone of the person on the other side of the Jade was noticeably weak and tepid. At those words Li Chuan's heart went cold. It's over. It's not going to fail the crossing. Then how can one still deal with Xiao Tian? Li Chuan suffered for a while. Master, what's wrong with you? Failed to cross the threshold and suffered a small injury, but it doesn't have much of an effect. Great. You're happy that I failed to cross the threshold? No. Master, I don't mean that. I mean that it's great that you're not seriously injured. You're now my regenerative parent. How could I be half disrespectful to you? We still have to rely on you to deal with Xiao Tian. Humph. For the teacher is not a petty person. Will not be and you will not count. The above suddenly sent an urgent task, but it will not take long. Half a month later you will be able to see for the teacher. After saying that, the light of the Jade disappeared. Half a month. The master gave the exact time. Finally, my days of misery have come to an end. Xiao Tian, wait until you're ripped off the altar by me. This half a month can't be wasted. It mustn't be as simple as letting Xiao Tian be killed. He is to be humiliated, tortured, and scorned by all. Yes, I will let the people of the all-heaven Xian realm know that Xiao Tian is trampled under my feet. Li Chuan revealed an evil smile. Come on people, command down. I'm going to organize a Tao Discourse conference and invite all the cultivators in the Tianxian realm to a banquet, to let everyone see the scene where Xiao Tian fell from the altar. For half a month, the Tianxian realm was abuzz. Countless super sects and Tao lineages with tens of thousands of years of inheritance traveled to the central continent in the name of participating in the Tao discussion conference. They had prepared enough thick gifts and were ready to pay a visit to Xiao Tian, the great celebrity of the Tianxian realm, easily overthrowing 2 super sects. This kind of horrifying battle result, any power would have to curry favor. As for the Tao Discourse Conference, not many people put it on their mind. It was nothing more than an add-on for an audience with Xiao Tian. The mountain and sea Immortal City, which was the venue, was in a state of flux. Countless cultivators gathered here. Yuaning old monsters were everywhere, and there were as many transformation god powers as dogs. A casual passerby would have a clan elder who was unattainable and unseen on a normal day. Deng Xian Shu Yuan, a divine haze of splendor and light. This place was originally where the young generation of the central continent practiced and learned. Now that the heavenly pride of the eastern wasteland, western desert, northern plains, and southern border are gathered, they should have the intention of competing with each other. The martial arts arena, gathering countless young cultivators. Either he was the son of a great family, or an heir to a Holy Land clan with a big background behind him. It wouldn't be long before they would be ruling a party and controlling countless living beings. If an ordinary person can recognize one or two, it will be like a turkey turning into a phoenix and soaring to the sky. However, it was such a group of heavenly prides that the topic that came out of their mouths went around and would always involve Xiao Tian. Because, this man, is the highest point of Tianxian realm, the center of the world. Wow! On the stage, 2 cultivators were competing. Divine splendor surged and laws iterated, causing the onlookers to applaud. Brother Long Ting, young Lord Sky Thunder's lightning power isn't weaker than yours. Ha, that's right. My Thunder Dragon clan and the Heavenly Thunder sect are known as the Thunder and Lightning Duo. So naturally, they are no match for each other. But, Long Ting drank a mouthful of wine freely and continued to speak. Some days ago I met a good user of thunder and lightning in the East China Sea, and I shared a similar spirit and hatred with him, and became a brother with a different surname. His original body is not of my Thunder Dragon clan, but his use of the laws of thunder and lightning is quite profound, and he is not weaker than I am in the slightest. Oh, there is this kind of strange thing. Can let you Long Ting admire the person must be extraordinary, more than honorable name, and whether you can introduce. Boom! The sky boomed, interrupting the crowd's talk. Thunder poured out, and the victory was decided. Good. Well played. Young Lord Heavenly Thunder controls the power of lightning. His cultivation is 3 times stronger than it was back then. Young Master Tian Lei's cultivation was not particularly strong, and there were quite a few people here who could outperform him. But cultivation speaks of the human condition. As people who had personally experienced Xiao Tian's terror, everyone still wanted to dig more information out of him, so they naturally had to hold him in high regard. Brother Tian Lei, today's cultivation is even more unfathomable. Nowhere. It was all a fluke. In the past, although we called each other brothers and sisters, we all had arrogance in our bodies, and no one wanted to be inferior. Nowadays, just because he had contact with Xiao Tian and had also done things for him, these heavenly pride had more than a few pleasing intentions between their words. The Heavenly Thunder young lord was surrounded by a large group of sacred land celestials, and his heart was not in the right place, when he thought that Han Mu and the glacier godchild, who he had been drinking with not too long ago, were no longer even dregs left. The heavenly thunder young lord's spine shivered. If it wasn't for the quickness of kneeling in the first place, the heavenly thunder sect would have to fall into ruins. It wasn't that he held a grudge against Xiao Tian, he was just very afraid of him, a fear that came from his soul. And it was because of this windy relationship with Xiao Tian that made countless cultivators curry favor with themselves. Those who were truly close to Xiao Tian, I don't know how many people had squeezed their heads to want to pay a visit. One man gets a government position, and this has been the case since the beginning of time. I know that you all are curious about Mr. Xiao, but I don't have much contact with Mr. Xiao, so I really can't give you any useful information. Young Master Tian Lei, don't be modest. Tell us about Duke Xiao's preferences and taboos. We also need to prepare gifts to avoid mistakes. How could young Lord Tian Lei know what Xiao Tian liked? Like beautiful women? Men like it, I guess. Gift giving, seek the heart in place. You do not need to care about what to send. What Mr. Xiao has seen and heard is far beyond our reach. The so-called treasures in our hands are no different from ordinary pills in the eyes of Mr. Xiao. As long as you prepare with all your heart, Mr. Xiao will surely be satisfied. Only, there is one thing that I hope you will keep in mind. Mr. Xiao is extraordinarily precious to those around him. Never think of anyone beside Mr. Xiao. Not a woman. Not a man. The matter of Li Chuan, the emperor of the Mountain and Sea Immortal dynasty, asking for Xiao Tian's mate at a dinner party and then being scolded by Xiao Tian's senior sister, almost lifting his birdseat, was likewise spread by a certain loudmouth who added fuel to the fire. Not sure why there are more men in the version though, but everyone understands that one should never be stupid. Yi Ziyue or Zhao Linger, no matter how beautiful or pretty they were still Xiao Tian's people. Don't think about it, or else, die. We are naturally unlike some stupid people. The Dao conference was organized by Li Chuan, but no one was in much awe of him. There are rumors that there is already a plot to clear the king's side. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder and lightning roared, and a thunderbolt was like a divine dragon in the night sky maniacally in heaven and earth. The entire heaven and earth instantly darkened, as if the world was ending. What's going on? Young Master Tian Lei is having a power outburst? Asterisk. You're stupid. I can trigger this level of lightning and I'm still here blowing awesome with you guys? This is a heavenly tribulation. Not bad. It's a heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid this power is the immortal success heavenly tribulation. No. I've seen my old ancestors' immortal success heavenly tribulation, and it definitely doesn't have this kind of power. The crowd looked up to the sky in panic and fear. Who is the one who was here to cross the threshold? Who? The sound of wind whistled heaven and earth, and a condescending silhouette had already surfaced in the void. The right hand held a sword and his clothes were flowing. Immortal beauty, stunning the crowd. Chapter 48, I'm proud to be your slave. The heavenly tribulation is a necessary path for cultivators to become immortal and seek the way, and it is the heaven's way of stopping those who act against the heaven. Countless cultivators went up in smoke under the heavenly tribulation, with not even a dreg left. In Mountain and Sea Immortal City, dark clouds covered the sky and thunder rolled in the sky, shrouding the 10,000 miles around in a state of depression and uneasiness. Under the vast heavenly might, the mountains and rivers trembled, and the grass and trees trembled. A silver lightning bolt cut through the sky, wreaking havoc like a giant dragon, carrying the power to destroy the sky and the earth. The onlooker cultivators were far away from the lightning, but all of them sucked in a breath of cool air. This heaven-destroying heavenly tribulation power was definitely the first time in his life that he had seen it. There was no lack of knowledgeable people among them who had seen the immortalization heavenly tribulation several times, but they had never seen such a terrifying heavenly might. Just who on earth is transiting the tribulation here? This is definitely not just a true immortal tribulation. Is it hard to be a golden immortal? But why would a golden immortal cultivator need to go to a small realm for his calamity? Isn't that making it more difficult? Transitioning anywhere. The power of the heavenly tribulation is the same. However, the Tianxian realm's spiritual energy was thin, making it even more difficult for the transmigrators. There's no need to guess. This fairy is the current patriarch of the Green Cloud sect and Empress Dowager of the Mountain and Sea Immortal dynasty. Feng Qinger. What? Feng Qinger? I remember she already ascended to the upper realms years ago. An elder from the eastern wasteland Holy Land was incredibly puzzled. That's right. She went back down 18 years ago. At a closer look, it's really that spirited wind sword immortal. Thinking back to that year, when he hacked away the suitors with a sword and said that I should be a great emperor, how proud he was. Nowadays his pride hasn't diminished in the slightest. Then why did she go down to the world? And how did she go down to the realm? True immortal cultivation can't cross the realm yet, right? Who do I ask if you ask me? As everyone was puzzled, someone suddenly spoke up. I remember Mr. Xiao is just 18 years old. For a moment, everyone's bodies shook. and their eyes were horrified. The timing was so coincidental, and there seemed to be a rumor that Feng Qinger had been protecting Xiao Tian's path. Could it really have something to do with that divine Mr. Xiao? This, Mr. Xiao is really as terrifying as he is. In the mountain and sea palace, Li Chuan watched in awe as his beloved mother crossed the threshold. A palpitation of his heart. The lightning struck Feng Qinger's body and hurt Li Chuan's heart. Oh mother, why? Why are you in such a hurry? Wait a few more days for my master to come. You at least won't end up with a broken soul. Did not want to live. Yes. Mother must have died of the hope of living after being abused by Xiao Tian and chose to cross the tribulation to fight to the death. Mother, how could you be so stupid? However, Li Chuan would not know that it was Xiao Tian who had reshaped Feng Qinger's Dao heart. Feng Qinger was no longer the young girl who had been struck down by the cultivators of the upper realms to the point where she cried in a corner with low self-esteem. No longer the night pearl covered by a rag. She would once again blossom. Today, she would usher in the first test on the path of the great emperor. Feng Qinger, who was enveloped by the power of the flood, was fearless. This is the golden immortal tribulation. It doesn't look like it's much more than that. Why was I so afraid of it before? Just arrived in the upper world. The proud stance was crushed by the much younger girl's sword, and she left only a word of waste, closing her sword and leaving. Interviewing ordinary clans, 10,000 people, only 18 rose, wanted to become a prodisciple and was asked to give his life. After 1,000 years of trying to get a copy, 9 deaths and nothing to show for it. After 800 years of inactivity, he was invited to join the top power of the upper realm, the Starry Night Palace, because he insisted on his virginity. What's more, he didn't expect that 200 years later, because Tian Xian was born, he was given a chance. And by mistake, without any preparation, she made love to the prince, obviously so sick of being held and pinned down, but now every time I look back, my heart is warmed. My lord, you're the one who reminds me of my long discarded self, and I will not let you down. Feng Qinger looked back at the white-clothed young man on the stargazing building. The teenager was seen mouthing the words as he gestured his hands in the love pose. Auntie Feng, go for it. Aha. Feng Qinger smiled lightly. Afterwards, the sword pointed to the blue sky and the foot stepped on the golden lotus. A vision rolled around his body. With a haze of light, the great heavenly might was unable to hurt it in the slightest. 1 hour, 2 hours. The day passed. The heavenly tribulation. It has been going on and on. The eaters on the ground were all in a state of shock. Feng Qinger, who was the one involved, was unusually relaxed. When the Tao is stabilized, I will be invincible. If no one can break my heart to seek the way, why should I fear life and death? Besides, how can I die in body if I have a male son? A sword opens the gates of heaven. Accompanied by Feng Qinger's shocking sword, the sky was cut through a rift. The thunder came to an abrupt end. The clouds dissipated, and the sun returned to the sky. Feng Qinger, who regained her Taoist heart, became a golden immortal. The green clothes remained immaculate, as if nothing had happened. The heavenly tribulation subsides. Feng Qinger has become a success. Amazing. The clothes aren't mutilated at all. This Feng Qinger is too terrifying. Golden immortal. This is a golden immortal. A true immortal was already an unimaginable thing to the cultivators of the Tianxian realm, let alone a golden immortal. The envy in the cultivator's eyes was not hidden at all. Look, where is she flying off to? A person suddenly realized that Feng Qinger had flown away. The crowd followed his gaze and saw that Feng Qinger had flown to the Stargazer building. The stargazing building, built by Feng Qinger, was used to observe the stars, making it easier to cultivate. At this moment, there was a fluttering gentleman standing at the stargazer. He was so handsome that heaven and earth lost their color in comparison. This is Mr. Xiao. What is his relationship with Feng Qinger? Master and disciple? In the eyes of the people who were shocked, Feng Qinger did not make any unnecessary movements and directly knelt in front of Xiao Tian. The condescension on her face continued to fade in any way from kneeling. Your Excellency, the slave girl has lived up to her expectations and has been certified as a golden immortal. In the past, Feng Qinger would still try her best to cover up in front of outsiders in an attempt to hide her ears. It was as if she was not Xiao Tian's slave girl if she did not kneel down and call herself a slave girl. Now that her mind had changed, Feng Qinger showed her cards. I, Feng Qinger, am your son's slave girl. What's so humiliating about kneeling to the prince? This is what I, Feng Qinger, am most proud of. My husband is gentle and nice. Do you have a husband like that? No, right? Envious. There's no use being envious. He's my male. He. You've changed so much. In the past, Feng Qinger was very resistant to kneeling in front of outsiders, but now she was kneeling really well. Xiao Tian helped Feng Qinger up and waved his hand to cover the Stargazer building. No one could see the two of them move anymore. However, The previous scene dealt a heavy blow to the people of the Tianxian realm. Golden Immortal. Kneel down and call yourself a slave. How terrifying is the power behind Duke Xiao. They can't even imagine it. It also convinced them of one thing more. You must please Mr. Xiao. There was only one person in the crowd who looked indignant. Xiao Tian. You? What are you taking mother for? As he watched Feng Qinger's success in crossing the threshold, he had wanted to go and congratulate Feng Qinger and say a few words in passing. He hadn't spoken to Feng Qinger for 7 days. However, Feng Qinger unexpectedly ran directly towards Xiao Tian. What are they doing in broad daylight? Shielded from public scrutiny? Xiao Tian. You asshole. What difference does it make if it's once? 100 times? Obviously. I don't care about a woman's chastity, but why is it so hard? It's like chronic poison, torturous and long. He's had enough. He's going to rush in and save the Queen Mother now. In the Stargazer building, Xiao Tian didn't know what Li Chuan was thinking. Xiao Tian only wanted to try what was the difference between a golden immortal and a true immortal. Chapter 49, I am not your mother, but I am the Duke's. The uppermost floor of the stargazing building is exposed, so you can watch the stars and rivers in the 9 heavens above, and enjoy the bustle of the downtown area below. Xiao Tian casually laid the isolation spell formation, not wanting people to see what he was about to do. The spell formation wasn't hard to break, but generally speaking, no fool would use their divine sense to squeeze it hard, unless he wants to die. Li Chuan is such a person. Looking at his heartfelt mother about to be ravaged in front of his eyes, Li Chuan went completely crazy. I can't stand it. I want to save mother. Li Chuan recklessly rushed into the Stargazer building. In the Stargazing building, Xiao Tian was studying the Great Tao with Feng Qinger. This was the last thing Li Chuan wanted to see. Xiao Tian, let go of my mother. Li Chuan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Xiao Tian. Almost in the blink of an eye, Feng Qinger used her spiritual energy to condense into brand new clothing. Her skin is available to the male, but no one else is allowed to see it. Feng Qinger furrowed her brows and looked towards Li Chuan. Her nominal son. Is this guy out of his mind? If it wasn't for the fact that he asked Xiao Tian for a maid, Li Yu wouldn't have gotten angry. And if she didn't get angry, she wouldn't have drugged Xiao Tian. And she herself wouldn't have walked with Xiao Tian. It ended well though. But Li Chuan did not do personnel or should be beaten and killed. Feng Qinger not looking for trouble from him was already magnanimous. But as a result, he jumped out to affect the Duke's enjoyment, which was not looking for death. Xiao Tian looked at the sudden appearance of his little old brother and smiled evilly. He had heard Li Yu say that Li Chuan respected Feng Qinger. This was normal, and Xiao Tian also honored into Feng Qinger. It's just that, I didn't expect this bastard to care so much about Feng Qinger. It was reasonable to say that Feng Qinger was only his nominal matriarch, not his biological mother, not even his adoptive mother. Then why do you care so much about Feng Qinger? Olympus complex? Li Chuan, your mother loves to study the cultivation path with me. It's your turn to be a demon? What does it have to do with you if I'm just fighting with her beyond the clouds? I poo. Li Chuan exploded with anger that Xiao Tian would say such words. Xiao Tian, you moralistic clothed beast. You should die for bullying my mother by virtue of your family background. So what? I'll bully. What can you do to me? Xiao Tian looked down at the delicate and haughty fairy in his arms and picked up her chin. Moreover, I see that Aunt Feng is quite happy to let me bully her. You let go. Li Chuan's blood-red fist attacked Xiao Tian. However, the next second, he was flicked away by Feng Qinger's raised hand and crashed into the verdant wall, spitting out blood from his mouth. Li Chuan, are you tired of living? Feng Qinger glanced icily at Li Chuan. To dare to take a shot at Xiao Tian was a death by 1,000 cuts. Mother, what are you doing? I'm saving you. Li Chuan struggled to get up and looked at Feng Qinger incredulously. Why did she take a shot at herself? I know. Mother, you're worried about Xiao Tian's family, aren't you? Don't you worry. My master will be here soon. Xiao Tian will die a miserable death. Snap. Feng Qinger slapped Li Chuan again, knocking him so hard that he couldn't get up again. Li Chuan, a spirit transformation cultivator, was no different from a toy in front of Feng Qinger. In fact, Xiao Tian was also a toy, but between a toy and a toy, the treatment would be vastly different. Li Chuan, although I don't understand what you're talking about, if you dare to disrespect Gongzi again, I will definitely kill you directly. Feng Qinger's cold voice was as cold as a cold current invading and washing over Li Chuan's heart. Cold and icy. Actually, Feng Qinger had always had this tone towards him, only this time, it was extra cold. In particular, the eyes were like cold pools, cold to the extreme, without a trace of warmth. But, Li Chuan didn't understand why this was so. Why? Why are you protecting Xiao Tian? He could have ruined your body. Feng Qinger had a calm face. Yes, the mail is done. You don't hate him. No, not at all. I'm honored. That said, I have you to thank for this. You lit the fuse. Feng Qing'er tilted her head high and proud. Something she was proud of. Li Chuan, even though I haven't spent many days with you, I more or less know your dirty thoughts about me, so don't use the pretense that I'm the mother. Your father is my senior and cousin, and my marriage to him is only a contract. It's convenient for me to control the mountain and sea Immortal dynasty, and for your excellency to act in the Tianxian realm. What? You mean that you were Xiao Tian's person from the very beginning? Li Chuan came to a realization when he heard this. Feng Qing'er was Xiao Tian's person from the beginning. No, even so, I've been calling you Mother Empress for 18 years. You are my mother. Feng Qing'er shook her head. Originally, for your father's sake, I had no objection to you calling me that, but since you dare to provoke the Duke, I can never have a son like you. In the first place, I have neither the virtue of birth nor the grace of nurturing to you. Nature is not your mother, and you are not my son. In the past 18 years, for 360 days out of 365 days a year, I have been by the Duke's side, and there are still 5 days that the Duke has forced me to take his vacation. I'd be happy to be the foster mother of a male child, but do yours and forget about it. The time I spent with you is not as long as the day I spent with the prince, and the words I said to you are not as much as the words I said to the prince in one night. Who are you to compete with the prince? He didn't even ask me to be his mother, so why should you? You remember, I am not your mother, but I am the Duke's. Ah, no, Li Chuan collapsed. It's a loss of a wife and a mother. Feng Qing'er disowning him as her son was more lethal than her negotiating the Great Tao with Xiao Tian. Obviously she was the first to give herself a mother's love, and now they were cutting ties with themselves for Xiao Tian. It was as if Li Chuan had fallen into a black hole in an instant. Surrounded by endless darkness, bitterness spread from the depths of his soul, 100 times more painful than a knife cut. Suffocating him, Li Chuan roared in pain. Feng Qing'er, do you have a heart or not? Yes, it's all on the male. You adulterous couple. In the face of Li Chuan's broken defense, Feng Qing'er did not have any emotional fluctuations, but only her eyes invited Xiao Tian. Do you kill before you do? Or do you do before you kill? Xiao Tian was watching this big drama staged by Feng Qing'er with great interest and could not help but sigh. The daughters of destiny are C. Whether it was Li Yu or Feng Qing'er, one was simply ruthless. Li Chuan, I know your parents died early, although you are also older than me. If you don't mind, I can reluctantly recognize you as my son. From now on, we'll be on our own. You'll call me Dad. I'll call you brother-in-law. You won't lose out either way. You can still call Aunt Wind your mother by virtue of my relationship. Isn't that a moment of dark pleasure? Destiny's son Li Chuan's heart is completely shattered. Destiny value decreases by 500 points. Master's system points increase by 500 points. You. Xiao Tian's words even more nearly infuriated Li Chuan to death. He felt that his brain was full of blood, and he was one step away from dying of a sudden brain bruise. I'm going to kill you. Li Chuan rushed towards Xiao Tian in a desperate manner. The result is naturally a moth to the flame and self-destruction. There was no need for Feng Qing'er to make a move. Xiao Tian could slap Li Chuan to death with a single slap. Originally, Xiao Tian's strength was stronger than Li Chuan's, plus he had been seriously injured long ago. Li Chuan only needed a sword to kill him. However, Li Chuan's surroundings were enveloped by a layer of light. Vast heavenly sounds came from the 9 heavens. Who dares to injure my heaven-slaying God King's disciple? Chapter 50, Li Chuan master kneeling directly. Also wants to be a dog? Only a fierce wind rose up. The sky and earth dimmed, and a terrifying figure descended here. White hair, pale face majestic, a powerful breath that made everything tremble. Who dares to hurt my disciple Li Chuan? The sound alone was enough to shake the mountains and turn the world upside down. Everyone in Mountain and Sea Immortal City felt unprecedented oppression and fear, and some couldn't help but kneel down and worship. What's going on? This old man's aura is so terrifying. I'm going to be unable to breathe. I pissed myself straight out. Forget about your lower body for now. This strong man said Li Chuan, didn't he? Just now Li Chuan didn't rush into the Stargazer building like crazy. That's right. The location where the Immortal descended is the Stargazer building, and Duke Xiao is there. He's going to make a move on Mr. Xiao? The surroundings of the Stargazer building exploded as the cultivators looked at the Stargazer building in awe and horror. Li Chuan's hair was disheveled and his body was speckled with blood, but at this moment, he was like a wild beast, laughing maniacally. 1. The package 1. I waited until the master descended, and all of Xiao Tian's struggles would be in vain. Finally, I can raise my eyebrows. Ha ha ha, my master is here. You all have to die. This lousy Feng Qing'er is waiting to be ravaged by me. Master teacher killed the guy. The girl stays. The heaven-slaying God King was also someone who had seen the world and could tell at a glance that this was definitely a dog blood plot. Chuaner, what's going on? How did you get hurt so badly? The heaven-slaying God King had a playful look on his face. Gossiping was in everyone's heart. Li Chuan pointed at Xiao Tian and Feng Qing'er and roused himself. It's these two. They are working in tandem. They're the ones who hurt me. Especially this man. He is relying on the fact that he has people in the upper realm to act recklessly in our Tianxian realm, causing unrest among the living beings. And everyone will be punished for it. I'm going to him up. This woman next to him is no good either. Seemingly high-minded and lonely and untouchable, but in actuality a rotten crotch who runs water when he sees a strong man. I'm going to her up. Li Chuan's body was bruised and battered, but he didn't care in the slightest. He only had one thought right now. Kill Xiao Tian and snatch Feng Qing'er. The heaven-slaying God King smiled as he stroked his beard. Previously heard Li Chuan mention his feelings for Feng Qing'er, and now this look, at a glance, is to run wild for love. Then his beloved was snatched away. Directly broken defense. If it was someone else, the heaven-slaying God King would have to set out a plate of melons and sit on the side to eat them and watch the show. But who called him Li Chuan's master? Li Chuan was extremely talented and was carrying heavy pupils, so his future was promising. Such a good disciple should be spoiled. Of course. Don't worry. Master will naturally help you. The heaven-slaying God King turned towards Xiao Tian and Feng Qing'er. His eyes swept over Feng Qing'er, who was indeed a beauty with an immortal appearance and clouded temples. Especially arrogant temperament, cold eyes, very seducing men's desire to conquer. No wonder Li Chuan is so obsessed. However, cultivators who had only just entered the Golden Immortal, their cultivation was not worth mentioning. On the contrary, the fact that this teenager could make a Golden Immortal submit meant that he did have someone in the upper realm. It's most likely the Oro family. It's just Dalo. The heaven-slaying God King was very confident. Who wasn't already a Dao Lord? He was no ordinary Dao Lord. Instead, they were top Dao Lords who had been famous for a long time and had slaughtered countless cultivators in their hands. The number of Dao Lords who had died under him was greater than even Xiao Tian's years. Kid, call your elders out. Maybe they've even heard of my honorable name of the heaven-slaying God King. If they immediately kneel to me and beg for forgiveness, I can consider letting you go. Xiao Tian just gave the heaven-slaying God King a disinterested look. If you want to stand up for Li Chuan, hurry up and explain your last words before you don't get the chance. In a word, madness. Neither Xiao Tian nor Feng Qing'er, who was protecting Xiao Tian's body, took this heaven-slaying God King seriously. A Dala cultivator. Still want to turn the world upside down? Well, boy, you're wild. When really, the ignorant are fearless. Xiao Tian's attitude could make the heaven-slaying God King whole. I've been in charge of Tianyo City for 10,000 years, and you're the first person who dares to talk to me like this. Didn't your elders teach you to keep your head down? It's all about background and strength when you come out. Who the hell is behind you? Tell me and see if I'll be scared out of my wits. The old man has struggled from the heavenly Xian realm to the present day, and has become a city lord of a party that is so powerful that it controls the lives and deaths of hundreds of millions of people. So what if your family is an immortal monarch family, or even an immortal king family? Old man's Tianyo City has the great Emperor Zhao's family at its back. You should also know about the great Emperor Xiao family, one of the most terrifying and powerful forces in the upper realm. I am their offering. And many Xiao family elders are courteous to me. The heaven-slaying God King boasted about himself proudly, but Xiao Tian did not care. I don't care to say it. You don't deserve to hear it. A great emperor's family? Anyway, mother said to kill whoever you want, so you don't have to think about anything else. Master, what's the point of talking nonsense with this dog Xiao Tian? Kill Xiao Tian, but don't kill Feng Qing'er. She can be Xiao Tian's, and she can be my. Only by ravaging her in 100 ways will my Dao heart be restored. As if he had already won, Li Chuan smiled coldly in a shadowy manner, not hiding his inner grip, but he didn't fail to notice in the slightest that his dear master, the heaven-slaying God King's expression instantly froze as if he had seen a ghost. What did you just say? I want the Feng Qing'er, not this one. What did you just call this handsome teenager? Xiao Tian. What's wrong, master? The heaven-slaying God King completely ignored Li Chuan and looked at Xiao Tian with incomparable fear. His face was white, his body was shaking, his legs and feet were shivering, and the sound he made was trembling to the extreme. Xiao, Mr. Xiao, your mother wouldn't be which one of the Starry Night Palace? Oh, you still know that you know about the Starry Night Palace? Xiao Tian looked at, with a smile on his face, His Excellency the God King who was unbeatable 10 seconds ago. I don't know which one of the Starry Night Palace you're talking about. But I don't think there's a single person who would refuse to call any of the women of the Starry Night Palace mother. Flutter. Soon the heaven-slaying God King, who had originally looked like his old self was invincible, suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. He looked horrified, and in one smooth motion he began to kowtow, itching to smash through the floorboard sap. Old slave. I have eyes that do not recognize and tie. I have offended your excellency. I hope you will forgive me. Old slave kowtow to you. This scene directly dumbfounded the melon-eating crowd watching around them. They were just now thinking that Li Chuan's master was so terrifying that he looked to be an invincible existence in the upper realm, and Xiao Tian might have to suffer. But I didn't expect that in the next second. This awesome big man directly kneeled. How terrifying is Mr. Xiao? All the bigwigs in the upper realms have to submit directly. Senior, what are you doing? You quickly get up. How can you kneel to him? Li Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. His proud senior, directly kneeling? Get out. The heaven-slaying God King's body exploded with airwaves around him and directly shook Li Chuan away, completely disregarding his death and crawling to Xiao Tian's body with a fawning face. Gongzi, I want to be your dog too. Dog or no dog first. You know me? It's Lord Starshade Immortal. Chapter 51, the heaven-slaying God King who raises cattle and the Emperor who plotted against the Emperor and died violently. Your mother. The Starshade Immortal Emperor. No. I should now address the Starshade Immortal Emperor. Some time ago, she had killed the Xiao family's ancestral land as if she were walking on water. Originally, the old ancestors thought that she had come to smash the scene again. Several old ancestors came out, using all kinds of means failed to help her a bit, but his own life almost lost. However, fortunately, this time, Lord Stargazer is here to talk about something, which is about your recognition of your ancestor. You are a member of the Xiao family bloodline, and recognizing your ancestors. The old ancestors are certainly happy to do so. The Xiao family has paid extra attention to you and has already rewarded you with a city and spread your name throughout the Xiao family. We have been looking forward to your return. The heaven-slaying God King bowed at Xiao Tian's feet and humbly recounted why he knew Xiao Tian. Recognizing ancestors, Xiao Tian had heard his mother mention the origin of his biological father, but did not put it on his mind. Crossing the line, and not knowing this cheap old man, recognizing a friggin' ancestor. But mother must have had her own ideas for doing this, so we'll discuss it when she returns. As for this heaven-killing God King, Xiao Tian looked down at the old man who was kneeling in a swirling manner. Alright, old man, that's enough about the Xiao family. Didn't you want to try to kill me just now? Didn't you want to avenge your dear disciple? Come on, Gongzi, the old slave has never received this disciple. I just revisited my homeland. Seeing that he is my descendant, I felt compassion, and I didn't know that he was messing with you. If I had known, I would have killed my family in a big way. This was not like a God King. It was simply a roadside wild dog that was wailing and pleasing to Xiao Tian's master. Aren't you called the heaven-slaying God King? Dominating a party, ruling over billions of living beings, and saying that the Xiao family elders are all courteous to each other. Do you need to be so humble to me? A young man who doesn't even count as a member of the Xiao family? The sky-slaying God King's old face reddened. That's all because I'm good at face and blowing awesome. I'm the subordinate who raises cows for the Xiao family in Tianyo City, and I do the job of blowing awesome. Your Excellency. Although I'm not very strong, I'm an excellent cattle breeder. The milk from Tianyo City was sweet and nutritious, its quality was unrivaled, and its reputation resounded through the immortal world. I have a sample in my hand. Do you want to try it, sir? The heaven-slaying God King contributed the storage ring at his fingertips. Craftsman, no worries. Only by proving to Xiao Tian that he had the value to live could he possibly survive. This was the case with the heaven-slaying God King. Your Excellency, please accept me as a dog. I'm not good at fighting, but I can raise livestock and supply logistics for you. I'm experienced in this kind of thing. I can fatten up all of your livestock. Ha ha. Xiao Tian laughed out loud after a long time. The killing Sky God King's expression line with a serious face emphasizing that he could raise cattle, especially the line, doing the job of blowing awesome, really amused Xiao Tian. Old man, you're really humble, licking your chops to be my dog, but you're kind of funny in person. Ha ha ha, forget it. Originally, Li Chuan this matter and you have nothing to do. For the sake of you to make me laugh. Spare your life. Get out of here. Yes yes yes. The heaven-slaying God King was grateful and rolled up holding his head, rolling up into the sky from the floor of the Stargazer building, rolling away from Xiao Tian's line of sight, and then rolling all the way back to the upper realm. This old man really has a talent for harmonicas. It would be interesting to go to Tianyo City for a stroll. Xiao Tian withdrew his mind and looked at Li Chuan who was as if his heart was dead in the corner. Li Chuan people have been stupid. Short-circuited head cannot think. His proud master teacher turned out to be just an underling who raised cattle for Xiao Tian's family, and seeing Xiao Tian was the same as seeing his own father and mother. This was too terrifying. Xiao Tian was definitely not an existence that he could provoke. At this point, how could Li Chuan still have the courage to go against Xiao Tian? How could he still have the ability to go against Xiao Tian? He glanced at Feng Qinger in a daze, standing at Xiao Tian's side. her immortal posture still intact. Feng Qinger's gaze was always on Xiao Tian, and the love in her eyes could be seen by any individual. Oh, what a clown I am! A 9 heavenly peacock like Feng Qinger was the only one Xiao Tian was worthy of, and it was surprising that he had delusions of grandeur. What a complete and utter joke. Li Chuan's eyes were lifeless and his face was haggard as he lay on the floor, waiting for death. My lord, I'll help you kill him. Feng Qinger offered to exterminate Li Chuan. No need. Xiao Tian indifferently swept a glance at Li Chuan and said quietly, I didn't just discuss the Tao with the Empress Dowager. Why would His Majesty be plotting a rebellion? Xiao Tian, I can't deal with you, but someone will clean you up. He will. Oh. Xiao Tian's sword chi plunged straight into Li Chuan. I'll wait. Li Chuan, deceased. Congratulations to the master for killing Li Chuan, the son of destiny, and rewarding him with a small gift bag. What happened at the Stargazer building exploded the entire Tianqian realm almost instantly. Originally, Li Chuan invited the world's great and powerful to see Xiao Tian make a fool of himself. As a result, he was Ed instead of pretending, losing his own life and making Xiao Tian's reputation spread even further across the seas. Golden Immortal, only worthy of calling yourself a slave girl in front of Mr. Xiao. Deluo, could only fart at the feet of Lord Xiao. Now, who would still dare to go against Xiao Tian? Everywhere was proclaiming Xiao Tian's terror. You don't like it? Try jumping out? Xiao Tian didn't do it. And again, it had to be someone who was willing to do it for him. Those great powers that claimed to have the shelter of the immortals of the upper realm also thoroughly dared not come out to call for help. Have your family immortals come together and race to see who can kneel faster. As for the matter of the Emperor of the Mountain and Sea Immortal Dynasty being hacked to death in public, it did not cause any ripples within the Mountain and Sea Immortal Dynasty. Who called the person who killed him Xiao Tian? It was His Majesty who plotted a rebellion, betrayed the Mountain and Sea Immortal Dynasty, and then accidentally died violently in plain sight. Why do you think he's covered in sword energy? I'm going to die a violent death with my sword. What happened to the immortal cultivator could not be explained by common sense. And of course he would die violently because of other people's sword chi. As for who the new emperor would be, naturally Xiao Tian would have to decide. Zhao Mansion. Previously, Zhao Kuan died his grandson in vicissitudes of life for 10 years. But now, he is young again for 20 years. Xianer, this throne has come to you in the end. But one must be self-aware. Why did you make it to the throne? It's Mr. Xiao who looks up to you. Zhao Kuan taught the future emperor of the Mountain and Sea Immortal Dynasty bitterly. The young man named Li Qian, naturally, was incomparably in awe of Xiao Tian, and before he even took the throne, he had already begun planning to establish a life shrine for Xiao Tian. Yes. Grandpa, it's not like I'm Li Chuan, this dumbass. I was at the scene of the Stargazer building at the time. You don't know how scary that scene was. Just the atmosphere of that old man coming out of the sky and rolling thunder made me kneel down. Turns out the old thing knelt faster than I did and rolled right up into the air. The scene, let alone the shock. Now up to the Immortal Restaurant, down to the Mundane Tavern. All places are talking about this matter. Enough to be divided into 4 chapters and 28 sections to release. I went to listen to it every day and was definitely a fan of the Rutin Tootin mail and couldn't wait to buy hookers for Mr. Shaw. Not to mention Auntie Ling as an aunt. I'd be happy to give mother to Mr. Xiao. You asshole kid. It's all about my daughter. Zhao Kuan was hit on the head, even though he had already given away a daughter. With your Aunt Ling working under Prince Xiao, as long as you don't make any mistakes, the throne is secure. Well, the royal ministers are already preparing for the ceremony. It's the Li family's ancestral ancient Jade that is nowhere to be found. Things don't matter. What matters is Gongzi's attitude. I heard Linger say that tonight. Is the time for her to show her great power. This determines your throne or not. Chapter 52, Complete Victory. We fight for Lord Xiao. My lord, does it smell good? Linger, you're so vindictive. In fact, the smell of sweat on your body also carries the scent of milk. Really? Oh, Gongzi will just say something nice to cheer me up. Xiao Tian's World Tree. In the heavenly realm. Zhao Linger removed her armor and changed into a cool thin shirt to come over to Xiao Tian's side. Ever since the last time Xiao Tian said that she smelled bad, Zhao Linger had broken her defense. Now every time I see Xiao Tian, I have to wash my body clean to avoid this from happening again. My lord, it's in the barracks right now. Do you need me to change into my armor for actual combat? Xiao Tian, something like a battlefield battle with a female general is quite tempting. The ultimate in contrast and excitement. But there is one day in the Tianqian realm and 10 days in the heavenly realm. Xiao Tian had many big battles during this period of time, and his body was empty, so he didn't have any ideas when he faced the plump figure Zhao Linger. Linger, you don't even know the 3 paths. Where did you learn about these strange things? I heard some of the soldiers chatting about it when I was on a previous expedition. So it is. Xiao Tian touched the young girl's hair and laughed. We'll talk about these things later. I'm more concerned about the war now. Under Zhao Yuan's careful cultivation, the south of this continent had been ruled by him. He used evil techniques to cultivate a Yuaning cultivator. To you and me, Yuaning cultivators can be destroyed at will, but the soldiers under you are only at the qi refining stage. After being taught by your formations and gong methods, they are very tacitly in tune with each other. A small team of 7 people can battle the early stage of foundation establishment. A large team of 49 people can battle the great circle of foundation establishment. With 7 brigades cooperating, they could combine to fight the early stage of Jindan. With 49 brigades cooperating, they could combine to fight the great circle of Jindan. It was important to know that a Jindan great perfection against a qi refining cultivator was basically one slash at a time. But the fact that you put in the training to the point where you can fight against a Jindan grand circle is a miracle. Even in that battle in the northern part of the Dominion, he killed a Jindan perfection with the loss of only 1 brigade and the wounding of 2 brigades. I'm very happy with this score. I have even more admiration for my General Zhao. The various surprise attacks and sieges were really impressive, showing them, laymen who only knew how to fight head-on, what tactical crushing meant. However, it was better not to show off in the face of a Yuaning cultivator, who was also controlled by Zhao Yuan, a former golden immortal, and had a lot of experience in actual combat. Even if we win, we'll have to take a lot of casualties. I will step in if necessary. Xiao Tian's words were not unreasonable, but Zhao Linger was confident that her troops could overcome the enemy and bring this battle to a perfect conclusion. Your Excellency, please give the generals a chance to repay you for your king's kindness. It's an honor for them to die in battle. They will bring victory to you. Please see. In the world projection, Zhao Yuan in his soul form was discussing the battle with the Yuaning cultivator he had trained. To Zhao Yuan, a former golden immortal cultivator, there were countless ways to cultivate a supreme powerhouse. But right now, he didn't have time. Ever since he came to this world called the Heavenly Realm, his soul was weakening, and he had to control a puppet to collect and refine pills for him to replenish his soul power. Otherwise it won't last long and you'll hang. The Yuaning cultivator beside her was a Yuaning who had broken through to Yuaning by the evil power she had swindled and practiced. The price for that is to become a retard. It was through controlling his body that Zhao Yuan ruled the south. However, controlling a Yuaning cultivator would require a lot of soul power, so he wouldn't normally use it if he didn't have to. It's so annoying. The matter of soul power hasn't been resolved yet, and that group of qi refining cultivators in the north are about to hit the door. How on earth did a group of them at the qi refining stage unify the north was unbelievable. But no matter what is the fear of controlling the upgrading of the Yuaning cultivator? Xiao Tian, I'll soon be looking for you to claim my life. Bang, bang, bang. Here comes the potion. There was a knock at the door. A servant who had come to deliver the divine soul herb potion. A pot of divine soul medicinal herb isn't as effective as a divine soul pill in restoring one's soul. But now, one actually needs to rely on this bitter medicine to renew one's life. Zhao Yuan looked at the potion and became angry. After shallowly tasting some of the potion, Zhao Yuan squeezed his eyebrows high. Why does this taste a bit strange? No, this damn thing isn't even divine soul grass. This is split soul grass. Soul-splitting grass is not poisonous to the physical body, but to the soul body, it is a poison that makes the soul body tingle. When Zhao Yuan had just returned to questioning the servant, there was already smoke all around. The air was covered with the smell of split soul herb medicine. The entire city was surrounded by soul-splitting grass. The nerves had begun to ache, and Zhao Yuan hadn't reacted yet. Ambush the traitor. With a yell from the servant, Zhao Linger's attacking forces have arrived. Damn, where did you guys come from? Didn't I order the city to be locked down? No one would answer for him, and the monks under his command were nowhere to be found. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it hard to believe that it's already been voted on? Zhao Yuan immediately possessed the demented Yuaning cultivator, only to find that this guy was actually poisoned as well. It's a violent poison, the kind that can poison Jindan cultivators to death. Boom boom boom. The troops began to attack. The brigade of 49ers seemed as one, not at all unwieldy, and worked together with great dexterity and unusual valor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhao Yuan was flustered as hell. This group of qi refining cultivators that should have been chopped up were incomparably powerful. They didn't look like they were in the qi refining stage at all, regardless of attack and also defense. It was like a golden elixir. Thousands of people, as if an unbroken whole. What the hell is wrong with this crowd? Zhao Yuan used his full strength to try to kill one person first, but to no avail. Their spiritual energy was common and it was impossible to do a breakthrough one by one. This is a combination of 3 types of formations. They feats are also specially made. The insightful Zhao Yuan could see the doorway, but he still had no way to deal with it. The double dose of poison made him realize that it wouldn't be long before he was consumed. Therefore, Zhao Yuan chose to flee. There is no fear of being left without wood. Zhao Yuan maneuvered the Yuaning cultivators to desperately flee. But Zhao Linger's army had already laid a dragnet. The escape route was locked down dead. There was no chance. That's just it. I'll fight. Rumble. Explosions rang out as the Yuaning cultivator blew himself up. A nuclear bomb-like power swept through the entire heaven and earth. The buildings in a 100-meter radius went up in smoke in an instant. The soldiers were obviously prepared for this and combined their efforts to resist. A few injuries, nothing serious, and the Yuaning cultivator had been reduced to pieces. They won. With the power of refining qi, he killed the Yuaning, forcing Zhao Yuan to give up his body and flee. They performed a miracle. We won. We fought for Mr. Xiao to make this world. The generals on the battlefield let out a loud laugh despite the bloodstains on their bodies, carrying the Jade Dragon to die for the king, and repaying the king for his intentions on the golden platform. They did. In the barracks, Xiao Tian couldn't help but applaud when he saw everything. Good. Well played. That was awesome. Surprise attack. And yet, they are well prepared, with undercover, bribe, and poisoning tactics of all kinds. That's what war is, as long as the goal is accomplished. Whatever means are used. Linger, you're really great. Xiao Tian hugged Zhao Linger, who had long been in his arms, even tighter. However, Zhao Linger was clearly dissatisfied that she hadn't been able to directly exterminate Zhao Yuan. Your Excellency, Zhao Yuan. He escaped. I've let you down. I hope you won't be offended. Linger, ah Linger. You really have high standards. No casualties to kill Yuaning. I'm too happy. How could I blame you? As for Zhao Yuan, Xiao Tian picked up Zhao Linger and looked into the distance. Come on, let's go kill him. Chapter 53, The Sorrow of the Soulwearer. The Anger of the Original Owner's Family. A hidden cave. A hiding place that Zhao Yuan had found in advance. The explosion just now had affected Zhao Yuan, and now his soul body was unusually weak, almost turning into a transparent state. Even in from his soul body he could feel how weak and pale he was. Tigers falling down and being bullied by dogs. For me to be reduced to being bullied by qi refining cultivators as a golden immortal cultivator is simply a travesty. It's really convincing. Why am I so unlucky? Not a single good thing has happened since I met Xiao Tian, and it's as if there's a big hand behind all of this that's manipulating everything. Zhao Yuan was really going to break down. Facing the exploitation of divine soul power by the rules of heaven and earth, Zhao Yuan could not stop for a moment. It took a great deal of cultivation to train a group of Jindan cultivators by spending a great deal of money to train cultivators and casting a wide net to teach everything that could be taught. As a result, they turned their heads and surrendered. Yuaning cultivators, ruling the south. Before they came to sit firmly in their positions and enjoy themselves, they were like bereaved dogs leaving their homes. It was embarrassing to say it out loud to Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan was really tired and he wanted to lie down and rest. But rest means death. He can't die. The boundless hatred towards Xiao Tian and the desire to save his beloved Zhao Linger all told Zhao Yuan that he could not stop for a moment. Zhao Yuan kept consoling himself, picking up and sewing up his shattered dignity and modesty. It's not over yet. It's not certain who the deer will be. A qi refining cultivator is still a qi refining cultivator at the top, and I have countless ways to deal with it. It was carelessness on my part that I was successful in this sneak attack. It was just an accident and I'll make a comeback soon. I'm going to chop up this group of damned qi refining cultivators and feed them to the pigs. I'm going to stomp the dog-damned Xiao Tian into mincemeat. He who had just held the wall in, no longer had the chance to hold the wall out. Who are you talking about stomping into the ground? The voice was light and calm, not mixed with any emotion. But it was this most ordinary sentence that faded half of Zhao Yuan's soul with fear. This was the voice that Zhou Wen knew best. Every time he closed his eyes, Xiao Tian and Zhao Linger's jade sounds surrounded his ears, causing Zhao Yuan to suffer. Xiao Tian, you, how could you be here? Zhao Yuan was stunned and stared straight at the teenager who walked into the cave. A pure white robe. The lapel and cuffs had a light green color. Long hair hanging down, looking dashing and extraordinary. Zhao Yuan, who had previously spoken loudly, was instantly dumbfounded, as bitter as eating a yellow fever right at the edge of his mouth. The anger in Zhao Yuan's eyes was sky high, and he couldn't wait to rush up and make a human statue out of Xiao Tian. But he didn't dare. Zhao Yuan knew deep down that his current state was that of a roadside wild dog, and anyone could step on it. Zhao Yuan could only look at Xiao Tian angrily, not even having the courage to curse out, secretly thinking about how to escape. What? This is your home? This ecological environment is at best a kennel. However, the location of the kennel is quite well chosen, and if it weren't for my omniscience, it would indeed be difficult to find you. Xiao Tian glanced at the terrified Zhao Yuan and continued to smile sarcastically. Even if it's the hallowed Zhao family, I don't still just go in and swim in the dragon. With your aunt. You. It had to be said that Xiao Tian was quite talented in the matter of making people break their defenses. This sentence could make Zhao Yuan furious. Auntie, you long. As soon as the two terms left his mouth, Zhao Yuan was going crazy. His mind full of the images he had heard earlier. It's worse than killing him off. Calm down. Cho 1. Isn't Xiao Tian showing up here enough to explain things? Everything you're going through here is a setup by him. Don't clash with him. Pray for his forgiveness. Only then will you survive. Only by living can you take revenge. Only then can you save your aunt. Zhao Yuan suppressed his anger deep inside and surrendered his dignity, kneeling on the ground. Xiao Tian, I am truly convinced of you. How can the light of a glowing fire compete with the white moon? Compared to you, I'm a younger brother. You're a big man. So spare me. I have sinned. I should not have refused your senior sister's withdrawal, nor should I have secretly killed you, but I know you're magnanimous. Forgive me, and I'll be your servant from now on. I'm a golden immortal, and I'm very useful. A son of heavenly destiny could now only beg for mercy like a dog. This feeling of crushing him was great. Only Zhao Yuan's plea for forgiveness was more or less scribbled and not at all horizontal. The program was not as effective as one stick of the sky-slaying God King, and no one in their right mind would take it. With a life and death enmity and still a negative 100% favorability, only a holy mother would forgive. And Xiao Tian was not. Zhao Yuan. First of all, you're mistaken about one thing. There's a more important reason why I want to kill you. Secondly, the executor is not me. As soon as the words fell, in the midst of Zhao Yuan's confusion, the handsome woman clad in white walked into the cave and stood quietly at Xiao Tian's side, her eyes containing incomparable killing intent. Zhao Linger, the woman that Zhao Yuan had his heart set on. She was still as beautiful as before. Her immortal face was magnificent. Her body was graceful. And the yin qi between her eyebrows was all the more attractive to the eyes. However, Zhao Linger's appearance made Zhao Yuan completely confused, doubtful, confused, and at a loss for words. Complex expressions appeared on Zhao Yuan's face. Auntie, why are you here too? Looking left at Zhao Linger and right at Xiao Tian, Zhao Yuan could only think that it was Xiao Tian who had threatened Zhao Linger. I know. Xiao Tian, you bastard. You even forced my aunt to kill me. You're not a thing. You beast. Don't be rude to the prince. Snap. Even though he was a soul body, Zhao Yuan was almost shaken to the core when faced with an attack of the same soul power. More than his life, he cared about the person who had struck. Surprisingly, it was the aunt he adored. Zhao Yuan couldn't figure it out. Really couldn't. Auntie, what are you doing? I'm your dear nephew. Zhao Yuan. Bah. Gross. Zhao Linger's eyes were filled with ferocity. And she didn't have an ounce of pity for the soul body that had taken over her nephew. Zhao Yuan, don't pretend. You're not my nephew at all. My real nephew has long been taken over by you. Taking over? Zhao Yuan froze and then realized. He had long forgotten about the fact that he wasn't actually the real Zhao Yuan. After he, who was already in the state of a remnant soul, fused Zhao Yuan's memories, it was equivalent to living Zhao Yuan's life all over again. To him, he was Zhao Yuan. And Zhao Linger was his own aunt that he had lived with for many years. No, Auntie, I'm Zhao Yuan. I'm really Zhao Yuan. You have to believe me. You have to believe me. Zhao Linger had a cold face. How do you expect me to trust you? A non-consensual thought about me? Or a secret technique to assassinate the Duke? Golden immortal powerhouse. Although my Zhao family is weak, I won't leave you to your mercy. Zhao Yuan had been dumbfounded. No amount of defense could hide the truth. The fact that he was not Zhao Yuan. Even if I'm not Zhao Yuan, it's not like I killed him. He was already dead when my soul penetrated his body. His death has nothing to do with me. Taking a step back, my nephew's death may have nothing to do with you, but the nephew whose body you occupied, cheated our feelings and hurt the male. Doesn't this behavior deserve to die? The more Zhao Linger spoke, the more excited she became, and a green light glowed around her body. You should never have tried to murder the Duke. Nowadays, I cannot tolerate anything that is a threat to the Duke to live. Chapter 54, Aftermath. Attack speed and strike outfits. Zhao Yuan panicked at the sight and backed up. No, don't, Auntie. There is nothing more painful in life than to be killed by a beloved person who holds a grudge. The aunt that he had longed for was actually trying to kill herself for Xiao Tian. The Zhao Linger in his memories was clearly so gentle and took such good care of himself. And whenever he got into trouble, it was Zhao Linger who stood up for him. The clearer these images became, the more violent the wounds that sliced into Zhao Yuan's heart became. The pain from the wounds tortured Cho Wan in agony. Zhao Yuan didn't want to die, much less at the hands of Zhao Linger. God has been unfair to me. Zhao Yuan struggled in pain, and his pupils instantly widened as Xiao Tian's white-clothed, snowy figure appeared in his eyes. It's you who made me this way. If it weren't for you, the Xiao family wouldn't have found out that I'm a traveler. I'm Zhao Linger's real nephew. I wouldn't have gotten this far. It's all you. Xiao Tian. You're the culprit. You're the asshole who ruined my life. Oh, Xiao Tian just responded calmly. I did this to you. So what? What can you do to me? I'm the culprit. I'm standing here, waiting for you to kill me. But you don't have a chance. Your favorite will kill you for me. A touch of sarcasm crossed Xiao Tian's eyes. Xiao Tian. You bastard. Zhao Yuan recklessly rushed towards Xiao Tian, and what stopped him was a long spear. Its owner, the white-clad flying general, Zhao Linger. Zhao Yuan couldn't kill Xiao Tian. There was only one path for him, to be stabbed to death by Zhao Linger. And, you, so ruthless, Xiao Tian, you will go to hell. Oh, Zhao Yuan's soul gradually dissipated, eventually turning into bits of starlight and disappearing. It can't be wasted. Soul power has to be used to build the world tree. Destiny's son, Zhao Yuan, is dead. Rewarded with a small gift bag, Zhao Linger looked at the scene in front of her and had mixed feelings in her heart. The tip of the gun slowly points to the ground, and a few more teardrops appear in his eyes. It's not heartache for Zhao Yuan, but the excitement of avenging the death of his nephew with tears of joy. She turned around and jumped into Xiao Tian's arms. Thank you, Your Excellency. It was Xiao Tian who was able to discover that her nephew had been taken over and was able to avenge his death. All of this was due to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's grace is like a continuous river. The only way to repay them is to be with them in this life. Xiao Tian lightly caressed the young girl's skin. You're welcome. 10 days later, in Xiao Tian's room, Zhao Linger had been completely subordinated. Owner, Xiao Tian. Realm, great perfection of transformation. Fabulous feats, soul detention and refining. Chaos bell. World tree, Taoist heart, Taoist bone. System points, 28. 200. Destiny's child illustration. Feng Qing air. Li Yu. Yi Ziyu Zhao Ling air. Yan Xin. Demeanor 3. 000 heavenly fate value. Favorability, 100%. Sufan 4000 heavenly fate value. Favorability, dash 100%. Staging bonus, 2 small gift packs. Points, hearts, rewards. I want it all. It's been a really rewarding time. Basically sleeping and suppressing all the destiny values. That's it. These chosen ones have us to thank for that. There's a lot of system points, but nothing I need right now. Let's look at these two little gift packs that the system opened for me first. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the black silk, which can increase the wearer's sexual power and greatly increase the owner's attack speed. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the pure white silk, which can increase the wearer's seductive power and dramatically increase the owner's blitz rate. 2 pairs of slippery soft objects appeared in Xiao Tian's hands. They are all made of heavenly silk ice silk, and they are the ultimate in accentuating the wearer's figure. These 2 stockings are absolutely extraordinary. Just touching it makes your blood run cold, and if you use it, it's definitely different. They're definitely considered magic treasures. Just surely no one would be bored enough to refine them. The white silk must fit perfectly in it, and the little white legs are beautiful to think about as they stomp and stomp. As for black silk, that fits so many people. Whether it's the cold and colorful master, the haughty Feng Qinger, or the heroic Zhao Linger, it's all very appropriate. Just like Zhao Linger's big meaty legs, black silk strangling the meat, it's hard for the gods to save her. Get some more clothes, or there won't be enough points. You can't just run out of this one and give it to the next one. Speaking of which, Xiao Tian had seen something similar in the system mall. Fullness of the breast potion prescription, 1000 system points. Feng protein, 100 system points. Round dried Dan, 100 system points. Pink attack speedo, 1000 system points. Phantom real play props, 1000 system points. And adamantine kidney, 1000 system points. The system is still really big. With the idea of research in mind, Xiao Tian procured a pink attack speed coat and chimera play props. Definitely great value for money when you need to use it. While Xiao Tian was tasting various exotic treasures, the sound of a quarrel came from outside the room. You big-breasted girl, let me in quickly. I want to sleep with senior brother. Miss Li Yu. Gonzi specially explained to me not to let anyone enter the house. You'd better wait until he's rested. Damn it, you big-breasted sister dares to discipline me up. Do you know who I am? I'm senior brother's senior sister. His favorite senior sister. Miss Li Yu. I don't doubt my son's feelings for you, but an order is an order and I must carry it out. You. I think you're just looking for an excuse because you want to monopolize your senior brother. Don't think that just because you have 3.5 pounds of meatballs that your senior brother will be gracious to you. The person he loves the most will only be me. Li Yu was now very upset. elder brother is surrounded by more and more women. She did have the mental expectation that more would be more. And anyway, her senior brother's favorite was definitely her sister, who was raised by her own hands. Available at, but they're all so big. Master, Yi Ziyue, Zhao Linger, and Feng Qinger. Every one of them is good, especially with Zhao Linger in front of her. That thing was just like a watermelon. And her own, a horse and a river. Li Yu deeply suspected that Xiao Tian liked this kind, but she was not competitive. Compared to this group of people, it was like a little girl, which made Li Yu feel inferior, especially after arriving at the Zhao mansion. Xiao Tian often worked together with Zhao Linger, completely forgetting about her as a good senior sister. Now, Xiao Tian's room. His own comforter was not allowed to enter. Li Yu's bottle of vinegar exploded all of a sudden. She stared tightly at Zhao Linger's watermelon, her teeth itching with anger. Why did you grow so big? You vixen relied on this to seduce senior brother, didn't you? Zhao Linger blushed when Li Yu saw her and covered her chest. Miss Li Yu, it just normally grows like this. What can I do? It's not all good. It's heavy. It makes my shoulders hurt. And it's a pain in the ass to put on armor. Bah, you're showing off. Bad woman. I'm going to throw this thing of yours into the East Sea to feed the fish. Li Yu's head slammed over and was flicked away with a flutter. Li Yu, who had fallen to the ground, began to doubt his life. How can this be? Both born of parents, both raised in fine clothes. How come the gap is so big? Ms. Li Yu, please respect yourself. These words made Li Yu break his defenses even more. Elder brother doesn't like himself. What can be done? Oh who? You're all bullying me. How am I supposed to play with you guys like this? What if elder brother doesn't like me? Zhao Linger saw Li Yu splashing and rolling around, instantly panicked, in case the Gunzi blamed down. But it really has nothing to do with you. Li Yu bumps into himself and then cries. No one would believe me if I said it. When Zhao Linger was in trouble, Xiao Tian appeared in time to save the day. Damn girl, come inside with me. Isn't it just envy? I'll give you one. Chapter 55, The King's Power. Xiao Tianju, elder brother. Look. Li Yu was incredibly excited. But the proportion of height with 1.5 m lowly was seriously incongruous, and it was almost as big as Li Yu's head. Damn girl, get your clothes on. I'm not interested. Xiao Tian's evasive gaze hit Li Yu squarely in the face. She flew into Xiao Tian's presence, jumping alive and shaking, madly showing off her newly acquired perfect body. Elder brother, you're shy. You really like it. Ha ha ha, Sifu has it now too. If you want it, come and beg senior sister twice. Senior sister can make a cup of milk to. Ah, Xiao Tian directly threw Li Yu flying to the ground. This is what you're dying for. I don't like it. Tough talking senior brother. He. Why didn't you take out the potion earlier if you had such a good use for it? Causing senior sister to be heartbroken for many days. As a cultivator, longevity is possible. So what's so difficult about changing your body posture? Senior brother is just letting you understand that this object is not important. Xiao Tian wrapped his arms around the young girl's slender waist. To give you a break, later on you will take the pills to change back. I don't want my lovely senior sister to maintain this naive appearance. We'll have to hurry then. Elder brother, you take advantage of the heat. And, senior brother, are those things on your bedclothes? What a bold costume. Li Yu held up the pink clothing and compared it up and down. Senior brother, do you need me to put it on and show you? Xiao Tian covered his face and his head got big. Okay, try it on. You can't say it was given to another woman. Otherwise this girl's jealousy pot will flip again. Elder brother, help me put it on. Teenage girls in pink, teenage girls in white silk, all are the perfect match. In particular, Li Yu's lively, quirky and energetic appearance is most pleasing to the older ones. Xiao Tian was happy and splurged a bit to buy all kinds of clothes for his sister to try on and feast her eyes on. Does brother look good? Aha. He. Brother's eyes are straight. That doesn't mean my Rainy is beautiful. Of course you is beautiful. Since I was a child, everyone has complimented me on my beauty, but only senior brother can appreciate me at my best. Yes. It was late and the two of them were lying on their sides. Rainy, what do you want to see me about? It's not a big deal. That elder brother of mine, Li Qian's enthronement ceremony. Oh, this, Spirit and I have talked about it. Humph, does senior brother like that big-breasted girl that much? Getting all mushy every day. Li Yu pouted unhappily. You, Xiao Tian touched the young girl's hair. Didn't you just say yourself that my favorite is my senior sister who likes to be unreasonable? He. That I know, but people have been getting a little too jealous lately, so senior brother has to be understanding. I know. I'll drink it for you. Li Yu was not like those women who had treasured 36, or 1,000 years. When she was a child, she was often with Xiao Tian. Honey, which he had grown up eating, suited Xiao Tian better than any other flavor. Whereas Liu usually acted spirited, he was actually high on offense and low on defense. Shyly, she buried herself into the quilt, not daring to look at Xiao Tian again. I'm good at paragraphs, but I haven't really gotten any better at anything else. But it was this kind of senior sister that grew to the tip of Xiao Tian's heart. Elder brother, go to sleep. Aha. Elder brother, do you think I should face you head on or back? There's a difference? Hey, it makes no difference. It's all seniors anyway. The young girl pressed close to Xiao Tian and closed her eyes shyly. I, the Lord, am bound by the grace of heaven and the will of the people. As the dawn broke in the sky, Li Qian, dressed in a dragon robe with 12 chapters and stripes, stepped lightly into the temple of heaven. On the day of the new emperor's ascension to the throne, the entire Shanghai palace was solemn. If we were to say who was the first emperor in the tens of thousands of years of history of the Mountain and Sea Immortal dynasty, who had contributed the most, the ascended Taizhou Gaozu, or the pioneering Taizhou Shizong, will not be able to achieve any result in 10,000 years of competition. But, when it comes to who had the biggest platoon when he ascended the throne, the new emperor, Li Qian, claimed the second, and no one dared to claim the first. This time, the viewing site gathered representatives from almost all the major powers in the Tianxian realm, whether they had an enmity with the Mountain and Sea Immortal dynasty or not, familiar or unfamiliar, or even the great clans from the southern border and western desert and other places that couldn't be named at all. They all came. Their representatives were also all elders and even Holy Lord Patriarchs. This platoon directly pulled the explosion of everyone in the past. All together are not more than a match for him. Timing in people. The second most scenic person of the discourse conference is not Li Qian. As for the first scenery, it belonged to Xiao Tian in the center of the altar. Shangcheng Tianen used to refer to the grace of Shangcheng Tian. Since then, the upper part of the world has been blessed with the grace of Xiao Tian. Li Qian slowly ascended the altar, each step looking so solemn. Holding the jade cue in his hand, he faced the altar, kneeled 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, bowing to Xiao Tian and throwing himself on the ground. Xiao Tian was dressed in a white robe, his sleeves fluttering without any wind. Some people are 18 years old and seal the wolf. Others are 18 years old and the king of a country. And Xiao Tian was 18 years old and became the priest of the Mountain and Sea Immortal dynasty, crowning the new emperor. This meant that he would have absolute say in the Mountain and Sea Immortal dynasty. To change the emperor, if you want to change, you still need to add 9 gifts, 3 invitations and 3 concessions. The audience gave envious looks. They envied Li Qian, and they also wanted to be personally sealed by Xiao Tian. And there wasn't a moment when Li Qian didn't fear Xiao Tian. This emperor of his originated from Xiao Tian, who was his greatest benefactor. I can't wait to call out to my father. Xiao Tian did not make much of a stand and slashed the heavenly sun sword, which symbolized the power of the monarch, across Li Qian's neck, then collected the sword and delivered it to Li Qian's hand. Li Qian, may this country be better under your governance. Yes, Keiki obeyed. The king's power is authorized by heaven. The king's power is authorized by Sha. At this moment, auspiciousness appeared, and the sky's divine rainbow was brilliant, emitting a splendid light. Karen, true dragon, my Mountain and Sea Immortal dynasty will prosper. Is this the greatness of Mr. Xiao? For a moment, the whole place was abuzz. Xiao Tian was indifferent to auspiciousness and silently swept a glance at the crowd. A handsome teenager did not care either, while his gaze always remained on Xiao Tian. Tisk. Xiao Tian turned his gaze with a helpless expression. The system should probably maybe not be having problems. Xiao Tian had asked the system a few times if there was a bug, and the system didn't respond. That meant that Window was really full of goodwill towards himself. It's 100% as soon as it comes up, and he's got a little. That's just it. Master Fengdu live well in the lower realm, and if it's meant to be, we'll meet again in the upper realm. Killing a person with full favorability. Xiao Tian was not idle enough to have a pain in the ass to that extent. Eyes languid. Looking to the east. Senior brother Su, it's time to put an end to my Tianxian career. Chapter 56, Yan Xin returns, served by the double heaven of ice and fire, Tianxian domain, Dongri city, Dongri mountain. The night is like ink and the stars are hidden. The top of the lone peak is surrounded by clouds. Sufan was dressed in a black robe, his long hair lightly raised, his eyes closed as he sat on top of an ancient stone platform. A faint spiritual light surrounded his body, resonating with the aura of the heaven and earth. At this moment, the rivers in Sufan's body were rushing, and his spiritual energy was surging, impacting every meridian and acupoint. It's done. I'm done. Yunxie's eyes snapped open with a brilliant light that seemed to be able to pierce through the void. He let out a low gulp, and the spiritual energy in his body was like a drowning flood, furiously impacting the shackles. The bones made a slight clicking sound, the skin became crystal clear, and there was a faint glow coming out of the body. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed color, a thunderclap rang out in the sky and earth, and a powerful aura erupted from Su Fan's body and shot up into the clouds. This is the power of the harmonization stage. Su Fan only felt physically and mentally relieved and unspeakably elated, thanks to the good brother Long Ting's Thunder Dragon clan. If not for their dedication, and where do I get so essence blood? In just 1 month to achieve the merging cultivation. With regards to the Slaughter clan's cultivation, Su Fan was initially very resistant, then it got really fragrant. Who can resist the lure of a quick break? Who cares how many people die? The cultivation is theirs anyway. Congratulations to Fan. Congratulations to brother Su Fan. Xiao Royan and Yi Ziyue came to say goodbye. Ha ha ha, it's all because of mother. Su Fan smiled slightly. This mother was much more useful than the waste father. Narrowing his eyes again, he looked at Yi Ziyue. The light veil wrapped around the green dress was as thin as a cicada's wing, clinging to the skin and outlining a delicate and stunning figure. The face is even more beautiful. Eyebrows as far away as the mountains. Eyes like autumn water. Between the look, hooked Su Fan heart itchy. Previously, he went to Mountain and Sea Imperial City, just happened to meet Yi Ziyue and brought her back to the base along with him. If it wasn't for the fact that the current Su Fan was a castrated dragon, he wouldn't have been able to resist doing it. Mother, Ziyu, did Xiao Tian really leave the Tianqian realm? Yi Ziyue confided her investigation. The Mountain and Sea Immortal dynasty and the Green Cloud sect don't have his figure, and there's no news about his senior sister Liu and the others, so I think he really went to go to the upper realm of the Xiao family to recognize his ancestor and return. Su Fan's mother, Xiao Royan, also nodded. I specially went to the upper realm. The great Emperor Xiao family is indeed having this rumor. I really didn't expect Xiao Tian to be a person from the great Emperor Xiao family. Humph. Su Fan let out a cold laugh. So what if it's the great Emperor Xiao family? As long as you give yourself time. The great Emperor also stepped on his feet. Mother, Ziyu, now that the time and place are right, let's immediately move to the Pure Yang Immortal Exalts relics. Good. The two of them agreed in unison. And after chatting about some more relic matters, Yi Ziyue left first on the pretext of setting up the defense of East Sun City. Looking at Yi Ziyue's light and elegant steps, that slender jade finger seemed to step on the tip of Su Fan's heart. Unconsciously Su Fan's breathing became rapid, but it was a pity that he could only think about it and could not actually fight. Little Fan, you don't need to be in a hurry. Ziyu, she is still a virgin. When you recover your body, you will be able to do it yourself. Aha! An immortal exalted level inheritance must have a way of restoring severed limbs by restoring the side effects of the kung fu. All the same, Yi Ziyue is her own bag. Not only that, Xiao Tian would also be stepped on by himself. Immortal dignity. This is an immortal dignity. No matter how powerful the family behind Xiao Tian was, he could not call on resources at will. And what to compare yourself to? Xiao Tian. It won't be long before you are trampled under my feet. Su Fan, the son of heaven's destiny, kills innocents indiscriminately, uses the living as medicine, deviates from the heavenly Tao, is rejected by the heavenly Tao. The value of heaven's destiny is reduced by 2,000 points, and the master's system points are increased by 2,000 points. In the upper realm, the luxurious palace of the Starry Night Palace, Xiao Tian was enjoying the massage from his master, Wu Xie, in blissful happiness, something he had never dared to think about before. A system broadcast came to his ears. Su Fan's heavenly fate value had dropped again. News came from Purple Moon before that Su Fan slaughtered the entire Thunder Dragon clan to use for cultivation. I heard that this Thunder Dragon clan's Long Ting was still Su Fan's sworn brother, and this was able to lay hands on him, so I can only say that he was not ashamed to be ruthless enough. Being a brother with this Su Fan brat is really miserable. Fortunately, the master teacher drove him away long ago. Although I broke through the realm, I was backfired by the heavenly Tao, which gave me another advantage. There's nothing wrong with being a righteous protagonist. It's just that being the villain who does wrong and kills when he wants to is much more oceanic for me. Do what you want, and you won't be burdened with slaughtering any more people. Soon after receiving another transmission from Yi Ziyue, Su Fan thought that Xiao Tian had left the Tianqian realm and was preparing to open the Immortal Dignity ruins. Xiao Tian could not help but reveal a smile. Su Fan. Ah, Su Fan. Still holding your breath. As soon as I left the Tianqian realm, you moved. But what you don't know is that I control your every move. Go quickly and clear the way for my immortal succession. Xiao Tian touched Wu Xie's long coiled up hair. Master, the immortal exalted ruins that I mentioned to you before are about to open. Are you with me? Good, yikes. Master, you're so beautiful like this. Tian like, just fine. The daughter of destiny. Yen Xin, her destiny value increased by 2,000 000 points. And her master's system points increased by 2,000 points. In the palace, the originally tranquil air was torn apart by a sudden flash of fiery red. The flame was hot and pure, like the fire of the gods, burning everything. In an instant, the firelight dissipated, and the red-clothed woman's appeared. The fire-like red dress carried a blaze. The woman's face was charming and bewitching, and her body was delicate and curvy, as if it was an exquisite work of art. The second she saw Xiao Tian, the smile on her face was even more charming. The man on the Lord's throne was the man she would serve for the rest of her life. Because of this man, one has been reborn. Your Excellency, Squire Xian, bids you good day. Elder Xian, congratulations on regaining your physical body. Naturally, I will live up to your honor's expectations. Fine, come on, come over here and I'll take a look. Xiao Tian carefully observed and caressed the great beauty in front of him. It was a wonderful, unbelievable touch more than the soul's inflamed heart. The face was clear and delicate, truly unparalleled, no less than the master Morong Shui beside her. The body is perfect, every bit of skin soft and supple. Not only is it pleasing to the eye, but it is also highly beneficial. I really didn't expect that the original Yanqing Senior's original body is so beautiful that even I'm a bit moved. It's good that Gengzi likes it. Xian was very happy with Xiao Tian's praise and said with a smile as she wrapped her arm around Xiao Tian. In fact, I recovered my physical body a few days ago, and there wasn't a moment when I didn't want to see and serve you. It's just that Elder Vermilion Bird locked me up and had to become an immortal alchemist before he was willing to let me out. So I hope you won't be blamed for dragging me out until today. Oh, so you're already an immortal pill refiner? Aha, Sister Vermilion Bird said that my talent for pill refining is very good, and that as long as I work hard, a Zun pin or even an Emperor pin is expected. Gongzi, I can really contribute to you. Good. I have such a good eye. Xiao Tian was in a happy mood. His left arm wrapped around the flame woman Xian, and his right arm hugged the ice fairy Morong Shui, refreshing the ice and fire. Elder Yen, Master, let's take a walk. Chapter 57 Opening of the Cave. Dedicated pathfinding guide dogs. To the north of East Sun City, the blazing sun was like blood, hanging in the sky, coloring the sky into a crimson red. Volcanoes stand as sleeping giants. Magma rolled underground, blazing like an angry fire dragon, roaring out of the ground and into the sky. Sufan's group of 3 came to a magma area. Yes, this is it. Sufan waved his sleeve, and the 8 pieces of ancient jade were all in the air. Ancient jade hanging in the void, emitting glittering divine light, and even more ancient and barren atmosphere coming from it. Sufan's gaze was fiery as he crossed his fingertips and his essence blood jetted out, sliding down on top of the ancient jade. Buzz! The jade that was stained with essence blood instantly erupted with a roar. Originally only a faint glow, but now it erupted with a brilliant light, and the surface of the ancient jade was even shining with runes. This pure Yang Immortal Emperor is really a tosser. The relics were hidden under 10,000 meters of magma and required the collection of 8 jade stones, as well as the pure Yang sacred body and true dragon's blood. It's also thanks to Mother spending 10,000 years on preparations and using the dragon transformation reversal method to transfer Father's pure Yang sacred body to me, or else I wouldn't have been able to unlock the cave door in my lifetime. Xia Ruyan smiled. This also just shows that child you are the chosen one. Ha ha ha, those who gain the way have much help. Those who lose the way have little help. Xiao Tian has made this Li Chuan fellow angry, and the Li clan's ancient jade, which is the most difficult to get hold of, has been obtained by me without any effort, including East Sun City was also successfully occupied with his help. No outsiders can interfere with us. At the thought of immediately obtaining the immortal dignity inheritance, Sufan let out a smile and then mingled the ancient jades in the air together. In an instant, light bloomed and the complete pure Yang ancient jade coalesced. Faint ancient mist rose, and an ancient and barren aura was instantly dispersed, gradually transforming into the silhouette of a black-robed old man, powerful and terrifying, like the master of heaven and earth. This aura instantly spread to be perceived by the powerhouses of the heavenly Xian realm, and they sweated. Even if an immortal was here, he would be scared out of his wits by the old man's aura. The map of the pure Yang Immortal Mansion was inscribed on top of the old man's black robe, clearly depicting the entire ruin. Then, the old man's eyes brightened slightly as he raised his hand. Boom! It was as if the magma was violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand, forming a heavenly rift. 10,000 meters below, the ancient cave was visible. It's appeared, the relics of the pure Yang Immortal Emperor. Su Fan was ecstatic at the moment, so excited that he wanted to fly up to the sky. He had been holding back for months, finally waiting for this moment. The inheritance of an immortal exalt was enough to make him soar to the heavens. An immortal Emperor Pure Yang was even less of an ordinary person. He is the disciple of Yen Di, Emperor Yen. with the burning skill to achieve great emperor greatness, control the world's spiritual fire. Even more so, after claiming the title of emperor, he improved the burning technique and created the Inferno technique, which was ranked among the 12 sacred techniques. The Inferno technique was even more terrifying than the burning technique. Although the burning technique was able to control all flames, it had to be taken one step at a time, whereas with the inflammation technique, there was no such burden at all. As long as it was cultivated, the Qi refining stage could also control the immortal grade Zun grade imperial grade spirit flame, and there was a high probability that pure Yang immortal sovereign's inheritance had this holy art in it. How does that not make a difference? As long as he got the inheritance, Su Fan could become a big fat man in one bite. Xiao Tian, it won't be long before I'm the one who stomps you to death as a slave. Ha 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 ha. Xia Ruyan was equally agitated. She had been planning for 10,000 years, and finally success was just around the corner. Only Yi Ziyue, whose eyes flashed with excitement, then dimmed. She sighed as she looked over at the giddy Sufan. Brother Su Fan, no matter what, I still hope that you don't go against Xiao Tian. His background is very strong. Ziyue, I know you are worried about me. I was killed by Xiao Tian once, but that was a past tense. In the future, I, Su Fan, will not be weaker than Xiao Tian. Su Fan didn't care at all and was full of confidence. Yi Ziyue saw this and continued. I know, you have the relics of the immortal dignity. The future is bound to rebel and achieve unparalleled success. There is no need to commemorate the hatred of the past, not to mention that Xiao Tian has already spared you and me. There is no need for us to go against each other. How unnecessary. Su Fan's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He caused my family to be destroyed. He caused me to be separated from my family. He caused me to become crippled. And he caused me to be bullied in all kinds of ways. He even killed me himself once. I will never let him go. Make sure he experiences this pain himself. Ziyu, your family was bullied by him. Your father was afraid of power to hurt me and sold you to Xiao Tian. Aren't you angry? I know that you are afraid of Xiao Tian's revenge, but don't worry. He can't do anything to you since today. Yi Ziyue was speechless and could only helplessly shake her head. That's all there is to say. You're to blame. Su Fan raised his hands and laughed out loud. Then he put away the ancient jade and leapt down. Hope is on the horizon. The three made their way into the cave. The lava gradually returned to its normal state, and after much time had passed, a number of people had gathered around the lava. They were all startled by the vision that had suddenly risen and came to find out what was going on. But after a long time of groping, there was still nothing. Do you think it could just be a normal magma eruption with no exotic treasures at all? How can it be? That 100,000 feet of magma. I don't believe there are no treasures. Let's look again. But no chicken feathers after all this searching. Without direction. You are naturally headless. Suddenly, space shattered and the figures of a man and two women appeared over the lava. Everyone's eyes were instantly drawn to them. The man at the head of these three had a handsome and godly demeanor. The two women beside him were even more beautiful. One is like a fiery stamen. The other is like an icy snow lotus. The flavors are endless. They looked at the man standing in the center with unbridled love and compassion, making people envious. Who's that? So loaded. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man was slapped to the ground by his companion. Idiot, don't want to die. This is Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao. That Xiao Tian who made true immortal slaves and downlords roll up to the sky. Then one should indeed fight. Mr. Xiao is really imposing and of extraordinary character. But didn't he go to the upper realm? It's hard to believe that he was attracted back by a foreign treasure. The white-clothed Xiao Tian ignored the crowd's marvelous comments and took a step out to look at the boiling magma. How all like to hide their caves under lava. Without knowing it, one would think that the relics of the pure Yang immortal emperor would have energy amethysts. Purple Moon and Sister Ginseng Shui sent a message that the immortal inheritance is underneath this lava. The cave has been opened. Let's follow and pick up the pieces. Su Fan, the guide dog, is scouting us out, and he's already found his way to the center of the cave. As he spoke, Xiao Tian snapped his fingers. The magma churned and retreated. The pure Yang cave buried below had been successfully opened by Guyu. Chapter 58. Why are you here? The trees are so thick and vibrant that tall trees stand up so tall that they almost cover the sky. A living rainforest. The spiritual energy in the air was very dense, more than 10 times higher than the average level of the Tianxian realm. Simply cultivating in this place would be beneficial, not to mention the various treasures buried within. Underneath the lava, it was such a spectacle. This is actually just a cave. Yen Xian was filled with shock, saying that it was a cave. Its size range had already exceeded the size of a continent. I really didn't expect that a tiny realm like the Tianxian realm would have such a relic. Following Xiao Tian around, she had already seen countless shocking things, and she had seen many strong people. Knowing how terrifying an immortal exalt was, This starry land of the Tianxian realm was the main battlefield for the human-demon alliance against the demon race a million years ago. Among them, Immortal Pure Yang was the commander of the human and demon races, and his mount, the Taishu Ancient Dragon, was the patriarch of the Taishu Ancient Dragon clan back then. His cave residence is naturally luxurious. Xiao Tian stood with his arms folded like a god, looking down on the living beings. As soon as he came in, he felt a blazing aura, and there seemed to be a spell formation shrouded between heaven and earth, suppressing people's cultivation to the harmonization stage. This place was really a customized copy for Su Fan. The cave limited the cultivation level to the harmonization stage, and above this realm power would be rejected out, an immortal exalted level inheritance, yet just the right amount of realm restriction. It's wonderful. God really rewarded these sons of God. But so what? If you're interested in something, have the decency to hand it over yourself. Otherwise, dead end. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yen Xian by his side. As the most important chancemaker in Su Fan's destiny, I'm afraid that the Pure Yang Immortal's relic should have been opened by the two of them. It's just that the situation changed when he got himself mixed up in it. Now that he thought about it, the Imperial-grade skill burning technique inherited from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion might have something to do with the Pure Yang Immortal. Xiao Tian smiled faintly. Sister Xin, are you excited to see your late friend soon? Your Excellency, I'm already your person. How would I care about him? This bad guy even tried to hurt your Excellency. I can't spare him. Yen Xian's mind had long been on Xiao Tian. She didn't care how Su Fan was. To her, Su Fan was just a bad guy who went against Xiao Tian. Ha ha, Sister Xin, I received your thoughts. If there is an inferno skill inside, I will definitely snatch it for you. At those words, Yen Xian couldn't contain his excitement. Inferno technique, an enhanced version of burning technique. If he had it, Yen Xian wouldn't need to suffer the pain of the cone when he devoured the spirit fire. But, it's an inferno trick, a feat that was even more terrifying than an emperor-grade feat. The male was actually planning to use it for himself. Gonzi, how can I be so honored? It's just a feat. If I use it, you can't use it just the same. The words were like this, but this kind of legendary feats, all of them needed to be hidden, and non-first family members would never personally pass them on. The Duke has been so gracious to me that don't say anything polite, I know you. Aha! Yen Xian's eyes were filled with emotion. Doubtful people are not used. 100% good feeling. Steady as she goes. Oops. Xiao Tian was suddenly pinched by Morong Shui on his right-hand side. No need to think. He was jealous again. Ahem. If there's something good, we definitely have to give it to Master Teacher as well. Oof. Morong Shui wasn't interested in these things. She just wanted to hear more of Xiao Tian talking about love. However, she was now very content to be able to hold her beloved disciple's hand and swim in the mountains with a few less flickers of jealousy. Tian, don't take this lightly. This place is huge and harbors hidden killers. There were quite a few demonic beasts in these forests, and their cultivation levels were not low. There was also a bizarre black fog, in which the divine sense would enter and lose its direction, like a fly crashing about. It's hard for us to find the most important immortal dignity hall without a map. Senior, I never fight unprepared battles. Xiao Tian smiled faintly. A golden light appeared in his eyes, and his starry breath guided the way. Su Fan thought that keeping Yue by his side was the safest. With the supervision of Xiaoruyan of the Golden Immortal Realm, it was absolutely impossible for her to pass on information. But how could they know how superior the methods of the Starshade Immortal Sovereign were? Even Su Fan's biggest backer now, Xiaoruyan, was a mole. Back when she had been stabbed by the starlight of the Starbright Immortal, the starlight coordinates had long since remained within her body. And this just showed Xiao Tian the direction. Of course, Yue was also a mole, and through her eyes, Xiao Tian could see Su Fan's every move. Su Fan, Su Fan, although you are now being chased by the demonic beasts in a sorry state, your heroic gesture of helping me clear the obstacles is really pretty. Senior, Sister Xin, you guys will naturally be a million times safer if you follow me. On the other side, black mist filled the air, and Su Fan's three were being surrounded by a large group of bizarre ferocious beasts. Sobering. As soon as the halberd went down, the brain of a tiger-formed demonic beast erupted and blood splattered everywhere. Purple Moon, hide behind me and mother. Yue's cultivation wasn't bad, and she already had the cultivation of the great perfection of the transformation spirit. However, when facing the siege of countless demonic beasts of the conformity and return to void stages, although they had the power to defend themselves, they had no power to fight back. Su Fan was different. By condensing the essence blood of a clan to achieve the harmonization stage cultivation, and with the pure Yang sacred body's physique and the addition of the Wind and Moon treasure guide, he could be called invincible at the same level. At this moment, He had the intention to show off in front of his beloved, and he was even more spirited and arrogant. This group of demonic beasts is really strange. Empty of cultivation but no spiritual knowledge. Only knowing to kill bloodthirsty, but this is only good. Killing is painful to the extreme. Little fan. These are magical beasts. Products of being demonized by the residual breath of pure yang immortal sovereign's rival. Wind moon demon sovereign. Wind and moon fiend. He wouldn't be the wind and moon treasure. It should be. Asterisk. Mentioning the wind and moon treasure book, Sufan was angry. Picking up his halberd handle and began to sweep across the 4 directions. Go all the way. Kill all the way. Mighty, but he's asking for it. What Sufan didn't know was that because of his efforts, Xiao Tian had hardly been infested by any demonic beasts along the way. By the time Sufan arrived at the palace in the center of the cave 2.5 days later, he was already exhausted. His clothes were bruised and his hair was exceptionally messy. The demonic beasts were not strong, but their numbers were high, and when they encountered the back, Sufan gradually struggled. But Sufan was agitated and exuberant. Along the way, just the essence blood obtained from the demonic beasts, and the 100,000-year-old and million-year-old herb springs picked by the roadside were enough to relieve Sufan. When I obtain the pure yang immortal exalt's inheritance, this cave will be completely wheeled into my possession. This moment is not far away. Ha ha ha. Looking at the magnificent palace not far away, Sufan laughed out freely. Arrived. We've finally arrived. The legacy. I'll be there soon. Sufan was so excited that he was trembling. He was the chance to change his destiny. As long as he walked in, he would be like a dragon going up to the 9 heavens, and he would leap to become a strong man overlooking Xiao Tian. At that time, Xiao Tian wasn't just stepping on it, and Yi Ziyue wasn't just sleeping with it. Swish swish swish. Voices came from the woods behind him, interrupting Sufan's fantasies. Sufan didn't put it on his mind. It's just a group of demonic beasts. Kill it. But, when he turned around, his mouth opened wide and his eyes came out in shock. What are you doing here? Chapter 59. So Mother is an undercover agent? Sufan couldn't believe it. Appearing before him was the executioner who twice tried to cut him down. The demon that caused him to cut up his chickens in practice, and to rebel against his family. The culprit that led to his being reduced to a clown and scorned by billions of people. Xiao Tian. This demon that appeared every time Sufan had a nightmare. Even though he had now become a harmonization stage cultivator, Sufan still felt a pang of fear when he saw Xiao Tian. The scene where Xiao Tian hacked him to death in the dungeon appeared in front of his eyes again. Sufan gasped, actually cringing to the point of nausea. 2 steps back, completely without the mighty aura of killing gods and devils along the way. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the upper realms recognizing your ancestors? Am I hallucinating? Senior brother Su. As if it's not true. I'm your good senior brother Xiao Tian. Oh. Xiao Tian smiled indifferently. This kid was so afraid of himself. It seemed that the psychological shadow left on him was not small. After all, killing him once would be psychological for any individual. No, even if you were in the Tianxian realm, how would you discover this relic and find our location? Sufan's eyes suddenly brightened. Someone betrayed him? Who is it? Mother Xiaoruyan. Impossible. That is Yi Zi. Click. Just as Sufan's gaze turned to Yi Ziyue, Xiao Tian suddenly snapped his fingers. The part of Xiaoruyan's heart that had been penetrated by the light blossomed with a bit of starlight as she shivered in the same fear on the side. This is a psychic marker. Mother and I have been under your watchful eye. Sufan and Xiaoruyan were stunned at the same time. They surprisingly never realized it. Otherwise, you would have been in the pocket of my mother and I. If not, how could your mother, a golden immortal cultivator, have survived my mother's hands? I can't believe I've been your plaything all this time. The self-confidence Sufan had just built up was gone in an instant. Xiao Tian seemed like a towering immortal mountain. Something he, Sufan, could never cross over. This brought Sufan close to breaking down. No. Sufan grabbed the last straw. I still have a chance. As long as I get the inheritance, even you can't help me. You think you have a chance? A terrifyingly sharp aura instantly blocked off the entire field. 1,000 miles in a radius was stared at by divine sense, and as long as one moved, they were penetrated by the sword chi. Behind Xiao Tian, 2 mature and charming stunning beauties walked out on the left and right. One person, Sufan recognized, cold and dusty fairy, long hair bright as the moonlight, eyes clear like a cold pool, is to drive him off the mountain Morong Shui. The other person, Sufan, is more recognized, red skirt fluttering, charming eyes like silk, once in his companion night and day, finally abandoned by him mercilessly. Yan Xin. Seeing Morong Shui, Sufan was not surprised. However, seeing Yan Xin, still in her corporeal state, caused Sufan's mind to be shaken. Yen Xian's original appearance was really so beautiful. If I hadn't broken with her gracefully and restored her body for her, I'm afraid that I would have gotten her a long time ago. Su Fan was not a cutie, and subsequently he reviewed the anticlimactic operation of his treatment of Yen Xian at that time and regretted it, but he did not have the opportunity to correct it. When he heard the news of Yen Xian again, it was already Xiao Tian who overthrew the heavenly fragrance pavilion for Yen Xian, fulfilling her lifelong wish. Thinking about this, Su Fan's heart is vaguely painful. Belonging to their own things were snatched away by others in general. Depressed and irritable. Elder Yen Xian, are you alright? Su Fan, don't pretend to be sympathetic. When we parted ways in the cave, you and I have already broken our ties. Now I am the Duke's retainer, the Duke's sister Xian, and I don't have half a relationship with you. Yen Xian looked at Su Fan indifferently, without a trace of emotion. Senior, I was wrong in the beginning. I apologize. But have you forgotten the days when I rescued you from the darkness of the cave and we fought together side by side? Remember the grandeur we promised. Don't follow Xiao Tian. He's a human dog-like devil. He's using you. He's just greedy for your body. Come back. We're family. Let's get rid of this dog thief Xiao Tian together. The more Su Fan spoke, the more agitated he became. At first he did it out of emotional flow. Later he reacted. As soon as we pull Yenshin in, the situation will be 4-on-2. In this cave where one can only utilize one's merging cultivation, one must win. But it was obvious that Su Fan didn't understand Yen Xian. The moment Xiao Tian killed the deceiving and rebellious disciple for Yen Xian, it was no longer possible for Yen Xian to betray Xiao Tian. Not to mention restoring her body later on and sending someone to teach her medicine refining and cultivation. A favor that would be hard to repay in this life. Su Fan shut up. Yen Xian was really going to be furious. How could there be such a brazen person like Su Fan? Even if Su Fan disgusted her anymore, Yen Xian wouldn't mind. But this was in front of Xiao Tian. In case Xiao Tian had different ideas, it was something that Inferno couldn't accept. She didn't care about the treatment Xiao Tian offered, but she didn't want Xiao Tian to have half a point of not trusting her, which caused her more pain than killing Yen Xian. Xiao Tian must be made aware of her loyalty. My lord, your shoes are dirty. To the bewilderment, disbelief, and consternation of all. Xiao Tian reacted and immediately helped Yen Xian up. He had never doubted Yen Xian. He just didn't expect Yen Xian to react so strongly and prove her loyalty in such a humble way. Sister Xian, you really make me wonder what to say about you. Aren't your shoes dirty? No doing that next time. Hey, it's not dirty at all. Yen Xian's heart warmed when she saw Xiao Tian's concerned eyes. Nothing of His Excellency is dirty. What's wrong with licking His Excellency's shoes? 3 of the 4 women present willingly licked. You, bitch. Sufan couldn't tense up and started to break into a fit of rage. How can Yenshin do this? In front of Su Fan, she was a towering big shot and never had an elder posture. However, in front of Xiao Tian, it was a very different appearance. This is outrageous. Sufan couldn't accept it. He's envious and jealous. Flutter. Sufan crumbled even more. At his side, Xiaoruyan directly knelt down, humbly begging for mercy. My lord, please forgive us. We are willing to give up our heritage. Please spare us, and my stupid son and I will never go against you again. No one could understand the terror of an immortal exalt better than Xiaoruyan. As long as the immortal exalt behind Xiao Tian wanted to, she and Su Fan would become crumbs in an instant. Begging for forgiveness has a chance of survival, but fighting against it is only a way to death. What are you doing, you trashy mother? You're begging for mercy from my enemies. Greedy punk. Fan, I'm not afraid to die. I just don't want you to. Get out. Su Fan was now furious to the core. 1 by 2. They betrayed themselves. Xiao Tian was like the center of the world. Everyone surrounded him, and it was clear that he should be in that position. Ha ha ha. Su Fan laughed maniacally as he raised the pure yang jade stone in his right hand, blossoming with an eye-catching light. Xiao Tian, don't think you've won. This is my home ground. Boom boom boom. The earth cracked, and a true immortal realm puppet broke out of the earth. Chapter 60, Champagne in Advance. Parental sacrifice becomes a habit. The giant dragon puppet was huge, towering like a mountain, full of scales that were lifelike and flashed with golden light. A furious roar shook the heavens and moved the earth, and a powerful aura surged like a tidal wave, instantly penetrating the entire heaven and earth. It unexpectedly reached the true immortal realm, facing the multitudes that were suppressed to the level of their merging cultivation, across 3 great realms, purely crushing the bureau. Ha ha ha. Xiao Tian, be careless. Have you flashed? Can you flash? Su Fan laughed freely, vowing to vent all his humiliation. The chances left by the old-timers are just fine. Just a moment ago, Su Fan received a transmission in his mind, teaching him to control the giant dragon puppet. This puppet is not a mortal object, refined by the immortal remains of the Taishu ancient dragon. It is one with this heaven and earth, is not bound by the cave formation. At his peak, he could battle immortal kings. Millions of years have passed, the years have faded. A body of cultivation 10,000 does not exist, now can only be true immortal realm, but with only a sufficient supply of true dragon chi and blood, it would be able to return to its peak. Xiao Tian. Fear. Tremble. How much longer can you maintain your lofty stance? Yen Xin. Regret it. Regret not standing by my side. Regret being Xiao Tian's slave. It doesn't matter. After Xiao Tian dies, I will keep you by my side to ravage. And you Murong Shui. You look like a high and mighty, like an immortal. In a moment, I'm going to turn you into a prodigal wife in front of your beloved disciple and make him suffer. Ha ha ha. As if he had already won. Sufan popped the champagne early and made a grand declaration of victory. Xiaoruyan was still kneeling on the ground, but she was filled with excitement. Being able to control the giant dragon puppet, her son might really have a chance of survival. Looking at Su Fan's bar-bouncing excitement, Xiao Tian looked down with a playful and disdainful expression, as if it was a clown's wonderful performance. You do have to open something like champagne early or you don't even get a chance to open it. Xiao Tian swept a glance at the giant dragon's body that covered the sky. His face was cloudy and light, not panicking at all. In the end, this place is just an immortal relic, and with the arrival of Mother Nature herself, the rules of heaven and earth don't even have room to resist. Besides, where is the need to bother her old man? With the chaos spell protecting his body, the true immortal realm was not enough to look at. Beside him was a master teacher who had just become an immortal king. The fact that one could only exert the cultivation of the harmonization stage did not mean that the strength was only at the harmonization stage. Master, this is pretty good. Don't destroy it. Let's keep it. What Tianer wants, Master will take it. After saying that, in Morong Shui's palm, spiritual energy converged into a long sword, and the sword body flowed with a faint divine light. Ha ha ha, Sufan is still dog jumping. Ha ha ha, the dog is jumping over the wall. Morong Shui is only at the transition stage. Can she still fight against my true immortal realm puppet? Xiao Tian, kneel down and kowtow to me 1,000. No, 10,000 times, and I can go easy on your master later. Swish, the sword chi was like a dragon, breaking through the air. Wherever the sword light went, everything was silent. Boom! The huge dragon puppet was struck by the sword on and instantly flew backwards, falling heavily on the ground, its golden scales shattering open like willow flakes scattering and flying. How can that be? Sufan opened his mouth wide, having trouble believing what was happening in front of him. Why would a cultivator at the transitional stage be able to crush a true immortal realm cultivator? It's not scientific. Sword 18. 18 layers of sword intent. Terrifying sword intent. That's right, it's definitely sword 18. At least the 18th level of sword intent. Xiaoruyan was shocked. She had seen a top sword cultivator in the immortal realm. A sword opens the gates of heaven. A sword breaks the dome of the sky. That sword cultivator could slash her to death with a single sword, who was already a golden immortal at the time. The cultivation of sword intent was even more difficult than cultivation enhancement, and without talent, it was absolutely impossible to reach the 18th layer. Xiaoruyan didn't understand why Morong Shui could have 18 layers of sword intent. She only had one thought right now. Run! Sufan, run, run! Before Xiaoruyan could finish her sentence, the huge dragon's pouring mouth had already contained Xiaoruyan. Mother, I need you now. The blood of a true dragon can increase the cultivation of a giant dragon puppet. There were only 2 people present who possessed the blood of a true dragon, so instead of both of them dying, it would be better to give up a small family for the sake of a large one. Mother, I know you do. Without any hesitation, Sufan controlled the giant dragon to tear into Xiaoruyan. The giant dragon's golden scales shone even brighter along with the intake of the true dragon's blood, the golden fairy realm, into which, but Xiaoruyan was miserable, torn by the immense pressure, her vitality weakening and shedding mournful tears. The body aches, the heart aches more. Of course she was willing to die for Sufan, although he hadn't raised him personally over the years. He had been planning for the immortal dignity relic for Sufan since he was born. I only hope that my son will accomplish something and not be bullied by anyone, not to mention the gift of saving his life and rebuilding him. Even if it's not your own mother, you must be grateful. But now, he didn't even half hesitate to sacrifice himself. A pair of watery, beautiful eyes were filled with doubt and incomprehension, as well as deep pain. Her eyes were red, her breath choked, her body trembled, and all she heard was a miserable laugh. Ha ha ha, so sinful. Xiaoruyan was completely swallowed and digested. Sacrifice your parents and get to heaven. All sacrifices are worth it. Su Fan didn't have half a heartache and laughed out loud. Xiao Tian, come again. Xiao Tian coldly stared at Su Fan. I still underestimated the extent of your birth. You were so decisive when you sold Yen Xian and your father. Su Wu enemy. Who is the protagonist and who is the villain? This one isn't even close to the level of the soles of his own feet in the end. It seems that destiny can't hide the thoughts of the chosen one either. Master. Do it. Click. Wu Xie again made another sword after another, beating the giant dragon's scales and armor in disarray. Obviously, Wu Xie was angry. In the end, what kind of key moment can abandon the biological mother who loves him deeply without hesitation? Asterisk. Seeing this, Sufan exclaimed that it was not good, and he knew that it was only a matter of time before the giant dragon failed miserably. Move. Sufan drew his legs and fled. There was only one thought left in his mind. The palace. Palace. Just get to the palace and accept the inheritance. What does Xiao Tian have to fear? I, Su Fan, will have no fear of the world. The splendor and magnificence of the palace still shines after thousands of years. Su Fan lunged wildly and crashed through the palace doors in panic. Elder. Senior Pure Yang. I've come to receive your inheritance. The ancient Jade is here. The glazed tiles that filled the palace were as brilliant and eye-catching as a rainbow. An old man with red hair and red pupils was suspended in the void as he looked down on Su Fan, very disappointed with this inheritor. I didn't even know you were panicking about chicken feathers. How could anything happen to you with me around? You're a brainwashed piece of who could do the stupid act of sacrificing your mother, with your head kicked in a donkey's ass? Pure Yang Immortal's tirade made Su Fan suddenly come to his senses. Yeah, this old thing is here. Why am I in such a hurry? I'm used to, getting used to it? You mother her do this every day? How does such a profit-minded stupid pig deserve to inherit his legacy? Immortal Emperor Pure Yang wanted to vomit blood. If he could, he really didn't want to give Su Fan the inheritance. But, no way. Who called Su Fan the best? That's just it. Since you've collected all the ancient jades and are a descendant of the Pure Yang sacred body and true dragon, I'll hand over the inheritance to you. With a wave of his hand, Immortal Emperor Pure Yang floated 3 colorful items in the air. Listen up. Chapter 61, this cut, caveat emptor. The first one, is the masterpiece of my master, Emperor Yen. It surpasses the Emperor Great Feet burning technique and is known as one of the 12 holy arts, the Yen technique. After the great accomplishment, controlling all flames, you will be invincible. The second piece, is the old man's innate spirit fire, chaotic silence inferno. It burns everything and silences everything. It has reached the Emperor level. After you fuse, although you can't deal with immortal exalts, you won't have a problem surviving in the hands of an ordinary immortal king. The third piece is the inheritance of my old friend, the Taishu Dragon Father, the Taishu True Dragon's blood. Enhancing the physique is all secondary. It contains the innate aptitude of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan, the secret art of space, and so crosses spatial wormholes. In addition to that, the entire cave with countless strange and exotic treasures is gifted to you, and they will help you accomplish something. It's just a pity that you haven't practiced the burning technique. The cultivation of the inflammation technique must be preceded by the cultivation of the burning technique, or else your body will explode and die. But fortunately, without the inflammation skill, you can still inherit the chaotic silence inflammation with your pure Yang Saint body, and you can absorb and use the true blood of the Taishu Dragon Father. Su Fan's 2 eyes were glowing. His mind was attracted by the radiant light and he was unable to move away from it. Greed, lust, excitement, unspeakable thrill. A long drought is met with rain, and darkness sees the light of day. It's a legacy that was literally made for me. Sufan's breathing became rapid. Ha ha ha. With these things, I'm still not just going to deal with Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian is a dog and I'm going to step on him on the ground. Sure enough, God still favors me. I am the son of heaven's destiny. Xiao Tian, such a dog thief, even if he tries harder, will eventually be my danger. Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian. I will win. Yi Ziyue witnessed everything, pursed her lips and opened her mouth to advise. Su Fan, even with these legacies, right now you can't be Xiao Tian's opponent. Give him the legacies and I'll plead with him with you. You're not a threat to him. He won't kill you. Xiao Tian, open your mouth. He's your father. Su Fan glared angrily at Yi Ziyue. Yi Ziyue, you stinking woman. Don't think that just because you're good looking that you can pop up in front of me. You're just a rotten woman in the lower realms now, and you're worthy of being on the same level as me, an immortal dignitary heir? Remember, I keep you with me to use you for me, not to talk over me. What kind of trash is Xiao Tian that I look up to him? Not only will I be able to survive, I'll also be able to trample Xiao Tian under my feet. What do you say, master? No, not bad for. Ugh. Su Fan was confused. What was the master talking about? How is it possible that master can't deal with Xiao Tian? Bastard! Have you got some brains? I'm just a remnant soul now. How can I protect you? That kid outside the door has an immortal king behind him. Su Fan's heart was instantly cold, feeling like he had fallen into an ice cellar. But in the next second, he was pulled back by the pure Yang Immortal. But to help you teach him a lesson and help you escape from him is still doable. I'll possess you, beat him up, and then have my own way to send you away. And after that, whether you die or live is out of the old man's hands. Sufan was thrilled. Master, you're too strong. Revenge on Xiao Tian. Revenge on Xiao Tian. This could be really cool. Looking at Sufan's uncertain appearance of joy and anger, Immortal Emperor Pure Yang shook his head helplessly. How could anyone be so stupid and still be his own heir? Senior, choosing this kind of disloyalty, unfiliality, and unkindness as an heir, is there a need to change it? Xiao Tian's trio also appeared in the Grand Hall at the right time. Old me has half a foot in hell for many years. I don't care what kind of person Sufan is. If he gets my ancient jade, I will give him the inheritance. If you know what's good for you, you should leave quickly. I know I can't kill you, but I still have the ability to educate you for your family elders. Ha ha ha, Xiao Tian. Feel the pain of others oppressing with their background power. Sufan was on the side of the comic relief. For him, this was the first time he raised his eyebrows like this in front of Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, was not at all at ease. I have a favor to ask Senior to teach me. The chowder. In an instant, the pure Yang Immortal possessed his body and entered Sufan's body. Flesh. It just feels good to have a physical body. Wait. Immortal Emperor Pure Yang suddenly let out a roar. Cam, why the hell are you a eunuch too? I was forced, victimized by Xiao Tian. I'm really convinced that there's simply nothing about you that makes me happy. Immortal Emperor Pure Yang held back his anger. What he hated most was eunuchs. His nemesis, the Wind and Moon Demon Sovereign, is an authentic eunuch. It's infuriating that this untalented descendant is even. To vent. The sea god halberd was sheathed. The tip of the halberd was like a dragon. The halberd's shadow was like a weave, and a gust of wind swept the four directions. An immortal dignitary is an immortal dignitary. Just by relying on the weak divine soul consciousness that remained in heaven and earth, he was able to utilize the power of Sufan's original body several times. Dozens of times. The Sufan controlled by the pure Yang Immortal Emperor did not look like the ensemble stage at all. And true immortals and golden immortals might not be opponents in his hands. Ha ha ha, Xiao Tian, my master is powerful, isn't he? Envy it, ha 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 ha. Sufan's consciousness couldn't help but laugh out loud. In his eyes, Xiao Tian was already a lamb to the slaughter. However, Xiao Tian's face wasn't alarmed at all and was calm and quiet as he looked at Sufan with a look of contempt. Phew, what power! In the next second, along with pure Yang Immortal Sovereign's voice of panic, the soul form of him was actually directly and forcefully stripped away by Xiao Tian without any power of resistance. A soul body. There was no difference between being in front of Xiao Tian and immortal. You. Immortal Emperor Pure Yang was filled with disbelief. You're a soul-detaining refining spirit. The soul-detaining and refining spirit that is on par with the Inferno technique. Quickly run. With the soul-detaining and refining spirit in Xiao Tian's hands, this remnant soul of his would be like an ant. Immortal Emperor Pure Yang turned his head and roared. By activating the teleportation talisman, Sufan would be able to escape Xiao Tian's pursuit. Sufan was clueless as hell. He didn't understand why the mighty master and disciple were suddenly as docile as kittens just now. But Sufan understood that he had to run right away. His right hand flashed slightly. This was the teleportation talisman that Immortal Pure Yang had secretly handed over to him just now. As long as it was activated, in an instant, he would vanish to countless realms. And from then on, the sky would be high and the road would be far away. So what would Xiao Tian be able to do to find him? 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. With such a heaven-defying inheritance, he would eventually stand on top of the world. Even if you can't beat Xiao Tian, you can still disgust his woman. Ha ha ha. Xiao Tian, we have a meeting in the landscape. Meeting. Sufan excited orgasm. All the beauty, all the fantasies are going to be realized in the next second. However, a long, cold and sharp sword pierced through Sufan's heart, penetrating through his back and emerging a large portion of his chest. Sufan was stunned and turned back in shock. Yi zi you, swish. In the next second, the beauty with the stunning face slashed down Sufan's left arm. Transmission charm, interrupted. Yi Ziyue Tuan knelt down. Gong. Father, the evil thief Sufan is waiting to be executed. Chapter 62. Women like Xiao Tian. Men like Xiao Tian too. It's over. It's completely over. Sufan covered his right arm and rolled around screaming in a pool of blood. This was followed by endless fear and panic. He had never expected that Wu Xie was actually Xiao Tian's person. Just now Wu Xie kneeled with a natural and smooth demeanor, as if she had been doing this for more than 10 years. She still calls out Xiao Tian like that. Sufan understood that this was Wu Xie deliberately disgusting him. Why? Wu Xie, you want to be Xiao Tian's star slave so badly? Wu Xie ignored Sufan and just knelt quietly. Xiao Tian had also heard true just now. Wu Xie shouted loud and clear. Purple Moon, what did you just yell at me? In Nuer's heart, Gongzi is like a regenerated parent. Of course I miss Gongzi. So what's the harm in calling him that? Fine, call it what you like. It's not like you haven't done it before. Xiao Tian signaled Wu Xie to get up while he himself gathered the 3 glowing treasures in his hands. The Inferno technique, the Chaotic Silence Inferno, and the Taishu Ancient Dragon's Essence Blood. They're all mine. Wouldn't it be a waste to use a fool like Su Fan? It would still have to be used by himself in order to utilize their value. Checking that the things were correct, Xiao Tian then took care of the wailing Su Fan in the pool of blood with interest. Su Fan, don't have a questioning face and an angry face. You didn't ask for it to come to this point? How many times has Ziyu told you not to go against me? Xiao Tian, don't you be complacent. Sooner or later you will end up like me. Ha ha ha, if a like Wu Xie can betray me, she can betray you too. When she meets someone stronger and more handsome, she will definitely kneel in front of that person and call him daddy. Sufan used the last of his strength to roar in anger. If he didn't get angry, he wouldn't have the chance to do so. Wu Xie clenched her skirt beside Xiao Tian. How could she betray Xiao Tian? She was willing to sacrifice her life for Xiao Tian. However, like Xian, she was really afraid that Xiao Tian would have different ideas. If a gap is created, it's really worse than death. Su Fan, my identity is that I have no rivals in the upper realm, and the great emperor families have recently begged me to return to recognize my ancestors. And from the beginning you've been mistaken about one thing. Wu Xie has never been mine. A long time ago, since Xie was born, she's been mine, and she's never been on the same page as you. How would Xiao Tian care about this level of provocation? Moreover, Wu Xie was the person that her mother had nurtured since she was a child. If she was asked to lick her shoes, she would be able to lick them faster and cleaner than Xian, so she didn't need to worry about the level of loyalty. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could she have been born as yours? I've known her since she was a child, and I've never seen you before. She's only with you because she saw that you have a powerful background. Sufan couldn't accept that Wu Xie had been Xiao Tian's henchman from the beginning, and that he was delusional to even ever have one. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Because of the way Xie was brought up, she shouldn't have much physical contact with you. Sufan's pupils continued to dilate as he recalled the past. Wu Xie and he would always keep a distance when they got along. He had never touched Wu Xie intimately, not even in an embrace. Thinking of this, Sufan could no longer tense up and let out a scream. Aha! By what right? Xiao Tian, you asshole. You! Yes, you're right about everything. Xiao Tian picked up the sea god halberd that had fallen aside. An immortal grade magic weapon could no longer enter Xiao Tian's eyes. Did you choose the halberd as a weapon because you didn't have one? Just use the halberd handle to end your life. No, don't. Sufan stomped his legs and kept backing up. Wu Xie, say a few words for me. Didn't you say that as long as I don't harm Xiao Tian, he'll let me go? You quickly beg him for me. Aren't we childhood friends? No, we're not. I'm just a rotten woman from the lower world who doesn't deserve you. Wu Xie didn't even bother to look at Sufan. She didn't know how many chances she had given Sufan along the way that Sufan himself hadn't grasped. Always wanting to go against Xiao Tian, such a person was not allowed to be allowed to exist in the world. Say something, Master Elder. Aren't you an immortal elder? Don't you even have the ability to deal with trash like Xiao Tian? The pure yang immortal dignitary was in Xiao Tian's hands, and he was in no mood to take care of Sufan right now. He had just heard the key term, the great imperial family. Little friend, there's something I want to ask. Your surname is Xiao, but it's related to the great Emperor Xiao family that has been passed down for millions of years. Xiao Tian glanced at his eyebrows. They recently asked me to recognize my ancestors. Good. Yes. Immortal Emperor Pure Yang laughed 3 times. Ha ha ha. Isn't this great water rushing over the Dragon King Temple? If I had told you that you are a member of the Xiao family, I would have given you the inheritance, and I wouldn't have needed to be disgusted by this eunuch disciple before I died, and I would still be uncomfortable in my heart after I died. What I hate the most is eunuchs, but fortunately, my inheritance was given to the Xiao family, and things were returned to their rightful owners. Ha ha ha. Immortal Emperor Pure Yang suddenly laughed with joy. The whole thing made Xiao Tian confused. You do not need to doubt. The old man since childhood with the Master Yen Cultivation. what I learned and feel, all originated from the master. Just because of their own talent is not good. It is difficult to become a great cause. What does this have to do with returning things to their rightful owners? Hiss, could it be that Yen Dihe? Immortal Emperor Pure Yang proudly spoke of the past, his soul body continuously becoming transparent. Not bad. Master's surname is Xiao. Although he was a side branch of the Xiao family and eventually came out to set up his own sect and did not return to the Xiao family to recognize his ancestors, he was on good terms with the Xiao family. Back then, during the Great War, the Xiao family had also sent support. So my inheritance, you Xiao family should get it. The Xiao family is a big family. The soul-detaining and refining spirit no longer bound the soul body of the Pure Yang Immortal Exalt, and in a burst of loud laughter, the Pure Yang Immortal Exalt dissipated into the sky. He was originally a wisp of divine consciousness and could not live for long, and at this moment, the wind flow returned to heaven and earth, which was in line with the heart. He ended up explaining something very beneficial to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian muttered, "It seems that the Xiao family's identity is still somewhat useful, and from what Immortal Master Pure Yang said, there are at least 2 copies of the sacred art in their clan. This ancestor recognition can be taken into consideration. How did this happen? Sufan had been chatting with Xiao Tian full of joy ever since he saw his proud master in Xiao Tian. That expression, that demeanor, was completely treating Xiao Tian as his own disciple. All that is said and felt is from the heart. This differential treatment once again made Sufan break his defense. Women like Xiao Tian and men like Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was better than him. Sufan, add everything. Sufan collapsed and fell to the ground, screaming and crying. Self-inflicted. Xiao Tian used the handle of the sea god halberd to run through Sufan. A generation of not-so-legendary heavenly pride. Sufan fell. Heavenly realm. Xiao Tian transplanted the entire Pure Yang Immortal Sovereign's cave to the heavenly realm. The level of spiritual energy in the entire heavenly realm instantly went up a notch. This guy Sufan does bring in a lot of oil and water. Don't you think so? Elder Wind Moon. Chapter 63 Big Sister Tendo. Come and beat me up. Sufan, the son of Heaven's destiny, has broken with his mother Xia Ruyan. The value of Heaven's destiny is reduced by 1,000 points, and the Master's system points are increased by 1,000 points. The chance of Sufan, the son of Heaven's destiny, has been intercepted. The value of Heaven's destiny has been reduced by 1,000 points, and the Master's system points have been increased by 1,000 points. Congratulations to the Master for his first kill of a son of destiny with a destiny value of over 10,000. Rewarded with a super gift pack. Owner, Xiao Tian. Realm, Early Void Return. Fabulous feats, Soul Detention and Refining. Chaos Bell. World Tree. Taoist Heart. Taoist Bone. System Points, 25,000. Destiny's Child Illustration. Feng Qing Air. Li Yu. Yi Ziyu Zhao Ling Air. Yan Xin. Staging Reward, Super Gift Pack. Xiao Tian's right hand played with the legendary powerhouse Wind and Moon Demon that had shaken the demon world millions of years ago. The Wind and Moon Demon is still alive. He was in a better state than Immortal Emperor Pure Yang. The Pure Yang Immortal is just a wisp of residual consciousness sleeping for millions of years waiting for a successor. The person is actually long dead. The Wind and Moon Demon is still alive, although he was seriously injured and has been in hiding for millions of years. Little friend, didn't you promise me that you would let me go by teaching you my legendary technique? Wind and Moon Treasure. This is not an ordinary Imperial grade technique. After cultivating it you will be invincible in the world. Pure Yang and Taishu both joined forces and failed to kill me. I don't even need to tell you how gold it is. Wind Moon Demon Duke didn't blow awesome, and his battle record was verifiable. He wasn't even facing an ordinary Immortal Exalted. The Yen Emperor's disciple and owner of the Yen technique. The Yen Emperor's mountain space system Exalted. These two were just in the contemporary era. They could also be called one of the top Immortal Exalted. The two immortal dignitaries opposite each other were half dead. As for the Wind Moon Demon, if he had not been discovered by Xiao Tian's soul detaining and refining detection, he would have probably slipped out and come back from the dead. It goes without saying that the gold content of Wind and Moon is not to be missed. However, Xiao Tian was not interested in the Wind and Moon treasure. He still had a large number of sisters and siblings to take care of, tricked into it just in case. For some people who need him, only a brain-dead person would practice such a physically harmful technique. Oh, and Sufan is also practicing the castrated version. Elder Fengyu, when did I say I would let you go? Xiao Tian smiled faintly. What we agreed on at that time was to help you recover your power in exchange for the technique. Now that I used a large amount of pills to help you recover from your harmonized cultivation, to the level of an immortal monarch, isn't that still not fulfilling the agreement? Then what do you mean you're detaining me now? It's not like restoring your cultivation is sparing you. You've restored your divine soul power. Of course I have to refine it again. Little fat sheep must of course be fattened before slaughtering to maximize returns. My day. Brat. You're no good. You're even darker than Lao Zi. I even told you about the heaven refining demon lord and heaven stealing demon lord intelligence. Elder Fengyu, do you think I'm a holy mother? You're a great tonic for me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The wind moon demon's mind collapsed. He was truly surprised that Xiao Tian was a black as black goods. Row. Though I'm going to die at your hands. But you wait. I'll give you the wind and moon book and you can go ahead and practice. You're in for a treat. Xiao Tian. You wait. My brothers will take revenge for me. Everyone else brings up their children's descendants to avenge their deaths. How come you've become a brother? It's not a ing no. The corner of the wind moon demon's mouth twitched, and he had to admit that Xiao Tian was very capable of making people break their defenses. However, he no longer had time to break into song. Xiao Tian lifted his right hand and refined this once powerful person in an instant. The majestic divine soul force was transformed into spiritual force and shuttled around Xiao Tian's body. The spiritual energy was violent and contained the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. And they were controlled and guided by Xiao Tian in an orderly manner, transforming into a trickle of tiny streams that converged into the meridians. The madness of the raging spiritual energy made the so-called bottleneck as thin as paper, vanishing in a second. Mid-return. Late stage of returning to the void. Ensemble period. Transition period. Mahayana period. Middle Mahayana. Late Mahayana. Mahayana consummation. Xiao Tian intended to become an immortal in one go. A huge lotus flower condensed from pure spiritual energy slowly bloomed in the Dantian, and its light was so bright that even the sun, moon, and stars lost their colors. The sleeves of his clothes began to tremble violently, and his divine soul released a terrifying aura. Just then, the heavenly tribulation rolled in. Boom! Thunder roared like 10,000 drums, shaking the entire heavenly realm of earth and living beings. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the sky violently shifted. The clouds were so dense that they seemed to be able to swallow all the light, and the lightning and thunder in the middle of the clouds intertwined into an apocalyptic scene. The apocalypse? Xiao Tian's eyes were bright as he raised his head to the sky, not panicking. Early on, he was ready to break through the heavenly tribulation. It's only 98%, though, and it's not steady enough. But, with this chaos bell, how can you not die? Just, Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. It seems like he can control the heavenly calamity. With a thought, in the heavenly realm, the visions were all over the place, and the originally gray sky was suddenly torn apart by a brilliant seven-colored haze. Thunder and lightning instantly turned into light clouds and bright sunshine. I'll go. It's really possible. Everything in this heavenly realm, I can really control it at will. Then, in the future, won't I be able to be fearless in all heavenly tribulations? This was something that ordinary cultivators wouldn't even dare to think about. 100% over the sky. Suddenly, above the 9 heavens, a fissure occurs. The terrifying heavenly might swept over again, and Xiao Tian could feel its furious will and could drive it away with his hand. TCH, it seems like the heavenly Tao has discovered that I cheated and is coming to punish me. But so what if you're the heavenly Tao? I can't still drive away at will. Xiao Tian smiled indifferently. Sister, come and hit me. I'll pucker my ass and let you beat it. You control heaven and earth. So can brother. I know you can't do anything with me, but brother gives you face. A strand of lightning power in the sky was stripped by Xiao Tian and pumped into Xiao Tian's hand. Big sister Tendo, watch this. I'm going to cross the threshold. The voltage of about 1 volt of power entered Xiao Tian's body. Almost the intensity of a mosquito bite that was a little bit more numb than a mosquito bite. Then, Xiao Tian lay on the ground horizontally. In a big word. Oh big sister Tendo, I'm going to die. Can't you still want to split me? Ooh, I'm so miserable. Thunder and lightning roared in the sky, shaking with fury. Xiao Tian's behavior was simply provocative, blowing up the heavenly Tao will. It was fine to use means to escape the heavenly tribulation, but they even came to disgust her. How can this be tolerated? She really wanted to torture Xiao Tian countless times right now with millions of thunderbolts, landslides, volcanic eruptions, and meteorite falls. However, she could do nothing with Xiao Tian. This place is under her control and she can't control it all. The young man in front of him could somehow control everything in this place, even the will of heaven. Never again. One can only leave such an angry will and turn away. Xiao Tian saw that the sky was once again calm and his breath was no longer hidden. Strength raced through his body. A dazzling light erupted around him, and the shackles of heaven and earth were finally completely shattered at this moment. True Immortal, come into being. The aura of the heavenly realm became abnormally dense with the moment Xiao Tian made his breakthrough, as if everything was newborn. And Xiao Tian also developed a bold idea. Chapter 64. It's her starry night. For my Xiao family's use, this heavenly calamity, I can cross it, whether others can cross it. If it's possible, it's not a safe bet that your own friends and family will be upgraded. To a cultivator, if she could help him or her to pass through the heavenly tribulation without any injuries, she would definitely be willing to pay the price of dumping her family's money. Wouldn't that be a great deal of money? The world tree is far more useful than I thought before, and what the dog system gives is truly luxurious. In that case, take advantage of the good fortune and open the prize package. Opened up the big package. Golden light crossed Xiao Tian's mind. Congratulations to the master for obtaining chaotic life spirit inflammation, melted from thousands of vital spirit fires, an imperial flame, everlasting life, nirvana rebirth. Holy, another good one. The deluxe gift pack is just better than the small gift pack. That thing can only open black and white silk. What's the point? Chaotic life spirit inflammation, the new birth of all things, contains the power of pure vitality. After integrating into the body, immortality can also be used as a resurrection armor. The flame is not extinguished, and one never dies. It is absolutely buggy for cultivators. The life-preserving exotic treasure was definitely the first preference. Live to output. Dog system, you kinda know what I want. And so on. Xiao Tian thought for a second. Is this chaotic life spirit inflammation and chaotic silence inflammation a pair? Will they be able to fuse? Xiao Tian decisively opened the system to rummage through it. The dog system doesn't answer back when asked for stuff, but its maul doesn't lie. There. Chaos life and death inflammation. Sacred product. Fused from chaos life spirit inflammation and chaos silence inflammation. Possessing the characteristics of both, with stronger effects, in addition to greatly increasing battle power. Sure enough, it's still true. Chaotic life and death inflammation. I'll take it. Xiao Tian had long since asked for the burning skill from Xian. Cultivate the burning skill before cultivating the inflammation skill. Possessing the heart of the way, initiation is just a thought away. One may be the only person in the world who has cultivated the flame technique. Xiao Tian intended to impart the yen skill to Xian, but she was dead set against accepting it, fearing that if the enemy searched her soul, something so important would be passed on. Only half of it was cultivated, eliminating the side effect that devouring spirit flame would endure 100 pains. However, the crippled version could not control the spirit flame as it wished, and could only control it if its own power was strong enough. The chaotic silence inferno was similarly rejected by her with the same reason. Thanks to this, I've had the chance to see the chaotic life and death inferno in all its glory. Inferno trick. Activate. The left hand rises extreme black inflammation, quiet and deep, with devouring the evil aura of the silence of all things, through the palpitating coldness, dabbing on a trace as if it were to be all doom and gloom. In his right hand, a pure white flame rose up in the air, like the rising sun, warm and holy, permeated with a constant flow of life force, healing all things and purifying the whole life. If there was no inferno skill, an ordinary true immortal cultivator would have to be directly engulfed and never be allowed to transcend life. The flame seemed to roar like a giant dragon, and each leap made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. But it was such a terrifying flame that was as meek as a kitten in Xiao Tian's hands that anyone who saw it would be shocked. Two diametrically opposed breaths of flame in the air hovering and dancing, but each other irrelevant, such as the north and south poles of the magnet. Incompatible, very resistant. Hop. As Xiao Tian's mind moved, the two flames that were originally mutually exclusive actually began to slowly approach. They could not resist Xiao Tian. Under Xiao Tian's guidance, the two flames began to slowly intertwine, overlap, collide, and penetrate each other. The temperature of the flames gradually increased, and sparks flew in all directions, sometimes gathering in clusters, sometimes dissipating into sparks. As time passed, Xiao Tian was sweating profusely, and he's figured out the balance between the two. Activate the magic card. Fusion. At this moment, two very different flames quietly combined. Chaotic life and death inflammation. Ask the world. The blazing fire, burning brightly, seemed to set heaven and earth on fire. The flames are brilliant and come in a variety of colors. Gorgeous and beautiful, but feared by all. It's done. I've really done it. Chaotic life and death inflammation. Sacred flame. The holy flame that was either the first or the second in the current world was, just like that, synthesized by Xiao Tian, a true immortal realm. Not to mention holy flames, even if they were to fuse two immortal flames, many people would have to toss their heads and half their bodies. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, had accomplished a masterpiece that had never been seen before or since. Not to mention the chaotic life and death inflammation. Even its inferior grades of silence and living spirit were difficult to possess. Xiao Tian was so excited that he was even more excited than the moment when he got the notice from the university. A podcast also came in at the right time in his head. New destiny's child detected. Xiao Tian. A majestic divine mountain that stood above the 9 heavens. The light and elegant divine light and the immortal mist were as if it was a fairyland. Great Emperor Zhao's family. One of the most powerful families in the 9 heavens and 10 lands of the upper realm. Inherited for millions of years. From ancient times to modern times. Through countless twists and turns. It still stands at the top of the world. 3 out of 3 immortal emperors. And even more immortal emperors. If an ordinary cultivator could get a moment of their attention, a hint of their favor, he was afraid that he could be as happy as if he had won the lottery, jumping for 3 days and 3 nights. But it was such a great clan that the group of people with the highest status within the clan were gathered together at this moment, deliberating on a great matter. Xiao War, the current patriarch of the Xiao family, trembled as he reported the news. Although he was the nominal patriarch, which of these old ancestors in front of him hadn't been patriarchs at one time or another? And some of them still didn't look at the position of patriarch. In front of them, Xiao Tian, the supreme lord in the eyes of outsiders, could only be humbled and called small. The Starshade Immortal Sovereign, no, the Starshade Great Emperor, has sent word that her beloved son, Xiao Tian, has already departed and will be arriving in a matter of days. The faces of the old ancestors were grave, and they were quite distressed by this upcoming Xiao family Jr., twice being brutally beaten by the astral hosts. These supremely honored immortal dignitaries couldn't hold their faces and were even more chagrined in their hearts. A white-haired old man broke the silence and opened his mouth. Everyone, no matter what, Xiao Tian is of my Xiao family's bloodline, and there shouldn't be any dispute about him recognizing his ancestor, even though he was raised by the Starcatcher, and the Starcatcher killed his biological father, the former heavenly pride of my Xiao family. It was always an internal issue. Let's put aside the relationship between the Stargazer and my Xiao family for the moment. This kid, he's a Xia. No objection. There can be no disagreement. And Starbuck is close to putting a knife to his neck. That woman is so cruel that she doesn't recognize her own parents. Oh, and she doesn't have a real mom and dad either. Third ancestor, if Xiao Tian is truly of my Xiao family's bloodline, we have no objection to recognizing our ancestor as our ancestor. The key is that Xingjiu. She has even proposed to let her son be the young lord directly. How can this be? Yes, Xiao Tian this young master as soon as, and when the patriarch, and what is the difference? Xiao family discourse have to fall into the hands of this woman. It is difficult that you let the little warson and her fight for power. Before she's certified as an emperor, she entered the Xiao family like no one's business, and I'm afraid that no one in the world can restrain her if she becomes an emperor in the meantime. Is it difficult to ask Emperor Ancestor and the others to step in? So yeah, if you can't beat it, you have to admit it. What else can you do? All kinds of opinions come and go, analyzing from all aspects, and for a while it becomes a mess again. Gentlemen, let your eyes open a bit. Is there a possibility that she is the one who is using the Stargazer for my Xiao family? Chapter 65, Master. You should call me Master. What kind of a person is Stargazer in your eyes? Starcore adulterated heresy? A star-crushing, murderous she-devil? Or is it an ancient genius or a stunning female emperor who has overpowered the present generation and proudly claimed the title of emperor? Either identity, though, doesn't change one fact. She was Xiao Tian's mother, and she was willing to be Xiao Tian's mother. And Xiao Tian is a member of my Xiao family. She thought of making her son the young master and patriarch. Did she not want the Xiao family to grow and his son to control greater power? Turning enemies into friends. We'll be on the same rope from now on. The white-haired old man known as the third ancestor made an impassioned speech, and the other ancestors looked at each other speechlessly. These words, not without reason. We all actually know in our hearts that power comes out of the barrel of a gun, and whoever is strong will have the final say. If it was all about serving the Xiao family and growing the family, it didn't matter who was the boss. A moment later, a man spoke up. But isn't this too degrading? We're a great emperor family and we're being coerced by a woman. Female streams, hahaha, old 5. If you want to look down on female streams, don't blame your sisters here for not giving you face. There are quite a few female heroes in our Xiao family. The third ancestor smiled as he stroked his beard. The name of a great imperial family can only scare mundane mediocrities. It can't scare true heroes. What did the original Yan emperor think of our Xiao family? How have the stars looked up to us nowadays? That is, all of you here. If you were not born in the Xiao family, I am afraid that you will not think that the Xiao family is some kind of unattainable god, but only a landlord with quite a lot of family money. Gentlemen, this is not coercion. It is a request for cooperation. Prosper my Xiao family together. Revitalize my Xiao family. No one spoke out against it. Or if they did, they couldn't say it again. Disobey and wait for the stars to come to you. You can't speak. The person is gone. So consider yourself served. Good. Since everyone has no objections, Old 13, You will preside over the matter of receiving Xiao Tian and arranging for him to succeed as young master. With your relationship with Starshade, I'm sure you'll be most happy about this. Elder brother, come and have a bite. In the guilty mortal boat that traveled through the void, the lovely senior sister, Li Yu, thoughtfully peeled the grapes and put them into Xiao Tian's mouth one bite at a time. Every time she touched Xiao Tian's faintly thin lips, Li Yu felt a leap of joy. It's so tempting to take a bite. From the time we boarded the Immortal boat, you fed your senior brother 361 grapes but didn't hand me one. Is it because I'm not worthy of your senior? Li Yu's differential treatment made Morong Xue jealous. Xiao Tian is your senior brother. I'm not your senior anymore? Your eldest brother was good to you, raising you up with a handful of, and so was I not. Your master. Your baby instincts as a child don't still have to be worked out by your master. Growing up surprisingly 361:0, you still don't have me in your eyes as a master. This ungrateful disciple, who is like a stranger and completely ignores her, is infuriating. Morong Xue thought to herself that she wasn't jealous of Li Yu sitting on Xiao Tian's lap, feeding intimately, and being able to contact Xiao Tian at will. Although these two people's mushy appearance, those who knew that they were senior siblings, and those who didn't knew that they thought that they were Dao couples in passionate love, but she didn't feel jealous at all. I just wish Li Yu would be more reserved. As a teacher's supervisor. Why are you still here, master? Morong Xue was exasperated and laughed. What? I can't stay here? Li Yu smiled sweetly. Not really, it's just that elder brother and I are in love with the birds of prey and enjoying our lives, and it's more than appropriate for you, an elder, to be here. You know, many families are in conflict just because the elders won't avoid suspicion. Now, my senior brother and I are the newlyweds, and you are our parents. You have to know how to give us private space, otherwise how can you hold your granddaughter? Before Li Yu could finish his sentence, he was thrown into the small dark room by Morong Xue with a fruit plate. 10 years of confinement. No, 100 years. You're not allowed to see your senior brother for 100 years. Senior don't Elder brother remember to fish me out. Amidst the cries, only Xiao Tian and Morong Xue were left in the room. Tian your senior sister's grapes are so delicious? Just because it's hers, its aftertaste? Morong Xue had already acted as Li Yu had, sticking to Xiao Tian's side. Ahem. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. Before Xiao Tian had time to deal with the Shura, the master made a decisive move to kick the senior sister out of the way. It's true that you still have to be strong, which is not. The master's is also delicious. Just the senior sister she a piece of mind. Then a piece of my heart. Does Tianer want it? With that, Morong Xue took out grapes and started feeding Xiao Tian. Soft, sweet grapes are truly delicious. Tianer, you must promise me that before I can hold my granddaughter, I have to hold my daughter. Isn't rain just? Xiao Tian was sweating for a while. He didn't have the idea of being a father right now. Li Yu hadn't been raised yet. Another one would have to be exhausted. What's more, according to Morong Xue's jealous temperament, it was her own daughter who had to be jealous every day. Morong Xue skimmed her lips. It's different. She's the bad boy. A bad kid who bullies her teachers. You are so kind to talk about her. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked, but Nakabashi does enjoy his blessings. Xiao Tian could only coax his own bad master teacher with kind words. Who called her my mentor? Suddenly, Xiao Tian thought of something. Master, I realize I'm more than just your disciple. That's for sure. You're still my Taoist partner. Morong Xue gave a shallow smile. Her icy face was filled with warmth. A tenderness that onlookers could not see in their lifetime. Not this meaning. You think my birth mother is not Morong Xian. This is your former master. Is her son. From her to count. You call me a small master is not too much. Xiao Tian smiled and joked. He knew that Morong Xue would definitely not be angry before he dared to say this. As a matter of fact, Morong Xue indeed did not get angry, but instead kneeled down at Xiao Tian's feet in a sharp and upright manner. Master is right. Newer greets master. As he said that, he was going to pay his respects to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian hurriedly knelt down sharply. Master, don't be serious. I'm just joking with you. You're my master. How can you be like this? My disciple is very into loving you. Hey, there's no need for so many rules. To be a Taoist couple, one should treat each other fairly. Tianer has called me master for 20 years and knelt down countless times. It's only right that I give Tianer back. Master. Xiao Tian happiness hugged his master teacher and made the immortal boat arrive at the Xiao family a little slower. The really beautiful and appealing of such a soft and gentle masters. But it's just too much coddling. Someone needs to discipline themselves. Eldest sister, I miss your whip. Ahem. Business matters. After finishing with master's business, it was time to consider the Xiao family. This trip to the Xiao family was again exhausting. Xiao Zhang, son of heavenly fate, 6,000 heavenly fate values, favorability, -20%. Xiao Che, son of heavenly fate, 8,000 heavenly fate values, favorability, -20%. Xiao Li, daughter of heavenly fate, 10,000 heavenly fate values, favorability, 20%. Chapter 66. The entire Xiao family is Xiao Tian's people. What are you going to fight him with? Rumble. Suddenly, the great bell of the Xiao family realm boomed. The Xiao family competition. Stop from now on. The position of young master shall be taken by Xiao Tian. Young Lord Xiao Tian will be arriving at the realm soon. Those who wish to observe may go to the Zhengdong receiving station on their own. Please pay attention to etiquette. Otherwise, they will be responsible for the consequences. An ancient mansion of the Xiao family. Click. The cup from which he was drinking tea was shattered by a handful of teenagers. Teacher, I'm not convinced. Handsome eyebrows and starry-eyed teenager. Slightly thin but resolute face written with resignation. Until a second before he got the news. Xiao Zhang thought that he would win the next Xiao family grand competition in one fell swoop and become the Xiao family young master. In the future, he will be in charge of the Xiao family and witness the path to immortality. It was the only way he could bring his demonic twin brother, who had betrayed his family and refined his blood relatives, to justice. But now the notice suddenly came down that the big competition was not going to be held, and the position of the young master was set, and the candidate was a Xiao Tian who had not even heard of his name. Xiao Zhang's sky seemed to have collapsed at that moment, and he was unable to accept this matter. 10 years of preparation for the exam and suddenly noticed that it is not going to happen. No one would feel good about this. Where the hell did this Xiao Tian come out of his scum? What right does he have to snatch away my young lord position? If I lose to Xiao Che, and the position of young master is his, and my skills are not as good as mine, I'll admit it with conviction. But why is it Xiao Tian, whose name I've never heard of? By what right can such a person be made a young lord? And what does this make us young people think in our hearts? The heart is cold. No, I have to ask Clan Chief Xiao Zhan, an old ancestor, for clarification. After saying that, Xiao Zhang darted out with the speed of a 100-meter Olympic sprint. Come back. Xiao Zhang's teacher, Xiao Baihe, reached out and directly yanked his irascible disciple back. What are you going to do now? This was a personal order from the old ancestors to airborne this Xiao Tian young lord. Young master Xiao Tian has come. What's the use of going back now and saying that you're not convinced and that you want to be the young master? It will only make the old ancestors think that you are thinking of the young lord's position, that you are a stupid pig, that you are a China is Seth Black. The plan of the day should be to calm down and take things slowly. That's profound. Teacher. Xiao Zhang kept taking deep breaths and sulked for a long time before he barely managed to clear his head 3 times from his anger. The joint decree of the old ancestors was by no means a spur of the moment, but rather a well-considered deliberation. Going to question the patriarch and questioning the old ancestor would not be of any use, but would instead cause his impression in their minds to be greatly diminished. Teacher, I was impulsive just now, but I hope you can understand me. I really want to progress too much. Look, another rush. Xiao Baihe smiled blandly. It's not certain who will have the last laugh. Knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself is never a danger. I've already sought information about this Prince Xiao Tian from my dear friend, and it won't be long before all the information about Xiao Tian will be passed on. A dear friend? Could it be that heaven-slaying God King from Heavenly Bull City? Right pole. But he's not called the killing Sky God King now. I don't know why he suddenly jerked around and changed his title to the Zoom Tian God King. Perhaps he failed to cross the tribulation and felt that killing Sky wasn't too auspicious. Xiao Baihe had quite a bit of confidence in his old friend. Although he is not a member of the Xiao family's own family, he has eyes to see and ears to hear, and has a wide range of contacts within the Xiao family, so his intelligence will almost never be wrong. Humph. As long as the plotting is proper, the package will win. Disciple. Yes. Xiao Zhang toughened his agitated and grumpy mood and waited for the intelligence to arrive. The position of the young lord was something he was determined to obtain, and even if he used plots and tricks he had to get his hands on it. How else could he hunt down his elder brother and avenge his dead uncle, aunt, and Xiao Chui? Xiao Zhang's gaze looked towards Xiao Baihe, the white-haired and crane-faced teacher in front of him. If his teacher hadn't salvaged him from the ice hole back then, he'd have died under the machinations of his twin brother. I'm afraid. It was also with the help of Xiao Baihe that he was able to become the outstanding heavenly pride of the Xiao family's own family, and had the opportunity to sit in the position of the family head. Xiao Zhang, who grew up without parents, has long regarded his teacher Xiao Baihe as his own father, and has infinite admiration and gratitude in his heart. Xiao Zhang believed that with his teacher, he would be far ahead. It's gonna win. Definitely going to win. Just then, there was a ding. The Zun Tian Divine King staying shadow transmission appeared in front of Xiao Zhang and Xiao Baiha's eyes, and the two of them exclaimed at the same time. So fast. But the next second, their smiles were gone. Asterisk 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 Xiao Baiha. For the sake of the 3 white jade swans you sent me back then, I advise you not to find death to mess with Xiao Tian, Immortal Stargazer. You know, she's now claiming the title of emperor. This woman was Xiao Tian's mother. Xiao Tian's mother was a great emperor. You can't even imagine how thick Xiao Tian's background is, how deep the water behind him is. Thinking all day long about helping that thick-eyed apprentice of yours become the young master. Save your breath. Take my advice. Don't be a deadbeat. If you dare to be a drag on me, I promise to sell you faster than my male milk. With those words, the image disappeared completely. Xiao Baiha was dumbfounded, his face pale for a moment. Just a few words brought a great shock to his heart. The great emperor, Xiao Tian's mother. Supermodel monsters with backgrounds like the Archon's mother who aren't pure Triskelion mixed in with the Lunarians and numerically crushed. How does that make the others play? There's no play. Just take your hands off the keyboard screen and just swing for the fences. Hiss. Xiao Baiha suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air as a brainstorming session took place. Who of the Xiao family's current generation is worthy of taking the great emperor as their wife? City lords, elders, clan chiefs, ancestors? Do they deserve it? They don't deserve it. Unless you get the emperor's ancestors to come over. It can't be. It can't be. Xiao Tian's father wouldn't be a certain emperor ancestor of the Xiao family. Xiao Baiha was already weak in the legs and feet, and his mind was dazed. Competing with Xiao Tian for a young master? Compete? My ass. The entire Xiao family belongs to Xiao Tian. What are you going to do to compete with him? Now he just needs to find 2 pussies to pass on a little bit, so he doesn't die without a queen. Xiao Zhang's heart was also shaken when he heard about the great emperor's mother. The great emperor, that was a realm that all cultivators could only dream of. Xiao Tian, a descendant of the great emperor. How could it be better than Xiao Tian than background? Xiao Zhang's world then lost its color, and his heart was swept away by a storm that could no longer be calmed. But Xiao Zhang was not convinced. His eyes were full of unwillingness and unfinished business, and 1,000 words were condensed on his lips. No, this is not fair. The competition for young master is about strength, not background. If it was a one-on-one duel, I would never lose to Xiao Tian. I will win. I will win. Snap. Xiao Baiha slapped the braggadocio Xiao Zhan 108,000 meters away. Zhang master was at fault. I shouldn't have instilled in you the idea that you must become the young master. This is the first time master has beaten you. So remember, don't think about the young master's position anymore. Don't ever think about it. Zhao's face had twisted, and he didn't blame Xiao Baiha for hitting himself, but he really didn't want to give up. I do not know that the sky is the limit. If I want to go, the road is at my feet. There must be a chance. There must be. By the way, if Xiao Tian is also a Xiao family wild seed, the same as Xiao Li, wouldn't I have a chance? Chapter 67, the head of the family kneels the young master. Inverted the Big Dipper belongs to the divine radiance enveloped the Xiao family's eastern receiving station all over the place. Most of them are unknown melon eaters, suddenly parachuted into the Xiao family young master. Such a big fun of course to come to see. But when they arrived, they just flaxed and froze. The entire top echelon of the Xiao family arrived in one place. Patriarchs, elders of all veins, lords of the 72 cities. No one in high places, large or small, was absent. Even for an event like the Xiao family grand competition, there had never been a scene like this. Even more exaggerated was the white-haired woman who was surrounded by the elders. Eyebrows like emerald feather, muscle like white snow, waist like girdle of vegetation, teeth like shells, smile sweetly. All people are intoxicated, unimaginably beautiful, and more than anything else that left everyone speechless. They had seen her at the ancestor ceremony. The old Xiao family, the 13th grandfather, a strong immortal dignity. The old ancestors were usually uninvolved in the world, and no one dared to disturb them if it wasn't an urgent matter. But right now, he even stepped out to greet Xiao Tian. This shook countless people to the point of numbness in their legs. Everyone couldn't help but cross their fingers. Who the hell is this Xiao Tian? Silence. With the white-haired woman's command, the tumultuous crowd was instantly silenced. One more word is the way to death. There was a loud bang in the sky, and the gilt immortal boat shone. Xiao Tian's white-clothed and snowy figure quietly appeared. All eyes were instantly focused on him. The dragon and the phoenix, the sky and the sun, well-dressed and graceful. Cool. That was everyone's first impression. Never mind who he is, just remember it's handsome first. The people of the Xiao family have been waiting for young lord for a long time. When 13th ancestor Xiao saw Xiao Tian, he immediately bent down and bowed. She makes a bow. Others can't just make a bow. Everyone, including the Xiao family head, knelt down to greet them. The patriarch gave the young lord kneeling. Inverted anti-Tiangan belonged to be. Compared to the uncertainty of the onlookers, their group of executives were heartily convinced that they all knew Xiao Tian's identity. If you don't worship now, you are guaranteed to be denied the opportunity to even worship later. Welcome, young lord. Well, Xiao Tian's legs were a bit weak now. Not from being scared. Rather, Master has just used too much energy. But she can't get out of bed anymore and walks normally on her own. Still have to be slightly better myself. Seeing the great imperial family kneeling to greet them. Although it was the first time he saw it, Xiao Tian did not have any mental fluctuations. It's not like the Great One kneels and has to be seen every day from now on. But the moment he saw the true face of the fairy-looking white-haired woman in front of him, Xiao Tian almost stumbled and fell to the ground in a bit of disbelief. Mother had said that when she arrived at the Xiao family, someone would take her to recognize her ancestors. However, giving Xiao Tian 100 brains would not have thought that it was the person in front of him. White. Seniors, late senior Xiao Tian has a salute. Ha ha ha. 13th ancestor Xiao smiled faintly and held Xiao Tian. Let's go, Tian. I'll give you a good tour of my Xiao family. Aha. In the time it took to talk and laugh, Xiao Tian's figure had already disappeared from the crowd sight. Until then, the munchers were relieved. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to join in the fun. I always feel like I'm going to be chopped to death at the drop of a hat. No, man. Who exactly is Xiao Tian and how did he become the young lord? That gesture of 13th ancestor just now was obviously familiar with him. You ask. Who do I ask? I always thought that the young lord would be Xiao Che or Xiao Zhang. Yeah, is it possible that Xiao Tian suddenly popped out from being a wild monkey from the crack of a rock? I've never heard of it before. The bastard son of the 13th ancestor? A loud slap was instantly in the speaker's face. Dare to gossip about the 13th ancestor. Do you not want to live? Xiao Zhan, the current patriarch of the Xiao family, snapped. Xiao Tian is the new young master of the Xiao family. You don't need to guess or investigate much about his identity. It will be announced in a matter of days. Before that, I can tell you that his mother is the renowned star fairy goddess of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, now known as the Star Fairy Emperor. If you don't want something to happen, don't go and get killed. Starry Night Immortal. Starry Night Emperor. Everyone's backs went cold for a moment, and panic was written all over their faces. The Great Mother. No wonder it's so overbearing and brash. But wasn't the Starshade Immortal sovereign feuding with the Xiao family before? How could she be the mother of Zhao's family? And who could be worthy of such a strange woman? No one dared to say anything, truly afraid that the next second they would be punished by the matriarch with great disrespect. In the crowd, a teenager clenched his fists in resentment, while not far from him, a young girl fled the scene in panic. On Xiao Tian's side, he was still incredulous. The woman in front of him, her blooming beauty. Xiao Tian could not possibly be mistaken. Just by the intimate way she was holding herself, there was no mistaking it either. If it isn't Anti-White Tiger who likes to tease herself. Astrological Palace. The 4 elephants and the White Tiger astrological constellation. Mother's most trusted subordinate. Just nominal ministries. They were very close to their mother. As close as sisters. And by. I still can't understand why you became the 13th ancestor of the Xiao family. Xiao Baihu smiled and asked rhetorically. Oh, Tianer isn't happy to see it's me? No, I'm just puzzled. Aren't you my mother's sister, the White Tiger Immortal dignitary of the Astral Palace? Yeah, it's not like it conflicts with me being the 13th ancestor of the Xiao family. Xiao Baihu pointed to the distance. There are 4 emperor ancestors enshrined in the Xiao family ancestral hall, and 3 of them have served as rulers of the Xiao family, while that Emperor Yan has never even been to the Xiao family ancestral ground. But that doesn't affect the fact that he's a member of the Xiao family, and is honored by the descendants of the Xiao family. And I'm the same. My parents are both from the Xiao family branch, but I grew up with a broken family, was brought up by Sister Star and Sister Xian, but not much of a sense of belonging to the Xiao family. But I later accepted the Xiao family's request to recognize their ancestors. The Xiao family doesn't put much control on old ancestors like us. As long as we don't do anything to harm the interests of the Xiao family, we can build a sect outside as we please, and I can still stay in the Starry Night Palace to serve. However, most of the people are full-blooded members of the Xiao family and don't have this kind of idea. With my kind being the comparative exception. The Xiao family has a lot of resources, which is good for my cultivation, and I can still enjoy the salary on your mother's side. Of course you have to eat both. Isn't that why your mother asked you to come and recognize your ancestors? You, don't think of the Xiao family as too trashy. They have been in business for millions of years and control a realm that is more than 10 times larger than our Starry Night Palace. Although these old ancestors were bullied miserably by your mother, the Xiao family's true bottom card, the Great Emperor, can still survive. Your mother wanted them all to be a help to you. Xiao Baihu favored him with a smile. There was an extraordinary fondness for this son of the deceased, whom he had watched grow up. Tian, you are now the young master of the Xiao family. Returning to the Xiao family is just as comfortable as you returning to the Starry Night Palace. Young master? Yeah, oh. They all just called me young lord. You guys are operating in the dark? Yes. You made sure of that before you came. And just now the current patriarch of the Xiao family was kneeling in front of you. Oh, the matriarch kneels the young lord. Is this what a young lord should be treated like? Xiao Tian didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. That's the beauty of having a great mother. And Xiao Tian finally understood at this moment why the goodwill of the two heavenly fate sons of the Xiao family had been dropping. I dare you to take someone's place. Xiao Zhang, the son of heaven's destiny. Favorability decreased by 40%. Current favorability, 60%. Son of heaven's destiny. Xiao Che. Favorability decreased by 60%. Favorability, 80%. Xiao Li, daughter of heavenly fate. Favorability increased by 10%. Favorability, 30%. But it was strange. Why Xiao Li's favorability was positive as soon as it came. And just now it even went up by 10 points. And by, do you know who Xiao Li is? Chapter 68, Rumor about Xiao Tian? You're a ing genius. Xiao Tian is a bastard. A rumor spread like a meteor from the neighborhood and quickly swept through the entire Xiao family. Nowadays, in towns big and small, from the main residents of each city to the smallest restaurant in the city's alleys, all of them were discussing this matter. It is said that Xiao Tian's situation is the same as Xiao Li's. Both of them are wild seeds. At first, Xiao Li's mother was married to Xiao Chang, the young master of my Xiao family, the person who will most likely inherit the patriarch in the future. People are married to the family. The result? Not still to Xiao Chang put a green hat. Xiao Li had no half-blood with him. His mother was naive enough to think that she could cover it up by relying on her shallow Xiao family branch lineage. As a result, Xiao Li in the bloodline purity is too low. Cannot cause the Xiao family ancestor stone resonance. The patriarch of 100 forced to ask, only to learn the truth. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, was even more outrageous than Xiao Li. Xiao Li's mother was at least a member of the Xiao family branch, while Xiao Tian was not at all. He was able to become the young master solely because his mother, the starry emperor, forced my Xiao family to do so, and we had to recognize this young master. In reality, he has nothing to do with my Xiao family. It's a tool used by Xingjiu to rule my Xiao family. Chop. For a while, the crowd was furious, and the sound of smashing bowls and slamming tables was heard in restaurants all over the world. The Starcatcher Emperor is bullying people too much. He really thinks that my Xiao family has no one. When my Xiao family's emperor ancestor returns from the 9 heavens, he will definitely him up. It is simply a loss of power and humiliation. This is intolerable. Why are we waiting for emperor ancestor to return? Let's fight her now. I can't bear it. I really can't. I'm going to write a letter on the bus, splashing 3 feet of blood to petition the old ancestor to expel Xiao Tian. In a burst of cries of condemnation against Xiao Tian, the middle-aged man with a vicissitude of face contentedly put down his wine cup and left the restaurant. He came to a shade. A young man in a black robe was waiting for him at this place. Mr. Xiao Zhang has spread the rumors to all parts of the Xiao family in the state of disguise according to your command, and the effect is just as you thought. The crowd is furious, and they can't wait to strip Xiao Tian of his skin and pull out his tendons. Well done. Xiao Zhang's indifferent voice rang out, his tone unsalted. It's my honor to work for your excellency. That is, where are the 2 flower girls you promised me? Well, you go meet them in heaven. What? Ah, sorry, dead people have the toughest mouths. The spiritual energy was like silk, directly piercing through the man's body, and the man perished before he could react. Xiao Zhan used his spiritual power again to completely dissolve the man's body into heaven and earth. Xiao Tian, I'd like to see how you deal with public opinion. Xiao Zhang pondered over the fact that the probability of Xiao Tian being of the Xiao family bloodline was not high. There had never been a rumor that the Starry Night Emperor had a relationship with the Xiao family. If there was, the Xiao family would definitely actively invite the Starry Emperor over in an 8-carried sedan chair, and Xiao Tian would be trained by the family as a great master. How could he be left in exile for 18 years? It's very unreasonable. So he must have been right in his deduction. Xiao Tian was most likely the tool that the Stargazer Emperor used to rule the Xiao family. This woman had come to the Xiao family a few years ago to torment them once, and had even killed Xiao Chang, the young master of the Xiao family. In public, countless people in the Xiao family hated her with a passion. Especially a high-ranking person like Clan Chief Xiao Zhan must be holding a bellyful of fire. As long as I keep this fire burning, Xiao Tian will definitely not be able to sit as the young master. Xiao Zhang, what the hell have you done? Xiao Bai's figure appeared in front of Xiao Zhang's eyes and he was so angry that he stomped his feet. Previously, he had raced to Tianyou City all night long, wanting to learn about Xiao Tian's intelligence from his old buddy. It was not to deal with Xiao Tian, but to show goodwill. If you can't be the young master, being the young master's little brother is also a good choice. I hadn't thought that I had just tossed around and returned to the Xiao family realm. Xiao Tian was a wild seed. Xiao Tian was a tool for the Stargazer Emperor to rule the Xiao family, and various other gossips spread throughout the entire Xiao family. How was this different from what he had been told? He didn't want to believe the rumors of these roadside stalls. The information of the exalted heavenly god king was 10,000 times more accurate than them. As someone who had seen moments of journalism glamour, Xiao Baihe could tell the cat was out of the bag at a glance. There must be someone behind the rumors. In order to prevent Xiao Tian from becoming the young master, he thought carefully. The originator was probably not his stupid disciple Xiao Zhang. Then Xiao Baihe saw Xiao Zhang killing people and eliminating evidence. Xiao Baihe instantly realized that it was over. It's really you, Xiao Zhang. You're crazy. Do you know what you're doing, old teacher? Xiao Zhang was also startled to see his teacher suddenly appear, but he hurriedly adjusted his emotions. Teacher, what are you talking about? I was just taking a walk. Oh yeah, teacher. You know what? There are rumors going around. Xiao Baihe directly opened his mouth and cursed. You shut up. You little rumor mongering about Xiao Tian. Do you know the consequences? What's the point of hiding it from me when I can find out you did it? Do you think the Xiao family's great powers can't find out? They're not making a move now. They just haven't gotten approval from their superiors yet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang's face instantly turned iron blue. He had not really thought of this. Even if I'm found out, what's wrong with me? Xiao Tian might be the wild seed, the same wild seed as Xiao Li. Have you ever thought about what if he really is the bloodline of the Xiao family? Xiao Zhan was confident. So what? The star-crossed emperor has just found a person of the Xiao family bloodline. As long as I preemptively strike out the public opinion that the Starshade Emperor is controlling the Xiao family through Xiao Tian, even if the rumors are disproved afterward, it won't help. Everyone will believe this. Xiao Baihe's head was spinning. How could this disciple be so confident to say these words? Obviously knowing nothing, understanding nothing, and having thought nothing through, he blurted out a plan to implement it. I don't care if these servants are stupid or not. Did they not think of the consequences? Didn't you ever think you'd be killed by Xiao Tian? This is something that I haven't thought about, but Clan Chief Xiao Zhan and the others have an enmity with the Starseed Emperor, so they will definitely try to find a way to protect me. Oh ha 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 ha, you're a genius. Xiao Baihe anger and laughter. This disciple is really powerful. Usually thick eyebrows and big ears. The key moments suddenly hold this out. You dumbass. Xiao Zhan guarantees you a big head. He can beat the Starry Night Emperor? Going against the Stargazer Emperor for a punk like you. Do you think you're his own grandson? Besides, Xiao Tian is damn well Xiao Battle's own grandson. Is he standing for you or Xiao Tian? You've ruined my reputation. Snap. Without waiting for Xiao Zhang to finish being shocked, Xiao Baihe smacked Xiao Zhang away. This apprentice can no longer be saved. He must now find a way to save himself, or else you'll have to go along for the ride. How is it possible that Xiao Tian is Xiao Battle's grandson? Could it be that Xiao Tian is Xiao Chang's son? Xiao Zhang collapsed to the ground, staring at the sky listlessly, dismay written all over his face. His face hurt, but he didn't care, more than he cared about his life. All sweaty and weak, he also realized what a stupid thing he had done. No, it won't. How could Xiao Chang, this cuckold, have a real son? Don't scare yourself. Xiao Tian must not be. However, the next second, the wind and clouds in the Xiao family realm changed suddenly, and a stirring boom resounded in the sky. And from the ancestral stone of the Xiao family's ancestral land came a burst of Dao sounds. Rumble. All of the Xiao family members looked towards the ancestral land at the same time. Emperor Ancestor Daoyin, Chapter 69. My clan, Xiao Tian, has the appearance of a great emperor. The ancient and barren aura instantly infiltrated the entire Xiao family realm from the ancestral ground. The blood of hundreds of millions of Xiao family members spurted as they exclaimed and shouted in shock. Some of them were even playing poker in bed 1 second. And this second they were not even wearing any clothes, standing directly on the roof to look forward to. Others couldn't help but fall to their knees and bow down in worship. All of them had reverence in their eyes, and sparks were coming out of their eyes in excitement. God bless my Xiao family. The last time I saw the ancestral stone resonate was the last time. It has been more than 10,000 years since then, and many of the younger generation of Xiao family members have never even seen the ancestral stone resonance. This was the supreme means left behind by the Xiao family's Qing emperor, and only those with excellent chances in the Xiao family's bloodline would be able to get the ancestral stone to resonate. The more powerful and pure the bloodline was, the more likely it was to be resonated by the ancestral stone. To put it in layman's terms, these people, with their excellent talents, had the appearance of great emperors. Any Xiao family disciple who had received the resonance of the ancestral stone was all amazingly talented, especially the desolate emperor. Back then, he was also resonated by the ancestral stone and shook the world with might. From then on, he received key training from the Xiao family. Now, the Xiao family had produced a new teenage great emperor. Just who on earth is in the ancestral land? It's actually possible to provoke the ancestral stone to resonate. This is really unparalleled good news. Can it be that Xiao Che or Mr. Xiao Zheng? Brothers, I have a bold idea. No one can enter the ancestral ground at will on weekdays. And today just happens to be the day Xiao Tian recognizes his ancestor. Do you guys think there's any possibility of that? But Xiao Tian is not. There's no need to guess. It's Xiao Tian. My elder brother who is the gatekeeper at the ancestral ground has sent word that previously, only Xiao Tian entered the ancestral ground shrine. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when these words came out. My goodness. I just called my Xiao family's great imperial celestial pride a wild seed. If he's a wild seed, then what am I? A wild dog on the side of the road. Snap. Some people have already started slapping their own foul mouths. Stupid, stupid, stupid. How dare you scold young Lord Xiao Tian? You should tear that foul mouth off. I'm guilty. I have listened to the rumors and insulted the young lord. I am guilty. Son of a. Which idiot started the rumor? Intending to wrongfully bury my young master. Come out. I'll cut you into pieces and dismantle you. Not enough. They should be cut into 1,000 pieces and fed to the pigs. Once again, the herd is outraged. However, it was not to deal with Xiao Tian. Rather, it's about killing the rebels for Xiao Tian. The instigator, Xiao Zheng, was cowering in the corner with his head in his hands. He was now terrified. Xiao Tian was actually able to trigger the Emperor Ancestor's Dao voice. This made Xiao Zheng once again fearful to the point that his head and feet were cold, and his body trembled to the point that he wanted to cry. With the Emperor Ancestor's endorsement, even if Xiao Tian didn't have a great empress mother, the old ancestor would willingly allow him to be the young lord. And now, what could he, a person who was disliked by his teachers, compete with Xiao Tian? Hey, I lost big time. Xiao Zheng had a face of regret and madness. He was in agony as his dream of more than a decade was shattered. Xiao Zheng, don't be sentimental. Go have tea with us. The Xiao family's law enforcement officers, who had long been on Xiao Zheng's radar, detained Xiao Zheng to the prison cell. This was a great opportunity to curry favor with Xiao Tian, and no one didn't want to progress. In the Xiao family's ancestral land, the old ancestor, who was usually in closed-door cultivation, also appeared in surprise. They also did not expect Xiao Tian to trigger the Emperor Ancestor Dao sound. Third ancestor, you're really far-sighted to have retrieved my Xiao family's buried Sun High legacy pearl. Fluke. The white-haired third ancestor stroked his beard and smiled long, glowing with a proud face. Who told us to have eyes to recognize Tarzan? Although the three ancestors had never even thought about the matter of Xiao Tian being a genius, all he was thinking about was pulling in the star-crossed emperor. But the surprise is not still his credit. Powerful and wise. Even if the Starshade Emperor backtracked and didn't allow Xiao Tian to return to his clan, the three ancestors wouldn't be able to do it. This is my Xiao family's big baby. You a foreign name blindly interfere in what? Go back to your Starry Night Palace as the palace master. Our Xiao family will take care of the descendants of the descendants. Feeling the rich Dao meaning in the air, the third ancestor was smug. This Dao intent, it was even thicker than that year's desolate emperor. Xiao Tian, this kid, is really a great emperor's talent. Suddenly, the pupils of the three ancestors contracted sharply, and they lost their voices in shock. This isn't the Qing Emperor's Dao intent at all. The other surrounding old ancestors were also surprised out at the same time, their breath coming in short gasps and their eyes full of incredulity. Yes, we found it too. How is that possible? The ancestral stone was a means left behind by the Green Emperor, and what had emanated for so many years was his Dao intent. Is it hard to believe that it's the desolate emperor's? No. A middle-aged man shook his head in a hurry. I've been following Desolate Emperor for thousands of years. This is definitely not his Dao intention. Whose is that? Is it hard to believe it's Emperor Yin? Although Emperor Yin was not in the Xiao family, it could not be ruled out that he had left his Dao intent in the ancestral stone without the knowledge of the others. No, it's not Yin Di. I've been friends with Yin Di for many years. This is definitely not him. The five ancestors also shook their heads in a hurry. Who the hell is that? All the Xiao family ancestors were confused. After the Green Emperor comes the Yin Emperor, and after the Yin Emperor comes the Desolate Emperor. None of these three are. What a living hell. It couldn't be the Heavenly Emperor's Dao intent that was even older than the Green Emperor. This Heavenly Emperor is even more heavyweight. The founder of the Xiao family, said to be the owner of the ancient Heavenly Court back then. The 12 sacred arts. The founders of the celestial arts. Characters who live in myth. It was with the longevity of the cultivator. when the world feared that no one had seen this old ancestor. What the legacy histories say about this old ancestor is summarized in 2 words. Invincible. He was also the only great emperor of the Xiao family whose whereabouts were unknown. No need to guess. This should be the heavenly emperor's Tao intent. An old man with a withered face and failing breath appeared before the eyes of the 3 ancestors. Great ancestor. This old man was by far the oldest person in the generation of the Xiao family. It was also the only person in the Xiao family who had personally experienced the era of the Green Emperor millions of years ago. Qingdi once said to me that the ancestral stone was built by him based on a 7-colored divine stone left behind by the heavenly emperor. And it's not surprising that it possesses the heavenly emperor's Tao intent inside. It's just that I don't understand why it would resonate with this junior. Could it? Great ancestor's deep, cloudy eyes suddenly became clear. Everyone, no one can say anything about the heavenly emperor's Tao intent. Also, going forward, this sun sequence is above mine. You guys have to fulfill his demands unconditionally. If I guessed correctly, that would truly be a blessing from the heavens for my Xiao family. Yes. Sanzu wiped away a cold sweat. The sequence was above the great ancestor, which meant that Xiao Tian became the second only to the emperor ancestor status of the Xiao family. With the emperor ancestor out of the way, the Xiao family will only look up to Xiao Tian. On the other hand, Xiao Tian beside the ancestral stone withdrew his hands in a cloudy manner. Flesh hurts. I can't believe I have to cut open my palm for a blood test. What a pain in the ass. However, Xiao Tian was quite satisfied with his performance. And this should be the ancestral stone resonance and emperor ancestor's Tao intent you were talking about. No one will question my identity now. Xiao White Tiger beside Xiao Tian didn't reply. Astonished, she had heard the other old ancestors talking about it and was speechless with amazement at her precious nephew. It's outrageous, coming to the Xiao family to recognize an ancestor. He directly became an old ancestor of the old ancestors. Tian, you, no one will question. Absolutely no one will question. Auntie Bai is a bit of a matter now. You go home first to see. Auntie Bai will go to find you in a while. Oh, Xiao Tian walked over to Xiao Bai, who thoughtfully holding her up and said with a worried face, Auntie Bai, I see that you don't look too good. There won't be a physical accident. Do you need my help? It's okay. It's just a little too much information and I need to slow down a bit. Why don't you go and meet your own half-sister who has just been on your mind? Chapter 70, Half-Sisters. The blush of a young girl is better than all words of love. He is brother Xiao Tian, well, quite handsome. Xiao family. Eternal Life Mansion. The small compound lay still, and under the peach blossom tree a scarlet tinted the delicate skin of the young girl. Xiaoli couldn't quiet her mind to cultivate. Her mind was filled with Xiao Tian's figure. The white clothes were snowy and graceful. The blooming look simply grew on the tip of Xiaoli's heart, which was too lethal to the young teenage girl. Moreover, Xiao Tian still had the title of brother. The young girl, who lacked the love of her family since she was a child, longed for someone to care for and love her. Brother. Hey, Xiaoli, Xiao Cheng's nominal daughter. The nominal granddaughter of the Xiao family head. A golden girl with a golden key. Normal development. Nurtured by the family as a jewel. Happy from childhood to adulthood. But without an accident. There's going to be an accident. First, the old man was cuckolded. And Xiaoli was not Xiao Cheng's daughter at all. Fortunately, he didn't make it to Red Worm to set the mountain on fire before he was hacked to death with a sword by the Starry Night Emperor. But then it was still unfortunate. Being burdened with the supreme bone, and having his bones dug out. The road ahead today is foggy. Miss Xiaoli. It was only then that the disoriented young girl noticed the cries of the woman behind her. Ah, Wang Ma, I was thinking about something. What happened? Wang Ma pointed her finger outside the house and said in a trembling voice, Just now, that nominal brother of yours, Xiao Tian, inspired an emperor ancestor Dao sound. The entire Xiao family exploded. This is the first time in 10,000 years. Xiao Li's eyes flashed with a hint of delight. So it turned out that her brother was so powerful, but the mouth was unimpressed. What's wrong with that? He's a direct descendant of the desolate emperor. It's not surprising that he's gifted enough to activate the emperor ancestor's Dao sound. So if he's powerful, then he's powerful. What does it have to do with me? Miss, you haven't got a clue. Wang Ma chanted bitterly. Young Master Xiao Tian is Xiao Cheng's own son. While you are not. The fact that you can stay in the Xiao family now is entirely due to the fact that Patriarch Xiao Zhen took care of you out of humanitarianism. If it wasn't for the fact that the Starshade Immortal Sovereign coincidentally dug up your supreme bone back then, based on the fact that your mother greened his son, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch for the matriarch to dismantle you. But things are different now. Xiao Cheng's own son, the true master of the Eternal Life Mansion, Xiao Tian, had returned. If he looks at you and kicks you out, we'll be homeless. Don't think I'm hard to talk to. Miss. Although you were ridiculed and mocked by countless people in the Xiao family, we enjoyed the luxurious residences. and your monthly salary was paid to you in every single penny. This spirit stone not only solves the problem of food, clothing, housing and transportation, but also allows you to embark on the path of immortality. Without this money, how can the old slave, with this wasted body, take care of the young lady, and will let the young lady stray into a beggar, or even be caught in the 100 Flowers house? Miss, now you have to get ready early. Wang Ma's anxious panic contrasted with Xiao Li's calmness. Xiao Li thought about what Wang Ma said. Originally, it was the fake daughter of the Xiao family, so if she was driven away, she was driven away, and she couldn't blame others. It's your own life to live a miserable life, not to mention that the sky is the limit, and the road is at your feet if you want to walk it. Wang Ma, don't worry, although I'm still young, with my cultivation, it's not a problem to support you. Miss, you're just too kind. I was just saying it all in a good way. Wang Ma was bemoaning. Back then, it was the Starcatcher Emperor who scooped up your supreme bone, and young Lord Xiao Tian is her son. So if the young lord thinks you're a threat, you'll lose your life. He can kill if he wants to. Originally the life was saved by the Stargazer Emperor. Xiao Li did not think that Xiao Tian would kill himself, because her supreme bone wasn't even dug up by the Starseed Emperor. Strictly speaking, the Starshade Emperor was still Xiao Li's savior. Xiao Li was still young when her bones were dug up, but she clearly remembered that the person who dug up the bones was an elder of the Xiao family. After the supreme bone was dug out that day, the Starry Night Emperor descended from the sky and the entire house was in ruins. The supreme bone fell into the hands of the Starseed Emperor. Xiao Li, whose life was hanging by a thread, was protected by the Star Emperor's casual star power, and was only able to survive. Over the years, it had been rumored that it was the Starseed Emperor who had scooped up her supreme bone, but in reality, only she knew in her heart. Xiao Li is not stupid. In order to live healthily, naturally she will not reveal that she remembers the truth. Even Wang Ma does not know about this. Now, due to Xiao Tian's return, the truth might surface. It didn't matter if he was avenging his irrelevant sister or pretending that nothing had happened. The road, you have to walk it yourself. You can't rely on the sidekick. But if Xiao Tian was truly willing to avenge Xiao Li, the young girl was afraid that she would be grateful for the rest of her life. Knock knock. A knock came from outside the courtyard. The House of Eternal Life would not be disturbed by anyone in the past. Xiao Li and Wang Ma looked at each other. Who is the visitor? Xiao Tian is considered the owner of this mansion. The calm as water voice scared Wang Ma's legs and feet. The young girl was quite calm. The door is open for visitors. White Taoist robes and handsome to the core looks. Perhaps because of the closer proximity? His face was extraordinarily clear and more handsome than if he had been seen from afar. He had a light, fresh scent that smelled good. Xiao Li couldn't wait to stick it to her body and suck it hard. After the young girl looked at Xiao Tian in fascination, her pretty face actually involuntarily reddened. Xiao Tian smiled when he saw that she was staring blankly at herself. Her expression was quite strange. What? Something on my face? Nothing much. Mediocre looking. I thought you'd be a great looking guy. Xiao Li could not help but bury her head 3 times lower, not daring to look at Xiao Tian again. The heart says it all. I can't believe you were born so handsome. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. This face was as red as his senior sister's but shy like this. But he didn't admit it on his mouth. Could it be that he's a dead prude? A number of podcasts came from the system panel. The son of destiny, Xiao Zhang, and his teacher, Xiao Baihe, are strangers from now on. The value of destiny decreases by 1,000 points, and the master's system points increase by 1,000 points. The son of destiny, Xiao Zhang, is hated by Zhao's family. Destiny value decreases by 2,000 points. Master's system points increase by 2,000 points. Fate's son Xiao Zhang's favorability has dropped by 40%. Currently 100%. Daughter of Heaven's destiny, Xiao Li, favoritism increased by 10%. Currently 40%. Xiao Tian was not interested in Xiao Zhang. It's not clear what he did that caused the destiny value to crunch down, but feel free to die as long as the points are in place. On the contrary, it was the young girl in front of him, Xiao Li, who had inexplicably increased her favorability towards herself. In theory, shouldn't she think that it was her mother who had dug up her supreme bone and ruined her for life? Why the positive favorability? Could it be that she knows it wasn't mother who did it? Xiao Tian covered the root bone above his heart. This previously swollen and painful bone was this girl's supreme bone. Xiao Tian was powerless to spit out this kind of bridge that often appeared on villains. Villains would always encounter this kind of thing. Bad news, there's the supreme bone of the daughter of Heaven's destiny in her body. Good news, it's not a mother digger, and the maiden's favor has been positive. If you play a little bit of a bitter game, you'll probably get 10,000 destiny values. But there's something even more interesting at hand. Xiao Tian gently picked Xiao Li's delicate jaw. Good sister. Call your brother to listen first. Chapter 71, a geisha left over from a monk's play. And you marry her like a treasure. You, denizen. Xiao Li's small face was red. Why is this brother so immodest? In the textbooks, it's all about the dudes molesting the young girls who say such things. But, one is really his sister. It's not normal to call him brother, but it always feels so shy. I'm not calling. The shy young girl was too cute. Xiao Tian really wanted to bully her properly. Xiao Tian, who was a sister control, has been an only child all his life. After being reborn, I was surprised to have a half-sister. That's a lot of bullying. There's nothing wrong with a biological sister from the same father, but a half-sister is more seaworthy. There is at least one thing that a pro-sister is not allowed to do. Xiao Tian walloped the little girl. Anyway, this girl's favorability was still slowly rising. It seemed that she had endless love for her unseen elder brother. Lear, if you don't call me brother, I'll spank you in public, so that your screams will resonate throughout the entire Xiao family. Everyone will hear it, and the history books of the Xiao family will record that Xiao Li's glorious deed of being spanked will be passed down for 10,000 years. You. Xiao Li was anxious. You bad brother. That's flattering. Yell it out more. Badass brother. Asshole brother. Xiao Li jumped into Xiao Tian's arms and shouted. It was forced by the bad brother that he was compelled to call his brother, and he did not want to recognize this brother. Fate's daughter Xiao Li's favorability increased by 5%, currently 45%. Good girl. This girl is really mouthy. Xiao Tian wrapped one arm around the tender and flawless young girl. Lear, be a bed-warming kitten for brother at night. Ha! I don't want it. The young girl fluttered in Xiao Tian's arms, but did not choose to jump away for a moment. She was really warm in front of her, in the white arms of this non-tuned brother. Fate's daughter Xiao Li's favorability increased by 5%, currently 50%. Xiao Tian young master returned to the everlasting mansion for more than a day, and Miss Xiao Li had gone out for a stroll and play, behaving intimately, hugging, as if they were brother and sister. Well, stop talking and get out. Xiao family, third elder Xiao Qinghong mansion, let Xiao Baiha, who is kneeling outside the door, roll as well. I can't protect myself like a clay bodhisattva. How can I still have the strength to protect him? A middle-aged man in an ink-colored robe had a vicissitude of face. His eyebrows were highly wrinkled, and a few strands of silver in his hair were traces of age, but they also added a few points of extraordinary aura. Xiao Qinghong sighed long and hard. Good news, second brother Xiao Chang still has a bloodline still alive. This child's talent is unbelievable. He has already been named young master by his family, and his mother is even a great emperor. His future is unlimited. Bad news, his family has a grudge against his own family. Master. Say something, master. Do you really want to watch your concubine die? To the right of Xiao Qinghong's seat was a dignified and demonic beautiful woman sobbing and pouting. Gao Qiner's hair was slightly disheveled, her noble face adding a bit of tenderness, tears swirling in her eyes, about to cry out in the next second. Xiao Qinghong wanted to vomit blood. You did a good job. If you didn't have to dig up Xiao Li's supreme bone in the first place, what do we need to worry about now? My good nephew doesn't dare to meet. What kind of reasoning is this? Master, don't speak without conscience. I didn't dig up the bones in the first place for the sake of Chair. You weren't anxious about the issue of Chair's ruined body in the first place. But I am. Gokiner sobbed. I have only one son, Chair, and all the children of the same age have already soared into the 9 heavens. Yet Chair hasn't even managed to condense his spiritual energy. You're the high and mighty third elder of the Xiao family. You can live for 10,000 years and 100,000 years. Can you realize how Chul feels? Can you understand the urgency in my heart? Xiao Qinghong clenched his teeth and couldn't say anything. Why didn't he understand? If the other party wasn't second brother Xiao Chang's daughter, he would have directly killed and taken the bones. Back then, Xiao Chang killed his wife in anger when he realized that his head was green. But to the young innocent child Xiao Li did not have the intention to harm. A child raised without blood, that's still his child. Xiao Chang is willing to raise Xiao Li as his own daughter. How could Xiao Qinghong, who is the third uncle, possibly lay his hands on her? And then, no surprise, there was a surprise. Xiao Chang, dead. The bones of the corpse were still cold, and the murderer, the Star-Seeker Emperor, was still fighting with the old ancestors in the ancestral lands. His wife, Gao Qiner, went so far as to directly capture Xiao Li at home and dig up his bones to cure his children. As a result, the supreme bone was intercepted by the Starseed Emperor. He also pushed the charge of digging up bones onto the Starry Night Emperor. Previously, the Starshade Emperor and the Xiao family were as hot as water, and the Xiao family was certainly happy to withhold the honor. Now, the two sides had turned their differences into peace, and the person had directly become the closest partner of the Xiao family, not to mention the intimacy between Xiao Tian and the person in question. Xiao Li, who has the intention of recognizing him as a brother and sister, which can be difficult to do. Well, I knew you dislike me for being old and yellow and thinking of young girls. Okay, I'll die, and that's just what you want. I have only one wife for you and one son for Chul. You still don't understand my feelings. When I brought you out of the 100 Flower House, did I ever dislike you? Xiao Qinghong and Gao Qiner argued endlessly. From the past to the future, the underlings came to report in panic, which put an end to the boring parenting. Master, ma'am, Xiao Tian, young Master Xiao Tian is right outside the house. He also has Miss Xiaoli with him. What? The two of them exclaimed at the same time. How did it come so fast? Xiao Qinghong had planned to have Gao Qiner leave overnight, which was surprisingly all too late. Chin, you go out the back door quickly. Uncle Sam, what are you letting my Aunt Sam go for? The light elegant white Taoist robes appeared in the parlor in a flash, sleeves fluttering lightly. Xiao Tian pulled the small hand of the delicate young girl with his left hand and looked at the flustered duo in front of him with a smile. Third uncle, do you not want to recognize me as your nephew? Grandpa, uncle, and auntie are all more enthusiastic than you, and there's no need for me to personally come to your door. According to etiquette, of course it had to be Xiao Tian who had an audience with them. But what is Xiao Tian's status now? The son of the starry night emperor. When Xianlong became the emperor, did he have to go to the 8th and 9th uncles to ask for peace? This identity of Xiao Tian could be more powerful than a secular emperor. The nominal young master of the Xiao family, the de facto talker of the Xiao family. Inversion of the Big Dipper is a normal phenomenon. Grandfather Xiaozhen had to kneel down to greet him, let alone a third uncle. At Xiao Tian's feet stood the small and delicate young girl, not speaking, not looking around, just holding Xiao Tian's hand tightly, not willing to separate. Tian no, young Lord Xiao Tian, I was rather busy yesterday and was not able to have an audience in time, so I hope that the young lord will bear with me. Xiao Qinghong's head was going to explode right now. Xiao Tian brought Xiaoli here. There was absolutely no way that it was to pursue any hajime issues. It was to avenge Xiaoli. What should I do? No way. If the king wants me to die, I have to die. Not to mention that Xiao Tian was asking Gao Qiner to compensate him with her life. Even if Xiao Qinghong was asked to compensate him with his life, Xiao Qinghong was already sweating profusely. He was really at his wit's end. Xiao Tian swept a glance at the unfamiliar third uncle before glancing at the third aunt who was holding the wall and trying to sneak away. Third uncle, this beautiful woman is third auntie, isn't she? She's really charming. Her skin was delicate and smooth, leaving no vicissitudes of age behind, but instead giving her a mature beauty that exuded seductiveness and added a bit more flavor. No wonder it could mesmerize Xiao Qinghong. However, to Xiao Tian, it could only be called average. There are too many beauties that can be enjoyed, and it's a worry and a sin. A rotten orange like Gao Qiner can only be a rotten orange for the rest of her life. Aunt Sam, why are you cringing at me? Am I scary? Gao Qiner was in 6s and 7s, gasping for air, her legs and feet trembling. She's also afraid of death, but it can't be helped. It's happened, so we have to find a way to remedy it and find a way to live. Gokiner yelled. Xiao Tian, don't pretend. What are you here for? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Let me tell you. I dug up Xiao Li's supreme bone, but so what? You are now seeking revenge at your door for this bastard Xiao Li. Can you stand up to your dead father? She's that wild child. Snap. Xiao Tian did not raise his hand, but a violent spiritual energy came from the air and slapped Gao Qiner to a bloody pulp. There is no sin in this world that is condemned by birth. Does Li's mother's problem have anything to do with her? Even if it did, who are you to say you're an enforcer? For the family scandal or the supreme bone? Don't gross me out. Besides, Gao Qiner, since my cheap father recognized Lear as his daughter, he is my own sister. If my father didn't recognize it, then I will. My Xiao Tian's sister, isn't she a direct descendant of the Xiao family? If I'm not mistaken, Auntie is also the daughter that Grandpa recognized, right? Do you think your sister-in-law is a wild child too? Xiao Tian did not give Gao Qiner a chance to defend herself and continued to scold. You? Gao Qiner, are you worthy of mentioning bloodline pedigree? Lear is no better. Her mother is also a member of the Xiao family branch. You, a flower girl of the Tianyo City branch of the 100 Flower House, are comparing your bloodline nobility with her? Are you looking down on my Xiao family? Xiao Qinghong hurriedly spoke in defense of his wife. Qiner didn't mean that. Shut up. Xiao Tian did not give Xiao Qinghong the slightest bit of face. Third uncle, a geisha left over from a cultivator's play, and you're marrying it to your family as if it's a treasure. The face of the Xiao family's 18 generations of ancestors has been disgraced by you. Chapter 72, a green sky above his head. A cultivator Yun Tian He. Xiao Qinghong's face paled. Once upon a time, His father, Xiao Tian, had also said this. A senior member of the Xiao family, marrying a geisha. It's a total joke. Had it not been for his second brother, Xiao Chang, who supported his love, Gao Qiner would never have been able to marry into the Xiao family in her life. But no one expected that Gao Qiner, who was highly desired by Xiao Chang, would lay hands on his beloved daughter before his corpse was cold. Xiao Qinghong, who was the third uncle, hesitated not to stop it. That's disgusting. Tian Uncle Sam, please refer to your position at work. Xiao Tian would not have a good face. It wasn't just for Xiaoli, but also for Mother Starry Emperor. Xiao Tian at first really thought that it was his mother who dug up the bones, but he did not expect that it was not at all, and the was held on him, and he was wrongly accused. This can't be tolerated. Mother might not care, but Xiao Tian did. Anyone who insults mother will be brought to justice. Xiaoli gripped Xiao Tian's hand tightly, her hand sweating with joy and excitement. Is that the charm of having someone up there? It's so cool. After being scared for so long, when Xiao Tian appeared, everything was settled. That's my handsome brother. Yesterday, Xiaoli was held by Xiao Tian, shopping for things, cooking and washing her hair, and at night there was a little bedtime story. It made the young girl feel at home for the first time. Originally, Xiaoli was very precocious. At the age of 13 the mind has long since matured, and I don't think I would ever be amused by a plain old ice pickle, much less cry over a steaming bowl of noodles. But Xiao Tian did it all, and he was tricked into bed with his flowery and sweet words. Even though it was her brother and sister sleeping together, her heart was pounding and she was nervous. Unfortunately, Xiao Tian slept very well and did not do anything out of character at all. Hey, brother helped himself to revenge. I'm going to reward my brother properly. You, what are you going to do? Gao Qiner was paralyzed on the ground and looked at Xiao Tian in fear. In the 10 seconds just now, she had been squeezed by the spiritual energy and had died several times. Xiao Qinghong, am I your wife? Is there a man as weak as you? Xiao Qinghong also wanted to do something, but he couldn't do anything. In reason and strength, he had no advantage. Young master, third uncle knelt down to beg you, so you can spare Qiner for once. Don't worry, I'll definitely discipline her and never let her make another mistake. Saying that, Xiao Qinghong was about to kneel down, but was interrupted by a roar from outside the room. Father, no kneeling. Xiao Che was dressed in a black brocade robe, inscribed with an ancient blood-red dark seal, soared eyebrows into the temples. The pupils of the ink jade-like eyes flashed with anger, and the pitch-black long hair danced with the wind, exuding a monstrous evil aura. Xiao Tian, you're bullying people too much. Xiao Che really couldn't endure it. Humiliating your father and mother is something no one can tolerate. Xiao Che already knew the cause and effect of the incident, and he clearly understood that his mother was not in the right. But so what? Cultivators are all against the sky, killing people as if it were routine. What do they care about morality and law? As long as nothing happens to the people he cares about, whatever fairness and justice, whatever floods behind him. When he was unable to cultivate, when he hadn't obtained the legacy of the broken army evil exalt, it was his mother, Gao Qiner, who comforted him and tried to help him in every way possible. The mother did the bone digging for him. As a son of man, he would not turn his back on her. Xiao Tian, if you have the ability to fight one-on-one with a real man, I win. My mother's sins are wiped out. I lost. There's no way I'm going to lose. Good lord. Start buying at $0. The last person who wanted to fight Xiao Tian's real man one-on-one had already had a family of 3 sent away by Xiao Tian with a game of chicken. I didn't think anyone else would dare to come. Xiao Tian turned his head to look at Xiao Che. The looks were ordinary, and it was true that he did not have the handsome look that came with the bloodline of the Xiao family. Xiao Che, right. Someone made a bet with me before and I didn't agree because my little mate isn't cargo. But your mother, Gao Qiner, who started out on the hook, is indeed cargo. You. Xiao Tian ignored Xiao Che's anger and continued. You? I'm not telling the truth? Go to Tianyo City and ask around. How many people used Qin Huakue back then? And there are still countless people who remember the name of Qin Huakue. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Our match can be any time. Right now there is a more important thing we can talk about first. Xiao Tian stood with his arms crossed and smiled indifferently. I wonder if third uncle still remembers Yun Tianhe. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere in the parlor changed precipitously. Xiao Che? Xiao Qinghong? Gao Qiner. Xiao Che had never heard of Yun Tianhe's name at all, and was only puzzled by Xiao Tian's sudden utterance of these words. Of course Xiao Qinghong recognized Yun Tianhe. This was his sworn brother. It was just that there was no news over the years, and Xiao Qinghong even thought that Yun Tianhe had already fallen. At this time, he suddenly heard this long-lost name, and was very surprised and puzzled in his heart. He did not understand why Xiao Tian knew about Yun Tianhe or why he mentioned this righteous brother. In stark contrast to Xiao Qinghong's father and son duo, Gao Qiner screamed, "Xiao Tian, I'm guilty. I plead guilty. You killed me. You kill me. If you don't kill me, then I'll kill myself." Chapter 73, Nothing Today, Picking the Heart and Shooting the Moon. Mother! Xiao Che rushed to Gao Qiner's side to stop her suicidal behavior. It must be Xiao Tian's doing when her mother suddenly became like this. "Xiao Tian, what have you done to my mother?" "Xiao Che, don't spit blood. Your mother having a seizure has nothing to do with me. You might as well ask Yun Tianhe who he is." Kill to kill. Just simply killing Gao Qiner. That won't do. Death is a relief. How can a villain like himself let others go so easily? He must die with dignity and have fun. Xiao Tian patted Xiao Qinghong's shoulder. "Uncle San, one must live one's life with understanding. Xiao Qinghong is not a cutie." Back then, when second brother Xiao Cheng's wife, Xiao Qinghong's second sister-in-law, was revealed to have an old affair, she also looked so maniacal. Ergos yesterday, his own today. "Gao Qiner, you're a ruthless person. You're hiding deeper than anyone." Bitter emotions welled up. Good brother and good wife betrayed at the same time. This kind of sourness, Xiao Qinghong experienced at this moment. The world seemed to collapse in an instant. His face twisted and distorted by anger. His eyes round and filled with maniacal rage, wanting to tear everything in front of him apart. "You give me that. What the hell is going on?" Xiao Qinghong threw a slap at Gao Qiner's face and blood burst out. Gao Qiner had tears in her eyes and her entire face was bloodied. "Father, aren't you hurting mother too much? Hurt your mom's ass." "Put." Xiao Che was directly thrown heavily out by Xiao Qinghong. "Speak up, or I'll have your wild seed on the road with you. I say, don't you hurt Chul. He's your son. He's the son you raised." Gao Qiner wasn't going to hide it, and she couldn't hide it anymore. Yun Tianhe was Xiao Qinghong's sworn brother and Gao Qiner's first love. The gold content of White Moonlight. That's a good one. Even though Gao Qiner was sold by Yun Tianhe to 100 Flowers House, she was still in love with her. On a certain day many years after Xiao Qinghong had married Gao Qiner met this first love after a long absence. "It's not as good as dumplings, and it's not as fun as your sister-in-law." Deadwood is resurrected in some stories that often happen in small movies occur. 10 straight out of the gold. One shot, and Xiao Che was born. "No, I am not my father's son. I'm not a Xia." Xiao Che's mind exploded when he heard these things. His grandmother, the position of the young master was gone. His mother was going to be killed. And now even his own father had become a Yun Tianhe that he had never even heard of. Who else wouldn't have a broken heart? "I know it's wrong now. Light Hong, let's have another child. This time it must be yours." Gao Qiner hugged Xiao Qinghong's thigh and kept begging. "Children? Ha 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 ha. Child. No wonder Xiao Che doesn't look like me. The more I look at him, the more I think he's an old friend. Should have kicked him in the face from an early age." Xiao Qinghong clenched his hands into fists, his knuckles turning white from the exertion, his body trembling, his breathing rapid and chaotic, his mouth muttering curses, wailing, full of despair. He really doesn't understand. The third elder of the great Emperor Xiao family. To have strength is to have strength, and to have status is to have status. You need face value and you need combat power, even a monogamous warrior of pure love. Such a condition was worthy of even the Holy Land's holy maiden. However, not caring about passing marrying a lousy orange ridden by 10,000 people, this woman eats her own, drinks her own, and in the end, gives birth to other people's children. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Second brother, I understand how you felt back then. I want to become a monk. I want to become a monk like Big Brother. Xiao Tian was enjoying this little skit with gusto. Sure enough, gossip is the fourth great human instinct. Even because of the system upgrade, Xiao Tian had long known the overview of this dog blood story. In the past, he could only see the destiny fate of the heavenly fated son. But now he could even survey the fate of a minor supporting character like Gao Qiner. But it's a different kind of fun to hear it from the people involved themselves. No wonder some people don't even eat their meals and go for melons. I'd go too if it were me. That being said, this family is really a great power with a green head and green feet, each wearing a green hat. Fortunately, the eldest uncle has left the house, and the youngest aunt, Yunying, is not married, so there will be no such thing. Now that the climax is over, it's time to wrap things up. Xiao Tian said coldly, "Third uncle, if you can't be bothered to kill it, I'll do it." With one comment, Gao Qiner was put directly on the grill, with Xiao Tian's judgment of Xiao Qinghong. Without these words, the probability was that this poor third uncle would not be able to lay his hands on him. How can a relationship that has lived for 100 years be broken? But now, Xiao Tian had already made his attitude clear. Either you kill or I do. Xiao Tian, what did you say? You shut up, you asshole. Xiao Che struggled frantically against Xiao Qinghong's spiritual power bindings. Watching his father kill his mother hurt Xiao Che too much. Xiao Tian also had his biological father kill his biological mother and his adoptive mother hack his biological father to death. But he only had feelings for his adoptive mother, the Stargazer Emperor. And the other two were not so different from strangers. Young lord, there is no need. This is my family business. Xiao Qinghong squatted beside Gao Qiner and caressed the demonic face that he had seen day and night. Qiner, why? What's wrong with me? Yeah, it's not that bad. It's just that the order of appearance is finished. Gao Qiner cried out in pain. Light Hong, I don't want to die. Please spare me. I will never betray you again. We'll have 1,000,000 children. If apologizing works, what's the point of being powerful? Father, no father. As Xiao Che shouted, Gao Qiner perished on the spot. The son of the mandate of heaven. Xiao Che's dependent mother died. The mandate of heaven value decreased by 1,000 points. And the master's system points increased by 1,000 points. The son of heaven's destiny, Xiao Che, has a gap with his father, Xiao Qinghong. The heaven's destiny value decreases by 1,000 points. And the master's system points increase by 1,000 points. The son of destiny, Xiao Che, will be abandoned by the Xiao family. The value of destiny will decrease by 2,000 points. And the master's system points will increase by 2,000 points. Xiao Che, son of heavenly fate, 4,000 points of heavenly fate. Favorability, 100%. Xiao Li, daughter of heavenly fate value, 10,000 points. Favorability, 80%. 8,000 heavenly fate values have been converted into system points. Everlasting mansion, Xiao Li's bed. Thank you, brother. You've said that no less than 100 times today. Xiao Tian doted on the young girl's hair. The girl finally wasn't arrogantly mouthy. She's also mentally tough enough to watch ethical murder dramas twice as much as she does. Well, go to sleep. Won't brother sleep with me? Weren't you resistant yesterday? Yesterday is yesterday and today is today. You can't generalize. I'm giving my brother a reward. As good as your reward is, you can't be greedy. Other sisters have different rewards for sleeping with me. Xiao Tian touched his waist. Nothing today? Picking hearts and shooting the moon. Discussing the way with Sister Heart and Purple Moon. Chapter 74. Your Excellency, please don't pity me. The time dimension does not know how many months. The Great War to the Heavenly Realm. Fortunately, with the reviving power of the chaotic life and death inflammation, he did not perish on the spot. My lord. Hungry. Rice. Xiao Tian. An imbalance between income and expenditure. It consumes more energy than it produces. And you can't get enough of it in a lifetime. Facing the beauty of the country, Xiao Tian had a vicious chill in his waist. I'm a man, not a cow. A male is a cow, he. If two loves are long-lasting, is it not in the morning or in the evening? Why should we be greedy for a moment? Yes, extremely. I used to cultivate breakthroughs. A closed door is 10 or 20 years. I do not know the obscurity of spring and autumn. Now I cannot see the prince for a moment. It will feel that the past 3,000 years. The beauty smiled. I can't always be by your side. So I hope that you will think about it in your heart for a while, because it was a going-away present. Xiao Tian was very giving. There are no tired oxen, only plowed fields. After a celestial battle, the other party had eaten badly, and Xiao Tian was just a little tired. Physical fatigue can be quickly recovered by external objects, but mental fatigue can only be relieved by a good night's sleep. This time, Xiao Tian changed to a 10-meter large bed to ensure that no one would come for a night attack. Early in the morning, the sunlight poured through the cracks in the curtains and spilled over the bed, gilding the room with a warm golden satin, and the air was filled with the fragrance of freshness, serenity, and beauty. 1 day and 1 night? 2 days and 2 nights? Xiao Tian wasn't sure how long he had slept, but he slept very well anyway. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. It's like the bliss of finally taking a long vacation after a month of transferring and working overtime. The nose smells so good. It's a very familiar body odor. Master? Sister? Or big sister? It wouldn't hurt him anyway, so Xiao Tian didn't put it on his mind. Dazedly rubbing his eyes, meet the very familiar beauty. She quietly sidled beside Xiao Tian, clad in a white and flawless sarong, like a carefully carved jade statue, ice posture and jade bones. Immortal muscle is more than snow, eyes like a watery spring, reflecting Xiao Tian's face. The corners of the mouth hung a sweet smile, full of infinite love. Mother, why you? Xiao Tian was half asleep. This image was so familiar. Mother used to go out a lot and sneak to her bedside when she came back. Nor did he speak, nor did he move his hand to awaken himself. Just watch in silence until you wake up. Tiana is not happy to see his mother? Nope. The joy is tight. Xiao Tian excitedly got up, wanting to give his powerful and gentle mother a solid hug. Then he realized something. Cam, where are my clothes? Where are my clothes? Oh, it was too crazy before and the clothes were worn out. Before going to bed, only the good old Chinese habit of covering the stomach with a quilt remains, and then the quilt was gone when I fell asleep. Mother, don't you know how to tuck me in? Xiao Tian was ashamed and hurriedly used his spiritual energy to transform into clothing to cover up. You're immortal. It's not like you're going to get sick. It's not about that. Even if you say it, your mother will still say something like, you are the child I gave birth to and raised. What's there to care about when you grew up seeing it? Mother, next time you are not allowed to enter my room in private. That won't do. I want to witness Tianer's growth. The starry emperor hugged his beloved son and buried him into his heart, softly stroking Xiao Tian's long hair. In a trance, Tianer is already this big, and back then, you had yet to take human form. When Xiao Tian was -5 months old, his birth mother, Xian, was hunted to death by the great emperor, and her only last wish was to be able to raise Xiao Tian. The previous rule was that a woman from the Starry Night Palace could not stay in the Starry Night Palace if she married and gave birth. But rules are dead, people are alive. Originally, the Astral Palace was built with the devotion of the Astral and Xian. The rules for both of them are the rules. Xiao Tian spent another 5 months in the belly of the Stargazer before he was born by Harakiri. Having just been born, Starbuck didn't really know how to deal with the young child. Even a little scared of this little creature. I'm afraid that if I take one careless shot, the child will be killed. I've heard people say that raising a child is particularly tiring, that you can't eat or sleep well, and that your child cries endlessly. But Xiao Tian grew up without crying or fussing, pointing to his milk-producing parts for food when he was hungry, and solving his physical problems on his own. Slightly older, Xiao Tian behaved well and sweetly, which made the Starry Night quite compassionate. There are no good men in the world, except my Tianer. Back then, Xianer had a relationship with Xiao Chang by mistake and became pregnant, and she even foolishly tried to give birth. I scolded her I don't know how many times and came close to destroying the child myself. If I had known at the time that it would be Tianer who would be born, I would never have been able to do anything about it. He couldn't wait for Xiao Chang and Xianer to meet a few thousand or tens of thousands of years earlier. That way I'll get to see my Tennessee sooner. The love in his heart was boundless, and he was true to his beloved son in his arms. Xiao Tian was sweating for a while. Mother's thoughts are really 9, because 6 flipped. I remember mother used to say that it was because of my birth mother's last wish that you gave birth to me and raised me. So how come you see me as more important now instead? Before was before, now is now. Even if Xianer comes to life now, your custody must be in my hands. This position of mother, she's not allowed to steal it from me either. The bully's mom is kinda cool. Mother, then why did you kill my biological father? Xiao Chang? You think he's scum? Men are all philanderers, I know this very well. Not so much to kill him for this, when he and your mother were originally a mistake. His body was weak, and it was because of the poisonous blood of the Inkjiao demon sovereign that he had the aftermath. Xianer was already quite fond of him, and didn't want to take it out on him, just contacting us to kill the Inkjiao demon father. Originally, no one knew that we were responsible for the death of the demon Duke of Majia, but Xiao Chang, that bastard, even Xianer lost his body to her matter to disclose. Inkjiao demon Zun's father, Jiao Dragon Emperor, learned of this matter, immediately judged that Xianer is the murderer of the Inkjiao demon Zun. I also failed to protect Xianer, causing her to perish. So the Jiao Long Emperor must die, and the fuse, Xiao Chang, must also die. Tianer, if one day you want to avenge your father, my life can be taken at any time, and everything in the Starry Night Palace will be only you. Mother, you are forbidden to say those words again. Sheep dad is dead when he's dead. The mother who gave birth and raised him is the real mother. Xiao Tian directly opened the filial piety. Actually, Xiao Chang should thank you all. Without your efforts, he wouldn't even be able to continue his bloodline. Bear with me, you child. What a novel brainwave. Stargazer was amused by her son and smiled sweetly. That's just it. Without mentioning these things, I have a piece of news about your senior sister. Chapter 75, Where's my elder sister? My big elder sister? Xiao Tian had arranged the path of progress for several redheads during this time. Yan Xian went with Vermilion Bird to study at the Pill sect. Feng Qinger and Yi Ziyue went to the Heavenly Dao Palace of Learning, and Zhao Linger was cultivated at the Astral Palace. The master teacher and sister were by their side, but the only thing missing is the eldest sister. A month or so ago, senior sister said she was going on a retreat. Mother has the power of the stars laid out all over her, not to mention that golden immortal cultivators couldn't detect it. Even if immortal monarch-ranked cultivators could detect it, they wouldn't be able to remove it. She was followed by secret guards. It's reasonable to assume that there won't be any surprises. But now Mother Nature brings bad news. Sister Morong Yun is missing. Suddenly, it's God knows what gone. Where's my senior sister? I'm that big of a senior sister. Your Excellency, 10,000 apologies. My subordinate is willing to die to apologize. The green-clothed girl, you dear, who was kneeling in front of Xiao Tian, couldn't wait to take out her knife and commit harakiri right now. It's amazing that you can't even take care of someone. As a secret guard, it's too much of a dereliction of duty. Moon dear, don't be such a death seeker. You're saying that elder sister disappeared all of a sudden? Yes, Miss Yun is in a cave retreat. My subordinate is guarding her outside. But yesterday her aura disappeared all of a sudden. I rushed into the cave and couldn't find half a silhouette. There was only a letter left in the air. You dear handed it over with both hands and Xiao Tian took it and flipped through it. Tian there's no need to worry. Take care of master and you we'll meet again in the upper realms. The handwriting and the lingering scent are all big sister. According to her words, she was the one who took the initiative to erase her mother's means, and disappeared right in front of Moon dear again. When Master Morong Xue saw Morong Yun back then, Morong Yun was still a little beggar, but he exuded the aura of the great Tao. Morong Xue concluded that this woman was bound to be extraordinary, so she took her on as a disciple. Nothing else is known. I'm afraid elder sister has quite a few secrets on her. Ding! New Destiny's daughter detected. Morong Yun. Destiny value? Favorability, 100%. Fate? No system. What do you mean by all the question marks? Looking at the system panel that suddenly appeared, Xiao Tian's tiger body shook, especially when he saw that it was his senior sister's name. Xiao Tian was jolted, and thought that he could see his senior sister's destiny. This will allow you to find the location and general condition of your sister. But, the two most critical lines of information are all question marks. My senior sister's favoritism towards me needs you to tell me? That's the senior sister who has been spurring me on since I was a child. You system wouldn't be trying to hack my points. Hey, what's the point? This dog system has started this whole thing all of a sudden. But the first time the system has had a panel like this. Elder sister's heavenly fate value must be over 10,000. Life safety is certainly not in question. I just don't know when I'll see her again. I'm sorry that I won't be able to experience the feeling of being ravaged by my senior sister. You dear, don't kneel. You're not to blame for what happened to senior sister. It was her own fault for wandering off. When this happens, the culprit sister should be brought back for discipline. Stick to educate her. There was no point in blaming the underpowered dark guard Moon dear. Moon dear had followed her mother for thousands of years and had long since passed the stage of physical punishment. She blamed herself even more than Xiao Tian for not completing the mission. Where is the need for scolding and punishment in this situation? Your Excellency, you should still punish me, or else my subordinate's heart really can't bear it. You dear refused to get up. She was truly chagrined to the core. You're derelict in your duty if you're low in cultivation, and practicing hard is the punishment you deserve most. But, I haven't made a mistake for thousands of years, and now that the Gungzi doesn't beat me, I've been obsessing over this matter, and I can't still my mind to cultivate at all. So what? You had to have me hit you? Aha! As the saying goes, a filial daughter comes out of a stick fight. I've heard for a long time that your Excellency has excellent stick kung fu, so my subordinate would like to try it out for myself. The entrance to Xiao Qinghong's mansion. Xiao Che was thrown out of the mansion by Xiao Qinghong with his betting. Effective immediately, Xiao Che is no longer my Xiao Qinghong's son, and no longer my Xiao family's son, and no longer has any connection with the Xiao family. For the sake of past love, I will allow you to be free of rent for 3 years in Tianyo City, the outer domain of the Xiao family. After 3 years, it is self-financing. Also, good luck finding your real dad, Yun Tianhe. If that day comes, I still hope to ask him to remember the friendship of the past and come to my Xiao family for a cup of tea. I never want to forget this friend. Father, why? Xiao Che was so aggrieved that he cried out. He doesn't get it. Is blood really more important than 20 years of parenting? Xiaoli was still in infancy and Xiao Chang was willing to raise him. And he, Xiao Che, had been raised for 20 years. So how could he now recognize someone else as his father? He could have always treated Xiao Qinghong as his father. Even without blood, Xiao Qinghong was his father. It was never because of Xiao Qinghong's status. Xiao Qinghong helplessly glanced at his son on the ground. Fate is over. Do not think much of it. After his anger subsided, Xiao Qinghong did not intend to do anything to Xiao Che. A son is still a son, and he is willing to recognize Xiao Che. But, no. Xiao Qinghong recalled the scene of killing his wife that day. At that time, all the rhythms, all the words were held by Xiao Tian. Even making a move against Gao Qiner was instigated by Xiao Tian in the end. Xiao Qinghong naturally didn't blame Xiao Tian. On the contrary, he was grateful to Xiao Tian. He didn't want to care what Xiao Tian was doing for what purpose, but it helped him anyway. The party being cuckolded would of course be in the mindset of Xiao Qinghong. One couldn't blame Xiao Tian for why he had to reveal this matter. Or else he could still cover his ears for the rest of his life. This kind is too turtle boy. Xiao Qinghong all felt turtle. However, Xiao Che wouldn't think that way. To Xiao Che, even if Gao Qinair cheated on her 10,000 times, then the fact that she was a mother would not change. Xiao Che had hatred and guilt towards his father, Xiao Qinghong, but certainly not to the point of pain. Subconsciously, Xiao Che also didn't want to blame his father too much, so he needs an outlet, a scapegoat. Xiao Tian just happened to hit the gun. If it wasn't for Xiao Tian, the fact that Xiao Che wasn't of the Xiao family bloodline wouldn't have been revealed. This flawed, broken ship just keeps on going. Gao Qinair won't die either. It was all Xiao Tian's fault. Xiao Che rightfully put all the pots on Xiao Tian. Xiao Qinghong understood Xiao Che's personality very well and guessed his son's thoughts. The cuckolded enemy's own son, his adopted son, and his benefactor, his own nephew who let him learn the truth, were enemies in life and death. It's hard to be caught in the middle. Moreover, it was no surprise that Xiao Che would only die if he went against Xiao Tian. In that case, I'll take it, lest it be difficult afterward. Xiao Qinghong was trying to open up, but Xiao Che couldn't. He truly hated Xiao Tian to the extreme now. I really wanted to rush to the Eternal Life Mansion right now to dismantle Xiao Tian. No, gotta be cool. Xiao Che was also self-aware. He could not go against Xiao Tian openly and honestly now. First, I'll stay up and develop to wait for the day. Xiao Che didn't intend to go to any heavenly bull city. Pops doesn't want him. There's still his little aunt. Go to your little aunt's house for a while. Thinking like this, Xiao Che got up and walked towards Xiao Hongyi's mansion. Halfway down the road, he suddenly had a footstep, and as if by telepathy, he noticed a book at a roadside stand. Its name is Wind and Moon. Chapter 76. Can't perform traditional crafts? No practicing. Absolutely no practice. Wind and Moon. The Wind and Moon Demon's Mastery. He died with the commander of the human demon and demon races, the Immortal Exalt. It's a pity that for some reason the Wind and Moon Demon has no descendants or disciples, and this technique has been lost. The real deal. If it's not the real thing, it has to be the real thing. Although Xiao Che did not flip through it, he concluded in his heart that it must be the real thing. Back then, Xiao Che was also extremely lucky to have picked up the inheritance seed of the broken army Evil Exalt. The evil god vein grew in his body, and he could use the power of the elements. And from then on, he cleansed the name of a waste and became a man who was only one step away from being the young master of the Xiao family. If it wasn't for Xiao Tian, this young master position would already be in his pocket. And now there was actually another venerable level inheritance. The Wind Moon Demon Sovereign could be more famous and have a better battle record than the Broken Army Evil Sovereign. A Broken Army Evil Zune let him be hard to beat in the Xiao family. Half-step Young Lord Realm, plus the Wind and Moon Treasure Guide. He will certainly be able to turn into a young lord and be invincible in the world. Although, no longer qualified to be a young master. But as long as you can defeat Xiao Tian, this is the greatest favor of all. Could it be heaven's will? The providence that allows me to surpass Xiao Tian. Xiao Che was so excited that his breathing became heavy, desperately trying to calm himself down. Then pretending as if nothing had happened, he decisively bought the book. One step at a time, he quickly weaved his way through the crowd, as if he were afraid someone would see him. The stall owner saw Xiao Che's back gradually fading away and revealed an evil smile. My lord, the fish is hooked. Xiao Che looked for an unoccupied place and tremblingly raised this gongfu. Nobody. The ecstatic fervor in his eyes was hard to suppress. Let me see this arcane and incomparable divine skill. The wind and the moon are at the top of their game. If you want to practice divine power, draw the knife to yourself. What? Xiao Che's lagged in the air, his expression stunned. What? Draw the knife? Wouldn't it be impossible to perform traditional crafts in the future? Bah! It's the fact that you won't be able to love and procreate with a woman in the future. Like a neutered teddy. What a trashy book. It's a lie. Xiao Che threw a handful of books on the ground. Evil Kung Fu. Definitely compelling and evil. False Kung Fu that causes people to cut off their children and grandchildren. The general studies class didn't say that the wind and moon demon was a castrato either. Well, or maybe I was too sleepy after the craft work to listen carefully. After all, there was a sea of feats for refining souls and taking you on in, not to mention cutting up chickens. It's just a look. It's not a real cut. I'll just look at it, recognize it for what it is, and definitely not practice. Xiao Che silently picked up the Wind and Moon Treasure Guide and studied it. This look hooked Xiao Che's soul. Amazing. Compared to the single function of ordinary gongfu, Fengyu Baojian was self-contained, with all 18 martial arts, from how to cultivate to how to fight in actual combat. This is simply perfect and wonderful. As the son of the former third elder of the Xiao family, the Xiao family's merit laws below the Zun pin could be flipped through at will. Zun Pin's techniques. Although he had never practiced them, he had seen some with the help of his old man. I've never eaten pork. I've really seen a pig run. Even so, the wind and moon treasure still stunned Xiao Qie. As long as one practiced it, one would surely become a strong person at the top of the world. It was only when it was getting late that Xiao Qie detached himself from the magnificent system of the wind and moon treasure. No, I can't practice. I still have to pass it on. He kept counseling himself in his mind that he couldn't practice. A disciple of the hallowed Xiao family doesn't need to cultivate this thing. I need my little aunt to help me firm up my Dao heart. When Xiao Qie was still an invalid Xiao aunt, he didn't cared for him, loved him and treated him as a relative and a good friend. The young man why? Inevitably to such a kind and gentle little ant heart metamorphosis of love. There is no blood, but the name is there. Xiao Qie could only bury the seed of dissimulation. But now, it's no longer the Xia family. Wouldn't that be a chance to realize a dream? How could you still be practicing wind and moon? Absolutely no drops. However, the bloody reality told Xiao Qie that not being a member of the Xiao family, he did not even have the qualifications to see Xiao Hongyi, Xiao Zhan clan chief's residence. Xiao Hongyi has not yet started a family and lives in the patriarch's residence. Xiao Qie used to come to play with this young ant of the same age. But right now, Xiao Qie couldn't even enter the gate of the patriarch's residence, and the guards directly blocked him outside. What are you guys doing? Look at who I am. I am Xiao Qie. Xiao Qie pointed at his face, in a million different ways. What are these guards doing? The lowest ranked guards who had originally seen him with respect now had a look of disgust on their faces and stopped him outside the house. Death penalty. The death penalty for all of them. Xiao Qie, we are not blind, but have you forgotten something? You are no longer the grandson of Patriarch Xiao Battle or the son of Elder Xiao Qinghong. The current you is not even a member of the Xiao family. So what qualifications do you have to enter the patriarchal mansion? The other guard had the same look of disgust. If we let you in, aren't we neglecting our duties? When you're out, you have to talk about power and background. What kind of gang are you in now? Worthy of getting along with our Xiao family? Hurry up and get out of the inner domain. How dare you speak to me like that? What? You come to beat us up, hurting the Xiao family's children in the Xiao family's inner domain. How dare you? You guys? Xiao Qie was going to explode with anger. Even back when he was still an invalid, he was ridiculed by various people behind his back, but they never dared to speak like this to his face. But now it was so blunt and completely out of the way. It was all because of being expelled from the Xiao family. It was only at this time that Xiao Qie realized how important the identity of Xiao family members was. Without the identity of the Xiao family, even the ordinary guards did not put him in their eyes and mocked and insulted him at will. You dog-eyed underlings. Xiao Qie clenched his fists. Yes, 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 we are just underlings, but I am also a member of the Xiao family. Remember, the Xiao family are the masters. Nothing else but eating, drinking and having fun. Is that something a bastard like you can compare to? That's right. In the past, you were the patriarch's own grandson from the 3 single lineages, and now that identity belongs to our young master Xiao Tian. Young master Xiao Tian is the true dragon of the 9 heavens of my Xiao family. When Xiao Tian was mentioned, the guards immediately changed their faces and were respectful and worshipful. Xiao Qie, do you have a grudge against young Lord Xiao Tian? I'm not afraid to tell you that young Lord Xiao Tian is having dinner with Patriarch Xiao Battle and Miss Redclothes in his residence. Envious, aren't you? What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qie instantly became excited. What gives him the right? On what grounds? Ha ha ha. By virtue of the fact that young Master Xiao Tian is the true bloodline of my Xiao family. By virtue of the fact that he has a great empress mother. He is 1,000 times stronger than your 100 flower house's head mother. Click. Xiao Qie's fingertips knuckled. Mentioning his late mother, Xiao Qie could no longer contain his anger. You're the ones who sought death. You have to fight even if you can't. As he was about to strike, a warm and jade-like voice came from the patriarch's residence. Who dares to cause trouble in the matriarch's residence? The owner of the voice, in a white robe, was immaculate. Chapter 77, The Sacred Body of the Flowers. Who wouldn't want to taste it? Xiao Tian. Xiao Qie's eyes were hot when he saw this mother killer, and he couldn't wait to rush up and do it. But the power was so compelling that even a guard underling could bully him, let alone a young master like Xiao Tian. If you dare to make a move, you will end up miserable. You can't attack by force. You have to outsmart them, avoid their sharp edges and tolerate them for the time being. However, Xiao Tian's talent was very strong, or else he wouldn't have inspired the emperor ancestor Dao Sound. Without the huge supply of resources from the Xiao family, it would be difficult to be stronger than Xiao Tian in the future. Xiao Qie was trapped in endless uncertainty, and only by possessing a supreme treasure that transcended the mundane could he hope to deal with Xiao Tian. As if by telepathy, he felt the wind and moon treasure guide in his storage ring emitting magic light. Feng Yu Bao Jian, an imperial grade technique. After achieving great success, the old ancestors of the Xiao family would have to call out to Brother Che. The cost is only 2 taels of meat. But, the 2 or 2 meats really don't want to cut down. If it was left or right-handed, Xiao Che would have cut it immediately, but it needed the middle one. Xiao Tian seemed to be able to see the indecision within Xiao Che's heart and was ready to add more fire to him. Yo, this is not Xiao Che. A few days not see. So pulled. What wants to enter the patriarch's residence? Xiao Tian. What is the reasoning behind these guards not letting me go home? I'm going to Grandpa. I'm going to see little auntie. Xiao Tian lowered his eyes and smiled coldly. Not letting you go home? That means they did their duty and deserve a reward. I've heard it all. You're no longer Uncle Sam's son, so if you want to enter the matriarch's house, you should honestly make an appointment to apply. It is the emperor who has been dismissed and has to buy a ticket if he wants to go home. Besides, you're not even a prince, so of course you can't enter. And, could you show a little face? Don't recognize your grandpa or your aunt. That's my grandfather and my little aunt. I'm the good oldest son, the good oldest saintly grandson of the Xiao family's 3 single lineages. You, on the other hand, are an imposter. Now it's just like the kobolds in the cave. It has nothing to do with my Xiao family. Be a good sport and get out of here before you interfere with my dinner with my lovely little red aunt. You! Xiao Che instantly exploded. Xiao Tian's words were heartbreaking, each word piercing Xiao Che's heart, especially that cute little red-clothed aunt. It simply drove Xiao Che crazy. Xiao Tian must be a sex fiend. Little auntie is so cute. He must have bad intentions. I must save my little aunt. Xiao Tian, if you dare to lay a hand on little auntie, I will definitely kill you. Oh, why would I be thinking about my little aunt? No one in their right mind would think of a little aunt. Right. What kind of nasty thinking some people have. You. Xiao Tian really had a talent in the area of gaslighting people, and in a few words, he was able to straighten out Xiao Che's red temperature. Xiao Tian, 30 years south of the river, 30 years north of the river. Don't deceive the youth. You wait for me. It's just 2 or 2 cuts of meat. It's not like you can't pick it up. Suffer for a moment and be happy for a lifetime. As long as I kill Xiao Tian, I will no longer use the wind and moon treasure. Pick up Quinquin and pass it on. The fix. As long as we can kill Xiao Tian as soon as possible, it's all worth it. Xiao Che left the matriarch's residence in indignation, his pace so heavy that the ground trembled. Fortunately, the ground quickly reduces the pressure on the tutu. Xiao Tian looked at Xiao Che's back and revealed a smile. After the great battle and a good night's sleep, it was only natural to come and clean up after the chosen one. Are points important to Xiao Tian, or is the fated son important to himself? None of it matters. Of course, not having a heaven's destiny child was important to Xiao Tian. I will not allow others to sleep soundly under the couch. Informing yourself that these chosen ones with negative hate values to the end are what the system is really for. However, as Xiao Tian had expected, heavenly fate values were hard to kill as long as they were high. Xiao Zhang, who has never seen his real face, was arrested and tortured in the prison for rumor mongering, and was tortured to death. Then the man in black appeared and saved him. The Xiao Che in front of him still had 4,000 heavenly fate values left, and there were definitely still opportunistic and high-profile people behind him. Then spit the points out nice and slow. The temptation of this Wind and Moon treasure book could not be resisted by a youngster like Xiao Che. Hot blood on the head will certainly be with. Especially the gong method in the account can also be picked up. Xiao Che is impossible to have no idea. With a little pressure on him, it's only a matter of time before he falls. Tian what happened outside the mansion? Xiao Hongyi, the boyish young girl poked her head out of the mansion. A pink upper jacket with a white satin rosette inside. The garment is light and flexible, with a pink face and cheeks. It is very attractive and lovely. Aunt in rank, sister in age. Xiao Hongyi was the daughter of Xiao War's late friend. After the disappearance of her late friend, the young Xiao Hongyi was recognized by Xiao Zhan as his daughter and stayed in the Xiao family to be nurtured. Daughter of heavenly fate, Xiao Hongyi, heavenly fate value 5,000. 100 flowers sacred body. Favorability, 40%. Xiao Tian had a kind attitude towards Xiao Hongyi. For one thing, with 5,000 heavenly fate values, it's not a bad idea to raise favorability. Secondly, Xiao Tian was interested in the 100 flowers sacred body. This is the world's top-ranked hearth physique. Ordinary hearth physique required yin and yang to intermingle, requiring one party's cultivation, foundation, and even life as a price. But the 100 flowers sacred body didn't have these troubles. It was created from the essence of all ages, and its characteristics were particularly peculiar. The Eucharist promotes practice and prolongs life. Whether or not it promotes cultivation can be left aside for now, out of curiosity. It's so marvelous that you have to try it once anyhow. Little auntie, it's okay, a dog just passed by. Yes? Let's go back and drink with father then. He's so excited to see you. Xiao Hongi smiled sweetly. She hadn't seen her father happy like that for a long time. It's been a long period of time, although a lot has happened. More nephew Xiao Tian, less nephew Xiao Che. He had lived with Xiao Che for more than 10 years and had truly treated him as a good nephew, and without the relationship of the third uncle, she still treated Xiao Che as a nephew as well. Between the two nephews, there are quite a lot of grievances, and the hatred of bullying sisters and insulting mothers, killing mothers and expelling clans, is not so easy to resolve. Xiao Hongi was caught in the middle in a difficult situation. I really hope the two nephews get along if they can. Little auntie, there's no rush to drink. You just said to me that you hoped that Xiao Che and I would disregard our former enmity and become friends? Yeah, you're all my nephews. Don't argue or fight. We're all family. A family? The family of Li Tang's royal family. Little auntie, you are just too simple. I promised you that you could not hurt him, but he would do this to me? Even to our Xiao family who are itching to get rid of him. This won't. You don't worry. As long as Tian or you are willing to let go of former suspicions, CHR will definitely let go of hatred like the same. He listens to me the most. I will go and talk about this matter. Xiao Hongi was secretly determined and had a sincere face. I hope so. But, auntie, it's a shame you're late. How could Xiao Che, who had given up his manly dignity, give up so lightly? Giving him up wouldn't be the chosen one. Just wait till you see him perform. These advanced feats obtained on the side of the road without any psychological burden to start practicing. How could it not happen? Whether or not the Wind Moon Demon had spiced up his writing, Xiao Tian was not sure, but he had spiced it up himself anyway. The spiced up version of Wind and Moon will definitely make Xiao Che's mind explode. And just as the thunder and lightning in dark clouds of the night, the long knife cut through the clouds. Chapter 78. Oh no, the baby can't get it. Xiao Che's long knife slashed through. He had finally completed the first step of the Wind and Moon book. Pain, pain, pain. Dawn hurts. And his heart hurts even more. It always felt like losing more than 2 pounds of flesh and what little dignity was left. It's fine. It can be hooked up. Xiao Che purchased the 9 Heavenly Rain Cream in advance to try to see if he could pick it up. No surprises. It really can be picked up. Ha ha ha. As long as you don't run Wind and Moon after getting stronger, you can pick it back up. Click. Xiao Che once again raised his hand and dropped his sword. I will take back everything I've lost. Wind and Moon. Here we go. Xiao Che's talent was very good, although it was not comparable to Xiao Tian's supreme talent plus Dao Bone, but in just 2.5 days, he had cultivated the entire contents of the Wind and Moon treasure guide to a small level of success. Xiao Che closed his eyes and concentrated, sitting cross-legged on top of the stone platform carved by the ages, surrounded by a piece of brilliant and colorful spiritual energy, and even more so, all kinds of moods came out one after another. As the spiritual energy in his body surged and leaked out, a warm and soft energy rose from the middle part of the human body, like a warm current flowing and penetrating every nuance of the body. Boom! The robes rose and the air currents whistled. Xiao Che's eyes were wide, and the ones in his eyes carried an excited ecstasy. It's done! I've done it! Xiao Tian, did you see that? I've made it! Xiao Che was so excited that he wanted to jump up. The Wind and Moon treasure guide is really powerful. Xiao Che felt that his current combat power was 2 times that of before. 2 tails of meat for 2 times the war effort. Value. Don't be anxious. Focus on your cultivation and you will definitely not be weaker than Xiao Tian. This cultivation has consumed a large amount of immortal spirit stones. We must find a way to make money. After Xiao Che was expelled from the Xiao family, it was like the rich second generation had their bank cards suspended, which made them realize that society was tough and life was not easy. In the Xiao family, there was a large amount of salary every month, and the family could reimburse for clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Any resources needed for cultivation can be requested. And now, Xiao Che could only live in a small attic in Tianyou City, which was in the Xiao family's outer region, covering an area of only 500 square meters. It was not as big as the toilet in the third elder's mansion. This kind of discrepancy caused Xiao Che's mind to crumble. It turns out that people who are not the grandson of a patriarch or the son of an elder live this hard. It's amazing that monks need to work to earn money. It's unimaginable. How could a cultivator's cultivation grow rapidly if he couldn't concentrate on cultivation? But, can't afford to live. Have to work. Getting a job close by? Well, Xiao Che's residence was the residence where his mother worked back then, so it was located in the 100 flower house belonging miles and miles of land, with only one main business, tilts its ears and is full of birds and flowers. Of course, there is a male service industry as well. If it were not for the broken body, surely I would have gone to dash a little. Those beautiful women are really good. Plump breasts and fat hips, cherry mouth and pink lips. Thinking like this, Xiao Tian was surprised to find that his wound was vaguely painful. There was even a feeling of fire in his abdomen. The bloodthirsty teenager naturally knew exactly what it felt like. Wanted to stick it to the girl. There is no longer a second brother. How can you still feel this way? No. For what? Xiao Tian was stunned and puzzled. Of course he wouldn't know that this was what Xiao Tian had spiced up. The dual cultivation feats that Xiao Tian had added to each chapter. What effect it led to in the end? Xiao Tian didn't know. Maybe it directly exploded and died. But it doesn't matter. It's not like Xiao Tian cultivates anyway. The one who suffers is Xiao Tian. The final effect that resulted was that Xiao Tian, who had cultivated the wind and moon treasure, had a high level of lust that was difficult to eliminate. Even Xiao Tian, who was reciting the Clear Heart Sutra, was still unable to suppress it. Xiao Tian had a premonition that as long as he continued to cultivate, the fire of lust would continue to accumulate. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There must be something wrong with this gongfu. Xiao Tian sort of reacted. How could a copy of an imperial grade feat law fall from the sky for no reason at all? It may be that someone deliberately set him up. Who is it? Xiao Tian? It doesn't matter if it's him or not. It is imperative to address the physical abnormalities. This is no small issue. The body will blow up. Right. I can just load the bull back up and vent, can't I? It just so happens that I don't need to cultivate this gong method either. Xiao Tian had a heartache, tossing around in a big circle, wasting countless amounts of money, and surprisingly gaining nothing. Pitiful. Will never buy from a roadside stand again. Xiao Tian found out the big baby and smeared on the little remaining 9 heavenly raindrops cream in a bid to revive the severed limb. However, it couldn't be picked up. Not at all. No. What's going on here? Xiao Tian's brain was cracking. Obviously it was fine before. Why won't it fit now? Could it be because of the cultivation of the wind and moon treasure? But doesn't it say in the wind and moon book that you can get it back? Xiao Tian would also not know that this was the pit that the wind moon demon sovereign had dug for Xiao Tian. The normal wind and moon treasure can certainly be picked up. But this version given by the wind and moon demon is a spiced up version that he has made modifications to. As long as a monk cultivates, he can only be a eunuch in this life. The wind moon demon was trying to pit Xiao Tian to death. But he didn't expect that Xiao Tian wouldn't practice it at all and turned his hand to use it to pit people. Put! Xiao Tian's urgent fire attacked his heart, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. No! I have to save myself. Can anyone help me? That's right. Skyslayer God King Bull Kong. Back when I was competing for the young lord, he could have provided me with a lot of support, and now is the time for him to send me charcoal in the snow. At this moment, the sound of the system broadcast resounded in the ears of Xiao Tian, who was also in Tianyo City. The son of heaven's destiny, Xiao Tian, who practiced evil power was backfired by the heavenly Tao. The value of heaven's destiny was reduced by 1,000 points, and the master's system points were increased by 1,000 points. Tianyo City, City Lord's Mansion, the once heaven-slaying God King, now the heaven-respecting God King, Nyogang, was kneeling at Xiao Tian's feet with a pious expression. Zun Tian God King? I really didn't expect to see you again. How to change your name? Aren't you called the heaven-slaying God King? Xiao Tian looked at the white-haired old man in front of him with a playful face. The funny appearance of this guy at first was still fresh in Xiao Tian's mind. My young lord, you must never call the heaven-slaying God King again. It's unlucky for you. The slave was just stupid in the brain and wanted to pretend. So he made this name. How did he know that he would violate the taboo of the young master? As soon as I saw you, I hastened to change my name. Honor the heavens. You are my heaven. You don't need to use honorifics either. You can just call me Kongzi. Maybe Xiao Tian didn't care at all, but those who were subordinates had to consider these things. Otherwise, there'll be a literal prison someday, and you'll be dead. Xiao Tian laughed. Then you might as well be known as the monarch of the monarchs, the god of war of Amushi, the general of Iri. These are more in keeping with who you are. Of course, Niu Gang did not know what these words meant, but as long as Xiao Tian was happy, he could do whatever he liked. Young lord, what would you have me called? Anything for a dog. Come on, I'm just saying, it's better to be called Gonzo. It's nice. Xiao Tian slept and ate these days, ate and slept, and then he was shopping and cooking with Xiaoli and Xiaohongi. Life is rather dull, and I happened to think of the old greasy man, so I came to savor his blowing awesome blown milk. Xiao Tian does not blow awesome objective evaluation. These flavors and contained nutritional value cannot be said. The value was no worse than an immortal elixir. This made Xiao Tian quite interested. Gonzo, how did you get this milk? Before he finished speaking, he heard an underling come to inform him. City Lord, Xiao Tian seeks an audience. Chapter 79, I'm a professional. I don't usually laugh unless I can't help it. Young Lord, the old slave did not collaborate with the enemy. The old slave used to help Xiao Tie's campaign for Young Lord, but he has not helped him since recognizing you as his master. 2.5 days ago, Xiao Tie had looked for me to purchase the 9 heavenly jade dew cream, and although I didn't know what he had to do with it, I mixed something in it. After 7 days, the area where Xiao Tie applied it will be swollen and itchy, festering with pus. Without any hesitation, Nyogang sharply kowtowed once more, kneeling to show your loyalty. Shabby? Not too shabby. Xiao Tian could only express how you were so skillful when he saw his sharp sliding kneeling appearance, but with a normal brain, one certainly wouldn't think that meeting Xiao Tie would be collaborating with the enemy. If that's the case, wouldn't Grandpa and Auntie all be collaborators? Are you one of them? Greet Xiao Tie in and see what he needs. According to the system broadcast, Xiao Tie, who had broken his limbs to cultivate, had already practiced the wind and moon treasure. Xiao Tian was curious as to what side effects his spiked version would have. He dressed up as a subordinate of Nyogang and accompanied him to listen to the consultation. As soon as Xiao Tie saw Nyogang, he immediately expressed his demands. Lord Ox City, I'm ashamed to say that I recently fought with other cultivators and injured my root chicken. Even after applying the 9 heavens rain dew cream, I can't pick it up. Look, is there any way to help me? Bull Kong? Not buddy. How does that thing hurt? You can protect one hand, but not the third? Besides, it's not like you're going to a physician when you're sick. If it wasn't for Xiao Tian's request, he wouldn't want to talk to Xiao Tie for even a moment. Ahem. Perhaps it's the other party's weird gong method that caused you to be unable to recover. But even if it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect your normal life. You don't need to be anxious. Anxious? Why am I not? Xiao Tie was in a real hurry. He now wants to vent when he sees a woman, but he has no ability to do so, and it's worse than death. Lord Ox City, that mother ******************************** ing bad guy even used Oxycontin on me. I need to release it here. Pust. Xiao Tian is a professional and usually doesn't laugh out loud unless he can't help it. He was really listening on the sidelines and probably had a judgment in his mind. This was definitely a side effect of the spiced up version of the wind and moon treasure, which was what caused Xiao Tie to be at his wit's end. The desire caused by the dual cultivation technique added by himself. Can't pick up the dark hand that should be left by the wind and moon demon. Ha ha ha. As a result, in the end, it was Xiao Tie who was pitched. As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Tian couldn't tense up and laughed out sardonically. What are you laughing at? I want to get up and be happy. What is it? I know someone named Sufan who has had similar symptoms as you. Ugh, you're just mocking me. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Xiao Tie was going to explode with anger. He hated it when people laughed at him for these things. At the mention of the crotch, Xiao Tie bagged red warmth. Damn it. I can't believe I didn't dismiss my subordinates before saying something so important. Where does that leave the face? Killing to silence him up. With this in mind, Xiao Tie decisively struck out. Xiao Tie, who cultivated the Wind and Moon Treasure Guide, had no confidence in terms of manliness, but in terms of combat power, he was absolutely unrivaled in true immortality. It was the golden immortal who had no fear. With this palm, this unimpressive servant will surely die. Boo! Then, the other party directly raised his hand and received the palm in a cloudy manner. This can't be right. Xiao Tie could sense that the man in front of him only had true immortal cultivation, but why was he able to receive his own attack? Brother Xiao Tie, so you're so sharp, even without using the chaos bell. The true immortal realm's Xiao Tian's strength far exceeded that of his peers. The innate chaos saint body. If you dare to call it second, no saint body in the world would dare to call it first. The body contains the power of chaos and flood, the chi of yin and yang, and the supremacy of all worlds, so as long as there are no surprises, he will be able to call himself an emperor. Not to mention, the star force and sword Dao that he had practiced since he was a child, each of which Xiao Tian was not weak, only Xiao Tian is more swinging. At most 8 hours of cultivation, master and mother in special favor. Do not make too many requirements for Xiao Tian, pass line level on the line. However, since obtaining the Taoist heart, epiphanies have occurred from time to time. That is, when the yin and yang coincide, epiphanies always occur. The current Xiao Tian was fearless even when facing an upper realm heavenly pride like Xiao Tie. Xiao Tie took 2 or 3 steps back in shock, staring incredulously at the teenager in front of him. It's surprising that there are young people in the Xiao family realm who aren't weaker than me. How is this possible? Who the hell are you? Does it matter who I am? I'm a master pill refiner. Call me Rock Lord. Brother Xiao Tie, I can help you. Xiao Tian faintly smiled as a terrifyingly gorgeous spirit flame spread out around him. Chaotic life and death inflammation. Even though Xiao Tian was collecting its monstrous intent, the terrifying aura emanating from it alone was enough to make the cultivators tremble in fear. Not to mention true immortals like Xiao Tie, even Nyo Gang, who was at the side of the great Luo perfection, was involuntarily trembling inwardly. If it hadn't been for the presence of others, he would have dropped to his knees and shouted his praises. Gotta improvise an ode to praise. Xiao Tian could be sure that the person in front of him was definitely a pride of a great power. Otherwise it would never be possible for him to possess such a terrifying flame at such a young age. How can you help me? Xiao Tian took out an elixir. Clear heart pill. You can eliminate your desires after you take it. As for your body's problems, we can talk about it after a while when I'm done with my business. Xiao Tian looked at the heart cleansing pill in Xiao Tian's hand and his eyes instantly brightened. This was indeed a good solution, but his heart was quite puzzled. Why are you helping me? When I saw Xiao Tian that day, I was quite angry. How could anyone in the world be more handsome than me? I am the world's #1 handsome. I must him. And if you are Xiao Tian's enemy, you are my friend. At the mention of dealing with Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian's blood instantly rose to his head. This dog Xiao Tian is really unpopular. Well, in that case, why don't we become brothers with different surnames and work together for the great cause of heaven execution? That won't be necessary. In case you have inherited your real father's good habit of treating your elder brother, or if you throw away your second brother as if you were cutting him up. Either way, you can't be a brother. Brother Xiao Tian, you must cultivate well. Leave the matter of resources to me. Seeing someone help him get his revenge solved the problem of his most lacking resources, Xiao Tian was moved to tears, and his heart of cultivation became more and more determined. It was necessary to make Xiao Tian look good. Good. I will not let Brother Rock Lord down. After Xiao Tian left with the heart-cleansing pill, Niu Gang, who had already been confused beyond belief, could not help but ask, Young Lord, are you helping Xiao Tian restore his body? Are you trying to mend your relationship with him? Xiao Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud as he regained his true appearance. Ha ha ha, what mending relationships? I call this killing and killing people. 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiao Tian, this kid is really easy to fool. The one I gave him is not a clear heart elixir. It's a desire suppression elixir. It can suppress the desire, but the desire will keep increasing and accumulating, and when it reaches the tipping point, it will pour and explode. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes. Doesn't little auntie think Xiao Tian is her good nephew? I'll let her see it. The perverted vicious wolf. Chapter 80. Never seen such a brazen person. Shul, you've lost weight. It seems like your face is clearer and your voice is a bit more feminine. Is there something wrong with your body? I'll have the apothecary brought over. The red-clothed young girl sat in Xiao Tian's living room. She was concerned in her heart when she saw Xiao Tian and reached out her hand to touch Xiao Tian's face. No! Xiao Tian took 2 steps back and kept taking deep breaths for air. Seeing the long-lost Xiao Hongi, Xiao Tian's mood was so excited that he couldn't wait to pounce on Xiao Hongi and have a close contact with her. However, after smelling Xiao Hongi's body fragrance, Xiao Tian's heart and mind swirled, and the wounds underneath his body were that sour. Xiao Tian had sensed early on that Xiao Hongi should have a special physique. Her scent beckoned, making people want to stick to her and sniff her. Previously, although Xiao Tian also had thoughts of disrespecting his aunt, they were not strong. At this moment, because of the combined effect of the Gongfu and the desire suppression pill, it caused the desire in Xiao Tian's heart to linger. Not only that, the wound underneath his body had somehow started to suddenly erode this morning, causing Xiao Tian's entire lower half of his body to be in agony, like countless ants gnawing at it. This kind of unbearable torture is no less than torture such as cannon branding. Useless duo, playing disappear when it matters. Xiao Tian angrily cursed the rock lords and Nyogang in his heart, and his teammates all ran away when he was in pain. The pain of the wound could still be endured, but the desire was difficult to suppress, and Xiao Hongi must be made to leave in a hurry. I'm going to practice, so if you're okay, hurry up and leave. Xiao Hongi softly and politely shook her head. Shul, don't hide from me. It's not easy for me to find out where you live from, third brother. We're not related by blood, but we're family, and I'm not related to my father, and he doesn't treat me as if I were his own, and neither does Sango. I talked to Sango, and he's willing to recognize you again if you swear not to hold a grudge against Tianer. You'll be able to become a Shah again, and you won't have to live at a snail's pace in this little house in a country place. And that's what Tianer said. You can put your differences on ice and become a family. Bah! Bull ***** family. Xiao Tian was angry when he heard Xiao Tian. Without Xiao Tian there wouldn't have been everything that happened behind him. He wouldn't have been tortured into delirium. Moreover, Xiao Hongi even called Xiao Tian as Tianer, which further made Xiao Tian's stomach reflux, feeling depressed and suffocated, and having something snatched away in general. Xiao Tian is the enemy of my mother's murderer. If I don't take this revenge, I'm not a human son in vain. But, third sister-in-law deserved what she got. She was the one who first laid hands on Lear and then dumped the pot on Xiao Tian's mother. Not at all. My mother is the innocent one. Is Xiao Li dead? Is Xiao Tian's mother dead? Why should my mother deserve to die? Chair, don't get excited. I just want to say that your mother's matter has little to do with Tianer, and the one who made the move to kill his wife was third brother. You shut up. Xiao Che had fire in his eyes. He was now furious to the extreme. Xiao Hongyi actually spoke for Xiao Tian, which he could not endure. Said something about the person who killed his mother being his father. Xiao Qinghong. Doesn't Xiao Che know about this? He was there to see it with his own eyes. But what could he do? Can't you really go and kill Pops? Isn't that a no-no? You need a backstabber. Where else would you take your anger? Putting aside the facts, even if my mother was killed by my father, isn't Xiao Tian somewhat responsible? If it wasn't for Xiao Tian, Pops would just be a cuckold for life. And my mother wouldn't have perished. My position as young master will also be 9 out of 10. And how did you end up in this agonizing situation that you're in now without a chicken? Now, Xiao Che's excitement was followed by another excitement in his lower body. It hurt so much that he smashed the coffee table directly. This scared Xiao Hongyi so much that she hurriedly held Xiao Che's hand. Shul, don't be angry. I won't say anything. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Xiao Hongyi's indestructible grip even caused Xiao Che's sexual desire to increase greatly, and he pressed Xiao Hongyi with his backhand. Speak clearly. Why are you speaking for Xiao Tian? Is it because he threatened you? Xiao Hongyi said shakily. No. I've just been spending time with Tianer all this time and realized that he's a good person. He didn't rely on his mother's status as a great emperor and the favor of the old ancestors to be arrogant and do wrong. He was easygoing in his treatment of people, polite to his father and elder brother, and spoiled Lear to no end. Nor will they be condescending to their subordinates. And everyone praises the young lord as a holy lord and a wise ruler. Ah, Chul, you're hurting me. Xiao Che's palm exerted force and pinched Xiao Hongyi's delicate knees until it turned white. Xiao Tian is good. I'm not good, am I? Do you like Xiao Tian too? You just love him. He's so handsome. How can you, a 16-year-old girl, not be impressed? Now the entire Xiao family is kissing his ass. A young lord's enthronement ceremony. The whole thing was like succeeding the patriarch. All the rulers of the Xiao family's 36 cities and 3,000 heavenly domains had to be present, not to mention that all the Dao lineages of the 9 heavens and 10 earths were also invited to observe the ceremony. It would have been an honor that belonged to me. Xiao Tian robbed me of my position as young master and my future. Now even you are going to be taken away from him. I can't stand it. I'm going to do you now. Xiao Che, who had long since lost that ability, could only be impotent and furious. His anger and lust were intertwined, and he was transformed into a man-eating beast. No matter what, Xiao Hongyi must not be spared and must not be left to Xiao Tian. Shul, calm down. You're so scary right now. I'm going to scream for help if you keep this up. You scream. This is the property of the 100 Flower House, where countless women scream every hour of the day. And you'll be one of them. No, don't. Xiao Hongyi was going to cry from fear. How had she ever seen this scene as an innocent girl? The Xiao Che in front of him was full of bloodshot eyes, gasping for air, and had an evil aura coming out of his body, with an appearance of wanting to eat people. Xiao Hongyi remembered what Xiao Tian had said. Xiao Che was never a good person. This made Xiao Hongyi regret it even more. How could she have thought that the so well-behaved and understanding chair would treat herself like this? No! Oh-hoo! Help me! Somebody help me! Boom! The words just fell. The attic rumbled and collapsed, and in the chaos, Xiao Hongyi only felt a sturdy and powerful arm picking up Xiao Hongyi. Looking closely in his arms, the tearful Xiao Hongyi only felt astonished. So handsome and charming, so pure and elegant. The eyebrows were like warm sunshine, with indescribable gentle concern. Don't worry, I'm here. The warm voice made Xiao Hongyi's heart deer in the headlights, as if he pulled back before the ghost gate, very excited and very relieved. Xiao Hongyi didn't want to think about anything right now. She only wanted to lie in Xiao Tian's arms. Xiao Tian tenderly cared for Xiao Hongyi as he flashed an evil smile before he came down seriously, his gaze looking towards Xiao Che, who had been sent flying to the ground. Xiao Che, I have never seen such a brazen person. Chapter 81. Forgiving you is a matter for the king of Hades. My mission is to send you to meet him. Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, who stole all his aura. The culprit who caused the mother to perish. Xiao Che's eyes widened as he stared angrily at his most memorized enemy. Xiao Tian. Why are you here? Is 100 Flowers House run by your family? I have nothing to do, and I still need to ask you for permission to listen to music on the hook? Xiao Tian had a cold face and questioned backhandedly. On the contrary, what were you doing just now? Auntie persuaded me to forgive you, and it's not even if you don't know how to repent, but you even tried to hurt her? Xiao Che only came to his senses at this time. He had actually almost done that kind of thing just now. It's worse than a beast. I didn't mean it. Auntie, you forgive me. You forgive me. Xiao Hongyi in Xiao Tian's arms was in pain. How did Xiao Che become like this? Without Xiao Tian, there was no telling what would have happened. Third brother and father were right. Xiao Qie would become the greatest enemy of the Xiao family. The angry Xiao Qie would even hurt himself, let alone Xiao Tian and his father, or even the entire Xiao family. All of them will become Xiao Qie's enemies. Xiao Hongyi didn't want to hurt Xiao Qie either, but if Xiao Qie didn't die, he would continue to go against Xiao Tian, which was going against the entire Xiao family. Originally, Xiao Tian was not the real culprit in the matter of Gao Qin'er perishing, but as a result, he still had to bear Xiao Qie's anger for no reason. Now that Xiao Tian had made concessions, Xiao Qie was still unrepentant. What can we do then? Continue to beg Xiao Tian to forgive Xiao Qie? On what grounds? By virtue of Xiao Tian's heartache? What about Xiao Qie? Does he have a heart for himself and let go of his hatred? No. What if in the future, the Xiao family really was overthrown because of Xiao Qie himself, who pleaded for Xiao Qie today, would be the biggest culprit? This son, Xiao Qie, must not be retained. The relationship between the son of destiny, Xiao Qie, and the daughter of destiny, Xiao Hongyi, has broken down. The value of destiny has been reduced by 1,000 points, and the number of system points has been increased by 1,000 points. Points arrive. Xiao Tian smiled indifferently. He could detect that upon hearing Xiao Qie apologize, Xiao Hongyi wanted to say something, but ultimately did not. The words to comfort Xiao Hongyi could wait until Xiao Qie was cool. The most important thing now is to send Xiao Qie to hell. A wave of the sleeve. Xiao Tian sent Xiao Hongyi away and turned his head to look at Xiao Qie on the ground. Xiao Qie, forgiving you is a matter for Hades, and my mission is to send you to Hades. Without saying any more nonsense, the chaotic life and death inferno charged straight at Xiao Qie. What? Xiao Qie felt the terrifying temperature of the spirit flame and dodged repeatedly. This flame's so familiar. In an instant, Xiao Qie's pupils widened. Rock Lord. You are the Rock Lord. This spirit fire is a spirit fire I've seen before. That's right. I'm the Rock Lord. Silly. Xiao Qie. Xiao Tian directly confessed to this matter, further causing Xiao Qie to break his defenses. You're the one who shaded me. I told you why it felt like the cravings kept increasing, and that the clearing elixir you gave me wasn't a clearing elixir at all. Right. It's hard to believe that the festering underneath my body and getting the Wind and Moon treasure book was also a setup made by you. Xiao Qie reacted to the fact that all the suffering he had endured was feared to be related to Xiao Tian. Did you just realize that? It feels good to be a eunuch, doesn't it? Xiao Tian acknowledged with a cold smile. Your intellect is worthy of the suffering you've gone through. Millions of years have not appeared in the world of the Wind and Moon Devil inheritance suddenly appeared in a roadside stall. You did not even suspect that you began to cultivate. An elixir handed by a stranger in the city lord's mansion was actually eaten without hesitation simply because he said he was jealous of Xiao Tian's face value. Including you going to the city lord's mansion to look for Guangxi is also ridiculous. You are no longer a member of the Xiao family. Even if you are more heavenly, they, the first family of the Xiao family, will take care of you? Besides, it's well known that you and I have a grudge against each other. Letting a young master of the Xiao family like me not follow him and invest in you instead. Unless he's as sick in the head as you are. Oh yeah, if it wasn't for all this, Xiao Hongyi wouldn't have fallen apart from you, right? That's how the chosen one is. Just be mindless and reckless and leave it all to the will of God when it comes to things. Whereas the villain needs to think about a lot of things. Yes, the will of God. The will of Xiao Heaven. Xiao Tian. A monstrous rage. As if it had violently erupted from the abyss. Xiao Qie's eyes lit up with a blazing flame. The veins on his forehead rippled, and he clenched his fist so tightly that his bone knots were whitened from the exertion. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'll be right here, waiting for you to kill. Xiao Tian took it in stride, not putting Xiao Qie in his eyes in the slightest. Take your life. Xiao Qie recklessly rushed towards Xiao Tian. The evil god chakra in his body was overloaded, and the strongest killing move in the Wind and Moon treasure book was executed. However, Xiao Tian did not move at all, and once the chaos spell was opened, Xiao Qie would not be able to penetrate it even in his lifetime. Boom! A desperate strike that was comparable to that of a golden immortal powerhouse was no different from scratching an itch in Xiao Tian's case. Put! The rebound effect of the chaos spell even caused Xiao Qie to suffer a backlash and heavily smashed a large pit in the ground. Ah! And the chaotic life and death inflammation took the opportunity to invade Xiao Qie's body, grinding away his vitality. The pain was 100 times more intense than what he had endured before. Help me, help me. I don't want to die. Xiao Qie screamed in agony while in the next second, an attack that suppressed heaven and earth quietly attacked Xiao Tian. Dare to hurt my son. You die. However, the attack didn't get through and was stopped in midair. Xiao Tian didn't return his head and didn't need to think to know which one it was. Xiao Qie's cheap father-in-law. Yun Tianhe chant. That's why Xiao Tian called out in advance. Third uncle, my nephew was right to call you here. In the void, Xiao Qinghong's figure appeared floatingly, his eyes glaring angrily as he stared tightly at the masked man on the ground. My good second brother. Big brother missed you. Big brother, my sister-in-law and I. No need for words. I'll send you to her now. Big brother, save Chul first. He's your son too. It's your mom's ass. Xiao Qinghong and Yun Tianhe fought in the 9 heavens. Immortal monarch-level powerhouses battled. The sky crumbled, and the entire heavenly bull city was shaken. However, none of this had anything to do with Xiao Tian. Right now, he only wanted to solve Xiao Che. Xiao Che don't scream. Will anyone else come to save you now? Xiao Tian looked at Xiao Che as if he was looking at a mole cricket. The once proud son of heaven, now a humble outcast. Xiao Tian, I apologize, I won't go against you again. You don't kill me. Xiao Che, who had been tormented by the chaotic life and death inflammation, had already lost all vitality. His hair was white and his skin was wrinkled, just like an old man who had aged. His speech was also breathless and hoarse to the extreme, as if he was going to break in the next second. I told you, it's not my business to forgive you. It was only the Holy Mother who would choose to forgive because of her enemy's humble plea for mercy, and Xiao Tian was not. Snapping his ringing finger, the power of the chaotic life and death inferno was 3 times stronger, accompanied by violent screams. Xiao Che died. Congratulations to the master for killing the son of destiny. Xiao Che, rewarded with a small gift bag, by being prepared ahead of time. It is true that there will be no surprises. The system's broadcast followed as Xiao Tian confirmed Xiao Che's death. While looking at the corpse of Xiao Che whose divine soul was destroyed, Xiao Tian frowned. People are dead. However, Xiao Che's body had actually coalesced into something in the shape of a Sherpa after being burned. This object, swirling with divine radiance, had brilliant and colorful colors and a mysterious and unpredictable aura, containing a powerful divine charm. Chapter 82 Good Sisters ASMR Massage. Owner, Xiao Tian. Realm, True Immortal 1. Fabulous Feats, Soul Detention and Refining. Chaos Bell. World Tree, Taoist Heart, Taoist Bone. System Points, 40,000. Destiny's Child Illustration. Feng Qing Air, Li Yu, Yi Ziyu Zhao Ling Air, Yan Xin. Open the Super Gift Pack. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining the Demon Immortal Antler. The Master has been greatly blessed by this item. Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was used to the small gift packs opening up the lower 3 ways. This time, in addition to gaining points for killing Xiao Che, there was an unexpected blessing. Seeds of Evil. The evil god was a great emperor from the ancient times, also known as the Evil Emperor, and his inheritance was the evil god seed, which was said to be 7 in number. The Broken Army Evil Honor gets one of them. The reputation wasn't bad either, having fought a soul race immortal exalt for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the other party died, and the whereabouts of the Broken Army Evil Honor have been unknown ever since. After tossing and turning, the evil god seed fell into Xiao Che's hands and was snatched by me again. Xiao Tian played with the 7-colored glowing evil god seed in his hand and smiled blandly, wanting to refine it in a moment. Then in the next second, the evil god seed blossomed into a brilliant light and rushed out of the house at the speed of light, crashing into the oncoming young girl. Brother! The evil god seed merged into Xiao Li's body in an instant's effort. Xiao Li's body blossomed with colorful light, and powerful strength emanated from her. The eyes were even more indescribably deep. It didn't take long for the fusion to be completed. Xiao Li clearly felt the changes in her body. The tendons and veins in his body were flushed by the power of the evil god, and all aspects of his own abilities were much stronger than before. Brother, what am I? Faced with the young girl's question, Xiao Tian was also filled with confusion. I'm so big that the evil god seed directly recognizes the master when I'm not paying attention? Does this thing look like a face? You see a cute little fairy and you don't want a handsome guy like me? However, it was known from the system's destiny that within Xiao Li's body, there was still an evil god seed. This was the main reason why the evil god seed recognized Xiao Li. Although he didn't get to eat it, Xiao Tian didn't care. My own sister uses it, and it's no different than using it for herself. Xiao Tian doted on the young girl's hair. Nothing, just an evil god seed. Just. Xiao Li was certainly clear about the powerful effects of the evil god seed. At first, after being dug out of the bone, Xiao Li also cannot be half a waste person. If it is not a coincidence, fusion of an evil god seed flushing the sinews, I am afraid that also cannot embark on the road of cultivation. It's amazing that my brother doesn't care at all about something so important. Brother, I can't have this. You find a way to take it back. It's too valuable for me to. Between you and me, brother and sister, what's the difference between what's yours and what's mine? The fact that it chose you means that you are better suited to it, and it will be given to whoever can put it to the greatest use. Xiao Tian's words directly gave Xiao Li a heavy blow. During this month of getting along, Xiao Li had long been fond of Xiao Tian as her brother in her heart. It turns out that life with a brother can be so happy. Whatever you want, your brother will bring it to you. What's the harm if it's the moon in the 9 heavens? But in the face of the evil god seed, a great emperor's legacy that had cultivated immortal exalted powerhouses like this, his brother surprisingly didn't feel any heartache at all. How high up in his brother's heart was he? Xiao Li's favorability rubbed up from 90% to 100%. Brother, thank you. Since you thanked me, call out twice to hear your brother. And do it sweetly. Xiao Li's pretty face blushed. My own brother is so immodest. So denizen. Even the sister, shouted myself for the sake of the evil seed. Never because one would have wanted to shout in the first place. Xiao Li lay on top of Xiao Tian, close to Xiao Tian's earlobe, and let out a delicate and incomparable voice. Brother, good brother, Lear loves you the most. Lear has always loved and adored you, dreaming of having a good brother to love and adore me. And I didn't expect you to be even better than the brother I fantasized about. You've been so good to Lear. Lear is willing to give everything she has to you. Xiao Tian only said that he would let Xiao Li shout 2 times for his brother to listen. And as a result, Xiao Li was out of control. A genuine ASMR massage in Xiao Tian's ear. The sweet talk goes on and on. Aren't all kinds of honeyed speeches more flattering than some demon fairy antler? Only after half an hour did the young girl shyly bury herself into Xiao Tian's arms, her rosy pretty face not daring to face Xiao Tian. I'm just acting to fulfill my brother's kinky fetish. I didn't mean those words. I didn't. You're not allowed to think more. Oh, then I haven't heard enough of it. Can you tell my brother more later? Xiao Tian had a smile on his face. He knew that Xiao Li usually liked to be arrogant. And this time, if his true feelings were revealed, which brother would not be able to? I can't help it if you force me like that. Xiao Li's heart flashed with fluttering. All of this was forced upon him by his brother, and there was no way for him to refuse. Even if he was going further, there was no way he could resist. Hey, it's all my brother's fault. The young girl giggled and suddenly thought of something. Brother, I have something for you. Xiao Li took out a broken long sword from her storage ring. This sword is simple, mysterious and extraordinary, revealing endless majesty and biting sword aura, letting people know at a glance that this is the best of the divine weapons. The sword was broken and messy, but it still gave a powerful impact. Checked Imperial Artifact, Immortal Punisher Sword, broken state, reparable. Xiao Tian was instantly refreshed and stared at the divine artifact handed over by Xiao Li. Good stuff, greatly good stuff. The Immortal Exorcism Sword, which was on the same level as the Chaos Bell he used. It's in a broken state, but it can be fixed. In the future, the Chaos Bell and the Immortal Execution Sword would attack and defend. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Just raid and kill them all. The Immortal Sword and the Evil God Seed were worth about the same, but if he could choose, Xiao Tian would definitely rotate the Immortal Sword. These innate spiritual treasures. Good for you. How many system points does it take to repair the Immortal Punisher Sword? In view of the owner's first use of this function. Free of charge. When did you dog system get so nice? Hey, there is no such thing as a free lunch, but free lunches do taste good. Xiao Tian received the Immortal Punisher Sword from Xiao Li. Lear, my good sister yo. Brother love you. Come on, Boo 1. You're not being proper. This sword should have been very strong originally, at least a magic weapon above the Zune product, but now it's broken and can only exert the power of an immortal product. Brother, it's okay if you don't like it. I'll make sure to send my brother a truly intact Emperor product inheritance in the future. Like, why not? The broken walls of the Punisher are really not very useful, but one can bring him back to life in no time. The gentle trembling of the Immortal Execution Sword's body induced the aura of heaven and earth, and the runes shone, wrapping the entire sword in a brilliant light, releasing a power that shook heaven and earth. In almost an instant's effort, the old ancestors of the Xiao family ancestral ground all felt this ancient and solemn aura. This is an Emperor's Soldier. Chapter 83, Punishing the Immortal Sword Slices Fruit. Old ancestors' mind blows up. When the Emperor's soldiers came out, heaven and earth were shocked. The powerhouses of the forces in the Xiao family realm had detected a vast imperial might. Imperial soldier. Everyone had fervor in their eyes. That cultivator didn't want to juggle the whole imperial soldier? The greatest treasure of heaven and earth is available on a first-come, first-served basis. Divine sense surged out to detect the place where the imperial soldier was located. Then, in the next second, they were forced back hard by the monstrous divine soul pressure. I'll see who dares to snatch my Xiao family's imperial soldier. The Xiao family's ancestors couldn't sit still either. An emperor's soldier that comes out in my Xiao family. Isn't that a great treasure of my Xiao family? Maybe it's a supreme treasure left behind by that high person. Whoever dares to rob it is against my Xiao family. Old 5. Follow me to find the Emperor's soldier. The rest of you watch out for the curmudgeons who dare to rob my Xiao family's Emperor's soldier. Kill. The third ancestor and the fifth ancestor of the Xiao clan arrived at the place where the Imperial soldier came out. Xiao Tian's everlasting mansion. In an instant. In the next second. Their mouths fell open. Only to see that the Emperor-grade divine soldier, which was hard to find in the lifetime of an immortal exalted in the outside world, was being used by a teenager to cut a watermelon. And this teenager was the young master of the Xiao family who was about to carry out the ceremony of enthronement. Xiao Tian. Wow. It's worthy of being an emperor-grade magic weapon. Cutting a watermelon isn't blunt at all. Lear quickly eat. A fine watermelon. Facing Xiao Tian handing over the reddish watermelon. Xiao Li's expression was complicated. She wasn't sure how this magical brother of her family had mended the emperor's soldier, but it was certain that my own brother had a novel brainwave. Using a watermelon to test the power of an emperor's weapon. What the hell could be measured? Lear doesn't like watermelon? Then I'll cut you a durian or coconut? Said Xiao Tian. From the hands leaped floating durian and coconut. Hand up, sword down. Fruit meat and coconut milk clearly visible. Looking at Xiao Tian was smugly juggling his sword. The third ancestor and the fifth ancestor in the sky just couldn't tense up anymore. Waste. It's a waste. The three ancestors rushed down and pointed at the immortal execution sword in Xiao Tian's hand. What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Do you know what this sword is? Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. You are the third ancestor, right? Even though I am only a true immortal, my knowledge is not short. Isn't this an imperial artifact? And you know it's an imperial soldier. What are you doing with it? Cutting fruit. Can't you tell? Cut the fruit. You're unbelievable. The three ancestors were going to be infuriated by Xiao Tian's taken-for-granted look. This is an imperial soldier. Countless immortal dignitaries dreamed of the most precious treasure, possessing which could dramatically increase the combat power, far exceeding cultivators of the same realm. In a big power it can even be used as the existence of an ancestral weapon. You use it to cut fruit. This fruit is guilty of heavenly wrath and requires you to chop it up with the imperial soldier. San Tzu, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Xiao Tian took out a rag and wiped the water from the immortal Punisher sword. This is a gift from my mother to succeed me as the young master of the Xiao family, so of course I can use it however I want. It's none of the side's business. That said, I grew up without a father, but I at least have the surname Xiao, so how can the Xiao family show some respect? I was just about to go to you guys about this and you just delivered. Bring it to you. Xiao Tian spread out a hand and waited for the congratulatory gift from the three ancestors. Put. Didn't really spit blood though, but the heart of the three ancestors was literally dripping blood. Nice guy. Really nice guy. The emperor's soldier is sure to want a hand, but also by Xiao Tian this kid has a hand. Have to post a copy out. Stargazer just favors his son too much. Sending the emperor's soldiers. How ho-hum it must be. This wasn't the Starcatcher sword or the Wu Xie sword either. Starcatcher actually had 3 emperor-grade swords in his hand. It was simply outrageous. It was no wonder that Starseeker was able to defy the great emperors back then. He truly wasn't an ordinary immortal dignitary. And he wasn't an ordinary immortal emperor now either. Even a great emperor family like the Xiao family would have a heart that would ache if they gave away a single imperial treasure. The third ancestor's face was unpleasant. Old ancestor, you guys won't be unable to do it, right? Also, a child doesn't mind a family's poverty. And I don't care if I don't have a congratulatory gift. Xiao Tian's words had even exasperated the 3 ancestors. It was an obvious agitation. But the 3 ancestors ate it up. It's for the Xiao family anyway. And whatever your mother, Stargazer, can give, my Xiao family can give. Isn't it just an imperial treasure? Follow me. The third ancestor grabbed Xiao Tian as he traveled through the void. The ancestral land of the Xiao family. The sanctuary where the statues of the 4 great emperors were enshrined. Xiao Tian was dinged by the old ancestor known as the 17th ancestor. No, 17 ancestors? Can you look at me in a normal way? It always feels like you want to pickpocket me. Can you collect your saliva as well? Xiao Tian shrunk his body. Nonsense, old ancestor. I don't have any thoughts of pickpocketing you. I just want to strip your sword. 17 ancestors harumphed and drooled. And the ground was damp. Tianer, my good Tianer, give me that emperor-grade sword. Old ancestor is kneeling for you. Xiao Tian, 17 ancestors? You may kneel, but I cannot weaponize you. Tianer, how can you be so cruel? Wu, the 17th ancestor, made a move to cry out. When a sudden flash of light appeared, I heard that 13 sisters say that you are quite horny. I don't look bad. Countless people pursued me when I was young. Or you. Boo. Before the 17th ancestor could say anything, he was kicked 10,000 meters by the third ancestor and did not enter the valley. Roll nah. The face of my Xiao family's 18 generations of ancestors has truly been disgraced by you. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. The ancestor of this family is thinking of his offspring. How can you build the Xiao family with a bunch of bugbears like you? This Xiao family's 36 cities and 3,000 heavenly domains still have to be carried on the old man's shoulders. Tian. Don't think too much. Old 17 has been good with swords since he was a child. And after achieving immortal exaltation, his greatest dream was to own an imperial treasure sword. A kendo leader like your mother is the object of her great admiration. If she dares to bully you, remember, don't pity her. Just call your mother to beat her to death. Xiao Tian was speechless. How could this Xiao family's old ancestors be more immodest than one another? Third ancestor? Let's leave the matter of the 17th ancestor aside for now. Where's the imperial treasure you're going to send me? You're quite the little money grubber. San Zhu was in a bad mood today. If another person had approached him for this or that, he would have started a fight. But who called the person in front of him Xiao Tian? The great ancestor named the leader of the Xiao family, one of the greatest emperors in the world, and the most beloved person of the starry star. There's also the possibility that he's the reincarnation of the Xiao family's heavenly emperor, a being he would have to call an old ancestor. Can't afford to mess with it. It's a real pain in the ass. Tian, do you recognize these 4 holy statues? The third ancestor waved his hand and pointed behind him. Heavenly Emperor, Green Emperor, Yen Emperor, Desolate Emperor. 4 emperors in one gate. Each of them was once a renowned being. Even today, the 9 heavens and 10 lands resounded with their names. Master of the Heavenly Emperor's ancient heavenly palace. Founder of the Xiao family. Qing Di, the founding father of the Xiao family. And the Xiao family flourished in his hands. Emperor Yen. A hand of Yen skill resounded throughout the world. And the art of refining medicine is comparable to Shinong. The Desolate Emperor. Breaking the void. Slaughtering and purifying the evil demons. The 9 heavens and 10 earths tremble with fear. Their inheritance of my Xiao family have stored 1 or 2. This kind of heritage in my Xiao family and will not prosper. How could it not prosper and grow forever? Xiao Tian gazed at the 4 holy statues. Even his mother's mother, Stargazer, had praised the richness of the Xiao family's heritage. Third ancestor, by mentioning this, you're not going to impart one of the 2 sacred arts inherited from my Xiao family, are you? Holy arts? Oh, you mean the 12 holy arts. The third ancestor gave an intriguing smile. Ha ha ha, I would give it to you, but we don't have it. Chapter 84, the Heavenly Emperor is actually myself? What? No? Yeah, it all blows awesome. Blowing awesome? Or else pinch. Xiao Tian was not going to be able to be whole by the attitude of the 3 ancestors. Your huge Xiao family. Blowing powerful blowing for hundreds of centuries? The third ancestor also had a smile on his face when he saw Xiao Tian's expression. Old man has finally made you brat eat your words. The Heavenly Emperor's heavenly art is known as the art of omniscience and omnipotence. Not to mention that we descendants have never seen it. Even those ancient relics know very little about it. Qingdi's holy technique had been seen, but he hadn't left a legacy. Not to mention the infernos, he was going to give us a share, but we didn't ask for it. The third ancestor looked away from the sky and continued. Tian, it's normal to yearn for the 12 sacred arts, and so does old man, but they're not good things for a family. There are just too many people who miss them, even our Xiao family. If we really have 2 copies of the holy arts in our hands, we don't know how many forces will secretly plot and count on us. The outside world rumors that our Xiao family has holy arts. That's their rumor. Has anyone ever seen my Xiao family descendants use 2 holy arts with their own eyes? If there were, they would surely be hunted by immortal dignitaries and even great emperors. Back then, the soul-detaining emperor who detained the soul and refined the spirit was surrounded and killed by the soul realm emperor in conjunction with countless great immortal emperors. The soul detainer has since disappeared from the world. One can only imagine the attractive and harmful power of holy magic. Their users may not even be able to protect them, and those of us who do are even less able. Tian, you still want to get 2 copies of the holy arts for nothing. How is that possible? Tian, what's that look on your face? The third ancestor had thought that Xiao Tian would be disappointed and despondent when he knew that the Xiao family did not have any sacred arts. But unexpectedly, Xiao Tian laughed. Of course you have to laugh. It turns out that the 12 sacred arts are so rare. San Zhu, you didn't expect it, did you? I do have 2 copies in my hand. I have this deep, 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 deep. However, immediately, Xiao Tian's brows furrowed slightly. There was no problem with exposing the Yen skill or even other sacred arts in the future. With mother and the Xiao family sheltering them, there would not be any major accidents. But it's really hard to say about this soul detention and refining. Specializing in attacking soul bodies, the soul realm would fight to the death not to let the kung fu survive in the world. The ones who knew they had this holy art were all their own people. They had all been set up by their mother with secret techniques, and there was no risk of exposure. Meh, even if it does get exposed one day, what's the harm? Soldiers come and go, so just do it and be done with it. Big deal. I'll make countless copies of this soul detention and refining and spread it throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Let's see if you can finish killing the soul world. Tian. What are you thinking? The words of the third ancestor brought Xiao Tian back to his senses. Nothing, third ancestor. So what technique are you going to teach me? The 3 ancestors smiled slightly. My Xiao family's greatest treasure. The Emperor's Grade 3 Yuan Dao technique left behind by the Qing Emperor. In human cultivation, the lower Dan cultivates qi, the middle Dan cultivates life, and the upper Dan cultivates soul. Ordinary cultivators could only take care of one when cultivating, and most of them would have varying progress in the 3 qi life souls. The 3 elements of the Taoist method, qi life and soul, are cultivated on top of each other. The speed of cultivation would reach 3 times the speed of other imperial cultivation techniques, 3 times each for qi life soul, which is 9 times more than one item alone. And this feat can be stacked with other feats. If it is run at the same time as other multiplier cultivation methods, it would be 10 or 20 times the speed of cultivation. Awesome! 9 times the speed of cultivation. It can also stack other feats. No wonder the Xiao family's immortal dignitaries were each as if they had shot up, so many more than the other forces. It turns out that there is an old ancestor who gives the boot. It is said that the Qing Emperor's ex-girlfriend back then, Lu Ruyan, relied on climbing the dragon and suppressing the Qing Emperor. She climbed one Qing Emperor, slaughtered one, and finally stabbed the Great Emperor. I'm sure that the 3 elements Taoism played a lot of roles in this. Wouldn't it be even more of a swing with this? 8 hours, straight to 2. Tian. Isn't it heartwarming? Not bad. Ha ha ha. Sanzu laughed long and hard. This is just the basics of the 3 elements Tao. And as long as a member of the Xiao family enters the immortal monarch, they can all receive the inheritance. Some of the best teenagers, even at a young age, were able to practice. But today, I'm going to make an exception and pass on to you the advanced version. Qingdi later improved the 3 elements Tao, and whenever the descendants of my Xiao family cultivate it, they can mobilize the Emperor's intent during battle and summon the Great Emperor's shadow, which is infinitely powerful. You're the first one to get the advanced version before reaching the immortal monarch realm. After saying that the 3 ancestors had a profound and unfathomable aura emanating from their surroundings, the green-clothed, green-haired man revealed his figure, and a terrifying imperial intent spread out in all directions. Just the Emperor's will alone could cut an ordinary immortal exalt's combat power by 10%. In actual combat, with the various Tao divine artifacts, the effect would be even more terrifying. The golden light shown as the lengthy text of the 3 elements Tao was laid out in front of Xiao Tian. Is this the 3 elements of the Tao? Xiao Tian's eyes cleared and his eyes swept over the words that flowed rapidly. The third ancestor said in relief, Tian, even though you are overly talented, practicing this method will take at least half a month. I have already prepared a cave for you. You only need to. There's no need for that. Xiao Tian's face was indifferent. His heart silently meditated. And the 3 elements Tao was instantly refined. Tao heart. You actually possess a Tao heart. This thick-browed, big-eyed Xiao Tian was really deep and full of goodies. The heart of the way. All the ways of the world can be realized in a single thought. When the scroll slides down the last line, Xiao Tian's aura was no longer hidden, and the monstrous imperial intent aura spread out in all directions. The silhouette of a white-haired, white-robed teenager was revealed. Even the Green Emperor behind the 3 ancestors was eclipsed at this moment. For a time, the Xiao family ancestral ground once again made waves. It's this imperial intent again. Is this really the Heavenly Emperor's imperial intent? It's coming from the 4 Emperors' sacred hall. Third brother and Xiao Tian are there. It's hard to believe that Xiao Tian is really the reincarnation of a heavenly emperor. The Xiao family's ancestors were dumbfounded. The ones closest to Xiao Tian would be able to see the great emperor's shadow behind Xiao Tian clearly. He was also outright dumbfounded. The 3 ancestors would not be surprised by the appearance of the 3 emperors of Qing Yin Desolate when they operated the 3 elements Tao to communicate the will of the great emperors. But Xiao Tian was indeed very weird, and it was actually the heavenly emperor's Tao intent again. And the likeness of the virtual shadow were the heavenly emperor. The face on the statue of the heavenly emperor behind him could not be said to be identical, or at least irrelevant. This was clearly the likeness of Xiao Tian himself. Xiao Tian also noticed the expression of the 3 ancestors and looked back, realizing that the silhouette was actually himself. Chapter 85, The Mysterious Pact Between the Stargazer and the 17 Ancestors. Tian, give the 3rd ancestor the benefit of the doubt. Have you contacted the heavenly emperor or not? Or are you his reincarnation? Reincarnation of the celestial emperor. Xiao Tian rubbed his temples. One is a very pure native of the earth. which had seen any Xiao family heavenly emperor. How could he be the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor if he didn't have half a memory? But when you think about it, inadvertent contact with the celestial emperor is a real possibility. But that doesn't explain the fact that the heavenly emperor's void is the likeness of himself. Could he really be the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor? Okay, yes is better than no. That's right. 3 ancestors, I am the heavenly emperor. Xiao Tian's imperial intent around his body blossomed to its maximum at this moment, just like a god. This time, not only the Xiao family ancestral ground, but the entire Xiao family inner region felt the surging imperial intent. Those in the midst of sleep were awakened, and those playing poker went straight to soft. What a terrifying imperial intent. Could it be the return of the desolate emperor? Cam. I can't get a hard-on for fear. Young Lord Xiao has been recognized by the emperor ancestor, and today an emperor's soldier imperial intent has appeared. Heaven blesses my Xiao family. In the holy hall, Xiao Tian patted the shoulders of the 3 ancestors. 3rd ancestor? I didn't expect that I would end up being discovered by you guys after hiding so well. However, it doesn't matter. I am namely the heavenly emperor and Xiao Tian. In the future, we'll each talk about our own. I'll call you 3 ancestors. You'll call me old ancestor, and neither of us will suffer. The 3 ancestors were silent, their expressions twitching, although Xiao Tian really looked like a great emperor. But fake is fake, and acting like it is acting. Sun Tzu had only one straightforward thought right now. Give this brat in front of you a good thrashing. But no, Xiao Tian has someone above him. If he dares to touch a single hair on his head, the Starry Knight immediately raises his sword and cuts it. Mark of patience. I'll take this revenge. Tian since you've cultivated the 3 elements Tao, go back and rest. Great. Looking at Xiao Tian's back, the 3 ancestors stomped their feet in anger. Great ancestor, this kid is too infuriating. He's AF** King Heavenly Emperor. The great ancestor's pale voice was echoing in the air. Even if he's not the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor, he's definitely connected to the heavenly emperor. Be more attentive. Then can someone else receive him? I can't stand his exasperating behavior. You're the one who had to take someone else's job as 13. Didn't I want to communicate more about my feelings? I got ahead of myself. Any more communication and the feelings are gone. One still has to die young. Tian please, give me the imperial soldier. The woman was dressed in a clean white robe of fine silk that fit over her delicate figure in a sexy and alluring way. She has icy skin and jade bones, jade face and vermilion lips, and her face is even more charming in the young and demonic in the fairy. Just one look will trap people in. Only the woman's white robe was stained with dust, and her stunningly beautiful face even had an obvious shoe print. 17th ancestor? Don't be a stalker. I'll give you a look and the sword will be snatched away from you. Xiao Tian had a headache. I had just left the sanctuary, humming a little song and singing, when I was suddenly robbed by the 17th ancestor. How old an aunt is this woman? I can't believe I'm lying on top of myself and acting all tender and pouty. It's just degrading. Although her soft body was comfortable. Was he the kind of person who lost his mind when he saw color? Obviously not. You get off me or I'll scream for help. Tian you shout. Anyway, I'm a weak woman now. Everyone will do it for me. A poor weak woman. It's you. A bad man. Who bullied me? You. The 17 ancestors' little fairy speech was too canonical. Xiao Tian wanted to go up and give her 2 bangs right now. 17th ancestor? If you really want the emperor's soldier, go to the outside world to grab it. Why are you looking for your own descendants? Oh, you don't think I'm easy to bully, do you? Hey, you caught me. 17 Zhou made a ghostly face. Very youthful and pretty. Get out of here. Xiao Tian couldn't bear it and threw him out. Dare to move the earth on the Teiyu Yukai. Really think I'm so easy to bully? Do you want me to call your mom? Before Xiao Tian's mom could even shout out, a beautiful and exquisite figure had already appeared beside Xiao Tian. This tall figure seemed like the most beautiful scenery in the world. Do you want an imperial soldier that much? A clear and cold voice rang out. Obviously the silhouette was close by, but the voice seemed to come from the stars. The Starry Night Emperor. The 17th ancestor immediately lost his mind of teasing Xiao Tian when he saw this figure. She had fought with the Stargazer, but it was no more than a fight. Because of this, there is a great deal of reverence for the Starry Night. Lord Starshade, I'm joking with your son. I didn't even make a move on him even though I was bullied into this miserable state. You can't hit me. Starshade swept a glance at the 17th ancestor with interest. You love swords as much as you do. Do you want a real emperor-grade divine sword? The 17th ancestor's eyes were wide open, shock written all over his face. You're going to give it to me? Really? The star sword, the Mushian sword or the one in Tianer's hand? Neither. I can help you get to forge an original imperial soldier that is exclusively yours. The native emperor's soldiers. exclusively for yourself. Generally speaking, there was only one instinctive imperial soldier that could be used to utilize its power. It's as exclusive as a slave engraved with silver text. That swordsman wasn't impressed. Starseeker had forged at least 2 instinctive imperial armaments, and the 17th ancestor certainly wouldn't doubt Starseeker's strength. I want it, Lord Starcatcher. If you just give it to me, I'll pay any price. Oh, that does come with a small price. I need you. The words that followed were all voice transmissions and Xiao Tian could not hear them. He only saw the 17th ancestor look at himself sheepishly for a couple of moments, blush, bury his head, and after a few moments of silence nod lightly again. It's supposed to be a promise to Starbuck. Good. Then let's make a deal. You'll stay by Tianer's side as a guard for now. It comes like the wind and goes like the rain. Starry Night's figure disappeared into the sky again, and she even threw a wink at Xiao Tian on her way out. It seems to be saying, Sky, you know. This confused Xiao Tian. 17th ancestor? What terms did my mother make with you? No, nothing. Just let me be your squire. Well, don't think much of it, just plain old squire. The 17th ancestor skimmed her head and did not look at Xiao Tian. Only her pretty face had a layer of bright redness under the sunlight. What's mother ***** are up to? Never mind. It doesn't matter. It must be good for you anyway. Go home and tease your cute sister. Instead, a system broadcast suddenly rang in his head. New Destiny Sun Yun Tianhe detected. 3000 Destiny values. Current favorability, -100%. Xiao Tian almost sprayed out a mouthful of salt vapor. No, Tatsuko, is this one also a manifest destiny? He's also worthy. You're not really picky. Besides, what the hell is Uncle Sam doing? It's been 3 days and he hasn't killed him yet? Bitter Lord can't beat yellow hair? Chapter 86. Hold it. The House of Eternal Life. Xiao Tian looked at Xiao Qinghong, whose clothes were broken and whose expression was shriveled. Third uncle, it's not that I'm talking about you, but you didn't even manage to slash Yun Tianhe with a single slash? And you even tossed yourself all over the place. Xiao Qinghong sighed helplessly. His strength has skyrocketed, and now he is no worse than me, so I really don't have the ability to kill him. More crucially, Yun Tianhe was now the emperor's son-in-law of the Bailey Immortal dynasty. The Bailey Immortal dynasty had a huge power, and like the Xiao family, it had the same ancient inheritance. If their emperor's son-in-law is killed by me in public in the Xiao family, it will cause serious adverse consequences and lead to the deterioration of the relationship between the two families. Well, Uncle Sam, there's no need for words. Xiao Tian directly interrupted Xiao Qinghong's explanation. Is there any mistake? He didn't even think about that when he greened you. And you, the one who was greened. Think about this and that. Even if there is a million things to do, it is not a reason to let yellow hair off the hook. How bitter people always like to convince themselves with various reasons. Uncle Sam does have the potential to be a bitter man. Oh, he's already bitter. Originally, Xiao Tian was too lazy to get involved in this matter. But who told Yun Tianhe to have a grudge against himself? He still had the system points. Yun Tianhe, leaving his wife and children behind, abducting and selling women, getting the adoration of Bailey Wenxuan, the eldest princess of the Bailey Xian dynasty, and rising all the way up to become an immortal ruler. Why does this kind of person also get a providence value? When he takes scripts from anyone? Chen Shimi? Meh, neither can Chen Shui. In front of me, Xiao Tian. It's a dragon that has to be coiled and a tiger that has to lie down. No, hold it. The boundary of the Xiao family rippled as golden air currents swirled in the air. This was the privilege given to Xiao Tian by the Xiao family to give orders at will and mobilize all the resources of the Xiao family's forces. Every word Xiao Tian said at this moment was like a holy decree that would spread to every corner of the Xiao family in an instant. Listen, all of the Xiao family, the evil thief Yun Tianhe, the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team in the 100-mile Immortal dynasty, humiliating my Xiao family and tainting the noble bloodline of my Xiao family. Within today, I want his to kneel before me. Rumble. The Xiao family was in an uproar. This was the great Dao transmission. The person who transmitted the voice is the young lord. Didn't this kind of voice transmission used to be something that only people above the clan chief were worthy of having? And Xiao Tian, a young lord, can even have it. Just how many privileges have the old ancestors opened up for young Lord Xiao Tian? What about the conflict between the clan leaders and young lord's orders in this future? And who is Yun Tianhe? How did he provoke the young lord? Didn't he say that he is the extra horse harnessed by the side of a horse of the 100 miles Immortal dynasty? Such a high status. Will he really do it for Xiao Tian? A man suddenly let out a startled cry, pointing to the sky. Look, the city lord of Tianqing City and the city lord of Overlord City have all made their moves. And the second and seventh elders. Those who didn't want to make progress were still talking about it. And those who wanted to make progress had long ago spread their divine sense or turned into divine rainbows to start searching for Yun Tianhe's location. Does it matter who Yun Tianhe is? He was the god of heaven. If Xiao Tian wanted him to die, he had to die as well. These days the patriarch or not, the old ancestor or not, the attitude towards Xiao Tian can't be called favor. It's simply treating him as his own father and raising. But anyone with a bit of insight knew that being able to contact Xiao Tian was a big step forward. Tianyo City's lord, Niu Gong, let out an ecstatic smile. Ha ha ha, I've been ready for this for a long time. And my greatsword has long been hungry and thirsty. In the Xiao family realm, in a pavilion in Tianyo City, Bailey Wenxuan glared at her scarred husband. Yun Tianhe, you're hiding really deep. I say, why did you have to come to the Xiao family? Saying that you wanted to see your good big brother? I think you want to see your good sister-in-law. Wen Xian, I was wrong for what happened in the past, but we are husband and wife. We have to share the same enemy. Can you think of a way to help me kill Xiao Tian? Killed Xiao Tian? Ha ha ha, you really dare to think. Yun Tianhe was Bailey Wenxuan's husband from day to day, but she was going to be furious. It's amazing that this dog used to have a wife and a son. For the son of a cheap bastard to go so far as to attack and kill the current young master of the Xiao family. It's almost as if Brainwashed's mom opened the door for Brainwashed. Brainwashed to the core. Before attending the Xiao family's young lord succession ceremony, the old ancestor of the Bailey imperial family had already picked out the situation. This Xiao Tian is not ordinary. His mother was the Stargazer Emperor. After arriving at the Xiao family, Bailey Wenxuan even realized that the more the Xiao family's senior management, the more strange their attitude towards Xiao Tian was. In particular, the attitude of the Xiao family's old ancestors towards this young lord could be described as odd to the extreme. Read as a young lord and write as an ancestor. Even Desolate Emperor's own son back then didn't have as much privilege as Xiao Tian. Under such circumstances, it was surprising to attack and kill him in the Xiao family. What's the difference between that kind of behavior and sending people to their deaths? Or for the wild seed of some wild woman I don't know who I had it with? Yun Tianhe, do you know how much you've stirred up trouble? After you attacked Xiao Tian, I went to the Xiao family executives I know and talked about things, trying to make a big deal out of it. You know what their attitude is? Just 4 words, can't do the job. I'll contact the royal family's ancestor and go talk to the Xiao family's ancestor about this. The other Xiao family's old man was even more direct. Just 1 word. Roll. Now you're ing trying to hurt Xiao Tian. You are not enough to die with 10 lives. Panic was written all over Yun Tianhe's face. Impossible. How is this possible? He's not just a young lord. What power can he have? You're just saying these things because you don't want to avenge my son's death. Bailey Wenxuan was going to explode with anger. I begged my grandpa and grandma to save your life. And you talk about me like that. Good. You're such a white wolf. You are simply not human. You. Before Bailey Wenxuan finished cursing, Xiao Tian's voice transmission was heard in the air. Bailey Wenxuan instantly changed her face. Xiao Tian was actually able to directly lay orders on the Xiao family. What difference was there between this young lord and the Xiao family head or the emperor of the Bailey Immortal dynasty? Thinking of this, Bailey Wenxuan realized that something big was not good. Crap. Run. However, it was already too late. The middle-aged and elderly Xiao family members who wanted to make progress had already killed the place. There were fierce attacks coming from all sides of the pavilion where Bailey Wenxuan and Yun Tianhe were at the same time. In an instant, the house went up in smoke, stirring up a cloud of smoke. Although Niu Gang was only at the 9th level of the Deluo, he took the lead, holding a large sword and attacking Yun Tianhe. Rebel Yun Tianhe, go kowtow to my young lord Xiao Tian, already seriously injured and affected by the attack just now. Yun Tianhe was unable to resist at the moment, and was directly hacked out by Niu Gang with a large mouthful of old blood. Cam, Gundam, you're sneaking off again. It can't be helped. It's all the young lord's mission in my mind. Dozens of immortal monarch auras locked onto Yun Tianhe at the same time, and he looked to the sky in shock and trembling. As far as the naked eye could see, there were more than a handful of immortal monarchs, not to mention the countless number of Dala cultivators. In particular, there were quite a few of these people who were familiar with Yun Tianhe. There was a clear thought coming out of their eyes. Sorry bro, we just want to get ahead so bad. How can that be? 20 seconds. From the time Xiao Tian gave the order to Yun Tianhe giving his head, only 20 seconds had passed. Yun Tianhe now believed Bailey Wenxuan's words. Xiao Tian. He couldn't afford to mess with him. But it was too late. Chapter 87, taking the green of his people and curing theirs. Gonzo, you did well. Xiao Tian was very satisfied with this operation, and the efficiency was really beyond Xiao Tian's expectation. It was obvious that the group really wanted to ingratiate themselves. It's just cool to have a good mom. Wherever, it's all thanks to everyone. We work for the young lord. Naturally we should be fast, steady, accurate and ruthless. Niu Gang brought the already half-ruined Yun Tianhe to Xiao Tian with a flattering face, although he wasn't the strongest in this operation. But who told people to play the biggest role? As soon as Xiao Tian's order came out, Niu Gang directly sent a message to the others about the location of the Yun Tian River. If he doesn't take the credit for this kind of unpredictable decision, who will take the credit? Gongzi, I heard that you failed to cross the threshold before. Here, Zun Pin Pill. 9 turns Chung Jun Dan. 9 turns into a monarch pill. Enhance all aspects of a Dalek cultivator's power and help him break through to become an immortal monarch. This kind of elixir had a price. The refining was extremely complicated, and the raw materials were even more precious. For a moment, it was hard to hide the envy in the eyes of all the Downlord cultivators present. Even some immortal monarchs had fire in their eyes. The 9 revolutions Chungjun pill was also helpful for them to break through the realm. Niu Gang could not take his eyes off of the immortal pill in Xiao Tian's hand that was emitting a golden glow. He gulped and gasped. Niu Gang really didn't expect Xiao Tian to be so generous. Up came a 9 revolutions Chungjun Dan. Does Bull just want it? Want to go crazy? But still, you have to resist the desire. Young Lord, this is just too valuable. It's all part of our job to make a move. Come on, Gonzo. There's a lot of things we'll need you for in the future. Xiao Tian waved his hand and promised the others as well. Other people need what to apply directly to the Xiao family. As long as it is not outrageous, it will be approved. And in the future to do things for me, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Yes. Willing to go through fire and water for young lord. Xiao Tian's greatness needs no introduction. Looking at the countless people bowing down to Xiao Tian, Yun Tianhe, who already had crippled legs and feet and a distorted face, froze in disbelief. Young master? That's more power than even the head of a clan. Why would you be foolish enough to mess with him? No, he doesn't want to die. Nobody wants to die. Xiao Tian, you can't kill me. I am the emperor's son-in-law of the Bailey Immortal dynasty. If you kill me, you will be destroying the friendly relations between them. You cannot afford this offense. Dog, who told you to talk to the young lord like that? Before Xiao Tian could say anything, Niu Gang was punching and kicking Yun Tianhe. Understanding. Gongzi, good performance, but hurry up and stop. If you keep fighting, Yun Tianhe will be dead, and I'm going to keep him for my third uncle to vent on. Yes. Xiao Tian coldly swept a glance at Yun Tianhe. Yun Tianhe, is there something wrong with your brain? The Xiao family's 36 cities and 3,000 heavenly domains are now on my shoulders, and I can't afford to carry your life on my back as a champion weightlifter of the Xiao family? And you don't really think the 100 Miles Immortal dynasty will come after me because of you, do you? Your wife didn't even come to plead for you, and you think anyone else cares about you? Although Yun Tianhe gritted his teeth, the collapse in his eyes had surged. No, he didn't want to believe that Bailey Xianjia would give up on himself. Just then, the dawn emerged and Bailey Wenchuan's appeared in the everlasting mansion. There was a silence in the room. Yun Tianhe laughed out loud at the familiar woman's face. Wen Xian, you came to save me, I don't have to die. Ha ha ha, Xiao Tian, how can you still be complacent? Which unexpectedly, Bailey Wenchuan didn't even look at him and said something that made Yun Tianhe's body cool from head to tail. Young Lord Xiao Tian, with the approval of the old ancestors, Yun Tianhe has been officially repudiated by me. From now on, he has nothing to do with my Bailey Immortal dynasty. What? Yun Tianhe's mind collapsed. This is what his wife said? Bailey Wenchuan, you have a cruel heart. Nigga. Shut up. Bailey Wenchuan directly struck a hook kick, stomping Yun Tianhe's lower body. For so many years, how many things you've done to wrong me? I've tolerated them all. Now that you've messed with young Master Xiao, is it possible that you want me to accompany you on your way? I damn well want to live too. Husbands and wives are birds of the same feather, but they fly apart in times of trouble. Bao Yun Tianhe? What's the difference between that and getting killed? Bailey Wenchuan Hall of a great Luo, living 1,000 years of old woman. Well, not because of love brain on the head reckless life. The oldest ancestor of the Bailey royal family had killed the Xiao family to beg for forgiveness, and she was still playing dead? Bailey Wenchuan no longer cared about the oh so screechy Yun Tianhe and bowed respectfully to Xiao Tian. Sorry, young Lord Xiao Tian, I lost my temper just now. We, the Bailey royal family, apologize profusely for Yun Tianhe hurting young Lord Xiao this time. Willing to engage in a marriage with young Lord Xiao. The object is the pearl of my Bailey imperial family. Bailey Wu Shuang. What? Bailiwick. All of the Downlords and immortal monarchs present knew that no one was unaware of it. Bailey Wu Shuang, the princess of the Bailey Immortal dynasty. Super rich and white, and the top of the line at that. Looks, talent, and background are rarely matched by women. It was even hailed as the first person with talent in the peerless Immortal dynasty for 100 000 years. Great Emperor's talent. The favorite of the 100 Miles Immortal Dynasty. If there were no surprises, she would soon become the female emperor of the 100 Miles Immortal Dynasty. This kind of person is used by your 100 Miles Immortal Dynasty for marriage. Crazy. However, if you think about it carefully, this Xiao Tian young master of our own family is no less impressive. Xiao Tian is in the young lord. Then the young lord is a handful. Xiao Tian was at the head of the clan. Then the head of the clan was a hand. These two are pretty much a perfect match. Centurion? There was no shortage of redheads around Xiao Tian. Even if Bailey Wuxuan was prettier than a heavenly fairy, that was definitely not as good as his own starry mother. Women. It only affects how fast I can draw my sword. Not as good as system points. I can talk about my union later. When you say it like that, I have a better idea. You and my third uncle are both being green. Why don't you two unite in marriage, to have a green of their own? Bailey Wenxuan froze, thinking that Xiao Qinghan's looks, status, and reputation were a perfect match for her. It's a second marriage. What more can you ask for? And the thought of Yun Tianhe greening her made this resentment difficult to dissipate. Now that Xiao Tian's suggestion was able to step on Yun Tianhe and cure him, she actually had a hint of dark pleasure within her. If third elder Xiao doesn't mind, I, Bailey Wenxuan, am willing to marry. This is a marriage, not the 100 Miles Immortal Dynasty recruiting a son-in-law. No, Wen Xian, how could you? Yun Tianhe was really broken this time. Xiao Tian, don't be like this. I beg you. Let Wen Xian go. Don't let Wen Xian suffer. Yun Tianhe knelt on the ground and shouted for mercy, extremely humble. He had not been so sad when he had abandoned his wife and children and trafficked women, and he had lived with Bailey Wenxuan for many years, and had truly taken Bailey Wenxuan as his wife. It's not at all the same concept as the woman who talks about her desires. Now that Bailey Wenxuan was going to marry someone else, he really couldn't accept it. But a dead man is not qualified to speak. Xiao Tian waved his hand. What suffering? My third uncle and third aunt Lang are talented and beautiful. It's not your turn to object to this demon. Gongzi, carry Yun Tianhe to my third uncle. No, don't. Facing Yun Tianhe's collapsing cries, Bailey Wenxuan did not have much of an expression on her face and only continued to say respectfully to Xiao Tian, young Master Xiao, although it may sound a bit funny to you, it is true that Wuxuan seems to be determined to marry you, and she is already on her way here. Chapter 88 White School Scene. Two Good Sisters. Immortal Realm, 100-Mile Immortal Dynasty. The vastness of its territory far exceeds the imagination of ordinary people, and it can be touched by the misty heavenly palace in the clouds, and connected to the yellow springs in the underworld in the lower part of the world. There is no place in heaven or on earth that is not the king's land. The jeweled buildings of the Immortal Dynasty's imperial palace were haunted by countless ancient Taoist texts that were interlaced with light and darkness, majestic and solemn. Wuxuan, how can this Xiao family's little thief marry you? In the palace, the current emperor of the Bailey Immortal Dynasty was thunderstruck when he learned of the matter of his daughter Bailey Wuxuan's marriage contract with Xiao Tian. The old father is not allowed to see his daughter get married. And the most favored princess of the 100 Miles Immortal Dynasty, the pearl of the entire Immortal Dynasty, the future empress of the Immortal Dynasty. How could such a Bailey Wuxuan marry? She should be the one to inherit the throne and keep a bunch of male favorites. This time, in the matter of the Cloud Sky River, my 100-Mile Immortal Dynasty has indeed done something wrong. If the Xiao family intends to send a marriage, there is nothing wrong. I have more than enough daughters. It does not matter. Let any of your sisters to marry. But it can never be you. Wuxuan, you are our hand-picked heir, the empress who will lead my Immortal Dynasty to open up new territories. How can you marry far away from the Xiao family? Or with a Xiao Tian who is said to be a super dude? You tell me. Is it this brat who was so horny that he forced you with the name of the Xiao family and the Starry Night Emperor? How dare he? I, the Bailey Immortal Dynasty, am not a soft target. You let Xiao Tian try. It was no wonder the old emperor was so angry. Bailey Wuxuan, bearing the purple-violet sacred body, her talent is so high that it is ridiculously high, and her face is so stunning that countless heavenly pride and talent will never forget a single sight of it. What's more, as if she had opened the eyes of heaven, she predicted that the future would send whatever and whatever would happen in the future. All these years under her scheming, many relics were intercepted in advance by the Bailey Immortal Dynasty before they even came out, and she didn't know how many benefits she had gotten. How could such a great treasure be given to the Xiao family? No way. Absolutely not. Wuxuan, with us here, even if Xiao Tian dares to come to the door to propose marriage, we will directly blow him out. You, father, you're catching on. The woman sitting quietly on the side of Emperor Bailey sipped her tea with her eyes downcast, and blandly said, wanting to marry Xiao Tian is my wishful thinking. I have already made my feelings clear to the old ancestors. Father does not need to say much. What? The old father is really heartbreaking. Dare or his own daughter to fall back. No, my daughter. What do you want by marrying Xiao Tian? His high background? His good looks? You've never seen him before. Bailey Wuxuan revealed a charming smile, as if she had crossed 10,000 miles of time. Seen? Of course I've seen it. Met once, an unknown number of years ago. That backstory will never be forgotten. Father, you may be puzzled today, but in a few more years, you will understand how correct my decision was. My marrying Xiao Tian won't affect my ascension to the throne either. Don't worry about that. Whether it was the world or not, the emperor ancestor of the 100 Miles Immortal dynasty, or even Xiao Tian himself, he would not be clear about why he had fallen for him in this way. Yeah, if one didn't possess memories of the future, how could one think that such an unknown teenager would, in a few years' time, achieve the position of emperor and leave behind countless legends to disappear into the world? Bailey Wuxuan was a reborn from the future. In the previous life, the same thing happened when Yin Tianhe attacked and killed Xiao Tian, and the farce ended with Xiao Qinghong marrying Bailey Wenxuan. At that time year, the ignorant young girl Bailey Wuxuan did not even think that many years later, this marriage had saved the entire Immortal dynasty. A few years later, the archenemy of the 100-mile Immortal dynasty, the great emperor, attacked the Immortal dynasty, and the old ancestors were all but wiped out a few times. At the last minute, it was Xiao Qinghong who summoned his nephew, Xiao Tian. The battle was quicker than expected. One sword to kill the emperor, saved the entire Immortal dynasty in a light-hearted manner. The Immortal dynasty hated to pack up the entire royal family of women and give them to Xiao Tian, but at that time, Xiao Tian only left a sentence that his own lady had enough, and drifted away, only leaving a white-clothed snowy back for future generations to admire. Bailey Wuxuan was fascinated. In the countless years that followed, Bailey Wuxuan went crazy cultivating and probed for information about Xiao Tian countless times. The mountains don't talk when I walk through them. The sea doesn't speak when I pass by it. The world says I'm in love with the sacred ancestor Xiao Tian. That's why he never married and searched hard for him all his life. Actually, the world is right. It wasn't until she died under the heart robbery that Bailey Wuxuan realized what she had been searching for so hard. Never endless power, but always at the side of the man in white who saved her life. God has given me a chance to start over again, and this time, I will be by his side. Bailey Wuxuan didn't care how many women Xiao Tian had. If Xiao Tian wanted to, the 100 Miles Immortal dynasty would raise the country as a servant girl. Destiny's son Yun Tianhe's Dao heart is broken. Destiny value decreases by 1,000 points. Master's system points increase by 1,000 points. The relationship between Yun Tianhe, the son of heavenly fate, and his wife, Bailey Wenxuan, has broken down. The value of heavenly fate decreases by 1,000 points, and the master's system points increase by 1,000 points. Yun Tianhe, the son of heaven's destiny, was abandoned by the Bailey Immortal dynasty. Heaven's destiny value decreased by 1,000 points, and the master's system points increased by 1,000 points. The son of heaven's destiny, Yun Tianhe, is dead. Rewarded with a small gift pack, a new destiny's daughter, Bailey Wuxuan, has been detected. Destiny value, 20,000. Favorability, 100%. The future empress of the Bailey Immortal dynasty, with memories of her last life. The favorability of the daughter of destiny, Bailey Wuxuan, has reached 100%, and 20,000 destiny values have been converted into system points. Xiao family, eternal life mansion. Xiao Tian, who was playing with the dragon lady's young egg, was suddenly startled. How many? 20,000. It was the first time that I had encountered a heavenly fate that had so many heavenly fate values, and it had been given directly for nothing. What a gift from heaven. Xiao Tian carefully checked Bailey Wuxuan's information. Nice guy. No wonder the goodwill was full when it came up. Xiao Tian had previously wondered why this woman was shy to marry herself. It turns out that he has seen his future windfall. That's not surprising. That's not surprising. More than having a beauty delivered to his door. What made Xiao Tian happy was that it could already be confirmed that his future self would be invincible. If that's the case, what's the point of practicing? Practice my ass. Take the day off and hook up with a song. Just as Xiao Tian got up, put away the dragon lady's young eggs, and prepared to head to the 100 Flowers building, the sweet and delicate voice of a lark-like bird came from outside the house. Elder brother, did you miss me? Immediately followed by the delicate silhouette pouncing into Xiao Tian's arms. The young girl who hadn't seen for many days was still excited, and didn't wait for Xiao Tian to open his mouth to speak. The sweet cherry lips had already been sent to the front of Xiao Tian's mouth. Only in this way can a young girl's lovesickness be soothed. Coincidentally, another equally sweet-smelling and lovely voice came through the door. Brother, just now it seems that someone rushed into our house. You, Xiao Li's words came to an abrupt end as she saw an image she would never forget in this life. Her beloved brother and another incredibly cute girl at Chapter 89, The Sisters Shura. You're all my wings. Shut up. What are you doing? Xiao Li's small pink fists clenched as she stomped her feet and screamed. What is that woman doing climbing on her brother? Unacceptable. He hadn't even kissed his brother yet himself. Shameless woman. Get off my brother in broad daylight. Li Yu spat out her tongue and stared back from the blissful treat. She was actually ignoring the woman behind her, but Xiao Tian broke her off her body. It's sad. It's amazing that elder brother doesn't crave his cherries anymore. And why is elder brother more skillful than this? There were women practicing with him. Woohoo! It's my master's fault for locking me up for cultivation, causing my senior brother to be so horny and thirsty that he has no one to take it out on, so he can only go find other bad women. Sifu was stolen from her home. Woo. But practice is practice, and you're doing yourself a favor anyway. Those bad women are not enough to worry about. Instead, it's the woman in front of me. I can't believe I'm calling my senior brother. Snuggled in Xiao Tian's arms, Li Yu was high and mighty with a very dejected look, raising her eyebrows at Xiao Li. Elder brother, the subordinate in your residence is so lacking in discipline? The mistress and mistress of the house dare to jump out and interrupt their intimate time together. She should be punished. I suggest selling her. You're the one who's an underling. I am brother Xiao Tian's sister. I'm the owner of this mansion. So leave my brother and get out of my Xiao family. You're not welcome here. Xiao Li was furious. How could anyone enjoy everything Xiao Tian had before her? This person still has a tudgy face that is just begging to be beaten. I roll? Ha! Where did the wild sister come from that dares to compete with me? Elder brother and I were childhood sweethearts. From the time he was a baby, he was raised by his senior brother. Elder brother is my father and my elder brother. Who are you? Li Yu was also very upset. Surprisingly, a wild sister came out to fight for sisterly rights. Can't stand it. Definitely not tolerable. She herself was elder brother's most adorable sister. You. Who the hell are you? You're just the senior sister. I'm the younger sister. Xiao Li argued angrily. Li Yu was unimpressed. Ha, pig's nose and onion, pretending to be garlic. It's not like you and Shifu are bloodless. We both have the same kernel. I still have countless memories with my senior brother, and I still have that respect to the bone love for my senior brother. You don't deserve to be compared to me. Then again, there can't be anyone who hasn't kissed a senior by now. No way, no how. You. Xiao Li's face turned red with anger. I'll have everything you said. Memories of love, I'll have it all. Other things will be there too. It will be more often and longer than yours. Okay, let's compare. Li Yu made a move to climb up Xiao Tian's body again. Okay, you too. The warbling voice made Xiao Tian's head spin. He really couldn't stand the cultivation of his two sisters. It was even if Lear had never seen herself so close to another woman. How did Rainey react so much too? This girl has sworn to be a side dish for I don't know how many times. Both of you are my wings. Xiao Tian stretched out his right hand to signal Xiao Li to come over. This was the position reserved for her. Xiao Li was jealous of Li Yu, but was happy as could be with Xiao Tian's embrace. The two lovely and beautiful to the extreme beauty maidens in Xiao Tian's arms were still fighting each other, glaring at each other. The smell of gunpowder was so strong that they were about to go to war in the next second. Certain people not meeting senior brother until they're at the age where they should be married. They're also worthy of competing with me for the throne of the first sister. It's unbelievable. It's just an extra 10 years. Not worth mentioning for the 10,000 and 100,000 years of time, but a senior sister is a senior sister. A sister is a true sister. You can't change that. It's just a name. I can also call elder brother as brother. Big deal. Let Auntie Starbuck recognize me as her daughter. I'm just exactly the same as you now. The two groundhogs in front of him were about to fight again. Xiao Tian was troubled to the extreme. You're all my good sisters. Don't argue. The two spoke in unison. There is no first in literature. No second in martial arts, and a brother must say who is the most important sister. There is no first in literature, no second in martial arts, and senior brother must say who is the most important sister. LOL. Turns out being liked by too many girls can be an annoyance. The ones in bed before were pretty harmonious. It still depends on the person. This kind of thing is going to be a headache if it happens often in the future. However, Xiao Tian quickly thought of an ingenious way to dissolve the shura. That is, deflecting the conflict. Lear, do you know? I seem to have a fiancé. Li Yu and Xiao Li instantly stopped paying attention to each other and spoke out in panic. Who is it? First lady, more than first sister. The Xiao family. Truly extraordinary. In the Xiao family's outer domain, Tianyo City, the young man clad in a black robe looked in all directions from afar. Palaces, pavilions and sacred mountains stand in their midst. All of them are well designed. capture the creation of heaven and earth, but also contains a spell formation, swirling divine glory, plain breath but through the horror of the incomparable pressure. The main vein and the branch veins are simply worlds apart. Just by cultivating in such a realm alone, the speed of cultivation can be more than 10 times faster. No wonder you, brother, reached the true immortal realm so quickly after leaving from the Green Hair Mountain. Xiao Yuan, don't call me brother. I don't have a brother like you. The two looked exactly the same, but their demeanor and temperament were very different. Xiao Yuan was covered in black gas, and the indifference in his eyes went deep into his bones, giving people an unfathomable evil chill. Xiao Zhang, on the other hand, is a youthful spirit. Even if he is imprisoned and tortured, he still retains the righteousness of his heart. I haven't had you as an older brother since you killed my uncle, aunt, Xiao Chui, and everyone else on Green Hair Mountain. Xiao Yuan disdained Xiao Zhang's angry roar. Don't be ungrateful. If I hadn't saved you, wouldn't you have passed away in a prison cell? Where would you have had the chance to realize your ideals and ambitions? Besides, how can I be called to kill them? I am sending them to Elysium to enjoy happiness. Because of my efforts, the qualifications of the Xiao family in Qingma Mountain average above immortal grade, and even the Xiao family here would be ashamed of themselves. Asterisk 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 Nima. It's just 2 people left, so of course the average is high. Vulgar language. She's not your mom? You. Xiao Zhang was angry, and then he raged a little. He was now powerless to do anything with this older brother who was the enemy of life and death. You saved me, and I'm not thankful. I'll kill you. I'll be right here, waiting for you to kill. Xiao Yuan took one step towards the distance and finally glanced back at Xiao Zhang. Want to practice with me? No, I have my own provenance. Xiao Yuan stopped speaking and turned into a black mist, disappearing from sight. Looking at his elder brother Xiao Yuan's departure, Xiao Zhang sighed. The enemies are harder to deal with one by one, but the road is at his feet and he will make it to the end. Xiao Tian, it's all your fault for snatching away my position as the young master, causing me to have to travel far away from home. I can't do anything with you right now, but the ability to cause you a little trouble is still there. After I head to the Heavenly Dao Academy Palace to cultivate a bit and show my greatness, I will definitely be embraced by countless members of the Xiao family when I have a reputation. At that time, the position of the Xiao family's young master will still belong to me. Chapter 90, all the people here are trash. I just want to kill all the people here. At the top of the lofty divine mountain, a stream of light pierced through the sky. All the dignified clansmen of the great Emperor Xiao family were gathered here, as well as countless representatives of the Dao lineages from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The atmosphere was solemn as the horrors were intertwined. There's no need to question that behind every person here is the power to destroy the world. With a casual remark, he decided the lives and deaths of countless people. Everyone, at this moment, was gazing at the main peak of the divine mountain, especially the Xiao family members. Their expressions were agitated and awe-inspiring, as if the person in front of them was a god. The white-clothed, Taoist-robed young man, with an upright figure and an outstanding appearance, was like a god in every move. In front of him, there was even a forest of 17 old ancestors of the Xiao family. Many of the old ancestors that Xiao family members had only been able to see on the statue scrolls in their entire lives had unexpectedly appeared in a brainstorm at this time. Just to add to Xiao Tian's platoon? It's so envious and jealous it's ridiculous. In the future, the Xiao family will be under your command. Patriarch Xiaozhen personally presented Xiao Tian with the jade stone that symbolized the dominance of the Xiao family. With or without this piece of jade, Xiao Tian was the de facto leader of the Xiao family. Moreover, this piece of jade was lent by Xiao Tian to Xiaozhen for use an hour ago. All the clansmen and guests watched the scene. Xiao Tian, the young master, had a status that surpassed that of the clan leader and even the old ancestor. In the millions of years of the Xiao family, the young master with the highest status and power was born. 2 teenage girls in the crowd with stunningly stunning looks blinked their starry eyes. Wow, elder brother sure is miserably handsome. Brother is usually handsome. Xiao Tian was all surprised by Liu and Xiao Li's feelings and thought that the two of them would be bickering all the time. Unexpectedly, after a few days of sleeping together, the two of them have become very close. Often there is something going on and they have a screaming service together. Bailey Wu Xie, who had taken the initiative to ask to marry Xiao Tian but had not gotten a reply, did not have any sorrow on her face and looked at Xiao Tian's back with a smile on her face. He is, as he was then, iron and pestle sharpened into needles. Bailey Wu Xie had the confidence to become Xiao Tian's subordinate. The moment of excitement and solemnity of the group was marked by a discordant sound. We don't obey Xiao Tian as the young master. The room erupted in shock as everyone glanced at the group of teenagers who jumped out to speak. No! What kind of kid is this that comes out to cause trouble? Grand Elder's grandson, 8th Elder's son, 10th Elder's brother, and the city lord. Xiao Tian hadn't even said anything yet. but their elder city lord was already going crazy with anxiety. Get the hell down. What a moment this is. Are you guys out to die? No. We won't retreat. We can't just watch the Xiao family be destroyed in Xiao Tian's hands. Another teenager spoke. Not bad. Xiao Tian is just a dude. He doesn't have the ability to serve as the young lord at all. But it's only because his mother is a starry star emperor that he can be taken seriously. Such a person doesn't deserve to be the young lord. If a family has an admonished son, it will not defeat its family. If the state has an admonished minister, the state will not perish. We will admonish with our deaths. The faces of these elders were hard to see, completely at a loss as to what to do. Xiao Tian was rather interested and laughed lightly. Oh, so, if we don't listen to you guys, the Xiao family will have to die out? Hard to say. The successive Xiao family young masters are all hardened men with iron bones elected by the Xiao family competition. What makes you a sneaky one? If you have the ability to beat us, without hard power, how can we revitalize the Xiao family? This group of people were the role models of the younger generation of the Xiao family, and were not much less talented than Xiao Che and Xiao Zhang, and some of them were on the older side, and their realms were even higher than the two of them, having reached the golden immortal realm. Unsurprisingly, in the future, they would be the clan elders and city lords of the Xiao family. We're all young men, why should we obey you if we've never lost? After Xiao Zhang's instigation, each of them were hot-blooded, as if the Xiao family would really die out of their clan if they fell into Xiao Tian's hands. Therefore, he came forward to admonish him to death. People looked at each other. All of them understood that even if the god of heaven came today, it would not change Xiao Tian's identity. These people were provoking so openly and honestly. Were they eating up Xiao Tian as a dude? After all, Xiao Tian had never demonstrated combat power yet. They could indeed disgust Xiao Tian by jumping out, even if they were directly exterminated by the others. As long as Xiao Tian chose to avoid the battle, Xiao Tian's head would then always have the title of cheating young master hanging over it. All parties of the Taoist system are looking at the joke in their hearts. Let your Xiao family be so flamboyant. Lose face. The Xiao family members, on the other hand, were filled with anger and righteous indignation in their hearts. Xiao Tian was able to activate the Emperor Ancestor's Dao intent. His talent was absolutely astonishing. Even if the cultivation is not good now, it is bound to catch up in the future. The Xiao family's own people coming out to pick a fight is simply crazy. No one dared to speak, and they all gazed quietly at Xiao Tian, the man of the Xiao family's word. The smile on Xiao Tian's face did not change in any way, making it like a spring breeze. You guys don't think you have a say in this? Xiao Tian only felt that this group of people were ridiculous. The position of the young master was already on the table, but they could still come out and pick a fight. Is it really just youthful ignorance? Griffins just love to use tricks. You guys did get one thing right, though. Force is supreme in this world, and whoever has the biggest fist has the right to speak. Without absolute power, it was indeed impossible to revitalize the Xiao family. But why do you guys think I'm weak? As the three elements Dao technique unfolded, Xiao Tian's aura was no longer hidden, and monstrous imperial intent permeated around him. Xiao Tian cultivated all the world's top-level techniques, and with the heavenly realm's 120 flow of time, his talent and Dao heart allowed Xiao Tian's strength to long ago far exceed that of cultivators in the same realm. With all due respect, everyone here is trash, and I just want to beat everyone here to death. Or, no, there is no or. For a while, everyone looked at Xiao Tian in dismay. Imperial will. Such a strong imperial intent. Even if an immortal monarch were to execute the three elements Dao, it would definitely not have such a terrifying imperial intent like Xiao Tian's. Young Lord Xiao is truly like a great emperor at this moment. My Xiao family will produce another great emperor. The other people of the Taoist system who were observing the ceremony could not help but look at them with different eyes. The Xiao family well is really blessed. Bailey Wuxuan was not surprised. After all, Xiao Tian was originally invincible. You actually have this kind of strength. Some of the Xiao family disciples who had caused trouble were already regretting it. They were trembling with fear under this kind of imperial intent. So what were they going to fight Xiao Tian with? Brothers, we've come out of swords, guns and fire. Don't lose face. Yeah, get in the spirit. Big deal. Motivated. A teenager took out his weapon and wanted to go to war. Xiao Tian. Come and fight. Yeah, we're all good. But, in the next second, the teenager who took out his weapon was left with only half a body, and his head was nowhere to be found. The biting sword intent swept through again, and another corpse surfaced. What? The golden immortal realm teenager reacted and was just about to strike at Xiao Tian. Cold light surged out, and there was another body. Don't kill us. We were killed by Xiao Zhang. Xiao Tian did not let them talk more nonsense and directly condensed his sword intent and cut them all to death directly in 3 strokes. Instigated by Xiao Zhang? So what? Damned if you come out on an occasion like this and pick a fight. It's not like he's a protagonist destiny. The protagonist doesn't even talk about benevolence and morality. But the villain does? Just start killing and be done with it. It's the only way to make everyone fear themselves. As Xiao Tian expected. Everyone present was speechless with fear. True immortal cultivation. One sword, a true immortal. One golden immortal with one sword. Xiao Tian was definitely worthy of the young lord. If this kind of person doesn't become the young master, who will? They did not expect Xiao Tian to have such strength, and they did not expect Xiao Tian to be so decisive and ruthless. Now, who dares to disobey? Anyone else not convinced? A bemused voice rang out, and no one dared to speak. Convinced. Thoroughly convinced. He was already in awe of Xiao Tian, but now he was even more respectful. The elders of these teenagers didn't dare to have any grievances. It was they who sought mercy and used their blood to prove that Xiao Tian was indeed worthy of the young lord. Xiao Tian raised his hand to raise the jade stone that symbolized the power of the Xiao family. There were no lofty and grandiose words either. One sentence was enough to mobilize the emotions of all Xiao family members. Revitalizing the Xiao family. My responsibility. Good. Willing to follow young lord to the death. The Xiao family is boiling. Such a sensational event spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands in an instant. In the most prosperous area of the immortal world, the Heavenly Tao Academy Palace, which was touted by countless forces, had a violet vapor and divine splendor. They also got the message quickly. The young girl, why, inevitably yearned for such a flamboyant and handsome man like Xiao Tian. The entire Academy Palace was talking about this miraculous young master Xiao Tian. In the middle of it, the tall young girl looked at the transmission in her hand and smiled brightly. The male is truly excellent. Occasionally, the young girl would giggle like this when she got information about Xiao Tian from various sources. It made the surrounding teenagers, who were onlookers, fangirl. The young girl's smile didn't last long, however, before the mood was ruined by the uproar around her. Out of the crowd stepped the lanky, handsome, alien young man whose body was covered in scales and horns. Purple Moon, be my woman and you'll have everything you want. Chapter 91, A Licking Dog's Pestering, Not Just Body Gluttony? Immortal World. Central Heavenly Domain. The most central region of the immortal world. Because of its central nexus geographic location, countless top-tier great clans and Dao lineages stood here. Throughout the ages, there have been countless secret realms and opportunities, and I don't know how many outstanding characters were born here. In between, the Heavenly Tao School Palace was the most special force among them. Immortal great sects and supreme Tao lineages were in strife from time to time, but no one had ever dared to make fun of the Heavenly Tao School Palace. The Heavenly Tao School Palace came from a mysterious and unpredictable and powerful origin, and its heritage was too long ago, and many of the Tao lineages had not yet come into existence, and they were already a rich and prestigious holy place in the immortal realm. There were still great emperors sitting in the world at that time, so they were invincible. In addition, the Heavenly Tao Academy Palace accepts disciples without crossing the rules. No matter if you are a loose cultivator who is drifting and floating, or the heir of a great clan, as long as you pass the examination, you are a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy Palace. For countless years, it has cultivated uncountable outstanding talents for the great Tao unity. Many sacred lords and patriarchs had the experience of studying at the Heavenly Tao Academy, befriending countless forces. How could anyone come to mess with them? At this moment, the realm where the Heavenly Tao School Palace was located was extremely lively. On the New Year's enrollment day of the Tao Academy Palace, there was a steady stream of people in the void. At a glance, there are also strange and different alien beings with scaly armor, red body and red feathers, black pupils and evil eyes, and their appearance is very peculiar. Some were disciples enrolled in the Heavenly Tao Academy, while others were the mounted servants of the disciples of the Tao system. In the middle of the outer courtyard, there was a great deal of noise and clamor. 10 beautiful pictures of the Heavenly Tao Academy. My goodness, this is too stunning. If I could be a Taoist couple with such a woman, I would be willing to die. This Feng Qinger is simply an unforgettable goddess, absolutely gorgeous and stunning, with a haughty look in her eyes that makes her even more desirable. Don't think about it. The other senior sister Feng, in just 1 year's time, she broke through from Golden Immortal to Tai, and entered the inner academy early. Her talent is so high that it's unimaginable, and we don't even have the qualifications to meet her right now. No need to talk about it. Let's look at the other beauties. Fairy Luaha and Fairy Ziyue, the two of her are still in the outer courtyard. We still have a chance to catch a glimpse of their faces. As the group of flamboyant teenagers chatted enthusiastically, a tall, purple-clad girl walked behind them. With its own fragrant breeze, a single knit of the brows can lead to the intoxication of all things. Because she didn't want to be pestered, Yi Ziyue wore a veil. Even if you can't see the real face now, the turnaround rate will be 100%. To Yi Ziyue, Everything was good about the Heavenly Dao School Palace, but there were just too many uninteresting people. Either they hit on them or they confessed. Who the hell gave them the courage? If you don't go out without a veil, you're going to be stared at by a million stinky men in the blink of an eye. Yi Zui especially didn't want to be wasted by this group of people today. I don't know how many days ago. Yi Zui was getting excited for today. A smile hung under the veil, and the imploring look in her eyes was a beauty that other Heaven's Path Academy scholars could hardly see in their entire lives. But the smile was quickly broken by an annoying voice. Purple Moon, be my woman. The man who spoke had a rather domineering look, and at a glance, he knew that he was very strong. His body was covered with scale armor, flashing golden light, and there was a kind of rhythmic flow of the great Tao. Scale Xiong's gaze was tightly fixed on Yi Ziyue. From the first moment he saw Yi Ziyue, Scale Xiong had Yi Ziyue firmly in his heart. He had never seen a woman like this that was to his liking. The other goddesses and saints each had their own strengths, but Yi Ziyue was the only one that seemed to have poked his XP. At first sight, the heart and then the soul. In this life, I will not marry anyone but this woman. Purple Moon. Today is the anniversary of the 365 times I confessed my love to you and the 1-year anniversary of my confession. Be my woman. I will give you everything you want. Instantly, everyone shifted their eyes. The man who confessed seems to be Scale Xiong. I heard someone say that he is the existence of the top 3 of the Outer Academy, and it seems that he is also the son of the Holy Lord of the Haitian Holy Land. With this kind of status, what kind of woman can't be taken down easily? The person being confessed to seems to be the 10 beauties of the Heavenly Tao. Yi Ziyue. Really, I can feel her stunning through the veil, not to mention that full figure. It's just perfect. Ooh, is Fairy Violet Moon about to become Scaled Xiong's woman this time? It's so hard. Success my ass. Packet failure. The newcomer is still wondering. The old man can already guess the ending. Yi Ziyue was bound to refuse. The students of the Heavenly Tao Academy were tired of seeing this scene. In the past, Zhou Yu would still come out to fight against Scale Xiong, but now that he's in seclusion, Scale Xiong is probably going to shamelessly keep pestering him. Yi Ziyue frowned inside. Her head was pounding and her brain was shattering at the sound. Scale male, how many times have I told you that I'm not interested in you? I already have a sweetheart. Why do you have to pester me with a status condition like yours? There are plenty of women who are equally good looking. You go to them, okay? Not to mention that Yi Ziyue had already double-crossed Xiao Tian and become a couple. Even if nothing has been done, the women of the Starry Night Palace will keep their bodies and will never be married off to others. Scale Xiong was just as capable as the heavens, and Yi Ziyue couldn't look at him. No, they are not Purple Moon. I love only you. The one and only Yi Ziyue. Scale Male's words invited the hard eyes of countless young girls. What a dedicated man. I want a man like that to spoil me alone. I also want to. It's just that the scale armor on Scale Xiong's body can be put away. Otherwise how hard it is to do that. It doesn't matter. Although he's average looking, but he's strong and has a high background. No woman can refuse such a man, right? I really don't know what Yi Ziyue thinks. Scale Male's blood turned even hotter when he heard the woman's praise. Purple Moon, your so-called sweetheart is nothing more than the ignorant delusions of your youth. That man can't even enter the Heavenly Tao Academy. So what qualifications does he have to accompany you? I know you're a lonely casual practitioner who's used to working hard alone and hasn't experienced the beauty of being with a rich kid like me. Believe me, if you stay with me, you will have a bright future ahead of you. Saying that, Scale Xiong took out countless immortal sacred pills and magical artifacts, and among them, there were even treasures as high as 9th order immortal items. The hearts of all present were moved by the precious light. Immortal treasures are taken at will. It's too ostentatious. If they could obtain these treasures, not to mention women, many men would be willing to become Scale Xiong's forbidden domain. But, Yi Ziyue was not interested at all. It wasn't like she was really a casual cultivator who hadn't seen the world. The identity of a casual cultivator was just a disguise. With the identity of the Starry Night Palace, Yi Ziyue did not lack these treasures. Besides, it's not like everyone is stuck for money. Scale Male, I'm telling you for the last time, I don't care about your stinking money. Get the hell out of here. No, I'm just stalking you. I'm just trying to touch you with my heart. It's not just craving for my body. So refreshing to say. If it were a different day, Yi Ziyue wouldn't have been so annoyed. But today was the day of the Duke's arrival, and she just wanted to be a good little maid to welcome and receive him, and didn't want this asshole to affect the Duke's mood at all. But Yi Ziyue really couldn't do anything about this skinless dead-licking dog. It was at the time of her distress. A dragon's roar came from the void, like muffled thunder exploding, and everything retreated. Chapter 92, you can't peddle a luxury sports car. Others are already on the highway. Clouds rolled over and light shone in all directions as 9 ancient savage beasts shaped like 9-clawed true dragons pulled a jade carriage surrounded by divine haze. Breaking through the air, the true dragon rushed out of the clouds, its figure obscuring the sky, and almost the entire heavenly Dao school palace was flooded with black shadows. A huge dragon roar, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. The dragon's might was horrifying, and the giant dragon's cold pupils gazed at the divine mountain. Dragons! A true dragon! What a terrifying aura! The ordinary scholars of the Heavenly Dao Academy on the Divine Mountain were all frightened and trembling by this scene. Don't panic. Which great power is this that dares to come to my Heavenly Dao School Palace to spread wildness? No, this 9 dragons seems to be just mounts. As the crowd was shocked, Xiao Tian's figure surfaced in the crowd's line of sight. A young man in white furious horse, floating like an immortal to town the 4 directions. As soon as the teenager's figure appeared, the terrifying dragon immediately collected all of its breath and didn't dare to make any advances. These 9 true dragons sent by Gangxi are fierce, but their IQ is a bit low, and they like to bark just like puppies. With a wave of his hand, the giant dragon's form dissipated and was pocketed by the teenager. The skies were thus restored to calm. The white-clothed boy, on the other hand, landed blandly at the entrance of the Heavenly Dao Academy. It took a long time for all the Heavenly Dao Academy scholars to return to their senses. What kind of entrance is this? It's too pretentious, too unbridled, too arrogant, isn't it? Those who know think you're a student. Those who don't think the demon clan has hit the door. People had focused on this white-clothed young man, immortal and handsome. At a glance, you will notice that it is very extraordinary. It's obvious, if he's so handsome, can he be an ordinary man? Really handsome. Forget the rest for now. This teenager is so handsome. He seems to be Xiao Tian, the young master of the Xiao family. It's him. No wonder he's so handsome. As long as one was a woman, one would not be able to refuse Xiao Tian's magnificent handsome face. I heard that before the 100 Miles Immortal Dynasty's peerless empress asked him for a marriage again, and then he rejected it again. I really don't know what to think. If it was me, I would be willing to be a male pet. No, I'd be a eunuch. Che, so what if it's the empress? Xiao Tian, the young lord is no different from the clan chief, and his power is super large. Then why is he still coming to the Heaven's Path Academy to pursue his studies? While people were talking, Xiao Tian was not impressed. Power is a good thing to make smooth, but there are times when it's annoying, like having to ask for permission for everything big and small. They have to make their own decisions before they dare to do anything, for fear of making the slightest mistake. Exhausting. No wonder the old ancestors and great emperors like to have an agent to manage their companies. It's better to be a dumpster fire. Xiao Tian outsourced the Xiao family stall to his lovely and magnificent own grandfather, Xiao Zhan. He himself was living a small life with Li Yu and Xiao Li, occasionally going to molest Xiao Hongyi and requesting to sip the juice of the 100 Flowers' sacred body. While waiting for his master to leave the gate, Xiao Tian, who was a shut-in disciple, came to have a painful match. Life is so uncomfortable. As for the systematic reporting of the Chosen One, heck, swinging for the fences is fun for a while. Swinging for the fences all the time is fun all the time. Xiao Tian didn't even want to pay attention to these people. If it wasn't for the fact that his mother, Xingxiu, had suggested that he come to the Heavenly Dao Academy Palace to cultivate, Xiao Tian would have definitely continued to stay at home and play with his sister. Scanning the lofty divine mountain, Xiao Tian could also sense the extraordinary nature of this place. In particular, the deeper compounds of the divine mountain were all filled with terrifying divine soul auras. I can't tell you how wonderful it is to be a student again after all this time. Didn't Purple Moon say she'd come back to greet herself? Where is she? Something happened? Xiao Tian had heard the other Star Sisters talk about Ziyu's situation before he came. There are no major problems, but there are minor annoyances. Duke, on top of the long steps, Yi Ziyu's voluptuous figure appeared. When he saw Xiao Tian, he was so excited that the flames in his eyes looked like they wanted to burn Xiao Tian's clothes. It swooped straight down from 520 meters in the air. Gongzi, Ziyue misses you so much. If Xiao Tian did not come to the Heavenly Dao Academy, Yi Ziyue would definitely use the identity of a casual cultivator to remain in disguise. This was the only way to have a better chance of becoming a core prodisciple of the Heavenly Dao Academy. Now that Xiao Tian was here, there was naturally no need for a disguise. Sleeping under the same blanket in the future, the onlookers will think she Xiao Tian's people no matter how they look at it. Ziyu, I miss you too. Xiao Tian gently patted the young girl's back. After a year's absence, Yi Ziyue's temperament was better and her body was more perfect. The whole person has a new look. The only thing that remained the same was the bare heart towards Xiao Tian. Your Excellency, Noor will take you to the examination. And then, Your Excellency will go to Noor's side to bed down at night. That latter sentence is the point, isn't it? Yi Ziyue's pretty face blushed. Before, She didn't think she'd like those things. It's even said to be so senseless that I don't know what's the point of going in and out. But nowadays, the taste of the marrow. Especially when that person is her favorite Xiao Tian. Every time I look back, my heart swells, completely unable to meditate. Your Excellency must sympathize with Nuru. Nuru really misses Your Excellency. Then come see me. It's not like you can't reach me. To cultivate well said. Cannot let Gengzi disappointed. You. The duo's intimate look is enviable. The male disciples, in particular, were gnashing their teeth. This is Yi Ziyue, one of the 10 beauties of the academy. That cold and quiet Yi Ziyue who either cultivated or practiced every day? The expression on her face right now was not to mention that the freshmen had never seen it before. Neither had they, the older students. Spring is in the air and spring is in the air. Exactly the way a little maiden would look when she sees her long-lost husband. It turns out that the purple moon fairy really isn't pushing Xiao's pretext. She really has a sweetheart. Some of the women also exclaimed. No wonder. No wonder. If I were Yi Ziyue, I would have definitely rejected Xiao's confession as well. Young Master Xiao and Xiao both have similar backgrounds, but young Master Zhao's looks are far superior to Xiao's. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Although the Haitian Holy Land isn't weak, it's not at the same level as the great Empress Xiao family, and people Xiao Tian is a young lord. Xiao might not be able to do wrong in the outer courtyard if he wasn't his own brother's excellence. As he spoke, people couldn't help but turn their gazes to the top of the steps, revealing expressions of watching and eating. You can't peddle a luxury sports car. Someone else is already on the highway. The goddess you've been longing for has become someone else's licking dog. And that's just too much of a sour taste. Of course he wants to get on the highway. The thought was overwhelming. Almost couldn't resist using force a couple times. Scale Male clenched his fists unwillingly, his eyes filled with rage. How dare the little white boy steal his woman? Unforgivable. But, this little white boy he can't afford to mess with. Cam. How could Yi Ziyue's sweetheart be Xiao Tian, the young master of the great Emperor Xiao family? How did she climb into this relationship as a loose cultivator? Now, what can I do? One can't go and steal a woman from Xiao Tian. What's the difference between that and dying? This goods is in the throne ceremony. Gaga open kill ruthless people. Fierce reputation. Row. If you can't afford to mess with me, you can't afford to hide from me. Scale Male's face was grim and ugly, and he averted his eyes, no longer looking at the divine couple at the bottom of the steps. But there are some things that are done, and there's nowhere to run. Xiao Tian's gaze locked onto the center of attention at a glance. Purple Moon. I heard that someone has been pestering you. Chapter 93, go to your boudoir first. I miss you. Scales Xiong pestering Yi Ziyue could not be said to be widely known in the Heavenly Dao School Palace, but at least it could be called a household name. 365 days a year. Pestering Yi Ziyue every day. When you see Yi Ziyue person, you confess in front of her. And when you can't see the person, you confess in public. It's hard not to be famous. Roar. There you go. The real husband is here. So let the show begin. Xiao Tian was not an ordinary person. The young master of the great Emperor Xiao family. The war is small, but the stats are gorgeous. 6-0. 1 golden immortal and 5 true immortal celestials of the Xiao family were hacked to death inside his hands. Even the experts of the inner academy today did not dare to take Xiao Tian lightly. Scale Xiong was a top-ranked heavenly pride in the Heavenly Dao Academy's outer courtyard, but not many people thought that he would be Xiao Tian's opponent. I'm afraid he doesn't have much confidence himself. My purple moon is being pestered by you? Xiao Tian wrapped his arm around Yi Ziyue and leaped in front of Scale Xiong. The indifferent voice caused Scale Xiong's heart to tremble, and his face was gloomy and uncertain. Young Master Xiao, it was wrong of me to pester Ziyu before, but what is wrong with human love? If Purple Moon had said she was yours right off the bat, I definitely wouldn't have kept pestering her. Young Master Xiao, what happened previously? Why don't you take over this and we'll be friends? Friend? Are you worthy of that? Xiao Tian smiled coldly. The terrifying aura spread out instantly. The people around them had their faces changed drastically. Young Master Zhao's aura is so fierce. I feel my heart trembling even when I'm stranded this far away. Some of the people with strange fetishes had begun to gasp. What do you guys know? That's what makes it good enough for men. Scale Xiong's face changed slightly. The aura was truly frightening. Xiao Tian's strength was definitely stronger than he expected. Even his elder brother, who was renowned in the inner court, might not be his opponent. Young Lord Xiao Tian, it was Yi Ziyue herself who didn't lift you out. If she had said it earlier, would I not have known better? Don't you bully people too much. This is the Heavenly Dao Academy Palace, not your Xiao family. Ha! Raucous. Xiao Tian's expression was indifferent. Originally, Scaled Xiong, this licking dog, had been pestering Yi Ziyue, and the matter could be big or small. He didn't have to just kneel down like Bull Kong. A sincere apology and this can be turned over. As a result, he actually pushed the pot onto himself and Yi Ziyue. Make it sound like he's the victim. Did Yi Ziyue not say she had a sweetheart? Does someone else have to thank you for what you've done for them when they've been pestered all this time? Besides, this scale male guy is a man of destiny. Xiao Tian had no interest in suppressing a small shrimp with only 1,000 points of heavenly fate value, but this one's favorability dropped abruptly from -10% at the start, like a stock, to -90%. Then I can't keep you. There is a way to heaven and you don't go, but there is no door to hell and you throw yourself in. Lick spittle, shall not die. Thinking about my woman, looking for death. When the words fell, Xiao Tian lifted his hand and slapped it. The light flashed, golden palm print, divine might descended, like the hand of a god, destroying everything. Xiao Tian, you! Scale Xiong's face changed drastically. He was truly unable to believe that Xiao Tian would kill him at the entrance of the Heavenly Dao Academy. Ah! Along with a scream, the unstoppable golden palm print had completely crushed Scale Xiong. Boom! Blood mist flew in the sky. Scale Male's flesh turned into a sludge. The divine soul, on the other hand, was taken away by a life-reporting magic weapon and lingered on. There was a momentary silence. All the cultivators' scalps went numb and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. It happened so suddenly that many people haven't reacted yet. No one had expected that the imposing Scaled Xiong would be taken down by Xiao Tian with a single move. Bold! A heavenly voice came out from the Heavenly Dao Academy. How dare you kill a disciple of my sect in my Heavenly Dao Academy palace? Don't you want to live? The sky and the earth seemed to be tearing apart as the scholars cried out in shock. It's teacher Scaled Young. He and Scale Xiong are of the same clan, and it's rumored that Scale Xiong has already been internalized by him, and will worship him when he enters the inner courtyard. Young Lord Xiao Tian won't be taken down. What's the point of panicking? A member of the great Emperor Xiao family isn't so intimidated by a teacher from the Heavenly Dao Academy. As the snowy-eyed crowd said, Xiao Tian didn't carry fear at all. What? Your punk disciple can't beat me. So the punk teacher comes to take the lead? You speak to me like this. Aren't you afraid of perishing directly one night? You! These words could make Scale Yang red warm throughout. Xiao Tian did have the ability to do this, and this was the thing that made him vomit blood the most. He had actually regretted it when he realized that the person who had struck out was Xiao Tian, but now being held up, cannot get off the stage, cannot be soft, then where to put face in the future? I can ignore the fact that you plotted against my disciple, but the Heaven's Path Academy has a clear rule against laying hands on fellow students. You don't deserve to be in my Heaven's Path Academy. Oh, but I'm not a disciple of the Heavenly Dao School Palace yet. There's no explicit rule that an outsider who kills a disciple of the Heaven's Path School Palace can no longer enroll in the school. Or else why would there still be so many disciples of the demon race here when the human-demon war is over? You! Scale Yang could not refute it because what Xiao Tian said was again the truth. Scaly Young, stand down. The bland woman's voice directly drove Scale Jan off the stage. In front of this woman, Scale Young didn't dare to say a single word. The Vice Dean of the Heavenly Dao Academy. Long by. Young Master Xiao. Scale Xiong is to blame, but in the future you will be a disciple of the Heavenly Dao Academy Palace. This is also after all at the entrance of the Heavenly Dao Academy Palace. Give me a thin face, and the grudge between you and Scale Xiong will end here. Is that okay? Who am I to listen to you? A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. All the scholars were dumbfounded. This was one of the vice deans of the Heavenly Dao Academy, the immortal dignitary who had long been known around the world. Even the dean had to be polite to her. Xiao Tian actually dared to talk to her like this. However, Long Bai did not get angry and his voice contained a smile. By virtue of the fact that your mother and I were once classmates and former friends, is that satisfactory to you? Oh, Xiao Tian did hear her mother say that she had studied at the Heavenly Dao Academy, and it was not surprising that she had classmates. Mother's friends are my elders, and since you asked and Scale Xiong doesn't come to mess with me, I won't mess with him. Scale Male certainly wouldn't come back to mess with himself, because he doesn't have long to live. With the past experience of the escape of the Son of Heaven's destiny, nowadays, Xiao Tian's killing moves would be accompanied by the flames of the chaotic life and death inferno, unless an immortal dignitary immediately steps in to save the day. Otherwise, the gods and souls will be destroyed. Good. After enrollment, you can come and have a chat with me. It was only when the breath that filled the air was able to end that the scholars breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xiao Tian with more and more awe. Can't afford to mess with it? Definitely can't afford to mess with it. Many of the women were organizing their clothes and makeup, with the intention of offering themselves. Climbing up to a man like that won't be a worry for the rest of your life. What woman wouldn't be tempted? Men are heartened. In Xiao Tian's arms, Yi Ziyue also had a hard-eyed look on her face. Gongzi is so handsome. Gongzi is so handsome in everything he does. Gongzi, let's quickly go to the examination office. Yi Ziyue couldn't wait. Xiao Tian shook his head and picked Yi Ziyue's chin. There's no hurry with the test. Go to your boudoir first. I miss you. Yi Ziyue instantly blushed and burned her body. She understood Xiao Tian's meaning and gently nodded her head. It was a big battle soon after. It was also at this time that the sound of a dragon's roar resounded again in the sky. The same luxurious 9-dragon jade carriage. Everyone was once again shocked. Today what day? All come to the Heavenly Dao Academy Palace to pretend? This time a magnificent fairy came out of the jade carriage. Someone recognized her at once. The current empress of the Bailey Immortal dynasty. Bailey Wu Xuan. Chapter 94. The strongest weapon in the world is the Gongzi. Take the bow and shoot the moon. Because of the world tree, the time flow ratio has reached 120. One day is used as 20. The past 3 hours or so had replenished the energy for 3 days and 3 nights for Yi Ziyue. She was gifted but not yet immortal, and the powerful battles under the enduring day were beyond her limits. Luckily, Xiao Tian used the chaotic life and death inflammation to continuously recover for him, and coupled with the fact that his heart was overly pining for Xiao Tian, this allowed him to complement each other and enjoy himself until now. Moon, it's getting late, didn't we say last time before? Ha ha ha. Gongzi, Noor has changed and become inseparable from Gongzi. Fine, fine, I'll give you some more energy. In the eyes of outsiders, the noble and elegant, cold desire and charming purple moon fairy. Now a little bit of fairy appearance is not, but like Gongzi, I really like you so much. Xiao Tian knew Yi Ziyue's heart. Good you little villain. Your male son will let you see the power here. Had ha. Yi Ziyue was happy to do so. Her heart was warm and full. Your Excellency. Just now I also saw the 100 Miles Immortal Dynasty's Wushuang Empress. She is indeed elegant and charming. I heard that she is in love with your Excellency. The first thing the Empress did when she ascended to the throne was to propose a marriage to you. And now she has chased after you to come to the Academy Palace. What? Jealous? Not at all. Gongzi ordered the general. More is better. I'm not happy enough. Just always feel that she loves Gongzi very suddenly and strangely. Gongzi should pay attention. Don't be deceived. And you have the nerve to say that others love suddenly. Wouldn't it be even stranger for someone to offer to serve the bed as soon as they come up? I wasn't cultivated from a young age, we young stargazers. From a young age, all we hear is that the prince is the sky and the prince is the earth. And when we see the prince, our brain and body can't control it at the same time. Xiao Tian wrapped his arms around Yi Ziyue. I know that you have used me with great affection, and I will treat you well. Although Bailey Wushuan was not in Yi Ziyue's situation, her behavior was understandable. After all, she had the memories of her previous life. The system's goodwill was also already full, so there was definitely no such thing as tricking yourself into going to karma waste. But how? This Bailey Wushuan didn't seem to have a good brain. Just no to mention the union. The matter was mentioned 5 times a year. But where are you? Until now, Xiao Tian and her had never said a word face to face. No, sis, it's just a blind date flash mob that you have to meet. You send out circulars every day, but you don't come over to show your charisma. How can anything good happen? Xiao Tian thought of himself as not being horny. It's just that the most beautiful women, as long as they don't like themselves, then they can stay wherever they like. And I'm not likely to lick them anyway. It's impossible to be a lickspittle in this life. Therefore, Xiao Tian did not take the initiative to look for Bailey Wushuan either. However, this time when she arrived at the Heavenly Dao School Palace, she raised her head and saw no one. How could she have the opportunity to get alone? Xiao Tian was really quite curious as to why this woman liked herself. Ziyue, you can just stop worrying about her and worry about yourself. He. Gongzi worrying about me can be blissful ha. On the one hand, there was a sound battle, and on the other hand, there was an exciting test. The entrance examination of the Heavenly Dao Academy was very simple and rough. Talent quiz, test of talent. Ascending the heavenly steps is a test of perseverance and cultivation. Secret realm exploration, test chance luck and cultivation. Written exams to test theory and knowledge base. Interviews that test character and connections to family. Each course is worth 20 points, and a score of 60 is sufficient for admission. Although the content is simple, on reflection, there are a few reasons for such a test. Talent, perseverance, luck, knowledge, family. It covers all the necessary conditions for a monk to attain the way. If you don't even get a 60, you fail the class. No, you don't deserve to be enrolled. Tang Hai, 10th rank immortal talent. Wu Yue, 10th rank immortal talent. Wow! The eyes of the scholars gathered in front of the talent testing pillars were filled with envy. 10th rank immortal talent. Too enviable. It's almost as if the heavens have rewarded us with food, and without any surprises. These two can become immortal king level powerhouses. An immortal king can be a director or dean in our heavenly Tao Academy, and in other forces, they can even become pillars and dominate a party. I'm so jealous I'm spitting blood. More than anything, I envy this man for being able to parallel this girl. She's really grown on me. Dressed in a blue robe, the young man named Tang Hai was exceptionally enjoying this sight of 10,000 people's admiration. Being a traveler deserves it. Tang Hai comes from a low martial world where he was stabbed to death on a cross by the elders for stealing the internal martial arts techniques of his clan. Living a new life, he realized that the divine skills that the clan had treated as a treasure in his previous life were just garbage scraps in this world. It's a good thing God gave him excellent talent. Although he was born in the small village of Divine Soul Village, it was because he belonged to the jurisdiction of the Heaven's Path Academy. At a very early age, because of his excessive talent, he became a student of the academy affiliated to the Heaven's Path Academy Palace and embarked on the path of cultivation. Now that he had officially entered the Heaven's Path School Palace, he would surely show his greatness and become the strongest step by step. And beside Tang Hai was a childhood friend and classmate, Wu Xie, whom Tang Hai had known for a long time. Her talent is equally remarkable. Unlike the ordinary-looking Tang Hai, Wu Xie is loved by everyone. Just a glance will make people's eyes light up. Ordinary plain clothes cannot hide the girl's figure. Exquisite curvaceous, looks even more pure and sweet, as the spring quietly blooming jasmine, fresh and without losing the warmth. Delicate as porcelain skin can be broken. Eyes as clear as water. Charming eyes. The temperament of a small family, the sense of good behavior of a little sister next door, is the marriage object of many men's dreams. Wu Xie felt the gazes of the people around her gleaming, inwardly upset and scared. I'm really afraid that these people will eat her. Hi, let's hurry down. Being watched by so many people makes me a little uncomfortable in my mind. Yaoer, this is how we should be treated. Tang Hai was unimpressed. To be strong is to enjoy the gaze of others. A man who has lived 2 lifetimes certainly knows exactly how other men look at Wu Xie. Desire. Naked desire. But Wu Xie was his intended woman. Others could only delude themselves, and he would soon have Wu Xie. This sense of fulfillment made Tang Hai unusually excited. A woman's looks are a man's greatest confidence. The more attention the other men paid to Wu Xie, the more satisfied Tang Hai became. It was a pity that Wu Xie was shy and didn't like to show herself. Otherwise, more people would definitely be mesmerized by her. Now that the two of them had reached adulthood, Tang Hai felt his body spring to life. He can't wait to abduct the good green plums around him. Suddenly, cries of alarm rang out from the crowd. Look guys, it's the purple moon fairy. The person she's holding on to is young Lord Xiao Tian. In an instant, no one paid any more attention to Tang Hai, and everyone focused their eyes on Xiao Tian, who had entered the square. A white-clothed exiled immortal with a divine and handsome demeanor. Chapter 95, I'll pay for the replacement of the Fate Pillar. Xiao Tian's appearance instantly exploded the entire venue. Young Lord Xiao Tian is even more handsome than the rumors. And he's young and rich. What woman could refuse such a man? That's right. It was only today that I realized that Fairy Purple Moon's sweetheart is young Master Xiao Tian. No wonder she doesn't look at scale Xiong. I'm so envious of Fairy Purple Moon's good fortune. I want a husband like that too. Xiao Tian. A handsome man known far and wide. You can call him a dude, call him bossy, but there's no denying that he's really handsome. And behind Xiao Tian, the long legs precede the people before they arrive, and they are flawless and long. White dress with black high heel. More sexy temperament. Temptation to the extreme. Yi Ziyue, the beauty known as the Heavenly Tao Academy. The snowy face is stunning. The willow waist is slender. The jade legs are long. The upper body is full and round. And the lower limbs are plump and erect. The only thing that puzzled everyone was that Yi Ziyue was still wearing a purple dress when she saw her in the morning. So how did she turn into a white dress this moment? What did they do? Women focus on handsome men. Men focus on beautiful women. It's really a great beauty. And Wu Xie on the stage is a very different beauty. One is a little family man. The other is a big and cheerful man. If you can enjoy them at the same time, not have to take off. Hush, Wu Xie is just forget about it. You dare to miss the purple moon fairy. You don't want to live. The teenager's gazes were never wanting to move away from Yi Ziyue. However, the thought of scaled Xiong, a heavenly pride at the forefront of the outer academy, being slapped to death by Xiao Tian, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Beauty may be beautiful, but it's not worth it to take a life. Tang Hai was quite upset when he saw that Xiao Tian had snatched away his protagonist's aura as soon as he appeared on the scene. When she also saw Yi Ziyue behind Xiao Tian, her eyes went straight. He originally thought that Wu Xie was already invincible, but he didn't expect that there was someone else who could be equal to Wu Xie. Which fairy is this? Yi Ziyue and Wu Xie were comparable in terms of face value alone, but in terms of body shape, Yi Ziyue finished. Moreover, Yi Ziyue's confident temperament was more popular with most people. Tang Hai then preferred the likes of Yi Ziyue. After all, Wu Yue was too shy and definitely couldn't exert herself in certain areas. This Taoist friend and fairy. The two of you seem to be great celebrities of the Heavenly Tao Academy. My name is Tang Hai. I'm glad to meet you. Adhering to the mentality of making friends, Tang Hai took the initiative to greet Xiao Tian and Yi Ziyue. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow when he saw this. It's pretty rare nowadays to have people who don't recognize you. As rare as a nationally protected rare animal. Tang Hai's 8888 heavily fate value above his head was bright. He's still a traveler. Interesting. However, you don't have to cry 2 tears of joy when it's not your homeboy. That being said, would it be a shot in the back if it really appeared to be old country? As for Wu Yue beside Tang Hai, her fate was even more interesting. Xiao Tian smiled faintly. I am Xiao Tian, and this one behind me is Yi Ziyue, one of my inner sons. Yi Ziyue was in a thrilled mood once she heard Xiao Tian address her as her inner son, the main wife. Yi Ziyue didn't even dare to think about it. It was best to have a concubine, and if she didn't care. The ordinary little maid is content. You're here to test your talents? But it's a bad time. It's not a very good time. Although Tang Hai was talking to Xiao Tian, the corner of his eyes always unconsciously glanced at Yi Ziyue. Other people's wives, they just smell good. Oh, how? Xiao Tian asked. Just now. I just demonstrated my 10th order immortal talent and passed with a perfect score. If you go up now, you'll lose face. It'll be humiliating. Although Tang Hai's voice was not loud, the surrounding scholars still heard it clearly. Brother, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. You either listen to what you're saying. Xiao Tian, shame on you. How can you not associate those two words together? Yi Ziyue slammed her face when she heard Tang Hai's words instantly, and was about to utter a rebuke when she was stopped by Xiao Tian. Thanks for the reminder to go Purple Moon. Yi Ziyue's eyes carried a huff as she swept over Tang Hai. A frog at the bottom of a well can't know the bright moon in the 9 heavens. Gongzi, that bug dared to disrespect you. I really want to kill him. Each of you is more of a villain than I am. Xiao Tian's principle was 1. People don't offend me. I don't offend them. If a man bothers me, I'll kill him. Tang Hai's good sense is 0. This is the first male Destiny's child, besides Master Windy, to start the game not with negative favorability. As long as it didn't come down, Xiao Tian was too lazy to sweat the small stuff with him. Those who don't know are not guilty, not to mention the fact that facts speak louder than words. So what's the point of wasting words? Xiao Tian walked to the fate measuring pillar. This is a tool used to test a cultivator's talent. 10 steps for mortal products, 10 steps for immortal products, 1 point for each step. Yi Ziyue was an immortal grade 10 at the beginning, shocking the entire audience. With a talent at the 10th rank of the immortal grade, as long as they didn't fall, cases of achieving immortal king were common. Once one was examined for such a talent, they would inevitably be focused on by the major powers. Mr. Xiao, please. The ones responsible for recording the results were disciples from the inner courtyard of the Heavenly Tao Academy Palace, who had heard of Xiao Tian's reputation long ago. The heart was both in awe and fear. He was really afraid that Xiao Tian would lift his sword and cut them down if he was unhappy. The 6 men broke out in cold sweat and nodded their heads as they surrounded Xiao Tian for fear of making the slightest mistake. This is definitely differential treatment. They treated ordinary disciples with no love at all, and even when they treated a 10th order immortal disciple like Tang Hai, they only had respect, which would be treating Xiao Tian with such awe. But everyone understands them, as anyone else would. After all, it was Xiao Tian in front of them. What grade of talent do you guys think young Master Xiao Tian will have? There's no need to think. It must be an immortal grade 10. Xiao Tian gently placed his hand on the fate measuring pillar. Time passed by, but there was no response from the fate measuring pillar. What's going on? The fate measuring pillar is broken? Or is young Lord Xiao Tian's talent too poor to be perceived? Son of a, are you stupid? There's no need to think. It must be that the fate testing pillar is broken. Young Master Xiao Tian's talent needs a fate testing pillar to prove it? The crowd of onlookers exchanged 3 words. The 6 recorders of the fortune-telling column, they were panicking. Beads of sweat were all over his face. His body was trembling and his legs were weak. What an airplane! Why is the fortune-telling pillar broken at this time? Why did it have to be broken in front of Xiao Tian? If I had known that, I would have given them double the credits and they wouldn't have come in to be some kind of record keeper. Xiao, young Master Xiao, it's the fortune-telling pillar that's broken. We'll fix it for you right away. Oh no! I was thinking about how this thing works and lost my mind. In the next second, Xiao Tian injected his spiritual energy into the fate measuring pillar, and in an instant, the light spread greatly. Without any hesitation, the golden light directly soared to the 10th rank of Immortal. The recorder breathed a sigh of relief. The fate measuring pillar didn't go wrong. It didn't upset Xiao Tian. His life was saved. Hurrah! The crowd of onlookers yelled. Wow! Is this young Lord Xiao Tian? Sure enough, there's no surprise. The 10th rank of Immortal grade is the upper limit of the fate measuring pillar. Not young Lord Xiao Tian's upper limit. Did you guys see that? Just for a second. It directly soared to the highest. Doesn't this show that young Master Xiao Tian is far beyond the others? That's right. Young Master Xiao Tian is definitely 1,000 times stronger than Tang Hai. Tang Hai's expression changed from one of watching the fun a moment ago to a bitter face. He had really thought for a moment that Xiao Tian was just a trashy clown. And now it seemed that the clown was actually himself. Hearing someone stomping on himself with Xiao Tianla again, he was filled with disbelief. If you have the ability, let Xiao Tian and I have a match. Halfway through his words, tiny cracks began to appear on the surface of the fate measuring pillar, emitting a clicking sound. The entire room instantly quieted down, all looking in shock at the fortune-telling pillar under the stage. Immediately afterward, dazzling golden light burst out from within the fate measuring pillar, instantly illuminating the entire venue. Boom! The fortune-telling column. It blew up. The fate measuring pillar that had stood here in the Heavenly Tao Academy for 10,000 years blew up. Xiao Tian awkwardly withdrew his hand and looked at the recorder with a helpless face. I'll pay for the replacement of the fortune-telling column. Chapter 96 Full marks. Definitely full marks. The human condition full. Stunned, shocked, and in an uproar. Everyone simply couldn't imagine the scene of a shattered fate measuring pillar. Tens of thousands of years the great treasure that countless heavenly prides had touched. How did it shatter when it came to Xiao Tian? It was to use the gongfu to bombard it, and it would be difficult to hurt it without a great luo cultivation. Right now, it's being touched by Xiao Tian in a bad way. What an unbelievable talent that would have to be. Young Lord Xiao Tian is truly a man of God. This is the posture of a true great emperor. Even a junior great emperor is definitely inferior to young Lord Xiao Tian. Tang Hai was directly dumbfounded. What the hell is this? True talent explosion? Nope. Talent explosion stone. Obviously being a traveler and a protagonist, he has to be robbed of the limelight by other people. So upset and annoyed. Humph. It's just good talent. Cultivation isn't something that only relies on talent. My luck and strength will far exceed Xiao Tian's. Tang Hai didn't want to stay here and see people who were even better than him pretending to be handsome, and pulled Wu Yue away from the talent measurement venue. Wu Yue didn't think so much about Tang Hai. She just felt that the handsome teenager on the stage was so powerful. It really deserved the saying that there is a world outside of people. Fate's son Tang Hai's favorability drops by 10%. Increase in favoritism by 10% for Wu Yue, the daughter of heaven's destiny. Xiao Tian was covered by the exploding dust from the fate measuring pillar. The system broadcast coming from his ears even made Xiao Tian spit out a sentence. Canon, why do you always have to hold a grudge against me? Is it my fault that I'm so gifted? Xiao Tian actually didn't want to burst the fate measuring pillar. The fate measuring pillar was doing fine, but the suction force suddenly rushed towards the world tree. The world tree was a world that contained a side, and the massive spiritual power directly burst the fate measuring pillar. How much is this thing? I'll pay for it. Xiao Tian raised his hand to disperse the smoke and pointed at the fate measuring pillar that had become ruins. The 6 recorders looked at each other in dismay. They did not know how many immortal spirit stones the fate measuring pillar was worth. And even if they did know, how would they dare to find Xiao Tian to ask for it? Now bewildered. Where do I know what to do? It's not even in the rule book. The students who are measuring their talent are transferred to other venues to proceed. As for the explosion of the fate measuring pillar, it is not Xiao Tian's responsibility. The academy will bear the responsibility on its own. Disperse. In the air, a flat woman's voice rang out. Another old acquaintance of Dean Long Bai. This time, however, the tone, though flat, clearly had a hint of annoyance. Xiao Tian, the mongrel king, had just entered the Academy Palace for half a day and had done 2 great things that had stirred up the Academy Palace. If he stays here forever, the whole palace will be destroyed by him. She now really wanted to contact Starseeker to bring Xiao Tian back. Auntie Long, you really don't need me to pay for it? No, when there's a problem with the equipment, there's no way to make the students pay to fix it. You think all the students are as well off as you are. That's true. It's true that money is the only way to be capricious. Xiao Tian expressed his approval. Long Bai sighed. You finish your examination in your own right and don't give me any more trouble. Accident. Really didn't mean it this time. Xiao Tian hemmed and hawed and said with a voice transmission that only the 2 of them could hear. But since that's the case, Auntie Long, you directly make the decision to give me a perfect score in that subject of the interview. It's normal for me to get a perfect score in my condition. Right, and it's a waste of time to go to the interview. Besides, if those teachers don't give me full marks, I'm afraid my family will be upset and cause those teachers to sleep uneasily in the future. Nice guy, really nice guy, threatened the teacher straight up. But what can I do? This is the world of immortal cultivation, not the mundane world. Rules are meant to be broken, and strength determines everything. If he really gave Xiao Tian a bad review, even if Xiao Tian himself didn't mind, his subordinates couldn't say anything. I'm afraid someone came to the door that night to teach the teacher what human kindness is all about. You, what a little devil. Leaving behind these words, Long Bai's aura directly disappeared. There was no consent, no refusal, but there was already a mutual understanding. Originally, Xiao Tian's assessment was also a walk in the park, and he could do whatever he liked. Gongzi, you're really too powerful. Yi Ziyue drooped down Xiao Tian's arm, her emotions 100 times more excited than Xiao Tian's. Xiao Tian was refreshing her worldview in novel ways every time. Whether it's the strength of the top 3, or the bottom 3, it's super unbeatable and fierce. When she thought of this, Yi Ziyue actually found that her body was a little different, and warmth crossed her body. Couldn't help but secretly spit on myself. It's really true that the male is right. Now this body was really a body. Obviously her belly was filled to the brim by the male, and now she even wanted to eat again. Little Yuer, take me to the heavenly stairs. Your Excellency won't go to the theory test first? No way. The interview and talent have already scored a perfect score. One more test of the simplest ladder of ascension and I'll pass 60. Why do I still need to go to the theory test? Finish the test early and go back early to feed you milk. Won't the male get a perfect score? What's the use of a perfect score? 60 without failing. I used to have a good year when I was studying as long as I didn't fail. Yi Ziyue's eyes widened. Hey, Gongzi even went to school? Xiao Tian froze, and there was a trace of reminiscence in his expression as he looked at the sky remotely. That was a long time ago. The other side. Tang Hai also brought Wu Yue to the heaven ascending staircase examination. He purposely skipped the theory test first just because he was afraid that he would encounter Xiao Tian again when the time came to be slapped in the face by him. The ladder to heaven, as the name suggests, is an ascent to heaven. The heavenly ladder, an imperial artifact that contained 3,000 great Dao and could simulate the might of various great Dao. However, there is no point in killing a chicken. The celestial ladder given to new students for assessment was a replica, with only 300 avenues. The real ladder of heaven is a natural experience for students when they graduate. The heavenly ladder of the 300 avenue, although it was only a replica and nowhere near as powerful as the genuine article, was too difficult for students who generally did not have the level of true immortals. There are requirements for strength, perseverance, luck, and so on. You get full marks for walking up 200 floors, but the average student can generally only walk up 40 floors. Walked up to the 60th floor and had shaken off a large group of people. Walking up to the 100th floor was definitely a heavenly pride among heavenly prides, and at this moment, the crowd below the heavenly ladder cheered and applauded, because someone walked to the 100th floor. This person was Tang Hai, whose glory had just been completely crushed by Xiao Tian. Oh hoo! So awesome! This dog heavenly ladder actually has someone who can go up 100 floors. It's so ruthless. With this kind of strength, you can definitely enter the Academy Palace. When Tang Hai heard the compliments from the crowd, although he was sweating profusely, he was soothed inwardly, sweeping away his previous depression. Sure enough, one was a genius and deserved to be admired by millions. Hi, let's get down there. My body won't be able to hold out much longer. Wu Yue's state was obviously worse than Tang Hai's. Panting and her body had gone soft. It wasn't that her strength was much worse than Tang Hai's. It was mainly because she possessed a technique that brightened her mind and calmed her spirit, increasing her divine soul power within a certain range. Not only did she need to enhance herself, she also needed to take care of Tang Hai, consuming much more than Tang Hai. Seeing Qingmei so uncomfortable, Tang Hai was naturally willing to go down. Anyway, 100 floors is already the highest score of the year. But in the next second, a figure dressed in white appeared, breaking his thoughts. Teenager, on the ladder of heaven as it were, those powers of the great Tao, which were difficult for others to overcome even with their painstaking efforts, were as easy as eating and drinking water for him. In just the blink of an eye, it had climbed up to the 100th floor. The teenager looked at the Tang Hai duo and smiled bashfully. Hello again, brother Tang Hai. Chapter 97, Bravado? Then I'll have to save the beauty. How? Tang Hai looked at Xiao Tian as if he was a deliveryman delivering a timeout order, darting to the front of his eyes with an unbelievable face. This heavenly ladder looks difficult, but it's actually not easy at all. Each layer of Dao intent was like a flooding beast, comparable to facing a true immortal realm foe. One wrong move and you would vomit blood and fall to the ground. He, Tang Hai, could only barely make it to the 100th floor after exhausting his best efforts under Wu Yue's reinforcement. Xiao Tian paused without even pausing, his face not red and his heart not jumping. You said he wasn't open. The other students below the heavenly ladder were also confused. They didn't notice Xiao Tian at first, Yet in the blink of an eye the white handsome shadow surpassed the others and stood side by side on the 100th floor like Tang Hai. More importantly, he swims. This is astounding to the unseasoned student. This is young Lord Xiao Tian? It's too powerful. The heavenly prides of the great powers are also terrifying? How does this make us play? Don't talk nonsense. Young Lord Xiao Tian is not an ordinary person. Even amongst the heavenly pride of the major powers, he is a first-rate powerhouse. Fate's son Tang Hai's favorability drops by 10%. Increase in favorability of Wu Yue by 5%. There you go. It's down again. Xiao Tian expressed his helplessness. This villainous destiny of his own is what makes him prone to incurring the grudges of the divine destiny. Reasonably. Jealousy. It's kind of human. But hate is hate. Keep your tail between your legs because you don't want the chosen one to hold a grudge. Then he's still sitting at the kids' table at dinner. Xiao genius lazily off Tang Hai. What idea? He wanted to hate. Dare to mess with things directly, a sword cut to death. With this in mind, Xiao Tian no longer stayed, letting himself try how difficult this 300 heavenly stairs avenue was. One step at a time, Xiao Tian walked on the heavenly ladder as if he were walking on the ground. Each step drew applause from the stage. This could make Tang Hai harbor a lot of anger. What's the point of being godly? It's just that your cultivation level is a bit higher than mine. When my cultivation goes up, I'll definitely be stronger than you. No way. Can't lose. I want to try to match the sky with the sky. Let's keep charging. I know your body can still hold up, but there's no need for us to keep fighting for our lives. Our goal is to score 80 points and get the excellent disciples 1 million immortal spirit stones reward. Getting 10 points for this door of the heavenly staircase is already enough. Wu Yuer's eyes flowed. Xiao Hai, are you trying to compete with Xiao Tian, young master? I heard on the way. He is the young master of the great Emperor Xiao family. We definitely can't compare. We don't need to compete with him. Just do well for yourself. I wasn't. It just occurred to me that if we lose more points in interviews or other subjects, 80 is not a solid score. We have to be higher. Wu Yue wanted to say something. In fact, even if it's only 75, there's a reward of 100,000 immortal spirit stones. 100,000 immortal spirit stones was roughly equivalent to an ordinary person suddenly obtaining 1 billion renminbi, which was a huge amount of property for a cultivator. For a child like Wu Yue, who grew up going to school through the academy subsidy, it was astronomical. Right now there was absolutely no need to die at the heavenly stairs. For the duo who were not yet true immortals, this test was too difficult. Might as well focus on the other exams. Make sure you score enough, and then come back at the end to take a shot at the ladder. This was the plan that the duo had set before the test. Tang Hai's sudden change of heart made it difficult for Wu Yue, but after biting his teeth, he decided to help Tang Hai out. Be sure to live within your means. Wu Yue increased the power gain. Feeling Wu Yuer's gain aura horsepower in full swing, Tang Hai's confidence increased greatly. Xiao Tian, don't think you're strong. Tang Hai began to ascend the ladder one step at a time. The Dao intent pressure above the 100th floor was several times higher than that of the lower floors, which caused Tang Hai to be out of breath after only 10 floors, almost collapsing to the ground. Each layer was like an incomparably ferocious demonic beast standing in front of him to tear him apart. Tang Hai looked around and completely missed Xiao Tian's figure. Xiao Tian is ahead. To continue, each step was like crossing a mountain peak, and Tang Hai was already close to his limit. He felt like he had gone 100 floors. But really, it's just 10 floors. The Wu Yue behind him was even worse. Consuming even more, she had stopped at the 115th floor and was completely unable to move anymore. Hi, I really can't. Any further and you're out of gain range? Hearing Wu Yuer's voice, Tang Hai weakly scanned around. Has Xiao Tian been overtaken by himself? So solitary. Did I make it to the 200th floor? I really am the best. Xiao Tian. Not worth mentioning, but the next second, the cheering and applauding of the onlookers broke Tang Hai's beautiful fantasy. How? Tang Hai raised his head and stared blankly ahead. The area he was in wasn't even 200 floors. It was just a little 120 floors of Kalami. And Xiao Tian, at the end of his line of sight, on the top 300 floors of the heavenly ladder. The immortal clothes were lightly flowing and the body was handsome. The crowd at the bottom directly exploded, and the eyes that looked at Xiao Tian were all envious and respectful. Young Lord Xiao Tian is so strong. Surprisingly, he has reached the top. Not 200 full floors, but 300 floors over full. 300 floors. I feel like I'm going to be deflated even if I walk 30 floors. Young Lord Xiao Tian actually 300 floors. It's simply a miracle. Young Master Xiao Tian didn't even break a sweat. This reminds me of the last fairy Feng Qinger who ascended to the top. I heard that she's already a first-rate heavenly pride in the inner academy. Young people are not at all how high the mountain is or how deep the water is. They had the opportunity to become disciples of the heavenly Dao Academy Palace, All of them were 1 in 10,000. 1 in a million wizards, but their eyes were still shallow, and they viewed Xiao Tian as a frog in the bottom of a well looking at the moon in the sky, waiting for one day, dominating a party, becoming a great power of a party, only to know that, see Xiao Tian is like a floating grain to see the blue sky. Xiao Tian did not have any mental fluctuations about this. It's not like it's hard. It's no different than going up the stairs. It's a breeze. The two old men beside Xiao Tian looked Xiao Tian up and down. When you will be on top of the world, you will be able to see the mountains. Xiao Tian, this kid is really outstanding. He deserves to be that woman's son. Yes, back then we were just like this group of students on the stage, watching the starry night ascend to the top of the 300th floor. And this moment is just like the other moment. The outstanding ones among this group of students may achieve the path of immortality and live for tens of thousands of years as you and I do. But the Xiao Tian in front of them will be the eternal mountain in their hearts. I can still brag about it when I chat with others. I'd been classmates with the great one. Ha ha ha. The eyes were again in awe and emotion. Suddenly, the duo's complexion tightened and they secretly said that it was not good. Tang Hai and Wu Yuer's location. I haven't reached my limit yet. You will climb again. I really can't anymore. Under Tang Hai's compulsion, Wu Yuer stepped out of the 116th floor. But in the next second, Wu Yuer, who had long been on the verge of her limit, completely collapsed, and her body fell heavily from a high altitude. Waste! Tang Hai cursed angrily after him and wanted to make a move to save him, but he was shocked to find that the pressure on his body had increased steeply when he lost his gain aura, and he did not have any spare power to make a move. Yeah! The audience also noticed Wu Yuer's condition and exclaimed in shock. Oh no! Someone's going to fall. There are not a few people who do not make their own deaths on the ladder. In the lighter cases, weakness for a few days. In severe cases, half of the body is paralyzed and falls to the ground. But no matter which one, it meant that Wu Yuer, with a high probability, would not be able to participate in the subsequent examination. Wu Yuer, who was falling down from the sky, was suffering in her heart. Physical injuries are a small thing. Not being able to enroll in school is a big thing. Thinking of what her mother used to expect, Wu Yuer wanted to cry. So tired, I want to die. Phew! An incredibly warm yet strong and powerful figure caught her out of the air and carried her princess in her arms. In a daze, Wu Yuer couldn't see the man's appearance, but only felt that he was graceful and white jade. Amazingly handsome. Chapter 98. Tiny Wu Yuer takes a pinch in Brother's Hello Fragrance. Here, take this elixir. What strangers give you, don't eat it. But the magnetic voice was like a magic shadow filling her ears. And Wu Yuer couldn't raise the thought of resisting, licking her tongue and sucking on the finger that reached into her mouth. After another bout of cloudiness, Wu Yuer opened her eyes again, and finally her legs weren't sore, she wasn't out of breath, and she wasn't old and groggy. She finally got a good look at the person who was princess hugging her. If it's not the white-clad Xiao Tian, who else is it? The clarity of the face kills even more. Xiao, young master Xiao. Wu Yuer was still in a daze, her tongue still sucking on something, when the old man's exclamation came to her ears. Young Lord Xiao Tian is really generous. The Jade Immortal Qi replenishing pill of Immortal grade 5th order can casually be sold for tens of thousands of Immortal Spirit Stones, or even 100,000. Using it to treat this girl is really a little bit of a hustle and bustle. Yeah, one Immortal grade 1 Qi nourishing elixir will be enough for a few more days of recuperation. It can't be helped. Saving lives is important. Don't care about that little bit of money. Besides, where in my whole body do I have such a cheap elixir as you guys are talking about? Cheap? Immortal first order elixir, you tell me cheap? Listen, does that speak human language? How many students here have eaten Immortal pills? Not to mention having eaten it, they may not even have seen it. Wu Yuer just woke up, still very confused. As a little money slave she heard tens of thousands of Immortal Spirit Stones, instantly awake, no longer confused. The brain raced, quickly sorting out the situation. I'm afraid it was young Master Xiao Tian who saved himself. But, tens of thousands of Immortal Spirit Stones sold themselves cannot afford to lose. It's weirdly hard on the mouth. Don't you bite my finger. Xiao Tian retracted his finger with a smile. His voice as warm as jade. How's it going? Is it still hard on your body? Well, like the scene of a kettle popping on Wu Yuer. I'm fine. Xiao, young master, Xiao your hand. Wu Yuer is so ashamed. Even if she sucked on it, she even bit it hard twice, which made Wu Yuer ashamed and self-conscious. Well, it's good that you're fine. Your cultivation can't hurt me yet. Similarly, if a male cultivator's cultivation level is too low, he doesn't even get the chance to have his first dual cultivation with a high-level female cultivator. Young Master Xiao, thank you for saving me. Wu Yuer stood up from Xiao Tian's arms and bowed several times to express her gratitude. I don't have any money right now. When I have money I will definitely compensate you for the money for the elixir. And the thank you gift. It's not necessary. I'm not short of that small amount of money. The resources of Xiao Tian's 2 superpowers are at his disposal. And what is money? Isn't it simply numbers? Compared to money, Xiao Tian cared about the 10,000 heavenly fate value on top of Wu Yuer's head. Fate's daughter Wu Yuer's favorability increased by 40%, currently 55%, just the last 5% to get 6,000 system points. Got to light a fire. 2 teachers. Is Miss Wu Yuer now considered to have ascended to the 300th floor? The two teachers looked at each other. According to the rules, no matter what method is used, if you reach the 200th floor, it is considered a full score. Being carried up here certainly counts for full points. Not bad. Naturally it counts for full points. At those words, Wu Yuer froze. It was then that she noticed that the area she was in was the top floor of the heavenly ladder, the existence that everyone looks up to. The other students at the bottom were envious and jealous. Aha! So envious. Isn't that considered a perfect score for her? It definitely counts. The academy has had many of these cases before, all with perfect scores. I'm going crazy with jealousy. Some of the teally dressed women couldn't help but shout, "Young Master Xiao, take me up there as well. I'll spend the night with you, even the rest of my life." Shut up, stinking woman. Your map of Yen is too short. Being a cultivator, although Wu Yuer was living thousands of meters in the air, she could still clearly hear the ground crowd's discussion. And being treated like this by young Lord Xiao, she belonged to the category of being flattered. She herself was only a small village girl from Divine Soul Village, so how could she get what she needed to make young Lord Xiao help her? Fantastic to the point of impracticality. And then I remembered the books I used to read. The domineering president fell in love with me. The face swished red. Fate's daughter Wu Yuer's favorability increased by 5%, currently 60%. 10,000 fate values have been converted to system points proportionally. Not bad. Not bad. Tiny Wu Yuer, take a pinch. Xiao Tian's ambition was high, and the guaranteed reward arrived. Go back and use the sea-fixing needle to cure the water for this girl. ZU. Miss Yuer, have a good exam. We'll have a long time to come. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tian's handsome figure disappeared into the sky. So handsome, so elegant, a good lesson for adolescent girls. And in the unattended corner, the fate of the son of heaven's destiny, Tang Hai, was a bit more miserable. Without Wu Yuer's help, he was walking on thin ice on the 120th floor and couldn't go to the other side at all. It didn't take long before he couldn't hold out and fell to the ground with serious injuries. But unfortunately, everyone was focusing on Xiao Tian and no one cared about him at all. Xiao Tian! Xiao Tian! Tang Hai slumped on the steps and let out a muffled roar, then puffed out a mouthful of old blood. And that's why he's in a coma. 7 days later, the Heaven's Path Academy's freshman examination officially ended. New students officially move into the Tendo Academy. Wu Yuer scored 90 points and was assigned to the most luxurious and spiritually rich Grade A area of the outer courtyard, living in a large manor. Because of Xiao Tian's help, she got a perfect score in the heavenly ladder subject, much less so on the subsequent interviews. To be able to get involved with Xiao Tian, full marks, absolutely full marks, only lost a total of 10 points in theory and secret subjects. But the impact is minor. That's already one of the top grades among freshmen. What made Wu Yuer even happier was that she received a scholarship of 5 million immortal spirit stones. It was an astronomical amount she could hardly imagine. Wu Yuer was not an ungrateful person. She understood that all of this stemmed from Xiao Tian's help. Without Xiao Tian, not to mention the green light from the teacher during the interview, I was able to get 90. It was the question of whether she could enroll in school when she was already weak and collapsed. Therefore, Xiao Tian's great kindness Wu Yuer kept in mind and always wanted to find a chance to repay Xiao Tian. But there was just no way to do so. So it's really easy for rich people to pick up girls. Xiao Tian did not care about a small elixir that was no different from a sugar bean. A supreme treasure in Wu Yuer's eyes that required a lot of hard work to get. What woman can handle that kind of a fall from grace? Anyway, Wu Yuer couldn't top it. At least, that's what Tang Hai thinks. He was really broken now. Normally he would have been able to successfully enroll in school with 80 points and get a scholarship. However, an injury to the ladder led to a stuttering subsequent test. The interview was even more difficult by the teacher. And finally because of a teacher surnamed Tang, only to be able to card 60 points of the scoreline out of the line. Scholarships are all but non-existent, and they live in the shabbiest 4-person beds, with no 2-person beds at all. The young plum Wu Yuer also thankful to the enemy, which makes Tang Hai want to cry without tears. He rightfully deducted the pot to Xiao Tian. It's all Xiao Tian's fault. Although Xiao Tian had never actively harmed him, Xiao Tian's existence was a mistake. Now squeezed into a 4-person bed, surrounded by big old men. It made Tang Hai quite upset, but there was no harm in it. Tang Hai smiled sarcastically in his heart. It wouldn't be long before he moved to District A and lived with Wu Yue. Luxury estates. Who doesn't like them? Yo, is everyone here? A well-dressed teenager with a warm smile on his face walks in the doorway? It should be. His face was exquisite. His skin was white, and he was vaguely recognizable as a man. Narrowed eyes, very appealing to the eye. The body smelled faintly ethereal. Dude, you smell good. Tang Hai was stunned. Of all the men he had seen, only Xiao Tian's appearance was a step ahead of the man in front of him. Xiao Tian is handsome and he is soft. Bah, how can you praise Xiao Tian? Xiao Tian is ugly as hell. The teenager whose body was covered in a light fragrance didn't know about Tang Hai's brainstorm. He just smiled slightly. Hi guys, my name is Windy. Chapter 99, your secret plan is full of holes. The sound of screams filled a chamber that was dim, damp, and covered in watery mist. Big brother, why hasn't father come? I can't hold out any longer. Ah, Scale Xiong, Yi Ziyue's licking dog. If he dared to treat Xiao Tian with negative favorability, he already had a way to take his death. Although the divine soul had been taken away by the magic weapon, the fire seed of chaotic life and death inferno had long been planted by Xiao Tian, and at this moment, it was already dying. In front of Scale Xiong stood a burly man, about 9 feet long, a majestic and dominating form. Scaled Xiong's older brother, the renowned heavenly pride of the Heavenly Dao Academy's inner courtyard. Scaled Wu Xie. He sighed and clenched his hands into fists, resignation in his eyes. How could Scale Wu Xie not want to save Scale Xiong, his sibling? But, who asked Scale Xiong to provoke Xiao Tian? The problem on Scale Xiong's body was something he couldn't solve at all, and when he asked the physician said that he needed an immortal dignity or a dignity alchemist in order to solve the problem. One could only turn to his father, the Holy Lord of the Sea and Sky. When the Holy Lord of the Sea and Sky learned that Scale Xiong had been beaten to the point of being scrapped, he became furious on the spot and swore that he would not be a father in vain if he did not take this revenge. Gathering 100,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the Haitian Holy Land is about to go out to sea to catch the evil thieves. Then, the Haitian Holy Lord asked one more time who the person who hurt Scale Xiong was. Xiao Tian, the young master of the great Emperor Xiao family, the precious son of the starry Star Emperor, whom 100,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals returned to the sea in an instant. Son, when did the Haitian Holy Land have this son? And when did the Haitian Holy Land ever have a character like Scale Xiong? Slander, outright slander. For Scale Xiong to get the Haitian Holy Land involved, he was afraid that he didn't feel his head was too peaceful and wanted to have a hot dance on the spot with his sword. Are the Haitian Holy Land and the great Emperor Xiao family worthy of being compared together? This is a kimchi country provoking a certain oriental power to its own detriment. Not to mention the ruthlessness that is the Stargazer Emperor. A man who has killed a great emperor. Cute little thing, only to be messed with. As for Scale Male's death, the Haitian Holy Lord stated that he had many heirs. So why not suffer his son for a peaceful and prosperous time in the Haitian Holy Land? Dead is dead. Therefore, the Haitian Sacred Lord did not send anyone to rescue Scale Xiong at all, and even informed Scale Wu Xie to apologize to Xiao Tian. This can make Scale Wu Xie angry enough. Your son was killed, and you still go to the door to make amends to others. What a good father. However, Scale Wu Xie could also understand Sacred Lord Haitian, from the Haitian Holy Land's point of view. Giving up Scale Xiong as a castaway in exchange for Xiao Tian's good mood and not looking for trouble in the future was definitely a bloody profitable deal. If Scale Xiong wasn't his half-brother, he would have done the same thing and died a human being. But, switch to a loved one and the feelings are very different. Xianger, I'm sorry, brother was unable to save you, but don't worry, one day, I will avenge your death. After saying that, Scale Wu Xie stretched out his right hand to refine his younger brother, who only had a remnant of his soul left. In an instant, with a howl, Scale Wu Xie's breath got to climb, and he indignantly slammed his fists against the wall. How's the plan going? A man stepped out of the darkness. With Scaled Yang's cooperation, this freshman experience site is located on the shores of the Eastern Sea. We have arranged for a peak Dao Lord assassination expert, the Hidden Fish King, to come and wait. As long as Xiao Tian entered his attack range, he would be crippled without dying. It's just that according to the intelligence, it's unlikely that Xiao Tian will participate in this adventure as he stays in his room every day except for swimming and shopping with Yi Ziyue and occasionally going to class. Of course I know. Scale Wu Xie sneered. Yi Ziyue will be one of the captains this time, assisting the teacher in managing the order, an arrangement that was set a long time ago. Coincidence and planning combined to keep my plan from being discovered. Yi Ziyue will be there, and Xiao Tian will most likely be there as well. So this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although whether or not he could truly kill Xiao Tian, Scaled Wu Xie did not have a plan in his heart, but to give up such a good opportunity for nothing. I'm sorry for my dead brother. Xiao Tian was currently only at the 9th level of true immortal cultivation. Further on, it's getting harder and harder to kill, so you have to take advantage of this good opportunity. Little Moon, open your mouth and I'll feed you. Well, it's been more than half a month since I came to the Heaven's Path Academy. During this period of time, Xiao Tian was actually quite happy, and even found back a few minutes of the looseness he felt when he was in college, missing classes every day, swinging and sleeping in the dorms. The only difference is that it used to be a male roommate and now it's a female roommate. Still a good girl who is submissive and holds herself up to the sky. Living together, the duo live happily ever after. As Wu Xi's good male, he couldn't just satisfy her physically. Spiritual comfort was also needed, so Xiao Tian often accompanied Wu Xie out to play and go shopping. It's good to take a walk when your body is more strenuous. Actually, this was all the life that Liu, the girl, enjoyed every day, but for Wu Xie, it was really the first time. She was so happy, her whole body was going to fly up to the sky. I am so happy every day that I can wake up from my sleep with a smile on my face. Purple Moon, I heard that the academy has given you the task of bringing in new students? Well, the best students from the previous class are all placed once. Wu Xie swallowed the freshly squeezed soy milk in her mouth and began to spit out her words clearly. Teacher Tang of the Academy Palace notified Noor of this matter a long time ago, and at that time, they didn't even know that His Excellency would come to the Academy Palace. If I had known this, my slave would not have agreed. My lord, it's going to be out for days. Slave doesn't want to be away from my lord for that long. Slave is going to give it a shove now. No need. Xiao Tian dotingly touched Wu Xie's small head. It's good to go out on an outing and get down in the wild. A wild battle? As long as no one else sees the body, the male can toss it any way he wants. Bear with me. What are you thinking, my little moon? I'm talking about fighting wild monsters. What are you thinking about fighting? Wu Xie instantly redness swept over her body. Her pink skin tinted bright red, and she pouted. It's the slave's immodesty, so I hope your honor will be punished. Yo, you're a good thinker. Isn't that just what you wanted? That's true. Hey, after spending time with the male, it's the strange thoughts that aren't there that are problematic. Wu Xie looked towards the attic outside the house, which happened to be Wu Yuer's residence. Gongzi also don't keep loving me. If you are satisfied with Wu Yuer, you might as well fall for her as well. With Gongzi's charisma, it will be easy to take her down. Xiao Tian, am I that horny in your eyes? That I'm so horny when I see a woman? Your Excellency is not the one who is horny. It's just that isn't it better to have a lot of talent under your son's command? I think Wu Yuer is good in both looks and talent, and is still qualified to be your son's maid. If you have the heart, I can make contact for you. Xiao Tian really had a big head. One by two, they are more enthusiastic about finding a girl than they are themselves. What kind of life is this? A life of kidney pain. Getting 6,000 guaranteed points. Xiao Tian is already very satisfied. The latter thing, let nature take its course. A voice transmission came from his ears at this time, and Xiao Tian revealed a wicked smile. Little Yuer, your sister Sunsui has passed on an interesting piece of news. The world's winds are so bad that someone is trying to plot against me. Chapter 100, Failed Assassination. Backwards labor of a clan. Life and death are not important. If you don't obey, do it. I, Hidden Rollo, am covered in guts. Come and kill me. Xiao Tian, don't think that we, the Hidden Fish Clan, are afraid of you because you have the great Emperor Xiao Clan and the Starshade Palace behind you. You killed one of me. There are thousands of me. I can't be killed enough. Xiao Tian enjoyed the fruits Wu Xie fed him and blanked this guy. Then why did you confess all after a little torture? Hidden Rollo buried his head in shame. So damn if it wasn't too afraid of pain to give in. A killer who falls before he can strike. Then he couldn't take the torture and told the truth. It's also pretty bombastic in the bombastic world. Hidden Fish Clan's Dala killer, Hidden Luo, knelt in front of Xiao Tian, his body covered in wounds and his eyes filled with defiance. Although he had submitted to the torture device before, when he saw Xiao Tian as his great enemy, Hidden Luo still greeted him with concern. It wasn't that Xiao Tian had a grudge against them. The Hidden Fish Clan followed the Taishu Dragon Clan millions of years ago, while later working in the hands of the Black Scale Dragon Emperor, after the Black Jiao Dragon Emperor was slaughtered 10 years ago by the then unclaimed Emperor Starcatcher. The Hidden Fish Clan was considered to have formed a bond with the Starcatcher. They didn't dare to look for trouble head-on, so they could only calculate behind their backs. Only people like them would dare to take on such an outrageous commission as assassinating Xiao Tian. This time Scale Wu Xie some fooling around. Hot-blooded Hidden Luo decided to go out to the mountain to kill the thief. Then Rollo went to jail before he was halfway through his business. Xiao Tian, if you have the guts, release me, and once again, I definitely won't be caught by you guys. Xiao Tian said you can really think. Do you think I'm Zhuge Liang? I'll even give you a 7 capture. Seriously, Xiao Tian really admired Hidden Rollo's courage, because he has nothing but courage to admire in his entire body. The gold content of courage given by Liang is really high. Brother-in-law, my last name is Kane. I know, but that's what I want to call you. Xiao Tian asked with a smile. The Black Jiao Dragon Emperor is dead, and you're still working so hard for him? Humph. Xiao Tian, you wouldn't understand. Our Hidden Fish clan has been loyal since ancient times. Loyalty that is not absolute is absolute disloyalty. You killed our honorable lord. Of course we want to take revenge. Then don't you still sell scale Wunderkind in pain? This is different. My heart for your holiness can be seen by the sun and the moon. It must be very gratifying to have a loyal subordinate like you, Black Jiao Dragon Emperor. Then if you weren't originally working with the Taishu Ancient Dragon, how did you switch to the Black Jiao Dragon Emperor? That's what you don't call changing your vote. Hidden Rollo argued loudly. Xiao Tian, you have mistaken one thing. The reason why we are loyal to the Black Jiao Dragon Emperor is because he is the last descendant of the Taishu Dragon clan. Although the bloodline was thin, it was after all a legitimate Taishu Dragon clan. Back then, a large number of the Taishu Dragon clan died at the hands of the Wind and Moon Demon Sovereign, and the rest of the clan was taken away by Emperor Yin, leaving only distant relatives like the Black Jiao Dragon Emperor. So we're not changing our vote. We have always had only one master. Xiao Tian got up and narrowed his smile. That is to say, if there was a Taishu Ancient Dragon with a pure bloodline, and she told you to turn against the Black Cauldron Dragon Emperor, you would do the same? Ha ha ha. Xiao Tian, don't tease me. Where else is there a pure Taishu Ancient Dragon? This breath is. Under Hidden Luo's shocked gaze, Xiao Tian took out a small dragoness young egg with blue and white stripes all over its body. After being nourished by the true blood of the Taishu Dragon Father, the little dragoness's young egg had long possessed a pure bloodline of the Taishu Ancient Dragon, and its entire body emitted a golden glow. Even the direct descendants of the Taishu Dragon Father were inferior to her. How could it be? It really is the aura of the Taishu Ancient Dragon. Hidden Luo stared incredulously at the dragon egg in Xiao Tian's hand. The aura on this was 1,000 times thicker than the aura of the dragon statue enshrined in the clan. It's really the Taishu Ancient Dragon. There is also the Taishu Ancient Dragon in the current world. Then I have a whole new leader for the Hidden Fish clan. Originally, the Hidden Fish clan had fallen into internal strife after the Black Jiao Dragon Emperor died. One side believes that it wants to make its own way, while the other side wants to continue to honor the descendants of the Black Jiao Dragon Emperor. The two factions are bickering. Now, there's no need to argue. A new venerable lord is at hand. Ha ha ha. Hidden Rollo laughed maniacally and pounced in front of Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, give me the dragon egg. I want to welcome back the honorable lord for the clan. Snap. Xiao Tian slapped the Hidden Rollo who was plotting against his own daughter 3 meters away in 3 strikes. This is my daughter. Get the hell away from me. Xiao Tian gently caressed the young egg. Although she hadn't even broken out of her shell in the heavenly realm for 20 years, Xiao Tian could already feel the obvious throbbing when he stroked her recently. How can you give it to an outsider when the emergence is just around the corner? Hidden Rollo, send a message to the people in your clan who can manage things, and have them come to have an audience with me. If they don't arrive within today, my daughter will never be your honorable lord in her life. Hidden Rollo wailed. No, don't take our master. After the death of the Black Jiao Dragon Emperor, the Hidden Fish clan was in constant strife. The son succeeded his father's business, and by all rights, the Hidden Fish clan should honor the Black Jiao Dragon Emperor's son as their heir. But the Hidden Fish clan originally honored the Black Jiao Dragon Emperor because the Black Jiao Dragon Emperor had the bloodline of the Taishu Ancient Dragon, and now that he has passed away, there is no reason to honor his heir. The Hidden Fish clan should be independent. Even if they were to honor it, it would be to honor the more honorable of the Taishu Ancient Dragon's lineage. Therefore, the reappearance of the Taishu Ancient Dragon bloodline made the Hidden Fish clan attach great importance to it. The matriarch, the elders, and the 2 elder ancestors who were the highest talkers simultaneously had a heated discussion about this. This thing is too big. Even if it was a trap, the Hidden Fish clan had to get into it. The Hidden Fish elder ancestor sped to the Heavenly Dao School Palace. The moment he saw the dragon lady's young egg in Xiao Tian's hand, he cried. It was like meeting the Taishu Dragon Father when he was young. It really is the Taishu Ancient Dragon. Xiao Tian, how on earth did you get her? Xiao Tian smiled indifferently. Glorious flames bloomed in the air in his hands as the chaotic life and death inferno emitted the characteristics of silent inferno. Everything around them seemed to be swallowed up and silenced. Since you know the Taishu Dragon Father, don't you recognize the chaotic silence inferno? Chaotic silent inferno. The Hidden Fish old ancestor certainly recognized it. Taishu Dragon Father's elder brother and best friend. The spirit fire that shook the world in the hands of pure Yang Immortal Father back then. The hidden fish elder ancestor was shocked beyond measure. Xiao Tian possessing these things in his hands meant that he had definitely obtained the inheritance of the pure Yang Immortal Sovereign and the Taishu Dragon Sovereign. The Hidden Fish clan didn't have any problems even if they worshipped him as their honor. It's just that he's the son of a stargazer. Starcatcher can cut through countless hidden fissures. Subjugated to Xiao Tian, hidden fish elder ancestor has no psychological burden, and is even very happy to be afraid that some people within the clan will not serve. One more thing. Many of you should have died in the hands of the Wind and Moon Demon back then. That guy ended up dying in my hands as well. If you don't believe me, I can give you the Wind and Moon Treasure Guide to cultivate. Hidden Fish Elder Ancestor. More than a lot. It's hard to exterminate a family. Hidden Fish Old Ancestor's 365 people including his parents and elder brothers all died at his hands. It was simply a deep hatred. Exalted Lord Xiao Tian. There is no need to say more. You are worthy of being the exalted lord of my Hidden Fish clan. Just as Emperor Yan was back then. I, Hidden Fighter, am willing to serve as a dog and horse, and if there are any uneducated people within the clan, I will clean up after them on behalf of Lord Xiao Tianzun. Not only that, other than my Hidden Fish clan, there are 3 other major races that similarly honor the Taishu Dragonfather, and I would like to advise His Holiness, there's no need to say anything more. Nothing at all. In terms of sentiment and reason, Xiao Tian was worthy of this position. Looking at the Hidden Fish Old Ancestor's submissive stance, Xiao Tian lightly patted the dragon lady's young egg. My good daughter has given your father a piece of the world before she was born. Perhaps all of these legacies should be inherited by Su Fan, the son of heaven's destiny, and then go against the Starry Night Palace. Unfortunately, everything was cut off for me. Hidden Fighter, other races aside, you must integrate the Hidden Fish clan as soon as possible. I need absolute loyalty. Xiao Tian again glanced his gaze towards Hidden Luo Luo, whose body was trembling a little. As for Hidden Rollo, your assassination mission continues, with the target switched to Scaled Wu Xie. Chapter 101, taking a shot at Xiao Tian. A change in the world line. In the secret room, Scaled Wu Xie warmly entertained Hidden Rollo, the Hidden Fish clan, because of their racial characteristics, stealth with poison and agile attack speed, have been good assassins throughout the ages. It was the human race's assassination sanctuaries, the Yama Palace and the Shura Pavilion, who also praised them. Hidden Rollo was arrested in his opening before Xiao Tian, but he was a genius assassin rich in prestige in the outside world. Not just any killer, but the killer in Wang Wei's poem. Great powers who have successfully assassinated immortal monarchs, respected by 10,000 people. If an immortal monarch knew that Hidden Rollo was going to lay hands on him, as usual, he would cower in fear. If you use it to assassinate Xiao Tian, you have to be 50% sure. Thus, Scale Wu Xie was very polite to Hidden Rollo, considering Xiao Tian's identity. It was the Yama Palace and Shura Pavilion that did not have the backbone to take over this task. If it wasn't for the fact that Hidden Rollo had a deep grudge against the Starry Night Palace, Scale Wu Xie wouldn't have had the chance to hire such an excellent assassin. It's a great fortune for my Sea clan to have a talented assassin like Brother Hidden. I'll drink another toast to Brother Hidden. Yes, extremely. I'll drink a toast too. Scale Young, the teacher from the Heavenly Dao Academy who had previously spoken out against Xiao Tian, was also here to accompany him. Where? Hidden Rollo narrowed his eyes and let out a sarcastic laugh. As an assassin, naturally, you must learn to be unexpected, so that when you kill, you can be successful. Yes. Assassination together. Brother Hidden is right. Scale Wu Xie ate hot pot and drank wine, thinking that he could avenge his brother Scale Xiong. His heart was even more joyful. Little Xiao Tian, easy to hold. Scale Wu Xie fell into a wonderful hallucination, and before his eyes surfaced the heyday of killing Xiao Tian, who then soared all the way to succeed the Holy Lord of the Sea and Sky and become a powerful party. That scene seems to be right in front of us. Suddenly, screams woke Scale Wunderkind, and in front of him was Scale Jan, who had swooped in to block the damage. Wu Xie, watch out! Silent air. Was a cold light cut through? The subtle sound of the wind through the Scale Young, together with the Scale Wu Xie's body, a horrible and powerful attack through. Bright flowers of blood bloomed in the air. A simple attack, yet it contained a terrifying power. Even a great Luo cultivator would have to perish directly. Asshole! What did you do? The strong man hidden in the shadows instantly made a move towards Hidden Rollo's. However, a strike struck Hidden Rollo had long escaped. The life-protecting magic treasure within Scale Wu Xie's body instantly protected his circumference to renew his breath. But Scale Jan's downfall was tragic. As a Dala cultivator, he was on the verge of dying after having his throat sealed with a sword by Hidden Rollo. Wu Xie. Revenge. Scale Jan left a mesmerizing sound and his breath was all but gone. Hidden Rollo, what have you done? Scale Wu Xie hugged Scale Yang's corpse and howled in agony. Instead of hiring at his own expense, He manipulated the knife to do it to himself. Scale Wu Xie couldn't understand it. Hidden Rollo. I don't share the same fate as you. I will bloodwash the Hidden Fish clan. The infinitely angry Scale Wu Xie was splashed with cold water by his men in the next second. Young lord, the Hidden Fish clan is no worse than our Sea Sky Holy Land. We can't deal with it. You guys, the truth often hurt more. And a word from a henchman gave Scale Wunderkind a dry break in defense. His already wounded mouthful of old blood failed to hold on and gushed out, then fell heavily to the ground. Young lord, we can't live without you. For the next 3 days, the tide turned. After waking up from a serious coma, Scale Wu Xie realizes that the sky has fallen. Before he, the victim, could lay hands on the Hidden Fish clan, the Hidden Fish clan flew into action against the Haitian Holy Land. The entire Haitian Holy Land was in chaos. His father died, and the Haitian Holy Land elected a new Haitian Holy Lord, who has been working against Scale Wu Xie's family. The name of Scale Wu Xie's young master was abolished, and from then on he could not return to his home. And what made Scale Wu Xie even more devastated was that the originator behind all of this was actually Xiao Tian. The Haitian Holy Land and the Hidden Fish clan had now submitted to Xiao Tian's banner. It was at this moment that Scale Wu Xie realized that the moment he wanted to strike at Xiao Tian, his world line had undergone a sea change. Scale Wu Xie's mentor and friend Scale Yang perished. Scale Wu Xie's destiny value decreased by 1,000 points, and his master's system points increased by 1,000 points. Scale Wu Xie's father, the Holy Lord of the Sea and Sky, perished. Scale Wu Xie's destiny value decreased by 1,000 points, and the master's system points increased by 1,000 points. Scale Wu Xie, the son of Heavenly Fate's backer, the Haitian Holy Land, has turned against Scale Wu Xie. Scale Wu Xie's Heavenly Fate value decreases by 2,000 points, and the master's system points increase by 2,000 points. Scale Wu Xie, the son of Destiny, has suffered a great loss in his heart. Scale Wu Xie's destiny value has been reduced by 1,000 points, and his master's system points have been increased by 1,000 points. Scale Wunderkind, destiny value, 4,000. Favorability, -100%. What was heavenly in Scale Wu Xie's eyes was just something Xiao Tian did casually, and he didn't put it on his mind at all. Xiao Tian liked this kind of surefire battle the most, bullying the weak, plundering resources, and constantly getting stronger. If King Qin swept the 6 kingdoms, he would dominate the world. At the moment he was on the shores of the East China Sea, enjoying a sunbath. The east coast of the Tendo Academy, also known as the east coast of the sea. Fairy clouds, blue sea and blue sky, picturesque landscape and scenery. Many living beings survive here, and the sea is often infested with demonic beasts. It's a great way to give students a chance to practice. Because Scale Yang perished, the teacher leading the team this time was replaced by Tang Chunhua. However, none of this had anything to do with Xiao Tian. Buy a beach with a good view early and enjoy sunbathing, already the swimsuit show of the beauty. In Xiao Tian's eyes, the only difference between a swimsuit and underwear was that one could be worn outside openly and one could not. There is no underwear in this world, but the unity of power. Spend points to sell on the line. System points, that's what you use in a pinch. It just so happened that the two brothers, Scale Wu Xie and Scale Xiong, had contributed a lot of points. Although Hidden Luo had not succeeded in killing Scale Wu Xie, he was also quite fruitful, and Xiao Tian had given him a second chance to carry out the assassination. For now, it's better to enjoy the view. Looking at Yi Ziyue's shy and covered appearance in front of him, Xiao Tian teased. Ziyue? Obviously at home you weren't shy even when you were meticulous. Why are you still shy now that you're wearing clothes? That's different. That's a private place. Only the prince is alone. And now that we're outside, it always feels like there's someone spying on us. Don't worry. I won't. Your good sisters are watching you for 10,000 meters. Not even a male mosquito can fly in. You still don't trust them? Of course it's reassuring. Yi Ziyue jumped into Xiao Tian's arms and smiled happily. Sisters recently chatting with Noor. Envious teeth itchy. Gongzi against soul favor Noor alone. They are going to denounce Noor's sole enjoyment of the feast. Affecting Gongzi cultivation law. Gongzi, you have to learn to reign and do evenly. But you do affect my practice. Gongzi, bad. Xiao Tian and his duo were talking about love, when all of a sudden, the clouds rolled over and darkened. Everything was black in the otherwise clear and bright sky. A clear battle was taking place 10,000 meters out to sea in the distance of the site. A message came from Sam Shui, who was hidden in the outskirts. My lord, the immortal boat of the heavenly Dao School Palace was attacked by an immortal monarch-level black Jiao dragon, and the leader, teacher Tang Chunhua, is tangling with it. Oh, Xiao Tian revealed an interested smile. He didn't care about the deaths of the heavenly Dao Academy personnel. It wasn't like they were his own close friends, so if they died, they died. However, Xiao Tian was very interested in the Black Jiao Dragon. Chapter 102, The wind is very noisy today. The shore of the East Sea, not far from the Heavenly Dao School Palace, belongs to the management area of the Heavenly Dao School Palace, and is generally not dangerous. But coincidentally, because of the change in the world line, the Hidden Fish Clan joined forces with the Starry Night Palace and the Great Emperor Xiao Clan in a surprise attack on the Black Jiao Dragon's clan. Ever since Xiao Tian's birth mother, the Starry Night Palace had formed a bond with the Black Jiao Dragon clan. Starseeker had long had the intention of liquidating the Black Jiao Dragon clan, and had previously not had the opportunity to do so. This time, the timing was right, so of course we had to be decisive. Especially since the Black Jiao Dragon Emperor was hacked to death by the Starcatcher though. But as a great emperor, how could he not have a backhand? It is very likely that it will be reincarnated. If we don't pull out its claws and teeth first, will we not be doing the enemy a favor? The result of this battle was naturally a great victory for the Starry Night Palace. In a day's time, the Black Scaly Dragon clan had suffered countless deaths and injuries. In particular, the 6 immortal dignitaries at the top of the battlefield were eliminated in one fell swoop by Starseeker. The entire Black Scaly Dragon clan collapsed almost instantly, falling from a top power to a second-rate one. The Black Scaly Dragon clan fell completely under the control of the Starry Night Palace. However, there are still remnants of the clan that intend to take revenge on the Starry Night Palace. Letting them go find trouble with the Starseeker Emperor, giving them 100 lives would not be enough to send them. But Starbuck has a soft spot. Now who doesn't know that the Stargazer Emperor has a precious son? Xiao Tian naturally became the #1 target for revenge. At the moment, this was the case with an immortal monarch-level Black Augur Dragon that was attacking the Heavenly Dao School Palace. It had gotten word that the freshmen of the Heavenly Dao Academy would be practicing on the shores of the Eastern Sea today, so it decisively ambushed and struck. However, what it did not know was that Xiao Tian was not on the immortal boat at all. Tang Chunhua, the teacher of the Heavenly Dao Academy, an immortal monarch-level expert, was in charge of leading the team after Scaliang's death. Suddenly facing the attack of the immortal monarch augur, she did not panic and opened the immortal boat spell formation. Then he swung his hammer and attacked the augur directly. If they put up a fight, Tang Chunhua thought he could definitely defeat it. But this demon dragon's goal was clear. It's the students on the ferry boat. Damn you two heads. The students who came to participate in the experience were clear of commoners' children. And there was no protector of the Dao who could come out to help. She had to protect the group of students until the academy came to the rescue, thus being passive in every way, and stained with augur blood. The blood churned and flushed, without powder. The plain face is already the best color on earth. The voluptuous figure is hidden under the pleated skirt. Long legs, clear and elegant. The schoolchildren whose lives were hanging in the balance were actually looking a little mesmerized. Each blow of Tang Chuanhua's hammer struck the demonic dragons, and it seemed to hit them in the heart. I see that this demonic dragon is already in Mr. Tang's pocket and is not to be feared. Not bad. It's an honor to see Mr. Tang today. The students have already opened the champagne for Tang Chunhua. But in the next second, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse as another black augur dragon leapt out of the seabed. Tang Chunhua couldn't dodge in time and was hit squarely by the attack, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, and the place where he was attacked revealed a large area of black silt. Ha ha ha, got it, Elder 2. Go attack the students. I'll continue to deal with this woman. Yes, I'll see who dares. Tang Chunhua held back his wounds to stop the demonic dragon. Facing the two demonic dragons, Tang Chunhua was injured and obviously ate a lot. However, it was also impossible to open the defense spell formation of the immortal boat and let the students disperse individually. It was a clear-cut case of letting them be blasted to death by the aftermath of the battle. Oh no! Oh no! Mr. Tang can't seem to hold his own. What should we do? No! I don't want to die yet. I still have a wife. The students panicked for a split second and screamed. The sky is falling. The sky is really falling. Without Tang Chunhua, how can we fight against the black scale dragon? Tang Hai and the crowd frowned. No! We have to save Mr. Tang. If it was only because of the female sex, Tang Hai definitely wouldn't have cared if Tang Chunhua died or lived, but would have tried to find a way to escape. But before, Tang Chunhua helped him to intercede in the interview subjects before he was able to enter the academy. Today on the immortal boat, Tang Hai even learned that Tang Chunhua was his sister. How can this be left unattended? It's still up to her to know who her father is and who her mother is. Maybe their status and position was even higher than Xiao Tian's. Wouldn't it all of a sudden go from being a negative second generation to being a rich second generation? Of course, he wouldn't mind something happening if the Black Augur Dragon powered up. Black Jiao Dragon blood is a good spring poison material, and many people have used it and said it is good. The defense spell formation won't last long soon. The 10th order immortal exploding spirit bead that my sister handed over to me earlier. When the demonic dragon gets close, you open the defense spell formation. I'll throw it out, and you'll close it again. Good. Wu Yue was also scared to death, but she believed that things happen for people. Within moments, Tang Chunhua was entangled in one demonic dragon, and the other, in a flash, arrived in front of the immortal boat. Ha ha ha, little brats, suffer death. The demon dragon knew what Xiao Tian looked like, but the immortal boat was 1,000 meters wide, so how could he find them one by one and directly kill them all? Blame it on your bad luck. Ha ha, it's now. The defense spell formation disappeared, and the 10th rank immortal quality explosive spirit bead was thrown out, and the spell formation closed again in a flash. Rumble. The terrifying impact of spiritual energy was like a star falling, carrying a destructive force. Huge waves cascaded and chased each other as the sea plunged into the sky. The demon dragon was careless and didn't flash, and was attacked by Tang Hai's sneak attack. The sudden bursting of the spirit bead injured it severely, and the poisonous blood stained the entire ocean red. The immortal boat side is not in good shape either. This strike directly lifted the immortal boat topside. The defense spell formation was destroyed like an egg, and the grand and magnificent immortal boat was blown to pieces in broken walls. And while these students are not dead, each is wounded. What's worse is that the augur blood disperses. Many were drenched in it. They weren't Tang Chunhua. Their cultivation was able to suppress it. Immortal monarch level poisonous blood. A true immortal would have to come and get it. A smaller amount can still be suppressed with psychic power. The volume is so high that the body will definitely have to explode without a Han run event. For example, the duo of Tang Hai and Wu Yue, who were at the center of the explosion. They were covered in poisonous blood, and their bodies exuded the pungent scent of poisonous dragons. Ha, ha! Tang Hai's eyes were filled with blood, gasping for air, sniffing Wu Yue's breath beside him, but he couldn't control his body at all. Yo-yo! Yo-yo! I need you! Don't! Wu Yue backed up repeatedly. Yue, don't you like me? Tang Hai could no longer hold it in. No, I only think of you as an older brother. Wu Yue pushed Tang Hai tens of meters away with force. Just because childhood sweethearts have a good relationship doesn't mean that they are willing to get married and become Dao couples. It's more like a brother and sister or a sister and brother. That's the mentality of Wu Yue, especially after meeting Xiao Tian, who perfectly matched the image of the domineering immortal duke in the talking book, making Wu Yue's heart flutter. It was true that there was no deep love for Xiao Tian, but there was a lot more good feelings. This is a situation where no one wants to have another relationship with anyone else, especially when that person is also his own brother. Somebody help me. Wu Yue curled up her body and tried her best to restrain her desire, and in the broken wall in front of her eyes, the perfect immortal silhouette of the goddess appeared in a daze. White clothes, refined and beautiful, very different from the surrounding scene. The teenager's laid-back voice rang out. The wind is very boisterous today. Chapter 103 Timely Rescue. For he is good. Young Lord Xiao Tian. Wu Yue's heart tightened when she saw Xiao Tian. Her heart began to thump and gasp uncontrollably. The flames that emerged from the body clustered around Wu Yue and began to crawl towards Xiao Tian's feet. Even an untouched woman would have to be turned into a by this black scaly dragon blood. Seeing this, Xiao Tian squatted down and picked Wu Yue's chin with interest. Disoriented eyes, increasingly rapid breathing. The Wu Yue in this state was more seductive than the little housewife who was charming and bewitching. A man's favorite contrast is reflected in this moment. Wu Yue clenched her teeth and tried her best to restrain her body's instincts, but the desire burned her brain into chaos. After being held by Xiao Tian's chin, he felt that this hand was so magical, wanting to suck on it, wanting this hand to exert its power on other parts of his body. If I didn't have a strong willpower, I'm afraid that I would have already been lying on Xiao Tian's body to carry out what a flowering plant should do. Wu Yue didn't hate Xiao Tian, and could even say that it was quite favorable, but such an abrupt first time always felt so regrettable. Yi Ziyue behind Xiao Tian had a very charged expression. Your Excellency is a good man. Are you going to use your body as medicine to cure the whole ship of girls? It's a gift from the prince, and they're so lucky. We have to hurry up and get rid of the other men on the ferry boat, so as not to spoil His Excellency's fun. Under Yi Ziyue's expectant gaze, Xiao Tian picked up Wu Yue in his arms, fed her a pill, and passed Wu Yue in front of Yi Ziyue. Purple Moon, take Miss Yue down for treatment. She's been stained with too much augur blood. She must be treated with a blood-draining treatment or else her tendons and veins will explode and die. Yi Ziyue's head was full of questions. My lord, why don't you use a simpler and more brutal approach? Xiao Tian Little Bear spread his hands. What kind of person am I? This kind of thing is best when it's consensual, and being delirious from the poison is no different than me forcing her. The Wu Yue in front of him, Xiao Tian did not have the slightest idea. This was also not Xiao Tian pretending to be a gentleman. What kind of beautiful women around there are not greeted down? Although the experience is all zero, but they are bound to be proactive. Make every effort. Where to think about other people, especially when it's still the same behavior as picking up a corpse in a nightclub. It's very classy and worthy of one's high status. Except for that time when Feng Qinger was drugged by Liu and Xiao Tian couldn't control his body. It was when he was rushing to face Yi Ziyue. He didn't do it impatiently. Speaking of Feng Qinger, that time is also outrageous. Surrounded by a bunch of people. Froze. There is no one to come out to solve their own poison. Just watch yourself open the whole thing. Ugh. The guards are so unreliable sometimes. The thoughts that flashed through Yi Ziyue's eyes just now were clear to Xiao Tian. This girl was close to roaring out, telling the men to get out of the sea and the women to stay in line for treatment. Your Excellency is indeed a decent gentleman who sits with an honorable instrument. He doesn't even take advantage of women who are as beautiful as fairies nowadays. Yi Ziyue looked at Xiao Tian with a face full of respect. Back then, Gongzi had gently given himself preparation time like this. Gongzi was too considerate. What if I get down and dirty? That gentleman is, then, a hero and heroine who sacrifices himself for others and goes to great lengths to save the world. Good man. The positive and negative words have all been told to you, girl. I don't care what I do in this girl's eyes is the image of greatness, right? Wu Yue was lying softly in Xiao Tian's arms, and when she heard Xiao Tian's words, a hint of surprise flashed through her eyes. Xiao Tian, young master, is really a good person, and will not take advantage of people's danger. And then, one couldn't help but feel some regret. If Xiao Tian went hand in hand, would one be able to always be by his side in the future? Just like Yi Ziyue. Her mind was spinning chaotically, and under the effect of the medicine, Wu Yue could no longer support herself and passed out. The moment he closed his eyes, Xiao Tian's gentle smile was etched in his heart. Help! 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 Not far away. Students screamed and went crazy. The black scaly dragon that had half of its body blown off by the spirit exploding bead was still alive and let out a furious roar, wanting to swallow the entire immortal boat. What made them even more frantic was that Tang Chunhua was already clearly losing the battle with the other augur, and had no energy left to take care of this place. Little brats, you deserve to die. Faced with the pouring of water, the scholars on the immortal boat let out a mournful cry. Mamma mia, this augur is still alive. What to do? We're not going to die. Don't. I haven't gotten a wife yet. The entire immortal boat was shrouded in a layer of bad omens, and the air was filled with a despair so oppressive that it was suffocating. Panic, despair, mixed with helpless cries and pleas for help. Eyes full of pain. It's all Tang Hai's fault. The immortal boat's defense spell formation was blown away by him. Without the defense spell formation, how can we fight against the Black Jiao Dragon? It's simple. I'm not just going to make a move. The indifferent voice spread throughout the entire immortal boat in an instant. Everyone's eyes looked at Xiao Tian at the same time. The young man was dressed in a flawless white robe, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, fresh and unassuming and with a high purity that was untainted by dust. A faint, ineffable immortal aura surrounded his body, making it unforgettable at a glance. In stark contrast to the panic around him, he had a calm, unhurried demeanor in his hands and feet. It's young Lord Xiao Tian. Our savior has come. Didn't young Lord Xiao Tian never get on the immortal boat at all? I know. He must have realized that we were in distress and immediately came to our rescue. Young Lord Xiao Tian, Gao Yi. I want to give young Master Xiao Tian a monkey. Why did Xiao Tian make a move? Because he is good. Almost instantly, everyone rushed from hell to heaven, from great sorrow to great joy. Everyone understood that Xiao Tian's appearance meant that it was dawn, the gold of the young master of the great Emperor Xiao family. The two immortal monarch augurs in the district were not worth mentioning. Don't worry, gentlemen, I'm here. Sure enough, the jamming point to save the day was really the best pretend moment. Thank you, Fluke, for your experience. Xiao Tian's gaze turned to the Black Jiao Dragon. The other party also noticed Xiao Tian and let out a maniacal smile. Xiao Tian, I'm going to kill you. The Black Jiao Dragon recklessly rushed towards Xiao Tian. Young Lord Xiao Tian, beware. Countless people wiped their sides in cold sweat for Xiao Tian. Only Xiao Tian gently snapped his fingers and a white light directly slammed the Black Jiao Dragon into the bottom of the sea, causing a big explosion under the sea. Another white light pocketed the Black Augur Dragon fighting Tang Chunhua. The two black scaly dragons died and scratched in a matter of moments. The students were stunned. A few seconds. And it's over? The body that just covered the sky is just gone? Already reborn from the ghost? It's too fast. Faster than some people's 7 seconds. Tang Chunhua also froze for a few seconds before coming back to his senses. She was cultivated enough to open her mouth wide in disbelief. The aura of an immortal dignitary. By Xiao Tian's side, there were immortal exalts following him. This is some kind of super duper dirtbag asylum. She still underestimated Xiao Tian's weight. Thank you young Lord Xiao Tian for coming to the rescue. The academic palace will not be stingy with the reward. Tang Chunhua felt like a dream as she flew in front of Xiao Tian. She actually sensed that the people from the Academy Palace were almost there. However, Xiao Tian's methods were too sharp, and they didn't even have the chance to do anything about the accident before it was completely quelled. No harm, no foul. Who calls me good? Xiao Tian was satisfied with this trip, especially seeing Tang Hai who was dancing with the fish and dragons on the sea. Chapter 104, Grass Fish Warrior. Social death scene. Comfortable. It's so cozy. Tang Hai made a great show of fighting with all kinds of fish on the surface of the sea. Everyone else on the Immortal boat was dumbfounded. Some people vomited, while others took out their leap behind stones as a souvenir. The crowd of schoolchildren who had survived the disaster were already interested in eating and watching the show. Asterisk 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 come see it. Brother, it's brilliant. That's awesome. No, it's a real fish pen. It's really the first time I've seen something like that. I've seen a lot of good men in the grass, but I can't believe there's a grassfish warrior. It was important to know that the blood of the Black Jiao Dragon was not only effective for the human race, but also for demonic beasts. The demonic beasts that were called by the Black Jiao Long to gather near the Immortal boat were similarly stained with poisonous blood. Tang Hai is in a mess and enters the fish and dragon pool by mistake, and fights 3,000 demons by himself. It's really a good show. Xiao Tian looked at the grass fish warrior Tang Hai in the ocean and revealed a taut smile. The cat lady, dragon lady and various beasties are pretty good. The premise is half human, half demon. All demon stance. A bit underwhelming. Xiao Tian was even happier about the misadventure, directly ruining the key plot of Tang Hai. According to the normal plot, Tang Hai had blown up the Jiaolong, and support from the Heavenly Dao Academy had arrived afterwards. Tang Hai will not only become a hero, but will also bond with Wu Xie, and relationship scenes will unfold, even with Tang Chunhua scenes, but it was all spoiled by his own meddling. Tang Hai got nothing and landed a good show. The son of destiny, Tang Hai, disgraced himself and was revolted by the Heavenly Dao. The value of destiny is reduced by 1888 points, and the Master's system points are increased by 1888 points. Well, I'm really sorry to pinch you, brother Tang Hai. Wait, this is not the result of my power. I didn't do anything at all. Tang Hai was kicked down by Wu Xie. Ha 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 ha. It's still the heroine who's ruthless. Kicking out is Shang Xia. Tang Chunhua, Tang Hai's older sister, also saw the scene at this moment. A complicated and incomparable expression appeared on her face. Her stomach refluxed and she was vaguely nauseous. She knew that Tang Hai had done this by mistake, but it's still hard to be taught when you see it in person. Now there is no way to salvage Tang Hai. The poisonous blood is too deep and needs to be vented. And Tang Hai is on the Immortal boat. No one can help him to detoxify the poison. And it is better to swim in the sea. Do it anyway. Once, 10,000 times doesn't make a difference. Young Master Xiao, Teacher Tang, there are currently 12 students missing, 198 students injured. One student is swimming in the ocean. Well, and no students have died so far. A student came to report the information to Xiao Tian and Tang Chunhua. Most of the missing students had left the Immortal boat to escape for their lives, and there was no need to give much thought to whether they lived or died. And it was simply a miracle that those who stayed on the Immortal boat were attacked by the Immortal Monarch demon beasts, yet there were no deaths. All the credit for this goes to Xiao Tian. Everyone looked at Xiao Tian with respect and awe, as if they were gods. Especially the girls, who had already heard of Xiao Tian's great name many times, were now having their lives saved by Xiao Tian. The hormones under the poisonous blood were bursting, and he really wanted to pounce in front of Xiao Tian. Class, you can change that. Wu Yao was taken by me. It's currently 11 students missing. Oh, at those words, everyone's eyes widened. Taken away by Xiao Tian. Equivalent in their eyes. Wu Xie, Xiao Tian wants it. The male students think of Wu Yuer's fish and wild goose appearance. Heart inevitably rises envy. I envy young Lord Xiao Tian every day. Female students are also envious. They were envious of the favor that Wu Yuer could get. They want to. Even Tang Chuanhua's eyes rippled. Xiao Tian's status and position was simply a step to heaven for a girl like Wu Yuer, because she was stained with too much augur blood. Her lust was also a bit big. Tally is over. Fish out Tang Hai and head back. For many reasons, Tang Hai had returned to the academy with some fish. After I don't know how long, the moment he came to his senses and rationalized the situation, he just vomited. In front of me, it was not a hallucinated beauty, but an unspeakable situation. What made him even more devastated was that everything he did was recorded by the others and spread throughout the entire academy. Grasshopper warrior, Tang Hai, world famous, *******, my one lifetime fame, put. In the midst of a furious scolding, the socially dead Tang Hai completely fainted. He was transferred to the emergency room of the school palace for treatment, and Xiao Tian also learned the motive of the Black Jiao Dragon's attack through soul-searching, mere brainlessness trying to get revenge. Courageous, but sadly self-defeating. The Emperor has opened the city and surrendered. Do you still want to fight to the death? Heavenly Dao Academy Palace. Yi Ziyue's residence. Wu Yue was lying on the bed, her face haggard and pale, but there was a smile on his brow, and it was clear that he had slept well. My lord, after 2 rounds of bloodletting and elixir treatment, Miss Yue is no longer in any serious trouble. The Stargazer Palace had fought the Black Jiao Dragon clan for more than 10 years, and had a wealth of experience in treating poisonous blood. Most elixirs can only treat the symptoms, and only serve to suppress the toxicity of the poisonous blood. Even if one indulges in lustful venting, it is difficult to remove it completely. The poisonous blood is stuck in the body, and if it is light, the desire will remain strong. If it is heavy, it will be reduced to a slave of desire. For a complete cure, a blood change is needed, plus many days of conditioning. With such horrifying racial characteristics, it was no wonder that the Black Jiao Dragon race was able to dominate. Well, Ziyu, it's been hard for you to take care of her. Xiao Tian glanced at Wu Yue. It's not hard work, it's just that, after Gongzi invested so much in her, it's uncomfortable in Nuer's heart if she doesn't take some of the harvest. You really can't see me suffer a bit. Xiao Tian certainly didn't suffer. Only a cutie pie would take a loss. Only cuties. Before Wu Yue passed out, the favorability had risen to 80%, increasing 2,000 system points. System points are worth $1 gazillion, apart from the necessary expenses, and the purchase of props used when fighting with his elder sister and younger sister. Xiao Tian basically didn't use the system points much. Spend your money on a knife handle. It's also mainly because a lot of things really don't look good. The only thing that Xiao Tian was interested in was the 12 holy arts at this level. What you can't grab in the mundane world is good. Not to mention, Wu Yue's kick out of Shang Xia, Put also pitched 1888 points from Tang Hai. You don't have to be more than a gainer or loser for me. Your male is not the one who suffers. Yes, my lord. Yi Ziyue blinked and opened her mouth to build up again. Your Excellency, our Starry Night Palace is also in need of supplemental manpower. In addition to you, Your Excellency, adding more soldiers and pawns with us in the future. Most of the cases will have to rely on external adoptions, such as mine. Xiao Tian understood Yi Ziyue's meaning in an instant. Are you trying to recruit Wu Yue? Yi Ziyue knelt down to the ground, her eyes incomparably sincere. Well, Miss Yue has both character and talent, especially the appearance. Compared to Nuer it is not bad at all. Barely able to enter the eyes of your son. If you don't mind, your slave is willing to be trained for you. Make sure she becomes a loyal maid. Chapter 105, the prince may not want it, but you can't live without it. Wu Yue had a dream. The story of the dream was simple, uncomplicated, and related to Xiao Tian. It can simply be summarized as, overbearing immortal father loves me. The face of the overbearing immortal emperor was a little blurry, and warm, an overbearing kind of feeling. The face gradually came closer, and Wu Yue finally saw the face clearly. Xiao Tian. Hey. It turns out that Mr. Xiao smiles so gently and handsomely. The scene in the dream keeps changing. He chased and she fled, and they both couldn't get away. Together, must separate. Together again, must separate. It's cheesy. It's dog-eared. However, Wu Yue seemed to eat it up, and sleep revealed a silly grin. She loves Xiao Tian's dominance, Xiao Tian's background, and Xiao Tian's gentle smile the most. Seems to love everything. Warm spring days, warm afternoons, leisurely, lazy cuddles, long nights, silent moments for the most correct rest, early morning, late evening, and so on. It's obviously the most boring thing to do, but it's so addictive and memorable. The young girl rose in shame at this moment, always feeling attracted by all this blandness, more and more impulsive, more and more fascinated, more and more unable to extricate herself. So much for lazy, uneventful days like this to last forever. It's just a pity that it didn't end well. Tang Hai stabbed Xiao Tian, and both of them perished at the same time. And in the end, he was left alone to hold Xiao Tian's body and weep. Ha! Wu Yue woke up with a jolt and looked around. A very unfamiliar environment. The house was lit with incense and it smelled great. The decoration is light, but at a glance you can tell that its incomparable quality is absolutely extraordinary. Here which happened? Wu Yue slapped her mind and recalled bitterly. East China Seacoast experience. Augur. Explosion. Poisoned? Or that kind of poison. How to cure the poison? Murphy's that way. And who solved it? No. It's like someone fed themselves a potion. That face. It was familiar and gentle. Yes, it was Lord Xiao Tian, the Xiao Tian Gongzi who dreamed of having a teen child with himself. But it was a dream. In real life one is still a yellow girl, isn't it already? Wu Yue checked her body's clothing in a panic. The clothes were no longer rough fabrics, silky and smooth, a very expensive silk material, a treasure that Wu Yue had never used in her life. And it's beautiful. The color, the style, Wu Yue also like, but it's not something that presses itself. Nope, it's not the time to be concerned about that stuff either. It's only right to care for the body, but she doesn't know how to tell. Awake? A man's gentle voice came from the door, then pushed his way in. Very handsome, very gentle. If it wasn't the Xiao Tian who was so in love with him in the dream, who else was it? Xiao, Mr. Xiao. Seeing Xiao Tian's face again, Wu Yue was too excited to speak. After such a long and unimaginable dream, anyone's heart is inevitably different. Fortunately, at least we can be sure that it was Lord Xiao who moved. Even if it does happen that it shouldn't, it's acceptable. Ugh, what a bad woman herself. Thinking of this, Wu Yue's face was slightly hot, secretly saying that she was really shameless. Gongzi, it was you who saved me. I really thank you a million times. And that is, well, which poison did you help me to cure? Xiao Tian saw Wu Yue's blushing face and naturally knew what the young girl was thinking. Don't worry about it. You're in good shape, but I can't teach you about things on females. I'll let Ziyu talk to you. Xiao Tian greeted Yi Ziyue as she entered the room, while he himself left the room and headed to Mr. Tang Xuanhua's residence. Only when she saw Xiao Tian leave did Wu Yue take a breather. Her brain couldn't turn around when she saw Xiao Tian now. Miss Yi. Miss Yue, there's no need to be so formal. I'm slightly older than you. You call me Sister Ziyu. I'll call you Yue. Well, Sister Purple Moon. I wanted to ask you how I got rid of my poison. Of course it took a lot of effort for the male to help you out. Ha? Wu Yue flashed through various expressions, and finally stopped at the firm look that since this was the case, she could only follow Xiao Tian for the rest of her life. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Yi Ziyue could no longer hold back her laughter. Then he began to tell Wu Yue what had happened. By going to a lot of trouble I actually mean arranging for people to perform acts such as blood changes and body wipes. It also teaches young, untouched girls how to judge their bodies and their lack of them. This is what made Wu Yue completely believe everything. Sister Purple Moon, why did you just lie to me and harm me? Harm me? So you've made up your mind to follow the prince for the rest of your life? Well, Wu Yue was still in a state of confusion. Since childhood, his family is poor, followed his grandmother since childhood to live, show talent to get the school palace training, only after the money and food up. However, because of the need to use the money for cultivation, there were not many situations where you could use it to spend on yourself, and the clothes were made of the cheapest materials. When he met a super handsome and super rich top immortal second generation like Xiao Tian, Wu Yue had expected him to be a very bad guy. But after the real contact, she found that Xiao Tian was very nice and didn't even act to take advantage of people. This is simply the perfect image of a dog. Not bad for the father of a child on one of his dream teams. Blah blah blah. Sister Purple Moon, teach me, my heart is so messed up. I actually have a crush on Gongzi. Although I don't have much contact, I really have a bit of a heartbeat. What do you think I should do? What's so confusing about that? Just say it out loud and then follow the male. But you said Gongzi he likes me? Wu Yue was a little afflicted. It's important? It doesn't matter? Of course it doesn't matter. Even if Xiao Tian was a mean and unforgiving person, Yi Ziyue would still be deathly loyal to him. This was a belief she had accepted since she was a child and would never go against Xiao Tian. In her eyes, Xiao Tian's liking was never a mandatory option. It's great to have it, not to pull it down. Could it be that you want to monopolize the Gongzi? Then you'd better go wherever it's cool. The male son's favorite is definitely Miss Liu. No, I don't. I just want a little bit. A little bit is enough. Wu Yue, which had the idea of monopolizing Xiao Tian, she only wanted 1% of Xiao Tian's love. No, 1/10,000th, 1/10,000,000th, she would be satisfied. It's just that, it's not that hard. Yi Ziyue smiled faintly. You give everything, and the prince will not treat you poorly. But I have nothing. Yi Ziyue patted Wu Yue's shoulder. Give what you have. Your looks, your body, your life. No need to think twice about offering everything to the prince. The male may not want it, but you can't live without it. Of course, these words are so generalized that I can teach you slowly. Do one thing first, something very simple and very difficult. Keep your distance from other men. Like, for example, the hairdresser with whom you have a good relationship. The male may not care that you are close to him, but you must learn to avoid suspicion. It's good for him, and for you. Chapter 106, We'd better not contact each other in the future. I'm afraid that the prince will misunderstand. Have you seen Wu Xie lately? I haven't seen her for a few days after returning from the East Sea. Look at what you're saying. Being with young master Xiao Tian. Of course I'm happy to be with him. Learning? Learning my ass. What? In the classroom of the school palace, Tang Hai, who had just barely come out of his psychological shadow, instantly exploded when he heard his classmate's statement and grabbed the speaker by the collar. What did you guys just say? Oh, if it isn't Grassfish Warrior Tang Hai, let's take a picture. Shut up. Quickly tell me what happened to Wu Xie. Shared a feast with Mr. Xiao Tian. That's something everyone in the Academy Palace knows about. Poisoned and taken away by Xiao Tian. What's going on back there? It's good to think with your toes. Where else would Tang Hai's name come from? No, I don't want it. How can my Yuer be taken by someone else? Tang Hai snatched the door and went straight to Wu Yuer's residence. What's done is done. It can't be undone. But these are not things. Yaoer is still pure. It's just detoxification. It's just like artificial respiration. Just like what happened to him. Yuer is still Yuer. None of this was her fault. Blame it on Xiao Tian. Right. It's Xiao Tian's fault. It was Xiao Tian who was horny. It was Xiao Tian who took advantage of the situation. Thinking of this, Tang Hai actually had a trace of joy. Since both of us are not pure anymore, neither of us will dislike the other. Without a moment's effort, Tang Hai arrived at the luxurious manor where Wu Xie originally lived. At this moment, Wu Xie was packing up her things when she heard someone rushing into the room despite the spell formation. Wu Xie frowned as she headed to the main gate to see that it was, as usual, the most famous man in the Taoist Academy, Tang Hai. Hi, why don't you knock? I'm worried about you. Tang Hai looked at Wu Xie, who was dressed extraordinarily delicately and her temperament was even more elegant, and froze for a moment. You're so pretty in this outfit. You're so pretty. Wu Yuer's face is one in a million. The country is beautiful. Just in the past have not dressed up. At this time a little dress up. Let Tang Hai eyes bright. I knew that Wu Xie was beautiful, but I didn't think it could be to this extent. Beautiful eyes. Cherry lips with shells. Eyebrows like a crescent moon. The corners of the mouth that a calm smile. Like incense, like warm heart. Fascinating. It makes one look at it and one's whole heart almost melts for it. Wu Xie was the only comfort in Tang Hai's heart now. Only Wu Xie would not dislike him. As the man who burst into flames in the Taoist Academy Palace as it is today, with his outstanding battle record of Wang Yang fighting 3,000 demons, the number one on the Academy Palace's celebrity list was none other than Tang Hai. Almost a handful of stay-put stones. Although everyone is used to human-demon battles, this kind of strange battle is really rare. It's worth watching and learning. Everyone who saw Tang Hai offhandedly asked questions about fish. Because of this, Tang Hai has now completely lost the right to choose a mate to mate with. Thinking of Tang Hai's battle with 3,000 demons, who would dare to work with such a fierce and vicious man? Tang Hai, the person in question, would have had all the Jade syndrome and could not wait to have a hearty harakiri. It wasn't until a couple days of juggling at the suggestion of my roommate that the mood was soothed. Sage time. Think about life. The past is over. Who hasn't lost someone? If you are rich and powerful enough, you can still enjoy women. So why care about the past? Not to mention, it's not nothing. Wu Xie, the beloved Qingmei, would certainly not abandon herself. I thought you wouldn't be able to think straight, but I didn't expect to look so good, so I'm relieved. Wu Xie didn't quite understand what Tang Hai meant, but Tang Hai had come just in time, and she did have something to say to Tang Hai. After Yi Ziyue's advice, Wu Xie had already figured it out. It was true, as she had said. Xiao Tian's identity dictated that if one wanted to follow by Xiao Tian's side, they had to give everything they had. Wu Xie was not able to do as Yi Ziyue did right now to always consider Xiao Tian and not care about anything, but she would do what she could to make Xiao Tian feel her determination. Keeping a due distance from other men such as Tang Hai naturally was the most basic thing to do. Ambiguous? Isn't that a bad woman who eats from the bowl and watches the pot? Especially since it was also a dream with a bad ending. It would be better to make it clear to Tang Hai early on to avoid future tragedies. Hi, I'm not going to live here anymore. I'm going to move in with Gongzi. I have the use of this house for 1 more year. You can move in then. We'd better not contact each other in the future. I'm afraid Gongzi will misunderstand. And what Wu Xie said after Tang Hai did not hear very clearly, as if it was some short and simple instructions, but Tang Hai couldn't listen at all. From Wu Xie's first words, he had been confused. What son of a? Who's he moving in with? Also, you don't never talk to. Wait. You're telling me clearly. Who is the male you just said? Wu Xie blandly said. Duke Xiao Tian. Who else could it be? What? Tang Hai stared wide-eyed, having trouble understanding what Wu Xie had said. Why would you move in with him? Wait, I got it. You must have chosen to break the mold after you lost it. Yaoer, don't be like this. You still have me. I won't care if you are pure or not. I will always love you. Don't you go. We'll always be together. As for Xiao Tian, I will make him pay in blood. Tang Hai rushed to Wu Yuer's side and tried to hug her, but Wu Yuer dodged straight away. You are not allowed to hurt the male. I didn't get what was coming to me by the Duke. It was my own liking for the Duke that made me decide to do this. I have also reached the age of springtime, and when I met such a good and gentle man like Gengzi, my heart was moved. Xiao Hai, we grew up together. To me, you are no different from an elder brother or a younger brother. I treat you as a family member again. I don't want you to get into trouble with my future husband. He's not a bad person. Don't speculate about him maliciously. Heartbeat, kindred spirits, future husband, malicious speculation. Every word of Wu Yuer's was like an ice blade, cutting into Tang Hai's chest. Why? Why did Wu Yuer fall in love with Xiao Tian? Why is it not me that she likes? What exactly was it about himself that was inferior to Xiao Tian? Ha ha ha, I know. I got it all. You're just greedy for Xiao Tian's big family, greedy for the fact that he's the young master of the Xiao family of the great emperor, the son of the great emperor, a stinking woman who sees money. I don't. I'm not in love with the Duke's money. Then you just love Xiao Tian's body. It's because you got off on ravaging it before. Right. Tang Hai glared at Wu Yuer with blazing fire in his eyes. I knew it. Right place, right time. How could he not be right about it? What man can stand it? You must have gotten a kick out of being taken care of and degraded yourself to be his plaything. Ha ha ha. How come I didn't realize before that you were such a lowly woman? If I had known that, I should have just drugged you to sleep in the first place. Where was the discussion about Xiao Tian? Other than that, Xiao Tian is really not picky. He even wants a lowly person like you. It really is a match made in heaven. Snap. Tears crossed the corners of Wu Yuer's eyes, indignantly slapping Tang Hai, gritting her teeth and choking. Don't you dare insult the prince. When this statement came out, it even drove the angry Tang Hai completely mad. Wu Yuer had actually done it because he had scolded Xiao Tian. All that was done was to defend Xiao Tian. This who can endure? Wu Yuer. What Xiao Tian's can do, I can too. Saying that, Tang Hai's raging spiritual energy was exerted, and he was instantly about to do whatever he wanted. Chapter 107. You yourself asked for a clear accounting, giving you a double castration. How to cry? What are you doing? Do what I have to do. Anyone who loses his mind can't contain the delusions in his mind. This is the case with Tang Hai. He really hated being transformed into a raging beast right now. Xiao Tian can. I can too. Ron. Divine splendor surged in the air, transforming into a shocking slap. Tang Hai couldn't make any resistance in time before he was suppressed by the terrifying palm power. Snap. The crisp slap embedded Tang Hai directly into the floor. The mighty tiger can only turn into a pathetic kitten when it meets Wu Sung. Are you worthy of comparing with me? Besides, you dare to touch my people? Xiao Tian's figure appeared in a floating manner and protected Wu Yuer behind him. Wu Yuer was not yet Xiao Tian's woman, but since Yi Ziyue wanted to pull her into the Starry Night Palace, she was naturally Xiao Tian's person. The relationship between Tang Hai, the son of destiny, and Wu Yuer has a gap. Tang Hai's destiny value decreases by 500 points, and the master's system points increase by 500 points. When he heard the system broadcast, Xiao Tian coincidentally was on his way back home from Tang Chunhua, which was how he caught up with this good show. Xiao Tian's slap was a slap like the palm of God. It was cool. Smoking soundly and crisply, Tang Hai's entire face had been completely distorted, and his teeth shattered all over the place. Yuel, are you okay? Xiao Tian took the initiative to put his arm around Wu Yuer in a concerned greeting. Wu Yuer made a move to jump into Xiao Tian's arms. She was now heartbroken. Only Xiao Tian's embrace could ease the sadness. Obviously a good friend. Why did Tang Hai make a fool of himself like this? Wu Yal didn't understand. Is it wrong to like Xiao Tian? Even if Tang Hai's mom was in love with Xiao Tian, he shouldn't be so shrewish and humiliating. From the time he had known Xiao Tian, it was all Tang Hai who was jealous of Xiao Tian. How could someone like Xiao Tian, who had his eyes high above the ground, ever put Tang Hai in his eyes? Does Xiao Tian have to pay for your jealousy? On what grounds? Because he's Tang Hai's father? Gongzi, I'm not here because I'm greedy for your money. Really? Wu Yao really doesn't love money, but everything that touched her cost a lot of money. Who would like a woman who is vain? She's so scared, so afraid that Xiao Tian would dislike her. Obviously it was just a matter of not being liked. So why was it so palpitating? Why was it so hard? It was as if losing Xiao Tian meant losing everything. Wu Yuer took a deep breath and so hoped that Xiao Tian believed her. Yuer, don't cry. Brother is here. I know in my heart what kind of person you are. Xiao Tian took Wu Yue into his arms and sweetly comforted her like he had coaxed Liu when she was a child. He didn't know about Wu Yal's brainstorming, but more or less, I can also appreciate Wu Yuer's feelings. There wasn't much family in the first place, and to be humiliated by your best friend when it comes down to it, anyone would have a hard time with it. As a male son, spiritual condolences are a must. Besides, why not reap the benefits of system points? Fate's daughter Wu Yuer's favorability increased by 10%. 1,000 fate values have been converted into system points. Wu Yuer's favorability has reached 90% and is not far from being completely recovered. Duke. Wu Yue then lay in Xiao Tian's arms and kept murmuring Gongzi, experiencing the comfort of Xiao Tian's palm. That's fine. Unpleasant things, go with the wind. Who cares what Tang Hai does? It's a beautiful thing to see. A happy atmosphere. It's the Tang Hai on the floor that's not very happy. Tang Hai's eyes showed fierce light, completely furious, clenching his fists, his bones and ankles knuckling. Xiao Tian already has a way to take his death. Tang Hai now wanted to jump up and stab Xiao Tian, his love rival, to death. Stabbed to death in every way possible. Available at. He can't fight. Xiao Tian's casual slap was a power Tang Hai could hardly imagine. Such heavenly might. How could he fight against it? But it's really good to be upset. Especially when he saw Xiao Tian's gesture of hugging Wu Yue intimately. Xiao Tian could dance with beauty. He could only dance with fish and dragons. Why has it come to this? Obviously. He's a traveler and he's the main character. How can you be stepped on by others? By the way, this must be the opening of the regret stream. That must be it. Sooner or later, Wu Yue would regret it. And sooner or later, Xiao Tian would become the crotch slave. These are God's way of sharpening yourself. Bitterness of heart and mind. Strain of sinews and bones. If you can't afford to mess with them now, then you'll have to stay down and develop. Roads or all people walk out. One day, why can't they step Xiao Tian underfoot? And why can't they snatch away his woman? Save your resources and get fired up. With this in mind, Tang Hai crawled up from the floor, restraining the urge to rush up and strangle the two, and pointed at Wu Yue. Wu Yue, don't you feel ashamed? I'm now reduced to the laughingstock of the world, all because of your kick. If you hadn't kicked me into the sea, I wouldn't have gotten the name of Grasshopper Warrior. Are you right about me? We used to be close friends. I won't bother with you. Now that you're disgusting me like this, you and I are done with each other. Out of humanitarianism, you should also pay me a handsome compensation. If you don't pay up, I'll come to your and Xiao Tian's place every day to lie down and let the world see you laugh. You don't want Xiao Tian's reputation to turn sour. Big deal. You'll kill me. You're really shameless. Xiao Tian looked at Tang Hai with contempt. What a bummer in the extreme. This kind of person will be a good bumper sticker when he comes to Earth. At that time on the Immortal boat, Tang Hai was transformed into a hungry wolf. According to the law's emergency shelter, it's not even illegal for Wu Yal to just cut him up. What's more, this is the world of immortal cultivation, where the strong are honored. Killing for treasure is a family affair. The weak dare to go to a strong man's house to collect a debt. What's the difference between that and sending him to his death? My lord, let me handle Tang Hai. Wu Yue wiped away her tears. Her eyes still had afterglow, but with a passionate plea. I do not wish, in the future, to cause trouble for the prince. Good. Xiao Tian also became interested and was quite curious about what Wu Yue was going to do. Wu Yue looked seriously at Tang Hai and threw out a large amount of immortal spirit stones from her storage ring. Seeing the immortal spirit stones, Tang Hai's spirit lifted. Once means countless times. You can also continue to use this to threaten Wu Yue in the future. But then, Wu Yue's words sent chills down his spine. Tang Hai, you said it yourself. The favor is broken. In that case, let's get to the bottom of it. Didn't you say I ruined your reputation? I'll pay you back. $1 million from the Academy reward. I'll give you all the property I have at the moment. But, you and the Immortal boat, just now want to lighten me these two nasty behavior. Also have to be clear accounts. I'm not asking for much. Just castrate you. 1 physical castration. 1 physiological castration. What? It's not fair. It's not reciprocal. I don't agree. Tang Hai crotch a cold. Wu Yue how suddenly a hole out. This who can top. Ha ha ha. Yaoer, your opinion is good. I take it. It's good that your excellency is satisfied. Xiao Tian and Wu Yue simply ignored Tang Hai. Is it his turn to speak up? The peerless Immortal dynasty is said to have a very skilled executioner. So let him do it. Gongzi really? Why are you so nice to Tang Hai? This kind of thing should be sought out by novices. It's best if he can experience it a few more times. After all, it's a feeling that ordinary people won't have for the rest of their lives. Ha ha ha. On your word. The devil. Both of them are evil. Tang Hai tried to escape, but he couldn't get away with his wings. Xiao Tian then added another pound. A notice was sent out in the Heavenly Dao Palace of Learning, inviting aspirants to study Tang Hai's next step. Chapter 108, 1 inch of time, 1 inch of gold. Accompanying your son is real. Tang Hai burst into flames once more in the Heavenly Dao Academy. Overnight, everyone was shocked by this outstanding person who had contributed to the Tendo Academy's medicine. The streets are talking about it. Wow, Tang Hai is really miserable nah. Poor people must have hateful things. Who told him to go and grab a woman with young Master Xiao Tian? I can hear said that people are his own request to break off the enmity and compensate each other. That's not true. 1 million immortal spirit stones in exchange for an experiment. TSK. That's too ruthless. Even though there's a lot of money, you can't trash yourself like that. Young Master Xiao Tian, that's a great benefactor who has saved countless students and can only fulfill the youngsters who love medicine. Ha ha ha. The classroom was filled with joy. It's not like they're experiencing things, so they're entitled to a laugh after tea. However, even so, whenever Xiao Tian was mentioned, everyone still had a cold body and a numb scalp. Xiao Tian had also been here in the Heavenly Dao Academy for a month, not attending classes or adventures. Not much is known about this master, but every time it was a storm of thunder that exploded the heavens and the earth. Either save the world or make your opponents suffer. Today, there is a consensus in everyone's mind. If you don't mess with Xiao Tian, it's a sunny day. Yo, it's so lively. How come I don't see Purple Moon? She didn't come to class? Everyone in the classroom simultaneously turned their attention to the teenager who had entered. Zhou Yu, you're out of the gate? The clamor in the outside world had nothing to do with Xiao Tian. At this moment, in the world tree, Xiao Tian closed his eyes and concentrated. Fate's son Zhou Yu's favorability has decreased by 50%. Currently 50%. The destiny of Heaven's son, Feng Du, has increased in destiny value. Currently at 8,000 points. And the master's corresponding system points have grown. Ha! Xiao Tian froze for a moment when he heard the system broadcast, calling Zhou Yu's faithful son's favorability decreased. Xiao Tian didn't care at all and had already taken it for granted, the charm of the villainous destiny. Instead, its master's sassy, long-lost name. A year had passed since moving from the heavenly Xian realm to the upper realm. Xiao Tian also frequently traveled through the world tree, and under the passage of time, it had actually been many years since he had seen a poise for Xiao Tian. According to generation, Feng Du was Feng Qing'er's grandchildren's generation. When he was in the Green Cloud sect, he would come as a representative of the main peak to console Mu Xian peak, over and over, and Xiao Tian acquainted. Together with food and drink is also a common meal. Sassy is also the only male with a positive favorability rating at the moment. How did you suddenly update Master Windy's heavenly fate value? He wouldn't have gone up to the realm, cultivating to ascension so quickly? It doesn't make sense. Is there some other chance? For example, when you meet a high-ranking person from the upper world. Well, it's quite possible. Niu Gang, Feng Qing'er, and including Xiao Tian's birth mother Murong Sten were all from the Tianxian realm. A treasure trove of people. It's no surprise that Window met a bigot. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow when he thought of this. It can't be such a coincidence that Windy is in the Tendo Academy. That's kinda heavenly. Forget it. With overflowing goodwill, Senior Windy brother definitely won't come to my place to commit stupidity, so there's no need to worry about him. As for the others, come to die, and you'll be sent a one-stop shop. Today, according to the original plan, is the time when I will achieve the greatness of the Golden Immortal. Xiao Tian was still practicing the Immortal cultivation system of fishing for 3 days and sunning the nets for 2 days. However, since the world tree was on the right track, the spiritual energy realized a positive cycle, and the energy that yielded a surplus would be supplied to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian couldn't even think about not progressing. Rumble. The world tree was originally clear and cloudless, but as Xiao Tian closed his eyes and concentrated, invoking the majestic spiritual energy within his body, the sky gradually darkened. The clouds were dense and the thunder roared, as if the entire heavens and earth were trembling over this tribulation. Over the years, large and small countries have been formed here, with a population that has long exceeded 100 million. Among them, the 4 major kingdoms were the most prosperous, and among the 4 major kingdoms, the Xiao Kingdom, founded by Xiao Tian, was the most powerful. The imperial palace of the Kingdom of Xiao, with its glazed green tiles and sparkling jewels, pure gold to build the royal road. On both sides of the standing lifelike stone carvings of dragons and phoenixes seemed to want to rise up in the air, guarding this sacred place. At the end of the royal road was the main body of the magnificent palace, towering over the city. It was the time of the morning court. The leaders of the Kingdom of Xiao are gathered here. Suddenly, he heard the thunder rolling in the sky, and the next second was a horrible aura that pounced on his face, as if he wanted to tear apart the entire heaven and earth. Their cultivation levels weren't very high, and when they saw such a vast heavenly might, they shivered in fear. Mamma mia! It's too scary. Is this someone crossing the threshold? What's the difference between this and the extinction of the world? It can't be true that God is trying to destroy us. Could it be that the Queen has angered the heavens by starting a war? We should have made peace and directly ceded the land to pay compensation. Where would there be living souls and suffer from the heavens? Shut up! The dragon-robed empress in the dragon chair slapped the bereaved minister into the ground. Xiao country was Xiao Tian's territory, and its size could only increase, not decrease. Surrender and sell out your country. You deserve to die. How dare you now demonize the public and stay to feed the sows to provide production materials? All of you beloved ministers, look carefully. The person who is crossing the threshold at this moment is our honorable lord, the first empress of the Xiao kingdom. Zhao Linger pointed her finger towards the distance, piety written before her eyes. The world tree needs to be managed by an agent. Zhao Linger is not good at internal affairs, but she pulls full weight in external warfare and loyalty, making her perfect for managing this place. To her, Xiao Tian's mission was a holy decree that could not be violated, not to mention that she would be willing to let her be an emperor on high, or a vagabond on the streets with not enough food to eat. Under her governance, Zhao's country is now far more powerful than any other country. The fact that it did not continue to devour other countries was purely because Xiao Tian demanded that 100 schools of thought be maintained to promote development. Otherwise, she must have waved her hand and changed all the territories of this world. All to Xiao, your holiness? Hearing the venerable lord in Zhao Linger's mouth, the others froze. Their empress, Zhao Linger, was powerful, and after decades of inspiring her, she had already risen high and enjoyed supreme power. But the harem is empty. Don't say officially enshrined male consort. There wasn't even a male favorite or eunuch in the palace. She always said that she was the woman of the venerable lord and was just managing on his behalf. And if she dared to mention the consort's male favorites, she was picking a fight. Over the years, a number of idiots have perished outright over this. Quite a few people actually thought that venerable lord's words were nothing more than Zhao Linger's words to enlist people's support, or even her fantasies. But now her words are strong. Could it be that his holiness is real? Boom! Once again, the sky resounded with clear thunderbolts, 1,000 times more powerful than all the previous natural disasters. Your Majesty, your holiness will not be struck to death by lightning when he crosses the threshold, will he? Shut the up. Zhao Linger indifferently swept a glance at the speaker. After all, she was worried about Xiao Tian. Otherwise, if she dared to say a bad word about Xiao Tian, Zhao Linger would definitely slap her to death. Open your dog's eyes wide to see clearly how powerful and unpredictable your honorable lord is. As soon as the words fell, suddenly the dark clouds directly dissipated, and the entire heaven and earth once again returned to being cloudy and light. It was as if the heavenly calamity just now was just a fantasy. This, divine skill. It really is a divine skill. Is this the exalted Lord? Even the heavenly tribulation can be controlled. This is unbelievable. People had thought that it was the powerful strength of the exalted Lord that had crossed the heavenly tribulation, but they hadn't thought that it was the manipulation of the heavenly tribulation. It's horrible, powerful and unpredictable. Make that unfathomably horrible. The minister knelt down excitedly and bowed towards the east where Xiao Tian was. Some turned back to the empress, hoping that she would tell more about the venerable lord, only to find that the dragon-robed empress was long gone. Just kidding. It was not easy for the Gongzi to make a trip, so how could Zhao Linger have the time to continue accompanying this group of people to Playhouse? An inch of time is worth an ounce of gold, and accompanying a male is the real thing. Chapter 109, The Law of Creation. Enchantment and strengthening? Let's check the goods. Cloudy and hazy. In the World Tree, the holy land of the Xiao Kingdom, where only Empress Zhao Linger could enter and exit, Xiao Tian watched the heavenly tribulation dissipate. Same as last time. 10% success rate in crossing the threshold. Big Sister Heaven's path was so furious though that she wanted to strangle Xiao Tian to death. But in this world, Xiao Genius was the master. As his cultivation level increased, Xiao Tian realized that he could be more aware of his feelings. Big Sister Tendo, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Isn't it just a speculation to cross the heavenly tribulation? It's not a big deal. I'm the only one who speculates on the calamity all day long? Why are you always chasing after a big handsome guy like me? Even if it's a proper 99-fold annihilation calamity, I can't still pass it. So why should you bother with your mind and I'll take my time? Let's each take a step back. You don't unleash the heavenly tribulation. I'll waste time crossing the tribulation, and we'll both have a bright future. The heavenly Tao really wanted to split Xiao Tian to death, but it couldn't do it. Actually, Xiao Tian was right. There were countless means of escaping the heavenly tribulation. Only Xiao Tian's means were a bit too outrageous. Even she was shocked and overwhelmed by it. Don't get cocky. you'll get your ass kicked back there. The heavenly tribulation, again, is more than just a thunder tribulation. The will of heaven left a warning scent and left the place. Without the gaze of the heavenly Tao, Xiao Tian exhaled a long breath. The body's terrifying spiritual energy dispersed in all directions, and at this moment, the world tree's aura once again underwent a qualitative change. Ha ha ha, Golden Immortal now. Owner, Xiao Tian. Realm, Golden Immortal 1. Fabulous feats, soul detention and refining. Chaos Bell. World Tree. Taoist Heart. Taoist Bone. System points, 100,888. Destiny's Child illustration. Li Yu. Murong Shui. Murong Yun. Fengqing Er Yi Ziyue. Zhao Ling Er. Yan Xin. Zhou Yu. 8,000 Heavenly Fate values. Minus 50% favorability. Scale Wunderkind. 4,000 Heavenly Fate. Minus 100% favorability. Xiao Zhang. 6,000 Destiny value. Favorability minus 100%. Tang Hai. 2,000 Heavenly Destiny value. Favorability minus 100%. Not to worry about these sons of destiny. Their destiny value has unexpectedly risen again. It's really a good leak. Cutting one crop at a time. These people Xiao Tian didn't care. However, looking at the more than 100,000 system points, Xiao Tian was rarely excited. 100,000. Meaning that one could purchase a copy of the 12 Holy Arts. Xiao Tian had long had a very clear goal. Easy travel. A mastery created by the easy immortal emperor. Travel to any place in the world at the drop of a hat. As long as you have a clear direction in mind, you will be able to travel through the void and get straight to your destination. Even if there is no clear location, you can take on a floating body and roam heaven and earth. In terms of the ability to escape, no one would dare to call it number 1 when Prowler called it number 2. However, what Xiao Tian cared about was not its ability to escape either. Not many people in this world could threaten Xiao Tian's life nowadays. What Xiao Tian really wanted was that since he could go anywhere, what about the earth of one's own memories? Homesickness. Xiao Tian didn't have much of it. On earth, he had no father to love and no mother to love him, and the grandmother who raised him had passed away long ago, so there was nothing to hold on to. But Xiao Tian was really curious if he could go back. System, buy the getaway. Master, I suggest you don't buy a free ride. Good you dog system? I went through the trouble of saving up points and now you won't even let me buy goods? Master, this tutelage is for your consideration. It's a waste for you to spend $100,000 on a free ride. It's true that you can go wherever you want, when you get away, but it is burdensome to both the body and the souls. The current instantaneous movement of 10 million meters is harmless, but even more distant locations are likely to have their flesh silenced and go off the deep end. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. This is the first time the dog system has said so much. The relevant records of the 12 sacred arts were too few, and the system was still as far as swindling itself. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. It wasn't forced, and it was good to try the other holy arts first. The reason why the 12 sacred arts were known as sacred arts, transcending the emperor's products, was because they possessed world-shattering effects. The sacred art of stealing heaven, law of creation, the law of creation, creating life, illuminating life. This thing is interesting. The founder of the law of creation can no longer be traced. There are rumors that everything in the world is created by the law of creation. The degree of its legend can even be ranked as the first of the holy arts. 2Z, there can't be a limit to the immortal creation technique as well, can there? The owner may purchase it and look through it himself. What the hell? Just buy it. Points to suppress a couple of Destiny's Childs anyway and there you have it. Purchase. The golden light was brilliant, and the contents of the creation law immediately appeared in Xiao Tian's mind. I see. Is this the law of creation? This method does create life, but only after reaching a high enough level of cultivation and Tao understanding. If one reached the great emperor, or even a higher realm, one might truly be able to create all things, but it was too difficult for the current Xiao Tian. The only skill Xiao Tian could bring into play was the skill of nodding the crowd. It can make all things spiritually intelligent, such as allowing flowers, plants, fish and insects to embark on the path of cultivation. It can also just simply enhance its abilities or give it a certain characteristic, such as enhancing the sharpness of a sword. Interesting, really interesting. Wouldn't anything be a plus version? Chaos Bell. Immortal execution sword such as an imperial artifact. Can it be taken to the next level? Of course, Xiao Tian was not arrogant enough to take them for practice right now. The stronger something is, the higher the price you pay to strengthen it. With a thought, Xiao Tian quickly flipped through the entire contents of the creation method. Millions of words quickly became clear in the mind. With a casual gesture, the room was smothered in incense, and the aroma became even more pleasant. Another pair of light pats on the room's queen-sized bed, which was crunchy, soft and flexible. It's a lot less effort to jump from one hop to the next. It's really working. This is awesome. Just making the quality of everything's ability go up by one level was enough to make countless people move for it. Not to mention, there are even more buggy abilities like enchanting and attaching psychic intelligence. It's not to be. It's really not to be. If outsiders knew that I had this. Not to mention that ordinary people couldn't resist the temptation. Even great emperors would have to come and ask me for it. No wonder it's called a holy art. There's no such thing as a grand reputation. Suddenly, Xiao Tian had another bold idea. Since it was effective for all living things, strengthening one's fighting strength and physical fitness must be possible as well, right? Multifaceted combatants. Xiao Tian had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. As it happens, my General Zhao has been waiting outside the room for some time. Chapter 110. Are you confident that you can put on the dragon robe for me? Xiao Kingdom's palace. Above the dragon chair, the Empress in her dragon robe was soft in her majesty. It really isn't the average person who gets to see the beauty. After many experiments to verify that the law of creation does have a strange effect, the boost to combat effectiveness is obvious. There are currently 2 tiers of boosts available, and the boosts continue to increase as you refine your cultivation in Dao. Having come, Xiao Tian was in no hurry to go back. After his cultivation broke through to Golden Immortal, the flow of time in the heavenly realm broke through the upper limit once again. Currently one day can be 30 days year on year. For a month, Xiao Tian accompanied Zhao Linger to take a glimpse of the mountains and rivers, and the divine couple was in love. For the average person, the job of being emperor is really cool. The life and death of a nation's people is in their hands. See who's upset and just do it. Capricious and self-absorbed. But to Zhao Linger, she was the one who didn't like these long hours of traveling for work. It's not at all as bad as Yi Ziyue's little maid Beauty who works as a personal maid for the prince. Even if the guards, at least, did not have Xiao Tian's welfare reward. Just seeing him without so much pain of longing, Zhao Linger was satisfied. Once a person has a sweetheart, it's hard to be self-reliant. Previously marching and fighting for 1 or 2 consecutive years stationed outside do not feel hard. Now, when the emperor instead feel depressed and difficult. Now, Zhao Linger often had to take several months to see Xiao Tian once, and her longing for him was overwhelming. Xiao Tian would stay for a month each time, allowing Zhao Linger to be energized. The empress of the kingdom of Xiao was rather relieved of the pain of lovesickness, but the whole country of Xia went crazy. A month's time, where's the queen? Where's the big queen person then? If it wasn't for the fact that there were still palace maids who saw the queen out and about in the palace, the ministers would probably have thought that the queen had ascended to the heavens. Luckily, Zhao Linger had arranged for someone to handle the political affairs a long time ago, or else the entire country of Xiao would have to be in chaos, and Xiao Tian's name also spread throughout the entire Xiao country. Your Holiness, beyond the existence of the emperor, the true master of the kingdom of Xiao, everyone was curious and in awe of Xiao Tian, the exalted lord. To be able to subdue a ruthless person like Zhao Linger who personally raised a gun to kill someone, there must be something extraordinary about it. Xiao Tian certainly had something extraordinary about him, a point that Zhao Linger could not be clearer about at this moment. The Empress Zhao Linger that the people of the Xiao country longed for was neither a female general who killed on the battlefield, nor a tall and honorable king of a country. Totally an obedient kitty. What's the point of subjugation? Pure and simple hedonism. My lord, are you saying that this world has gained additional territory? Good. You need to probe the occupation. Naturally, under the whole sky, there is no land that is not the land of the Duke. I will definitely pocket it. Xiao Tian patted Zhao Linger's head. There's no need to be hasty. Anyway, the entire world tree Xiao Tian could control it without any accidents. Zhao Linger had other tasks besides being a good emperor to manage this place. Study of spells and soldier training. The war between the great powers of the immortal realm, the true immortals and the golden immortals, are the cornerstones. Zhao Linger's first batch of cultivated soldiers had already become a small success, and they had played well in the last battle of attacking the Black Jiao Dragon, and none of the small force of more than 300 people had been injured. This made Starbuck look the other way. With more training, not to say that on the battlefield, you can abuse the other side, but at least a slight victory is still possible. In this way, the Astral Palace would be unbeatable. It's really hard on you, Linger. It's not hard. It's not hard. It's just that it would be nice to have more company for the mail. Isn't this keeping you company? Want another reward? Like a super invincible technique? Those? I'm not really interested in. Zhao Linger was already cultivating the supreme divine technique of the Starry Night Palace and had little interest in other techniques. However, she looked up at Xiao Tian and shyly buried her head across the room again. If you are willing, why don't you give me a child? This is also considered a just needed item. The king of a country. There has to be a successor. Pust. Xiao Tian was literally about to spray out a mouthful of salt vapor. Want kids? Your Excellency doesn't want to? I'm also thinking for the sake of the Xiao Kingdom's kingdom. It's a job requirement. Zhao Linger smiled brightly. Good little bad boy. Talking about love under the guise of work. The two laughed and joked. Xiao Tian was in no hurry regarding the child. With a long lifespan, having an heir or not is not an issue. He himself had no plans to become a father. Say, when the time comes, you can have this egg as a daughter. Xiao Tian took out the dragon maiden young egg and showed it to Zhao Linger. Gongzi, she hasn't been born yet. Zhao Linger had often taken care of this dragon egg with Xiao Tian before. It's been so long, I'm surprised she's still an egg. Not yet. It's her racial trait. There is no fixed number of years for the eggs of the dragon race such as the Taishu ancient dragon to break their shells, as short as 1 year and as long as 100 years and 1,000 years. But because of this, they were born with great power. It's not as if the existence of an out-of-this-world as immortal being is unheard of. Alright, don't worry about the dragon egg. Today, I'm going back to the Heaven's Path School Palace, to accompany you for a while. Hey, so is the gentleman confident that he can help me put on my dragon robe? Heaven's Path Academy. Ask Heaven Peak. The palaces and pavilions were in pieces, and under the afterglow, they looked like ancient heavenly queens. The mountain peaks spewed outward clouds of haze and immortal mist, and the smoke and clouds were so colorful and gorgeous that they looked extremely divine. The Heavenly Tao Academy Palace was vast and boundless, and there were more than 10,000 divine mountains and immortal islands provided for the cultivation of disciples of the outer courtyard, not to mention the core area of the inner courtyard. Questioning Heaven Peak was one of the divine mountains with the most abundant spiritual energy. In the entire Heavenly Tao School Palace, it was considered a blessed land with extremely dense spiritual energy, much better than the rest of the divine mountain cultivation conditions. It was much more luxurious than many teachers who owned cave dwellings. And here, it was Xiao Tian's belonging. Xiao Tian intended to use the Heavenly Tao School Palace as a small base, so he naturally needed a large territory to accommodate more people. So with a big hand, he rented the sacred mountain. In the middle of the main hall high above the mountains, Xiao Tian's people had not yet returned, and the two young girls at home were smiling coquettishly as they chatted about his parents. Any one of them put out there would be a presence that would mesmerize millions of people. They, on the other hand, were just a dipper in Xiao Tian's 3,000 weak waters. For Wu Yue, living in such a palace was simply unimaginable. She had felt awestruck when she had lived in the Grand Manor before, not to mention a 10,000 meter sacred mountain now. Wu Yue sighed. Your Excellency is too magnificent. Such a divine mountain. I don't know how many immortal spirit stones it would cost. Just cleaning it up is laborious for me. You, even worrying about cleaning? With this spell formation, this place is naturally spotless. Yi Zus smiled faintly. You, hurry up and learn from me, so that you can share your worries and play your role for the Gongzi, or else the Gongzi won't favor you. Upon hearing this, Wu Yue was shy and excited. I will. The duo has also been having a great time together for a while now, and the relationship is heating up fast as they progress together as teenage girls. Wu Yue remembered the rumors she had recently heard during class and opened her mouth. Sister Zue, do you know Zhou? Chapter 111, If you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed. The four great families of the immortal world. Xiaogu Zhouyi. Among them, the great Emperor Xiao family had the most seniority, and now that there were great emperors alive, their reputation was the most prosperous. However, the other three great clans were also inherited for thousands of years, all of which had produced great emperors and were rich in heritage. Each clan is an existence that makes ordinary people unattainable. Among them, the ancient Zhou family, inherited for millions of years, is now also the overlord of the immortal world, controlling countless realms. With a wave of his hand, he decided the survival of billions of living beings. Zhou Yu is the person from the ancient Zhou family. He was the illegitimate son of the current patriarch of the Zhou family, and he couldn't be put on a pedestal in the past. Some time ago, the wife of the head of the Zhou family died. This can be the Zhou family patriarch Happy Bad, rushed to his hundreds of illegitimate children all summoned back to the Zhou family to recognize their ancestors. It is incumbent upon the patriarch to prosper the Zhou family, and within these children, it was Zhou Yu who was the most outstanding. At such a young age, he has already displayed supreme talent. Without the support of the ancient Zhou family, he still broke through. The talent of heavenly indulgence is unmatched, and he has never lost a single battle while laughing at the world. He was ranked among the top in the outer court of the Heavenly Tao Academy, and had a hidden tendency to soar into the sky. He even broke through the true immortal realm early and became an immortal, standing out among his peers. Countless people just had to look up. Such an outstanding teenager returning to the upper Zhou family was naturally valued. Out of the patriarch's hundreds of indisputable children, There was finally one that could look good, and it could be taken seriously. After some cultivation, Zhou Yu was even far better than before. He could beat 10 of his former selves. Now that he had returned to the heavenly Dao School Palace, Zhou Yu was even more spirited. Not to mention that no one in the outer academy could beat him, but even in the inner academy, he could become one of the top few heavenly prides. But, having just come back, Zhou Yu was in a bad mood. Doggone it, Yi Ziyue has a man. Zhou Yu and Scale Xiong were different. Scaly Bear is pure licky dog. The licky kind. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, was a teenage moocher, and was inevitably in love with a beauty like Yi Ziyue. He and Yi Ziyue were students who entered the Heavenly Dao Academy in the same year. When the Secret Realm examination was first conducted, it was again because they cooperated with each other that they took full marks together. In this situation, any man would be moved by a cute and charming yet independent and self-reliant, gentle and hundred-turned girl like Yi Ziyue, right? Later on, every time Yi Ziyue was pestered by the dog licker Scale Xiong, Zhou Yu stepped in from time to time to confront him. Although Zhou Yu was stronger than Scale Xiong, but in the past, Scale Xiong's family was so large that there was no way for him to really kill. Right now, the ancient Zhou clan behind him was still not easily holding the Haitian Holy Land. With money and strength, Yi Ziyue was bound to be unable to reject such a self. Zhou Yu thought beautifully, but back at the academy, he realized that everything had changed. Yi Ziyue has a Daoist, or the young master of the Xiao family, a great empire with an equally illustrious family lineage, and Scaled Xiong, the licking dog that used to provoke Yi Ziyue every day, died outright. The Haitian Holy Land was even taken under Xiao Tian's wing and became a soy sauce production base. Things are changing too fast, aren't they? This made Zhou Yu depressed for a while. If he had recognized his ancestor earlier, the man standing beside Yi Ziyue would definitely be himself. What is unattainable in youth will be trapped for the rest of your life. Obviously today's status position want all kinds of beauty can be hand in hand, but always feel, Yi Ziyue is more fragrant. Damn it, damn it. If you are born in the universe, why are you born in the sky? At the time when Zhou Yu was suffering, Scale Wuji's doorstep allowed him to see a ray of light. Brother Zhou Yu, how about we join forces to do away with Xiao Tian? Asked the Heavenly Peak. Xiao Tian returned to the Heavenly Dao School Palace. Yi Ziyue was happy since, thoughtfully preparing fruits and taking gentle care of them. Listening to her tell the story of how she and Zhou Yu met, it was nothing more than the fact that during the Secret Realm, she had protected Zhou Yu and helped him obtain a secret treasure. The two did not cross paths much later, nor were they close. Yi Ziyue often hangs on to the fact that she has a sweetheart, but it was also clear that Zhou Yu used to just take that as a pushback. Instead of disengaging early, they got deeper and deeper into it. Gongzi, what Noor said is not half false. Noor is not a bad woman who goes to 3 different places. Noor has only Gongzi in her heart. Yi Ziyue's expression could be too compassionate, her eyes reflecting Xiao Tian's figure like autumn water. Aggrieved. Recently, rumors have been circulating that Yi Ziyue and Zhou Yu had an unknown relationship. It was Xiao Tian who crossed the line. Such outrageous rumors are only believed by bored students. Don't worry, I won't believe it. The charm of journalism is something Xiao Tian has long experienced. Moreover, Xiao Tian had a good idea of Yi Ziyue's character in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that her mother's mother, the Stargazer, found her this immortal spirit's sacred body early on and brainwashed and cultivated her from a young age, she would definitely have to go through a great deal of trouble if she wanted to rate it at the age when she knew everything. Yi Ziyue is really beautiful. Sinking fish and falling geese, closing the moon and shaming flowers. Excellent talent and character. The world women all have characteristics. Master Morong Shui cold and clear. Sister Morong Yun 3 no dorky. The youngest sister Li Yu can be cute and loving. The most pleasing to Xiao Tian favorite. Feng Qinger is arrogant. Zhao Linger is valiant. Xiao Li is arrogant. Yan Xin is flirtatious. And each of them is good in their own way. Yi Ziyue, on the other hand, was full of girlishness, just like the school goddesses she met when she was studying, gentle, pure and charming. It smells like first love all over. It was no wonder that all of the chosen ones who had befriended her had thought more or less the same about her. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian once again lamented his mother's foresight. Purple Moon. The people who are creating rumors are only trying to provoke a conflict between Zhou Yu and I, or, Zhou Yu is the person in question. Xiao Tian thought about it carefully. It might just be that this kid, Zhou Yu, also wanted to experience the joy of a shattered Dao heart. The ancient Zhou family. It was indeed a big clan, and its heritage was no worse than the Xiao family. But unfortunately, Xiao Tian's identity was fundamentally different from Zhou Yu's. Zhou Yu bastards, brothers and sisters by the hundreds. Xiao Tian, thanks to the rather odd biological uncles, each with a green head. He, the stray young master, had in turn become the young master of a single lineage. Not to mention, there was also the support of many old ancestors and great empresses. Xiao Tian would never be soft when Zhou Yu came to pick a fight out of his own strength. However, as long as they weren't stupid, they would never come to mess with themselves openly. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes. Purple Moon, is it true that the Heaven's Path Mystic Realm is going to open recently? Well, it's just 7 days from now, and this time it's still the Honorable Grade Secret Realm, the Heavenly Dao Secret Realm. A secret realm specially prepared by the Heavenly Dao Academy Palace for its students, contained countless treasures of opportunity, in which a chance encounter will be able to soar to the heavens and become a strong party. Not to mention that this time it was still a Zunpin secret realm. This meant that one of them was at least a secret realm of Immortal King inheritance, or even Immortal Emperor inheritance. Even Xiao Tian had some interest. Logically, these things shouldn't be open to disciples of the outer courtyard of the Heavenly Dao Academy. This time, with the sudden outburst of the Tendo Academy, could it be a fishing expedition? Use it to catch your own fish. If that was the case, Xiao Tian would be even more interested. If you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed. Xiao Tian stroked Yi Ziyua's soft and smooth hair. Purple Moon, this time the secret realm. I'll go too. Chapter 112, Shooting Arrows and Painting Targets. Fellow Daoist, please stay. The Zhou Yuan Mysterious Realm was an Immortal King Mysterious Realm. To be exact, it was the quasi-immortal exalted Mysterious Realm. Zhou Yuan was once a cultivator of supreme talent from the Zhou clan branch in the ancient times. However, he relied on the Heaven's Path School Palace for all of his growth paths, and after he had accomplished his studies, he also chose to develop a position in the Heaven's Path School Palace. Later, for various reasons, he passed away under the Immortal Emperor Tribulation. His secret realm had been silent in the Heavenly Dao Academy. This time many reasons were pushed to make the secret world available. In the immortal world, the cultivator who can be crowned with the title of Zun is at least an ancestor-level figure of a supreme Dao lineage, a bottomless existence, with a lifespan of up to 1,000,000 years, or even longer. Even if it was only a quasi-immortal exalt, his secret realm was absolutely extraordinary. But again, with opportunity comes risk. Xiao Tian's previous encounter with the pure Yang Immortal Sovereign's relics in the Tianxian realm was the setting up of a boundary, and the power of outsiders was limited to the same level. But not this time in the secret world of Zhou Yuan. It was also very possible for terrifying demonic beasts and magical beasts to appear in the secret realm, and infinitely powerful spell formations. One could imagine the ferocity of the secret realm, and the loss of a cultivator's life was bound to be a common occurrence. But even with all the dangers, even with all the thorns, it is still impossible for a monk to resist the temptation of rapid progress. The news that the Zhou Yuan mysterious realm was about to appear attracted the attention of countless cultivators at once. On the day the secret realm opened, the Heavenly Dao Academy's 100 outer courts, all the aspirants were out in force. These days, as long as there is some kind of divine treasure secret realm coming out, it will definitely cause a big sensation at the first time, and countless people will squeeze their heads to want to enter the secret realm to find out what's going on. It was like a 3-day hungry wolf seeing a lamb. Impatient and flamboyant, the opening of the Zhou Yuan secret realm was even more unexceptional. This time, the secret realm, the school palace only restricted cultivation. Under the Tai Yi, can enter. Even the students from the inner courtyard ran over to get in on the action. For a time, the perimeter of Zhou Yuan's secret world was covered with people, densely packed, just like dumplings. In the secret realm, life and death are each at the mercy of heaven. I hope you all have the self-knowledge. As the words of an old man from the Academy Palace fell, golden divine light rushed into the sky, illuminating a large portion of the Heaven's Path Academy's divine mountain. Underneath the divine light, a tens of thousands of meters long spatial crack slowly opened up, a fly in the ointment LOL. In a matter of moments, divine rainbows streaked by as brilliantly as meteors, and some even drove the Qilan Jade carriage with their feet enjoying it, which was quite spectacular. Through the spatial rift, the bee chrysalis arrived at the Zhou Yuan mysterious realm, fearing that they would miss this great opportunity. In the Zhou Yuan secret realm, it was even more vast, just like a vast world. The mountains were rolling, with ancient trees, and appeared to be extremely undulating. As soon as they entered, everyone noticed the marvelousness of the Zhou Yuan mysterious realm. The spiritual energy in this place was several times denser than that of the Heavenly Dao School Palace. It was important to know that the Heavenly Dao School Palace was already an immortal realm spiritual energy far more dense than the other realms, but in the secret realm, it was surprisingly able to surpass it. Cultivating in this place was at least several times that of the outside world. This alone is enough to attract countless people. In another blink of an eye, the many scholars exploring the secret realm had already begun to grope around. Both the thick woods and the barren mountains were filled with people for a time. 10,000-year-old golden dragon grass, Thousand-year chalcedony. Purple jade dew. Soon enough, there were people letting out exclamations of surprise. These ancient medicinal herbs, rare ores, and so on spread all over the secret realm had already made them a lot of money and value for money. Many schoolchildren are still self-aware. How could one compete with the bigwigs for the core secret collections when they were not even at true immortal cultivation level, but get some roadside weeds they can't see by the time and place, and reap the rewards all the same? In some areas of the secret realm, trading areas were also quickly formed, where countless people gathered to form teams and exchange information or resources. After a few days of development, the trading area was already crowded and bustling. The crowd was chatting in groups of 3 or 5, only to see a brilliant divine light suddenly streak across the sky. A handsome figure in white appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The style is divinely handsome and outrageously handsome. And beside him, left and right, stood 2 beauties. Both of them are stunning beauties with national colors and looks like heavenly fairies. The purple-clad girl on the left-hand side was in a beautiful position, and her youthful face could not hide her sex appeal. The pink girl on the right-hand side was even more tender and looked so soft and delicate that one would want to pity and bully her at the same time. So beautiful. Really beautiful. If only I could have such a beauty for company. Shut up. Don't want to live. This is young Master Xiao Tian. The crowd here, all of a sudden, were stunned and stopped communicating, turning their gazes to Xiao Tian, and then their faces changed drastically, either in horror or awe, but everyone hastily backed away, leaving a wide open space to walk. There was no lack of cultivators who had long since stepped into the golden immortal, and in the secret realm, they were considered to be at the highest level of cultivation, fearless of anyone, but the only one who was afraid of Xiao Tian. The first rule of living in the Heavenly Tao Academy: do not provoke Xiao Tian. This is a real tough guy. Someone not to be messed with. A being who kills at the drop of a hat. Especially with the recent amputation of the grasshopper warrior's limb, it's been a crotch-chilling experience for them. They don't want their wives to be taken care of by the old man next door in the future. Nowadays, as long as one was in the Heavenly Tao Academy Palace, there was no cultivator who did not know about the Xiao family young master. Characteristics are also very recognizable. Dressed in white, handsome, accompanied by a horrible aura around the body, like a god on earth. There's also often a pretty beauty to go along with it. Xiao Tian had long since gotten used to the awe-inspiring eyes of the crowd. This was much more enjoyable than some scrappy awakening stream of heavenly destiny. No one would make a fool of themselves, and they would be in a happy mood wherever they went. After wandering around in the secret realm for 2 days, Xiao Tian realized that the things in here were indeed bountiful, but it was only marginally useful for him to bother collecting it. This Xiao Yuan mysterious realm is much worse than that immortal exalted ruins we went to last time. Pure Yang immortal Dharma was a good one amongst immortal Dharma in his lifetime, and after millions of years of precipitation, he naturally had to be a lot higher rank than the secret realm this time around. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat, and Gongzi is bound to be able to reap a full harvest this time as he did last time. Yi Zus smiled sweetly. This flavorful and sweet appearance, Xiao Tian can see day after day, but for others, it is indeed a beauty that is hard to find in this life. Is the harvest full? Xiao Tian was still thinking. Last time there was a treasure-hunting mouse to lead the way. Not this time. Also, this secret place is often all about a dish of vinegar, so wrap up the dumplings. Anymore, it shouldn't only be open to students below the Tai cultivation level. It's the same as job openings requiring blood type and not being able to be 18 years old. According to Xiao Tian's speculation, the probability was that it was with Zhou Yu's arrow that the target was painted. Zhou Yu had recently been hanging out with Scale Wu Xie and was definitely not harboring good intentions towards himself. I just don't know if he'll deliver. In that case, the next step is to go and experience the Great Mountains with Yi Ziyue, or to idly flirt with Wu Yuer. All of them, of course. Xiao Tian led the 2 beauties and casually strolled along the street. Behind him, an unimpressive-looking teenager suddenly stepped out and called out to Xiao Tian. Fellow Daoist, please stay. Chapter 113, I have a plan to help you regain your sight. My name is Shin Gonglang. I have met young Lord Xiao Tian. Great karma. This is karma. The boy's name is also unlucky. Before Xiao Tian turned around, he let himself have a vicious chill just by the horrifying vestigial feeling of the person behind him. This Shin Gonglang, surprisingly, still had a heavenly destiny value that had been filed in the system. Shin Gonglang, 5,000 destiny value, 20% favorability. Destiny, crow's mouth, 1 sentence of please stay. Taoist friend, victimized countless windfalls. Xiao Tian, nice guy. What the hell kind of destiny is this? If you go back to the beginning, won't you have to touch the great karma? And it's amazing that this guy has a crush on himself. Xiao Tian did not truncate his belief in the so-called destiny. The road was under his feet, and he could naturally fight against the so-called fate of heaven. However, Xiao Tian was not in the habit of foolishly having to run into the mouth of a gun. As it is, without saying a word, Xiao Tian copied his spiritual energy and spooned at Shen Gonglang, directly throwing him with a person right in front of him. If you don't turn back, you won't run afoul of karma, right? Young Master Xiao Tian, be merciful. I'm a good person. I'm a greatly good person. How dare Shen Gonglang, who was thrown to the ground, get angry and hurriedly waved his hands and begged for forgiveness. He had no intention of going against Xiao Tian. Don't want to die for nothing at all. What's more, dying in Xiao Tian's hands would definitely not even give him a chance to have his body collected. Xiao Tian took out a sum of storage rings containing a luxurious large gift package and threw it in front of Shen Gonglang. Get up and talk. This is for brother's moral damages. As soon as Shen Gonglang touched the storage ring that Xiao Tian had thrown out, his eyes instantly widened in excitement. It was clear of immortal treasures inside, which could be worth a fortune. For the first time, Shen Gonglang felt that being beaten by someone could be a marvelous experience. Please feel free to whip me. Young Lord Xiao Tian, young master, if you don't beat me again, I feel guilty for taking so much money. Xiao Tian was so used to being luxurious now that he was about to forget that immortal treasures were already precious and incomparable supreme treasures to ordinary people. Still, a nincompoop is not worth the paper it's written on. Alright, if you have something to say, if you have an ass, simply delay me and I'll hang you up and whip you. Don't. Young Lord Xiao Tian, your holiness has entrusted me to bring you a message. Shen Gonglang's back went cold and he said in a hurry, the duo, Zhou Yu and Scale Wu Xie, are going to plot against you in the secret realm, so you need to take extra precautions. Oh, who is your honored lord? Xiao Tian was instantly interested. This matter was something he had expected, but again, which masters have been informed with certainty. Hiss, Xiao Tian's gaze turned and he thought of someone. Only Shen Gonglang said blandly, my honored master is the current empress of the Bailey Immortal dynasty, Bailey Wu Xuang. Sure enough, that's not surprising. A woman from the future naturally knows countless secrets. Interesting, so concerned about your life? When will I get a chance to meet this big sister? Xiao Tian thought that Bailey Wu Xuang might even know where Zhou Yu was, so he put on Shen Gonglang's shoulder. Gong Bao. No, brother Gonglang, do you still know where Zhou Yu is? This exalted lord did explain to me where Zhou Yu might be going. To be honest, Shen Gonglang really couldn't figure out this adult. Bailey Wu Xuang. Shen Gonglang has been silent in the officialdom of the 100 Miles Immortal dynasty for more than 100 years, and has never been taken seriously. He did have the ambition of a great swan, but he just didn't have the opportunity to fulfill it. As soon as Bailey Wu Xuang had power, he promoted him, the high officials in promotion, but also provided a large number of heavenly materials and treasures to help him cultivate. This can be Shen Gonglang moved to the ground, swearing that it is necessary to repay this favor. However, Bailey Wu Xuang's attitude and mission towards him made Shen Gonglang puzzled. How? The two had hardly ever been in close contact, and the missions assigned to Shen Gonglang were simple, basically going undercover. Being an undercover agent is not a big deal. It's just that he, the undercover agent, doesn't need to pass on information, doesn't need to be double-crossed, he just needs to stay next to the target of the mission. Yet again, each mission was accomplished with excellence. The target of the mission would basically be gotten rid of by Bailey Wu Xuang in no time. Laying down money every time made Shen Gonglang excited and hesitant again. It always feels like, still, nothing is being done. It was no wonder that Bailey Wu Xuang would use him like this. Bailey Wu Xuang didn't have a system. She just knew in the future that the famous Kaio Immortal Zun Shen Gonglang was a very pitiful friend's destiny. He and his friends were often in trouble, and not many of his friends survived, regardless of their cultivation, but he managed to turn the situation around every time. Such a good debuff. Of course Bailey Wu Xuang wouldn't miss it. And every time he used Shen Gonglang, a law weapon, to lower his opponent's chi. Young Lord Xiao Tian, in fact, my original mission was the same as before, which was to search for Zhou Yu and then befriend him. Delivering a message to you was just incidental. His Holiness also specifically explained that he must not have intimate, prolonged contact with you. You and I aren't good with men either. Your Holiness is so blindly worried, Shen Gonglang said with a helpless face. At those words, the corner of Xiao Tian's mouth twitched and he silently lowered his arm that was resting on Shen Gonglang's shoulder. This guy must have a great reputation in the future, or else Bailey Wu Xuan would definitely not have used him so much. But then, that's a good bet. Gotta make good use of this guy. Xiao Tian smiled evilly. Gonglang, how do you think brother treats you? Young Lord Xiao Tian, you might as well be straightforward if you have something to say. You are the object of your exalted lord's devotion, and in the future, you will also be my exalted mother. So I naturally have to listen to your orders. Think about it, You are now in close contact with me. And if you go back in contact with Zhou, he will definitely not trust you. I have a plan that can help you get back to light in the dark and complete your undercover mission. Shen Gonglang swept around and realized that there were indeed a lot of people looking at him, and felt that what Xiao Tian said was very reasonable. He was overjoyed to see Xiao Tian earlier and came out in a hurry to recognize him, completely forgetting that there is a next stage. Once the matter of contacting Xiao Tian spread, it was really unfavorable to the mission afterward, when it was really a bit agonizing. Failing to be a friend is small, failing to complete the task of the Honorable Lord is big. Shen Gonglang couldn't help but frown. Young Lord Xiao Tian, what is your plan? Bitterness. Xiao Tian smiled indifferently. The storage ring I gave you before, consider it payment in advance. As soon as the words left his mouth, bang bang, 2 punches and Shen Gonglang became panda eyes. Young Lord Xiao Tian, I haven't said yes yet. You've been paid, so what's the point of taking money and not doing anything? Xiao Tian didn't bother with him and continued to perform the bitter trick. If Shen Gonglang hates himself for it, that's even better. 2 birds with 1 stone. Double happiness belongs to yes. However, as the whip taught him a lesson, Xiao Tian realized that this guy's favorability had actually gone up. This guy wouldn't be. Xiao Tian felt another chill. It really is a big world. Of course Xiao Tian would not think that Shen Gonglang actually did not have a fetish in that area. It was just that in his eyes, he felt that Xiao Tian was completely helping him to accomplish his mission. Such a sweet honored mother is, of course, a greatly good person. In ancient times, Zhou beat Huang Gai, one willing to beat the other. Now there is Xiao Tianxu and Gonglang. The more they fight, the more they love each other. Chapter 114. When I think of Lord Xiao Tian, my weak teeth tremble. In the void of the Zhou Yuan mysterious realm, 3 strong men were hidden within it. Within the secret realm, life and death are at your own risk. The Tendo Academy will not be responsible for the lives of ordinary students. Supplies, dead on arrival. But for many of the Heaven's Pride scholars, it still hurt quite a bit to die. Therefore, there will be a teacher to supervise and take care of them. Your upper ancient Zhou family is quite calculating. Dean Zhou Yuan didn't recognize his ancestor during his lifetime. And after his death, you guys are instead trying to take back his mantle. Mr. Tang. Meals can be eaten indiscriminately. Words can't be spoken indiscriminately. The secret realm is open to the entire school palace. Where is my Zhou family counting? This time, the Zhou Yuan secret realm, with all its restrictions, was nothing more than to hold up Zhou, the Zhou family's star of tomorrow. Who didn't know that the strength of this bastard son of the Zhou family patriarch far exceeded his peers? Unsurprisingly, Zhou would inevitably be able to find the most important inheritance location and obtain the Zhou Yuan inheritance with the help of various people. Tang Chunhua didn't have a problem with the upper Zhou family's approach either. It was just that she couldn't understand it. The secret realm of a quasi-immortal exalt was indeed precious, but for the ancient Zhou clan, how could it not be a big deal to have to obtain the inheritance? Tang Chunhua wasn't a member of the Zhou family, so naturally he wouldn't know that the ancient Zhou family, some years ago, had accidentally obtained a divine skill. One could, through the Yuan Shun, inherit the memories of his predecessors, which naturally included his own feats, experiences, and so on. If the Zhou family members were able to access Zhou Yuan's inheritance, it would mean that the Zhou family would receive the experience that Zhou Yuan had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. It's certainly worth getting on the Chao family's radar. Teacher Tang, don't be so concerned about our Zhou family. Rather, it's your brother Tang Hai. He's famous now. I heard that he has some conflicts with that Xiao family kid. Tang Chuanhua's head was spinning at the mention of this. Invoking Xiao Tian, the young master of the great emperor Xiao family, was simply an act so stupid that it could not be any more stupid. Tang Chunhua couldn't afford to mess with Xiao Tian. Not to mention, Xiao Tian was still kind to her, and she didn't want to go against Xiao Tian. The solution for today is nothing more than restraining Tang Hai from making any more mistakes. Next time, it won't be as simple as just hurting a root chicken. It's not for you to worry about him. You'd better take care of Mr. Momochi. Bailey Wushuang, who had been silent beside him, laughed. Wushuang just came to learn. The 2 seniors take care of you. Bailey Wushuang spoke humbly, but these 2 beside him didn't dare to slack off. Immediately, he nodded his head and smiled. Nominally, she's a teacher who makes up the numbers. In fact, she can even have a bigger voice than the dean, the current empress of the 100-mile Immortal dynasty. What a concept! The secretary of the political and legal committee returned to teach at Hanong University, and the president came to toast the existence of all. That's right, Bailey Wushuang came to the Heavenly Dao Academy not as a student, but as a teacher. For teachers of the outer court, the minimum requirement is a Dala cultivation level, and the restrictions can be relaxed if they specialize in certain areas. This is how Bailey Wushuang entered the academy and became a teacher. She was titular, and one lesson for 2 weeks wouldn't affect his ability to manage the Bailey Immortal dynasty. The reason why I want to enter the Heavenly Tao Academy. The main reason was still the desire to get in touch with Xiao Tian and change his fate. Secondly, it was also because the Heaven's Path School Palace would have many secret treasures revealed in the future. This time, the Zhou Yuan Secret Realm was one of them. Zhou Yuan's Secret Realm? In his last life, Bailey Wuxuang did not join the Heavenly Tao School Palace and did not know what was happening in the Zhou Yuan mysterious realm. However, when he later inquired about Xiao Tian's life experience, he had heard that this secret realm was unusual. It should be said that this was a secret realm that changed Xiao Tian's timeline. After this secret realm, the secret that Xiao Tian possessed the 12 holy arts of soul detention and purging was made public. A sacred art lost for millions of years, the great enemy of the people of the soul realm. From then on, the soul realm was abuzz with countless people intent on attacking and killing Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian went from being a carefree teenager to being the target of evil thieves, and since then he has not been able to sleep well. Although the final ending was shocking, Xiao Tian was still amazingly talented. A few years later, Xiao Tian achieved greatness, beating the soul realm to the point of calling his grandfather and making the entire realm a slave. However, according to Xiao Tian's recollection, if he was given a chance to start over again, he would definitely not expose the soul detaining and refining spirit too early. That way, nothing would happen to his family, and he wouldn't need to live with a great deal of bitterness. Lord Xiao Tian, I will fulfill your wish for you. The reason why the soul detention and purging would be leaked was because Xiao Tian didn't know that the Zhou family had practiced a divine skill that could inherit the memories of the Yuanshan over the years. In his previous life, although Xiao Tian used soul detaining and refining to refine other people's souls, but the air is still filled with starry-eyed soul fragments. Coincidentally, the image recorded by these soul fragments happened to be the scene where Xiao Tian used the soul detaining and refining spirit. In his last life, it was because of this teacher Zhou beside him that the secret of soul detaining and refining was revealed by him, causing Lord Xiao Tian to be unhappy. Nowadays, this is an accident that will never happen. Ah, Lord Xiao Tian, you are assured of showing everything you have, with your own villain to protect you. When he thought of Lord Xiao Tian, his weak teeth trembled. Between the vast sea of clouds stood a lone peak that, piercing the dome of the sky and pointing straight up to the sky, the clouds were mysterious. Its treacherous walls hide a deep and mysterious cave. This is the center of the Zhou Yuan mysterious realm. The young man was dressed in a black robe. His eyes were deep, and his face was cold and resolute. The Outer Academy's renowned heavenly pride, Zhou Yu. Under the guidance of his own family, it didn't take long for Zhou Yu to seek out the most central safeguard of the Zhou Yuan secret realm early on. The young master of a big family is cool. After returning to the ancient Zhou clan to receive the inheritance, he only felt that his strength had increased 100-fold, and the entire world was trampled under his feet. Previously, he was able to fight his opponents, but now he was no more than a 1-2 punch, which made Zhou Yu very inflated. But, he's a little irritable these days. In the past, exploring the secret realm on the large and small caves, one could salvage countless goodies, but, since at the sight of its appearance of Xingonglang a Taoist friend please stay shouted with its team, Zhou Yu is always running into all kinds of, either the cave fundamentally no treasures, accidentally triggered a variety of legal formations organs, or halfway out of a bunch of people out to seize the treasure. The whole thing was down a notch, and it felt like you could drink water and stuff your teeth. Zhou Yu had also chosen to act separately from Xingonglang, but this bad luck never dissipated. Maybe it's just his own bad luck and has nothing to do with Xingonglang. Zhou Yu wasn't in the mood for these things either. Right now, the legacy is most important. The inheritance of the quasi-immortal exalt. Zhou Yuan was also very moved. Brother Zhou Yu, the inheritance you are about to receive. Don't forget what you promised me. Zhou Yu was accompanied by a man covered in scaly armor in addition to Xingonglang. Naturally, it was Scale Wu Xie, the inner courtyard's pride. His cultivation level of Golden Immortal 9 was just stuck at the qualifying line. Scale Wu Xie could be said to hate Xiao Tian to the bone and wanted to kill him. It was in the secret realm that he wanted to send Xiao Tian on his way. Don't worry, when I accept the inheritance, this place will be left for you to use as bait. As for whether you can kill him or not, it's up to you. Zhou Yu smiled slightly. First love snatched away by Xiao Tian. It would be a lie to say I'm not angry. Considering Xiao Tian's identity, Zhou Yu would definitely not take the initiative to pick a fight with Xiao Tian. Now that someone had taken the initiative to be the one to take the lead, he definitely didn't mind going along with it. Scale Wu Xie was full of confidence. Under Tai Yi, I am invincible. Xiao Genius is the challenger. As long as Xiao Tian dares to come, I will definitely tell him to have no return. Oh, Scale Wu Xie, so you're so sharp. A flat voice suddenly came from the air not far away. Chapter 115 Pets, the kind that can be held on a leash. Xiao Tian, why are you here? Faced with the sudden appearance of Xiao Tian, the three of them, Zhou Yu, simultaneously uttered their voices in surprise. That's right, Shingonlang was also shocked. How did Xiao Tian find this place? Shingonlang quickly became acquainted with Zhou Yu under the blessing of the bitter meat trick and the fate of the Taoist friend please stay. However, he could be doing the work that Bailey Wuxuan had explained to him. How did Xiao Tian find out Zhou Yu's whereabouts without passing on information, without being duplicitous, and just making good relations with Zhou Yu? Naturally, Shingonlang had not discovered Xiao Tian's tactics. The Star Emperor's Star-Law Xiao Tian had also learned quite a bit, marking the close contact person. It was still not a handful. It was just that Xiao Tian hadn't expected that in just a few days, Shingonlang had gotten acquainted with Zhou Yu. The two are still very close. Dogs please stay. It's still a real fluffer. During this period of time, Xiao Tian had carefully observed that even the destiny of the protagonist would be affected by Shingonlang, and this fellow was definitely a real sweeping star. If utilized properly, it's an absolute killer against protagonists. Xiao Tian rolled up his sleeves and laughed lightly. Since you have asked in good faith, I will answer you with great mercy. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to guard the peace of the world. Follow through on your mission to keep getting stronger and become a cute and charming character of justice. It is incumbent upon my generation to explore the Zhou Yuan mysteries. Just now, I stumbled upon this 10,000 meter boundary, and then I stumbled upon this mountain. And finally I stumbled upon this mysterious cave. And I met you all unexpectedly. It's pretty common, isn't it? Xiao Tian's words didn't sound like they made any sense at all. And they actually did sound like nonsense. The level of bull ***** is no less than spaghetti mixed with 42 concrete. This could make Zhou Yu and Scale Wu Xie angry enough. If you're stalking, you're stalking. What's the big deal? Scale Wu Xie was the most furious. He already hated Xiao Tian, and now that he saw his enemy babbling with a serious face, he had long clenched his fists and wanted to go to war the next second. Zhou Yu would have been okay. He was just a bit angry, thinking that Xiao Tian had played tricks to follow him, shamelessly trying to steal the secret realm from him. Subsequently, seeing Yi Ziyue who was catching up behind Xiao Tian, Zhou Yu was completely unable to tense up and was furious. Yi Ziyue. It was the first love of his heart. Eyes like springs, cherry lips like jade, skin is better than snow, and dare psycho. The whole body is full of features that men love. But she doesn't belong. Yi Ziyue appeared beside Xiao Tian and froze without greeting him. It was just quietly guarding Xiao Tian's side, just like a maid of honor. The eyes were even more full of tenderness. This made Zhou Yu's teeth itch with envy. Purple moon, goodbye. Zhou Yu still couldn't help himself and took the initiative to greet Yi Ziyue. When Yi Ziyue heard this, she raised her eyes and swept a glance at Zhou Yu, her eyes seeking Xiao Tian's consent before speaking. Fellow Daoist Zhou Yu, I'm very grateful for your help with many things before, but the recent gossip in the Academy Palace, could it be related to you? Yi Ziyue was talking about the rumors circulating in the outside world that she and Zhou Yu were having an affair. This matter could make Yi Ziyue furious. She was pining for Xiao Tian, but she would still be rumored. Those who spread rumors already have a way of getting killed. Zhou Yu's expression was stunned. This, of course, has something to do with him. Scale Wu Xie spreads, Zhou Yu acquiesces, and even invites the water army. The spreading speed is certainly fast, including helping Scale Wu Xie murder Xiao Tian, for no other reason than to fight. Xiao Tian was good, but he wasn't bad either. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Zhou Yu stood with his hands folded. Yi Ziyue, I'll be blunt. I like you. In the past, although I was extremely gifted, I had no money and no status, and I thought I could not give happiness to a fairy like you, so I did not confess my love to you. But now, as the son of the ancient Zhou family patriarch and the future helmsman of the Zhou family, my status and strength will not be inferior to Xiao Tian. I have long heard that there are many red faces around Xiao Tian's hands, and you are just one of the thousands of flowers. Come to me and I will favor you alone, and you will be my only proper wife. Bah! Yi Ziyue directly rebuked angrily at Zhou Yu. You're a real heifer on a plane. Bullocks to the sky. You're worthy of comparing yourself to Gongzi. His excellency is the bright moon in the 9 heavens, while you are nothing but a stinking rat in the sewers. No better than his excellency by a hair. I'd be a slave and a servant to the prince, but I wouldn't even look at you. Even if the prince were to put a chain around my neck, then I would be happy to do so. I used to think you were a decent man, but now it seems you're nothing but a scumbag who thinks about beauty. And what about favoring me alone? Sorry, I don't care. Yi Ziyue had no ladylike appearance at all now, and was completely a super shrew in the food market. It didn't help that she couldn't control her emotions either. Without involving Xiao Tian, she was the gentle and graceful beauty. Involving Xiao Tian, she couldn't tolerate it at all. He only wanted to immediately resolve the matter and make Xiao Tian happy. Yi Ziyue's explosive performance really stunned those present. It was hard to imagine that a goddess who was as pure as a fairy and in the hearts of countless people could say such words. Wu Xie, the other beauty beside Xiao Tian, opened her mouth wide in surprise. She had worked together with Yi Ziyue for a long time and had never seen Yi Ziyue so angry in private. Sister Ziyue really loves Gongzi deeply. Compared to her own feelings for Gongzi are just not worth mentioning. Scale Wu Xie expressed shock. Let go of the main wife not to do. Go to be a pet. Can only say that is not true love, absolutely impossible to vocally roar out. Shen Gonglang sucked in a mouthful of cool air. That is, he was shocked by Yi Ziyue. At the same time, a bad premonition rose in his heart, always feeling that his revered master Bailey Wuxuan would be like this one day. Okay, Purple Moon, don't be mad, don't be mad. Xiao Tian gently wrapped his arm around Yi Ziyue to ease her mood. The last time I saw Yi Ziyue like this was the last time. She could love herself more now than she did then. It's the hardest thing to get rid of. The people present were either watching and eating, or were in love. Only Zhou Yu's face was blue, more bitter than a bitter melon face. He broke defense. Destiny's son Zhou Yu's heart is damaged. Destiny value decreases by 1,000 points. Master's system points increase by 1,000 points. Fate's son Zhou Yu's favorability decreased by 50%. Current dash 100%. Yi Ziyue, thanks to you being a fairy or a goddess. I see you as a dog. You're just a dog raised by Xiao Tian. Cluck cluck cluck. I'm the dog. I'm the male's dog. Woof woof woof. Zhou Yu was so angry that he stomped his feet. He couldn't endure it. He absolutely couldn't endure it. Well, I thought you said you were a dog. Xiao Tian, don't you want the immortal sovereign inheritance? I can let you have the inheritance, as long as you give Yi Ziyue to me. You can shut up. Can a broken inheritance be compared to such a good little Yuer like me? Xiao Tian gave Zhou Yu a despicable look. And, this legacy is yours? In your name? It's marked by you on the stomach? You even sent it up. I can't just grab it directly. After saying that, Xiao Tian's aura was no longer hidden. The aura of a first-level golden immortal, however, caused everyone present to palpitate. The three elements of the way. The imperial intent pressure of the great Emperor Xiao family. Zhou Yu actually had a trace of trembling legs and feet under this terrifying pressure. A sense of withdrawal arose from the oil, and he actually felt that he categorically would not be Xiao Tian's opponent. Scale Wu Xie was able to block Xiao Tian's might, but his heart secretly said that it was not good. Xiao Tian's cultivation far exceeded his expectations. Giving Xiao Tian some more time, it was absolutely impossible for him to be Xiao Tian's opponent again. Take advantage of his weakness. Brother Zhou Yu, you guys quickly enter the cave to get the inheritance. Xiao Tian, just leave it to me. I'll make sure he doesn't come back. Chapter 116, 50-50? What's there to say about 1 second with a sword? I'm 50-50 with Xiao Tian, and I can kill him solo as well. Scale Wu Xie blocked Xiao Tian in front of the cave with fire in his eyes. He had a reputation in the inner courtyard, and the #1 heavenly pride of the Haitian Holy Land in 10,000 years was by no means a waste of a false name. Over the years, countless golden immortals had died under him. He had once hand-torn a golden immortal powerhouse with the power of a true immortal, and after entering the golden immortal, he had also killed a Tai cultivator across realms, and was known as the immortal dignity of the immortal dignity. As long as he doesn't fall, he will surely achieve the immortal Tao in the future. Such a heavenly pride. If he didn't have the confidence to defeat someone who was weaker than his cultivation level, then he might as well not be a heavenly pride. Although the great emperor's pressure displayed by Xiao Tian was frightening, but Scale Wunderkind had also done his homework. The great emperor Xiao family's 3-elemental Tao technique was only a domain technique, and its killing power was not very strong, and Xiao Tian's strength would definitely not exceed his own. Today, you and I, only one of us will live. Ever since the last time he failed to assassinate Xiao Tian and instead lost his entire family, Scale Wu Xie's entire person had been depressed, empty and lonely, depressed and nowhere to vent, and being watched by assassins all the time. One has to be careful to stay alive. However, woe betide the man of God who is the son of God. Soon, Scale Wu Xie was favored by the heavens and picked up supreme opportunities while walking on the main road. The most precious treasure of the compulsion world, the fixed immortal tour. It's a disposable treasure, but very useful. Conceive a certain scene in your mind, and you can transform into nothingness and travel to it. Immediately, Scale Wu Xie had a bold idea. Get rid of Xiao Tian and go far away. Even if the Starfinder and Great Emperor Xiao families were more powerful, it would be difficult to find the incognito Scaled Wu Xie in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. By virtue of the chance to keep growing, they would be able to kill them back in the future. Ideals are plump. Reality is bony. If Scale Wunderkind had faced any other minor villain, perhaps this plan would have worked. Unfortunately, he was facing Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian just blankly glanced at Scale Wu Xie. Is this the way of the Son of Destiny? Full of thoughts of revenge on the line, without considering their own strength and consequences? Obviously have experienced their own invincible background. The thought of surprisingly is not kneeling down and begging for forgiveness. On the contrary, is to make a death. Let's not even talk about whether he can go 50-50 with himself. Taking a step back, if you beat yourself, the young one, are you not afraid of the old one? The great imperial mother? Even if you have the means to go far away. In the Haitian Holy Land, your old father is still alive. And your teachers and friends, all of them don't care? Well, it does fit the characteristics of the son of the heavenly destiny. The parents sacrificed to heaven. And the magic power is boundless. Xiao Tian waved his hand and asked the two beauties around him to back off. He was going to start pretending. Oh, you want to kill me? So, you're brave? Just kidding. I'm super brave, okay. Scale Wu Xie had a confident look on his face. No matter how I put it. Golden Immortal 9 against Golden Immortal 1. The advantage is mine. Even if he couldn't defeat Xiao Tian, he could still use the Immortal Fixing Tour to retreat in his entire body. How about no loss? Xiao Tian, in the secret realm, you don't have a protector. With you, you are worthy of being my opponent with me? I was going to use the Immortal Inheritance as bait, but you ended up delivering yourself to the door. What a godsend. Ron, Scale Wu Xie, a supreme treasure art, was cast, and the scales around his body were radiant. The runes on it are intertwined, turning into a dragon shape, and it is like a whale that swallows the sky. The breath is very domineering, as if it can swallow all the enemies in the world. Light filled the air, so pure and intense that it was frightening. From a long distance away, Yi Ziyue and Wu Yue sensed the terrifying aura. Neither of her two had yet become immortals, and under this aura, they could not help but wince for a moment. Gongzi, be careful. This is the sea and sky, holy bodies, sea and sky. The two of them worried about Xiao Tian at the same time and let out an urgent shout. Hai Tian Yi Shi, the ancestral divine power of the Hai Tian Holy Land. When used, it can activate the blood veins and explode with twice the power of the original body. The laws and spiritual power will become stronger accordingly. Yi Ziyue had heard of Scaled Wu Xie's deeds. Rumor had it that he had executed sea and sky to kill a Tai realm cultivator. At that time, Scaled Wu Xie was even just a cultivator who had just entered the Golden Immortal. Such a dazzling battle record naturally caused Yi Ziyue to be quite worried, although he knew that Xiao Tian's strength was very strong. Inwardly, he always did not want to let Xiao Tian get into danger. He couldn't wait to go up and block the knife for Xiao Tian. That's right, this is my Hai Tian Holy Land's mastery. Suffer death. Xiao Tian. Scale Wu Xie did not give Xiao Tian time to prepare. The talisman jumped out of his hand and sent out a shocking palm. The divine splendor shone like heavenly might. An ordinary golden immortal would be instantly destroyed under a single move. However, Xiao Tian's expression didn't change much, and remained light-hearted, as if facing a child with a toy cutting out a milky knife. Xiao Tian similarly poked out his palm and transformed it into a large golden seal with starlight shining through it. Boom! The two palms collided and exploded in an instant. For a time, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 100 miles of mountain peaks trembled in unison. Many ripples of rules appeared, and it was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth had worn away. Humph! Scale Wu Xie let out a muffled grunt and took 2 steps backward. His face visibly deteriorated and his hair was a bit messy. The recoil of the aftershock had actually injured him a little. When he looked up at Xiao Tian, he was even more shocked and disbelief was written all over his eyes. Xiao Tian was still standing calmly like an immortal. His sleeves were blown up by the wind, and he was not in a mess, but instead he was 3 times more handsome. How is this possible? Scale Wu Xie clenched his fists, very unwilling. The Star Palace's star technique? It has an imperial grade feat enhancement, so it's really powerful. Scale Wu Xie had at most learned Zun pin techniques, and now that he had seen 2 Emperor pin techniques on a heavenly pride younger than him, and he was inwardly itching with envy. If I were to use this technique, I would definitely be able to directly kill Xiao Tian in seconds. Saying that, at this moment, Scaled Wu Xie already had the intention of retreating. It's hard to say who will lose and who will win if they fight with all their might. However, Scaled Wu Xie somehow felt a touch of fear within his heart when he faced Xiao Tian. The heavenly Tao also seemed to be warning him that if he fought with Xiao Tian, he might be killed in return. That's all. Scale Wu Xie was no longer entangled within himself. Escape! Xiao Tian, the sky is high and the emperor is far away, and will never be watched by your assassins again. Scale Wu Xie used his spiritual energy to communicate with the fixed immortal tour hidden in his dantian. Inwardly, he thought about whether he should go to the demon realm, which was more familiar in terms of distance, or the soul realm or spirit realm. which was a bit farther away, as long as it wasn't the demon realm. Phew! A divine light suddenly flashed before his eyes, brilliant and overpowering. In his ears, there was Xiao Tian's flat voice. Scale Wu Xie, you're standing there not moving because you want me to buy you an orange? There are no oranges, but the big baby is still there. Scale Wu Xie came back to his senses and looked around again. He was already Louis XVI down the execution platform, puzzled. The firm body is even transformed into a willow flake, which rises due to the wind. Scale Wu Xie in his criminal state couldn't accept the status quo and let out a scream. What's going on? It hurts. A moment later, Scaled Wu Xie, who was floating in the air, stared at the long sword in Xiao Tian's hand in horror. An Emperor's Grade artifact. A young man possessed an Emperor's Grade magic weapon on him. It's so fake. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, was indifferent as he used his spiritual energy to wipe the bloodstained Immortal Punisher sword. There was no inner turmoil at all. The power that Scale Wu Xie was currently displaying was in line with Xiao Tian's perception of the Son of Heaven's destiny, powerful enough to cross the line of battle. The Golden Immortal One himself would still need to spend a bit of energy to fight against it without the help of external objects. It's time-consuming and laborious, and there's a chance that this guy will take advantage of the situation to escape. That's why Xiao Tian chose a simpler and rougher solution. Carrying an Imperial Grade innate spiritual treasure directly cut it down. As soon as the sword went down, Scale Wu Xie not only became interdictor, but his entire body was also turned into floating foam by the powerful attack. Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows and realized that there was actually another treasure blooming with light in the pile of blood. Surprisingly, it was able to remain intact under the destruction of the Immortal Punisher sword. Chapter 117, A Little Chive. Easy to take. Compulsion. Xiao Tian played with the cicada-like object in his hand. I have long heard that the practitioners of the compulsion world are good at compulsion refining and cultivation, and when I see them today, they are truly extraordinary. The compulsion is both a magic weapon and a spell. Fixed immortal journey and easy journey are the same instantaneous movement effect, but this thing could only be used once, and it was quite laborious to refine, so naturally, its value could not be compared to the prosperity. However, it's not a beautiful thing to pick up a life-preserving outfit for nothing. Xiao Tian looked down at the Louis XVI version of Scale Wu Xie. Emperor Soldier, Imperial Soldier. Terror was written all over Scale Wu Xie's eyes, and just looking at the weapon in Xiao Tian's hand made his soul feel shaky. Xiao Tian, who was holding an Imperial Soldier in his hand, was like a god, and how could a small golden immortal be able to fight against it? Scale Wu Xie couldn't rise up with jealousy or hatred towards right now. He only wanted to live right now. Xiao Tian, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. You weren't quite the bully just now. Why are you pulling so hard now? I was wrong. I don't dare to go against you. Never again. Regret? Too late. You think I'm the hero of a stream of regrets? Why should I forgive you? And it's not like you know you're wrong. You're just scared to death. Scale Wu Xie once again let out a mournful cry. No! A system announcement sounded in Xiao Tian's mind at the right time. Son of Heaven's Destiny Scale Wu Xie Dao Xian is completely shattered. The value of Heaven's Destiny is reduced by 2,000 points. And the Master's System points are increased by 2,000 points. Scale Wu Xie, the Son of Heaven's Destiny, has been revolted by the Heavenly Dao. The value of Heaven's Destiny has been reduced by 2,000 points. And the Master's System points have been increased by 2,000 points. Scale Wu Xie, the Son of Heaven's Destiny, was abandoned by the giant Sun Immortal. The value of Heaven's Destiny is reduced by 1,000 points. And the Master's System points are increased by 1,000 points. In addition, in view of the Master's increasingly domineering villainous behavior, reward the Master with 10,000 system points, plus the super invincible and terrifying Dragon Whip from beyond the heavens. 10,000. When did the dog system get so generous? Another unexpected pleasure. As for this Dragon Whip, Xiao Tian expressed redundancy. Do you need this yourself now? I'm kidding. A body of steel doesn't break. Save it for someone who needs it. Buckle 1. Free shipping. And remembered the system mentioned the giant Sun Immortal. Xiao Tian came to have a hint of interest. Scale Wu Xie, you actually know the giant Sun Immortal? Xiao Tian stomped on Scale Wu Xie's head. Cultivators are tenacious in their vitality and can raise the dead. Not to mention the guillotine. Who's that? I don't recognize it. I don't recognize it. Xiao Tian, don't kill me. I won't avenge my brother. Don't kill me. How much Scale Wu Xie hated Xiao Tian before. How much he regretted now. He hated Xiao Tian for killing his compatriots. And he hated Xiao Tian for enslaving the Haitian Holy Land to humiliate it by producing soy sauce. But now, he regretted it so much he wanted to cry. Why do you have to take revenge for Scale Mail? Obviously Pops had resigned himself to his fate. So what was the point of fooling around? Just produce soy sauce. It's not dead. Scale Wu Xie couldn't fathom and couldn't do anything to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. But he cried out in pain and was full of pleading. If he had bowed down to Xiao Tian earlier, where would he have ended up like this? At this moment, Scale Wu Xie no longer had the sharpness and confidence he had a few seconds ago. Going up against someone with an emperor's soldier. What's the difference between that and sending them to their deaths? Xiao Tian, if you let me go, I will serve you as a dog or horse. Being a dog is fine. Be a dog? I'm missing your male dog around? Although Xiao Tian did not use Wu Xie as a star slave, but every time she used it, she was in turn happier. Let's just say, people have their own opinions. With such a good little Yu, where would Xiao Tian need someone like Scaled Wu Xie? Eat my peach blossom shadow fall flying divine sword. Xiao Tian kicked a world wave and sent Scale Wu Xie and his brother Scale Xian to hell to reunite. Scale Wu Xie's level of heaven's destiny was a pure leak to Xiao Tian, and it was completely effortless to pin down. Xiao Tian all felt that he should farm for a period of time before harvesting, so that it would be more lucrative. But if you should kill, you should kill. There is no reason to let go of the meat that comes to your door. On the contrary, it was the guy in the system, Zhuyang Shenzhuan, who didn't deal with mother. It was normal that Scale Wu Xie didn't recognize the giant son Immortal. If he did, he would have definitely cried out for help long ago. It should have been cultivated by Zhuyang Shenzhuan without his own knowledge. In that case, if you can't get any useful information, kill them. And since the giant son Immortal Exalt was able to gaze here, it was obvious that he was paying attention to what was going on here. There's a high probability that it's someone in the academy. Interesting. Xiao Tian hung up a smile. Zhou Yuan's cave was in the middle of a cave, but after walking in, he realized that it was connected to another space. Through the spatial cracks, what came into view was a clear spring of immortal mist, which was liquefied from the rich and incomparable aura. The aura in the air was so abundant that it was unimaginable, almost liquefying into water droplets. This is simply a holy land. The scene in front of him more or less surprised Zhou Yu. He had never seen an environment where spiritual energy was so dense. Compared to the aura here, everywhere else is a younger brother. It was worthy of being the place where a quasi-immortal deity had fallen. And between the springs, there was a floating faint shadow that emanated a purple haze divine radiance. This should be Immortal Emperor Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yu's eyes glowed. He was finally going to get his own immortal dignity inheritance. And his father, the Zhou family patriarch, had just passed on a divine power to him. What he would receive was not only the Gongfu treasures, but also the level of Daoan experience and enlightenment that Immortal Emperor Zhou Yuan had had for 10,000 years. It's simply a chance to fly high. However, Shen Gonglang next to Zhou Yu was clearly not interested in the inheritance. He's just on a mission. Brother Zhou, do you think Scale Wu Xie will be Xiao Tian's opponent? Zhou Yu thought that it was because Shen Gonglang was concerned about Scale Wu Xie's safety, and did not become suspicious, but also thought that Shen Gonglang was a person who was sentimental and righteous. There were no accidents along the way today, so it seemed that perhaps it really wasn't Shen Gonglang's bad luck that had led to the repeated dangers he'd been involved in before. Don't worry, Scale Wu Xie is very strong. Even if Xiao Tian could win against him, he would still have to lose a layer of hair. Zhou Yu had seen Scale Wu Xie's methods and was confident in Scale Wu Xie. In terms of strength alone, Scaled Wu Xie was definitely far superior to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu was actually self-aware that his current self was definitely not a match for Xiao Tian and Scale Wu Xie. After all, after so many years without family cultivation, it was definitely not comparable to the two of them, who were the children of a large family from down under. But Zhou Yu had confidence. The gap between them would continue to get smaller with age, and sooner or later, Yi Ziyue would regret her choice. Scale Wu Xie, don't let me down, Zhou Yu thought to himself. When he himself receives the inheritance, he will be spirited and freshly dressed, and who will not know Zhou Yu? And Xiao Tian lost all the foreign appearance. Not more can highlight their own dashing god handsome. What a great sense of pretentiousness. Zhou Yu could hardly suppress his inner excitement as he drifted and flew in front of the silhouette and respectfully bowed. Senior Zhou Yuan, Zhou Yu, descendant of the ancient Zhou clan and disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy, has come to receive your inheritance. The middle-aged man's silhouette was broad and upright, like an unattainable divine mountain. His eyes suddenly bloomed with a ray of black light. Ancient voices rang out between heaven and earth. Good. It's good to be here. I'll give you the inheritance right here. Zhou Yu was excited, but suddenly a chill ran down his spine and he felt an evil intent. Evil intent. Instantly, Zhou Yu's pupils quaked as he stared at the old man in front of him. You're not Senior Zhou Yuan. Ha 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 ha. Indeed not, but I have a legacy for you too. With those words, the old man rushed towards Zhou Yu's body. Chapter 118, The heroes of the world are like carp in the river. 7 seconds, fleeting, and Zhou Yu was already on a roll. With his true immortal cultivation, He was powerless in front of an immortal Zune-level soul body. This is young flesh. Such a wonderful feeling. The greedy wolf evil sovereign revealed an evil smile after initially taking control of Zhou Yu's body. He'd been waiting for this day for a long time. Originally, the greedy wolf evil father was beaten into a soul body by a great enemy, and thought that it would be enough to take over a person at random or restore his physical body. But at Zhuyou's suggestion, the duo plotted for a long time. Choose to take over the male son of a large family so that you have a chance to become the head of a family. Ha ha ha, the helmsman of the ancient Zhou family. It won't be long before it's me. Greedy wolf evil sovereign. No, my name is Zhou Yu now. A bright future is at hand. How could the greedy wolf evil sovereign not be excited? Oh, so you're not Zhou Yuan. The white-clothed hunting figure appeared in the sight of the greedy wolf evil sovereign and Shen Gonglang. This made Shen Gonglang happy. He had a premonition that he was going to be silenced by the greedy wolf evil sovereign in the next second. The panic in his heart was so great that his body couldn't help shaking. An immortal dignity-level soul. He wouldn't be able to defeat it even if he was given 100 hands. Just want to get the hell out of there. Seeing Xiao Tian at this moment was like seeing a life-saving straw. Shen Gonglang was in a hurry to run to Xiao Tian's side. Lord Xiao Tian. Only a poof was heard. Shen Gonglang was thrown out by Xiao Tian with his clothes. It's better to stay away from moldy pussies. Although Xiao Tian was full of confidence, Shen Gonglang's debuff had to be guarded against. Maybe it'll just backfire on his pit wall destiny. The Zhou Yu in front of him is not a living example. The inheritance fed to your mouth is fake. And you're putting your own little life on the line. Greedy wolves and evil dignitaries. Xiao Tian looked at Zhou Yuan playfully. Senior, I'm still curious as to why you appeared here. When the greedy wolf evil sovereign saw Xiao Tian, he was not flustered, but excited, with a blazing fire in his eyes and drooling at the corners of his mouth. Well, your kid's flesh is even more tantalizing than this guy's on me. Is it hard to believe that this Dao Rime is an innate chaotic saint body? If it wasn't for me pursuing the position of clan leader, I would have wanted to take you over. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Yu, who had his soul suppressed, saw an opportunity to shout. Senior, Xiao Tian is not an ordinary person. He is the young master of the great Emperor Xiao family. His position in the Xiao family is even higher than mine. Aren't you moved? Not only was the greedy wolf evil sovereign not afraid, but he was excited. The great Emperor Xiao family was not weaker than the Zhou family at all. And Xiao Tian was already the young lord. This status was not a point and a half higher than Zhou Yu. More importantly, Xiao Tian's physical talent was clearly better than Zhou Yu's. Ha ha, what a godsend. He had thought that he could only seize the Zhou family according to the original plan. But he did not expect to have an unexpected gain. Encountering Xiao Tian as a big piece of fat meat, the greedy wolf evil sovereign decided not to kill Xiao Tian. There was a greedy light in his eyes, and his gaze was like seeing a stripped beauty. Little friend, it doesn't hurt, it'll be over soon. And the Zhou Yu soul in the body of the greedy wolf evil sovereign began to roar. Senior, you quickly come out from inside my body to see Xiao Tian. You're telling me to do something? Stupid thing. I'm advising Senior. Seeing a person playing two roles, similar to a comedy. Xiao Tian was quite amused and calmly watched the show, not panicking at all. The greedy wolf evil sovereign was even stronger. As long as it was a soul body, he could still easily take it himself. This Zhou Yu drew the fire on himself. Can't it be that this kid also has a way to escape? It's possible. How can you call the son of Providence a son of Providence if he doesn't have some tricks up his sleeve? But even if you can escape, so what? Sooner or later, you'll still be in the bag. Immortal level souls, great tonic soup. The soul of a true immortal is the dessert at the end of the meal. Whoever called me good wouldn't mind if you only had enough power to stuff your teeth. Right now, Xiao Tian was even more curious as to why someone named Greedy Wolf Evil Sovereign appeared here. Elder Greedy Wolf, you haven't answered my question. Why are you here? Oh, still so curious at the end of your life? The Greedy Wolf Evil Sovereign burst into laughter. Since you asked in good faith, I'll be merciful and tell you. Of course there was an early plan. Where is Zhou Yuan? It was never the Greedy Wolf Evil Sovereign. Zhou Yuan had long since been knocked down to the ruins of Return by Me in Zhuyang and had long since been reduced to ashes. And I had been deeply and seriously injured and had become a soul body. Fortunately, with Zhuyang helping me plan, I was able to take advantage of waiting for the heavenly chance here. Now, your arrival is a great favor to me. I'll spend the rest of my life thanking you. And let me spend the rest of my life helping you take care of your family in return. Ha ha ha, so it is. Xiao Tian looked as normal, but he was still quite emotional inside. The heroes of the world are really like the crushing carp in the river. Wind and Moon Demon Sovereign, Greedy Wolf Evil Sovereign. Which of these immortal sovereigns is a saving grace? Which one is not a person of amazing talent? One by one, the S are insurmountable. Just look at Zhou Yu's half-hearted inability to resist the greedy wolf evil sovereign. If he didn't possess the soul detention and refinement, a mere immortal soul body could also play itself into the palm of his hand. But, who called themselves there? It's not false at all. There's Mama Stargazer in the background. The greedy wolf evil sovereign is the challenger. Elder greedy wolf. Since you already have a body, why do you need to covet mine? You can just use it. Nonsense. You have to use the best, of course. Your body is so much better than this guy's. It's like a heaven and a hell. The greedy wolf evil sovereign was truly attracted to Xiao Tian. The first sight of Xiao Tian's flesh was heartwarming. Over time, it's the heart and soul. The innate chaotic saint body was already a physique at the apex of the world. Not to mention, Xiao Tian's body was permeated with all sorts of Tao rhythms, and there were no less than 2 types of great emperor auras. This is just great. The greedy wolf evil sovereign really couldn't endure it. Seeing someone like Xiao Tian, how could he still look at Xiangyu? What garbage scum. Go play in the mud while you're at it. Zhou Yu's mind simply exploded when he heard the greedy wolf evil sovereign degrade him to nothing within his body. At least he was the rising star of the ancient Zhou family, the son of the patriarch. In terms of talent, he was also one of the Zhou family's top existences. How could it be so different from Xiao Tian? There must be something wrong with greedy wolf evil sovereign's eyes. However, when he thought that Xiao Tian would soon be seized, he couldn't help but sneer. Xiao Tian, you have your day. Once the greedy wolf evil sovereign left his body, he was 50% sure that he would escape from death. At that time, when the secret was made public, Xiao Tian's physical body would also completely perish. The person Yi Ziyu liked is dead, so will she come around? Since that's the case, elder greedy wolf, there's no need for nonsense. Let's get down to business. Xiao Tian didn't want to waste any more time and put up an international friendly gesture at the greedy wolf evil sovereign. Please, ha ha ha. As soon as the words fell, the greedy wolf evil sovereign did not speak more nonsense and directly rushed into Xiao Tian's body. And the moment he left Zhou Yu's body, Zhou Yu recited the talisman in fire and transformed into divine light. Ha ha ha, Xiao Tian, you can go have bad luck. However, while Zhou Yu disappeared, the greedy wolf evil sovereign froze in the air, unable to move. Who is it? The greedy wolf evil sovereign's face changed drastically as he let out a furious roar. Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows. He hadn't even made a move yet. In an instant, the entire cave was bright with starlight. A woman as high and pure as snow, yet beautiful and colorful, slowly appeared here. Chapter 119, the super beautiful and invincibly great Mother Superior. Great Emperor. Feeling the powerful aura of a great emperor, the greedy wolf evil sovereign instantly panicked. Even at his full strength, he wouldn't dare to call out to the great emperor. Not to mention it's still just a soul body. And when the woman's figure stepped out of the void, the greedy wolf evil sovereign even dropped his jaw. Starship. The woman's white silk jacket, starry eyes, soft lips with a smile, snow-melting light, like a waterfall of green silk scattered a river of stars, the beauty of the immortal face. Even if all the rhetoric in the world cannot be depicted, more than the heaven-defying face, the greedy wolf evil sovereign was even more surprised. Isn't this a starry night? A ruthless person who fought 5 exalted ones alone, against the backdrop of the great emperor. She also doesn't get along with Juyo, and so on. She had the aura of a great emperor on her. And she now claimed the title of emperor. Rao Xingshu was already proud of the world when she was still an immortal exalted, and now that she has claimed the title of emperor, who can suppress her? The greedy wolf evil Zun gulped and sweated coldly as he tried to back up and escape, but he was unable to leave the bondage of the starlight in the slightest. Starbuck, don't come to me with your conflict with Zhuyang. I've never messed with you. The greedy wolf evil sovereign roared out in terror. However, Starshade pressed on, only looking softly at Aiko. Tianer. You look good. It seems like that girl Ziyue took good care of you. Stargazer tenderly stroked Xiao Tian's handsome face with a focused expression and gentle, elegant movements. More than anything else, Xiao Tian's health was the most important thing. All thanks to mother. Xiao Tian gently answered and held his mother's slender soft razor. Soft as a bone. Soft and delicate. There is no need to talk about my mother's face. So beautiful that mosquitoes can't even bite when they see it. The stunning body is poised and graceful without being luscious. Fragrant shoulders and jade back, soft waist and long legs, 1,000 times whiter than sheep's fat white jade. Smelling the unique fragrance around him, Xiao Tian's heart was quite calm, and his sense of security and happiness was overwhelming. Such a fairy was her own mother. She couldn't be happier. What brings you here, mother? Missed me? I think about it all the time, and when I can't see it, I feel panicky. Stargazer smiled lightly, but this time, it was someone who informed me of something. Xiao Tian and Xingzhou were reunited after a long time, and mother and son had 1,000 words to say to each other as they chatted honeyedly with each other. On this side is the happy beauty of reunion and warmth. And on the other side is the fear and panic of the fiery hell on earth. Mother asterisk 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 error. The greedy wolf evil demon man was dumbfounded. Dare I say that Xiao Tian is the son of the Stargazer? No wonder she's here. She's just incredible in this soft and gentle way right now. This is a starry-eyed man who is ruthless. And his methods are even more cruel and heartless. Listed by countless people as someone who should never be messed with. It's an unimaginable image to be soft on a man now. The look, the demeanor, was more than coddling. Although the greedy wolf evil sovereign was also curious as to when Starseeker had a Tao couple. How can this woman look at other men when she's so high and mighty? But now is not the time to think about it. The sky is falling. He himself had just tried to take over her son. I'm afraid that in his heart, Starbuck would have wanted to thwart himself long ago. Done. It's all over now. The greedy wolf evil sovereign's eyes were godless and despondent. The hope of resurrection is gone. Even the soul must be worn out. I should have known that I wouldn't be picky about food. More than enough to walk away from that kid Zhou on the line. But what's the use of regretting when it's already happened? Wait to die. Bailey Wushuang informed you to come? Aha. Bailey Wushuang had gone through the trouble of meeting with Xingjiu more than a month ago and told her about this matter. Of course, she only verbalized a chance glimpse of the future. Xiao Tian would be exposed as possessing a soul-detaining and refining spirit in this secret realm, and then be hunted down by the soul realm. Because it involves Xiao Tian, the star host doesn't believe in it and will do some means to defend against it. Now, it seemed that everything was going in the direction that Bailey Wushuang had anticipated. So Xingjiu decisively stepped in so that Xiao Tian did not need to exert his means here. So that's how it is. Thank you so much for sheltering me all the way. Mother. Xiao Tian scratched his head. The marvelous means in the world were truly infinite. The Zhou clan actually had a gong method that could glimpse the picture in front of their body from a soul fragment. It was truly amazing. If it wasn't for the timely appearance of his mother, Xiao Tian would definitely have to use the soul-detaining refining spirit to detain the greedy wolf evil sovereign. The remaining fragments are then viewed by the Chao family, exposing the secret. Bailey Wushuang was bound to know that something bad had happened in the future. It was only then that I was anxious to help me out. This girl, she's pretty reliable. Xiao Tian's heart rose a lot of gratitude towards her. For her part, Starshade gently grabbed Xiao Tian's face. You, the one who should be most thankful is not me, but that Wushuang girl. I heard that she's in love with you, and she helped you this time, so in all senses, you should be thankful to him. Yes, 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 mother is right to teach me a lesson, and I will be sure to come to my door to thank you later. That won't be necessary. Mother made a deal with her. All that's needed is a little contribution from Tianer. Xiao Tian was momentarily speechless. I'm your baby boy. How can you trade my body every day? Although, no loss. But, gotta add money. What? This Wushuang girl's looks, talent, and status are all one of a kind. Especially the honorable love for you between the words. It's just that I'm quite impressed. And you still dislike people. No, it's just that there does seem to be a bit too much beauty around. I can't believe my mother is still expanding herself. I really don't know if it's a good thing to say about Mother Nature or not. Mother, don't talk about my personal matters. Let's deal with the greedy wolf evil sovereign first. Aha. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's suggestion, Starshade then turned his sight to the greedy wolf evil sovereign. The expression was austere, and there was no longer any tenderness when communicating with Xiao Tian. Only coldness and loneliness remained. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Starseeker had yet to become an Exalt, he had a meeting with the greedy wolf evil Exalt. There was no grudge between the two in the past, but there was a grudge in recent days. Someone dared to take over Xiao Tian. He also almost exposed Xiao Tian's secret because of him, and had him hunted down by countless people. It's enough to kill the man 1,000 times over. Greedy wolf, explain the whereabouts of this old thief, Zhu, and I'll give you a hard time. Ha, Starshade, I'm a dignitary, but I'm not so far gone as to fall off the wagon. The greedy wolf evil sovereign's gaze leisurely looked into the distance and resolutely said, you search souls, that is your means. Zhu Yang has helped me a lot. I won't betray him. On the contrary, you, when you are really powerful and achieve immortal emperor, I admire you. Become a venerable person. If he didn't have the courage to face death openly, then he had cultivated the Tao all his life for nothing. Okay, I'll make you whole. Starbuck probed with one hand. The fingertips of the spiritual laws surged forth, and the soul of the greedy wolf evil sovereign was transformed into a mayfly in a matter of moments. Tianer, learn to maximize your resources. The heavenly Tao school palace also, you almost had an accident. Mother just need to get justice for you. On top of that, there was the ancient Zhou family. The Zhou family lad who tried to escape just now is also in my hands. That body in their hands to gain the memories of others. Mother has booked for you. I've looked into it, and I'm told the feats are called Metamorphosis. Initiate. Chapter 121? That's a little short. A hazy and unnameable fairy mountain, like a starry sky, is situated above the blue sea and blue sky. Misty, immortal mountain, flowing with mysterious Taoist symbols, strewn with divine visions, reflecting heaven and earth. Ripples of Tao rhythms wafted through the air, which contained palpitatingly majestic energy. Such a magnificent scene would be difficult to glimpse if it were not for the supreme Tao lineage and the ancient lineage. Here, it was exactly where the ancient Zhou family's ancestral land was located. Ancient Zhou family, the inheritance is difficult to trace. The strength is even more horrible and unpredictable. Anyone easily dare not provoke. Even the renowned immortal dignitaries would never dare to intrude at will. But today, there was an unexpected guest here. Xingjiu, after you tossed the Xiao family, you came to my Zhou family to cause trouble again? Tao lines flickered around the Zhou clan's several old ancestors, making them intimidating to look at. Any one of them is a certain era of the mighty and renowned great powers, with supreme divine power, just now hidden behind the scenes. Do not show the mountain, not see the water. Their gazes were like torches as they gazed at the white-clothed fairy with drooping eyes in front of them. You want to trade one of my Zhou family patriarch's offspring for the Yuanshan initiation heart technique? Do you think everyone is like you, favoring their sons so much? That's right. Our Zhou family's current patriarch has no other abilities, but a large number of descendants. That's the only thing this guy likes in life. He doesn't care about his son, and we care for him? As he spoke, a middle-aged man in the corner lowered his head in shame. How can you not care about your son? Out of his thousands of sons, Zhou Yu is the only one who has become successful. He cares a lot about it, okay? It was just that he, the Zhou family patriarch who was honored beyond measure in the eyes of outsiders, had no say at all in front of these old ancestors. In fact, the Zhou family's oldest ancestor also cared about outstanding descendants. But when negotiating with the Stargazer, it was natural not to be caught in the act. The woman in front of them was a real headache. It went without saying that this woman's fighting strength was the Black Scale Dragon Emperor who had the most to say. Her other means were also outstanding. Her evasion, artifact refining, and formation techniques were all awe-inspiring. Such a strange woman. Who in the world can be in her eyes? Where in the past would she have thought about some man who dared to make demands on her and just cut them off? And now they were asking for gongfu at the door for their precious son. It's so true that motherhood is a change. Starbuck just smiled faintly. I came to inform you, not to request. Trading the lives of your Zhou family juniors is giving you face. If you guys don't want to save face, I don't mind a hard grab. Could it be that you can stop me? Zhou family ancestor. What the Xiao family ancestor couldn't do, they couldn't do either. Besides, Starcatcher had made it clear in the first place that he didn't want to tear his face off with the Xiao family ancestor, or else at least a few of them would have to die. Against the Zhou family, if she was more ruthless, she would inevitably splatter blood for 30,000 meters. The eyes of the Zhou clan's ancestors flowed and they looked at each other for a long time. Finally, a voice broke the silence. Ancestors, may I have a word? The patriarch of the Zhou family, who had no say in the matter, stepped forward at this time. You say, the Zhou family patriarch cleared his throat. Starcatcher, you're very powerful, but my Zhou family isn't weak either. So why tear your face off? My Zhou family is not a fish or meat to be slaughtered. Yuanshan initiation. Although it's a newly acquired technique of my Zhou family, those who are not part of the Zhou family's core personnel are definitely not qualified to practice it. Don't say that you're exchanging my son's life for it, even if it's my life as the clan leader or the lives of all the ancestors. It's absolutely not okay. A generous and spirited statement. The Zhou clan's old ancestor acknowledged his statement. Too right. This is the great man of my Qiao family. We were right about you being the patriarch. Isn't it just throwing your head in the sand? Let's do it. But in the next second, the Zhou family's old ancestor was dumbfounded. Only the Zhou family patriarch could be heard speaking. However, if your son is willing to marry my Zhou family, everything is fine to talk about. I have many daughters at my knee. Why don't you pick one? Zhou family ancestor. Don't worry. We're thinking. Nice guy. It's really a dog that can't change its mind. So that's how it worked out. Not bad for a stud patriarch. Admirable. The method is a bit of a drop in the bucket, but it still seems to work that way. With a name, it's not a bad rule. You also get to hook up with the Stargazer, so it's not a bad deal by any stretch of the imagination. You're a ing genius. The Stargazer seemed to be interested as well and laughed. A little less. That's a pretty unconventional name for a Genesis initiation. Heaven's Path Academy. Ask Heaven Peak. Xiao Tian looked at the gong method that his mother, Xingjiu, had just snatched from the ancient Zhou family, though it's time to sell your body again. Mother is also really, how to go to a trip to the Zhou family to talk about several wedding matters for themselves, and let me choose. I want the one I like. And if I like all of them, I want all of them. Want a load of wants. Don't like it at all. Is it possible that we will have to marry all over the world in the future? Then who can stand it? You can't support a waist any stronger than that. These women were indeed beautiful, but there was still a slight gap compared to Xiu. Xiao Tian, who had seen many beauties, didn't even have a feeling of being moved by this. This one, in turn, has a pair of stunning twins, but Xiao Tian was only slightly interested. The union. The head is big. Xiao Tian, who ran to the moon every day, now had his mind on cultivation and didn't want to think about anything else. Cultivate the gongfu first. Xiao Tian quieted his mind and scrutinized the gongfu. The genjutsu is activated, and through the other person's genjutsu, the memories of the other person are melted. The more complete the genjutsu is, the more memories can be queried. It's really a miraculous technique. Together with my soul detention and refining, first obtaining the technique's memories and then using the divine soul as nourishment. It's just perfect. Xiao Tian revealed a smile. That's what maximizes the use of genjutsu. After saying that, Xiao Tian closed his eyes and concentrated, and soon understood the gong method thoroughly. When you run it, a white curtain of light will appear in front of you. The memories of other senses will then spring up in the curtain of light. Xiao Tian smiled indifferently and probed his hand, detaining the divine soul of the greedy wolf evil sovereign. The current greedy wolf evil sovereign was bound by the starlight plus Xiao Tian's soul detaining and refining spirit, and didn't have an ounce of resistance. He looked at Xiao Tian in a daze and sighed leisurely. The divine skill that had been lost for countless years, soul detention and refining, had actually appeared in the hands of this teenager. This is unbelievable. And Xiao Tian was even more stunning to an unimaginable degree. But at the age of 10, he had already reached a height that the world looked up to. The immortal dignity was nothing more than a stone brick under his feet. It's the great emperor. I'm afraid it's just a crack. The greedy wolf evil sovereign was continuously claimed for his memories. And then his soul body began to be eroded by the soul detention and refining spirit. Despite the sharp pain, he didn't scream. Xiao Tian, dying in the hands of a future saint ancestor would be worth it for me. As the greedy wolf evil sovereign dissipated, the breath within Xiao Tian's body climbed up. The golden immortal threshold that was difficult for the world to advance in 10 years or 100 years was now like a mud puddle in Xiao Tian. A leap of a foot. Golden Immortal 2. Golden Immortal Triple. It wasn't until the 9th level of the Golden Immortal that his breath smoothed out. It just feels good to be open. The aura around his body spread, and the entire questioning heaven peak was filled with a terrifying pressure. The originally introverted imperial intent seemed to have a tendency to explode. It made the whole heaven and earth tremble. The corner of Xiao Tian's mouth rose as he felt the strength of his body. But what made him even happier was this. In the memories of the greedy wolf evil sovereign, he found the whereabouts of Giant Yang. Chapter 121, Want to marry my sister? Give him face. The town under the divine mountain of the heavenly Dao School Palace. A black-robed man weaved his way through the crowd. During this time the face and breath were constantly changing. At times, they are transformed into ambitious teenagers, and at other times, they are old women who are late in life. Looking up at the sacred mountain, his eyes brightened. Starseed, since you've become an emperor, I certainly won't seek my own death. I can't do anything about you, but your baby boy, not so much. I hope he lives safely. Ha ha ha. Heaven's Path Academy. Ask Heaven Peak. As night falls, the Milky Way paves the way for a starry night. Luxurious bedchamber, lit with soft candles. Moonlight sprinkled over a sumptuous dinner party with the awesome Mother Nature. Xiao Tian hadn't seen his mother for a long time, and his heart was pining for her. On the rare occasions when they ate together, Xiao Tian would always make a large table of food with his own hands for his mother to enjoy. When he came to the upper world, the stargazer was busy with his affairs, and often only one or two would be free to get together with Xiao Tian. Not a small child, able to understand her mother's hard work, not so much as to lie in her arms and pout. Though, it would probably make Starbuck happier. Xiao Tian smilingly added a cup of wine for his mother. Mother, come, my child toasts you. Stargazer lifted his glass and smiled sweetly. She had always been of a reticent disposition, and would never show such a sweet smile if not in front of her beloved son. Tian, you really know how to make a woman happy. So romantic. No wonder that girl Ziyue is mesmerized by you. Mother is joking. You can't generalize about your daughter-in-law and your mother. It doesn't really make much difference. Is there a difference? It does make a difference. There are many women that you have to use every means and every kind of obedience to make her happy a little bit. Starshade the mother was different. She would be happy no matter what Xiao Tian did. The child that you yourself have raised. How you look at it. It's all good. Not to mention good looking and a great personality. How could it not be endearing? Tian, it feels like you've suddenly grown so much. Starshade stroked Xiao Tian's long hair and was quite emotional. Xiao Tian's height was already more than 8 feet. A standard big handsome man. It's almost 20, so it's definitely grown. Master has said this before. She doesn't seem to be talking about the same places though. Mingle with the parents. The two of them talked and laughed as they ate their dinner. As the minutes ticked by, Starbuck faked a yawn. Tian mother is tired. Accompany mother to rest for a while. How old am I? Any bigger and you're still my kid. What? You have beautiful wives and you dislike your mother? No. Starcatcher's face value was also unparalleled among the group of fairies. Not to mention the drowning eyes that make you fall in love. Xiao Tian could still remember that when he was a child. She always went to bed later than he did and woke up earlier than he did. Whenever you open your eyes, it's always her who is gentle. How can one not love such a mother half as much? It's just that, being older, it's more or less inappropriate. Mother, I'll go to the bed and put you to sleep. Bear. At that, Starbuck snapped out a laugh. Mother still needs you to coax her? The astral host had long since transcended the mundane, where there was still a need to sleep and recuperate. It was just a matter of finding an excuse to accompany Xiao Tian. However, Xiao Tian had a piece of his mind, and the Starry Night was naturally very appreciative of it. Wrapping her arms around Xiao Tian, she enjoyed the warmth and beauty. Xiao Tian looked down at his mother and thought of the daytime pouncing on the giant sun, and couldn't help but open his mouth and sigh. Mother, your old rival, sure is alert. He slipped away just as we were about to make our move. Immortal dignitaries, they really are all talented. Zhu Yang had infiltrated in the Heaven's Path Academy many years ago to become a teacher. Not only that, but he has many different identities, with 1,000 disguises. It's no surprise that there are any number of identities. This time Zhuyo was also resourceful enough. After the greedy wolf evil sovereign fell into the hands of the astral host, Zhu Yan was golden. God left the school palace without realizing it. Giant Sun is careful in his dealings. It's normal that he can't be caught. This guy's combat power isn't that strong, but his concealment means of escape is a masterpiece. Starbuck didn't take Zhuyo's business to heart, where before he might have cared about the death of his enemies. Right now, there was only Xiao Tian in the heart of Starshade. She only wanted to silently watch Xiao Tian and live happily ever after. In the past, Xiao Tian was lazy and didn't like to cultivate, and Xingjiu didn't care. She had her own way to make Xiao Tian live forever. Now, before the means were even used, Xiao Tian suddenly soared in refinement. Your own children, they are truly outstanding. Although this fellow Zhu Yan left, but the things were not all collected. His caves searched out a lot of treasures. 100,000 years of chalcedony, purple chi to the east, the 9 heavenly clouds. Tianer's newly learned gong method played a big role. Indeed, the immortal elder's stash was so rich that an ordinary person who got it would be able to cultivate enough to reach the immortal king realm. There were countless immortal grade treasures, and there were quite a few exalted grade treasures as well. It's a bumper crop. In addition, this time, because of the failure of the Heavenly Dao School Palace to fulfill its responsibility, it almost caused Xiao Tian to have an accident. With the great Emperor Xiao family and the Starry Night applying pressure at the same time, as well as the Zhou family's curiosity, the Heavenly Dao School Palace had no choice but to send a large gift of compensation. If something happened to an ordinary student and you dared to come and cause trouble, the Heaven's Path Academy wouldn't spoil you and throw away a lesson. Spoil you. But, who called Xiao Tian's status high? Not to mention, the Tendo Academy has a big problem. The real Zhou Yuan is nowhere to be found, and the fake Zhou Yuan is doing wrong. Inside this, there must be fine work. However, these were the things that the Heavenly Dao School Palace should consider. Xiao Tian only needed to arrange for people to count the income. Xiao Tian had his mother and the Xiao family. There was no shortage of these things. Rather, it was the Hong Tian Chi luck that was made from the heart and blood of the giant Yang immortal sovereign that Xiao Tian was eager to see. Rumor has it that possessing this item means having great luck added to one's body. Blessed by heaven, even the Divine Order's son was ashamed of himself. Even Shen Gonglong's bad luck could hardly affect it in the slightest. However, this kind of imperial treasure would naturally not be left behind in the cave. Xiao Tian felt slightly regretful and wondered if he had the chance to see it. Seeing Xiao Tian's expression, Stargazer suddenly said with a smile, Tianer, do you remember the matter of the marriage contract I mentioned to you? You mean the Zhou family's pair of sisters? Don't, mother, I have quite a few beauties around me, and they don't love me as much as Ziyu. More is better. Feelings can be cultivated slowly, and there's no woman who doesn't love my Tianer. Stargazer smiled flirtatiously, but I'm not talking about the Zhou family. I'm talking about the marriage that your cheaper father set you up with much earlier. Xiao Tian had heard his mother mention this matter after he returned to the Xiao family. In the beginning, the biological father, Xiao Chang, made a pact with his brothers. If the children born are a boy and a girl, They are married. It turned out that the two had their daughters at the same time. It wouldn't have hurt to regenerate and always have a son. And then, unsurprisingly, there's going to be an accident. Both of them are dead. With only 2 daughters left, the marriage contract will naturally not be valid. But things are different now. Xiao Tian is back. Pure-blooded. Biological son. Even if the Xiao family didn't take the initiative to mention this, the other side couldn't wait to marry their daughter over. The Ding family of Ice City. A small family. And the great Emperor Xiao family cannot be compared at all. Of course they want to climb the ladder. Why did you mention them all of a sudden? It's hard not to want to stuff my daughter again. That girl isn't much older than Lear. The marriage contract, even if it's going to go ahead, will have to be 2 years later. Didn't I give them a reply? Xiao Tian was quite puzzled. Still trying to rush the ducks? Stargazer shook his head. Tian, you're wrong. That marriage partner of yours was wasted some time ago. From a proud daughter of heaven to a wasted woman. The Ding family feels that such a woman is not worthy of you and has given up on sending her to join you in marriage. But, they came with a wave of reverse thinking. The Ding family had adopted a son and wanted that son to marry Xiaoli. Adoption versus adoption. Ha? Xiao Tian was confused. It could still operate like this? It's almost as if the outrageous his mom opened the door to the outrageous. Outrageous to the core. What a painstaking and unscrupulous effort to get involved with the Xiao family. This Ding family is really a toad trying to eat swan meat. Wanted to marry my lovely Lear. Gave them face. Mother, what was the man's name? Xiao Tian got up from Starshade's arms and straightened his demeanor. Well, it seems to be called Ding Hong Yun.